Konoha Village, the Chunin exam arena. The stands are filled with ninjas and villagers whispering while observing the genin in the preparation area. Two people stand out in particular. One is Itachi. At only 10 years old, he is participating in the Chunin exam alone, having achieved excellent results in the first two tests. The other is a white-haired boy Uchiha Eiji leaning against a corner lost in thought. He is also taking the exam alone, another genius on par with Itachi. While Eiji silently cursed Itachi, the chief examiner Gunma, with a senbon in his mouth, walked to the center of the arena. Gather examinees. He looked at the genin before him and reiterated the standards for the third exam. It is not only winning that grants promotion, but more importantly your performance in this exam. Hearing this, the examinees relaxed a bit. Meanwhile, they silently prayed not to face either Itachi or Eiji, those two monsters. After giving further instructions, Gunma drew two slips of paper with names from a box. First match, Uchiha Itachi versus Uchiha Eiji. As soon as the words were spoken, the stands erupted in exclamations. No one expected the first match to be between the two geniuses Eiji and Itachi. At this moment, a pleasant electronic sound echoed in Eiji's mind. New mission during the Chunin exam: severely teach the naturally evil Uchiha brat a lesson. Eiji's mouth twitched involuntarily. System, do you really think I'm Tobirama? He had transmigrated into the Naruto world 3 years ago and awakened the character template system. By completing various tasks issued by the system, he could gain more abilities of that character. Then, Eiji drew the Tobirama Senju Template. Name Uchiha Eiji, age 11. Template Tobirama Senju. Jutsu Water Release Mastery, can change into various forms for attack and defense, only needs 2 hand seals to release, and other insignificant techniques. Support Jutsu Chakra Sensing. Passive, all abilities increase when fighting against Uchiha. Unlock more abilities after completing tasks. Evaluation: precisely because he is a Hokage, he must carry out a ruthless attitude. Eiji sighed quietly. Forgive me, Itachi, this surely won't be the last time. The other examinees quickly left the arena, leaving Eiji standing alone in the center. He gently placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword. This sword was a reward from the system upon graduation from the Ninja Academy. It was said that Tobirama once used it to defeat Izuna. On the other side, Itachi walked toward Eiji. He didn't care who his opponent was, he only remembered his father's order to defeat all opponents and the promise to practice Shuriken with Sasuke after the match. When Itachi and Eiji stood facing each other at the center, the stands erupted in cheers again. Supporters from both sides shouted their names. Itachi whispered, "Sorry Eiji, I have a reason I cannot lose." He looked seriously at Eiji, his mind replaying the scene of his younger brother Sasuke, cheering him on. "Is that so?" Eiji unconsciously stroked the sword hilt. "I also have a reason I cannot lose." Itachi was silent for a moment. He knew Eiji was an orphan, so what could be the bond he cherished most? Sensing the tension in the air, Sasuke in the stands looked at Fugaku with concern. "Father, big brother will win, right?" Fugaku nodded lightly. "Itachi is the strongest." Reassured by his father, Sasuke excitedly waved his fists. "Big brother, defeat him." Gunma glanced at the two contestants, a strange smile on his face. He too wanted to see what kind of sparks could fly between these two geniuses. Then he raised his voice. "Begin." The moment Gunma's words fell, the sound of cutting air arose as Itachi threw 3 shuriken and leaped 10 meters away. Clang, clang, clang. Eiji drew his sword with his right hand, the blades light, like a cascading waterfall. Itachi's hand seals formed so fast they left afterimages. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, its brilliant light filling the entire arena. The heat wave made the front row spectators catch their breath. Fugaku narrowed his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. Itachi had grown stronger. Gunma's smile instantly froze. Was this a jutsu a genin should be able to use? Even among Chunin, Itachi's great fireball was of superior power. Just as Gunma was considering whether to save Eiji, a water wall rose from the ground. Water release, water formation wall. Eiji symbolically formed 2 hand seals, and as his hands clasped together, the water wall turned into a giant water tornado. The towering water tornado carrying broken rocks collided with the fireball amidst roaring steam, and boiling mist instantly engulfed the entire arena. Gunma completely lost his composure. "You two Uchiha kids are just too much, aren't you?" As the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader, Itachi's powerful fire release was understandable. But where did Eiji learn water release? In a waterless environment, the power of his water release was still this strong. More importantly, he seemed to have used only 2 hand seals. Gunma's brain itched as if something was growing. He seemed to see the shadow of a legendary figure. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Eiji formed 2 hand seals, and the water wall transformed into a giant water dragon roaring toward Itachi. In the stands, Fugaku gasped. 2 hand seals. He only used 2 hand seals. In the entire Konoha, aside from the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, who else could have done this? Eiji, you have truly given me a great surprise. Boom. Itachi was slammed into the wall by the water dragon, letting out a pained groan. It's over, Itachi. Eiji stood amidst the water looking down at Itachi. He held his ninja sword and charged toward Itachi. Clang. Itachi hastily used a kunai to block, feeling the force on his arm. He couldn't help but frown. How did Eiji have such strength? Clang, clang, clang. Eiji and Itachi clashed in close combat, Itachi's expression growing more grim. Even with the Sharingan, even predicting the opponent's movements, he still couldn't effectively counter. It was as if Eiji had predicted his predictions. Father Sasuke looked anxiously at Fugaku. Why isn't brother counterattacking? Hasn't brother awakened the Sharingan, the pride of our Uchiha clan? The red light in Fugaku's eyes slowly faded, and after a moment's hesitation, he answered softly. Even if Itachi can see Eiji's next move, his body cannot keep up. Additionally, there was another important issue. Where did Eiji learn his swordsmanship? Fugaku could see that this was not just a gap in taijutsu. More importantly, Eiji's every move seemed designed to counter the Uchiha. TCH, how can he fight this? While Fugaku's thoughts wandered, Itachi had been forced into a corner. Seeing no way to avoid, Itachi panicked for a moment. The double tomo in Eiji's eyes spun wildly. He withdrew his sword and struck again, shattering the kunai. Itachi's pupils contracted as he twisted his body, barely dodging the sharp blade. Before he could catch his breath, Eiji let out a fierce shout. A side kick slammed into Itachi's chest, and the sound of bone cracking was clear from his crossed arms. Itachi was sent flying, crashing heavily into the arena wall with a loud boom. It was as if he was embedded in the wall, spiderweb cracks spreading around him. Feeling the pain, Itachi groaned. He had probably broken 7 or 8 bones. He struggled to take a few steps, then collapsed weakly to the ground. Big brother, Sasuke shouted. Gamma, who had been observing, instantly appeared and carefully examined Itachi's condition. Then he announced loudly, "Winner Uchiha Eiji." At the same time, a pleasant electronic sound echoed in Eiji's mind. Mission reward: Jinjutsu Dark Release Technique. After the match, the medical team rushed into the arena to treat the severely injured Itachi. Eiji sheathed his ninja sword and returned to his familiar corner. In the Hokage building, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen gently put down his pipe in front of the crystal ball. The jutsu and taijutsu Eiji used, even his white hair reminded him of a certain great figure. I want all of Eiji's information, all of it. Hiruzen had a strange feeling, as if the one fighting on the field was the young Tobirama-sama. He was startled by his own sudden thought. Hiruzen shook his head, throwing the dangerous thought out of his mind. If Tobirama-sama knew someone associated him with the Uchiha, he would probably be furious enough to flip his coffin lid. Even so, Hiruzen couldn't help but think in that direction, because both the hand seals technique and the close combat skills were too similar to his teacher. But the same question remained: who taught Eiji? Among the Uchiha clan, who could use water style to such an extent? Hiruzen pondered for a while, but still had no clue. So he picked up the report sent by the Umbu ninja and read it carefully. After a long while, Hiruzen's expression suddenly became colorful. Engsei's father was taught by Kagami, inheriting his blazing will of fire. In a battle many years ago, he died protecting the village. Hiruzen took out his pipe and took a deep drag. He closed his eyes and leaned back against the chair, recalling the moments spent with his old friend Kagami. Kagami, by this count, Engsei has also indirectly received your teachings. Thinking of this, Hiruzen felt a bit better. If it really was a ninja who inherited Kagami's will, he would probably stand with Konoha. Hiruzen's mind raced, thoughts flashing through his mind that only he knew. On the other side, the Chunin exam was still ongoing. But compared to the first match, the subsequent genin were not as impressive. Only a few beautiful young ladies in the front row, half covering their rosy cheeks, fixed their gazes on the handsome Engsei. They thought about going for a bowl of ramen after the exam or inviting him to see their backflipping cat. 2.5 hours later, the Chunin exam was declared over. After discussion among the examiners, Gunma announced the list of those who had successfully been promoted to Chunin, including the daydreaming Uchiha Engsei, Uchiha Itachi, who was hospitalized by Engsei, and some random genin. When the crowd heard Itachi's name, they couldn't help but let out a surprised, "Getting beaten like that, and still promoted. I could do it too." Then his companion covered his mouth. "Fool, don't bring me into your bragging. The two of us combined aren't a match for Itachi." The speaker let out an "oh," realizing his companion was right. He looked again at the white-haired figure at the back of the line, letting out a long sigh. The genius Itachi was beaten to that state. Just how strong was Engsei? The Uchiha clan indeed frighteningly formidable. Finally, the examiner team gave a concluding speech, and the Chunin exam came to a perfect end. Engsei walked out of the arena with the crowd thinking about going home to rest, when he suddenly saw a familiar figure at the entrance. Big square-faced, middle-parted hair. Isn't that the clan leader Fugaku? He instinctively tightened his grip on his kunai. He beat the kid, so the big one's here for revenge. Wait, he's a clan leader after all. Fugaku wouldn't be that petty. Engsei thought, better pretend not to see him. He lowered his head, trying to blend in and leave. But his white hair was too conspicuous, and Fugaku precisely spotted him in the crowd. Fugaku raised his voice slightly. Ingsi, come here. Ingsi's mouth twitched, and he slowly moved over. Clan leader Fugaku, good afternoon. As he spoke, he secretly studied Fugaku's expression, trying to read something. Ingsi guessed that Fugaku had come about the exam. Should he apologize? How to say it, sorry for beating Itachi like that. Or actually Itachi fought well. The more he thought, the more it sounded like he was being sarcastic. Not only was Ingsi conflicted, but Fugaku was also troubled. His son was hospitalized, which naturally annoyed him. But on the other hand, if you're weak, you need to practice more. It's not right for a father to get revenge because his son was beaten. Moreover, Ingsi's performance today was indeed outstanding. After all, he was a member of the Uchiha clan. As clan leader, he should give encouragement. In today's increasingly tense relations with the village, the appearance of a genius like Ingsi was crucial for the Uchiha. Of course, it also depended on which side Ingsi stood on. Ingsi saw Fugaku's hesitant expression, guessed he wasn't there for revenge, and relaxed a lot. He quietly released the explosive tag in his left hand and moved his right hand away from the hilt. Clan leader Fugaku. Ingsi showed an innocent smile. May I ask what you need? Fugaku snapped back to reality, unsure what to say. So he lightly patted Ingsi on the shoulder. Congratulations on becoming a Chunin. Ingsi was stunned up. Fugaku nodded. I have something else to do, I'll be going. After saying that, Fugaku turned and left. Itachi was still in the hospital, so he had to go check on him. Only Ingsi was left standing there bewildered. He muttered quietly, clan leader Fugaku, so awkward. That afternoon, news of the two genius Chunin promotions spread to every clan member's ears. Of course, they also heard about Itachi's defeat today. As for the young man who had beaten the clan leader's son on the field, the clan showed no dissatisfaction. The Uchiha clan has always only respected strength. What's so special about the clan leader's son? Which clan rule says you can't beat up the clan leader's son? Not to mention Itachi, back in the day, Fugaku and Elder Shursui had fought in the yard for half a day over a difference in opinion. So when Ingsi passed by the pancake shop, Uncle Shoushou even gave him a few pancakes to celebrate his successful exam. Ingsi ate the pancakes, slowly crossing the lively street. He wasn't worried that the Uchiha clan would target him because of this incident. Fugaku's behavior today was enough to prove that. Moreover, the clan elders would probably send him some small gifts to congratulate him. As it turned out, Ingsi's guess was correct. Not long after he returned home, there was a knock at the door. Ingsi opened the door and found Dao was standing outside, holding a number of items in his hands. He felt a bit surprised and said, Brother Dao, why are you here? Dao pointed at the gift boxes in his hands and said, the elders of the clan sent me to deliver some things to you. Oh. Ingsi made a gesture of invitation and said, please come in quickly. Had this been before, Ingsi might not have been so enthusiastic. After all, the two were not really familiar, and they had even exchanged a few harsh words over some matters earlier. But then again, today Dao had come bearing gifts in person. That showed enough sincerity. It would be impolite to refuse him entry. Of course, next time he could just skip the visit and have a ninja cat deliver a letter, and Ingsi could go to the logistics office himself to pick things up. After leading Dao to sit on the sofa, Ingsi engaged in some idle pleasantries while searching the cabinet for tea leaves. You didn't need to bring anything. My place is a bit messy, Brother Dao, please don't mind. Sit. I remember that the year before last, Elder Hakadai gave me a box of tea leaves. I've never had the heart to open it. Since you're here, let's try it together. Dao said, no need to trouble yourself, but secretly surveyed Ingsi's home. A bed, an old sofa, a table with peeling paint. The refrigerator in the corner had been serving for who knows how many years, occasionally emitting an annoying hum. Dao's gaze suddenly stopped on a blade. The body of the sword was a pure, clear white, and its edge was exceptionally sharp. Just looking at it seemed to make one feel the murderous aura emanating from the blade. A fine blade. Dao rose and walked over to the sword, squinting as he examined it carefully. Ingsi, this sword must have cost you a fortune. You mean shower? It's a keepsake left to me by my father. Actually, what Ingsi said was not entirely wrong. After all, the word father was indeed an adoptive father. Hearing this, Dao nodded. That made sense. Ingsi was a mere genin who had previously done jobs like unclogging drains and cleaning up for old ladies, earning only a pittance from exhausting work. But the name of this sword, wasn't it a bit too casual? While Dao waited, Ingsi was struggling with the tea leaves. The tea, unopened for 3 years, had absorbed moisture and clumped into dark green bricks. Ingsi pulled out a kunai and secretly poked the brick into powder. Dao was stunned by this display. Oh, perhaps it was better to save the effort. Plain boiled water would do just fine. Watching Ingsi fumble with the tea, Dao found it hard to link him to the man who had once charged at Itachi with a blade. In the quiet room, only the clinking of tea utensils could be heard. Soon the water came to a boil. The scalding hot water steeped the tea, releasing a rather unpleasant aroma. Ingsi carefully picked up the teacup and offered it to Dao, whose expression was complicated. Please have some. Dao took the cup, hesitated for a moment, then downed the tea in one gulp. Hiss. Dao's features twisted into a knot. If he didn't know it was tea, he might have thought Ingsi was trying to poison him. Seeing Ingsi about to pour another cup, the tough man Dao panicked. He shifted the conversation to today's Chunin exam and naturally set the cup down. I heard from clan comrades that you performed exceptionally well today. Daohua paused, a hint of surprise in his tone. I never imagined you could wound Itachi that badly. Is Itachi? Alright. Should I buy some fruit and milk to visit him? Daohua obviously missed the sarcasm in Ingxi's words. He simply waved his hand and said, injuries during sparring are normal, and it's not like you did it on purpose, right? Ingxi didn't reply. Oh, but I was totally intentional. If it weren't for the crowd, I'd have given him 2 more cuts. After a few casual exchanges, Daohua felt it was about time and pointed at the square boxes by the door. Once you become a Chunin, you'll take on more difficult missions. The elders of the clan have prepared some scrolls and ninja tools for you, hoping they'll be of help. Hearing this, Ingxi was moved beyond words. 3 years. The elders finally realized who needed the help. In the past, when he applied for subsidies, the clan member in charge always said the clan's funds were tight and to wait a few days. Then they'd just register his name and tell him to go home and wait for notice. But Ingxi wasn't stupid. Maybe those bastards had secretly pocketed the money. Of course, he didn't say anything, but he had taken the opportunity to swipe a pack of explosive tags from Itachi while he was out. After all, with a clan leader as his father, Itachi certainly wouldn't lack such things. Thinking about how he had almost used Itachi's explosive tags to blast Itachi's own father, Ingxi couldn't help but grin. Daohua didn't understand the reason and assumed Ingxi was just too excited. At the same time, he also felt that Ingxi was truly pitiful. The kid must be so poor that a few scraps delighted him this much. So Daohua took out another envelope and placed it in front of Ingxi. Ingxi feigned confusion. Brother Daohua, this is. I specially applied to the clan for some extra living expenses for you. If you need anything, go buy it. Hearing this, Ingxi really wanted to kowtow out to him. A good man. Daohua was truly a good man. A good man like Daohua would surely marry a fair-skinned and beautiful wife. Maybe even a wealthy woman. Ingxi, if you ever need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Ingxi understood. They were trying to win him over. That was fine, at least he could thoroughly fleece the clan's resources. Thank you, Senior Daohua. Please convey to the elders that I will forever be absolutely loyal to the Uchiha. Hearing this, Daohua broke into a sincere smile, as if to say, kid, you've got the idea. Ingxi thanked Daohua and the elders profusely for a while longer, after which Daohua excused himself and left. He really couldn't stomach another cup of Ingxi's tea. After seeing Daohua off, Ingxi returned home and put away the smile on his face. Defeating Itachi so spectacularly today had likely not only caught the attention of the Uchiha clan. More importantly, the higher-ups of Konoha must have noticed him too. But there was no helping it. Ever since the Nine Tails incident, the tension between the Uchiha and Konoha had been growing. Not only had they been pushed to the edge of the village, but tall buildings had been erected around the Uchiha compound to monitor their movements. And that old man Danzo always scheming to wipe out the Uchiha entirely. Uchiha Ingxi will one day stab you twice and kill you. But for now, well, I've got money, so I should go enjoy a nice meal to celebrate. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. Uncle Tucci, 1 bowl of ramen fully loaded. 1 moment, please. Indeed, what Ingxi called a nice meal was just a bowl of ramen with extra toppings. While Ingxi waited under the eaves not far away, a little blonde-haired boy was rubbing his growling stomach, occasionally glancing longingly at Ichiraku Ramen. He pulled out a few coins from his pocket and counted them over and over again. This little money probably isn't enough for a bowl of ramen. At the same time, an electronic voice echoed in Ingxi's mind. As a vital weapon for protecting the village, the Jinchuriki must be given the protection he deserves. New mission: help the Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki master the power of the Nine Tails and guide him onto the right path. Ingxi's eyes held a mixture of confusion, shock, sorrow, and helpless resignation. He truly wanted to call the police. It wasn't just about lecturing the Jinchuli. Simply speaking 2 words to Mingren might draw the attention of the Umbu. Ingxi gritted his teeth and steeled himself. He had to risk it. If he didn't try, he would certainly die within 3 years due to his lack of strength. Ingxi exhaled slowly and walked over to Mingren's side. He picked up Mingren, who was still counting his coins, and headed toward the ramen shop. Hey. Little Mingren struggled in midair. What was this strange white-haired man trying to do? Isn't he trying to rob me of these few copper coins? Do you rob children? Are you even human? Mingren gripped his coins tightly, ready to throw 2 punches at the thieving white-haired man at any moment. Unexpectedly, the white-haired man didn't steal his coins, but instead placed him on a stool at the ramen shop. The moment Ingxi let go, Mingren took off running. But before he could take 2 steps, he heard Ingxi say to Uncle Shoda, "Please prepare a bowl of ramen for this kid with triple the chashu and no dried bamboo shoots." Sure thing," Uncle Shoda replied cheerfully. Little Mingren seems to have good luck today, meeting someone who wants to treat you to noodles. After a brief moment of surprise, a smile spread across Mingren's face. This handsome-looking, strange, white-haired boy didn't seem to dislike him. In fact, he was offering to buy him noodles. Moreover, how did he know Mingren didn't like dried bamboo shoots? So he slowly shuffled back and plopped down beside Ingxi. Mingren carefully stowed away his coins, and then asked Ingxi even more cautiously, Strange big brother, who are you? Someone who made a bit of unexpected profit and wants to share it. Huh. Mingren felt that the mental state of the white-haired man in front of him might not be entirely sound. However, he felt quite happy nonetheless. At the very least, the man wasn't telling him to scram, so he wouldn't dirty the guy's clothes. Strange big brother, are you a ninja of the village? Yes. Eiji pointed to the headband on his forehead. I am a chunin. It's a rank you'll never reach in your lifetime. Little Mingren clenched his fists, venting his inner dissatisfaction. I am destined to become the Hokage. Do you know what the Hokage is? The Hokage is the strongest person in this village. While the two were bickering, Uncle showed to serve the ramen. Following Eiji's request, the toppings were piled high, forming a small mountain. Mingren sniffed hard, his knuckles whitening from gripping his coins. He looked at Uncle Shota, then at Eiji. Is this really for me? Yes. Eiji handed Mingren a pair of chopsticks. Even the Hokage needs to eat. Upon receiving confirmation, Mingren was overjoyed. He grabbed the chopsticks and attacked the ramen with ferocious enthusiasm. He ate as if he hadn't had a meal in 3 days. Broth splashed onto his jacket, and he burned his tongue from the heat, yet he refused to slow down. Watching from the side, Eiji frowned deeply, fearing the boy might bite through the bowl itself. While eating, Mingren curiously observed Eiji. His reputation in the village was poor, and few were willing to play with him. Someone who voluntarily treated him to noodles was even rarer. Strange big brother, you don't seem to dislike me. I am destined to become the Hokage. How could I dislike a fellow villager? Mingren forgot about his food for a moment. He realized this strange big brother was competing with him for the title of Hokage. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am the one who will become Hokage. Eiji gently patted the blonde tuft of hair. Then let me ask you, do you know how one becomes the Hokage? This stumped Mingren. He only knew his wish was to become Hokage, but no one had ever told him what that entailed. However, Mingren's little mind raced. Grinning widely, he asked Eiji, so strange big brother, how do I become Hokage? Eiji thought seriously for a moment. The Hokage must bear the expectations and recognition of everyone in the village. You must earn the acknowledgement of all people. Also, stop calling me strange big brother. My name is Uchiha Eiji. Oh, Mingren acknowledged, but it was clear he hadn't truly understood. So brother Eiji, how do I become Hokage? Now it was Eiji's turn to have a headache. Theoretically, if Mingren wrote an essay titled My Father the Hokage, it would solve many problems. But now wasn't really the time for that. It seemed he needed to phrase the question more simply. He looked at Mingren. The Hokage must achieve what others cannot. Can you do that? Mingren put down his chopsticks and nodded vigorously. Of course. Even though I have no one by my side, I never cry. After saying this, Mingren looked up at Eiji. Does that count as being an excellent ninja? Eiji's expression grew heavy. He stroked Mingren's blonde hair and spoke word by word. You are an excellent ninja. Mingren received your affirmation and felt great joy, becoming even more confident about becoming a great Hokage. Mission reward significantly reduces chakra consumption when using water release techniques. Receiving Eiji's affirmation, Mingren felt much happier. He wiped his eyes and continued to bury his face in his noodles. Soon Mingren finished the last bite. He patted his round little belly. It feels so good to be full. Then he stood up and nodded to Eiji in thanks. Thank you for the meal, brother Eiji. When my living allowance arrives next month, I'll treat you to the most delicious instant noodles. MHM. Eiji nodded in agreement. Go rest early. Okay, I'm off then. Bye-bye. Mingren happily hummed a tune, waved goodbye to Eiji, and soon disappeared around the corner. Only after Mingren's figure vanished did Eiji withdraw his gaze. Eiji sighed softly and looked down to eat his now-cooled ramen. From the moment he made contact with Mingren, he had sensed chakra fluctuations coming from several directions. Besides the Umbu, there are probably daunting subordinates as well. Eiji ate a few mouthfuls of ramen, left the payment, and rose to walk in another direction. After Eiji left, 2 masked ninjas emerged from the shadows. The silver-haired ninja made a gesture, and the other understood, immediately chasing after Mingren's departing direction. As for him, he followed Eiji from a distance until he saw him enter the Uchiha district, only then stopping. A few minutes later, that ninja rendezvoused with Kakashi at the designated location. Senior Kakashi, should we report this matter to the Hokage? Kakashi nodded matter-of-factly. I will see the Hokage early tomorrow morning. You keep watch on Eiji's movements. Understood. It's about time to switch shifts. On the other side, the door to Danting's office was burst open. Lord Danting, the Uchiha clan, is making a move. Danting, who had been dozing off, suddenly widened his eyes. Speak quickly. When Danting heard from his subordinate that an Uchiha clan member had contacted the Jinchuriki, he could no longer contain his excitement. In his mind, he had already fabricated a dramatic scenario. The inherently evil Uchiha clan, due to some reason, harbored resentment toward Konoha. Thus they devised a highly dangerous plan. Emulating Uchiha Madara of old, they intended to control the Nine Tails and use it as a weapon against Konoha. If this plan succeeded, it would cause immense harm to Konoha. Thinking this, Danting slammed his fist on the table. Prepare for action. Arrest the Uchiha. His guard Aburame Ryuma did not move upon hearing the order, looking quite hesitant. Lord Danting, such a large-scale operation still requires the Hokage's approval. Danting snorted coldly. Hokage, it's always the Hokage. The Hokage holds sway in Konoha, but does his position as Hokage's advisor hold no weight? In truth, it didn't hold much weight either. Very well, he would endure it for now. Danting snatched the scroll and stormed out in a huff. Lord Danting, where are you going? I am going to report to the Hokage. Ryuma sighed helplessly. Lord Danting, the Hokage has already gone to sleep at this hour. Danting gritted his teeth in frustration. All he ever does is sleep. Risen, how can you sleep at your age? Danzo was rather displeased with Hiruzen's behavior. After all, it was only midnight, precisely the time for work. Ryoma, standing nearby, quietly stifled a yawn, unsure of what to say. At his age, why push himself so hard? Working yourself to the bone every day like this. Aren't you afraid of dropping dead? Danzo continued his rant. Does Hiruzen even deserve to be Hokage or not? If he can't handle it, there are plenty who can. Lord Tobirama should never have made him Hokage. If he had chosen me, the entire ninja world would have been unified long ago. Ryoma lowered his head. Damn, he'd heard something he shouldn't have again. Ryoma had been at Danzo's side for years, overhearing many things he was meant to hear and plenty he wasn't. Like when the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze died, leaving the village of Konoha without a leader. Danzo had thought his moment had finally come. But who could have predicted that the retired Hiruzen would be reinstated, clinging to that position for another 4 or 5 years? Who knew that damned old monkey had such an insatiable appetite for power? What was even more infuriating was his robust health. He wouldn't be kicking the bucket anytime soon. How much longer would he have to wait before it was his turn to become the 5th Hokage? And then there was Hiruzen the coward, who should have wiped out the Uchiha entirely to eliminate the threat once and for all. Watching Danzo's agitation, Ryoma felt quite helpless. This man usually showed little emotion, but the mere mention of the Uchiha sent him into a frenzy. If he were assigned to carry out any operation against the Uchiha, he'd be so excited he wouldn't sleep for 3 days straight. Like today, for instance. Ryoma knew that Danzo was now eager to uproot the Uchiha completely. But it was obviously not the right time. He might not need sleep himself, but should he deprive the Hokage of his? Fortunately, Danzo realized this as well and decided to wait until morning. Deep in the night, the entire village was silent. Within the root headquarters, Danzo was drafting his report on the Uchiha's heinous, unforgivable crimes of unauthorized contact with the Jinchuriki, demanding serious consequences. He would wait until tomorrow to lodge a scathing complaint before Hiruzen, then strike with full force. After annihilating the Uchiha in one fell swoop, he would take dozens of Sharingan as spares. At Naruto's home, the young boy was fast asleep. He dreamed a dream where he was no longer the outcast, but had made many good friends. A white-haired ninja had even taught him powerful jutsu. Naruto grinned broadly. I'm the Hokage. I'm the Hokage. At the hospital, Itachi lay in bed, gazing at the moon, his mood seemingly somber. Even after his successful promotion to Chunin, Itachi still felt a pang of guilt. He felt he had failed to fulfill his father's instructions. More importantly, he had let down his younger brother Sasuke's hopes. Sasuke, who was staying overnight, had long since succumbed to sleep, sprawled across half of Itachi's bed. Itachi gently patted Sasuke's head, whispering, "Sasuke, this is the last time." At Kakashi's home, the lights blazed. He had finally finished today's work summary. He planned to report to the Hokage early tomorrow morning, then tackle the endless pile of work. He also needed to find a moment to buy the latest installment of Makeout Paradise. At the Uchiha compound in Eiji's home, he gently wiped his blade, looking contemplative. Ever since activating Tobirama's sensory ability, few could track him without his knowledge. Not even the famed copy ninja Kakashi Hitaki could manage it. Beyond that, he could sense scrutinizing gazes cast down from the tall buildings surrounding the Uchiha compound from time to time. Let alone the evil Uchiha natives, even he was starting to feel unsettled by the surveillance. Could you blame the Uchiha for wanting to rebel? If he were the clan head, he'd have already flipped the table. As for Naruto, their interaction would undoubtedly stir discontent among many. Eiji placed his short blade back on its rack. In that case, I must increase my strength as quickly as possible, so these rotten old men will never dare to scheme against me again. The next morning, Eiji went to the police force headquarters and found Inabi, who was dealing with complaints from villagers. The reason for their complaints was strange. They accused the police force of not enforcing the law with a smile. Inabi gritted his teeth in frustration. You idiots were brawling in the streets, and you expect me to smile while arresting you. Do you want to die? If this were outside the village, I'd have beaten you so badly your own mothers wouldn't recognize you. But Inabi couldn't say that. If he didn't resolve their complaints, these troublemakers would cause a scene right up to the Hokage's office. And then the clan head Fugaku would get scolded along with him. The police force ninjas endured the berating for a while, finally managing to appease the two villagers. Inabi felt utterly exhausted. Looking up to see Eiji approaching, Inabi broke into a smile. Eiji, what's up? Eiji got straight to the point. Inabi, I'd like to borrow some of the clan's jutsu scrolls. Sure, come with me. Yesterday, Inabi had returned to the clan and reported his conversation with Eiji to the elders. Upon hearing Eiji's pledge of eternal loyalty to the Uchiha, the elders were overjoyed. They declared Eiji a promising talent regardless of what jutsu he used. As long as it could defeat the enemy, it was a good jutsu. Furthermore, if Eiji made any request, Inabi was to do his best to fulfill them. So Inabi agreed readily. After all, it wasn't his property. If the kid wanted to learn, let him. The two soon arrived at the storage room, where Inabi acted as a guide. Eiji, you know our Uchiha clan specializes in fire release, so we have quite a few scrolls on that. Over here are swordsmanship, this section is taijutsu, and this one is jinjutsu basics. This last row contains various other jutsu. Take a look and pick whatever you need to study. Just remember to return them when you're done. If you need guidance, you can ask the clan seniors to teach you. Under Inabi's enthusiastic gaze, Eiji selected 2 scrolls concerning jinjutsu and fire release. This will do for now. I'll look at the others after I've mastered these. Alright. Inabi nodded and led Eiji out of the storage room. I still have some work at the police force, so I'll head off now. Wait, Eiji called out, stopping him. I need to request some more explosive tags. Inabi agreed readily. Just a few tags, go ahead and get them. Inabi went off to handle his duties at the police force while Eiji cheerfully returned home to organize his ninja tools. Having been poor for so long, suddenly coming into a small fortune felt a bit strange. Stuffing a bunch of miscellaneous items under his bed, Eiji sat on the sofa to study the scrolls he'd borrowed. Let me see what other simple and effective jinjutsu are there. The Hokage's office. Kakashi had been waiting for a long time before Hiruzen found the time to listen to his report. As per regulations, the Umbu were required to report daily on all significant events in the village, allowing the Hokage to make necessary arrangements. Kakashi was well versed in this routine. Standing at attention, he began his detailed report. Hiruzen listened while smoking, his face expressionless. Minor incidents could be handled by the Umbu themselves. But when he heard Kakashi report that an Uchiha clan member had made contact with Naruto, his eyes widened instantly. And the one who contacted Naruto was none other than Eiji, who had shown brilliantly during the Chunin exams. Hiruzen's mind raced, conjuring various alarming possibilities. Was the Uchiha planning a rebellion? What did Eiji say to Naruto? He treated Naruto to a bowl of deluxe ramen. Hiruzen pressed further, and then Eiji told Naruto that a Hokage must bear the expectations and recognition of everyone in the village and must be acknowledged by all. That's it. Kakashi nodded. Then they parted ways. I and Tenzo followed them separately to ensure they had no further contact. Hiruzen's agitated mood calmed slightly. He had initially feared Eiji was dissatisfied with the village and planning to incite Naruto to rebel alongside him. But the meaning of his words didn't seem connected to rebellion. Rather, it echoed what Kagami had told Lord Tobirama long ago, about earning the trust of the villagers. Again, thinking of the possibility that Eiji had inherited Kagami's, a complex feeling welled up within Hiruzen. Kagami, I failed to take care of your clansmen. Please forgive me. At the same time, a bold idea struck Hiruzen. If it was just eating a bowl of ramen, there probably wasn't a need to bring Eiji in for questioning at Umbu headquarters, was there? Just then, urgent footsteps echoed from outside the door. With a bang, Danzo burst through the door. Hiruzen, we must take action against the Uchiha now. For some reason, the sight of Danzo made Hiruzen's temples throb. Whenever Danzo's characteristic gloom drifted into the Hokage's office, and he heard the name Uchiha mentioned, Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. With so many affairs to handle in and out of the village every day, why are you always fixated on the Uchiha? From years of experience, Hiruzen could tell that Danzo was about to stir up trouble again. As it turned out, Hiruzen knew his old friend all too well. Danzo ignored Kakashi, who was reporting on work, and slapped a scroll directly onto Hiruzen's desk. I have important matters to discuss with Hiruzen. Go wait outside. Behind his mask, Kakashi pursed his lips. Forced by Danzo's position, he could only stand by awaiting orders. The meaning was clear. He could give Danzo face, but not too much. Danzo, not one to quibble, casually pulled up a chair and sat down before Hiruzen. Hiruzen, you know why I'm here, don't you? If you speak any louder, the whole village will hear you. Hiruzen couldn't help but mutter. Danzo, there's no need to get so worked up every time the Uchiha are involved. This attitude of yours will only intensify the conflict between both sides. Danzo, however, was beyond caring. He waved his hand, dismissively cutting off Hiruzen's lecture. You must know about the Uchiha clansman Uchiha Eiji making unauthorized contact with the Jinchuriki. Hiruzen nodded slightly. Eiji invited Naruto for a bowl of noodles. Danzo stared straight at Hiruzen, waiting for more. And then, oi. What and then? Then they each went home. Danzo slammed the table. This was utter nonsense. What did he mean by each went home? Could the Uchiha just go home? He should be in the ANBU's interrogation cells. At that moment, Danzo's resentment toward Hiruzen grew even stronger. If he were the Hokage, none of the Uchiha would be breathing by now. But there was no choice. Lord Fei Jian hadn't chosen him. Danzo gritted his teeth. Hiruzen, you understand how important the Jinchuriki is to the village, don't you? Hiruzen brewed tea and poured a cup for Danzo as well. I understand. Lord Fei Jian once said the Jinchuriki is a vital combat asset for the village. With that, he pushed the teacup toward Danzo. Have some tea, have some tea. Danzo was in no mood for tea. He was nearly frantic. Monkey, aren't you worried that the tragedy of a few years ago will repeat itself? A surge of inexplicable anger rose in Hiruzen. Don't call me monkey. Address me by my title when working Hokage assistant Shimura Danzo. Danzo was always like this, usually appearing quite tough, but if the other party was tougher he would generally soften. He shed his cold demeanor and looked rather docile. Have you forgotten Lord Fei Jian's words? The Uchiha are a clan born evil, they must be. Hiruzen couldn't be bothered to engage with Danzo. No matter how much Lord Fei Jian targeted the Uchiha, he never thought of slaughtering every single one of them. Moreover, he promoted Kagami as his bodyguard, which said a lot. As for you Danzo, you probably feel uncomfortable just seeing a breathing Uchiha. He pulled out Ingxi's file and placed it before Danzo. Ingxi is a good kid, just like Kagami, not one of those dangerous Uchiha. At the mention of Kagami's name, Danzo suddenly paused. Kagami is dead. There won't be another Uchiha like him. Do you understand? What about Shursui? That. Hiruzen's words choked Danzo. How could he forget Kagami's descendant? Seeing Danzo silent, Hiruzen tried to persuade him again. Danzo, the matter of Ingxi must be handled cautiously. We cannot increase the conflict between the Leaf and the Uchiha any further. After a brief silence, Danzo stood up. No, hand Ingxi over to me for interrogation. If there's nothing wrong, I'll naturally release him back to the Uchiha. I disagree. Hiruzen refused without a second thought. He knew well the interrogation methods of Root. Ingxi was only 11 years old. If caught, he would either die or be severely injured. And if the Uchiha saw the Leaf treating their prodigy ninja in such a manner, who knew what dangerous actions they might take? This single incident could very well become the spark that ignites an all-out war between the two sides. At that point, who knows how many lives would be sacrificed in the village. Hiruzen, indulging the Uchiha like this, you'll regret it. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo snorted coldly and slammed the door as he left. Hiruzen, in a fit of rage, smashed his teacup, pulled out his pipe, and took a deep drag. Within moments, the office was thick with smoke. Hiruzen seemed to have forgotten Kakashi's presence, smoking incessantly, nearly choking him to death. Cough, cough, cough. Only when he heard Kakashi's coughing did Hiruzen remember that another person was still there. He opened the window and waved the second-hand smoke out of the room. Gazing at the Hokage monument, he said after a moment, keep an eye on Ingxi. Report any developments to me immediately. Understood, Lord Hokage. Kakashi was about to leave when Hiruzen called out, wait. About Naruto. He hesitated but didn't continue. Never mind. Go ahead. Back at Root, Danzo, equally furious, smashed an expensive tea set. Ryoma. Keep a close watch on Ingxi. If he dares approach the Jinchuriki again, arrest him immediately. And if he resists, Danzo gave a cold smile, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Then kill him. I'll take the responsibility. In the Uchiha compound in a small room, Ingxi suddenly sneezed several times. Which bastard is cursing me behind my back? For some reason, Ingxi felt a chill down his spine, as if an old man might crawl out from some dark corner at any moment and stab him. He put away the scroll and checked the time. Let's go get dinner first. After stepping out, he quickly turned back after a few steps. He slung on Shao Air, grabbed some kunai and shuriken. Most importantly, a small scroll filled with explosive tags. No matter who came, just watch me blow them up. At night, the lanterns of Ichiraku Ramen swayed gently at the street corner. As Eiji lifted the curtain, a wave of steam rich with the aroma of pork bone broth rushed toward him. Old man Tucci strained his eyes wide, greeting the handsome white-haired lad. Eiji scanned the shop, but found no trace of Naruto. He must have gotten his living allowance and gone off to buy a limited edition cup noodle. Eiji tapped the counter lightly. The usual old man. Double chashu. All right, please wait a moment. A few minutes later, a bowl of tonkatsu ramen was set before Eiji. The moment he took his first bite, his smile froze instantly. This made Tucci break out in a cold sweat. Could it be that his ramen skills were failing him no longer enough to satisfy his customers' palates? That would be truly terrible. In truth, the ramen was quite delicious. It was just that the members of the Umbu and Root lurking in the shadows made Eiji feel as though he couldn't even take his pants off in a restroom. Is something wrong with the ramen? If it's not good, I'll make you another bowl. Today's chashu, Eiji deliberately drew out his words, is absolutely top-notch. Tucci let out a sigh of relief and handed Eiji a complimentary drink and side dish. Eiji wolfed down the ramen, left the money on the counter, and swiftly exited the shop. Seeing Eiji emerge, the teams from Root and the Umbu followed close behind. Especially when they saw him heading toward Naruto's residence, their excitement grew. Ryoma was already contemplating whether to sever Eiji's arms first just in case he used some strange jutsu that threatened the safety of Konoha. Of course his eyeballs could be plucked out too. Lord Danzo was in need of those. Just as he was about to organize his men to surround Eiji, the boy suddenly changed direction and stepped into a nearby shop to buy a few skewers of three-colored dango. And then, he simply strolled back home. Tisk, this little brat. Ryoma was rather irritated. Even though he could confirm his surveillance skills were exceptionally refined and Eiji absolutely could not have detected him, he still had the feeling he was being played. Taking such a long detour just to eat a skewer of dango. Seriously, what a waste. Did he not know these men were still out here starving? Perched on a tall tree a dozen meters away, Kakashi and Tenzo swallowed their dinner for the day. A single terrible-tasting military food pill. No trouble meant all was well. When the shift was over they'd clock out on time. Nothing happening tonight. Time to hit the pleasure house. No wait. Just grab some late-night snacks and head home to rest. Over the following days both the Umbu and Root launched round-the-clock all-angle surveillance on Eiji. The moment he set foot outside the Uchiha clan grounds those masked men would lock onto him. Just thinking about it made Eiji's irritation grow. He kicked a small pebble on the ground. The stone arced gracefully through the air and smacked right onto the head of Inabi, who had just finished his patrol duty. Who the hell did that? Inabi, who had been scolding a street vendor blocking the road, whipped around. The police force emblem on his chest glinted coldly in the sunset. Eiji hurried over wearing an awkward expression. I'm really sorry, Inabi brother. Are you hurt? Inabi had been about to curse loudly, but the moment he saw who it was his face instantly shifted into a friendly smile. No worries, Inabi said, slinging an arm around Eiji's shoulder. Let's go grab some grilled meat tonight. My treat. Eiji was a man of principles, and one of them was that a free meal was always worth attending. And if the food was excellent, he'd even order a takeaway portion on the way out. Then I'll be sure to burden you, Inabi brother. Soon the two arrived at the yakiniku restaurant where someone was already waiting. The man looked fierce, also wearing the standard uniform of the police force. Tekka brother. Sit. Order whatever you want. Don't hold back on my account. Eiji scratched his white hair. You two said it, don't cry later. This was the most expensive yakiniku restaurant in the village. If he really went all out, Eiji would probably go bankrupt on the spot. Before long the grilled meat was served. Fat dripped onto the charcoal, producing a delightful sizzle. Watching Eiji devour the food like a storm sweeping through fallen leaves, Tekka and Inabi both gulped involuntarily. Has this kid Eiji been living too pitifully all this time? Inabi, didn't the elders tell you to deliver some money to Eiji? Did you pocket it? What nonsense are you talking about? I only embezzle from the rich. Then what's going on? Eiji's eating like he hasn't seen food in 8 lifetimes. Inabi scratched his head too. Whatever. He'd just make up an excuse and get reimbursed by the clan head later. Time slipped by as Eiji single-handedly tore through the grilled meat with relentless determination. Tekka and Inabi meanwhile nibbled on the complimentary side dishes and drank cup after cup of sake. After a few rounds of drinks and several courses, Eiji was mostly full and began listening to the two working stiffs vent their grievances. The police force work is getting harder and harder. It's clearly those people causing public disturbances, and in the end they still pin the blame on us. This month alone we've received who knows how many complaints about excessive use of force. At this point Inabi lowered his voice, glanced around to make sure no one was eavesdropping, and only then continued. Some people have already complained, all the way to the Hokage himself. Clan head Fugaku was even summoned for a talk. Apparently a few minor ninja clans who prefer to remain anonymous have jointly suggested establishing a supervisory committee for the police force. At that the two exchanged a knowing sigh, then raised their cups and drained them in one gulp. All three of them understood perfectly well. Summoned for a talk was just a polite way of saying an official reprimand. Just then Eiji suddenly asked, so what did clan head Fugaku say? He said we must trust the Hokage, that he would surely get to the bottom of it. He also reminded us that law enforcement should be carried out with warmth and so on. Eiji let out a soft "oh." That did sound exactly like something the fence-sitter Fugaku would say. If only he could be more decisive, the Uchiha wouldn't have fallen to this state. Tekka let out a derisive snort. Warmth or no warmth? When those villagers block the streets with their stalls and I go up to stop them, the guy winds up and punches me square in the face. The moment I reached for my blade, the brat dropped to the ground and played dead, claiming I beat him up. Tell me, what am I supposed to do? Inabi shook his head helplessly. And then there are the thieves, the robbers. When they get caught they bite back and accuse us. The victims who lost their things never bother to speak up for us either. And that bastard we arrested even claimed we forced a confession. Tekka and Inabi went back and forth, their grievances piling up. In essence they were saying one thing: the police force was simply impossible to do right. Usually they'd exhaust themselves working for hours only to end up being the bad guys to everyone. After a while the police force grew less enthusiastic about their duties, and as a result the village's security problems became increasingly severe. You who established the police force must protect the villagers of Konoha. That is your duty as Hokage. Side quest: resolve the current predicament facing the police force as soon as possible and eliminate the hidden dangers to the village's security. Hearing the prompt chime, Eiji pondered for a moment. Aside from stepping into the situation himself, there really didn't seem to be any other suitable approach. Besides, the police force also bore the critical responsibility of patrolling. With this as an excuse, wouldn't it be perfectly reasonable to go just about anywhere? With that thought, Eiji leaned closer to his two fellow clansmen who reeked of alcohol. I want to join the police force. At these words, Tekka and Inabi stared at Eiji as if he were an idiot. Are you out of your mind? Daohua and Taihua regarded Eiji as a brash youth. His sole reason for wanting to join the security department was to avenge their humiliation and vent their frustration. Yet now joining the security department would be nothing short of self-destruction. No matter how they tried to dissuade him, Eiji remained adamant. He insisted on joining the security department to broaden his horizons. The meager pay mattered little to him as long as meals were provided. Thus the two seasoned veterans Taihua and Daohua had no further arguments. He declared he would report to the security department directly the next day, earning wages on a daily basis. As for how many days he could endure, well, let him discover the treacherous depths of this experience himself. This incident cast a shadow over their evening, making the wine in their cups taste exceptionally bitter. Hastily cleaning up, they tossed a wad of cash onto the counter and left the barbecue restaurant. The owner counted the money and said, "You've overpaid." Then a silver-haired rogue leaned in with a flattering smile. "Use the extra for the finest grade beef to go." As Eiji emerged with the box, the Root organization members lurking in the shadows widened their eyes. "Lord Longma, he's out." Longma straightened his posture, fixing his gaze on Eiji, who was strolling about. He watched helplessly as Eiji entered the gates of the Uchiha compound. Damned bastard. Longma felt an urge to kill Eiji. If you truly adore Naruto, then go to his house. If you don't, we'll have to keep watch on you around the clock. Longma sighed and waved his hand. Notify the second squad to relieve the shift. Once inside the compound, Eiji burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha. Enjoying your stalking. Dropped dead from exhaustion. The next morning at the security department, Eiji swiftly completed the onboarding process. When the department members learned that the clan's prodigy had joined, they were dumbfounded, unsure what to say. The genius who defeated Itachi has actually joined the security department. What folly! This is utterly self-destructive. There was no welcome ceremony, nor any decent welcome package. Eiji received only a set of poorly made uniforms and a booklet titled Security Department Employee Handbook and Responsibilities Overview. He flipped through the handbook for a long time before finally finding the required function: patrol within the territory of Konoha village to ensure the safety of the village from harm. Daohua patted Eiji on the shoulder. Today just take a look around. Tomorrow I'll officially assign you duties. All right. Eiji acknowledged and left the security department whistling. As they watched his receding figure, the Uchiha clan members couldn't help but sigh silently. Alas, by evening he would probably be cursing his luck. Meanwhile, Eiji swaggered into the bustling downtown area. Just as Daohua and the others had warned, many villagers changed their expressions upon seeing his uniform. The vendor who had sold him tricolor dango the day before promptly hung up a sold-out sign. Even the young lady who had cheered him on from the stands now wore a complicated expression. She mustered her courage to approach him, only to be pulled back by her friend at her side. Are you out of your mind? That's the security department. They kill without blinking. Eiji was speechless. He ignored them and headed straight to the back mountain, finding a secluded spot to rest. Since Naruto had not appeared at the ramen shop recently, he would probably be gathering mushrooms or fishing in the back mountain. Sure enough, after sunset, a small blonde figure gradually came into Eishi's view. Naruto didn't know how to live properly. He often faced hunger. Even though the kind brother Eiji had treated him to ramen last time, he felt too embarrassed to freeload repeatedly. So he took his fishing rod to the river, hoping to catch some big fish to give to brother Eiji for soup. Little Naruto chose a favorite spot and cast his hook into the river with a splash. All that remained was to wait. Not far away, Eiji saw this as a good opportunity to approach Naruto, so he slowly moved over. Suddenly a chill swept over him. A sharp kunai grazed past Eishi's ear, embedding itself into a tree trunk and slicing off a strand of his hair. Uchiha Eiji stepped back. Kakashi emerged from the shadows. Eishi's brow furrowed slightly. So it's the renowned copy ninja Senior Kakashi. Kakashi paused for a moment, then recovered. So the Uchiha Sharingan can see through masks. Eiji shrugged helplessly. Besides you, who else in Konoha has white hair? Kakashi suddenly felt that the Umbu's disguise methods needed improvement. Eiji, why have you approached Naruto repeatedly? Eiji spread his hands and explained bluntly, I merely treated a poor orphan to a bowl of ramen, and now I'm accused of ulterior motives. And today, Kakashi stepped forward. It's not just to accompany him fishing, is it? Eiji chuckled and pointed at the security department badge on his uniform. As a member of the security department, patrolling is perfectly normal, isn't it? Theoretically, Eishi's explanation was flawless. even though he was from the Uchiha clan whom some deemed evil Kakashi held no prejudice. After all, he once had a close friend with a heart as warm as Ing's. Just as Kakashi was pondering whether to bring Ing's to the Umbu, Ing's suddenly reached his right hand into his backpack. Kakashi's pupils contracted instantly, and he instinctively drew a kunai, thrusting it fiercely at Ing's. Clang! Xiao Air's blade precisely blocked the kunai's attack. So fast. Kakashi was astonished beneath his mask. How had Ing's, without any preparation, effortlessly deflected his kunai? In Kakashi's mind, a new evaluation of Ing's had formed a prodigy who would surpass him in the future. Just then a book fell out of Ing's backpack. Kakashi nearly choked when he saw the familiar cover. Make Out Paradise, Uncut Edition. What's more, it bore the autograph of the great Jiraiya himself. Where did you get this book? Kakashi's voice trembled. This was the rarest edition, with prices on the black market having soared dozens of times over. Even so, it remained incredibly hard to find. Want to borrow it for a few days, eh? According to Umbu regulations, I cannot accept gifts from villagers. Upon hearing this, Ing's suddenly pointed at Kakashi's left eye. You've already accepted the most precious gift from our Uchiha clan. Why hesitate over a book? Kakashi's mind buzzed. What do you mean? He knew the gift Ing's referred to was the Sharingan from his dear friend Obito. After the tragedy back then, and even now, some Uchiha clan members wanted to reclaim that Sharingan. Could Ing's be one of them? Unexpectedly, Ing's added another remark. The descendant of a hero is naturally worthy of the Uchiha's most precious gift. Of course, the descendant of a hero should not suffer from hunger either. Kakashi's throat bobbed as the words, hero's legacy, struck deep into his heart. He watched Naruto fishing by the river, fragments of familiar memories flashing through his mind. After a long silence, Kakashi finally spoke. The Hokage will handle these matters. Eiji said nothing, simply tossing the book toward him. The instant Kakashi caught it reflexively, Eiji had already vanished and reappeared behind him. A cold sweat broke out across Kakashi's back. On a battlefield, he would have been dead by now. Meanwhile, Eiji had already reached Naruto's side. Naruto was wholly absorbed in the thrill of fishing, locked in a fierce struggle with a large fish beneath the water's surface. Ayot! The fishing rod bent into a deep arc, the line pulled taut, like steel wire. With a sharp crack, the rod suddenly snapped. Naruto crashed onto his back, watching helplessly as the broken rod drifted farther away. Oh no, my fish, my rod. He rubbed his spiky blonde hair in frustration, vowing to confront that shady merchant. But that was a problem for later. Right now, a more pressing issue loomed. He would probably go hungry again tonight. Just as Naruto was thinking about foraging for mushrooms, the water's surface suddenly began to churn. Several whirlpools materialized out of nowhere, swiftly forming into miniature water tornadoes. Eiji crooked his finger, and several large fish were hurled from the water, landing with a flop at Naruto's feet. Naruto stood dumbfounded. What was happening? Were these fish taking pity on his hunger and coming to offer themselves up? Just then Naruto heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Eiji approaching with a warm smile. Naruto's face instantly brightened. Big brother Eiji. He scooped up the largest fish and thrust it into Eiji's arms. Big brother Eiji, this one's for you. I heard this kind of fish makes an amazing soup. Eiji held the fish and sat down beside Naruto. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto's cheeks flushed slightly. This is the first time someone's actually thanked me. Big brother Eiji, let me tell you. The river water suddenly started spinning. Have you had dinner yet? How about I grill some fish for you? Naruto finally realized how wonderful it felt to be needed. Quest reward body art strange power. Your chakra control has become more precise, allowing you to concentrate chakra in one spot and unleash tremendous force. Kakashi stood at a distance, quietly watching the two of them converse. For reasons he couldn't quite name, seeing Naruto so happy stirred a pang of guilt within him. Naruto was the son of his teacher Minato. Minato and Kushina had sacrificed their lives to protect Konoha, leaving only poor Naruto behind. By all rights, he should have taken on the responsibility of caring for him. At the very least, he could have offered some measure of support. But he had done nothing. Instead, it was the ostracized Uchiha who had stepped forward, bringing a sliver of warmth to Naruto's life. Damn it, I'm such a failure. While Kakashi was drowning in self-reproach, Ryoma, hidden in the shadows, could barely contain his excitement. Finally, I've been waiting for this. Per Danzo's orders, the moment Eiji made contact with the Jinchuriki again, he was to be forcibly apprehended and brought back to Root for interrogation. As for what charges to fabricate, that would be entirely at Danzo-sama's discretion. Something along the lines of the inherently wicked Uchiha, refusing to learn from repeated mistakes, now audaciously attempting to control the Jinchuriki and stage a coup. After all, the pen was in Danzo-sama's hands. He could write whatever he pleased. Ryoma gave a signal, and his Root operatives sprang into action. With swift, silent movements, several masked figures materialized, sealing off Eiji and Naruto completely. Naruto, who had been threading fish onto a skewer, froze mid-motion, his wide eyes filled with utter bewilderment. So many people had come looking for him today. Uchiha Eiji, you are suspected of. Before the ninja could finish his sentence, Eiji's blade pierced through his chest. Suspicious individuals are threatening Naruto's safety. Captain Kakashi, I require your assistance. Huh. Kakashi thought Eiji had lost his mind. Even if you didn't recognize the people, surely you recognized the masks they wore. To that, Eiji could only say, don't ask. Ask, and the answer is still, I don't know them. Water release, water rushing wave. Eiji clasped his hands together, instantly summoning a rapidly ascending torrent akin to a whirlwind, which then surged forth as a sweeping wave, flooding the ground beneath. Under the immense impact, the six-man root squad was blasted away. Naruto, stay right here. This will be over in a moment. Oh, okay. Naruto replied in a small voice, clutching his stick and shrinking into a ball. Eiji vanished from the spot, with shower in hand, reappearing an instant later behind a black-clad ninja, struggling to his feet. Thud! The razor-sharp blade pierced through his body. The moment Eiji withdrew, shower blood gushed forth. Eiji, stop! Kakashi shouted in protest, but Eiji paid him no heed. With swift, decisive strokes, he dispatched all 6 ninja. Naruto had never witnessed such a scene. Petrified into silence, he scrambled behind a large tree, barely suppressing his sobs. Kakashi struggled to find the right words. Have you lost your mind? Those were. Watch out! Eiji shouted, and Kakashi's pupils contracted as the Sharingan beneath his mask spun wildly. What now? Eiji produced several kunai with explosive tags and hurled them toward a tall tree. Ryoma concealed their cursed Eiji's ancestors to the 7 hells. Damn Uchiha, you're all insane. Completely insane. Art is an explosion. Eiji bellowed as the explosive tags detonated simultaneously, the blast rattling eardrums. Fragments of rock sent flying by the shockwaves scattered in every direction. Eiji twitched his fingers, and a towering wall of water rose before him. Thud, thud, thud. The debris struck the water wall before harmlessly falling to the ground. Threat neutralized. Thanks to Captain Kakashi's assistance, I was able to protect Naruto. Kakashi stared wide-eyed, his listless gaze unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Not only had Eiji cut down several root operatives, he had also used explosive tags. You'd think he was determined to leave no survivors. And who helped you? I didn't lay a finger on them. At this point, Kakashi didn't know what else to say. All he could do was report the matter to the Hokage. Let's go, Naruto. Naruto, still reeling from the shock, stared blankly at Eiji. Go. Where? Eiji skewered several large fish and picked up the broken half of the fishing rod. It's dangerous here. I'll take you somewhere safe. Oh, okay. Naruto clung tightly to Eiji's sleeve. Kakashi wanted to curse truly. He couldn't fathom how Eiji could act as if nothing had happened. Did he not realize the trouble this would bring upon himself? Kakashi stepped in front of them. Eiji, you can't leave yet. A faint smirk curved at the corner of Eiji's mouth. Kakashi-senpai, is this how you treat an upstanding villager who just protected Naruto? According to the laws of Konoha, no one is permitted to kill indiscriminately within the village. According to the provisions of the police force, I must ensure the safety of every villager. The two stood at an impasse, the air thick with a suffocating tension. Time trickled by as Eiji and Kakashi stood facing each other, neither uttering a word. During this interval, personnel from various quarters, drawn by the sound of explosions, rushed toward the scene. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps approached from afar. The first to arrive were Inabi and Tetsuka, both members of the police force. Upon seeing the root members lying on the ground, they silently thought, good riddance. If only their leader Danzo were dead too, it would be even better. Still, having these people dead posed a bit of trouble. Eiji, what happened? These scoundrels dared to harm the villagers of Konoha. I suspect they are spies sent from other villages. Hearing this, Inabi and Tetsuka widened their eyes. Such a move, Eiji. You really know how to deflect blame. What about the villager you mentioned? Was he injured? Young Naruto peeked half his face out from behind Eiji. I'm fine. Tetsuka. Inabi. Dude, protecting a villager is fine, but who allowed you to get so close to the Jinchuriki? If Danzo finds out, he'll be frothing at the mouth. Well, Naruto is indeed a villager, right, Tetsuka? Of course. Naruto is not only a villager, but also I'm a blonde-haired villager. Then how about you take Naruto to get a checkup first, Eiji? We'll handle things here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures appeared behind Kakashi as well. Eiji come back to the Umbu for investigation. Then came Ryoma, who hadn't been killed by the explosive tags. No Uchiha Eiji must be handed over to Lord Danzo. As the 3 parties reached a stalemate, Kakashi's ninja hound arrived with a message. The Hokage requests to see Eiji. Hearing this, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Since the Hokage himself has given the order, you can't possibly disobey Eiji. Eiji, let's go. Don't escalate things further. Eiji's eyes darted around. Fine, but what about Naruto's fishing rod? He looked at Inabi and Tetsuka, whose expressions were as complicated as a pie chart. Thinking about a fishing rod at a time like this. Is he thick-skinned, or just unable to prioritize? Leave Naruto's matter to Tenzo. Then I thank you. Soon Kakashi and Eiji arrived at the Hokage's office. As they pushed the door open, they saw Danzo, furiously denouncing the Uchiha's various actions. Hiruzen the Uchiha are getting more and more outrageous. Today they kill root members, tomorrow they'll rebel. Danzo, stop saying rebellion all the time. Change your wording. Hiruzen, are you still unaware of the severity of the situation? Ahem, Kakashi coughed, interrupting their conversation. Lord Hokage, I have brought Eiji. Hearing this, Danzo turned his attention to Eiji. Uchiha brat, who ordered you to approach the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Was it Fugaku? Or is your entire clan involved in this conspiracy? Eiji pursed his lips. You're kidding me. Fugaku is still sitting on the fence. If he had the guts, the grass on your grave would be 3 meters tall by now. Clearly Hiruzen felt uncomfortable with Danzo's habit of indiscriminately throwing accusations. In such a sensitive period, one must be cautious in both words and deeds. Moreover, Eiji might have inherited the will of Kagami. Hiruzen believed that deep down Eiji still loved the village. Danzo, calm down. Calm down. How can I? Danzo produced a scroll densely recording Eiji's recent activities. Last week, Uchiha Eiji privately contacted Naruto Uzumaki and had a half-hour conversation with him. Today he met Naruto again. Not only that, he killed 6 of our root operatives and severely wounded Ryoma. These crimes alone warrant your execution. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe. He could somewhat excuse the contact with Naruto, but killing 6 root ninja was a serious charge. Could it be that Eiji had been assimilated by the radical faction within the Uchiha, turning into a ninja who sought to confront the village with force? Noticing Hiruzen's silence, Danzo assumed he agreed. Hiruzen, you finally made the right decision. Just as Danzo was about to order his men to detain Eiji for interrogation, Eiji stepped forward, half a step, staring straight at Danzo. Lord Danzo, what is your intention in slandering the police force personnel? Police force? Danzo only then noticed the police force insignia on Eiji. What of the police force? You rabble once nearly destroyed Konoha. How dare you? Eiji roared hysterically. The establishment of the police force was the will of the second Hokage, Lord Tobirama. Are you questioning Lord Tobirama's decision? Insolent. How dare you speak to me like that? How dare you question Lord Tobirama's decision? You accuse me of rebellion, but I think you, Danzo, are the one plotting rebellion. Danzo and Eiji argued back and forth, leaving Hiruzen deeply troubled. As for Kakashi, he wished he could find a crack in the floor and pretend he had never been there. These topics were far too explosive for a mere Umbu captain to hear. Sensing the situation turning sour, Hiruzen cleared his throat. Danzo, Eiji, mind your language. He turned his gaze back to Eiji. Eiji, what exactly do you intend to do with Naruto? Eiji sighed helplessly. I merely treated a hungry orphan to a full meal. Is that grounds for being accused of rebellion? Hiruzen fell silent for a moment. Eiji had suddenly raised the issue to a higher level, making it difficult for Hiruzen to respond. At that moment, the troublemaker Danzo jumped back in. Glib tongue. Was killing root members today also for the sake of protecting a comrade? Eiji nodded emphatically, as if it were the most natural thing. Of course. I saw a group of strange ninjas charging with swords for no reason. If I didn't kill them, was I supposed to let them kill the villagers? Bastard. Danzo seethed with rage. What strange ninjas? Those were my subordinates. Eiji gasped in feigned shock. Lord Danzo's subordinates attempted to kill Naruto. You. Danzo felt his head spinning. This damned Uchiha had a remarkable talent for twisting the truth. He was about to have a stroke. Lord Danzo, this is not my fault. Your subordinates failed to identify themselves. How is that my concern? Then he pointed at Kakashi. If you don't believe me, ask Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi hadn't expected to be dragged into this. Danzo glared at Kakashi. Did my men not identify themselves, eh? Kakashi hesitated, then said, indeed, I did not hear the root members announce their identity. He wasn't lying. Those people were killed by Eiji before they could speak. However, for some reason Kakashi chose not to mention that. Hearing this, Danzo was furious. Kakashi, you colluded with the Uchiha. Do you know how serious that crime is? Enough. Hiruzen slammed the table. Danzo, say no more. Hiruzen thought Danzo might have gone mad, snapping at everyone. Kakashi was a student of the 4th Hokage, a hero who emerged from the Third War. If he were suspect, was there anyone good in the entire village? As for Eiji, in principle Eiji was indeed problematic. But setting aside the facts, wasn't Danzo at fault too? More importantly, Hiruzen felt Danzo was going too far, having done many things behind his back lately. One might think Danzo was the Hokage chosen by Lord Tobirama. He needed to be reined in. As for Eiji, he wasn't yet at the level to be reprimanded. After much deliberation, Hiruzen made his final decision. Protecting the villagers is indeed the duty of the police force, but the methods were too aggressive. As for Danzo, attacking police force personnel without my approval violates Konoha's regulations. Then Hiruzen rambled on about various things. In short, the incident should not be blown out of proportion to avoid unnecessary trouble. In the end, both sides received a verbal reprimand. The 6 dead ninja were considered the cost of peace in Konoha. Eiji could accept this outcome. He wasn't yet strong enough to turn the tables. If things escalated beyond control, Danzo, that old schemer, might have him assassinated overnight. But Danzo couldn't accept it. He had expended much effort, lost several subordinates, and finally found a handle on the Uchiha clan only for Hiruzen to let it slide so easily. I won't accept this. Hiruzen, my men died for nothing. Hiruzen sighed. Give them death benefits. Submit a report, and I'll approve it. You? That's enough. Let it be. Hiruzen clearly didn't want to say more. Danzo snorted in anger and slammed the door as he left. Bang. Hiruzen, by indulging the Uchiha like this, you will regret it. With Danzo's departure, the Hokage's office returned to calm. Hiruzen remained silent, staring at Eiji. Eventually, Eiji felt uncomfortable under the gaze, wondering what the Hokage was plotting. You joined the police force founded by Lord Tobirama. Yes, Lord Hokage. Another silence followed. I see. You may go. Eiji acknowledged and turned to leave. He wasn't foolish enough to ask for permission to approach or take care of Naruto. If Hiruzen didn't say no, it meant yes. If it didn't work next time, he'd deal with it then. After leaving the office, it was time to clock out. Instead of heading home to rest, Eiji strolled to a fishing tackle shop. The owner was a shifty-eyed man. Eiji had checked beforehand. This scoundrel was a notorious profiteer. He overcharged customers and passed off inferior goods as quality. The police force often received complaints from villagers about this shop, but the owner never admitted it, and the police force couldn't act rashly. Over time, the owner grew bolder. Villagers who filed complaints saw no results and grew increasingly dissatisfied with the police force. Some even went to the Hokage's office to accuse the police force of inaction. Eiji tapped the counter lightly. Wake up, you have a customer. The sleeping owner, hearing the key words, jolted awake. Let me see which sucker has come today. He forced a flattering smile. What would you like to buy? Our fishing gear is excellent and affordable. Everyone who uses it says so. When he saw the police force uniform, his expression changed drastically. What do you want? Speak. Eiji's eyes flickered, scanning the products. I'm not buying anything, just looking. If you're not buying, get lost. Don't disrupt my business. Eiji blinked. How could this owner be so arrogant? Treating a police force member so rudely, he clearly wasn't a proper villager. Such a troublemaker needed a firm response. We've received complaints about you selling counterfeit goods. Is that true? The owner laughed again. You've come 8 times with this same nonsense. Each time they came all high and mighty, only to be chased away in the end. Kid, you don't know anything. My goods are fine. Say one more word, and I'll report you. Eiji's lips curled into a smirk. Is that so? Stop with the fancy talk. I'm busy, don't waste my time. The owner picked up a broom and began sweeping, trying to shoo Eiji out. What kind of riffraff is the police force hiring now? A kid like him? Does he even know anything? The owner grumbled for a while, then suddenly felt himself lifted off the ground. Eiji threw him out and sealed the shop with a notice. This shop is suspected of embezzling the pension of an orphan of a fallen hero. It is closed for investigation from today. The owner was stunned. What was this? A shutdown just like that? And when had he ever embezzled a pension? In Konoha, that was a serious crime punishable by death if proven. Brat, don't talk nonsense. I've never done anything illegal. Eiji sneered. A little blonde kid came to buy a fishing rod. You took advantage of his youth and sold it to him at 3 times the price. His parents were heroes of Konoha, and the money he used was the allowance personally allocated by the Hokage. Now do you understand? The owner broke out in a cold sweat, filled with regret. He knew the blonde kid was Naruto. That day, seeing Naruto's wallet, he had greedy intentions and sold him a cheap rod at triple the price. He thought Naruto wouldn't know any better. If it broke, he'd just blame improper use. After all, Naruto was an orphan with no one to back him. Who else to cheat? But who would have thought this white-haired guy would show up and then pin such a serious charge on him? Listen, honored ninja, let me explain. Eiji wouldn't listen. He taped the owner's mouth shut, tied him up with rope. Before leaving, he grabbed 7 or 8 of the most expensive fishing rods from the shop. These were evidence of the owner's crime. He needed to examine them carefully at home. He carried the owner openly toward the police force headquarters. Along the way, vendors stepped aside, both admiring and fearing Eiji. Of course, the admiration was for his handsome face and for standing up for the cheated villagers. The fear was that such a madman might one day do the same to them. For a moment, the vendors were caught in a whirlwind of complex emotions. Eiji took a detour through the busy streets before tossing the unscrupulous owner into the police force cell. This swindler has cheated many people out of their money. Interrogate him thoroughly. Mission progress updated. You successfully punished a dishonest merchant protecting the property of the Hokage's orphan and other villagers. Having such a dedicated Hokage serving Konoha is truly a blessing for the village. Mission reward: enhanced kunai throwing technique. Inabi saw Eiji return and quickly asked, so did that old bastard Danzo harm you? Eiji waved his hand. Don't worry, I can handle it. Good. Inabi breathed a sigh of relief. You're just in time. Tonight is the clan's monthly gathering and you need to attend. Anyone familiar with Naruto knows that the Uchiha clan meetings generally revolve around 3 topics. First, whether to rebel. Second, if they do rebel, when should they do it? Finally, Fugaku would wrap things up with a summary. Aisuke figured today's meeting would be no different. After a casual dinner, he made his way to the shrine. He greeted the clan members and elders, then took his seat at the very back. At the same time, he quietly scanned the room, observing his clansmen. The Uchiha were known as the largest clan, and every one of them carried an air of arrogant superiority. The man with the prominent nose in the third row Sakata was particularly overbearing, though unfortunately lacking in mental sharpness. He loved spouting nonsense about how he could use his Sharingan to change their minds and the like. In the end, not only did he fail to solve the problem, but he was also outmaneuvered by that old fox Danzo. That said, Fugaku bore some responsibility for this as well. If he hadn't been so indecisive all along and hadn't raised an abstract eldest son, the Uchiha wouldn't be reduced to just relying on Sasuke. As Aisuke silently offered his commentary, Fugaku arrived. Judging by his expression, he was in a rather poor mood. He had likely been called in for another talk by the Hokage. True to form, Fugaku brought up the staffing issues within the security force first. Everyone, the security force has been suffering from a severe shortage of personnel due to recent resignations. I ask that you go back and mobilize your relatives and friends to join the force. Before Fugaku could finish, a wave of sarcasm rippled through the conference room. Asking people to join the security force. Isn't that just sending them to their doom? I've been thinking of resigning myself. I get scolded endlessly every day, and I've lost count of how many times my family has been cursed at. My son's classmates found out I'm in the security force, and they ganged up to isolate him. Now he's begging to drop out of school. The barrage of complaints left Fugaku dumbfounded. He didn't know how to respond. If he couldn't respond, then he simply wouldn't. We'll address this matter later, Fugaku laughed it off. Next topic. He suddenly mentioned Aisuke's name. Aisuke, you killed 6 root operatives today. Aisuke sat up straight and answered loudly. Yes, Headman Fugaku. I was merely carrying out the duties of the security force. The moment those words left his mouth, the room that had just fallen quiet erupted into chaos. What had they just heard? Aisuke had butchered 6 of Danzo's lackeys. Awesome. Damn it, good riddance. Ever since Danzo rose to power, that old bastard hadn't thought about how to protect the villagers. Instead, he spent his days scheming against the Uchiha. Without reason, he would drag several clan members away for investigation. And when they returned, they were bruised and battered from head to toe. It was obvious they had been tortured. Fugaku, that big coward, would storm off angrily to demand answers, only to return with his head hanging so low it nearly touched the ground. Sarutobi, that old fool, did nothing, allowing Danzo and the 2 advisors to run amok. This had led to the Uchiha groaning in resentment whenever they mentioned those men. A few brave souls had even tried to emulate the elder Setsuna and assassinate the Hokage's inner circle, but words somehow leaked. Fugaku locked them in the confinement room for a month. When they finally came out, they were completely broken. This only deepened their dissatisfaction with Fugaku. Why are you so harsh with your own people, yet too afraid to speak up against those fools in Konoha? A paper tiger of a clan leader. But things were different now. The Uchiha's genius ninja was a tough guy willing to stand up to Konoha. Aisuke, well done. That was satisfying. Take me with you next time. I have a family heirloom poison. Smear it on your blade when you kill them, and I guarantee they won't survive. Did that old thing Danzo give you any trouble? If he did, just say the word, and we'll find a chance to get revenge for you. Aisuke's head began to throb from the noise. With so many people talking, he couldn't make out what they were saying. But judging by their expressions, they seemed to hold him in high regard. Aisuke couldn't help but blush. Look at the mess he had made. He had only wanted to complete a simple mission and had inadvertently become an idol to his clansmen. As Aisuke thought this, he nearly laughed out loud. Meanwhile, Fugaku, sitting at the head, felt a heavy weight in his heart. Ever since the Nine-Tails attack, the voices calling for rebellion within the clan had grown louder. Even if he used his authority as headman to forcibly suppress them, he feared those people were only compliant on the surface while dissenting in their hearts. This was evident from today's events. Fugaku had originally intended to warn Aisuke at the clan meeting to tone it down in the future. Who would have thought it would turn into a celebration of his deeds? He felt somewhat depressed, and Shirsue's mood was equally somber. Over the years, Shirsue had been walking a tightrope between the Konoha High Command and the Uchiha, hoping to resolve the conflict between the 2 sides through his own efforts. But judging from the situation today, achieving that goal was extraordinarily difficult. Shirsue suddenly spoke up loudly. Aisuke, you really shouldn't have done that. After he finished speaking, the room suddenly fell silent. The Uchiha turned around to see which traitor had said such a thing. Upon seeing it was Shirsue, the elders who had been praising Aisuke suddenly turned into vicious critics, furiously cursing at Shirsue. Uchiha Shirsue, what do you mean by that? Come tell this old man where Aisuke went wrong. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I'll beat you to death. Facing the elder's accusations, Shirsue was long accustomed. He could only patiently explain. Acting this way may bring momentary satisfaction, but it will only provoke suspicion and resentment from the Hokage and others. In the end, it will only bring greater trouble to the clan. After Shursui finished speaking, he was met with a chorus of boos. How can your mind still be so clouded at your age? Ever since Hashirama passed away, the Uchiha have lost the trust of Konoha's high command. Shursui, if yielding could get us what we want, the current Hokage would have been an Uchiha long ago. Fugaku slammed his hand on the table. Silence. Stop talking nonsense. Headman, did I speak the truth? Back then Madara-sama established Konoha together with the Senju clan. We weren't even given the position of Hokage, but at the very least we should have been made advisors. And now, after the fourth died, the third climbed back up. I refuse to accept it. One after another the crowd voiced their grievances without any disguise. Shursui felt quite helpless as he and the conservatives tried to soothe the situation. Unexpectedly, the two sides started insulting each other. One side called the other cowards while the other called them brainless. Fugaku tried to mediate in the middle, but no one paid him any attention. He rubbed his face in frustration. In truth, he had grown accustomed to it. They would calm down once they finished arguing. He glanced at Isuke, the genius ninja who had incited the conservatives and radicals to tear each other apart. Isuke sat with his hands tucked in his sleeves, as if none of this concerned him in the slightest. After arguing for a full 2.5 hours, both sides were exhausted and hoarse. So they laid down their weapons and rested their smoking throats. Fugaku finally had a chance to speak. He knew the meeting could not continue today, or if things went on like this they might end up stabbing swords at each other before nightfall. That's all for today. Everyone go back and recommend your relatives and friends to join the security force. Dismissed. Having said that, Fugaku left the conference room first. Itaka had just been discharged from the hospital and needed to return to change his bandages. After Fugaku left, Isuke also departed with the crowd. Arriving at his home, he found Shursui waiting for him. The clever Eiji could deduce with his toes why Shursui had come to see him. What Shursui sought was simple peace and love. Yet the clan grew ever more radical, locked in a bitter standoff with Konoha. Before long they might follow the example of their predecessor Setsuna and attempt to assassinate the Hokage. Shursui was consumed by anxiety, yet utterly powerless to change it. And so he came to speak with Eiji, hoping this rising star would see the bigger picture. Together they could alter the fate of the Uchiha. Eiji, brother Shursui, Eiji replied, offering a gentle smile. Shursui gave a slight nod. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Do you have a moment? Eiji grumbled inwardly. Truthfully, he didn't assure Shursui was cutting into his late-night snack time. Did Shursui know nothing of proper etiquette? Could he not bring a gift when visiting? Despite his irritation, Eiji invited him inside. He cleared away the clutter, leaving just enough space for someone to sit. Brother Shursui, speak your mind, Eiji said. Shursui didn't mince words. You must see how tense the relationship between the clan and the village has become. Eiji nodded, slightly humoring him. Seeing Eiji silent, Shursui pressed on. But you must also understand. If an actual rebellion were to occur, the Uchiha wouldn't stand a chance against the village. Even if by some miracle we won, both village and clan would be crippled and countless comrades would be lost. Eiji nodded again. I understand. Those who live in peace rarely appreciate its value. A flicker of surprise crossed Shursui's face at these words. From that remark, it seemed Eiji understood perfectly well. Then why had he been pulling such reckless stunts lately? Shursui took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Eiji, I need to know. Whose side are you really on? What do you mean, whose side? Shursui's brow furrowed deeper. Will you strive with me to preserve the peace between clan and village, or? Eiji let out a soft laugh. Foolish Shursui. Living in this shinobi world, still naively believing in peace. True peace exists only for two reasons. One side is too weak to fight and backs down. Or one side is too strong for the other to challenge, forcing submission. Of course Eiji wouldn't voice such thoughts. He knew Shursui was already siding with the Hokage. Openly opposing him now would only invite trouble. So he adjusted his expression, adopting a look of sincerity. Brother Shursui, of course I yearn for peaceful coexistence. My parents died in the war. I don't want to see any more bloodshed. Shursui suddenly felt a strange itch in his head. Wait, wasn't Eiji supposed to be a rebel? Then how did one explain his actions? Seeing Shursui utterly baffled, Eiji nearly lost his composure. No wonder you've made such foolish choices. Your CPU isn't exactly top tier. Brother Shursui, don't forget, my father was a student of Lord Kagami. He often taught me to cherish the will of fire. Shursui grew even more confused. As Kagami's descendant, he too had inherited that blazing will of fire. Yet he couldn't tie any single principle of that will to Eiji. Eiji, you? Shursui hesitated, then asked cautiously, we're alone now. I must ask, have you truly never considered staging a coup, taking the path of rebellion? Eiji's eyes widened. Brother Shursui, what are you saying? The Uchiha have always been part of the village. Coup. That's a dangerous way of thinking. Shursui felt beads of sweat forming. I never. Eiji abruptly stood up. Brother Shursui, I must criticize you. As a junior of Lord Kagami, how could you entertain such perilous ideas? I didn't what? Eiji declared passionately, afraid to pause for even a second, or he'd burst out laughing. I've long admired you as a senior yet you. Shursui quickly clamped a hand over Ingxi's mouth. Enough. Don't say another word. MMPH. Shursui, I'm going to report you to the clan leader. Shursui couldn't fathom how the situation had taken such a bizarre turn. If he recalled correctly, he'd come here to persuade Ingxi to work with him in preserving the peace between clan and village. And yet with just a few words from Ingxi, he was now the one accused of advocating violence. Then Shursui remembered something else. Ingxi, tell me honestly, when you approach Naruto, do you have any other agenda? Ingxi shook his head. As fellow orphans, I know how hard survival can be. I just want to give him a little warmth so he doesn't carry an indelible scar. Shursui persisted. Then what about today's incident? Ingxi pointed to the insignia on his uniform. I've said it 1,000 times. I was simply carrying out my duties as a member of the police force. Seeing Ingxi's righteous demeanor, Shursui found nothing more to say. By now he had come to regard Ingxi as a clansman who truly loved the village. From him Shursui could almost see the same blazing will of fire he carried himself. Ingxi, Shursui said, patting his shoulder gently. That's all then. I'll take my leave. Ingxi nodded, rising as well. It's about time for me to start my night shift. He strapped on Xiao Air, adjusting his attire meticulously. Protecting the safety of every villager is our duty as the police force. Hearing this, Shursui wore a gratified expression. To have such a peace-loving prodigy among the Uchiha was truly a blessing. Once Shursui had left, Ingxi could no longer suppress the grin spreading across his face. He looked like a warped-mouthed dragon king. Naive Uchiha Shursui. Despite possessing a pair of powerful Sharingan, he'd still backed himself into a corner. Ingxi let out a light sigh and began his patrol with Xiao Air in tow. At midnight, Konoha was utterly silent. As he pondered how to complete the system's tasks quickly, he found himself almost unconsciously near the memorial stone. Huh. Ingxi scratched his head. How did I end up here? About to turn away, he caught a glimpse of a blurry figure in the darkness. Ingxi stepped closer and recognized the man. Kakashi was wiping dust off the memorial stone while muttering under his breath. Obito, I met this strange guy. He's from the Uchiha clan too. I have no idea what goes on in his head. He gave me a book in that kind of situation. At that, Kakashi's face flushed slightly. Thinking about it, the one who gave the book was odd, and the one who accepted it probably wasn't all that sound of mind either. Not far away, Ingxi felt a bit annoyed. What was that supposed to mean? If you don't like it, give it back. Who returns a gift and then badmouths it? Ahem, Kakashi-senpai, speaking ill of others behind their backs isn't very polite. Tonight Kakashi didn't need to work, so naturally, he wasn't wearing his cat-shaped mask. He turned his head at the sound and saw Eiji slowly approaching. Eiji, why aren't you resting so late? Kakashi felt a bit embarrassed, having been gossiping about someone behind their back only to run into them. Amidst his embarrassment, a flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Could it be that his lack of focus had caused him to fail to notice Eiji's arrival? Years of combat experience made him involuntarily draw in a sharp breath. If this were a battlefield, he would likely suffer a great loss. Eiji stopped 2 steps away from Kakashi. It's my turn for the night shift today, so I have to patrol around. Kakashi let out a puzzled sound. Does the security department's work include inspecting the cemetery? Eiji thought for a moment. Why not? If someone were to resurrect, we'd need to report it to the Hokage right away. A crow flew over Kakashi's head. This dull joke wasn't funny at all. Ahem, Eiji coughed twice to mask his inner awkwardness. He looked at the memorial stone, and as expected saw the name Uchiha Obito inscribed on it. Eiji felt that Kakashi was actually a rather pitiful person. In his youth, his father had committed suicide, unable to bear the village's rumors. His friend Obito had died before his eyes, and he himself had killed Rin with his own hands. Later, even his respected teacher Minato had died. For any modern person, surviving such experiences without jumping off a building would be a miracle. And yet Kakashi later managed to move on with Guy's help. It was hard to say whether Guy's psychological counseling was incredibly effective or Kakashi's Dao heart was unyielding. Eiji asked, knowing the answer. Is he a friend of Kakashi-senpai? Kakashi's fingertips traced the stone surface. Buried here is my dear friend Obito. During the Third Shinobi World War, he lost his life saving me. We didn't even find his remains. Kakashi touched the scar over his left eye. In his dying moments, he gave me this Sharingan and asked me to live on with his beliefs. Saying this, Kakashi lowered his head. Even years later, he often woke up from nightmares. The deaths of Obito and Rin had become an inescapable nightmare for him. Eiji was silent for a moment. Actually, your friend Obito isn't dead. He's been watching over you from the shadows all along. Sensing the atmosphere grow too heavy, Kakashi quickly changed the subject. Why are you carrying a fishing rod on duty? This, Eiji showed it to Kakashi. It's a gift for Naruto. Kakashi took the rod and looked at it. He knew the brand. It was expensive, very expensive. Not even Eiji, let alone him, could afford it. A dangerous thought crossed Kakashi's mind. Stealing from villagers is a serious crime. You should return it immediately. Eiji shot Kakashi a sidelong glance. What nonsense are you talking? As a member of the security department, I always keep the villagers' safety in mind. Would I do something so unforgivable? That swindler had taken all of Naruto's living expenses. I just went to have a discussion with him. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Discussion? He didn't think Eiji was one to reason with people. His so-called discussion probably involved threatening the shopkeeper thoroughly. Eiji was still talking nonsense. After a heartfelt exchange, the shopkeeper voluntarily handed over this rod as compensation for Naruto. Kakashi couldn't listen anymore. You're just bragging. Do you think you're the Hokage? Voluntarily gave it. That shopkeeper must have been beaten so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Kakashi had guessed most of it and wanted to scold Eiji a bit. But Eiji was stubborn, saying if he didn't believe it, he could ask the shopkeeper himself. Kakashi was left speechless. Your shamelessness is truly. Kakashi-senpai. Please pass this fishing rod to Naruto. Eiji pinched the bridge of his nose. Whenever I get close to Naruto, the Hokage and Lord Danzo seemed to have objections. His tone carried a hint of sadness, which made Kakashi feel troubled as well. Eiji was indeed kind to Naruto, at least kinder than him. But why did Eiji have to bear the surname Uchiha? As a squad leader in the Umbu, he had taken on many missions targeting the Uchiha. At the same time, he knew that the Hokage and others did not trust the Uchiha. But weren't there good people among the Uchiha? His friend Obito had been honored as a war hero. Kakashi's mind was in turmoil. Eiji interrupted him. Kakashi-senpai, I need to go on patrol. Also cut down on reading those adult books, your body can't take it. Hey, I didn't. Kakashi tried to explain, but Eiji waved his hand and left. He stood there looking at the fishing rod, then at the tombstone. After thinking for a moment, he took out a piece of paper, carefully wrote a few lines, and then went to Naruto's doorstep. After quietly placing the items, he left just as silently. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen used the telescope technique to observe the entire scene clearly. Eiji, what an interesting little fellow. Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe, forming a new evaluation of Eiji. In his view, Eiji was different from other Uchiha. He always felt that when Eiji used ninjutsu, he resembled Tobirama Sensei, and his way of thinking was like his friend Kagami. If that were the case, could he also think like a Hokage, just as they did? Hiruzen thought that if Eiji could achieve this, he might become a bridge between Konoha and the Uchiha. The next morning the weather was clear and cloudless. After waking up, Naruto chugged a large bottle of milk and stuffed some random food into his mouth. His living expenses were gone again, so he'd have to go to the back mountain to pick some mushrooms to eat. He wondered how Brother Eiji was doing, whether those strange, menacing-looking ninjas had given him trouble. But Brother Eiji was a good person, he probably wouldn't be bullied. Pushing aside his doubts, Naruto picked up a small basket and opened the door. As soon as he took a step, he tripped and fell his backside, making intimate contact with the hard ground. Ouch! Who left trash at my doorstep? Naruto held his rear and grabbed the fishing rod, ready to throw it away. Wait, a fishing rod? Naruto's eyes widened. He noticed a note attached to the rod. Naruto, this is a gift for you. Also, the fish soup is delicious. Uchiha Eiji. Naruto was immediately moved to tears, his eyes reddening. During this time with Eiji, he had felt something called warmth. Progress update: Naruto genuinely believes you are a man of your word, a good person. You have acquired the passive ability Ninja Scientist. You can easily master and create ninjutsu that conforms to scientific principles. Eiji was roused from his slumber by an electronic chime. He bolted upright. Excellent, the progress bar had finally inched forward once more. And this passive skill Ninja World Scientist was proving quite intriguing. He hastily washed his face and retrieved the scroll that Anabi had delivered from beneath his bed. Scarcely had he perused it for a moment before he felt a deluge of knowledge pouring furiously into his mind. Deep Blue allocate points. Eiji resolved to test the fruits of his arduous training, so he took the scroll and headed to the riverside. It wasn't a dedicated training ground, but occasionally a few clan members would practice there. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The kunai in Anabi's hand struck the distant target with pinpoint accuracy. Noticing Eiji's arrival, Anabi approached and offered a greeting. Eiji, morning. Morning, brother Anabi. Anabi noticed the scroll in Eiji's hand. Essentials of Uchiha Taijutsu. He kindly advised Eiji, would you like to seek guidance from the clan elders? It would be more efficient. Eiji smiled and shook his head. I'm just browsing. Everyone's busy, no need to trouble them. No joke. Which elder could compare to the almighty system? Anabi's expression turned complex upon hearing this. This prodigious ninja seemed to be getting slightly arrogant. Anabi said no more and cleared a large open space for Eiji. Then he crouched in a corner, quietly waiting for Eiji's performance. Eiji took out the scroll and studied it intently for a while. So that's how it is. After reading, he began to practice. The first time his movements were not fluid, like a newly forged puppet with stiff grating clicks emanating from his joints. Indeed, even a genius ninja can't master something instantly. Anabi consoled himself with that thought. On the second attempt, Eiji seemed to grasp the essential techniques, his agile movements producing a series of rustling sounds. Anabi drew a sharp breath. No, something is seriously, even 13% seriously wrong. On the third attempt it couldn't be called fluid, but it was so proficient it was almost painful to watch. Inabi closed his eyes. He decided never to watch Eiji practice again. It was too damaging to his self-esteem. Several hours later Eiji wiped the sweat from his brow. Excellent, another skill acquired. Next was the scroll on Fire Release. Fire Release Great Fire Annihilation. Passive activated Ninja World Scientist. You have mastered Fire Release Great Fire Annihilation. Eiji was stunned. He'd learned it just like that after only a single glance. Meanwhile, Inabi saw Eiji's surprised expression and mistook it for him hitting a bottleneck. This brought a small measure of balance to his own heart. Just as I thought. No matter how much of a genius, no one can be a perfectly rounded warrior. There must be something he's not good at. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and Inabi felt confident again. Eiji, I know this jutsu. Want to learn? I can teach you. Eiji struggled to control his facial expression desperately, trying not to laugh. I don't think that will be necessary. Inabi spread his hands thinking Eiji was being a stubborn tsundere. Since Eiji insisted, Inabi didn't press further. He patted Eiji's shoulder and prepared to leave. Let him learn his lesson the hard way. I'm off to lunch. Wait a moment, Eiji said, holding up his blade shower. Senior Inabi, would you spar with me? Inabi readily agreed to Eiji's invitation without much thought. Guiding the younger generation was also a duty befitting an Uchiha. Even if his opponent was the genius who defeated Itachi, he was still young. Inabi, on the other hand, had years of hard-won experience and extensive combat knowledge. On that basis alone, Inabi figured he had already won half the battle. All right. Inabi drew his ninja sword seriously. Since this is a fight, I won't hold back. The moment he finished speaking, Eiji charged forward. The two blades clashed with a solid, heavy impact. Inabi employed the most direct method, relying on his raw strength to subdue the enemy in a single strike. As the saying goes, 1 with strength overcomes 10 with skill. Any intricate swordplay or ninjutsu must be built upon a foundation of power. Without it, those flashy maneuvers are meaningless. However, judging from Inabi's shocked expression, his plan seemed to have hit a tiny snag. He was using every ounce of his strength, yet he was still being firmly suppressed by Shower. Where does this kid get so much strength? I haven't heard of him having Senju blood. Brother Inabi, you said you'd go all out. Don't go easy on me. Inabi's face flushed bright red. How was he supposed to respond to that? He couldn't exactly say, your big brother here is already trying his best, so go easy on me. He was a descendant of the Uchiha clan, he had his pride. Inabi's concentration wavered slightly, due to Eiji's words. Suddenly Eiji pulled his strength away abruptly, and Inabi, losing his balance, stumbled forward. The red light in Eiji's eyes spun wildly as he swung his blade down. Clang! Inabi's head buzzed. His extensive combat experience triggered an instinctive reaction, and he barely managed to block Shower's blade. Eiji's strike missed, but he retracted the blade and slashed upwards. With a swift whoosh, the sharp tip tore through Inabi's jacket. Inabi leaped back, his eyes filled with wariness. A gash had opened on his chest, blood oozing out slowly. Inabi swiftly removed his jacket and made a makeshift bandage. Eiji, I underestimated you. 3 Tomo appeared in Inabi's eyes, and his kinetic vision dramatically enhanced. This was the oppressive pressure brought by the Uchiha Sharingan. In a one-on-one duel, if the opponent's Jinjutsu resistance was insufficient, they couldn't even look at him, let alone defeat him. It was for this reason that Guy had developed the strategy of predicting movements by observing the opponent's feet. Even if the opponent's Jinjutsu resistance was strong enough, the information feedback from the Sharingan still granted him numerous advantages. Passive activated, all abilities enhanced when fighting against an Uchiha. Suddenly Inabi noticed a strange phenomenon through his Sharingan. Why had Eiji's chakra suddenly begun to surge violently? What kind of mysterious secret technique was this? While Inabi was bewildered, Eiji rapidly formed hand seals. Jinjutsu, Bringer of Darkness technique. The space around Inabi was instantly engulfed in darkness. Is this Jinjutsu? Inabi channeled his Sharingan to its fullest. Before these eyes, Jinjutsu is Usul. SS. To his astonishment, even the 3 Tomo Sharingan couldn't break Eiji's technique. He couldn't help but want to curse. What the hell was this? Were all the moves used by young people these days so monstrous? Where did he learn this? The clan's secret scrolls didn't document anything like this. Inabi grumbled inwardly while sensing his surroundings. Even though his eyes were useless, he still tried to locate his opponent through the flow of chakra. There! Inabi shouted, slashing his sword forward. Then he was kicked flying. Without a moment's hesitation, he scrambled to his feet, only to be punched back down to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Inabi realized his techniques were useless. He could only take the beating. Brother Inabi, let's stop here for today. Eiji's voice came from within the darkness. Inabi was silent for a moment, then nodded. I lost. The moment he spoke, Eiji dispelled the Jinjutsu. Blinking instinctively against the returning light, Inabi looked at the white-haired youth. He was truly a monster among monsters. Thanks for sparring with me, Brother Inabi, Eiji said, sheathing Shower. Once I get paid, I'll treat you to a drink. Inabi's expression was complicated. Had he really served as a sparring partner? He felt like he hadn't even made Eiji break a sweat. How many more of him would it take to even challenge Eiji? At that thought, Anabe's aged face flushed with embarrassment. He turned to look at Eiji, who was already standing by the riverbank, seriously forming hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The moment the seal was completed, his chest swelled abruptly. Scorching flames erupted from Ingxi's mouth, instantly turning the river's surface into a sea of fire. The river water vaporized upon contact with the inferno, sending up billowing white mist. Daohua stared in dumbfounded silence at the scene before him. What the hell is this? Is this even human? He could not fathom how Ingxi had mastered the great fireball technique to such a degree in merely a fraction of the time. As expected, a genius is indeed a genius. Comparing oneself to him is nothing short of self-torture. After a long while, the flames slowly dissipated. Daohua even felt as though the water level had dropped significantly. Aside from awesome, Daohua could find no words to express his inner turmoil. Click. The crisp sound of metal hitting the ground shattered the silence. More than 10 meters away, Sasuke's ninja tool pouch fell from his grasp. His pupils trembled violently, reflecting the still smoldering scorched earth. Behind him stood Itachi. His expression was far from pleasant. It was unclear whether it was due to his lingering injuries or his shock at the sheer power of Ingxi's ninjutsu. Sasuke heard the suppressed coughs coming from Itachi. Just moments ago, Sasuke had once again begged Itachi to teach him the art of shuriken throwing. As an indulgent older brother, Itachi had naturally agreed. Thus they had come to the riverside. A short walk from here would lead them to their secret training ground. Who could have imagined that Itachi would encounter Ingxi there? Itachi's mood was rather sour. During their last encounter, he had been nearly beaten to death by Ingxi. That incident had given him an entirely new understanding of the phrase, genius ninja. Now meeting him again, Itachi was once more confronted with the terrifying power of Ingxi's fire release. He had originally assumed Ingxi had won only through tactical countermeasures. But now it seemed that even in a direct clash of fire release, he would gain no advantage. Ingxi and Itachi stood in silent stillness, locking eyes, neither speaking. Back then you didn't hold back your full strength, did you? Ingxi played with the bangs on his forehead. It was just an exam. Sasuke glanced between Itachi and Ingxi. He remembered Ingxi, the white-haired boy who had hospitalized his brother. You're the one. You hurt my brother. Sasuke lunged at Ingxi with a kunai, but Itachi lifted him into the air. Let's go. We're heading home. Itachi's voice was unnervingly calm, though his knuckles had turned white from the pressure of his grip. Huh. Suspended in the air, Sasuke blinked in confusion. But you promised to practice shuriken with me, Nisan. Let's do it another day. I suddenly remembered I have a mission to complete. Alright then. As the brothers' figures disappeared from view, Ingxi was bending down to gather the scrolls from the ground. Brother Daohua, has the owner of the fishing tackle shop admitted anything? Daohua shook his head, pondering deeply before he recalled who Ingxi was referring to. Not at all. He only claimed you were using violent law enforcement and threatening a distinguished merchant. He denies every single charge you brought against him. Ingxi stroked his chin. This ruffian had a tough mouth. Daohua leaned in closer and whispered, if it comes to it, why not just let him go? We still have to feed him at the security force. He counted on his fingers. In a few months the heating season will begin. That brat cost a fortune to keep alive in a single day. A flash of surprise crossed Ingxi's eyes. Free of charge. Daohua retorted, otherwise what? Ingxi slapped his thigh. How foolish, oh utterly foolish. No wonder these ruffians were becoming increasingly arrogant. Kept locked up with free food and drink, unable to be beaten, comfortable in winter and cool in summer. Who would be afraid of that? Forget it, let it be. If a fishing tackle shop theft case occurred tonight, the security force would break even. I'm heading to the security force for work, Ingxi. Good. Ingxi leaned against a tree to rest for a moment, then picked up the scroll again to study it intently. Tobirama's swordsmanship is incredibly powerful, and the Uchiha's taijutsu is well suited for actual combat. If these two could be fused together, would it be viable? While Ingxi was engrossed in his research, Itachi and Sasuke had already returned home. Sasuke noticed that his brother was acting differently today. As soon as they arrived, Itachi locked himself in his room. After a moment's thought, he decided to inform their father. Upon hearing the details of the incident, Fugaku formed a general understanding in his mind. He approached Itachi's room, entered only after receiving permission. Seeing his father enter, Itachi immediately sat up straight. Father. Fugaku nodded and sat before his son. Do not dwell on the failure from before. After all, Ingxi is a year older than you. For a ninja, that 1 year may well be the critical period for increasing one's strength. Itachi, you are a rare genius within the clan. As long as you train diligently, you will undoubtedly surpass Ingxi. Fugaku did not hide his encouragement. He had always held great hopes for his son Itachi. Fugaku believed that Itachi was the one who would restore the glory of the Uchiha clan in the future. In fact, Itachi's performance had indeed surpassed 99% of his clan members, until he encountered Ingxi during the Chunin exams not long ago. But that did not matter. Fugaku still believed that Itachi had immense potential that had yet to be unleashed. What he needed to do next was formulate a more comprehensive plan to help Itachi reach his peak. As Fugaku was lost in thought, Itachi raised his head. Father, I encountered Eiji earlier. He was training fire release. This piqued Fugaku's interest. And very strong. Stronger than me. Hearing this, Fugaku's brows furrowed slightly. He formed a new evaluation of Eiji. Since he had personally trained Itachi, Fugaku naturally knew the extent of Itachi's fire release. Who would have thought that Eiji was even stronger than him? After a brief moment of distraction, Fugaku comforted his son once more. Itachi. Suddenly Itachi stood up. Father, I am going to ask Shisui to help me with my training. Ah, good. Come back early tonight. Sasuke mentioned it has been a long time since you had dinner together. Understood, father. With a creak, Itachi pushed the door open and stepped out. It was not until Itachi's footsteps faded into the distance that Fugaku let out a sigh. The image of Eiji floated through his mind, a white-haired brat proficient in water release. Fugaku felt a headache coming on. Eishi's appearance had disrupted some of his plans. In the original plan, Itachi was supposed to demonstrate overwhelming power to catch the attention of the Hokage's council. However, judging by the current situation, they seemed to be focusing more on Eiji. Moreover, this guy had already caused some trouble for the clan due to the incident involving Naruto. Fugaku rubbed his face in irritation. Why had he accepted the position of clan head in the first place? He regretted it deeply, profoundly regretted it. While Fugaku was drowning in regret, Itachi had already found Shisui. To Itachi, Shisui was not only his closest friend, but also his mentor. Shisui wore a black tight-fitting combat suit beneath a green jonin flak jacket. The Uchiha clan emblem was embroidered on both shoulders. Upon hearing that Itachi had been deeply shaken by Eiji, he merely patted Itachi's shoulder lightly. Do not dwell on the outcome of a single battle. You youngsters still have a long road ahead. Itachi, both you and Eiji possess powerful Kekkei Genkai. You should train together and jointly safeguard Konoha's future. Itachi always heeded Shisui's guidance. Yes. Wait a moment. Itachi felt something was slightly off. Did Eiji truly wish to protect the Uchiha and Konoha? In response to Itachi's question, Shisui gave an affirmative answer. After that gathering, I found Eiji, and we delved into an in-depth study of a certain Konoha issue. Both Eiji and I believe that the Uchiha have always been an inseparable part of Konoha. In the future we should, no we must, implement the Lord Hokage's will of fire and its associated spirit, along with other rambling remarks. After an hour-long conversation, even Itachi was swayed. Could it be that Eiji is just like Shisui? Shisui smiled. Yes, Itachi. But lately the clan has been spreading some radical comments. That's precisely why we must uphold the Lord Hokage's will. Shisui took a skewer of 3-colored dango from a wooden box and handed it to Itachi. After you finish this, we'll start the special training. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The village of Konoha seemed to enjoy a rare calm. Itachi and Shisui trained in secret every day, viewing Eiji as the target they had to surpass. Even Shisui couldn't help but remark that Itachi was more diligent than ever. Kakashi remained the same reclusive man, wearing his mask and moving in the shadows. Only during his rare breaks would he speak a few words before Obito's memorial stone. Naruto had a new fishing rod and would go fishing and mushroom picking in his spare time. Of course, he never forgot to buy those limited edition instant noodles. Boss, I want this one, and oh, that one too. Naruto stood on tiptoes at the counter picking out the latest instant noodles. Rumor had it this was a joint edition between the Land of Fire and the Land of Iron, with only 9999 packs available across the ninja world. Once they were gone, they were gone. Of course, that was pure nonsense spun by some unscrupulous merchant to fool a fool. The samurai of the Land of Iron had no interest in such things. But Naruto didn't know that. He was still grinning because the shopkeeper was nice to him today. As Naruto pulled out a handful of coins, the face of Hiruzen, standing behind him, twisted into a painful mask. So this was where his pension was going. Ahem ahem. Hiruzen coughed deliberately. Naruto turned around, and upon seeing the familiar Hokage, his face lit up with joy. Hokage, long time no see. What brings you here today? Hiruzen forced a smile. The village has been too busy. I finally managed to squeeze in some time to see you. Oh, Naruto showed Hiruzen his purchases. Hokage, look. These are the limited edition instant noodles from across the ninja world. Hiruzen glanced at the noodles, then at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's sweat nearly broke out. Damn it, he just wanted to trick a fool, and now the Hokage had shown up. The shopkeeper's brain whirred like a CPU on overdrive. Lord Hokage, I can explain. Hiruzen dropped his smile. We'll talk another day. I'm busy today. With that, Hiruzen led Naruto out the door. Naruto's spirits lifted at the sight of Hiruzen. Along the way, he shared his recent experiences. Hokage, I met a big brother named Eiji. Do you know him? Hiruzen paused. I've heard the name. Naruto opened the door and led Hiruzen inside. Eiji and I is really good to me. Look, Hokage, this fishing rod, these daily necessities, and some clothes. He gave them all to me. Hiruzen followed Naruto's pointing finger and saw a collection of boxes of various sizes. Naruto's room used to be a mess, but for some reason today, it looked much tidier. Hokage Eiji, have a seat. Naruto pulled over a chair with a smile and sat down in front of Hiruzen. He was eager to share everything that had happened with Eiji. The first time we met, Eiji and I treated me to a bowl of noodles. You know what? Eiji and I even knew I don't like bamboo shoots. Eiji and I said I'm a remarkable ninja, but I think he's a remarkable one too. Eiji and I wants to become Hokage just like me. So we'd be rivals, wouldn't we? Eiji and I. At first Hiruzen smiled warmly like a kindly old man. But as he listened, the smile faded. Every sentence out of Naruto's mouth was about Eiji. In Naruto's mind, Eiji was the most important and kindest person to him. He even said Eiji wanted to become Hokage. That wasn't just bold, it was outright audacious. An Uchiha becoming Hokage, that would be quite a challenge. Or had Eiji inadvertently revealed something? Hiruzen couldn't help but ponder these thoughts. Hokage Eiji, are you listening? Naruto leaned in front of the Hokage, noticing that Hiruzen seemed distracted. In that case, I'll say it again. Hiruzen. Naruto rubbed his chin, thinking hard for a long while. Oh right, Eiji and I said that the Hokage is the most remarkable person, that's why he wants to. Hiruzen's expression brightened considerably. Hear that? A ninja from the Uchiha clan said that the Hokage, namely me, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is the most remarkable ninja in the village. Truly the masses have sharp eyes. Eiji was a good man, one who carried on the will of his old friend Kagami. Unbeknownst to himself, Hiruzen's appraisal of Eiji had risen to a strangely high level. In fact, Hiruzen even began to think that Eiji could become a true ally in every sense. They chatted for a while longer, and then Hiruzen patted Naruto's head. Alright, I have things to attend to. He took some bills from his pocket and handed them to Naruto. Here's some extra pocket money. Don't waste it. Hokage Eiji. Naruto suddenly tugged at Hiruzen's Hokage robe. Eiji and I is a good person. Please don't arrest him. Naruto had never forgotten that day by the river when those strange men took Eiji away. He had been waiting for a chance to explain it to Hiruzen in person. After a brief silence, Hiruzen hummed in acknowledgement. I understand. I'll handle it properly. With that, he left Naruto's home. On his way to the Hokage building, Hiruzen kept replaying Naruto's words in his mind. Eiji, he's a child worth nurturing. Hiruzen took out his pipe, lit it, and took a puff. If he could put Eiji through a specialized course on the will of fire, perhaps he could truly become a second Kagami. Like Shisui, he could become a vital link between Konoha and the Uchiha. Lost in thought, Hiruzen returned to his office. He took out Eiji's file and read it through carefully once more. How should he go about bridging the distance between them? Eiji was utterly oblivious to all of this. He sat in the restroom of the security department, yawning incessantly. They say that after starting work one feels like dying. Eiji was no exception. Every day was a messy heap of troublesome affairs, as if they would never run out. Today he finally managed to spare some time to sort out his current situation. The main quest concerning Naruto was slowly progressing. As their relationship grew closer, Eiji had received some rewards. Yet a new problem arose. Eiji had encountered Naruto again during his patrol. This little blonde even pulled out a box of limited edition instant noodles from his backpack and gave it to Eiji. This meant that Naruto truly regarded Eiji as a good buddy. But the progress bar did not increase. Eiji opened the panel again. Quest: help the Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto master the power of the Nine Tails and guide him onto the right path. Could it be that I have to become Naruto's teacher? That would be too thrilling. Eiji understood that his various performances had baffled the Hokage and the others. For now, they were willing to believe that he shared the same will as Shisui. But the Jinchuriki was a matter of great importance. Without doing something concrete, the Hokage would certainly not entrust Naruto to him. Moreover, that meddlesome Danzo would surely stir up trouble. Eiji grabbed his piercing white hair, thinking that he would eventually kill Danzo. After silently complaining, Eiji stroked his chin and began to think about how to fool those muddled-headed higher-ups. Just then a voice of cursing and grumbling came from the corridor. You've illegally detained me for so long. I'm going to complain to the Hokage. Inaho gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, if this weren't in the village, he would have already stabbed this guy to death. Hurry up and leave. If not for the clan leader's order, you'd still be locked up for another half-month. Knowing that Fugaku had let him go, the fishing tackle shop owner suddenly became inexplicably bold. Scared, huh? They must be scared. The so-called greatest clan of Konoha, nothing more than this. Why are you in such a hurry? You locked me up for half a month. Shouldn't you compensate me for my losses? He counted on his fingers. Look, I earn 5,000 ryo a day. That's 75,000 ryo for half a month plus mental anguish. Bang. While the boss was still counting, the door of the restroom opened. Eiji, holding Xiao Air, walked over slowly. Get lost. The boss glanced at Eiji and broke out in a cold sweat. He remembered this white-haired guy. He was the one who had arrested him. Just you wait. I'm going to see the Hokage right now and have him throw all of you in jail. After this outburst, the boss scrambled out in a panic. Tough talk aside, he was truly afraid that Eiji would beat him up. Inaho lowered his voice. What should we do? By now Inaho had great trust in Eiji. In just half a month since joining the security department, Eiji had fully demonstrated his abilities. So now whenever something came up, Inaho wanted to ask Eiji for advice. Eiji patted Inaho on the shoulder, signaling him not to worry. Then he walked outside. Summoning jutsu. After the smoke cleared, a pitch-black eagle appeared on the scroll. Xiaohei, go. Xiaohei nodded and vanished in an instant before everyone's eyes. Such speed. Alright, Eiji clapped his hands. I sold this guy's stuff earlier and made some money. Today let's share it. It's not much, but you can buy a bottle of sake tonight. On the other side, the fishing tackle shop owner had just returned to his shop to find all his fishing gear gone. Which bastard stole my stuff? His heart bled. According to protocol, theft cases should be handled by the security department. But he didn't want to deal with them at all. He headed straight for the Hokage's office, shouting as he walked, Lord Hokage, please grant me justice. His shouts drew the attention of many, including Kakashi, who was on duty. Kakashi was no stranger to such incidents. If a few days passed without any complaints, he would feel something was missing. The Hokage didn't stop them, saying he wanted to listen to the villagers' voices. Since the Hokage had spoken, Kakashi wasn't about to meddle unnecessarily. After all, it wouldn't be him who had to deal with it. So he watched as the boss drew closer and closer to the Hokage's office. Suddenly, a sharp cry came from the sky. Kakashi looked up and saw an eagle from somewhere. It dove toward the boss and with its powerful talons effortlessly lifted the slightly plump man. Then it turned in midair and flew toward the mountain behind the village. Oh no! Kakashi quickly formed hand signs. Summoning jutsu. After the smoke cleared, Pakin appeared before Kakashi. Find that man. You got it. Pakin sniffed the air and then sprinted off in a certain direction. Kakashi followed, a hint of worry in his heart. He hoped the guy wouldn't be thrown into the river and drown. When Kakashi arrived, the boss had already been dropped by Xiaohei onto a tall tree. Help! I'm afraid of heights. Kakashi shook his head helplessly and rescued the boss from the tree. Go back now. Don't come out for a few days. Seeing the cat-shaped mask, the boss guessed the identity of the rescuer. Yes, Ninja-sama. The fat boss scrambled out of the forest. His first priority was to buy a new pair of pants. Kakashi-sama, that eagle is nearby. Kakashi nodded slightly and followed Pakin as they walked forward. Sure enough, in the depths of the forest, he saw the eagle from before. And Eiji, who was barbecuing. Kakashi was speechless. Why was it this kid again? Eiji looked up and seeing the man and the dog extended a sincere invitation. Want some barbecue? This is fresh beef delivered today. No thanks, I'm on duty. Eiji shrugged. What a pity. Kakashi's tone grew serious. You shouldn't treat a villager like this. It goes against village rules. I just didn't want those annoying fellows to disturb the Hokage's work, Kakashi-senpai. You know the Hokage works very hard every day. I don't want to hear your strange excuses. No matter what, we shouldn't attack villagers. Eiji waved his hand. Alright, I understand. Kakashi sighed under his mask. Just as he was about to leave, little Naruto popped out from a corner. I'm hearing CNII. Smells so good. Oh my god. Naruto was startled by Xiaohei. The bird was bigger than him. Can I pet it? Its feathers look so pretty. Eiji glanced at Xiaohei. After feeding it a piece of raw meat, the eagle reluctantly agreed. Naruto reached out and carefully touched Xiaohei's wing. Then the head. It was common to see people petting cats and dogs, but this was the first time seeing someone pet an eagle. Eventually, Xiaohei couldn't take it anymore and screeched as it flew into the sky. Ha ha ha. Naruto held his stomach, laughing joyfully. Not far away, Kakashi watched Naruto, a strange feeling swelling in his heart. After watching for a while, Kakashi finally spoke to warning Eiji, be careful. You should know what I mean. I understand. Thank you, Kakashi-senpai. Eiji knew what Kakashi meant. Even though the current Hokage was relatively at ease with Eiji, in the current climate of friction between the Uchiha and Konoha, anything could change at any moment. Moreover, Danzo and the two advisors had always been hostile toward the Uchiha. Naruto carefully observed the mysterious ninja before him. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. I know who you are. I saw you by the river last time. You were the one trying to take Eiji away. Naruto said, shielding Eiji behind him. Cat uncle, I've already told Grandpa Hokage brother Eiji is a good person. Seeing this, Kakashi felt a mix of emotions. What do you mean, cat uncle? I'm your father's prized student. Well, it's good that someone is taking care of Naruto. At least Eiji is a kind person. I understand. With a whoosh, Kakashi vanished from the spot. For some reason today, he felt like visiting his teacher's former guards. Naruto, on the other hand, was overjoyed to see Kakashi leave. He didn't know who that ninja was, he only remembered that it was the same person who had taken brother Eiji away last time. In Naruto's mind, Eiji was as good a person as Grandpa Hokage. As always, there were very few people in the village willing to talk to him. Naruto returned to the campfire, staring intently at the beef before him. Occasionally, he wiped away drool. Brother Eiji. Moi. Just now Grandpa Hokage came to see me. Oh, what did you tell the Hokage? I told Grandpa Hokage that brother Eiji wants to become Hokage just like me. Eiji coughed dryly. You silly kid, why did you blurt out the truth? Hiruzen is so petty, won't he hold a grudge against me? Later Eiji heard from Naruto that he had inadvertently helped his case, and he nearly burst out laughing. Who said Naruto brings misfortune? This kid is amazing. Soon the meat was cooked, and Eiji frantically piled it onto Naruto's plate. Eat up, your hero. Don't worry about the cost. The police force will reimburse it. Naruto devoured the meat hungrily while Eiji grilled relentlessly with tongs. In the end, Eiji felt like he had been smoked through and through. After eating and drinking their fill, the two lay on the grass, comfortably enjoying the warm sunlight. Brother Eiji, can you teach me some ninjutsu? Naruto's cheeks flushed, as if a little embarrassed. When I passed by the training ground, I saw some kids practicing shuriken. I want to learn too. Upon hearing this, Eiji slapped his thigh. I've been waiting for you to say that. Hey, you Umbu and Root agents lurking in the shadows, did you hear that? Naruto asked to learn, not me. It's not like I forced him to be my student, so I could use that relationship to manipulate Naruto when I rebel. Eiji sprang up like a fish. No problem, from today on I'm your teacher. Awesome. Naruto jumped 3 feet high. Hello, Teacher Eiji. There was no formal ceremony. They simply established their master-student relationship. Eiji originally planned to teach Naruto some theory first, but on second thought, that would be a bit too difficult. Forget it, straight to practical training. Just do it. Eiji took out a kunai and handed it to Naruto, then ran to a nearby tree and drew a circle with a small knife. Relax your wrist like this. Eiji held Naruto's hand from behind. While Naruto and Eiji were practicing ninjutsu, Kakashi managed to get off work early for once. He contacted several of his teacher's former guards and invited them to drink at a small tavern. Obviously, they were puzzled by Kakashi's sudden invitation. After all, since Minato's death, Kakashi had never actively sought them out. Or rather, Kakashi had never actively sought out anyone. He had put on his mask and hidden in the darkness. What was the reason for today's sudden invitation? Naruto has gained a good friend. Kakashi suddenly blurted out this sentence, leaving Gunma and the others dumbfounded. Senior Kakashi, why bring up Naruto all of a sudden? Kakashi wasn't that old, but his seniority was there. It was reasonable for them to call him senior. Kakashi didn't respond, he just poured a drink for each of them. Come on, cheers. He downed the drink in one gulp. Gunma and the others looked at each other, then drank up as well. Senior, you mentioned Naruto's friend. Who is he? Uchiha Eiji. Gunma should remember he defeated Itachi in the first round of the Chunin exam. Gunma gasped. An Uchiha and the Jinchuriki together. He stroked his chin. This was unusual. Eiji is different from other Uchiha. He's a good kid. After saying that, Kakashi poured again. Come, cheers. The meal was soon over. They came confused and left confused. Even now they didn't know why Senior Kakashi had called them. At night, a tipsy Kakashi went to Minato's grave. Teacher Minato, Naruto has made a friend. Yes, it's Uchiha Eiji. Eiji is different from that Obito guy. He's a true genius ninja. He's also good to Naruto, sometimes treating him to a bowl of ramen with extra toppings. Behind him in a dark corner, a masked man appeared silently. Useless Kakashi. A black and white humanoid monster slowly emerged from the ground. Since you hate him so much, why not just kill him? No, he can't die. If he dies, he'll be able to see Rin. Sometimes Zetsu thought the masked man was a complete fool. This unique thought process was one of a kind in the ninja world. Even so, Zetsu didn't argue with him anymore. The life or death of Kakashi didn't matter much to them. What they needed were some helpers. The Great Moon Eye plan was too difficult to execute. Having a few more people was always useful. 2 years ago, you killed Itachi's teammate, awakening his 2-tomo Sharingan. If you give him a bigger shock, he can awaken the Mangekyō like you. The masked man nodded. Itachi is indeed a good choice, but I've discovered another promising brat. White Zetsu knew who he was talking about. Eiji, he defeated Itachi in the Chunin exam. White Zetsu once again marveled at the powerful bloodline of the Uchiha clan. It always produces genius ninjas far surpassing others. Of course, the price of power might be a slightly defective mind. That brat Eiji might be useful. The masked man raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. I just need to use a little trick, and he'll have nowhere to go. Oh, Black Zetsu was curious. What good idea could that pig brain of yours come up with? I just need to kill a few ninjas and frame him. In theory, this method would easily succeed. Because no matter what happens, that Danzo guy always blames the Uchiha clan. Then by deliberately leaving some evidence, Eiji will truly feel the malice of the world. After he experiences suffering, the masked man will appear at the right moment. Yes, a flawless, perfect plan. Let's go. A vortex appeared behind the mask. We still have many things to do. White Zetsu slowly submerged into the ground, muttering to himself before leaving. Are you really not going to kill that useless Kakashi while you're at it? Shut up. Don't you dare lay a hand on Kakashi. I want him to live in pain for the rest of his life. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Ming Rin and Ing Si spent every day together diligently studying the techniques of ninjutsu. Given that Ming Ren's comprehension might not be particularly strong and Ing Si had little teaching experience, their teaching method appeared rather abstract to outsiders. It was akin to how Ming Ren had taught Mu Yi Wan the Rasengan in the books. First do this, then do that. However, the advantage was that Ming Ren's learning progress was relatively fast. He could now throw a couple of punches with some semblance of skill. As for Ing Si's instruction of Ming Ren, which also included cultural lessons, the third Hua, Ing did not show any overt disapproval. Throughout this month she continued to observe Ming Ren from the shadows every day, meticulously recording every detail and reporting back to Rijan. Aside from feeling as though he was on the verge of burnout, everything else was tolerable. Gradually, the news of the Uchiha teaching the demon fox began to circulate through the village. On both sides of the street, small clusters of villagers huddled together whispering, "Hey, look, standing next to that demon fox brat is that white-haired guy from the security department. He's quite handsome, but it's such a pity he's mixed up with that demon fox. What a bad omen. I heard his name is Uchiha Ing Si, and he's apparently being promoted to squad leader or something. No way, how old is he even? I have a friend whose friend married into the Uchiha clan, and she secretly told me that Fuyu intends to adopt him as his godson, so that's why." Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in unison. Fuyu adopting him as his godson? Nonsense. Why don't you say Fuyu divorced Mei Qin and is now courting Gangsho-sama? There's news about that too. A tall, white-haired man widened his eyes. Who did you say is courting Gangsho? Zilai Yi gnashed his teeth in fury. He had only been away for a few days, and yet someone had already stolen his home. Seeing the newcomer, the villagers immediately shut their mouths and scattered like startled birds. "Hey, you bastards, don't leave." Zilai Yi rolled up his sleeves intent on giving those ignorant villagers a good thrashing. They should use their brains before gossiping. How could Gangsho ever be with Fuyu? That degenerate gambler was probably still being fleeced like a fat sheep somewhere. Just then, an Umbu ninja in a long robe came up behind Zilai Yi. "Zilai Yi-sama, the Hua Ing-sama wishes to see you." Zilai Yi clicked his tongue. Lucky for them. Soon he arrived at the Hoing office. The room was thick with smoke as if he had stepped into a celestial realm. Cough, cough, cough. Zilai Yi waved his hand, opened the window, and grabbed a few file folders to fan furiously. "Old man, can't you smoke less? Aren't you afraid of smoking yourself to death?" Rijan rolled his eyes and reluctantly set down his pipe. "Zilai Yi, do you even remember to come back to the village? And what's that thing on your head? Where's your Konoha headband?" Zilai Yi waved his hand, dismissively, looking utterly nonchalant. "Old man, you know that I'm currently bearing an important mission personally assigned by the Great Toad of Miao Mushan, to find the legendary prophesied child." Speaking of this, Zilai Yi grew animated. "Old man, let me tell you, over the past few years I've traveled all over the ninja world, big and small, and met all kinds of people." Rijan raised a hand to cut off the garrulous Zilai Yi. "Shut up. I don't want to hear it." If not for the fact that Zilai Yi was no longer a child, he would have given him a couple of good whacks on the head. As his student, Zilai Yi never thought to share his burdens. Instead, he spent his time visiting those big toads. If the toad's words were of any use, the ninja world wouldn't be at war all the time. Zilai Yi suddenly remembered something. "They say Ming Ren has gotten together with some Uchiha guy." "Yeah. Ing Si's father was a student of Jing, and he inherited the same will." At this, Zilai Yi suddenly realized something. Ming Ren is after all Shui Men's son. In principle, it would be better for you to take him under your wing. I think Ming Ren is doing just fine as he is. I have a heavy mission on my shoulders. How could I have time to teach a student? Rijan rubbed his old waist and knocked on his stiff neck. "I can't hold the position of Hua Ing for much longer either. You should come back soon." Zilai Yi shook his head like a rattle drum. "The seat of Hua Ing is too hot to sit on and I can't bear it. My lifelong wish is to find the prophesied child as soon as possible." Get out, get out." Rijan grabbed a scroll and hurled it at him. "Hurry up and scram. The sight of you annoys me." Zilai Yi caught the scroll steadily and gently placed it back. "Old man, take care of yourself. I don't know when I'll be back next time." "I know, just go now. Don't delay my work." Zilai Yi wiped the smile off his face. "Old man, take care. Don't worry, I'll live for a few more years." Hearing this, Zilai Yi's face twisted with hesitation. "I'll go hand over some intelligence at the Umbu. Bye." After saying this, Zilai Yi leaped out of the window and soon disappeared around a street corner. Staring at his vanishing figure, Rijan's brow furrowed deeply. In recent years, he had clearly felt himself growing old, but Konoha was now in a state of succession crisis. Who else could shoulder the burden of protecting the village? And the problem of the Uchiha clan, how was it to be resolved? He summoned an Umbu ninja. "Call Tuanzong and the two advisors. We'll have a small meeting." "Yes, Huang-sama." At that moment, Tuanzong and the advisors were indeed gathered together. They were still studying the Uchiha problem. Longma just sent over some materials. According to these, the villagers' resentment toward the Uchiha and the Rinju Li is growing. Tuanzong glanced at his two old friends. "I really want to know what's going on in Rijan's head. How could he let the Uchiha get close to the Rinju Li? Now he's even gone so far as to teach him ninjutsu." Xiao Chun gave a grunt of agreement. The teacher once said that the Uchiha are a clan-born evil. Even if Eiji seems to have inherited genes, well, who knows if he'll be assimilated by those madmen. Once the Renju Li sides with the Uchiha, Konoha will truly be finished. Instead, exactly. The power of the Renju Li is too dangerous, it must be firmly controlled by us. But the question remained how to control Ming Ren. Tuanzong had proposed an idea years ago: simply imprison Ming Ren and brainwash him into a war machine loyal to Konoha. But this idea met with fierce opposition from Rizhan, leading to a huge argument that nearly tore the roof off the Huaring building. Afterward, Rizhan even cut off funding to the root organization for half a year to show his resolve. Tuanzong had no choice but to back down, and the matter was laid to rest. Thinking of this, Tuanzong felt deeply frustrated. Despite being an advisor and ostensibly the second in command of Konoha when it came to major decisions, only Rizhan held absolute authority. Neither he nor the two advisors combined could sway Rizhan. He could veto anything with a single vote. Tuanzong said, "Both of you on this matter, Rizhan is being foolish. We three cannot follow suit." The two looked at him curiously. "What do you mean?" A dangerous glint flashed in Tuanzong's eyes. Rizhan cares deeply about public opinion. If we spread rumors about the Uchiha everywhere, can he still sit still? Yen and Xiao Chun exchanged glances. That's it. Doesn't sound particularly special. Tuanzong let out a cold laugh. What if the Uchiha, unable to bear the rumors, turn their blades on the villagers? And of course, if the Uchiha don't kill, we can kill for them. Yen and Xiao Chun quickly grasped Danzo's intentions. I must say, Danzo, you are truly ruthless. No wonder Hiruzen likes you as his black glove. You were born for this role. Thus the matter was decided. Just as the three of them finished their secret scheming, the office door rang. "3. The Hokage requests your presence at a meeting." "Understood, we'll be right there." Soon the four gathered around the table, commencing their second meeting of the day. The first topic was naturally the Uchiha issue. Hiruzen still believed that peace talks with the Uchiha were preferable to conflict. Furthermore, the next focus of work should be on nurturing the next generation. We must increase Ninja Academy enrollment and recruit more excellent teachers. This will cultivate more outstanding ninjas with the will of fire who will protect their comrades. And other useless matters. Based on past experience, whenever Hiruzen mentioned the Uchiha, Danzo would jump up and curse furiously. He would say they must destroy the Uchiha, leaving not a single breathing soul. But today, for some reason, Danzo seemed much more subdued. This puzzled Hiruzen greatly. Could he have changed his personality overnight? "Danzo, you seem off today." Danzo certainly wasn't right. His mind was full of mischief, and he hadn't heard a word Hiruzen said. "Perhaps it's just fatigue." Danzo made an excuse. "The village isn't at peace either. There are occasional skirmishes." Hiruzen nodded. "Then, that's it for today, meeting adjourned." When people are up to no good, they often unleash great potential. This saying was especially true for Danzo. That very afternoon, his ninjas disguised themselves as civilians and spread rumors everywhere. The rumors grew increasingly absurd, eventually claiming that young Naruto, trained by Eiji, had already learned to kill. The fishing tackle shop owner who had sold him fake goods was said to have been slashed over 400 times by Naruto and tossed into the river to feed the fish. The root members were also first-rate braggarts, and with such convincing performances, some gullible villagers actually believed them. They clamored to complain to the Hokage, demanding that Eiji and Naruto be locked up, preferably never released. Meanwhile, Eiji and Naruto remained completely oblivious to all this. They were practicing ninjutsu at their usual spot. "Well done. Throw another 100. Eiji leaned against a tree, sipping tea contentedly. Not far away, the little blonde was hurling shuriken like they were free with a rapid taka-taka. The shuriken hit the target with precision. Naruto glanced proudly at Eiji. "Teacher Eiji, I've improved again, haven't I?" Eiji nodded, stood up, and walked back a few steps. "Come over, have some water, and rest. I'll teach you chakra control in a bit." Naruto responded and flopped down onto the soft grass. Eiji collected the scattered weapons and began teaching Naruto the basics of chakra. "Now you need to try to concentrate your chakra in one place and keep it stable." With that, Eiji demonstrated the basic technique of treetop walking. This is a fundamental ninja skill, and it's essential to learn it early. After a brief rest, Naruto stood before a large tree. He closed his eyes, trying to sense what that thing Eiji called chakra really was. 10 minutes later. "So do you feel it?" Huff, huff, huff. Eiji walked over and looked. Damn, he had fallen asleep standing up. He put on a pained expression, but let it go. There were still over 2 years before the clan's massacre. There was time. He picked up Naruto, placed him in a prepared tent, and covered him with a blanket. This gave him the odd feeling of putting a child to bed. "Naruto, be my son." When Naruto woke up again, it was already evening. His stomach let out a painful growl, and the air was filled with the aroma of food. "Teacher Eiji, what's for dinner?" Naruto curiously glanced over at the campfire and spotted the long-absent Kuro. "Kuro, long time no see. Can I touch your feathers?" Kuro's pupils shrank. "The brat's here, time to flee." He swooped into the sky, terrified of being petted bald by Naruto. Stingy, what's the harm in letting me touch? Naruto muttered as he took the meat Inkse offered. Teacher Inkse, what will you teach me next, eh? First, master climbing trees. As for jutsu, I'll pick a suitable one for you later. Oh, okay. Soon after they finished their meal, picking up the garbage, the two shouldered their packs and headed toward the city center. Naruto deliberately avoided busy areas. There are fewer people here, let's go this way. Inkse looked up at the Hokage rock, thinking he might find a chance to use summoning impure world reincarnation on the fourth Hokage. He could directly take out the third and his cronies, saving Naruto years of depression. The next morning Naruto got up early. After a hearty breakfast, he grabbed the ninja tool pouch Inkse had given him and headed out. If Teacher Inkse is busy today, I'll go practice on my own. As Naruto closed the door, the smile on his face instantly froze. His doorstep was piled with garbage and scrawled with graffiti calling him a murderer. Naruto stared in disbelief, unable to trust his own eyes. In the past, people had only kept their distance, but no one had ever done something so extreme. As for being a murderer, he wouldn't even dare to kill a fish, let alone a person. Why? Naruto clearly heard his own sobbing. His first instinct was to find Teacher Inkse and ask what was happening. But after running a few steps, he turned back. Teacher Inkse has work to do, though I can handle this myself. To become the greatest ninja, one must endure what others cannot. Little Naruto silently put on his old clothes and carried the bags of trash toward the dumpster. After a long while, Naruto cleaned up the garbage, then climbed a ladder to scrub the paint off the wall. While Naruto was being framed, the police force was also dragged into the mud. A rumor emerged from nowhere claiming that the police force was colluding with Naruto in murder. The recent disappearances of villagers were their doing. Among them, the white-haired one named Uchiha Inkse was the most heinous, allegedly threatening villagers with force, extorting benefits, and even assaulting their beautiful women. I'll be damned. Inkse grabbed his sword, eager to go out and slaughter them all. He could tolerate anything else, but his current body was still a virgin. Besides, your daughter looks like a tiger tank. I can't even drive that. Inkse, don't get excited or we'll find out the truth soon. Inaho and Tekka comforted Inkse verbally, but they were also uneasy. Judging by the source of the rumors, the ones blabbing in the streets were all villagers. The police force had strict rules against harming villagers. Even if they brought them in, they could only receive a scolding at most. And he might even accuse the police force of using torture and framing innocents. Inkse, endure it. You'll get used to it. Once we ate a bowl of noodles, and some little bastard insisted I ate 2 bowls. Inkse raised an eyebrow. Didn't you cut your stomach open to show them? Hey, you little brat, you want me dead, don't you? Don't take it to heart, they'll forget in a few days. Asked Tekka. Has anyone in the police force not been accused by them? Whatever, let's go have a drink tonight. Inkse nodded. He had seen such cheap tricks before. It's just about exploiting people's love of gossip, and if they can't defeat you head on, they'll try to sicken you. But if you dare to sicken me, I'll deal with you. Inkse pulled out the police force files from his drawer and quickly scanned them. O Lord Tobirama granted our police force legislative power, Inkse said through gritted teeth. We must draft regulations to address this so as not to betray Lord Tobirama's good intentions. Sometimes Inkse felt that it was perfectly accurate to describe the Uchiha as playing a brilliant hand into a mess. Feijian gave you such a powerful weapon, but you didn't know how to use it properly. They couldn't even take down the Hokage, and on top of that they were bullied like dogs every day. But when Inkse thought of those binary-minded clansmen, he found it quite reasonable that things had turned out this way. Inkse was very efficient and soon drafted some detailed regulations. However, Inkse was just a low-ranking member. These matters still required the approval of the department head Fuyue. So Inkse handed the revised regulations to Fuyue, who unsurprisingly outright opposed them. Inkse, I know you have the Uchiha's best interests at heart, but don't be too hasty. Fuyue gestured for Inkse to sit down. Since the establishment of the police force, not a single word of its content has ever been changed. I also know that. Hey, where are you going? Chief Fuyue, it's time for my patrol. I'm terribly sorry. With that, Inkse turned and left Fuyue's house. Fuyue was unreliable. It was better to take direct action when the time came. He wouldn't change until pushed to the brink. The silence of the police force and Mingren's forbearance hadn't brought them what they wanted. Mingren endured even fiercer mockery every day, and the police force was demonized as a bomb-threatening Konoha. The mastermind behind all this, Tuanzang, was very pleased. He felt it was almost time. He just needed to add one more log to the fire, and the madmen of the Uchiha clan would take up their swords and storm the Hokage's office. Then waiting for them would be the ninjas lying in ambush. At Tuanzang's behest, Longma, who had narrowly escaped death, sought out the Uchiha clan head Uchiha Fuyue. Chief Fuyue, in light of the recent rumors in the village, Lord Tuanzang would like you to come and explain. Fuyue's broad face twisted into a grimace. The Uchiha from top to bottom hated Tuanzang with a gnashing of teeth. After the Nine-Tails incident, it was this man who had moved them to this godforsaken corner and gave them a demeaning job that even a dog would refuse. Furthermore, Fuyue had reason to suspect that Tuanzang dreamed of slaughtering their entire clan. Forcing down his fury, Fuyue said calmly, since Lord Tuanzang knows it's a rumor, what need is there for an explanation? Longma shook his head gently. Please go, Lord Fuyue. Some matters are best clarified face to face. Fuyue hesitated. Longma lowered his voice. Chief Fuyue, please don't make this difficult for me. You wouldn't want to be accused of armed resistance, would you? And so Fuyue caved. He followed Longma to the root organization and met the person he never wanted to see in his life. Lord Tuanzang. Tuanzang slowly emerged from the shadows with a look of disdain for everything. What do you have to say about the rumors circulating in the village? Fuyue naturally knew what Tuanzang was referring to. Lord Tuanzang, the Uchiha, have absolutely no other intentions. Even Ingxi's contact with Mingren was approved by the Hokage. As for the allegations of murder, they are utterly baseless. Tuanzang cast a subtle glance at Fuyue. Flustered, he was flustered. He took out several forged letters of accusation and showed them to Fuyue. I advise you to confess honestly. If I had no evidence, I wouldn't have brought you here. Fuyue clenched his fists. Damn you, Tuanzang. You have no evidence at all. I know what the clansmen do every day far better than you do. Not to mention murder. Even if you went and beat them badly, they wouldn't dare to fight back now. Isn't Tuanzang just bullying the honest? Lord Tuanzang, I can assure you, absolutely not. Not a single one. Not a single one. Tuanzang suddenly forced a smile uglier than tears. If that's the case, then please return, Chief. Hearing this, Fuyue breathed a sigh of relief, having passed another hurdle. Unexpectedly, Tuanzang's next words nearly drove Fuyue into a rage. To clear the Uchiha clan of suspicion, every clan member must come to me for routine questioning. Chief Fuyue, you have no objection, do you? The red gleam in Fuyue's eyes flickered madly, then quickly dimmed. I will talk to the clansmen. Tuanzang nodded in satisfaction. This clan head was indeed as cowardly as ever. In that case, why not start with your 2 sons and your wife? Fuyue's head buzzed. He looked up, glaring at Tuanzang with fury. What do these matters have to do with them? 2 children and a woman with no combat ability. Tuanzang tapped the table lightly. Without children and women, they can still pick up a blade and kill. You. Fuyue gritted his teeth nearly to the point of breaking. Lord Tuanzang, my family are not murderers. Who knows? Tuanzang pointed at Fuyue. Have them come to root before tomorrow morning. With that, Tuanzang waved his hand. Go now, I have things to attend to. Fuyue's head was ringing, a series of terrifying thoughts flashing through his mind. What questioning? Tuanzang was driving them to their deaths. All along, the Uchiha had endured the unreasonable demands of Konoha, just to gain peace. But these forbearances seemed like weakness in Tuanzang's eyes. And indeed they were weak. Fuyue knew that if Elder Shana were still alive and learned of this news, he would definitely, like the time he attempted to assassinate Feijin, take up his blade and chop down Tuanzang. He trudged back to the clan grounds and saw the anxious faces of the clansmen. When they saw Fuyue return, they all surged forward. Chief, what happened? Did they give you trouble? That masked guy is Tuanzang's subordinate, isn't he? Did Tuanzang make another outrageous demand? Everyone spoke at once, making Fuyue's head ache. He hesitated for a moment. It's nothing. I have some matters to attend to. I'll be going. After saying that, Fuyue left the crowd and walked toward his home. Not far away, Ingxi leaned against a tree, holding Shower in his arms. From their conversation, Ingxi could roughly guess what had happened. Another mess of Tuanzang's making. Whether it was or not, if you didn't know who did it, just blame Tuanzang. That being the case, he would go teach Mingren some ninjutsu first. That afternoon, Mingren and Ingxi met. Ingxi-sensei, Mingren hugged Ingxi's leg. I don't want to practice today. Let me treat you to a bowl of ramen. Ingxi patted Mingren's head. Okay. Mingren walked ahead, continuously leading Ingxi toward remote paths. Ingxi pondered for a moment and found it strange. So he secretly used the shadow clone technique, sending a clone to check Mingren's home. After receiving the clone's report, Ingxi had guessed most of the situation. Inherently evil Shimura Tuanzang, it seems I must personally. At that moment, several fierce-looking villagers emerged from nowhere, pointing at Mingren and Ingxi and muttering. 2 murderers, get out of Konoha. Konoha doesn't welcome you. Die. A life for a life, the demon fox must die. Naruto retreated half a step, his face filled with confusion as he said, I didn't kill anyone. You've got the wrong person. It's you, murderer. And that white-haired bastard, the fox demon, must have been instigated by you. Someone grabbed a basket of eggs and hurled it toward them. Ingxi moved his fingers and a 3-meter-high water wall materialized before him. He squinted his eyes. These were no ordinary villagers. From their bodies, Ingxi sensed fluctuations of chakra. He understood. This was Danzo's doing. Ingxi had no intention of dealing with them, but since these worthless scum delivered themselves, it would be a shame not to give them a beating. He suddenly stepped forward, and before the other could react, he shoved a detonating tag into his hand. Run. This spy has a detonating tag. He's going to destroy the street. At these words, the onlookers scattered faster than rabbits. No kidding. That was a detonating tag. Not to mention them, even a jonin would be in trouble if hit by it. The cannon fodder disguised as villagers hadn't reacted yet. Wait, now I'm a spy. No, I'm from Dan. Smack. Ing-Si punched him to the ground and sealed his chakra. According to the security department regulations, no member is allowed to use lethal weapons like detonating tags against villagers in public. Anyone violating the above regulations is subject to the use of force by security department members. With that, Ing-Si raised his fists and gave the troublemakers a thorough beating. These fellows were nothing but a rabble used for dirty work. They weren't even formally enlisted in the root organization. At best, they were subcontractors of subcontractors. While Ing-Si was pummeling them, the other team of ninjas watching from the sidelines was dumbfounded. According to the original plan, Ing-Si was supposed to kill these villagers, giving them a reason to arrest him. If he dared to resist, it would be branded as a rebellion by the Uchiha clan and the Jinchuriki. They all had to die. But now, there seemed to be no excuse to intervene. As they deliberated, a ninja disguised as a villager finally couldn't take it anymore. He seized the moment and bolted. Just as Ing-Si was about to draw his blade, Naruto hurled a kunai with precision. The kunai struck his back. He struggled to his feet only to be slapped twice by a Nabi who had rushed over. Stay still or I'll kill you. Ing-Si gave Naruto a thumbs up. Nice shot. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then grinned. The third Hokage once said that to become Hokage you must protect everyone in the village. Naruto had truly been indoctrinated by Hiruzen. Naruto finally realized today that he doesn't always have to be the one protected. He can also become someone who protects others. Mission reward: Flying Thunder God technique. Holy shit. Ing-Si nearly leaped into the air. Finally a decent skill has come my way. With this, whether I can win or not, at least I won't die easily. Ing-Si sent someone to escort Naruto home, and then rushed back to the security department without a moment's pause. Without a word, he launched a fierce barrage of punches at them. Murder, huh? Causing trouble, huh? Slandering the hero's descendant, huh? Having fun, huh? With each sentence, the ninjas took several more blows. Even Inabi and Tetsuka couldn't bear to watch anymore. Enough, any more and they'll die. They pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure out what Ing-Si was really made of. Knowing those bastards had detonating tags, they still didn't run, but instead risked their lives to rush in. What idiots. For a measly salary each month, why risk your life? If it had blown up, it wouldn't have been their home anyway. They'd have one less street to patrol in the future, and when it was rebuilt, they could skim some benefits. It was a good thing, so why couldn't Ing-Si understand? He was still young, not as savvy as them, the old foxes. They pacified Ing-Si, thinking they'd have to teach him the proper way to slack off on the job. Meanwhile, Fugaku was hastily getting dressed. Upon learning that Ing-Si had caused a major disturbance in the downtown area, he was on the verge of resigning as clan leader. What the hell was this kid trying to do? The Danzo matter wasn't resolved yet, and now he pulls this stunt. Fugaku had always thought of himself as walking on thin ice. At this rate, forget about reaching the other shore. He'd plunge right into the water and drown. Father, what's wrong? Itachi stood at the doorway, a look of concern on his face. There's a problem at the security department. Stay home with Sasuke, and don't go anywhere without my orders. Understood, father. And Fugaku hesitated for a long time. He hadn't yet told his family about Danzo's actions. Father, Itachi hurried forward. Please give your orders. Never mind, we'll talk when I get back. Itachi's mind raced. Since it involved the security department, it must be related to Ing-Si. Could he have done something unusual that might provoke the village's suspicion? Wait, no. Brother Shursui said Ing-Si was just like him, a clan member full of love. How could he do such things? Itachi was utterly baffled. Meanwhile, Fugaku arrived at the security department. As soon as he entered the interrogation room, a strong smell of blood hit him. Ing-Si, what is the meaning of this? After hearing Ing-Si's explanation, Fugaku still didn't show any sign of joy. You're telling me these people are spies from enemy villages carrying detonating tags and planning to blow up Konoha along with themselves? That's right, clan leader Fugaku. These people are too dangerous. We must report to the Hokage immediately. Fugaku rubbed his face in irritation. Right my ass, he thought. According to the report, each of these people carried 700 or 800 detonating tags, yet not a single scroll was found on them. How did they bring them in? Were the patrol squads of Konoha blind? Fugaku gave Ing-Si a signal to follow him to the break room. He closed the door and lowered his voice. Ing-Si, do you have any idea what you're doing? Clan leader Fugaku, I am fulfilling my duty as a member of the security department. I'm not asking about that. Tell me honestly, is there any hidden truth here? Ing-Si hesitated for a moment. Maybe there is. Upon hearing this, Fugaku broke into a sweat. If the hidden truth meant Ing-Si had fabricated evidence, then the trouble would be enormous. Speak quickly. Clan leader Fugaku, I think it's impossible for just a few small fry like them to infiltrate Konoha. There might be a spy within the village. Ing-Si raised his right index finger, pointing upward. The higher-ups might. How dare you? Fugaku's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Don't think that just because you have some connection to Senior Kagami, you can spout nonsense here. If this gets out, all of us Uchiha will die. Ing-Si shrugged helplessly. Who did this guy take after being so jumpy? After a brief silence, Fugaku regained his composure. Can you find any information on these people? No. I see. Handle this matter yourself. I'm leaving. With that, Fugaku left the security department. Ingsi clearly saw a hint of reluctance on Fugaku's face. Wait, you old bastard, don't tell me you're planning to throw me under the bus if something goes wrong. You really are something, Fugaku. So everyone except your youngest son is expendable, huh? No wonder you got yourself killed. After cursing Fugaku in his mind, Ingsi returned to the interrogation room. He gave each of them another punch, and the ninjas finally fell unconscious. After finishing, Ingsi wiped the blood off his hands. He picked up a pen and carefully wrote the action report. During tonight's patrol, several dangerous individuals carrying large amounts of detonating tags were apprehended. After investigation, it was confirmed that all 7 were from outside the village using false identities to blend into the crowd and spread rumors. Today, they even incited villagers to attack security department personnel and a 4-year-old child. To ensure the safety of the villagers, the security department was forced to resort to physical means. Aside from the police force personnel, there was not a single casualty. After an overnight investigation, there is now reason to suspect that this malevolent enemy force incited the villagers, attempting to shake the foundation of the police force system established by the Second Hokage Tobirama Senju. Their goal is to weaken our internal defenses, seize the Jinchuriki amidst the chaos, and achieve the objective of conquering Konoha. Eiji put down his pen. I'll keep it simple, a report writing isn't my forte. Beside him, Inabi and Tetsuka looked at him with admiration. Eiji, I want to learn how to write reports. That same evening, Eiji's work report was delivered into Hiruzen's hands. He read it carefully 3 times. He recognized every word, but how was it that he couldn't understand the meaning when they were strung together? How had so many spies managed to infiltrate so smoothly? And why were these spies not acting in secret, but instead flaunting themselves so openly? Hiruzen felt something was off, yet he couldn't quite articulate what was wrong. If he had to put a finger on it, it was that Eiji was suspiciously righteous. According to the eyewitnesses, after those spies were exposed, they held up explosive tags, preparing for a grand fireworks display. In that moment of extreme peril, while everyone else ducked for cover, Eiji alone charged forward without hesitation. He engaged them in a fierce battle, ultimately protecting the property of Konoha's citizens. Of course, those men nearly got beaten to death by Eiji on the spot. He dislocated their joints right there in the street. If not for the children present, he probably would have just stabbed them dead on the spot. The last white-haired man known for such outward ferocity was his teacher, Tobirama. Tisk tisk, why am I associating these two again? Apart from both having white hair, the two share no similarities whatsoever. Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, then looked up at Eiji. Eiji, well done. Without you, who knows how much damage we would have suffered today. Eiji replied with a righteous look, Hokage-sama, this is the duty of the police force. Hiruzen nodded gently. Leave the rest to the Umbu. This matter is too deep for you to handle. Unexpectedly, Eiji resolutely refused. Hokage-sama, maintaining peace within the village is a duty personally entrusted to the Uchiha by Tobirama-sama. Since this incident occurred within Konoha, the police force has the responsibility to investigate thoroughly. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I will get to the bottom of this. Hiruzen fell silent for a moment. He felt a sense of irritation. He didn't know why, but whenever Eiji mentioned Tobirama-sama's name, he felt a pang of unease. Here was an Uchiha treating Tobirama-sama's words as absolute law. This was beyond what an ordinary Uchiha would do. Could Kagamis will really have such a profound influence? No, I need to find time to rewrite the Will of Fire. Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and realized he had been daydreaming. Hokage-sama, there is no time to hesitate. The situation is critical. Who knows how many accomplices they still have lurking in the village? If civilians get hurt, how could I face their trust? Hiruzen mulled it over. It seemed to make some sense. Still, he remained cautious. I will assign an Umbu squad to assist you. Eliminate the security threat as soon as possible. Understood, Hokage-sama. Deep within the root organization, Danzo's face was dark enough to drip water. What did you say? Not only did Hiruzen not punish Eiji, but he also let them investigate the whole affair. Yes, Danzo-sama, Ryoma said cautiously. Some villagers even said Eiji saved their lives, calling him a good man. Smash! Danzo shattered the teacup on the table. Good man, my foot. He is an inherently evil Uchiha, and everything he does is a facade. A wave of unease washed over Danzo. Hiruzen's decision was practically handing a knife to the Uchiha. If it were ordinary Uchiha, Danzo wouldn't care. They were just a bunch of cowards, reckless yet spineless. Even if you stood before them, slapped Fugaku twice across the face, and taunted them to fight back, they still wouldn't dare to strike back. But Eiji was different. In Danzo's mind, Eiji was already labeled as troublesome, evil, and shrewd. He constantly created problems for him, yet Danzo remained powerless. And now he had a hold over him. Even though Danzo had been extremely careful using a layered outsourcing approach, he still feared Eiji would sniff him out. Danzo knew Eiji was the type to argue even when he was in the wrong. If he found any evidence, it would be as terrifying as letting him inherit Hashirama-sama's would release. Foolish Hiruzen, do you even know what you're doing? Have you forgotten Tobirama-sama's directive? The Uchiha are extremely dangerous and must never be given power. Ryoma quietly took half a step back and covered his ears. Damn, I've heard something I shouldn't have again. What if Danzo-sama decides to silence me one day? No, he wouldn't, right? Some are happy, some are worried. While Danzo was worrying about potential fallout, the cheers from the police force headquarters were nearly lifting the roof. How many years has it been? How long has it been since the police force received praise from the Hokage? Who would have thought we'd get such an important mission as investigating spies? The Uchiha's future looks bright. Inside the police force office, the Uchiha couldn't hide their excitement. That's just how lovable Uchiha are. Dangle the smallest bit of hope in front of them, and they become as happy as fools. It wasn't the task itself that mattered, but what it represented: the Hokage's approval. Eiji Shursui patted his shoulder. Maybe you really can become the bridge between the clan and Konoha. Eiji looked at Shursui as if he were an idiot. Bro, I'm over here thinking about when to stage a rebellion, and you're still talking about this. Sai, I guess when you gain something you lose something else. Shursui was blessed with ninjutsu talent, but cursed with a lack of common sense. And Itachi, a total fool, nothing more to say about him. Everyone, restoring the glory of the Uchiha is our duty. Ha ha ha. Peals of Uchiha laughter drifted through the window into the ears of passing villagers. A little child was so scared he burst into tears. Stop crying. If you don't stop, the maniacs in the police force will come and get you. The child clamped his hands over his mouth, forcing the tears back. With a creak, the door to the police force opened. Eiji walked out carrying his blade. Fugaku had sent for him. He wondered what the mission was this time. The moment the little child saw Eiji, he fainted dead away. It's over. I'm going to be taken away. Eiji glanced at him sideways. Need any help? No need. With that, the father scooped up the child and ran off. Weirdo, Eiji muttered, and quickly found Fugaku sweeping the yard. Clan head, you wanted to see me. Seeing Eiji arrive, Fugaku tossed aside the broom. Come in. Makoto, we have a distinguished guest. Bring out my finest tea. Eiji was baffled. He was just a regular chunin without any notable rank. How could he be a distinguished guest? With a head full of questions, Eiji sat down at the tea table. The beautiful Aunt Makoto poured him tea and then withdrew. Itachi and Sasuke sat stiffly beside them, looking very serious. Come, Eiji, have some tea. Fugaku seemed to be in a good mood today, a smile playing on his lips. Eiji asked cautiously, Clan head, you seem to be in a rather good mood today. Fugaku nodded emphatically. Eiji, you have done me a great favor. Seeing that Eiji still did not fully understand, Fugaku recounted the incident involving Danzo. Originally, the Uchiha clan members were required to undergo questioning by the root organization. However, given this recent incident, I have delayed it by citing the heavy workload of the police force, promising to address it later. Even if Danzo is as arrogant as he is, he would not dare to defy the Hokage's will. Therefore, Eiji, you have made an invaluable contribution to this matter. Eiji maintained a calm exterior, but his heart was churning with turbulence. Oh no, I accidentally became a great hero of the Uchiha clan. Clan head Fugaku, I was raised by the clan's elders. Doing a little something for them is only natural. Fugaku poured Eiji another cup of tea. Since you secured this from Lord Hiruzen, you will take full responsibility for investigating the spy. During this period, all Uchiha clan members will be under your command, including myself and Itachi. Sasuke pointed to himself. Father, what about me? Fugaku patted Sasuke's head. You are still too young, Sasuke. There are many things you will need to wait until you grow up to do. Oh, alright then. Sasuke pouted, looking somewhat displeased. Shortly after, Fugaku produced a stack of documents. Eiji recognized them immediately. They were the supplementary provisions for the police force regulations that he had previously requested from Fugaku. Could it be that? Indeed, Fugaku waved his hand and signed his name directly on the documents. Although I haven't read them yet, I believe that since you, Eiji, made the decisions, there should be no issues. Eiji hadn't expected Fugaku to be so forthcoming. It was almost frightening. If he had known, Eiji would have added a clause stating, all assets of the police force shall belong to Uchiha Eiji. Just as Eiji was regretting his honesty, Fugaku discreetly had Itachi and Sasuke leave the room. Eiji, what is your impression of Itachi? Wait, Eiji's brain was running at maximum capacity. Could the next line be, the crown prince is ill, you must encourage him? Well, Itachi is good, better than me. In a few years he might even surpass you, clan head. At Eiji's rambling, Fugaku merely smiled. Eiji, let me speak to you from the heart. Listen carefully. Please speak, clan head Fugaku. Fugaku sighed softly. Since I assumed the role of clan head, the clan has never known peace. Back then several elders offered me counsel, but now they are either old or deceased. Moreover, the village's suppression of the Uchiha has never ceased. The trend seems to be intensifying. It is partly my lack of ability to guide the clan onto the right path. For a while, Fugaku poured out a series of grandiose, albeit useless, principles to Eiji. Eventually Eiji could take no more. Bro, stop preaching. I have a mountain of messy business waiting for me over there. So clan head, what exactly do you mean? Eiji rubbed his hands together excitedly. Surely he wasn't about to announce that Uchiha Eiji would be the next clan head and concurrently head of the police force. As it turned out, Eiji was overthinking it. Eiji, you will always stand with the Uchiha, correct? Without hesitation, Eiji nodded seriously. I, Uchiha Eiji, will remain forever loyal to the Uchiha. Those words are enough. It is our duty to revitalize the Uchiha. The two chatted for a while longer before Fugaku finally dismissed Eiji. After Eiji left, Mikoto emerged from the room. Fugaku, can we truly place our hope for revitalizing the Uchiha on an 11-year-old child? Besides, we haven't had much contact with him previously. If he is bought off or even brainwashed by the Hokage's faction, could he become a dagger plunged into the Uchiha? Fugaku looked somewhat helpless. This is also a matter of no other choice. The Uchiha have reached a point of no return. Then Fugaku changed the subject. I have already communicated with Itachi. Lord Hiruzen believes that Itachi's thinking transcends that of ordinary Uchiha. He has simply been overshadowed recently by Eiji's brilliance. In due time, Itachi will submit an application to join the Umbu. With the intelligence he provides, it will play a crucial role in our future actions. Hearing this, Mikoto also understood. The so-called plan still referred to the path of armed coup. Fugaku, have you made up your mind? Fugaku looked through the window at a small weed growing by the wall. I do not know. I will think about it more. I don't know. Not being honest, I see you're just begging for a beating. In the police force interrogation room, Inahi was brutally beating the suspect. Damn it, how many accomplices do you still have? There are no accomplices. We were all caught by you. Whack, whack. Inahi threw 2 more punches. Do you take me for a fool? With just 2 pieces of trash like you could infiltrate Konoha. Do you think our police force defenses are just for decoration? Eiji scratched his head awkwardly. To be honest, they kind of were. The official members of the police force were actually quite few. Most members were busy arguing with villagers or helping old ladies find their lost dogs every day. There were even fewer who had time to patrol and do actual work. Eiji stopped Inahi. Take a break, don't beat him to death. He then directed the medical ninja nearby to administer first aid. Make sure to keep records of all medical supplies used. We'll need to claim reimbursement from Lord Hokage later. Understood. Don't use expensive medicine. As long as he can breathe, it's fine. No need to save him if it's not fatal. Eiji gathered the police force members. Everyone with clan head Fugaku's approval, the police force's management regulations have undergone some minor revisions. I have the original copy here, please circulate it. Copies will be printed in the coming days. Henceforth, all operations will adhere to these regulations. Eiji then took out 7 or 8 thick bricks of documents. The regulations themselves hadn't changed much, but over 4,000 new clauses had been added. The detailed rules were slightly more extensive, totaling 25,000 clauses. If you couldn't understand or remember them, it didn't matter because the police force held the final say in interpretation. Shursui flipped through a few pages of the regulations and frowned. Eiji, aren't these punishments excessively harsh? Simply making inappropriate remarks results in detention. Even doubling the prison capacity wouldn't be enough. Eiji shook his head. Shursui, you have misunderstood. Are we updating the regulations to punish villagers? No, we are doing so to uphold the honor of our heroes. Think about it. Today they dare to claim I killed someone at will. Tomorrow they might say Lord Hokage defected. The day after that. If this continues, can there still be any trust among the villagers? If villagers cannot even maintain the most basic trust in one another, does this village have any hope? Shursui held up a hand to stop him. Enough, I dare not listen to what you might say next. Eiji looked straight into Shursui's eyes. All that I do is to protect the blazing will of fire. Eiji, I understand. Through this period of interaction, Eiji had discovered one thing. On the surface, Shursui was loyal to Hiruzen, but in reality, he was loyal to the will of fire. As long as you could attribute an action to the will of fire, Shursui would believe it. It was similar to the logic of labeling unsold goods with the name of love. In the end, it was all just a way to deceive the gullible. As time slowly passed, the interrogation at the police force began to yield some progress. Following the clues, they were on the verge of tracing back to Ryoma. This gave Danzo a headache. Ryoma was after all his subordinate. If something happened to him, it would be difficult to sever ties cleanly. A dangerous thought suddenly popped into Danzo's mind. What if he killed Ryoma and framed the police force for it? Danzo felt this plan was highly feasible. For the future of Konoha, sacrificing one Ryoma was a very worthwhile exchange. Not only would it cut off their investigative trail, but it would also severely disgust the Uchiha. Perhaps Hiruzen in his anger would even revoke the police force's right to investigate. The next step was to find a suitable opportunity and ensure he died in the right location. Danzo believed that it would be ideal if Ryoma died within the Uchiha district. But that place was not easy to infiltrate. What should he do? He couldn't very well say, Ryoma, infiltrate the Uchiha district and then commit suicide. Danzo pondered for a long time, but could not find a suitable method. In a dark corner, a masked man appeared quietly. Useless Danzo, just like Kakashi, both are the scum of scum. It's just killing someone. Why make it so complicated? What will you do then? The masked man slowly vanished. When he reappeared, a corpse was resting on his shoulder. Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground, eager to hear what brilliant idea the clever masked man had. It is time to let this foolish boy learn how cruel this world truly is. Late at night, in the Uchiha district, a few clan members were still on patrol. Suddenly, a dark, lumpy object fell from the sky and landed on the ground with a loud thud. They were startled and hurried over to investigate. This is Aburame Ryoma. Go quickly and fetch clan head Fugaku. In the dead of night, the Uchiha clan grounds buzzed with unusual commotion. A prominent member of the root organization, a key guard of the Hokage's advisor Danzo, had been killed. The body had been discovered within Uchiha territory. This posed a grave danger to the Uchiha clan. Ryoma had clashed with the Uchiha on multiple occasions. Now that he was dead, the Uchiha became the prime suspects. Eiji, a master of framing others, quickly ran through a list of names in his mind. The first name that came to mind was undoubtedly Shimura Danzo. That despicable man would stop at nothing, committing any deed imaginable. Even sacrificing his own guard would be a trivial matter for him. If it were Danzo, what would he stand to gain? Nothing more than pinning this blame on the Uchiha, compelling the Hokage to take necessary action against them. Wait a moment, Eiji suddenly felt something was amiss. Ryoma's body was pierced entirely by sharp wooden spikes resembling a giant hedgehog. This was unmistakably a wood release jutsu. Across the entire shinobi world, among living, breathing ninja, only a handful could use wood release. There was Tenzo of the Umbu, whose wood release was mainly used for landscaping. Danzo could also use wood release, transforming into a massive tree. And then there was that one man, Uchiha Kenji. Sometimes Eiji couldn't help but laugh. Kenji, when you frame others, could you at least use your brain? Even slitting his throat with a couple of slashes would have been better. With this mess, who on earth would take the fall for you? Report this to the Hokage. A dangerous individual has infiltrated Konoha. The next morning, the village elders received the news of Ryoma's death. After a brief moment of shock, Danzo found himself unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Ryoma was dead. Without Danzo lifting a finger, he had died, right in Uchiha territory. This was excellent news. Regardless of who the true culprit was, Danzo had already mentally labeled him a defender of Konoha. He thought to himself that if he ever became Hokage, he would be sure to thank him properly. He rushed to the Hokage's office at top speed, bursting through the door with a loud crash. You bastards! Killing wantonly in Konoha village. Do you take this place for your own personal playground? Danzo stormed in, fuming. Hiruzen, we must take action now. Hiruzen nodded, surprisingly not contradicting Danzo this time. And using the first Hokage's wood release. This is an outright provocation to Konoha. From today onward, all leaves are cancelled for the police force, the Umbu, and the root. Devote all resources to hunting down Ryoma's killer. Danzo snorted coldly. Yes, and with wood release too. Wait. Wood release. Ryoma was killed with wood release. Since when did the Uchiha have a ninja capable of using wood release? Hiruzen handed over the autopsy report. Danzo stared blankly at the document, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Having researched wood release for decades, he instantly recognized it as the wood release piercing technique. The only known user of wood release in the village was Tenzo. Barring the possibility of him killing in his sleep, there was only one conclusion: Tenzo was the killer. But why would Tenzo do such a thing? Sarutobi Hiruzen, however, held a different theory. Tenzo's whereabouts were accounted for every day, making it nearly impossible for him to have had the time to commit murder. Furthermore, given his abilities, it would have been utterly impossible for him to silently eliminate an elite ninja of the root, then secretly transport the body into Uchiha territory without being noticed. But Hiruzen knew someone who might possess such capabilities. His former beloved student, one of the legendary Sannin, and now a rogue ninja, Orochimaru. Orochimaru had conducted clandestine wood release experiments for years before being discovered and defecting from the village. Given his knowledge of Orochimaru, Hiruzen believed it was entirely possible that he could have created another test subject capable of using wood release. As for Eiji, he was certain that the masked man was behind this. Wood release jutsu, mysterious space-time ninjutsu. That guy might as well have signed his name with his chakra signature. Uchiha dead last, ultimate bastard, Kenji Obito. And the masked man's motive was simply to sow discord between them, gradually making Eiji lose faith in Konoha, to push him into leaving the village and joining their Grand Moon Eye plan. Saikenji, oh Kenji, how could you be this stupid? Danzo thought about pinning another charge against the Uchiha, but couldn't find a suitable pretext. He could hardly claim that those inherently wicked Uchiha brats had stolen the first Hokage's would release Kekkei Genkai. After a brief silence, Hiruzen issued his first order. Let's start with a routine interrogation of Tenzo. Kakashi, you were on a mission with Tenzo yesterday. Go to the police force as well. Yes, Hokage-sama. Eiji and Kakashi left the office to find Tenzo at the Umbu headquarters. Meanwhile, Danzo stood nearby, feeling an inexplicable surge of resentment. Ryoma died for nothing. Another loyal subordinate gone. Who was going to handle all these dirty deeds from now on? At the police force interrogation room. Name: Tenzo. Gender: what were you doing last night? Tenzo pointed to Kakashi. I was on patrol with Kakashi-senpai the entire time. We never left each other's sight. Eiji turned to Kakashi. Is what Tenzo said true? Yes, I have the work log right here documenting every event and its time. Eiji narrowed his eyes. I see. Tenzo-senpai, please review the statement. If there are no issues, sign it. Please don't leave the village during this period. We may need to contact you. Understood. Tenzo's expression was grim. He had been an honest man his whole life, who would have thought he'd be hit with such a massive accusation out of nowhere. Thankfully, Kakashi-senpai could vouch for him, and Eiji seemed reasonable. Otherwise, this would have been impossible to explain. Kakashi gave Eiji a subtle signal, and the two stepped outside the police force. Tenzo is innocent. He has no reason to commit such senseless murder. Eiji hummed in agreement. Perhaps the ninja who possesses the wood-release Kekkai Genkai has been right beside us, all along watching. Kakashi pulled out his copy of Makeout Paradise and became engrossed. That's quite possible. In this shinobi world, you never know what bizarre thing will happen next. Kakashi spoke lightly on the surface, but internally a whirlwind of suspicions was churning. What was the true purpose of this culprit trying to frame the Uchiha? Was it to escalate the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha, forcing them into open rebellion? Who would do such a thing? Danzo. He knew Danzo had always viewed the Uchiha as a major threat, and now with Eiji standing out so prominently, it must have been eating away at him. Eiji suddenly let out a soft chuckle. What if I told you I possess wood-release jutsu, but have simply never used it? Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply. What in the world was Eiji saying? Why would anyone willingly jump into a fire pit like that? Kakashi put away his book and stared at Eiji seriously. Don't say such nonsense. I will find out the truth and clear Tenzo's name. Meanwhile, deep underground, Zetsu used a secret technique to silently approach the masked man. Upon learning that Kakashi intended to investigate the truth, the masked man couldn't help but sneer. Useless Kakashi. He can do nothing. He couldn't even protect Rin. Zetsu mocked him in return. If you hadn't used wood release to kill, they wouldn't even have a lead to investigate in the first place. The masked man paused. Fine. Starting today, I'll kill one person each day. Let's see what Kakashi can possibly uncover. Wait. Zetsu was on the verge of sweating. Have you forgotten our original goal isn't to kill, but to force Eiji to leave Konoha? The masked man fell silent, and so did Zetsu. What in the world were you thinking, you great fool? Can the grand moon I planned truly succeed in your hands? Zetsu felt his blood pressure spike and wanted to find a cool place to rest. Continuing to kill people is pointless now. They already know someone is trying to frame that kid. The masked man grunted. I'll keep an eye on that kid until I come up with a new plan. Zetsu gave him a long, hard look, barely restraining himself from cursing out loud. You don't have a single plan worth a damn. You're even more foolish than Madara, that idiot. A week had passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, no more bizarre deaths occurred in the village, and the masked man seemed to have vanished into thin air. Under Hiruzen's orders, all available ninjas were deployed in 3 shifts, patrolling the village day and night, without pause, hoping to find any trace of the spy or the murderer. Yet despite their efforts, they found not a single clue. This drove Hiruzen into a furious rage during the meeting, declaring that no matter the cost, they must capture the audacious intruder. Hiruzen's wrath drove his subordinates to work even harder. They were exhausted daily, and Kakashi didn't even have time to read his comic books. At night, Eiji, carrying a flatbread and a bottle of sake, walked to a path outside the village. This area was usually deserted, but now it had become part of the patrol zone. After a cursory inspection of his assigned area, Eiji found a secluded corner to rest. The temperature had dropped and the wind was howling. Eiji tightened his coat, thinking he should request some winter clothing. He found a wind-sheltered spot, gazed at the moon, and murmured to himself. Who is trying to frame the Uchiha? Though the methods are crude, even a child with an IQ over 2 could see through them, but this guy is utterly reckless. Still, now that Captain Kakashi's Umbu squad has joined the investigation, we should find the culprit soon enough. After all, Captain Kakashi is a hero of the Third Great Ninja War and has received the finest gift from our Uchiha clan. Dealing with such a foolish intruder should be a piece of cake. Zetsu had been quietly observing Eiji, naturally relaying these words to the masked man. Hearing Zetsu's report, the masked man was furious. Calling my methods crude. Damn Uchiha brat, no one in the entire ninja world has dared to speak to me like that. What hero Kakashi? He's just a worthless failure who couldn't even protect Rin. Fine, then I'll go after the Jinchuriki and see if Kakashi can protect him in time. Zetsu felt like crying. His partner seemed to be acting foolish again. It's not yet time to approach the Jinchuriki. Our plan. Shut up. There's a new plan now. The masked man ignored Zetsu entirely, his figure slowly fading away before reappearing at Naruto's doorstep. Usually several Anbu would be watching Naruto's house. But today they had been temporarily reassigned to other missions, leaving a gap in Naruto's security. Jinchuriki, we meet again. The last time they met, the masked man had killed his teacher Minato and nearly killed Naruto, setting him on the irreversible path of overthrowing the ninja world. He never expected to encounter Naruto again so soon. Even if I can't kill the Jinchuriki today, I'll make sure the whole village knows how useless Kakashi is. He couldn't even protect his teacher's son. The moment the masked man pushed open the door, his pupils sharply contracted. Uchiha Eiji was sitting at the table slowly chewing on a flatbread. Murderer, I've finally found you. Moonlight streamed in, casting a faint glow in the dim room. The masked man took in Eishi's delicate face and the gleaming ninja blade on the table. He couldn't understand how Eiji had tracked his movements. The masked man failed to notice a mark carved in a corner of the room. It resembled a combination of the Senju and Uchiha clan crests. How did you get here? In response, a sharp kunai flew toward him. It stabbed viciously at the masked man's chest. With a swirl of distortion, Eiji watched as the kunai passed through the masked man's body and struck the wall, sending sparks flying. Eiji feigned surprise. You've mastered some kind of space-time ninjutsu. The masked man was equally astonished. This brat was sharper than he had imagined. With just one glance, he had seen through his dojutsu. The last opponent this clever was his teacher Minato. As Eiji struck with his blade, the masked man's body was swallowed by a spatial whirlpool just before the blade touched his throat. When the masked man reappeared, he was in a secluded mountain forest. Plan failed. Time to retreat. Then a familiar voice came from behind him. Where are you going? The moment Eishi's cold voice rang out from behind, the muscles under the masked man's black robe tensed. Damn it, how did this brat find me? Before he could speak, Eiji had already thrown a strangely shaped kunai. TCH, this boring trick again. The masked man watched as Eiji closed in at incredible speed. When the kunai passed through his intangible body again, the masked man's right hand reached for Eishi's chest. If he could just touch him, he would win. No, where is he? His hand only pierced through a mere afterimage. Passive activated when fighting Uchiha, your abilities are enhanced in all aspects. A surge of powerful chakra erupted from Eishi's body. He appeared out of thin air at the kunai's location. This is Flying Thunder God's second step. His right hand gathered a whirlwind of chakra. Water-style hard vortex spear. Eiji condensed a water vortex, then frantically compressed it into a water javelin, hurling it fiercely at the masked man's back. Boom. The moment the water javelin touched the masked man's body, it transformed into a massive water dragon whirlwind. Countless high-pressure water blades swirled inside, savagely shredding the masked man's flesh. The masked man felt his black robe tearing and a dense stinging sensation on his skin. Cough, cough. After the water dragon dissipated, he crawled out of the rubble. How do you know the fourth Hokage's techniques? Who are you? Eiji didn't answer. Instead, he pointed the tip of his blade at the masked man's right eye. A Sharingan. You're a member of the Uchiha clan. It's said that during the Nine-Tails rampage years ago, it was an Uchiha who caused the Nine-Tails to go out of control. But that night, all the clan members were under Chief Fugaku's control. So clearly you are the culprit who caused the Nine-Tails rampage. The masked man drew a sharp breath. Not only had Eiji seen through his space-time ninjutsu instantly, but how had he deduced the events of that year so easily? Such terrifying intelligence was on par with his own. You're quite clever, the masked man said, retracting his chain. He thought he would have a proper chat with this sharp-minded brat. Uchiha Eiji, you are clever, but you are also foolish. You have no idea that the world you love is nothing but an illusion, meaningless all of it. Eiji pondered for a moment. Such a Chinibu speech. He wasn't quite sure how to respond. So he countered, you seem to hate not just Konoha but have lost all hope in this world. The masked man nodded slowly. Correct. So you killed Ryoma and tried to frame the Uchiha. The masked man shook his head. I have no interest in those foolish Uchiha except for one interesting little one and another, you. He was about to say more when he heard footsteps approaching. Chidori. Lightning pierced through the swirl, but Kakashi's signature technique was useless against the masked man. The masked man's unique Mangekyō Sharingan granted him the ability to become intangible, allowing him to evade any attack and remain invincible in battle. The masked man lowered his voice. Useless Kakashi, just like your teacher, you're always one step too late. The masked man looked at Kakashi, who was holding the lightning blade, a hint of mockery in his voice. So it's the renowned Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi's Sharingan locked onto the masked man, detecting a tone of sarcasm in his words. Who are you daring to invade Konoha? Only the masked man's silent sneer, answered Kakashi. His indifference provoked Kakashi, who charged at him swiftly. Kakashi grabbed at his mask with his left hand, wanting to see who this mysterious figure was. The masked man's body suddenly became intangible, and Kakashi's lightning blade sliced through the air once more. How? A flicker of surprise crossed Kakashi's eyes. Missed again. How did this guy do it? The blade in the masked man's hand cut through Kakashi's skin and fresh blood slowly seeped through his coat. Pant. Pant. Kakashi gasped for breath, having used the lightning blade twice in a row, rapidly draining his chakra. He stepped back and stood beside Eiji. We can't hit his body at all, Eiji. We need to devise a careful plan. Eiji hesitated. Actually, Captain Kakashi, it doesn't have to be that complicated. Kakashi ignored him, already formulating several strategies in his mind. Listen to me. He's indeed a troublesome opponent, not only possessing a strange ninjutsu that ignores attacks, but also able to use wood style, like Tenzo, judging from the way Ryoma died. His chakra is a bit chaotic, probably from a recent battle. This is his weakest moment. Eiji tried to interrupt Kakashi, thinking, look at me please. Doesn't the clever Kakashi-senpai realize that it was me who gave him that hit? Clearly Kakashi didn't think of it. He was still trying to assign tactics to Eiji. We'll attack from both sides, he's bound to show an opening. Even if we can't defeat him, we can at least hold out until reinforcements arrive. The masked man flexed his arm, and under the influence of Hashirama's cells his wounds began to heal slowly. Fire-style storm dance. The masked man quickly formed hand signs, disrupting the two who were chattering endlessly. Can't you stop? This is a fight. The space before the masked man twisted violently, generating a storm. Then he spat out a massive serpent of fire. Propelled by the storm, the serpent grew larger, instantly engulfing Eiji and Kakashi. Water-style water formation wall. Eiji clapped his hands, and a colossal water dragon pillar rose from the ground. When the two collided, a thick mist billowed up. I will never let you hurt my comrades. Kakashi-senpai, I will protect you. Kakashi's mouth twitched. Why did he suddenly get so fired up? The masked man crooked his fingers, and the ground suddenly churned like boiling asphalt as countless vines entwined with chakra fluorescence burst through the earth. Worthless Kakashi, not only can't protect your comrades, but now you hide behind a brat. The masked man's words deeply stung Kakashi, reminding him of the painful memory of watching his two best friends die before his eyes. Wood-style hell of thorns. Thorns grew rapidly, converging into towering trees covered with spikes, turning the area into a thorny wasteland no one could approach. Eiji grabbed Kakashi and retreated frantically, escaping the thorny range. Kakashi-senpai, what are you daydreaming about? Eiji's shout snapped Kakashi out of his daze. I'm so sorry. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Wood-style ninjutsu. You are indeed the culprit. And that eye, what is it? Are you a rogue ninja from the Uchiha clan? Kakashi naturally noticed the masked man's Sharingan. How could a member of the Uchiha clan master wood style? Who was this person? Kakashi-senpai, why did he call you worthless many times? Is there a story between you two? Kakashi shook his head lightly. No, I don't know him. The masked man's ears twitched. He heard approaching footsteps. That's enough for today. The Uchiha clan's prodigy Uchiha Eiji and the battle hero copy ninja Hatake Kakashi. Next time we meet you won't be so lucky. As he spoke, the masked man's Sharingan emitted a spatial vortex, and his body gradually disappeared into it. Until the moment he vanished, the masked man stared intently at Eiji, fearing he might pull out some strange ninjutsu again. But Eiji did nothing. He simply raised his middle finger. Just say you were scared shitless by the flying thunder god technique. Why act all tough? It's like a kid saying, just you wait, I'll get you. Perhaps they could have caught the masked man today, but Eiji didn't want to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. He knew the masked man was interested in him, so he would definitely come to Konoha again. Every time he came to Konoha, Eiji could defeat him and complete the task of protecting the villagers. Yes, Eiji was using the masked man as an XP farm. Kakashi dispelled the lightning in his hand, looking thoughtful. The intruder knew their names. Was this strange masked man after them? And what was that strange ninjutsu? Also, where did he learn the wood-style bloodline limit? Had he colluded with Orochimaru? Finally, why did he always call me worthless? Kakashi felt a swarm of question marks in his head. He suppressed his doubts and looked at Eiji, who had fought alongside him. Eiji, are you hurt? I'm fine. Eiji was not only fine, but had also gained many gold coins. Eiji thought for a moment, could he upgrade the Sharingan? As everyone knows, the condition for awakening the Sharingan is a strong emotional shock. But Eiji was an orphan and his friends were all alive, and well, so a strong shock was unrealistic. Wait, a flash of white light crossed Eiji's mind. Oh, so that's it. System, listen up, even if it costs me my life, I will protect the village. This is my will of fire. In an instant, the Tomo in Eiji's eyes began to spin. After a moment, the three Tomo Sharingan in his eyes gleamed with a piercing red light. Ha! Eiji, feeling the power surging from his eyes, let out a typical Uchiha laugh. His emotions surged with the skyrocketing dojutsu, almost out of control. The three Tomo Sharingan, not bad at all. Kakashi looked at Eiji with a complex expression. This guy was fine just a moment ago. How did he suddenly become like this? But while Kakashi was pondering, Eiji had already calmed down. Let's go, Kakashi-senpai. We need to report this to the Hokage immediately. Faced with C's sudden calm, Kakashi was even more bewildered. Are all you Uchiha descendants like this? On and off like that guy all crazy? At the Hokage building, Hiruzen, upon receiving the news, got out of bed and hurried to the office. Hearing that the intruder had been driven away, Hiruzen did not show a relaxed expression. The fact that two genius ninjas working together couldn't capture him indicated that he was extremely dangerous. I'm sorry, Lord Hokage, the intruder escaped. Hiruzen didn't blame C and Kakashi based on their description. Even if he had gone himself, he might not have caught him. Go get some rest early. Since this operation failed, he probably won't dare to come again for a while. For various reasons, the first encounter with the masked man did not go well. However, another matter had made considerable progress. Under the application of various methods, the security department finally managed to uncover some leads. The captured individuals were indeed not ninjas from Konoha, but rogue ninjas from other villages. They often colluded with bandits engaging in robbery and theft. Later, a mysterious figure approached them, offered a substantial sum of money, and helped them infiltrate Konoha. As for what they needed to do, it was simple: spread rumors about Naruto and the Uchiha clan. Since the employer was generous with money, they readily agreed. Unexpectedly, Eiji was even more ruthless than the bandits, labeling them as spies and dragging them straight to the security department, where they were beaten half to death. Eventually, they confessed. Upon learning that the matter was connected to the root organization, the Uchiha clan members nearly burst into laughter. Go after them. The next day, they compiled the information and sent Eiji as their representative to deliver it to the Hokage. Lord Hokage, according to their confession, the person who hired them was Ryoma. Eiji fell silent after saying this. Then he saw a red-faced, steaming old man. Hiruzen had served as Hokage for decades and had been a student of the unscrupulous Tobirama Senju in his youth. Naturally, he had learned many underhanded tactics. For instance, he established the root organization, allowing Danzo to handle certain matters in his own way. Precisely because of this, he quickly realized a dangerous possibility. If these individuals were hired by Ryoma to infiltrate Konoha, then who had hired Ryoma? Danzo. Ryoma only followed Danzo's orders. Later, Ryoma was killed, and the murderer was the masked man. Then the question arose, why did the masked man kill Ryoma? Who had ordered the masked man? Hiruzen believed it was still Danzo. There were 3 reasons. Hiruzen knew that Danzo always believed only the dead could keep secrets. As the security department's investigation progressed, Ryoma's affairs would inevitably be exposed, so killing him was a simple solution. The second reason was that for the masked man to infiltrate Konoha silently, there must have been an insider tipping him off, helping him evade Konoha's defensive forces. The one capable of doing this was also Danzo. The third reason was the wood release technique used by the masked man. Hiruzen recalled that years ago Danzo had conducted wood release experiments under his authorization. Later, he deemed the experiment too cruel and ordered it to be halted. However, was it possible that Danzo, like Orochimaru, had continued the research in secret? Hiruzen thought it highly likely. His old friend was capable of anything. These possibilities combined made Hiruzen increasingly certain that Danzo was definitely involved. At the same time, he felt a chill down his spine. Could Danzo do something even more dangerous? Additionally, there was another question: where did the intruder's Sharingan come from? Was he a member of the Uchiha clan, or someone who had stolen the Sharingan through some method? Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke. You may go first. Yes, Lord Hokage. After Eiji left, Hiruzen sent for Danzo. Danzo, tell me honestly, how did Ryoma die? Danzo's heart tightened. Hiruzen, what do you mean? He found Hiruzen's question baffling. Yes, he had intended to kill Ryoma. But before he could act, Ryoma was killed by someone else. Konoha's rules did not state that merely wishing for someone's death was punishable. Faced with Danzo's denial, Hiruzen sighed inwardly. As expected, Danzo was a master of playing dumb. He threw the scroll in Danzo's face. Read it yourself. The security department has thoroughly investigated the matter. At the mention of the security department, Danzo's heart skipped a beat. Especially when he saw the name Aburame Ryoma among the involved parties. Sweat broke out on his forehead. A dangerous situation. Yet even so, Danzo quickly regained his composure. Hiruzen, can the words of the security department be trusted? The ones investigating this are the Uchiha. They are slandering the high-ranking officials of Konoha. I believe it is necessary to strip them of their law enforcement authority. Today they dare to slander others, tomorrow they will rebel. Hiruzen slammed the table in anger. Bastard. Danzo, do you know what you're saying? Confess honestly. Did you order Ryoma's death to silence him? Danzo couldn't believe his ears. He had always been the one to slander others. How could he now be the one slandered? Ryoma was my subordinate. How could I do such a thing? Then explain how the masked man used wood release. Using wood release means I sent him. Among those who experimented with me back then was your beloved student Orochimaru. At the mention of Orochimaru, Hiruzen suddenly became much more alert. Danzo, Orochimaru is certainly suspicious, but your problem is greater. Danzo was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why Hiruzen would rather believe a rogue ninja of Konoha than him, his diligent Hokage advisor. Hiruzen, because of your hesitation, you let Orochimaru escape before. Now you want to protect him. Hiruzen was suddenly speechless. He knew Danzo had a point. Wait, Hiruzen suddenly realized the topic had shifted. He was supposed to address Danzo's serious crimes of sending people to spread rumors, frame the Uchiha, and undermine relations between the two sides. I will continue investigating Ryoma's death, but you cannot escape responsibility for framing the Uchiha. I did not. Although there is no direct evidence linking you, Ryoma was ultimately your subordinate, making you highly suspect. Hiruzen tapped the desk. You are relieved of your positions as root leader and Hokage advisor for 3 months. Reflect on your actions at home, Shimura Danzo. Danzo clenched his teeth and glared coldly at Hiruzen. Hiruzen, you. Hiruzen waved his hand. Get out. Danzo clenched his fists, then slowly released them. He walked out of the Hokage building slowly, then suddenly stopped. Danzo was filled with regret, deep regret. If only he had been more courageous back then, perhaps Lord Tobirama would have chosen him as Hokage. If he had become Hokage, those evil Uchiha would have been annihilated. No, not just the Uchiha. He could have achieved more, mastering the power of tailed beasts would release, and the Sharingan. The entire ninja world would belong to Konoha. But now he could only lurk in the darkness, an anonymous root, while the monkey enjoyed the admiration of all. I won't accept this. Danzo screamed silently in his heart. He dared not shout aloud because he feared Hiruzen might hear. Realizing this made him even angrier. How infuriating that Hiruzen had left such a psychological shadow on him. With this thought, Danzo turned and looked back at the Hokage building. One day this place will be mine. After venting his fury, Tuanzang cast a resentful final glance at the Hokage building before turning and walking away. He would never abandon his original dream, no matter the means he had to employ. Perhaps it was the deep bond between Tuanzang and Risen. As Tuanzang stared at the Hokage building, Risen sensed something as well. So he used the telescope jutsu to secretly observe Tuanzang for a while. Seeing the undisguised defiance on Tuanzang's face, Risen grew increasingly displeased. Tuanzang, what have you become? Have you not realized that I have already been lenient with you? If Lord Tobirama knew what you were doing, he would probably skin you alive. He sighed. Risen put away the crystal ball and lit his pipe again. He had thought of discussing the next move with his two old friends, but after a moment's reflection, he abandoned the idea. This matter he would decide personally. Whether it was Tuanzang and Koharu or every villager in the clan, they all had to know that he was the Hokage. As long as he drew breath, no one could overturn this village. After a brief deliberation, Risen issued an order. Eiji and the Umbu squad shall jointly investigate matters related to the wood release experiments. The next morning the police force received the order. At that time the entire police force was still immersed in a joyful atmosphere. For along with the order came a small subsidy from the Hokage for Eiji. The Hokage has personally given you a bonus as encouragement. Furthermore, the relevant expenses of the police force will be reimbursed after verification, so please rest assured. Taking the stack of bills handed over by Tianzong, Eiji felt like kowtowing to the Hokage. A good man, the strongest Hokage in history, the inheritor of the will of fire, the beloved disciple of Senju Template, the great third Hokage Yuanfei Risen. Loyalty. In addition, Risen gave verbal praise to other members of the police force. And that was all. In response, Jishui expressed profound gratitude. He vowed to redouble his efforts and repay the Hokage's kindness. But some others thought differently. Seeing Jishui's delight, they made no effort to hide their dissatisfaction. No proper reward at all. What does he take us Uchiha for? Exactly, Eiji is a hero, giving him a reward is reasonable, but we also contributed. A few words of praise can't be enough. Risen is just hoodwinking fools. The Hokage is too oppressive. We should rebel. Yes, rebel. Hearing these words, Jishui blinked. What was going on? They had just received the Hokage's praise, so why were they unhappy? And just moments ago, everything was fine. Now they were talking about rebellion. Eiji was even more distressed. He had thought everyone would get something, but that sly old fox had only given it to him. Wasn't that like putting him on a fire? Loyalty, your grandmother. One day, I'll have you removed from that seat. Seeing the topic growing increasingly dangerous, Fuyue suddenly coughed a few times. Eiji locked eyes with Fuyue and suddenly understood. Not good. He was about to bleed money. Eiji clutched the bills tightly and looked at Fuyue with tearful eyes. Fuyue silently nodded, the meaning unmistakable. Bastard. You're a bastard too, Fuyue. You want money from a minor. Are you even human? Eiji suddenly longed for the minor protection law. By his age, he shouldn't have been targeted. Ahem, Fuyue urged Eiji again. Eiji pretended not to hear. Ahem. Fuyue coughed louder, as if he might cough himself to death if ignored. With no other choice, Eiji stepped before the crowd, signaling them to calm down. Esteemed seniors, the credit belongs to all of us. I will not take this honor alone. Saying this, he reluctantly opened the envelope and displayed its contents before everyone. Tonight, I will use this money to treat everyone to drinks. If anything remains, I'll buy some uniforms or the like. What do you all think? These words prompted Daohua and Tiahua to start clapping first. Great. Drinks tonight. Ingsi was stunned by how quickly they changed their tune. Was that all it took to bribe them? A single round of drinks. Was this the male version of, I don't want your money, I want your attitude? With their lead, the earlier dangerous remarks were soon forgotten. That evening the police force booked a small tavern. They drank and chatted, voicing not only their discontent with Risen, but also their praise for Ingsi. Ingsi, I've had my eye on you since you were little, and you've turned out the most promising. Drink this cup and we're friends. What's this about being a minor? You've already killed someone, so why care about that? Makes sense. Who would have thought that Lord Tobirama would treat the Uchiha to a meal? Your bond with the Uchiha members has deepened, easing the tension between Konoha and the Uchiha clan to some extent. Hidden mission reward: you have acquired the forbidden technique, soul imprisonment jutsu. An unexpected bonus. Ingsi's mood improved, and he began pouring drinks for his clansmen. Come, drink up, fill your cups. Someone put a fish in Senior Daohua's cup. The atmosphere grew more harmonious, and the clansmen's words became bolder. At first Fuyue listened in trepidation, afraid that the root agents would overhear and give Tuanzang an excuse to cause trouble. But Ingsi gestured for Fuyue not to worry too much. When Senior Tianzong delivered the letter today, he quietly told me that Tuanzang has been suspended for 3 months, so his subordinates naturally won't be active. Hearing this, Fuyue gasped. Ingsi, would an Umbu ninja tell you such confidential information? Ingsi smiled. I cleared Senior Tianzong's name, so it's only reasonable that he thanks me, isn't it? Reasonable. Fuyue grunted and sat back down. The Umbu was indeed an important department, learning many crucial matters firsthand. Yet the police force nominally tasked with assisting the Umbu was often deliberately kept in the dark about many things. Even today, when the Hokage ordered Ingsi to assist the Umbu squad in investigating the masked man, the word police force was never mentioned. Moreover, Fuyue speculated that this was only because Ingsi was involved and had a tangled connection with Senior Kagami. It seemed the Hokage still didn't trust the police force. Fuyue drained his cup, his desire to send Itachi to the Umbu growing stronger. By midnight the group had drunk their fill. Supporting each other, they stumbled and crawled back to the clan compound, leaving only a few sober members on duty. When most had left, Ingsi approached the clan head. Something on your mind, Oi? Ingsi seethed inwardly. You little brat, playing dumb. He rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. Patriarch Fuyue, you wouldn't really make an orphan like me treat everyone to dinner, would you? Where's your conscience? The two of them stared at each other, one never expecting the other to truly want it, and the other never expecting the first to genuinely refuse it. Eventually Ingsi was ready to reach out and take it by force. Forced to relent, Fuyue pulled a wallet from his inner pocket. The clan's finances have been tight lately, but I can give you some personal savings. Here's 2, give it here. Ingsi snatched the wallet from Fuyue's hand. Thank you, Lord Fuyue. Fuyue had dignity. Ingsi none. With a whoosh, Ingsi vanished before Fuyue and reappeared in his own home. Wow. Jackpot. That must be 7 or 800,000 taels. No wonder the clan leader has such generous pocket money. After a brief excitement, Ingsi felt a twinge of unease. How long would it take to get a bigger house? He needed to find a chance to coax a property out of Fuyue. The next morning, 2 AMBU operatives arrived at the Uchiha compound. Excuse me, where is Uchiha Ingsi's home? Who? Tenzo raised his voice. Uchiha Ingsi. Who? Uchiha Ingsi. Why are you shouting so loudly? My ears are bad, not deaf. The old man's voice suddenly rose, drawing the attention of many Uchiha clansmen. He practically had the word irritable written on his face. The honest Tenzo lowered his voice. These people don't seem to welcome us. They don't welcome anyone, especially since I took Obito's eye. Well, Tenzo never had an opinion on his senior's words. The owner of the pancake shop, Tuchi, poked his head out. Go straight ahead, then turn left. The last house is yours. Thank you, Kakashi said to Tuchi, and generously bought a few pancakes from him. Of course he used Tenzo's money. Knock, knock, knock. The door creaked open from inside. Let's go. The Hokage is in a hurry. Tenzo also uses wood release, so his investigation might be helpful. New quest: investigate the masked man's true identity and the mastermind behind him. No need to investigate. I know the masked man is called. All conclusions must be based on facts. Lord Tobirama's speculation is not evidence. Fine. You're so noble, so righteous. Soon they arrived at the archives. All the records on the wood release bloodline limit are here. Let's split up and see if we can find anything useful. Ingsi knew there would be no information on the masked man here, but he still examined them carefully. The key figure in this research back then was Orochimaru. As the foremost scientist in the ninja world, Orochimaru might have left behind something useful for Ingsi. Yet after searching thoroughly, Ingsi still found nothing of use. He only noticed a familiar name appearing repeatedly in the records. Ryoma Aburame, Ingsi muttered, stroking his chin. I didn't expect this senior to be such a workhorse. Without his help, Lord Danzo must be quite sorrowful. The two glanced at Ingsi, reading a sense of schadenfreude on his face. Sensing their gaze, Ingsi forced himself to suppress his smile. Ahem. It's certain that Ryoma colluded with Orochimaru to secretly conduct evil wood-release experiments. But that was in the past, and there's no specific timeline, so it's hard to pin anything on Lord Danzo. I mean to clear his name. Kakashi and Tenzo exchanged a glance, pretending not to hear what Ingsi had said. At that moment, Ingsi realized why Hiruzen had assigned him this task. On one hand, it was to show trust. A gesture to the clan. Look, Konoha still trusts the Uchiha, so don't cause trouble. It could also win Ingsi over. A genius ninja with potential like Ingsi was crucial to Konoha. If one day Ingsi came knocking on the office door in a Susanoo, it would be troublesome. On the other hand, it was a subtle warning to Danzo, reminding him of his place and who truly ruled the village. The Hokage, it seemed, had some cunning after all. After hours of searching, they still found no trace of the masked man. How strange. Could it be that the masked man is really Orochimaru's creation? Tenzo pondered seriously. As far as I know, no other experimental subject survived the wood release project besides me. Ingsi tapped his head. Let's call it a day. I'll report our progress to the Hokage and let him decide. All right. Around dusk, Ingsi knocked on the Hokage's office door. Come in. Hiruzen rubbed his aching lower back. Ingsi, speak freely. Ingsi placed a scroll on Hiruzen's desk. Lord Hokage Senior Kakashi Tenzo and I searched all the records on wood release experiments in the archives, but found no information about the masked man. Hiruzen showed no particular reaction. Those records were too old to provide useful intelligence. In the records, Orochimaru mentioned Ryoma's name repeatedly. Unfortunately, Ryoma is dead, and the trail ends here. Hiruzen nodded in feigned regret. He knew the contents well. These documents were prepared for Ingsi's inspection. Involving the Uchiha was a way to give them a taste of something. But some matters couldn't be probed too deeply, or he himself would be implicated. Thinking this, Hiruzen admired his own wisdom. Danzo, you only know how to suppress. No wonder the teacher didn't choose you as Hokage back then. Hiruzen tapped the desk lightly. Since Ryoma's path is a dead end change direction. Ingsi raised an eyebrow. Lord Hokage, you mean Orochimaru? Hiruzen hesitated briefly, then nodded. Yes, I understand, Lord Hokage. After Ingsi left, Hiruzen pulled out a yellowed photograph from his drawer. He gently wiped off the dust and let out a long sigh. Orochimaru, because I was soft-hearted back then and didn't kill you. Not only did you not restrain yourself, but you grew even bolder, turning around to attack Konoha. As your teacher, I truly failed. Since it was still early, Ingsi went to Naruto's doorstep. Just as he was about to knock, he sensed several chakra fluctuations nearby. It seemed that after the last incident, Hiruzen had strengthened Naruto's protection. Knock, knock, knock. Coming just a moment. Naruto opened the door, and when he saw Ingsi, his grin nearly stretched to his ears. Teacher Ingsi, come in. Let me show you what I've prepared. This was Ingsi's first time inside Naruto's home. Usually he would just call out from downstairs and Naruto would come bounding out. Ingsi sat on the sofa, wincing at the sight of boxes of limited edition instant noodles. Naruto, you bought so many noodles. Can you finish them all? I'm not going to eat them. I'm going to treasure them forever. But if Teacher Ingsi likes them, I can give you a few boxes. The masked man's invasion seemed to have no effect on Naruto. He was still the same adorable little blonde. Though he often felt lonely, his heart was full of hope. Such a little one was hard not to like. Ingsi ruffled Naruto's blonde hair. Let's go. We have time today to practice some basic jutsu. Yay. On the way to the training ground, Naruto asked again about Konoha's history. Teacher Ingsi, today you should tell me the story of the fourth Hokage. Ingsi sighed with emotion. The fourth Hokage was a truly great ninja. The year you were born, a great calamity struck Konoha. An enemy invasion caused massive casualties. At the critical moment, the young fourth Hokage stepped forward. He and his wife sacrificed their lives to protect their comrades and the villagers. Saying this, he glanced at little Naruto. His son became an orphan living alone in this world. At that, Naruto suddenly grabbed Ingsi's hand. What happened to the Hokage's son? Does he have a place to sleep? Does he get hot ramen in winter? Ingsi nodded. Yes. He now has friends, and also a cool teacher. Huh. Naruto scratched his blonde head. Somehow the Hokage's son's situation seemed similar to his own. A few hours later. Sensei Eiji, I've managed to control my chakra. He gathered chakra in his feet, swaying back and forth atop the giant tree. He looked quite delighted. Hee la la la, I'm such a genius. Naruto grinned widely, but that was precisely when he lost control of his chakra. His foot slipped, and he plummeted face first toward the ground. Mother, help. Eiji covered his face. This kid really was. He caught Naruto in one move, and then casually tossed him toward the riverbank. Water walking, remember. If you fall in carelessly, you'll drown. Naruto swallowed hard, and cautiously placed his foot upon the water's surface. Driven by fear, Naruto frantically tapped into his inner potential. Eiji narrowed his eyes. He distinctly saw a flash of orange light ripple across Naruto's body. He hadn't expected the cheat to activate so soon. And then, gurgle gurgle, help, gurgle gurgle. Sigh. Looks like it still isn't working. Eiji hoisted Naruto out of the water. The young Naruto skillfully stripped off his wet clothes, wiped himself dry, changed into fresh garments, and laid his damp clothes by the fire to dry. It was clear this was a routine he had repeated countless times. As for the wounds on his body, they were slowly healing. That's enough for today. We'll continue another time. Uchiha Compound Training Ground. Sasuke took a deep breath. Fire release, great fireball technique. Watching the small fireball spew forth, Sasuke felt a pang of frustration. Just as father said, I still can't compare to you, brother. Sasuke slumped onto the ground and picked up a small stone, tossing it aside. Itachi gently stroked Sasuke's head. You've done well, Sasuke. When I was your age, I couldn't manage that either. That's not true, brother. Father said you're a once-in-a-generation genius within the clan. No matter what jutsu you're taught, you learn it after just one lesson. At the mention of the words, genius ninja, Itachi paused, then returned to his composure. What genius ninja? I am merely a stepping stone for that person. As the young head of the Uchiha clan, Itachi possessed a fiercely proud heart. He also knew he was his father's pride. After losing to Eiji, his father had never blamed him. Lately, he often dreamed of being defeated by Eiji. It had almost become his inner demon. To conquer this demon, he practiced like a madman to the point where his close friend Shursui could barely watch. Shursui advised him to take a break and adjust his mindset first. But Itachi wouldn't listen. After every sparring session, Itachi would ask Shursui the same question. Can I defeat Eiji now, eh? Shursui would only shake his head and say, don't dwell on these things. And then Itachi would understand. Shursui's meaning was clear, stop asking. You can't beat him. Itachi's sudden silence made Sasuke sense that something was wrong. His eyes darted around, and he quickly guessed the reason. Brother, you'll defeat that guy sooner or later. If you can't beat him, then wait until I grow up and take the Chunin exam. I'll beat him right in front of everyone. Sasuke clenched his fist, looking full of confidence. Itachi smiled and ruffled Sasuke's hair. My dear younger brother, as long as I draw breath, I will never let you stand in the front line. Let's continue. Yes. At the same time, in Danzo's residence. By Hiruzen's order, Danzo had been temporarily relieved of his duties. During this period, he couldn't go out freely and had to rely on subordinates to relay intelligence. The death of his most reliable workhorse Ryuma gave Danzo quite a headache. He needed to find an opportunity to borrow some capable ninjas from the various clans. If they refused, he could always fabricate a charge and invite their clan leaders for tea at the Root organization. Lord Danzo, the two advisors are here to see you. Show them in. Hamura and Koharu removed their hoods and sat before Danzo. They wasted no time on pleasantries and spoke directly. Danzo, what madness has Hiruzen fallen into? Why has he removed you from your post? Doesn't he know this village cannot survive a day without you? Danzo snorted coldly. You know our Hokage better than anyone. He is obsessed with building an image of kindness and gentleness. Recently, he's lost his mind trying to win over the Uchiha clan members. Naturally, I became the sacrifice in the process. Hearing this, Hamura and Koharu also sighed. Like Danzo, the two of them had always held an adversarial attitude toward the Uchiha. Whenever matters concerning the Uchiha arose, they unanimously supported any action against them. But if any benefit were offered to the Uchiha, they would oppose it with all their might. They even claimed that if Lord Tobirama were still alive, he would agree with their stance. Hiruzen trusted the three of them, deeply consulting them frequently on both major and minor matters. But who would have thought Hiruzen would suddenly make such a decision? What should we do now? With Danzo removed, the Uchiha must be laughing in their sleep. Those madmen. I will wipe them all out someday, not sparing even a child. Hamura adjusted her glasses and spoke to soothe Danzo. The immediate priority is to formulate a new solution. Last time our scheme backfired. Not only did we fail to achieve our goal, but we also allowed that brat Eiji to make a display before Hiruzen. Now Hiruzen has tasked him with investigating the intruder who uses would release. With that mandate, Eiji can use the Hokage's orders as a shield no matter what he does. Speaking of this, Hamura glanced at Danzo. That intruder. Is he truly not one of your subordinates? Danzo snorted coldly. Of course not. The only successful test subject was also taken by Hiruzen and assigned to the Umbu. I see. Danzo felt a flicker of anger. What was Hamura implying? They had cooperated for so many years, didn't she have even a shred of trust in him? Moreover, he had been suspended, but Hamura and Koharu had not. As Konoha's advisors, the two should have shouldered the responsibility of maintaining the village's stability during this period. But judging by their words today, they had no intelligence to offer and were instead turning to Danzo for answers. Damn it, if he knew what to do, would he have ended up in this predicament? Useless. Like Hiruzen, they were of little practical use. Danzo was deeply worried. Without him, this village would truly fall apart. This only solidified the ideal in his heart even further. I must become Hokage. Absolutely inevitably. A few days passed, and the investigation into the intruder hit a bottleneck. Eiji and his team had thoroughly searched Konoha from top to bottom, but found nothing. Senior Kakashi, why does that intruder only have one Sharingan? Kakashi, who was reviewing reports, stopped his movements. Are you suggesting he isn't actually an Uchiha clan member? Could it be that like me he obtained it due to some special circumstances? Eiji blinked. Was that what he meant? He wanted to say, never mind, it's hard to explain. If he were to say that the person was actually a Beto and the reason he only had one Sharingan was because the other was with Kakashi. And that he survived because he encountered the Ashura of the ninja world Uchiha Madara, and that their current goal was to destroy the world blah blah blah. Who would believe that? Why don't you just say there are aliens in this world too? A headache. Well, at this point, let's eat first. Eiji rubbed his grumbling stomach and said, let's go grab something to eat before I faint from hunger. The three of them arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. 3 bowls of ramen please. Please wait a moment. I am the big sister type, said with her eyes squinting into a smile. Long time no see, Eiji Koen. Ichiraku Ramen was a peculiar place. It seemed that no one ever caused trouble there. Every customer dining there was well behaved. I've been a bit busy lately handling missions with Kakashi-senpai. I hummed in acknowledgement knowing that this involved confidential matters and couldn't be probed further. As the three waited for their noodles, a sudden exclamation came from behind. Wow, Eiji-sensei, never expected to run into you here. Little Naruto bounded over to the counter in a few quick steps, pulling out his round little toad wallet with a grand gesture. Today I'm treating you to ramen. Extra chashu for Eiji-sensei, no bamboo shoots. I smiled at Naruto. Okay, little Naruto is paying today. Hehe, Naruto said proudly. I caught some big fish at the river today. On the way back, I ran into some scary-looking weird uncles. I thought they wanted to steal my fish, but instead they gave me a lot of money and bought my fish. Naruto pointed at the clan emblem on Eiji's shoulder. They had this on them too. Maybe they're friends of Eiji Nizan. After saying that, Naruto happily shuffled over to sit beside Eiji. He counted on his fingers. At this rate, I can sell fish to make pocket money and buy more limited edition instant noodles. Heard there's a special new flavor out. Eiji's head throbbed from listening. Don't you dare buy any more, you little rascal. How can my salary afford that kind of spending? But there was some good news. Judging from his condition, the earlier attack on Naruto hadn't caused any substantial harm. Or maybe he had been attacked so many times that his immunity had grown stronger. Naruto asked curiously, Eiji-sensei, can you teach me jutsu today? Not today, Eiji said, pointing to Yamato and Kakashi. I have to go on a secret mission with these 2 seniors. Alright then. Naruto looked a bit dejected. It seemed like everyone but him was busy. Soon the ramen arrived. Naruto's and Eiji's bowls had more toppings than noodles, while Kakashi's and Yamato's bowls looked quite plain by comparison. I'll dig in. Eiji glanced apologetically at his 2 companions. Then I'll dig in too. Just as Eiji picked up his chopsticks, he heard a series of sharp, piercing screams. He nearly fell off his stool in shock. Do you have any idea how intimidating a battle cry opening can be? Can you handle that? At first Eiji paid no mind, thinking it was just girls playfully shrieking. But the screams grew louder, and he could hear the sound of people grabbing weapons. Peeping Tom. Sisters, let's get him. Don't you run. I'll rip your dick off. Beat him. Beat him to death. The Hokage will back us up. That was followed by Howl's footsteps and a man's cries for help. Eiji's expression instantly turned quite interesting. Don't tell me that old pervert is back in the village. He stood up and said, you all start eating. I'll be right back. As soon as he said that, Eiji vanished from the spot. Whoa, so cool. I want Eiji-sensei to teach me that next time. Naruto sighed in admiration, then casually pulled Eiji's bowl of ramen closer to himself. That weird white-haired guy and the square-faced one next to him kept staring at the bowl. Absolutely mustn't let them sneak a bite. Meanwhile, Eiji had already intercepted the fleeing Peeping Tom. Facing Eiji's sudden appearance, Jiraiya paid no heed. Move it, kid. Seeing that Eiji actually stepped aside, Jiraiya chuckled smugly. Almost free of those terrifying women. Wait. Jiraiya was suddenly engulfed by a vortex of water that shrank into a sphere like a water prison, trapping him inside. Inside the water prison, streams of water turned into chains that bound Jiraiya securely. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Careless, to be caught by a jutsu like this. How dare you? In broad daylight, under the clear sky, you peep at innocent women. Jiraiya struggled. Art. Glub glub. Let me out. Save your words for the security department. Eiji looked righteous. As the Hokage, you must ensure everyone is equal before the law. Lord Tobirama once again proved with his own hands that his protection of the villagers is not just lip service. Mission reward: you have obtained the forbidden technique. Mutually multiplying explosive tags. At that moment, the victim of the peeping arrived. Eiji gasped. Oh no, they were swaying, making him dizzy. A blonde woman tightened her bathrobe and pointed at Jiraiya angrily. He was peeping at us while we were bathing and even laughing to himself. If word gets out, how can we ever marry? That's right, that's right. The women surrounded Eiji. Ninja-sama, please do us justice. Eiji's handsome face flushed. Stop rubbing against me, I can't take it anymore. Jiraiya, trapped in the water prison, was furious. I peek at you while you're bathing, and you chase me with intent to kill. Now you come out wearing bathrobes with nothing underneath, all pressed against that white-haired brat. Now you're not afraid of never getting married. I'm shallow. Alright, you go back first. I'll take this peeping Tom to the security department right away. With Eiji's assurance, they reluctantly headed back. The way they looked at him, like Black Widow looking at Superman. The long, lingering, infatuated, reluctant gaze. Even Jiraiya couldn't stand it. It was unbearable. Eiji clapped his hands and dispelled the water prison. Jiraiya crashed to the ground with a thud. Kid, you're too ruthless. As he spoke, several figures appeared with a whoosh. Let's talk back at security. They bound Jiraiya up like a rice dumpling. The group then escorted him and tossed him into the interrogation room of the security department. Jiraiya-sama, can't you pick a different hobby? Eiji glanced at Jiraiya and untied his ropes. He knew such restraints were meaningless against one of the legendary Sannin. If Jiraiya got serious, even the water prison couldn't hold him. Kid, you know me. One of the famed Sannin, the third Hokage's direct disciple, the pervy sage Jiraiya. Who doesn't know you? Jiraiya broke into a grin. Since he's recognized, this will be easy. Kid, just go through the motions. I'll give you one of my books, and you let me go. Enough, Eiji cut him off. Your book already drained Kakashi-senpai. I'm too young, don't corrupt me. That just proves my book is good. Shut up. Stay quiet. This is the security department, not your private garden. Jiraiya looked up at Eiji. How this white-haired kid, young as he looked, had an air of righteous integrity. In the past, he'd been caught plenty of times, and they'd usually let him off with a token gesture. The only shinobi bold enough to punch him twice were him and Tsunade. Eiji tossed paper and a pen to Jiraiya. Write what you did, why you did it, who's behind you, and what your aim is. He was annoyed. His noodles were still uneaten. Just then a knock came at the door. Kakashi walked in holding a bowl. Kakashi-senpai, what's this? Naruto said you hadn't had lunch and asked me to bring it. He also told me repeatedly not to steal any or he'd stab but with a kunai. Eiji barely stifled a laugh, noticing the word resentment written all over Kakashi's face. Indeed, although their relationship was closer, Naruto still didn't know about Kakashi's connection to his father. Where's Naruto now? Yamato took him home. After the last incident, the Hokage added extra protection for Naruto, so don't worry. As they chatted, Jiraiya suddenly widened his eyes. The Naruto you mentioned, is that the yellow-haired kid? Who else could it? Kakashi turned toward the voice and saw a tall white-haired man staring at them curiously. Jiraiya-sama, what are you doing here? Wait, don't tell me Eiji's peeping Tom was you. Jiraiya's face flushed, signaling Kakashi to keep it down. Any louder, and the Hokage would hear. Kakashi found it both funny and exasperating. Who would have thought the legendary Jiraiya would be detained by Eiji for peeping? I just took one look. Jiraiya shrugged helplessly. He should have left long ago, but a few days back he heard about a new public bath full of beautiful women. So he lingered for a few days. He asked again, you were talking about Naruto. Kakashi nodded. Yes, Jiraiya-sama. Eiji is currently Naruto's teacher. What the hell? A thunderbolt seemed to strike Jiraiya's mind. As an idealist, he held no prejudice against the Uchiha clan. But he knew the village had never looked favorably upon the Uchiha, which was why they'd been relegated to the outskirts as police a few years back. So the question emerged. Uchiha Eiji had become the teacher of Naruto Uzumaki, son of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, and current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Is that even reasonable? How much sake had the old man drunk to make such a decision? Eiji looked up at Jiraiya. The Hokage didn't object. Perhaps he thought that having an Uchiha like me around would at least let Naruto feel what it's like to be cared for. Upon hearing this, Kakashi and Jiraiya both fell silent. They were theoretically the two people closest to Naruto, yet neither had looked after him. Eiji was essentially slapping them across the face. After a moment, Kakashi broke the silence. Eat up. After this, we've got to continue investigating that would style ninja. Got it. Eiji slurped up the noodles. Kakashi sat nearby, muttering under his breath. I've been going over the possibilities again. Besides Danzo, we need to consider Orochimaru. Eiji hummed in agreement. But Orochimaru's whereabouts are unpredictable. Where would we even find him? Kakashi sighed. If there was one person in the shinobi world hardest to deal with, he'd definitely vote for Orochimaru. He defected years ago. Not only had Konoha been tracking him, but they'd also issued a bounty. Anyone providing a lead on Orochimaru would receive a substantial reward. Even so, no one had managed to locate him. Although Eiji knew Orochimaru wasn't the mastermind, eliminating him would certainly earn system rewards. As for Danzo, he could also be dealt with from time to time. So he didn't object. Soon Eiji finished his noodles. Wiping his mouth, he walked over to Jiraiya. Write it down quickly. Don't hold us up from looking for Oro. Eiji suddenly paused. When it came to finding Orochimaru, why not ask Jiraiya? In the shinobi world, no one knew Orochimaru better than Jiraiya. He runs, he chases. He can't escape, even with wings. Jiraiya looked up. Kid, who did you say? Jiraiya-sama, there are some things we need to confirm with Orochimaru. Despite Jiraiya's usual carefree demeanor, the mention of Orochimaru instantly changed him. He narrowed his eyes and listened intently to the whole story. Orochimaru. He's still continuing that dangerous experiment. That's exactly why he fled Konoha back then. We can't confirm it's Orochimaru's doing yet, but it's a possibility. Jiraiya shook his head, easily bending the bars apart and stepping in front of Eiji. Regardless of whether it's true, I need to find Orochimaru and ask him directly. Kakashi asked curiously, but Orochimaru appears and disappears like a ghost. Where do we look? Jiraiya formed a few hand signs, and as smoke cleared, a huge map appeared on the table. He slowly unrolled it and pointed at circled sections. Over the years I've been hunting Orochimaru and destroyed countless of his secret bases. Based on my knowledge of him, Orochimaru tends to hide in areas bordering several nations. Their people are numerous and watchful, and it involves the territorial issues of different great powers. If we start from these regions, our chances of success are high. The three white-haired men gathered around the table, seriously analyzing their next move. I'll make a copy of this map for you. We'll split up, and this time we'll definitely catch Orochimaru and ask him face to face. Thank you, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya waved his hand, indicating it was nothing. He then rolled up the scroll and headed out. I'm off. I'll come find you once I've prepared the materials. Wait, who said you can leave? Jiraiya, one thing at a time. According to security regulations, I hereby detain Shinobi Jiraiya for 7 days and fine him 30,000 ryo. In the Hokage's office. That bastard Jiraiya, you arrested him for peeping at women bathing. Yes, Hokage-sama, according to the security division. Enough. Dock his pay. A little lesson might do him good. Hiruzen clearly didn't want to owe the security division a favor over Jiraiya's affairs. He knew his student's nature well. His lecherous habits and drinking had caused enough trouble. If this could cure him of that foul trait, it would be a blessing in disguise. Hiruzen was concerned about something else entirely. Are you certain it's Orochimaru? Based on Jiraiya-sama's intelligence, Orochimaru has never ceased his human experiments all these years. I believe there's a high probability. Hiruzen clenched his fist. What exactly was that bastard Orochimaru scheming? Had he known, he should have killed him with his own hands back then. Hokage-sama, since Orochimaru is highly suspect, and Jiraiya-sama has returned, I believe this is the optimal opportunity to act. This time Hiruzen didn't hesitate. In that case, depart as soon as possible. You must get to the bottom of this. Yes, Hokage-sama. Under Hiruzen's direction, a temporary strike team was assembled. Originally, Hiruzen had arranged for Jiraiya to lead with Eiji's trio assisting him. However, Eiji declined, reasoning that Orochimaru was an extremely cunning shinobi. A conspicuous large-scale operation would undoubtedly alert him. Dividing their forces, however, would increase the efficiency of capturing Orochimaru. Still irritated from being detained at the security division for days, Jiraiya seized the chance to mock Eiji. Kid, don't think you're so special. Orochimaru is 100 times more troublesome than you can imagine. Don't worry, Jiraiya-sama. What I excel at most is running away. Jiraiya clicked his tongue, unwilling to waste words with Eiji. Good luck then. With that, he handed Eiji a scroll and left. Before departing, Eiji once again sought out the clan member responsible for logistics and supplies. I'd like to request some supplies if you don't mind, Elder. The clansman's head throbbed at the sight of Eiji. You again. Last time you took years' worth of provisions. Eiji scratched his head awkwardly. Elder, I really need it urgently. Need it my foot. Who do you think you are, the clan head? You can't just take whatever you want. Ahem. Just as he finished speaking, Fugaku emerged from a corner. See, clan head, I didn't mean it like that. It's fine, Fugaku said, not bothering to hold it against him. Open the warehouse. This mission is quite dangerous. It's wise to have more supplies ready. Understood. An hour later, Eiji emerged hauling several scrolls. Eiji, this is your first mission. Be careful in everything. Don't worry, I'll definitely. Eiji paused, deciding not to jinx himself. I'll make sure to eat breakfast on time every day. Fugaku couldn't keep up with Eiji's train of thought. What in the world was he talking about? Hours later, Eiji, Kakashi, and Tenzo set off. Their first destination was a small town on the border of the Land of Fire. Jiraiya reasoned that since Orochimaru had designs on Konoha, he would maintain a relatively suitable distance from the village. This town fit the bill perfectly. The three of them, carrying their packs, headed towards their destination. Along the way, Kakashi and Tenzo shared some practical tips with Eiji. They covered subjects like minimizing physical exertion, quickly crafting simple traps, and catching cute little animals to stave off hunger. Though these tips weren't very practical for Eiji. With a flick of his finger, small tornadoes would deliver fish right to his face. He never returned empty-handed. At night, they gathered around a campfire roasting fish. Eiji pulled out some seasonings from his backpack and even a few bottles of sake. Eiji, we're on a mission, not a picnic. A little drink won't hurt, right? Or I could add some to the cooking. It enhances the flavor. Kakashi's temple throbbed. Cooking. Should we hire some geisha to dance for you too? Eiji's eyes widened suddenly, a shy expression blooming on his face. Well, I am still underage, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Though of course if Kakashi-senpai insists, I suppose I could accept. Kakashi had no words. Tenzo U's would release to build us a house. Yes, senpai. The ever-dutiful Tenzo formed a few hand seals, and a decent little house rose from the ground. Eiji was full of admiration. Tenzo-senpai, that's a great jutsu. We won't ever need to buy a house in the future. Tenzo pondered this seriously. It's not just about the house. First we'd need to apply for land. Kakashi painfully swallowed a piece of fish. He was beginning to regret going on this mission with Eiji. Inside a cave, the masked man received Zetsu's report. Bad news. Konoha has issued a wanted order for you across the shinobi world. And they've already dispatched a team to track you down, including Kakashi. The masked man scoffed dismissively. What could that useless Kakashi possibly find? He couldn't even recognize me in a direct fight. Zetsu thought the masked man was being a moron. If he had recognized him, what level would Kakashi's Sharingan have to be? Also, they seemed to believe that Orochimaru was behind the attack on Konoha and that you are his subordinate. Him? He's not worthy. The masked man let out a cold snort. He knew of Orochimaru's reputation. One of the legendary Sannin and Hiruzen had even called him a potential candidate for the Hokage position. But the masked man had no interest in any of that. They were all just fools blinded by a false world. However, at this moment the masked man did find Orochimaru somewhat useful. The useless Kakashi focusing his energy on hunting Orochimaru would ease the pressure on his side. The Moon Eye plan still required a long time to complete. So what should we do? While they're running around like headless chickens, let's recruit some more people. Alright. In the laboratory, Orochimaru was washing his hands, which could never truly be clean. A small white snake flicked its tongue beside him, as if relaying a message. Can they really pin the crime of invading Konoha on me? Orochimaru had no interest in invading Konoha, at least not now. His mind was still set on achieving immortality and then mastering every jutsu in the world. But now he had discovered something more important. Uchiha Eiji seemed to be a fine vessel. Orochimaru licked his lips, emitting a grating laugh. Within Konoha, he had a spy named Kabuto. Through Kabuto, he learned much about the village. The sudden appearance of the prodigious shinobi Eiji piqued Orochimaru's interest immensely. He dreamed of claiming his body. And now the opportunity had arrived. An Uchiha with pure blood, a Sharingan, and a wood-release user as well. How delightfully amusing. Orochimaru struggled to contain his excitement. Did they think they were coming to capture him? They were practically delivering gifts. The investigation results from Eishi's squad were less than satisfactory. The three ninjas had spent the entire day searching the small town, but failed to find what they were looking for. It seems Lord Jiraiya's intelligence isn't very accurate either. Eishi made a mark on the map at a certain location, preparing to continue gathering intelligence the following morning. What surprised them was that despite it being mealtime, this small restaurant had only 3 customers. Kakashi felt something was off, so he went out to investigate. What he failed to anticipate was that the liveliest place in the town today happened to be a casino. Upon hearing this news, a bold idea suddenly popped into Eishi's mind. No way. In the ninja world, there are many renowned figures. Among them was Tsunade. Born into the prestigious Senju clan of Konohagakure, she also had familial ties to the Fire Daimyo. Moreover, she was an exceptionally skilled medical ninja, earning the respect of countless shinobi. After all, anyone in the ninja world could encounter accidents. Tsunade could very well be the lifeline in critical moments. However, her fame extended beyond just her medical prowess. She was also the most notorious gambler in the ninja world. Unfortunately, her luck was terrible, which earned her the bizarre nickname, the legendary Woolly Mammoth, a term for an easy mark. The casino was packed with gamblers. The Mammoth. It's the legendary Mammoth. Wow. As expected of her in just a short, while she's already lost hundreds of thousands of Ryo. She's so beautiful. Through the crowd, Eishi caught a glimpse of a beautiful blonde woman. He thought he would join in the fun, but was unexpectedly kicked out by several intimidating bodyguards. Get lost, kid. Minors are not allowed inside. Eishi once again questioned the logic behind the ninja world's order. Here 4-year-olds could wield knives and kill, yet still be hailed as genius ninja, receiving praise and respect from the villagers. Yet here minors were absolutely forbidden from entering such establishments, and without parental accompaniment, they couldn't even buy a copy of Ika Ika Paradise. Not even extra money would help. Of course, this rule didn't apply to Tsunade. Her first toy was actually a pair of dice handcrafted by the great god of shinobi, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju himself. Thanks to this influence, Tsunade eventually became a gambler just like him. A rather poor one at that. I'm done playing. Tsunade left the table in frustration. Just moments ago, she had lost her last bit of money. She had even written numerous IOUs. However, Tsunade never repaid her debts. She could alter her appearance to evade her creditors. As Tsunade departed, the gamblers reluctantly headed home as well. They had made a fortune tonight and needed to find some girls to celebrate with. Shizun, give me some more money so I can find a place to grab a drink. Shizun, holding Tantan, couldn't help but scold Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, where would I get money? I don't even know where tomorrow's accommodation fees are coming from. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. Tomorrow I'll place one big bet and win it all back. Shizun sighed helplessly. Win? You almost lost Tantan today. Just as the two were worrying about dinner, Eiji approached them. "Oh my. Respected Lady Tsunade, it really is you." Tsunade was startled. "Who was this handsome white-haired boy? Are you a Konoha ninja?" Eiji nodded and pointed to Kakashi and Hade approaching from behind. "We set out on a minor mission and didn't expect to run into Lady Tsunade." Tsunade glanced at them and suddenly wore a strange smile. "I wonder if it would be convenient to treat me to dinner late at night at the small restaurant." Tsunade devoured 3 large bowls of rice, finished 4 or 5 plates of main dishes, and demolished a pork knuckle. Only then did she let out a satisfied burp. "It feels so good to be full." Curious, Eiji asked, "Is Lady Tsunade also on a secret mission? How could you possibly not have time to eat?" Tsunade's pretty face turned red, and she fell silent, embarrassed. Shizen finally found her opening to tease. "Our Lady Tsunade is busy gambling every day, or where would she find time to eat? Actually, to be precise, I don't have money for food either." A vein throbbed on the foreheads of Eiji and the others. They knew Tsunade liked to gamble, but they didn't realize she was this addicted. If she kept playing like this, the Senju clan's ancestral wealth would be squandered. Yet Tsunade seemed completely unaware of this. After eating her fill, she actually began reviewing her strategies. "Actually, I won quite a bit too. I just lost control and lost a big hand in one go. Next time I need to learn to bet in batches and leave myself some margin for error." The others could barely hide their speechlessness. "Lady, you've lost so badly, and you're still planning for next time." Encountered Tsunade, Hashirama's granddaughter. Unexpectedly, she shares his gambling addiction. "Sai, nothing can be done. Might as well play with her." New quest: defeat Tsunade at gambling. Eiji actually didn't understand gambling very well. His biggest gamble was winning 300 happy beans and arrogantly snatching the landlord role with doubled stakes. Then he switched accounts to claim the next round of welfare. However, beating Tsunade should be no problem, right? After their meal, Kakashi paid to open a room for Tsunade right next to theirs. "Lady Tsunade, I think we should stop gambling from now on." "Shut up, Shizen. Go take a bath and sleep." Knock, knock, knock. The room door rattled. Shizen went to open the door and saw Eiji grinning widely. "Lady Tsunade, want to play a game with me?" "Play." 2 hours later. "Yay, I won again." Tsunade unceremoniously took the last stack of money from the table. "Kid want to keep playing." Eiji felt like he had been set up. Nearly 1 million ryo. That was his entire life savings. To lose it all was bad enough, but he hadn't won a single round. Even in Dojiju, after losing that much, you'd get some AI bots thrown in to make it fair. Seeing the flustered Eiji, Tsunade's mood improved considerably. "Want to continue? If you lose again, you'll have to take off some clothes." Eiji thought Tsunade was a bit crazy. He was still a child. Could she really drive such a large vehicle? Besides, there were outsiders present. They couldn't possibly do a 3-way. Oh, damn it, what am I thinking? Eiji stood up angrily. "Wait. I'll gather the money and come back." Tsunade shrugged indifferently, her meaning clear. Who was the real easy mark here, anyway? As Eiji turned to leave, Tsunade suddenly noticed the ninja sword on his back. "Wait, kid. Let me see that sword of yours." "What for?" "This is my life-saving tool." "Lady Tsunade, you're not heartless enough to steal it, are you?" Despite his words, Eiji still handed the sword over. She stroked the hilt where a tiny die was carved. She had secretly carved it when she was very young, which had made her second grandfather furious. It had later been lost on the battlefield. "Where did you get this sword?" Eiji was also an honest man. He had no idea how to convince Tsunade that his story was remotely plausible. "Well, what if I told you I found this sword? Would you believe me?" Tsunade sneered. She naturally wouldn't buy Eiji's nonsense. Why not say it fell from the sky? But she had just won 1 million and was in a good mood, so she couldn't be bothered to argue with him. She tossed the sword back to Eiji. "Come find me whenever you want to play again. I'm always up for it." Eiji turned and left, shedding tears of frustration. Damn it. This was too humiliating. He had been reduced to being mocked by the biggest fat sheep in the ninja world. If word got out, how could he ever show his face again? And on top of that, all his money was gone. Where would he ever get the funds to buy a house? He quietly returned to his room, where both senior comrades were already asleep. But Eiji couldn't sleep at all. No, he had to find a way to win back his money. This was no longer about the mission. It was about his dignity. In the next room, Tsunade was happily counting her money. "See, I told you I'd win big today. In a few days, we'll switch to a bigger casino and win back everything I've lost over the years." But as she counted, she suddenly stopped. Her luck at gambling was notoriously bad. Every time she won, something unexpected happened. She had won so much today, surely nothing strange would happen now. Tsunade crawled into her futon, but her mind kept flashing with memories she'd rather forget. She only fell into deep sleep as dawn broke. The next morning, the group came down for breakfast. Shizun, holding Tanta, noticed Eiji was missing. "Where's Eiji?" Tenzo brought over 2 plates of steamed buns and a dish of pickles. "Looks like he barely slept last night. He's catching up on rest now." "And Tsunade-sama hasn't woken up either." Shizun nodded. "She probably stayed up late with Eiji. Besides, she hasn't gotten up before noon in years. You'll get used to it." All 3 of them found it strange how Eiji had managed to hit it off with Tsunade-sama. And when Kakashi and Tenzo heard that Inkse had lost money all night, they nearly popped their eyes out. Well. The big fat sheep met an even bigger fat pig, huh? Besides the rumor of Hashirama-sama losing to Tsunade, this was the first time he'd heard of Tsunade winning so spectacularly. As they were chatting, Inkse dashed downstairs. Without a word, he grabbed a bun and started wolfing it down. The three of them watched him shivering. Inkse, are you eating that bun or slaughtering it? What's it ever done to you? Yeah, Inkse, it's not like the bun won your money. The honest Tenzo stopped mid-sentence as he felt a killing intent so thick, it was almost tangible. Oh well, I'll go settle the bill. This breakfast's on me. And with that he scurried away, terrified that Inkse might draw his blade and challenge him to a duel. Inkse gritted his teeth. Shizen-senpai. Moi. Where's the nearest ninja tool shop? Turn left outside, it's the third shop. Inkse finished his meat bun. Ninja tools are important to a shinobi, and it's the same for Orochimaru. I'll go see if there's any news. Shizune and Kakashi exchanged glances. I thought Inkse would be wallowing in his gambling loss, but he's recovered surprisingly fast. Let's keep this between the five of us and Taunton. Don't tell anyone else. Alright, at the ninja tool shop. It was early morning with no customers, so the shopkeeper was dozing in his recliner. Inkse walked in slowly. Wake up. Startled by Inkse's sharp gaze, the shopkeeper stammered, Ninja-sama, what can I do for you? Inkse closed the door and stared intently at the shopkeeper for a long moment. The shopkeeper turned pale and began trembling. Think, damn it. Did I offend some ninja recently? Inkse slowly reached into his ninja tool pouch and pulled out a thick stack of paper bombs. Oh no. The shopkeeper knew the power of paper bombs. This guy was going to blow him to pieces. Do you know what this is, eh? Why, yes. Is it worth much? Huh. What? Is it worth anything? Yes, it's valuable. Over 2,000 ryo per sheet. But my shop doesn't carry these. If you want something, Ninja-sama, take whatever you like, just spare my life. Huh. Inkse sensed something off. When did I say I wanted your things? Do Konoha ninja have no manners at all? The shopkeeper dropped to his knees and kowtowed deeply. This was it. He really was going to kill him. He knew that in the eyes of these ninja their lives were worthless. Especially in this lawless border zone, people died every day. He just never thought today would be his turn. Ayaka Yui Uaya. See you in the next life. The shopkeeper slowly closed his eyes. I beg this Ninja-sama one favor. When you do it, be quick. I'm afraid of pain. You're out of your mind, Inkse said, tossing the paper bombs onto the counter. Just exchange these for cash for me. The shopkeeper. Who's the crazy one here? Half an hour later, Inkse walked out with 200,000 ryo. The shopkeeper changed into a new pair of pants and waved enthusiastically. Please come again. But Inkse suddenly turned his head, scaring the shopkeeper into darting back inside. Oh no, did I say something wrong again? At noon, Tsunade finally got up and the five of them gathered for lunch. They exchanged information about Orochimaru. But Tsunade clearly wasn't interested. She was only thinking about winning even bigger tonight. Since there's no word on Orochimaru, let's head to the next place. Tsunade pulled out a warm banknote and pressed it into Inkse's hand. Consider this a lesson. Don't gamble anymore, okay? Her voice was soft and sweet, but it pierced Inkse's heart like a knife. You. Tsunade rested her chin on her hand. You can also write an IOU. I do trust the Uchiha clan's credibility after all. Arg. Inkse felt like his Sharingan was about to evolve into Mangekyō. He steeled himself. Fine, he'd stop playing. He could always get this money back from Danzo later with interest. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a ripple of chakra. Inkse frowned. Not Masked Man, not Zetsu. So who was it? I got it. Inkse suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. The mission only required him to beat Tsunade. It never said he had to win at gambling, right? He walked over to Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, how about another bet? Tsunade laughed so hard her whole body shook, and Inkse couldn't take his eyes off her. One more bet. I'll bet as many times as you want. Inkse leaned in close and whispered so only she could hear. Let's bet on who finds Orochimaru first. Me, or Jiraiya-sama. Tsunade thought for a moment. Kid, I've been meaning to say, Orochimaru is not someone you three can handle. She tapped Inkse's forehead protector. A chunin like you should just stick to lower-ranked missions. But Inkse simply repeated himself. Bet or not. Ugh, fine, I'll humor you. If you win, I'll give you a gift. If you lose, you owe me 500,000 ryo in banknotes. Tsunade of course believed Jiraiya would find Orochimaru first. No matter how unreliable he was still the legendary Toad Sage. And those three were still lacking in comparison. Moreover, for some reason, she had a nagging sense of unease. I'm tired. Going back to rest. Tsunade got up and left completely, missing the smirk curling at the corner of Inkse's mouth. Finally, she took the bait. At night, the small town was still bustling with life. Tsunade was gambling each chip she tossed, causing a stir of gasps among the onlookers. Shizune was fretting, having won 2 million ryo but already lost a third of it. Where was the promised restraint? Kakashi and Tenzu were compiling mission reports and mapping out their next course of action. Inkse, carrying Xiao Air, wandered the streets after dinner. As he stepped into a quiet alley, he gradually came to a halt. He clearly saw within the shadows a pair of serpentine eyes fixed intently upon him. A single glance was enough to sense the dangerous aura emanating from the stranger. Eiji slender fingers rested lightly upon his sword hilt as he asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" His response was a hoarse, grating laugh. "You Uchiha brats, haven't you been searching for me all this time? You're Orochimaru." Eiji put on a look of genuine surprise. "So you're the one who sent the masked man to invade Konoha?" Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his lips, and regarded Eiji with a look that suggested he was dealing with a fool. "You Uchiha brats really don't have much between the years. If I had wanted to invade Konoha, do you think you'd still be alive to speak with me now? As Hokage, it is my duty to eliminate any threat to the village. New mission: defeat the rogue ninja Orochimaru and extract from him the secrets of the masked man." Orochimaru tapped his head, relishing the rare chance to catch Eiji alone, an opportunity he would not let slip by. He suddenly opened his mouth wide, and a slender white serpent shot forth. More bizarre still, the small snake opened its jaws again, revealing a gleaming Kusanagi blade. "There it is. I spit a snake, the snake spits a sword." A cold gleam flashed in Eiji's eyes as Shao air was drawn. In an instant, his figure vanishing from where he stood. Crack! A flash of white light streaked through the air, the razor-sharp blade cleaving through the white serpent's head. Orochimaru's hands moved in a blur of seals. Manda's berserk attack. In an instant, countless venomous snakes surged forward like a black tide, bearing down upon Eiji from every direction. Water release, water dragon bite explosion. The entire street was instantly submerged beneath a flood. Raging torrents engulfed the ground beneath Orochimaru's feet, the water level rising rapidly until it swallowed half his body. Beneath the churning surface, a sudden vortex materialized, pulling with immense force. Orochimaru was forced to concentrate chakra into the soles of his feet, barely managing to steady himself. As for the countless lesser serpents, they had already been shredded into fine mincemeat by a myriad of thin water blades. Eiji stood atop a colossal water dragon, looking down upon Orochimaru from his elevated position. "Whoever you are, if you pose a threat to the village, I will not let you go." A wave of helplessness rose within Orochimaru's heart. "Protecting Konoha? Listen to yourself. Is that really something an Uchiha should be saying? Do the Uchiha have any tradition of protecting this village?" Aboard the water dragon, Eiji slowly raised a palm, his 5 fingers snapping shut into a fist. As he completed his hand seals, the water swelled once more. The raging currents engulfed Orochimaru entirely. Countless razor-sharp water blades carved into his body. Eiji could hear with unsettling clarity the sound of flesh being torn apart and Orochimaru's agonized, distorted screams. Just as Eiji's focus wavered, a thunderous crash erupted as a colossal creature burst forth from the earth. Orochimaru stood atop a massive purple serpent, looking rather worse for wear. "Foolish Orochimaru, did you summon me just to use me as your meat shield?" Manda let out a deafening roar. "This is a special circumstance. Help me defeat this little brat before us, and I will offer you 100 human sacrifices." Hearing this, Manda seemed satisfied. He scrutinized the enemy before him, then let out a derisive snort. "Orochimaru, you can't even handle a snot-nosed brat anymore." Orochimaru started to say something, then thought better of it. "Keep your smug attitude," he mused. Though Eiji was only an 11-year-old child, his mastery of water release far surpassed others his age. There were few in Konoha who could match him, even among veterans. And what's more, what troubled Orochimaru was this: did Eiji's chakra reserves never run out? Maintaining such a massive jutsu without breaking a sweat. This kid definitely has some hidden secret. "Go, Manda. Shut up. I don't take orders from you." The great serpent lunged forward, jaws agape, a foul wind preceding it as it swallowed Eiji whole in a single gulp. "All right then, Orochimaru, when do I get the sacrifices?" "No." Orochimaru's pupils contracted sharply. The water release hadn't dispersed. That fool Manda never bit the real target. Before the words had even faded, with a splash, Eiji's figure rose from the water's surface like a phantom beside Manda's flank. Gripping Shao air tightly, the blade wreathed in swirling currents, he drove it deep into Manda's purple scales. "SSSS." Manda hissed in agony, thrashing its massive body wildly, sending up towering waves. Having struck his mark, Eiji vanished once more, leaving several explosive tags planted within the wound. "You damned brat. If you've got guts, come out of the water and face me." Manda bellowed in fury, churning the waters into a frenzy. "Your grandpa's here." Eiji's voice rang out once more beside Manda's enormous head. This time Shao air pierced clean through its lantern-sized right eye. With a light tap of his toe against the sword's hilt, he formed a hand seal. "Huh. Art is an explosion." Boom, boom, boom. The explosive tags detonated in rapid, violent succession. Blast after blast of fire and shockwave tore through Manda's colossal frame, sending flesh flying and charring what remained. At last, like a collapsing mountain of meat, it slumped into the receding puddles. Eiji wiped the blood spray from his brow, then used the tip of his blade to poke at the pieces of Orochimaru scattered about. Surely you're dead now. He flicked his wrist, slinging the filth from Xiao Air's blade, and sheathed it with a resounding click. He had taken barely a step when a cold, slick sensation coiled around his upper body. Damn it! Several white serpents like unyielding cords wrapped tightly around his arms and torso. Orochimaru emerged from some shadowy corner, his body slick with viscous fluid. Bedraggled, yet radiating a nauseating excitement. That perfect body. It's mine now. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with greedy, fanatical light as his long tongue slid across his lips. Foolish Orochimaru. When did you get the illusion that you had me under your control? Ingxi's voice came from behind Orochimaru, sending a chill down his spine. He whipped his head around only to realize there was no Uchiha being bound at all. Wrapped tightly in the coils of the mighty serpents was none other than himself. Orochimaru's voice carried a note of disbelief. TCH. Your Jinjutsu has reached this level. Ingxi let out a laugh, the three tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly. Die, you trash who threatens Konoha. Ingxi drew his blade once more, the water surface quivering restlessly as if drawn by some unseen force. Ingxi lifted his sword, and the residual water surged along the blade like a living thing, converging, coiling, compressing until it crystallized into a colossal, gleaming azure water greatsword. Go to hell, scum! With a furious roar, the 5-meter water blade tore through the air. Bearing the momentum to sever all in its path, it came crashing down upon the bound Orochimaru. Orochimaru is cunning by nature. Ordinary shinobi can hardly find a way to completely kill him. Mission progress update, executing Orochimaru, in progress. TCH. Ingxi looked at Orochimaru's remains, cleanly bisected by the water blade, and clicked his tongue. This bastard really knows how to cling to life. Even killing him 100 times wouldn't put him down for good. Still, Ingxi collected Orochimaru's body and sealed it into a scroll. It was his achievement after all. It was around then that his two companions and Tsunade finally arrived, taking their sweet time. A wide grin broke across Ingxi's face. Tsunade-sama, I win this time. Eiji simply recounted the entire incident to his companions. Tsunade once again posed a question that seemed to emanate from the depths of her soul. You killed Orochimaru. No, to be precise, I only repelled him. Eiji pointed to the snake shed scattered on the ground. He seems to have mastered some strange substitution jutsu. Oh, it is difficult to kill him completely. Let's talk while we walk. Given the huge commotion they had caused, the group naturally could not return to the town to rest. So after walking for a while, they ventured into a secluded forest where few people tread. Tenzu used the 3-room 1-hall technique to create small houses for the group to rest in. The few of them gathered around a small wooden table to discuss their next plan. Orochimaru came for Eiji today. Tsunade rested her chin on one hand. Many years ago, Orochimaru lamented the fragility of life. He said he must research a method for immortality, which is why he conducted those strange experiments. The reason he actively sought us out is probably because he needs Eiji as experimental material. I just didn't expect him to be beaten to such a sorry state by an 11-year-old brat. Saying this, Tsunade gave Eiji another deep look. Judging by the water stains on the ground, Eiji had used a large-scale water release jutsu. Who did he learn it from? And looking through the history of the Uchiha, no ninja had ever possessed such an ability. If one were to expand the scope slightly, Second Hokage Tobirama could have achieved this. After all, he was known as the ninja who signed a pact with the sea. Could it be that Tobirama passed it to Eiji's elder, who then taught it to Eiji? Plus, Eiji had obtained Tobirama's beloved sword. A Uchiha using Senju Tobirama's ninjutsu. Tsunade felt the world must have gone mad. Meanwhile, Eiji felt a chill under Tsunade's gaze. What were you looking at? I don't have any money left to lose to you. Ahem, Lady Tsunade, I won this time. Yes, you won. Tsunade, you are indeed a fat sheep, just like your big brother. Mission reward: you have acquired the forbidden jutsu, Edo Tensei. By agreement, Tsunade was supposed to give Eiji a gift. Eiji was thinking about getting his silver back when he heard a despairing piece of news. It's all gone. There is still 3,700 ryo left. Lady Tsunade, how can you do this to me? Eiji was on the verge of madness. Why my money? Seeing Eiji about to roll on the ground, Tsunade's eyes were about to roll into her skull. It was hard to associate him with the person who had just sliced up Orochimaru's ninja. Tsunade's head was splitting from the noise. Alright, you and IOU first, okay? Eiji shook his head frantically. Tsunade's IOU was no different from waste paper. I heard Lady Tsunade has dozens of vacant residences. Since you don't live in them anyway, just give me one. Since the money couldn't be recovered for now, he might as well get something else to recoup some losses. As for that pendant, he didn't dare to take it. It was easy to die with such things. Hey, you kid, you really know what's good for you. Tsunade ultimately lost to Eiji. When you return to Konoha, pick a house. Tell the old man I agreed, and he will help you with the procedures. Alright, let's get back to business. Kakashi took out a map and spread it on the table. Now that Orochimaru has fled, the trail is cold. What should we do next? Senior Kakashi Lord Jiraiya once mentioned that Orochimaru established laboratories all over the ninja world. We should take advantage of Orochimaru's weakness and destroy these places as soon as possible. Kakashi thought for a moment. Then let's proceed like this. I will try to contact Lord Jiraiya again. With the plan set, everyone else had nothing more to say. Kakashi asked about Tsunade's plans again. Lady Tsunade, would you like to come back to Konoha with us? Tsunade refused without hesitation. Konoha's affairs have nothing to do with me. Tomorrow you return to Konoha and Shizune, and I will continue to wander the ninja world. Kakashi did not press further upon hearing this. He knew Tsunade had suffered too many blows over the years, which is why she had become the way she was today. The night passed without incident. Early morning. The Konoha team bid farewell to Tsunade. Goodbye, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade waved impatiently. Hurry up and leave. Don't delay me from going to gamble. As she spoke, she patted Enji's head. Brat, make money diligently. I hope next time we meet you can give it all to me at once. Rude. Kakashi and Tenzu simultaneously turned their heads and found that Enji was literally in a state of red-hot anger. Arg, I'm going to fight you. Kakashi and Tenzu used all their strength to drag Enji away. In the cave, the masked man received the news that Orochimaru had been repelled. This was hard for him to believe. Although Orochimaru was also an ant in his eyes, who would have thought he would lose so thoroughly. As expected of the brat, who easily defeated Itachi. He really didn't disappoint me. Zetsu suddenly chimed in from the side. Of course, he is someone who met you for the first time and managed to injure you. The masked man immediately raised his voice. What injury? I was just testing him slightly. If I had fought for real, both he and Kakashi, two trash ninjas, would be dead. Yes. Idiot. How dare you be so perfunctory? Zetsu did not want to continue arguing with the brainless masked man. He had many other matters to deal with. A few days later, the Konoha team and Jiraiya reunited in the Land of Grass. They detoured for a long time before finding an abandoned laboratory somewhere. As soon as they entered, they smelled a strong metallic scent of blood along with a faint smell of smoke. Jiraiya picked up an experiment report and glanced at the records on it. Orochimaru stayed here for a long time until he stopped recording half a month ago. It seems he burned some of it before leaving. There should be quite a few useful materials. Everyone search around, but stay safe. The four of them immediately split up and conducted a carpet-style search of the laboratory. Enji kicked open an iron door and entered a small room. Several shelves stood upright, filled densely with books. There was not much dust on the book covers, suggesting Orochimaru read them frequently. The books covered various subjects: medicine, science, theology, and so on. Inspiration struck Enji, and he came to check the shelves at the back. Indeed, he found a wooden box there neatly arranged with small notebooks. These were all Orochimaru's latest experimental results and some of his personal insights. These are all evidence of Orochimaru's crimes. We must bring them back to Konoha. He hugged the box and was about to walk out when he tripped over a cylindrical object on the ground. What is this? Enji picked it up and found it to be an ancient-looking scroll. Its contents were actually Orochimaru's understanding of the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Ninja World Scientist activated. Many years ago, Lord Tobirama researched and created the forbidden jutsu Edo Tensei. However, this jutsu's 0.1 version had many flaws, such as the inability to unleash the deceased's full power. I never expected that many years later there would be such a junior who improved this jutsu. You have mastered the enhanced version of the forbidden jutsu Edo Tensei. After a long while, Eiji and his group packed up and took many items from Orochimaru's laboratory. Before leaving, Zillai cast a deep glance at the lab. Orochimaru, how did you end up like this? Zillai couldn't help but recall the days when they studied under the old man. Back then he was called the idiot dead last, and he regarded Orochimaru as the lifelong goal he pursued. As time passed, he became one of the legendary Sannin, the ceiling of Konoha, and acquired the abstract nickname of the Pervy Sage. It sounded passable, but Orochimaru, once seen as the old man's successor, had taken a path of no return after a series of upheavals. Zillai clearly found that even after defecting from the village, he had never stopped cooperating with Tuanzong. Tuanzong used his position to supply Orochimaru with money and experimental subjects. The blood on Orochimaru's hands only grew. Zillai couldn't even bear to imagine how many people had died at his hands. Orochimaru, I will kill you with my own hands. Fire release flame bullet. A furious fire dragon burst forth, instantly engulfing the laboratory. Let's go, Zillai said, his mood heavy. Find a place to rest. That evening in a small restaurant, the four of them ordered a few vegetable dishes and 4 bowls of rice. Eiji even shamelessly asked for a large bowl of free soup. Zillai looked at the dishes, then at Eiji. Kid, we're not fugitives, can't we eat a little better? He was still annoyed with Eiji from the earlier incident at the security department. Today there wasn't even a bottle of wine. Wasn't that bullying? Eiji said, nothing, just pulled out his wallet to show Zillai. This is all I have. For tonight's lodging we have to rely on Senior Tianzong. Tianzong silently raised his hand. Leave that to me. Bang. Zillai smacked Tianzong on the head. Is this about where to sleep? It's about whether we can add a few more dishes. No money. Zillai clicked his tongue. Kid, the salary at the security department is pretty good, and you're not married. Where did all your money go? Ingsi clamped his mouth shut. He couldn't say it, not even if he were beaten to death. Honest Tianzong, trying to ease the awkwardness, said, actually, you can't blame Ingsi. He lost all his money to Gangsho. Oh. Ingsi went crazy. Tianzong, with those honest eyes, how could he stab him right in the heart? Wasn't this supposed to be known only among them? Oh no, Tianzong covered his mouth. Did I say too much? Zilai was utterly stunned. Was there a single person in the entire ninja world who could lose to Gangsho? And he had lost his entire fortune. How pathetic could he be? Ha ha ha. Zilai's mood suddenly improved. He slapped a banknote on the table. Boss, bring out the best dishes in your restaurant. 2 hours later, full and satisfied, they returned to the inn. In a state of self-isolation, Ingsi didn't want to talk to anyone and insisted on taking a single room. So the other 3 burly men stayed in the other room. Fortunately, the room was large enough that it wasn't too cramped. Kakashi leaned on the sofa and pulled out a copy of Intimate Paradise from his backpack. Zilai-sama, please keep Ingsi's loss to Gangsho a secret. Zilai's face was almost splitting with laughter. The kid seemed smart, but he was utterly hopeless in this regard. Then he noticed the book in Kakashi's hands. He knew Kakashi was a diehard fan who bought every new release immediately. This is my signed edition. It sells for tens of times the price on the black market. Kakashi, you really know how to spend money. Kakashi shook his head. Ingsi gave me this book when we first met. Huh. The impression of Ingsi in Zilai's mind became a bit more vivid. A genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, unmatched among his peers. So what was the price? His gambling luck was absolutely catastrophic, a super fat pig surpassing the great fat sheep. Usually righteous to a fault, selfless and upright. Privately, he read pornographic novels. What an interesting kid. Kakashi, how is Gangsho? Kakashi closed the book. Same as always, loves gambling and drinking. I asked if she wanted to return to Konoha, but she didn't want to. Sigh. Zilai let out a long sigh. Gangsho is also a poor soul. He tapped his head. Let's rest early. We have to travel again tomorrow. Days of long travel had left them exhausted, and they quickly fell asleep. But Ingsi in the next room couldn't sleep. He took out the evidence he had collected today from the scroll. The more he looked, the less satisfied he was. The references to Tuanzong were too vague. The old fox could still deny it. Maybe he should add a little something. After all, the old bastard did all those things anyway. No injustice. He pulled out a lighter and set one of the documents on fire. When it was half burned, he snapped his fingers. Drops of water fell on the burning paper, sending up wisps of smoke. Then he took out another scroll, imitated Orochimaru's handwriting, and began to fabricate a story. Then he repeated the process. It was half a month later when they returned to Konoha. Because of the involvement with Orochimaru, the usually free-spirited Zilai had also rushed back for the first time. The first thing he did upon returning was to see the Hokage and report on the mission. We were attacked by Orochimaru. We defeated him, but he escaped. He seems to have mastered some strange substitution technique. Risen took a puff of his pipe, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He had still harbored a fantasy that Orochimaru would repent. From the fact that Orochimaru had attacked them, it was basically impossible. But with Zilai-sama's help, we found one of Orochimaru's old laboratories. There we gathered some materials. With that, Ingsi and the others placed a pile of documents on the office desk. When Risen finished reading the evidence fabricated by Ingsi, his hands trembled with rage. Tuanzong, you bastard. What the hell have you done? Plotting against the village's ninja, reporting them missing only to have them become Orochimaru's experiments. Embezzling funds from the orphanage to carry out brutal human experiments. And this is just what we found. How much more is still out there? Risen gnashed his teeth. You all go back first. And summon Tuanzong now. When Tuanzong arrived at the office, Risen launched into a furious tirade. When Tuanzong claimed he hadn't done anything recently, Risen picked up a scroll and hurled it at his face. Read. Tuanzong opened the scroll and his face turned pale. Orochimaru, you idiot, why did you keep these things? And recorded so clearly. Were you a warehouse manager or an accountant? As he read, Tuanzong's head itched more and more. No, a lot of this has nothing to do with me. Hiruzen, these were delivered by those Uchiha brats. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. Danzo, your sources are surprisingly well informed. I didn't think you'd know what goes on inside my office. Danzo felt as though Hiruzen had lost his mind. Although he was currently suspended pending investigation, he was still the second in command. Besides, they had come openly and in good faith. It was only reasonable that he would know. However, Hiruzen was clearly in a foul mood, and he had no intention of listening to reason. How dare Danzo watch him? It had always been the Hokage who monitored others, never the other way around. It seemed that Danzo held too much power. Noticing Hiruzen's poor-tempered, Danzo spoke in as calm a tone as he could muster. Hiruzen, these so-called pieces of evidence are likely forged. Forged? Exactly. How could I have pulled off something of this magnitude without anyone noticing? This is clearly an attempt by those brats to frame me. Hiruzen let out a cold laugh. You and the Uchiha have always been at odds. Eiji might have the motive, but what about Kakashi? The son of the White Fang wouldn't do such a thing. Furthermore, the team leader was my disciple Jiraiya. And there's also Tensai, he never tells a single lie. Danzo, do you not trust them, or do you not trust me, the Hokage? In truth, Danzo trusted no one but himself. Hiruzen, do you have any idea how deep that boy's schemes run? You cannot simply treat him as an ordinary child. I only know that Eiji has inherited the will of Kagami, with his sole focus being the protection of his beloved Konoha. Danzo stared intently at Hiruzen. Hiruzen, stop bringing up Kagami. He has been dead for years. The will of Kagami is nothing but his disguise. The Uchiha clan born of evil can never be trusted. Hiruzen erupted in anger. Then tell me, who can I trust? Should I trust a subordinate who colludes with rogue ninjas and plays two-faced games? No. Hiruzen suddenly lowered his voice. There will be no assistant anymore. Danzo's head rang. Monkey, what do you mean? Shimura, Danzo, effective immediately, your position as Hokage's assistant is revoked. Danzo could hardly believe what he was hearing. He had been the number 2 for his entire life. Was he to be stripped of his post over such a trivial matter? Monkey, the hearts of the Uchiha are filled only with darkness. Trusting them will only cost you your life. Get out. Monkey, get out. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. After saying this, Danzo pushed open the office door and walked out. Lord Tobirama, you saw everything, didn't you? Hiruzen now actually believes the lies of the Uchiha. Back then you should have chosen me. Konoha headquarters rooftop. Hiruzen stood quietly here looking down at Konoha village, which he had governed for decades. Tap tap tap. Jiraiya appeared beside Hiruzen. Old man, you wanted to see me. Well, Jiraiya scratched his head. What do you mean, well? That kid Eiji. What do you think of him? Jiraiya thought for a moment. Unlike typical Uchiha, he is a child with a kind heart. Hiruzen turned around and looked up at his student, who towered over him. I want to entrust Eiji to you. Teach him well, just as you taught Minato. Let him become a worthy inheritor of the will of fire. Hearing this, Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. Old man, I have a lot on my plate. Where would I find the time to teach him? And, Jiraiya said cautiously, this child ultimately bears the name Uchiha. Precisely because he is an Uchiha, his qualities are all the more precious. Didn't Lord Tobirama also choose Kagami as his guard? Jiraiya knew of Kagami, an Uchiha clan member who died in his prime. He had earned Tobirama's trust. Unfortunately, he passed away too young. For some reason, Hiruzen suddenly smiled and said something incredibly irreverent. Don't you sometimes feel that this child resembles Lord Tobirama? Jiraiya pondered for a moment. If we're talking about hair color and red eyes, he does look a bit like him. Smack. Hiruzen slapped Jiraiya on the head. This student never knew when to be serious. He has the shadow of Lord Tobirama about him. Jiraiya teased. Old man, you're not seriously thinking that some kind of bond could form between Eiji and Lord Tobirama, are you? That's absurd. Saying this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hiruzen did not speak. He simply watched Jiraiya quietly. Jiraiya covered his mouth. What you taught him was not just power, but the spirit to sacrifice everything to protect his comrades and his village. He has great potential. If he is not guided correctly, he will go astray. After saying this, Hiruzen turned and left. What you taught him, he can also teach to Naruto. Jiraiya sighed softly. Naruto, the son of Minato. How had he forgotten? This little guy was now Eishi's shadow. Jiraiya did not refuse Hiruzen. As a devout follower of Mount Myaboku, his first reaction was to wonder if this was the hand of fate. According to the Toad Sage's prophecy, a child of prophecy would appear to change the landscape of the ninja world. And that ninja was his student. Over the years, Jiraiya had taken in many students. But none of them were the one. Could it be that he had finally received a favor from fate? Jiraiya rubbed his head in frustration. He should never have come back. Oh well, the old man hadn't said he needed to teach him jutsu, or anything. He would just teach him some principles. Soon Eiji, who was sharpening his knife at home, was called out by Jiraiya. From today on, I am your teacher. Eiji glanced at Jiraiya with disdain. Respectable Lord Jiraiya, I know this is impolite, but can you teach me how to peep or write pervy novels? Jiraiya intended to whack Eiji on the forehead, but his hand passed through empty air. If the old man hadn't given the order, I wouldn't bother with you. Ninjas who want to learn from me could line up all the way to the land of hot water. Jiraiya waved his hand grandly. All right then. Then Lord Jiraiya, please go back first. I have a night shift tonight. I'll contact you when I'm free. What did you say? Before Jiraiya could recover from his shock, Eiji had already scampered off. Sorry, I'm late. Eiji took a sip of water. Let's go, I'll swap shifts with the seniors. As a few Uchiha walked along, Anahi clearly had something on his mind. Eiji, do you know? Itachi reports to the Umbu tomorrow. Is Itachi 11? Not yet, I believe his birthday is still some time away. Anahi spoke halfway, then suddenly turned to look at Eiji. Was his focus really off? Itachi, did he really join ENBU? Anahi nodded gently. On the third day after you left the village on your mission, Itachi also received an order to depart. He just returned about half a day earlier than you. I visited the clan leader's residence yesterday and overheard this news by chance. Inahi sighed with emotion. I never expected the Uchiha to have someone join ANBU. To the Uchiha, joining ANBU seemed as difficult as winning a lottery jackpot. After all, ANBU was a department directly managed by the Hokage, handling all matters large and small within the village. Those who could join were usually not ordinary ninja. They had to be loyal to the Hokage and fit the mysterious nature of ANBU. For instance, Kaka didn't meet the latter requirement. When fighting, others wouldn't even use his real identity. A one roar of Beast of Konoha would give him away instantly. Oh, Eiji responded perfunctorily, that's good. Let's go. While the group strolled slowly down the street, Eiji's mind was elsewhere. Itachi's entry into ANBU was Fugaku's arrangement. He wanted Itachi to act as a spy. Once the Uchiha decided to rebel, they would coordinate an inside-outside attack, assassinate Hiruzen, and seize the Hokage Tower. They would declare that Hiruzen was dead and the Uchiha had risen. Theoretically, this plan was flawless. After all, he was his own son, fully trustworthy. However, Itachi was no ordinary son. He was a monster. Who could have predicted he would become a traitor? Like another monster who killed his parents, relatives, friends, and lover. What made it even more infuriating was that this bastard made Sasuke watch it over and over again. He said, "Hate me, Sasuke." Isn't that redundant? He should have been chopped into mince and fed to pigs. Instead, he's still going on and on. The next day, Itachi reported to ANBU. He was greeted by Kakashi. Another Uchiha brat. Am I cursed to deal with Uchihas? Itachi bowed slightly. Senior Kakashi, I look forward to your guidance. There's nothing to guide. Go collect your equipment uniform and fill out the onboarding forms. ANBU work is grueling. I hope you're mentally prepared. I will certainly perform well and not disappoint the Hokage's expectations. Kakashi waved his hand. Come with me. As he walked, he muttered, what's wrong with all these Uchiha brats? One loyal, the other hopeful. Are they crazy? Meanwhile, Hiruzen's decision to recruit Itachi into ANBU naturally sparked discussion among his two old friends. Hiruzen, I know you want to resolve the Uchiha issue, but haven't you been too friendly toward them lately? And pushed his glasses and nudged Koharu. Koharu understood immediately and chimed in. Exactly. First you had Jiraiya tutor Eiji, and now you're stuffing Itachi into ANBU. That's too dangerous. Hiruzen set down the scroll and signaled them to sit. And what do you propose? Am I supposed to fire him tomorrow just because he stepped into the office with his left foot first? Koharu clearly sensed Hiruzen was being sarcastic. The Hokage's orders are no joke, but since we've brought Itachi in, we must ensure he provides some value. What value? Koharu lowered her voice. Is there any way to turn Itachi into a spy planted within the Uchiha clan? This idea was so bold that even In was startled. However, Hiruzen appeared completely calm. Wait, Hiruzen, you don't mean? Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe. Spy or not, he is simply a child who prioritizes the greater good. Itachi's joining of ANBU naturally split the Uchiha into two factions. One faction argued that a proud Uchiha could never serve as Konoha's lackey. The other believed that if Itachi could join ANBU today, he could become a guard tomorrow, an advisor the day after, and Hokage 3 days later. Become an advisor, your head. Danzo was already removed from office. Isn't that just clearing the path for Itachi? I think the Hokage is paving the way for him. You're insane. How much have you had to drink? Wake up and let's reconvene later. Clan leader Fugaku, is there a deeper meaning behind allowing Itachi to join ANBU? Hearing this, the noisy room fell silent. They all turned to look at Fugaku, waiting for his reply. Whether Itachi's future follows one path or another is not decided by me nor by him, but by the Hokage. Fugaku paused, then continued with more evasion. If the village sends more signals of goodwill toward the Uchiha in the future, I believe we can coexist peacefully. However, if the Uchiha continue to face unjust treatment, a violent coup cannot be ruled out. The clan members looked at each other. They understood after all that talk he had said nothing. The clan leader was still playing both sides. Several elderly elders sneered, too lazy to speak. Rebel or play the subordinate. Whatever he chose, his indecision would eventually lead the clan to ruin. Fugaku also heard the clan members' whispers, so he coughed a few times and continued to evade the issue by changing the subject. How is the security division doing recently? Hey, why are there so few security division members here today? A clan member stood up. Clan leader Fugaku, they are currently organizing recruitment with senior Yashiro. Recruitment? Fugaku became interested. In the morning, Eiji had mentioned something, and he had vaguely agreed. He had assumed it meant hiring 3 or 4 clan members, but it seemed it was something else entirely. The meeting is adjourned. I'll go take a look. At the security division, several Uchiha were drafting a recruitment notice. Recruiting 100 security division staff. Requirements: good health, upright character, no bad habits. Compensation: wait, 100 people. Fugaku sucked in a breath of cold air. Is this recruitment or rebellion? The Hokage would definitely kill him if he found out. Eiji, you're being too ruthless. The security division has only 200 members in total, and you're expanding by half. The Hokage will surely suspect something. Unexpectedly, Eiji spoke righteously. The security division exists to protect every villager. I know this, the clan leader knows this, and the Hokage knows this. If we had enough manpower, we likely would have caught the intruder last time. But now with people missing and the village in panic, how can we pacify the villagers without taking action? Fugaka scratched his head. This Eiji was truly terrifying. Every time he spoke of such matters, his righteousness was frightening, yet normally, he was just playful and joking. Fugaka knew Eiji's parents, and they weren't like this. Who did he take after? Could it really be Tobirama? Ha. What is my mouth saying? With Fugaka's tacit approval, the recruitment for the security force proceeded smoothly. Not only was the salary offered by the Uchiha decent, 30% higher than typical part-time jobs, but more importantly, the Uchiha opened channels for learning ninjutsu within the clan. One should not underestimate these seemingly insignificant techniques. Many children of commoners could only touch shinobi tools during their school days. Even an ordinary great fireball technique might be something they could never encounter in their entire lives. With these incentives, many villagers reluctantly stepped through the door. Who they followed mattered little. To have food to eat, to learn ninjutsu, and to be able to defend themselves against bandits. That was their greatest wish. As for danger, with the great Hokage watching over them, what danger could there be in Konoha? Could anyone possibly slaughter the entire security force? Under these circumstances, the expansion of the security force was remarkably smooth. Hiruzen naturally knew about this, but he could not interfere. The management regulations for the security force left by Lord Tobirama clearly stated that the Uchiha had the right to recruit personnel, with specific details to be determined based on the situation. And now the situation clearly demanded more people. Moreover, those recruited were all commoners. What trouble could they possibly stir up? Hiruzen felt quite at ease with them. He would deal with contacting other ninja clans later. It was not until a week later that the recruitment, onboarding, and training processes were fully completed. The security force's arrangement was simple. The civilian ninjas handled tasks with no significant danger, while the main force focused on maintaining public order in Konoha. With the infusion of fresh blood, the clan members who had been complaining bitterly felt much more relaxed. You could tell me to charge onto the battlefield with a blade and fight the enemy. If I die, it's because I lacked skill. I deserve it. But if you ask me to pick up trash or unclog drains, I'll secretly curse your ancestors for 8 generations. A few days later, Eiji, recommended by many, was successfully promoted to vice captain of the security force. The captain was Fugaku, who any further promotion would have been improper. With these matters settled, Eiji found some free time. He sent Kuro to knock on Naruto's door, and before long the little blonde came scampering over. Having not seen Eiji for a while, little Naruto missed him. Eiji-sensei, you're back. Without further ado, Naruto pulled out a kunai and showed off a series of moves. See, while you were away from the village, I've been practicing hard every day. Eiji gave him a thumbs up. Not bad. One day you'll definitely become a ninja as great as the 4th Hokage. But before that, I'll take care of the village for you for the next 70 or 80 years. Naruto bobbed his head proudly. I've also learned the clone technique. Eiji had taught Naruto the clone technique, and he had indeed been working hard at it every day. Saying this, little Naruto exhaled and formed hand seals. Clone technique. With a puff of smoke, a lopsided, wobbly figure appeared. Before Eiji could comment, it vanished. Oh, that was a mistake. Let me try again. Clone technique. Again. Clone technique. Naruto went on popping clones while Jiraiya, spying from the shadows, seemed lost in thought. Kurama's chakra is affecting Naruto quite a bit. Who's there? Eiji flung a kunai which grazed past Jiraiya's hair and embedded itself firmly in a tree. Kid, you trying to kill me? Jiraiya grumbled as he walked over. Come here, let me see if I can flatten that head of yours. Oh, it's Lord Jiraiya. Sneaking around like that, I thought it was Orochimaru. What do you want with me? Jiraiya ground his teeth in frustration. Brat, what do you think I want? The old man keeps nagging me every day about why I haven't started teaching you yet. He's driving me crazy. Eiji was taken aback. He hadn't expected Hiruzen to be so invested in this. Wait, was this an invitation to become his disciple? It was clearly a move to make him pick a side. While the two were bickering, Naruto curiously studied Jiraiya. Is this weird old man also a relative of Eiji-sensei's teacher? He has white hair too. Sometimes Eiji marveled at Naruto's imagination. If having the same hair color made you relatives, then he would be Tobirama's grandson and Kakashi's little brother. Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle if this was the first time in years he had been close to Minato's son. Little Naruto, you've grown so big. Last time I saw you, you were still in your mother's belly. Naruto's interest was piqued. Uncle, do you know my parents? Of course. Your parents were, well, remarkable ninjas. Hearing this, Naruto nearly jumped for joy. He had finally learned a little more about his parents. If he could ask a bit more, maybe he could even get a photo of them. Naruto had already decided he would buy a frame and put it on his desk, as if they were always by his side. Just thinking about it made him happy. Uncle, do you have a photo of my parents? Jiraiya grew serious and thought for a long moment. Sorry, I don't. Oh, okay. Naruto looked a bit dejected, but still politely expressed his thanks. Thank you for telling me about my parents' uncle. He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a shiny shuriken. This is the first shuriken I ever bought for myself. I'll give it to you as a gift. Jiraiya's voice trembled slightly. Thank you. Jiraiya accepted. You're the second person who has said thank you to me. I think I've made another friend. Jiraiya couldn't help but ask, who was the first? Why, Eiji-sensei, of course. He was also the first friend who was willing to play with me. That night, I was very hungry and Eiji-sensei treated me to a bowl of ramen with extra chashu. A few hours later, Naruto was fast asleep on a blanket. He occasionally chuckled in his sleep, clearly having a pleasant dream. Eiji, thank you for taking care of Naruto. I just couldn't bear to see the child of a hero be treated like a cursed fox by everyone. Jiraiya was silent for a moment. I've been searching for the child of prophecy, so I neglected. Eiji waved his hand to cut him off. Lord Jiraiya, whether it's you or Kakashi-senpai, your reasons don't matter to me. Lord Jiraiya, do you really think that the elusive child of prophecy is more important than living a good life in the present? Naturally. You little brat probably don't know how great a figure the Toad Sage is. At the mention of this, Jiraiya seemed to regain his vigor. Ever since he first stumbled upon Mangekyō Mountain and encountered the legendary Toad Sage, he had spent the past few decades traversing every corner of the ninja world on various missions. Although he had yet to achieve results, he felt it was only a matter of time. For recently, the Toad Sage had been having dreams foretelling that the child of prophecy would appear by his side. Eiji listened with a headache. The child of prophecy was sleeping right there. Did he know that? Just then, Jiraiya suddenly patted Eiji on the shoulder. Strange. I don't know why, but I feel like teaching you a jutsu. Teach me. Why not learn? Even though Jiraiya acted carefree all day, those giant toads at Mayaboku were quite ferocious when they fought. Jiraiya formed hand seals and slapped his palm against the ground. Summoning jutsu. A black magic circle slowly appeared, and a cloud of smoke rose from within it. As the smoke cleared, a toad wearing a tablet emerged from within. It delivered the scroll to Eiji. This is the summoning scroll that our lineage has signed with Mayaboku Mountain for generations. Write your name on it, and you will establish a contract with the mountain. Eiji bit his finger and wrote his name in the blank space at the beginning of the scroll. The person ahead of him was Namikaze Minato. The essence of the summoning jutsu is a space-time ninjutsu, so it shouldn't be difficult for you. Ninja world scientist, you've mastered the summoning jutsu. Jiraiya was pondering which toad Eiji would summon. Gamabunta was strong and could take hits, though his temper was eccentric. He was a very capable assistant. Gamaken or Gamahiro would also be excellent choices. One was well-rounded in offense and defense, while the other was proficient in swordsmanship. If Eiji could summon Fukasaku or Shima, that would be even more impressive. With the help of the ninja world scientist, Eiji quickly mastered the summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. He slapped the ground fiercely. At that same moment, many toads on Mayaboku Mountain sensed the summons. Fukasaku looked at the sky. Someone is summoning us again. Is it Jiraiya or one of his students? Perhaps it's Jiraiya's student practicing. There's no need to panic, right, Toad Sage? Toad Sage. The Toad Sage had vanished. Shima and Fukasaku's heads rang with shock. Was this a joke? The greatest and most esteemed Toad Sage of Mayaboku Mountain had disappeared. What was that person trying to do? Meanwhile, atop the hill behind Konoha, a gigantic toad suddenly appeared. It blinked its eyes groggily, still unaware of what had happened. I seem to have had a dream. What was it about? I can't quite remember. Looking at the Toad Sage before him, Jiraiya nearly fainted from fright. Why you, how did you summon the Toad Sage? What exactly did you do? Eiji looked innocent. I just clapped my hands like this and then like that. Who asked you how you formed the seals? I want to know what means you used to summon the Toad Sage. I have no idea. At that moment, the Toad Sage woke up. He shook his head and noticed someone sitting on top of him. Who are you? Then he pointed at Jiraiya. And who are you? Jiraiya suddenly remembered that Eiji was still on the Toad Sage's head. He quickly pulled him down and apologized to the Toad Sage. I am terribly sorry, Toad Sage. Today's incident was purely a misunderstanding. I will send you back immediately. Oh, please do not be angry. Jiraiya apologized profusely, but the Toad Sage still looked completely bewildered. This little one seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. But the other, much younger one, was completely unfamiliar. He had not appeared in his dreams either. Moi. The Toad Sage struggled to open his eyes wide. Your chakra feels very familiar. I remember now. Your little Jiraiya. No, wait, this isn't Mayaboku Mountain. For the first time, Jiraiya felt that being forgotten was actually a rather nice thing. Toad Sage, I'll send you back right away. Pretend today never happened. As he spoke, Jiraiya frantically signaled to Eiji with his eyes. Hurry up, why are you standing there idle? Are you waiting to invite the Toad Sage for afternoon tea? Soon urged by Jiraiya, Eiji successfully sent the Toad Sage back to Mayaboku Mountain. Phew. Jiraiya slumped onto the ground, only then realizing his clothes were soaked with sweat. Something Jiraiya could not have done or even heard of had been accomplished today by a teenager. How bizarre. Curious, Eiji asked Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, is this Toad Sage very powerful? Don't you understand? He's not just powerful, he is the greatest. Oh, so can I summon him to fight for me? Jiraiya nearly fainted again. Listen carefully, Eiji. No matter what, you must never summon the Toad Sage. He has no combat ability and cannot help you in battle. But without him, no one knows what Mayaboka Mountain would look like. Do you understand? Eiji spread his hands. Understood. If he couldn't fight, why summon him? Was he just going to be a meat shield like Manda? Hey, that actually sounded like a decent idea. Jiraiya wiped the sweat from his forehead. Alright, that's enough for today. I need to go to Mayaboka Mountain to apologize to the two sages. When will you teach me more ninjutsu next, oh respected Lord Jiraiya? We'll see. Focus on your own matters for now. Jiraiya didn't dare teach Eiji anymore. After what happened today, with summoning the Toad Sage, who knew what else he might do next? Speaking of which, Jiraiya used the reverse summoning jutsu and arrived at Mayaboka Mountain. As soon as he landed, he was immediately met with a brutal beating from the toads. Jiraiya, do you have any idea how big a mess you've caused? That was the Toad Sage. You actually summoned him to fight for you. Jiraiya covered his head. Please let me explain. How could I possibly do such a thing? It was a brat who summoned the Toad Sage. Stop, hold on. Let's hear him out. The two sages Fukasaku and Shima stood before Jiraiya. After listening to his explanation, their expressions were as complex as a checkerboard. Elders, have you ever heard of such a thing? The two toads exchanged glances, thought hard for a long time, and then shook their heads. We have never heard of anything like this. Perhaps we should wait until the Toad Sage wakes up. Jiraiya sat cross-legged on the ground, his mind completely blown. There's a very important question now. What do we do if that brat Eiji summons the Toad Sage again during a fight one day? Is there any way to cancel the contract? No. Jiraiya, you really picked a fine student. Jiraiya lay flat on the ground. Can you blame me for this? Who the hell knew this would happen? After a long while, the groggy Toad Sage came to. Little Jiraiya, come here. Jiraiya's heart dropped. He remembered. It shouldn't be you who summoned me. You don't have that ability. Who was that person? Jiraiya braced himself and said, he's barely my student. I just taught him the summoning technique today. Hearing this, the great Toad Sage became interested. What kind of student did little Jiraiya take on this time? His name is Uchiha Eiji. He's not yet 12, has learned Lord Tobirama's jutsu, defeated Orochimaru, and possesses a 3-tomo Sharingan. That's about it. After hearing this, the Toad Sage did not respond immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes again, and Jiraiya could even hear him snoring. Several hours later, the Toad Sage opened his eyes. In my dream, I did not see this child. Jiraiya, he may not be the child of prophecy you seek. However, this child does have a heart of justice. Jiraiya was deeply dejected. Fate was like that, offering a glimmer of hope only to dash it again. I understand. Jiraiya was bewildered. The so-called child of prophecy often appeared around him, yet he never knew who it truly was. How vexing. Fortunately, Jiraiya was easygoing. After chatting with a few familiar toads for a while, his mood improved considerably. I'll take my leave. Little Jiraiya, you must never let that brat use the summoning technique again. Rest assured, elders, I'll caution him. Jiraiya found Eiji again. Naruto had already gone to rest, reportedly scared half to death by the giant toad. Eiji, meanwhile, had ordered a bowl of ramen and was slurping it noisily. I just want to mount Mayaboku. Fortunately, the Toad Sage doesn't seem angry. But the other sages told me that you absolutely must not use the summoning technique again. Eiji replied dismissively, got it. That Toad Sage doesn't look like much of a fighter anyway. If I summon him, I'd have to take care of him. Though Eiji's words were disrespectful to the Toad Sage compared to what had happened earlier, it was nothing. He also ordered a bowl of ramen and sat down next to Eiji. At first I thought you were just an ordinary kid. Looks like I underestimated you. Please bring me another bottle of sake. Actually, I should have known. Someone who could defeat Orochimaru and escape unscathed couldn't be ordinary. Jiraiya fell silent, focusing on his noodles and sake. He knew his student was somewhat formidable, but not this formidable. How could he possibly teach him? Might as well go play. Eiji hadn't expected his teacher to come and go so quickly. In the morning, Jiraiya had sworn to teach him some techniques, but by evening, he had gone off drinking. All he left was a, "You're busy, I'll catch you another day." To this, Eiji wanted to ask, what the hell is another day? Then while Eiji was drinking water, Jiraiya slipped away to a tavern for some revelry. Jiraiya called over several pretty girls. This ones could keep this one, and that one too. I might as well keep them all. He rubbed his hands excitedly like an old lecher. Sit beside me. But before he could make a move, the door burst open with a crash. Police force on duty. Everyone out. When Jiraiya saw who it was, he ground his teeth in fury. Uchiha Eiji, what the hell is wrong with you? We're all adults. Eiji didn't care. He shooed the pretty girls out. He sat directly in front of Jiraiya. What about teaching me ninjutsu, Lord Jiraiya? Jiraiya was so annoyed. How could he dare teach Eiji ninjutsu now? Last time he summoned a giant toad. Next time, would he summon Mount Mayaboku to smash into enemies? Jiraiya leaned back on the sofa, resigned. Eiji, I have nothing to teach you. The old man worried you'd go astray, but the Toad Sage says you have a heart of justice. To his surprise, Eiji grinned. Lord Jiraiya, can you teach me the legendary Sage Mode? Sage Mode? Jiraiya considered. Even I can't fully master this state. Are you sure you want to learn? Eiji nodded vigorously. Sage Mode was great. He had to learn it. Although he was somewhat famous in the village now, if he went to the battlefield, he'd be crushed instantly by those cheaters. Not to mention the aliens. Hard to learn. He had a system. Alright, come with me. Jiraiya took Eiji to Mount Myaboku and again apologized to the toads. Sages Shima and Fukasaku circled Eiji again and again, racking their brains. How could this ordinary-looking child have done such an incredible thing? Later the toad sage called Eiji before him. I remember you. You're the one who sat on my head. Jiraiya trembled like a quail, nearly prostrating himself to the toad sage. 1,000 apologies, toad sage. Eiji didn't mean it right. Eiji said seriously, I really don't know why it happened. I just wanted to ask a toad from Mount Myaboku for help. The toad sage had lived over 1,000 years. He wasn't that petty. Forget it. It's fine to occasionally see the outside world. When the toad sage heard that Jiraiya wanted to teach Eiji Sage Mode, he didn't object. He was even a bit curious whether this white-haired kid could surpass the little blonde from back then. With the toad sage's permission, Fukasaku and Shima began the lesson. Eiji listened carefully. Sage Mode involves absorbing natural energy to create Senjutsu chakra. By harnessing natural energy, you enhance offense and defense, greatly boosting the power of your ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. However, entering this mode is extremely difficult. Even Jiraiya needs our help to succeed. Ninja World Scientist activated. You have mastered the perfect Sage Mode, Mount Myaboku version. Take off your clothes, I'll apply some toad oil. Eiji raised his palm, feeling streams of natural energy entering his body. He closed his eyes, and an earth-shattering aura erupted from him. In an instant, the two sages before him were sent flying. Then a golden eyeshadow appeared on Eiji's face. Why you? This is Sage Mode. Sage Mode, a power countless ninja yearned for yet struggled to master. Jiraiya had assumed that Ing's talent might grant him a slight edge over his own. He thought that with the toads aiding, Ing's might barely brush the threshold of Sage Mode. However, he never imagined that Ing's required no one's assistance at all. There was no lengthy preparation, no need to take time gathering chakra. With a simple blink, the vast natural energy had already perfectly harmonized within him, and he instantly stepped into Sage Mode. Furthermore, Ing's Sage Mode was so flawless that apart from a faint golden eyeshadow near his eyes, one could hardly discern any difference at all. Ing's astonishing success on his very first attempt caused an unprecedented stir in Mount Myaboku. Toads of every size and color came hopping over curiously. They scrutinized this white-haired youngster, whispering among themselves. Even the eccentric and somewhat proud toad Gamabunta couldn't help but marvel. This kid is even more impressive than Minato. Gamabunta remembered that young blonde who had died too soon. He always wore a smile like a small sun. Years ago, Jiraiya brought him to Mount Myaboku, where he also studied under the great toad sage. Compared to Jiraiya, Minato's Sage Mode was far superior with minimal changes to his features. Yet he still needed time to coalesce Senjutsu chakra, and his duration was limited. This little white-haired one was even more exceptional than Minato. A monster, an absolute monster. Ing's aura gradually stabilized as he carefully felt the power within his body. Power overflowing to the brim. If the setting were more appropriate, he would have performed a classic Uchiha maniacal laugh. The great toad sage studied Ing's for a long time. This child's performance far exceeded his imagination. He remembered the last ninja who had activated Sage Mode instantly, someone named Hashirama perhaps. The great toad sage looked at Ing's kindly. How do you feel? It's remarkable, a feeling I've never experienced before. The great toad sage fell into thought again. How long had Ing's maintained his Sage Mode? 7 or 8 minutes by now. He seemed to be sustaining it quite well with steady breathing and smooth chakra flow. No signs of strain whatsoever. Little Jiraiya, you've taken on a truly remarkable student. After saying this, the great toad sage stared at Ing's for another moment. I can dream of countless things in this world down to the smallest ant, yet why is it that your shadow never appears in my dreams? It's as if you don't truly belong to this world at all. Ing's glanced at the great toad sage in surprise. You could see that. What a genius. The great toad sage gave Ing's one last look, then closed his eyes and drifted back into slumber. Seeing this, the curious toads gradually dispersed, afraid of disturbing his rest. Before leaving, Fukasaku and Shima reminded Ing's once more. When there is no danger, do not use the summoning jutsu. When facing danger, do not use the summoning jutsu either. Ing's mouth twitched. Then what if I get killed? Wouldn't you two feel any heartache? Then we might come to help if we have the time. Fine, I'll be off. Ing's grinned broadly. This trip was worthwhile. Learned Sage Mode and gained a bunch of backup fighters. They might not be able to take down a major boss, but they could surely help clear out some small fry. Jiraiya and Ing's left Mount Myaboku. Having achieved his goal, Ing's hummed a tune as he prepared to leave, but was stopped by Jiraiya. He was now intensely interested in Ing's. How about trying the traditional Leaf Village bell-grabbing game? A playful smile appeared on Ingxi's face. Any restrictions? Go all out, Jiraiya said, attaching the bells to his waist, just like you did against Orochimaru. The two stood facing each other, the air seeming to solidify. Here I come. The moment the words left his mouth, Ingxi's figure vanished instantly. So fast. Jiraiya's pupils contracted slightly as he felt a fierce gust of wind from behind. He twisted his body, abruptly launching a powerful spinning kick in squarely at Ingxi's chest. Ingxi neither dodged nor avoided. He simply raised his arm and blocked it with ease. Then with a sharp exhale, he threw a punch like a cannonball at Jiraiya. Thud! Jiraiya let out a muffled grunt, sent flying several meters by the sheer force, only stopping after breaking a few tree branches to steady himself. TCH, this kid has incredible strength, almost comparable to Tsunade. Jiraiya's gaze turned intensely serious. He rubbed his numb arm. Let's continue. Their battle lasted for a considerable amount of time. They only stopped when both were panting heavily from exhaustion. As for the bells, they had long since been knocked somewhere unknown, perhaps even shattered into pieces. Ingxi, I think I have nothing left to teach you. Jiraiya leaned against a tree and pulled out a copy of the Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi. I want you to have this book. I hope it serves you well. Ingxi didn't need to ask to know what Jiraiya planned to do next. Search for the legendary Child of Prophecy. Ingxi wasn't sure what to say. Jiraiya was always chasing intangible dreams. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time properly looking after Naruto and training him? Sigh that old pervert, nothing one could say. Ingxi, take care of Naruto for me during this time. Ingxi froze. Oh no, why did that sound so ominous? Like he was entrusting his child to him. Jiraiya looked into the distance. Once I find the Child of Prophecy and capture Orochimaru, I'll return to the village and live out my days as a carefree old man. Ingxi was breaking into a sweat. Jiraiya looked like an old general on a stage covered in death flags. But calculating the time, Jiraiya still had several years left to live. As long as he wiped out the Akatsuki before that. I'm off. Give the old man my regards. With that, Jiraiya ambled away. Ingxi quietly raised a middle finger. An irresponsible old geezer. What kind of teacher trains you for a day, gives you a book, and then just leaves you to fend for yourself? In modern society, he would have been reported 1,000,000 times over. Deduct your salary. Jiraiya's departure did not stir up much commotion in Konoha. Everyone went about their own lives. Except for Danzo. Deep within the dim root headquarters, Danzo raised his single eye, coldly staring at the uninvited figure before him. Orochimaru, you dare to come to Konoha? Don't you know they're all looking for you? From the shadows, Orochimaru's form slowly emerged, his golden serpentine pupils gleaming with dangerous light. Just a bunch of arrogant fools. The one who can capture me hasn't been born yet. Danzo didn't argue further on that point, but instead brought up the wood release experiments he was so fixated on. I've spent so much money and provided you with so many test subjects. Haven't you made any progress on the wood release experiments? Orochimaru shook his head. The quality of the test subjects is too poor. There's no point wasting time on them. Danzo suddenly let out a cold snort. Wasn't that Uchiha who invaded the village your subordinate? Hearing this, Orochimaru was furious. Why did everyone assume he was behind everything? It was one thing for Konoha to be clueless, but even Danzo was trying to pin the blame on him. Fools, they were all fools. Let me tell you one more time, that incident has nothing to do with me. If I were behind it, Konoha would already be in complete ruin by now. Danzo fell silent for a moment, then decided to drop the matter and apply pressure instead. Hiruzen's trust in me has waned considerably. You must hurry and get me what I want. Orochimaru slowly licked his lips, revealing a greedy and eerie smile. Kill Uchiha Ingxi and bring me his corpse intact. Perhaps then you'll have a chance at what you desire. Danzo's eyes widened. What? Kill Uchiha Ingxi? Are you out of your mind, Orochimaru? Danzo considered Orochimaru a fool. Not to mention that Ingxi was difficult to kill. Even if he did manage to trick Ingxi to his death, so what? He knew Ingxi was highly popular among the Uchiha, with some even viewing him as the hope for the clan's revival. If Ingxi died, the Uchiha would go berserk that very day. Across the entire Hidden Leaf village, everyone knew of Danzo's irreconcilable enmity with the Uchiha. It was likely that before Ingxi's body was even cold, those red-eyed maniacs would come for him with knives in hand. Even if the Uchiha were too cowardly to act, Hiruzen would certainly make trouble for him. He had already lost his position as advisor and could not afford another demotion. I know you are interested in that kid, but moving against him is indeed a bit complicated. Orochimaru licked his lips. He thought Danzo was nothing but a fool. Why did he have to do it himself? Didn't he understand the concept of using others to do one's dirty work? I will leave some traces to create the illusion that I am in the Hidden Mist village. Konoha will naturally not let this news pass. They will definitely send Ingxi to investigate. The Hidden Mist village is full of maniacs, even crazier than the Uchiha. He will certainly lose half his life there. If he does not die, then we will deploy the private armies we have raised outside. We will wear him down until he dies. After one encounter, Orochimaru felt he had a good understanding of Ingxi. Seeing Danzo still hesitating, Orochimaru threw out another bait. Danzo, don't you want to become Hokage? Given that child's rate of growth, the time left for you is not abundant. Hokage deeply pierced Danzo's heart. It was his lifelong dream. What is the difference between a person without dreams and a salted fish? Then you and I will cooperate. This time we must kill him. Not for me, but for Konoha. Orochimaru sneered and quietly left the room. You are as hypocritical as ever, Danzo. Time slipped away bit by bit. At the Hokage's building, Hiruzen received reports from various departments. Orochimaru was very likely hiding in the Hidden Mist Village. Hiruzen immediately summoned Kakashi. Not only do we need to search for Orochimaru's whereabouts, but we also need to gather intelligence on the Hidden Mist Village. That place has always been closed off. The information we have is far too scant. Even though it was a peaceful era, Hiruzen still felt that war could break out at any moment. If they lacked sufficient intelligence, they would suffer greatly in the future. Understood. For this mission I propose Eiji and Tenzai. Hiruzen agreed without much hesitation. This squad complemented each other's strengths, making it a very reasonable team. Given the urgency, Kakashi and Tenzai knocked on Eiji's door that very night. Hearing that they were going to the Hidden Mist Village, Eiji paused for a moment. If he remembered correctly, wasn't the friend Kakashi mentioned hiding there? Orochimaru, you really bring disaster wherever you go. Eiji did not dawdle and set off in a hurry. In less than 3 days they reached the border of the Land of Water. What troubled them was that these boatmen would rather starve than venture into the Land of Water. Tenzai went to negotiate, but returned without success. He sighed helplessly. He said that going there rashly would get them killed by patrolling mist ninjas, so he refused to go under any circumstances. The blockade here is much tighter than we imagined. No wonder Orochimaru would hide here. While Tenzai and Kakashi were still debating how to sneak into the Land of Water undetected, Eiji had already used the Sharingan to control a boatman. They were now sailing toward the Land of Water. If we encounter patrolling ninjas, we can quietly eliminate them. No problem, right? That is a huge problem. Kakashi frowned. This is on the open sea. How can you silently kill someone skilled in water release? Wait, Kakashi felt something was off. Didn't Eiji happen to be very proficient in water release? He even felt that if not to accommodate the two of them, Eiji could have just skated across the water surface. As long as the Mizukage does not personally intervene, Eiji should be able to get us out safely, right? Rest assured, seniors. My strongest skill is running away. Normally the Mizukage would definitely not intervene personally. Who has the time for that? There are so many village matters to attend to. However, the current 4th Mizukage, Kizaru, is not a normal Mizukage. He is a puppet controlled by the man in the mask. In the Mizukage's office, the masked man sat in the Mizukage chair reviewing the files of the village's ninjas one by one. He needed to find some subordinates from within. So far, besides Kisame, he had not found a suitable candidate. The Mizukage stood by his side, quiet as a wooden figure. He had been controlled by the masked man long ago, becoming nothing more than a puppet. As for the infighting within the village, the masked man could not be bothered to care. If it were not for the Hidden Mist Village, Rin would not have died. The masked man had not wiped them all out directly, which was already generous. Moreover, the masked man truly would not intervene. Someone is coming. Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. My. The masked man was somewhat puzzled. This place had always been isolated from the world. Who would have the spare time to come looking for them? The Hidden Leaf ninjas received news that Orochimaru is here, so they sent a few ninjas to investigate. It is still those three. The masked man really wanted to curse. Was Orochimaru sick in the head? The ninja world was so vast, why run anywhere but here? And that bunch of trash from Konoha. How could the greatest boss in the ninja world possibly be Orochimaru's subordinate? Do the IQs of your group exceed 2? What should we do? Shall we let them in, or? The masked man's voice turned cold. Prevent their actions at all costs. I suddenly want to see if that kid can unlock his potential when he watches his companions die before his eyes. The Konoha squad was getting closer to their destination. Honest, Tenzai sighed in relief. It seems we are lucky we have not encountered any mist ninjas. Eiji slowly stood up, prepared to attack seniors. We have been surrounded by mist ninjas. He took out detonation tags and distributed them to Kakashi and Tenzai. When they get closer, blow them to hell. Kakashi felt something was wrong. Our mission is to infiltrate the Hidden Mist Village, not to engage in a death match with them. Eiji spread his hands. Senior Kakashi, either we kill them or they kill us. Pick one. This. Kakashi felt neither choice was good. I think communication is still possible. After all, both sides have signed a peace treaty. Openly attacking Konoha ninjas would be seen as provoking a war. Eiji drew his short sword. Will the madmen of the Hidden Mist Village care about that? They are on the verge of extinction, you know. He paused and continued. Moreover, judging by our Hokage's personality, even if the three of us die without intact corpses, he will use the excuse of the greater good to brush it off. Kakashi fell silent, remembering the tragic fate of the Hyuga clan. Soon numerous boats surrounded them. A short man holding a staff stood at the front, Kakashi recognized him as the current Mizukage. He thought about resisting, but to his surprise the other person merely waved his hand. Intruders discovered. Kill on sight. Kakashi's expression turned grave. It's the Mizukage himself. His right eye fixed intently on the short, yet overwhelmingly imposing figure on the bow of the ship. At the same time he found the whole situation exceedingly strange. Had all the Kirigakure ninja been wiped out that Yagura had to take matters into his own hands? Amidst his drifting thoughts, several howling Kirigakure ninja charged forward. Like rabid dogs they brandished their weapons and lunged recklessly. Facing this sudden onslaught, Engsei's crimson eyes remained utterly calm. His slender fingers gently grasped the hilt of his blade. Draw/sheath. Thud. With a series of dull sounds of steel cleaving flesh, the ninja who had just been so ferocious crashed heavily to the deck. With a trace of bewilderment and unanswered questions in their eyes, they departed this world. How could this white-haired boy draw his blade so swiftly and steadily? How many lives must one take to achieve such proficiency? Their deaths did not slow the Kirigakure assault. More and more ninja leaped onto the ship, surging forward wave after wave. Kakashi took a deep breath, the air thick with the scent of blood and the saltiness of the sea. He hesitated no more, pushing up the forehead protector that covered his left eye. There are too many, he said, scanning Tianzong and Engsei. You two retreat. I'll hold them off. Tianzong gripped his short blade tightly and shook his head firmly. Senior Kakashi, I will never abandon you. Kakashi's right hand had already silently gathered a ball of roaring lightning that hummed with violent energy. He spoke rapidly. Listen, I'll go all out to attack Yagura. When the Mizukage is under assault, they'll have no choice but to fall back and protect him. That's your only chance to escape. His gaze finally rested on Engsei, his tone heavy. Engsei, take care of Naruto for me. Both of you are the village's future. Before the words faded, an unimaginably vast chakra erupted. The violent gale forced both of them to squint. As a Hokage, it is my duty to protect every comrade in the village. Don't underestimate the bonds between us, you damned Kirigakure ninja. New mission: repel the Kirigakure ninja. Protect Kakashi and Tianzong's safety. Engsei's voice rang out slowly. Don't make it so solemn. It's just a fight. Multiple shadow clone technique. Kakashi was startled as dozens of Engsei surged forward. Even through Kakashi's Sharingan, they left only blurred afterimages. Like streaks of lightning, they crashed into the Kirigakure formation with brutal, unrestrained force. Wherever the blade light passed, whether it was ninja swords, kunai, or hastily erected water release barriers, everything was sliced apart like fragile paper. Within a few breaths, the once tightly knit Kirigakure line was torn open. One clone dashed straight to Yagura, its long blade thrusting toward his face. Yagura's ever-calm face finally showed a trace of subtle fluctuation. His coral staff instinctively rose to parry. The blade and staff clashed with a sharp, piercing ring, sparks flying in all directions. Yagura was knocked back by the tremendous recoil, stumbling several steps before regaining his balance. Kirigakure ninja, the three of us have you surrounded. Surrender and cease your futile resistance. Tianzong drew a sharp breath. This was too arrogant. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Engsei finished speaking, a barrage of explosive tags detonated in succession. Art is an explosion. Huh. The deafening explosions merged into one continuous roar. Blazing fireballs shot up one after another, scattering debris and charred limbs in all directions. Yagura raised his coral staff again. Water release, water shockwave. His heart was unruffled. No matter how powerful the Konoha ninja might be, could they possibly understand this sea better than he? The sea beneath Yagura's feet seemed to be violently stirred by an invisible giant hand. A waterfall of destructive power erupted from the deep ocean. Engsei suddenly broke into a smile. Who truly understood the pact with the sea? He clapped his hands together. Water release, water formation wall. The ocean surface looked as if a depth charge had been dropped. A colossal water wall arched out of the sea, then spun, intertwined, and merged at high speed. In an instant, a gigantic water tornado was constructed on the surface. It ripped through the air with a piercing shriek. The two forces collided, unleashing a violent shockwave that spread in all directions, capsizing the small boats on the sea. Massive waves surged skyward, then crashed down violently. Kakashi and Tianzong, sheltered behind a wall created by wood release, still could not escape the aftermath. They were hurled dozens of meters away, gasping for breath, while clinging to the wreckage of a ship. Senior Engsei is pretty strong. The enormous water tornado blocked Yagura's full force attack. Hold on a little longer, seniors. I'm almost done. Kakashi and Tianzong exchanged glances. Damn, it seemed they were the ones being carried. No way. I'm the captain of this mission. Kakashi's hand crackled with lightning. Lightning cutter. He roared, charging at a Kirigakure Umbu who had just climbed onto the deck, attempting to ambush Tianzong. Thud! The roaring of lightning cutter and the dull sound of flesh being pierced rang out almost simultaneously. The elite Kirigakure, without even a chance to react, had his chest brutally torn through by the raging lightning. Don't underestimate me, Eiji. Eiji stood atop a small hill of corpses, the sea wind fiercely tousling his white hair. Senior Kakashi, what did you say? The wind was too strong. I couldn't hear you. Never mind. The Kirigakure ninja's eyes were filled with shock. What kind of monster is this? Never seen a water formation wall like that. Sharingan. Kill him first. Forget those two trash. More and more Kirigakure ninja emerged from the depths of the sea. They lined up and began forming hand seals at a dizzying speed. Ox, monkey, hare, rat, boar, bird, ox, horse, bird, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, snake, ox, goat, snake, boar, goat, rat, water, monkey, bird, dragon, bird, ox, horse, goat, tiger, snake, rat, monkey, hare, boar, dragon, goat, rat, ox, monkey, bird, water, rat, boar, bird. After a full 44 seals, a massive water dragon roared forth. Eiji clapped his hands together. Sage art water dragon bullet technique. The moment his palms joined the seawater around him, seemed to come alive, possessing a will of its own. Then a water column several times larger than the water dragon summoned by the Kirigakure alliance rose slowly from the abyss, like an ancient slumbering titan awakening. The water column rapidly condensed and took shape, transforming into a true lifelike dragon. It gazed down with indifference at the tiny blue loach below. The pure pressure of natural energy, like an invisible tsunami, instantly overwhelmed the Kirigakure alliance's water dragon. The Kirigakure ninjas' faces turned ashen. FCK this. There's no point in even trying. The next moment the dragon moved. The massive deep blue water dragon summoned by the Mist Alliance with all their might didn't even have time to struggle. Its colossal body disintegrated and shattered inch by inch under an irresistible suction, reverting to the most primal water. The dragon devoured its opponent without a pause, its immense frame radiating an aura that crushed everything in its path. It hurtled down toward the Mist Ninja lines below, frozen in shock and despair from depleted chakra, with a thunderous crash. Boom. A deafening roar far more terrifying than any previous collision. The sea itself was forced into a vast, bottomless bowl-shaped depression by the sheer force. The golden dragon, like a heavenly judgment hammer, slammed into the mist position. Countless Mist Ninja were torn to shreds by the raging currents and shockwaves before they could even scream. Others were swept into the devastating vortex, vanishing without a trace. On the sea surface, only floating splintered wood, broken weapons, and rapidly spreading crimson remained. Eiji's figure had somehow already stood firmly atop the dragon's head. He looked down from his height, his gaze piercing through the mist and blood haze, landing precisely on the tiny figure of Yagura below. He extended a finger and said, "You, come, here." Yagura looked up, gazing at the figure on the dragon's head, emanating an overwhelming pressure. For the first time, cracks appeared on his face, which had always been as expressionless as a mask. Simultaneously, an extremely evil, violent, and hate-filled dark red chakra erupted like boiling lava. It uncontrollably and wildly gushed out from every pore of his body. The dark red chakra instantly enveloped Yagura's entire form. This is trouble. I almost forgot he's the perfect Jinchuriki of the three tails. He knew all too well what the power of a tailed beast meant. I could try to suppress the tailed beast's power with wood release, but only if I can touch him. Yamato's face also turned grim, and his hands subconsciously began weaving seals again, preparing for the worst. A Jinchuriki. So what? The one in our village beats you like a child. The moment the words fell, Eiji's figure on the dragon's head vanished instantly. The next second his figure appeared like a ghost without any warning directly in front of Yagura, who was in a state of partial tailed beast transformation, with dark red chakra swirling wildly. Before Yagura's face, already covered in dark red chakra and beginning to distort, could even register shock, Eiji's right fist gathered sage chakra that combined his own energy with nature's. Boom. One punch. It landed squarely in the center of Yagura's dark red chakra-covered face. Yagura's body was sent flying backward as if struck by a high-speed mountain. He turned into a human cannonball, leaving a sharp, ear-splitting sonic boom in his wake. His body carved a white trench dozens of meters long across the sea surface. Eiji's figure didn't pause for a moment. As Yagura flew backward, he vanished again and reappeared precisely in the trajectory of Yagura's flight. Yagura's body was still uncontrollably flying backward when Eiji's second punch slammed down again. Thump, thump, thump. Fists imbued with sage chakra hammered relentlessly against Yagura's hard-tailed beast cloak. Roar. A huge turtle-like monster covered in a thick shell emerged on the water surface. That's the three tails. Kakashi's voice suddenly rose. Back then Rin had been implanted with the three tails, which forced him to. Senior, are you alright? Kakashi shook his head, trying to shake off those painful memories. We need to find a way to deal with this guy. Now that Yagura has fully transformed, his power has greatly increased. As he spoke, Eiji's figure suddenly appeared before them. Retreat. That's a good idea. Eiji shook his head. I still want to try a modified technique. Ninja Art Mutual Explosion Tag Technique. In an instant, bright lights flickered all over the three tails. It was the big gift Eiji had sent it while it was off guard. I'll blast you to hell. In response, a continuous series of explosions thundered. Boom, boom, boom. The sea surface instantly turned into a sea of fire. Kakashi and Yamato stared at the scene in utter shock. What the hell? Eiji was determined to kill the Mizukichi. Seeming to read their thoughts, Eiji explained, we're just here on a trip to the water country, but these mist bastards wanted to steal my Sharingan and Yamato-san's would release bloodline. So it's only reasonable that I fought back. At this point, what else could they say? Let it be. After a long while, the explosions ceased. Eiji watched as the tailed beast slowly melted away, revealing the short figure of Yagura. He walked forward and used a sealing technique to control the restless chakra inside him. Tobirama once again protected his comrades with his own hands. Mission Reward Barrier Ninja Art, 4 Red Yang Formation. Tobirama once again protected his comrades with his own hands. Mission Reward Barrier Ninja Art, 4 Red Yang Formation. Kakashi suddenly felt a headache coming on. According to the original plan, the three of them were supposed to sneak into the village quietly. Who would have thought they'd end up fighting Mist Ninja on the very first day? And then they went and beat up the Mizukichi. As for Eiji, aside from being too exhausted to stand, there seemed to be nothing special about him. Yamato weaved hand seals and assembled something that could barely be called a boat. They sat on it staring at Yagura for a long time. What to do? Forget it, let's use the Sharingan to control Yagura for now to prevent him from ambushing them. Since they've already caused this much trouble, there's no harm in adding more conflict. Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly, locking onto Yagura. The next moment, Kakashi's pupils contracted. No, someone has already used the Sharingan's Jinjutsu on him. Eiji gasped. Kakashi-san, you can't say things like that casually. Kakashi's face was serious. Although I'm not a member of the Uchiha clan, I've used this eye for many years. Trust me, I'm not wrong. He dispelled the Jinjutsu on Mizukichi Yagura. Shortly after, Yagura woke up. Instead of the expected rage and interrogation, there was only gratitude from Yagura. Thank you for dispelling the Jinjutsu. Huh. The Leaf Team thought Yagura might have lost his mind. It's all your fault, Eiji, for hitting him in the head. Eiji was also a bit helpless. It was a fight. Where else was he supposed to hit? Kakashi awkwardly asked. Mizukichi-sama, who cast this Jinjutsu on you. It was a masked man. I've never seen his face, but I know he has a Sharingan. Eiji promptly produced a portrait of the masked man. Is this him? Yes. Is he still in the Mist Village? Yagura shook his head. I'm not sure. Many times I can't distinguish whether it's an illusion or reality. At this point, Kakashi began a bold deduction. The Ninetales incident years ago, the recent invasion of the Leaf, and now controlling the Mizukichi, all involve this masked man. And the masked man is likely Orochimaru's subordinate. What is Orochimaru aiming for with all these elaborate schemes? Behind Kakashi, Eiji's expression was complicated. Why had Orochimaru suddenly become the scapegoat? But it didn't matter. After all, Orochimaru would invade Konoha sooner or later. He was merely arresting him a few years early. It was only reasonable. Eiji whispered to Kakashi. Senior Kakashi, what about our mission? Kakashi was surprised that even at this critical moment, Eiji was still obsessed with completing the mission. However, this mission was difficult to accomplish. Let me think. This matter is a bit troublesome. Kakashi naturally wanted to complete the mission, but the current situation was too special. They had made too much noise and must have alerted Orochimaru and the masked man. Since that was the case, there was little point in lingering here. It would be better to take advantage of the fact that more reinforcements had not yet arrived and retreat in time. As for the Mizukichi, Kakashi scratched his head, wondering what to do. He hadn't exactly detained the Kage. Just as he was pondering how to continue the conversation, Eiji walked directly in front of Sasori and asked, Lord Mizukichi, we would like to ask you for a favor. Sasori looked at the youth before him in astonishment, unable to understand why he could speak to him so confidently. After all, they were invaders. If he hadn't been defeated, he would have picked up his staff and fought again. Go ahead. Eiji grinned, showing his teeth. That masked man is also someone Konoha is looking for. Could you trouble yourself to take us into the village so we can investigate? If he is still in the village, I will beat him up for you. Does that sound good? The masked man. Sasori clenched his fists, a surge of anger welling up in his heart. Although the village was already in chaos since this masked man had taken control of him, Kirigakure had only deteriorated day by day. What do you think, Lord Mizukichi? We can take this opportunity to cooperate. Perhaps Konoha and Kirigakure can even establish a long-term cooperative relationship. Faced with Eiji's temptation, it was false to say that Sasori was unmoved. Konoha was currently the most powerful of the 5 great villages, and cooperating with them would surely bring some benefits. Moreover, it was said that Hiruzen, the Hokage of Konoha, was a softie. Perhaps he could even get some funding from them. But Was it really a good idea to bring them into the village? Would it be too embarrassing? Why did he always feel like he was being scammed and forced to count the money for them? Just as Sasori opened his mouth, Eiji drew his sword. Say it. Kakashi broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, did this madman really want to kill the Mizukage? Eiji, stop creating conflict. Eiji looked puzzled. We three have already completely defeated the Mizukage. Isn't this conflict big enough? Sasori shed tears of humiliation in his heart. Let's not talk about defeating me, okay? I am also the leader of the village. Don't I have any face? He let out a long sigh and decided to let it go. What face or no face survival came first? Follow me. Kakashi and Tenzu exchanged glances. The current course of action was no longer part of the plan. The Hokage's order was to enter the village for reconnaissance. But now it had turned into a search operation. Tenzu said, Senior Eiji, isn't this too risky? Unexpectedly, Eiji's gaze was firm, and he spoke righteously. That masked man and Orochimaru attempted to invade Konoha and harm my companions. If I don't capture him and bring him back to the village, I will not be able to sleep or eat in peace. As he spoke, he pointed at Sasori again. Besides, we have already established a win-win cooperative relationship with Lord Mizukage. He will protect us, right? Sasori pretended not to hear. It was really infuriating to listen to this brat talk. Kakashi scratched his head. Since things had come to this, they might as well go and take a look. The Konoha squad and Sasori slowly made their way toward Kirigakure. Zetsu, hiding in the shadows, also reported this to the masked man. Those brats have kidnapped the Mizukage and are heading toward the village. The masked man was somewhat astonished. Sasori was at least the perfect three-tails Jinchuriki. How could he be so weak? According to his plan, he was originally supposed to wait until Eiji's teammates were dead before emerging to make him feel pain. Now his plan was ruined. Damn Orochimaru. If it weren't for him spreading false information to confuse the situation, those few wouldn't have stumbled upon this place. The masked man wanted to kill Orochimaru and make snake soup. Zetsu felt that something was wrong. Is it possible that Orochimaru wants to use their hands to eliminate you? The masked man paused. Orochimaru, and he had no grievances, why would he cause trouble for him? Perhaps Orochimaru is also conspiring some plan. Could our existence be an obstacle to him? It's possible. But it didn't matter. The masked man was convinced that he was the greatest mastermind in the world. A mere Orochimaru. As long as he moved a finger, he had 10,000 ways to kill him. Take Kisame with you. Let those brats cause trouble here. Kakashi, don't think you won. You are still trash. Achoo. Kakashi on the boat sneezed. For some reason, he had the feeling lately that some bad guys were cursing him from behind. We're almost there. The group could already see the gates of Kirigakure, and the restless Kirigakure ninjas. The commotion earlier had been huge, so it naturally reached their ears. Now that the Mizukage had been defeated, the task of leading the ninjas naturally fell to the elder. He was the most senior elder in the village, possessing the same authority as the Mizukage. Upon hearing about Sasori's incident, this old man also didn't know what to say. 3 people daring to break into Kirigakure. What courage that took. Back in the day, it had been Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Uchiha Madara who did such a thing. Let's rescue the Mizukage first. After all, Sasori was the highest leader of the village, representing its image. Being captured as a prisoner was unacceptable. Moreover, he was a Jinchuriki. Such an important combat power must be kept within the village. No sooner had he spoken than 5 or 6 loyal ninjas charged forward. Then they flew back at an even faster speed. Eiji poked Sasori. His meaning was clear. Hurry up and talk, or you'll truly become a commander without any troops. Sasori looked humiliated. Stop. Let them into the village. What kind of mess was this? The dignified Mizukage, detained by a minor, had to beg to enter the village. At the main gate of Kirigakure, the Konoha ninjas and Kirigakure ninjas were at odds, the atmosphere extremely tense. Konoha ninjas released the Mizukage first, and everything can be discussed. The elder stood at the forefront of the crowd, looking up and down at the Konoha squad. Unexpectedly, Eiji looked astonished. What do you mean, release the Mizukage? We didn't kidnap him. I am the helper invited by Lord Mizukage. Hearing this, a tall woman with reddish-brown hair rushed out. Despicable Konoha ninjas, I will personally. Mei Terumi hadn't finished speaking when Sasori dissuaded her with a glance. On the way here, he had come to terms with it. During his tenure, too many people in the village had died. He didn't want to see any more senseless casualties. After all, this brat named Eiji would truly pull out countless explosive tags and destroy the village together. Eiji spoke slowly. We just want to find someone. We will leave soon. Who are you looking for? The rogue ninja Orochimaru and another guy wearing a mask. Zhao Meiming whispered to Elder Yuan. Sure, Elder, have we recently taken in these 2 rogue ninjas? No, they are not in the village. Zhao Meiming's eyes darted around. What to do if the people they sought were not here? An idea struck her. Return the Mizukage to us first, and we can assist you in locating them. In addition, we can pretend today's incident never happened. Ingxi chuckled. Zhang Wuji's mother truly spoke wisely. The more beautiful a woman, the more skilled she is at deception. Pretend it never happened. Who would believe that? Based on his knowledge of the Mist Village, the moment he released the Mizukage, those frenzied fools would charge at him like madmen. If he were alone, he could escape, but with these two senior comrades, it was uncertain. I have absolute confidence in our village's intelligence. Let me investigate, and once we verify, we'll leave. Are you joking? The Mist Village ninjas shouted arrogant. Leaf ninjas have no regard for us at all. Eiji pressed his blade against Yagura's neck. You're right. And then what? The thick mist seemed like solidified, lead the air heavy with dampness. Elder Yuan Shi's aged voice pierced through the fog. Leaf ninjas, this is a time of peace. Do not provoke actions that could lead to war. Yet his response was a faint sound of flesh being sliced. Eiji's blade precisely carved a shallow line of blood on Yagura's neck. A single vivid crimson bead slowly oozed out, rolled down, and dropped lightly to the ground. Eiji's scarlet Sharingan locked firmly onto the mist ninjas. Your Mizukage was the one who struck first. Now you turn the tables and accuse us, Leaf, of starting a war. His voice suddenly rose. Are you bullying the honest? Elder Yuan Shi felt his temples throbbing with an indescribable headache. This young man, wearing the Uchiha crest, yet sporting a striking head of white hair, was nothing like the legends of Uchiha, who only charged in swinging their blades. His skill at shifting blame and distorting the truth was utterly refined. His mind was more cunning than a sieve. From the crowd, a voice again shouted, kill them. Eiji sneered. Do you think the Leaf Village fears war? The three of us came here today without any intention of returning alive. Right, seniors? Leaf ninjas never fear death. Right? Kakaxi's mind had already gone blank. To hell with tactics. At this point it was all about who had the tougher head. Eiji frowned. In the depths of the dense fog hidden in some obscure corner, a sudden fluctuation of chakra passed by. It was the Byakugan. Without a moment's hesitation, Eiji jerked his head, slightly puffed out his cheek. Water release, heavens weep. Whoosh. A needle-thin, intensely condensed water needle accompanied by a piercing whistle shot from his mouth and instantly vanished into the thick fog. Thud. The sound of a heavy fall came clearly. Then a muffled groan of pain. Within the fog, Qing's face was filled with shock and astonishment. He pressed hard on his right shoulder, pierced by the water needle, a flicker of confusion in his mind. How could this be? He had perfectly concealed himself using the hidden mist technique. Even the Uchiha Sharingan could not see through this fog. Damn it, how did that brat do it? Eiji sneered, despicable mist ninjas. It seems you care little for your Mizukage's life. He pressed the blade downward, slightly deepening the bloodline on Yagura's neck. Elder Yuan Shi let out a helpless sigh. Aside from Mizukage, Yagura Qing was one of the village's formidable combatants. Who would have thought he'd be taken down instantly by Eiji? Moreover, he didn't even form a single hand seal. A wave of powerlessness surged in his heart. He exchanged a glance with Yagura, understanding each other's meaning. Elder Yuan Shi waved his hand. All hidden ninjas withdraw. Eiji flashed an innocent smile. That's much better. Why can't we sit down and talk things over? Why must it always be fighting and killing? He nudged Yagura, who forced out a sentence. I will take the Leaf ninjas to look around the village. Do not act rashly. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Elder Yuan Shi waved his hand, and the mist ninjas parted to form a path. The Leaf squad and Yagura advanced slowly. Halfway there, Eiji suddenly shifted his body sideways. He brushed lightly against Yagura's robe. This subtle movement made the loyal ninjas gasp. That madman had actually pasted explosive tags all over the Mizukage's body. Was he not afraid of blowing himself and his teammates to pieces? Uchiha madman. Soon the four of them arrived at the Mizukage's office. The masked man was hiding here earlier. It seems he fled in the chaos when he heard you coming. Also, without my accompaniment, you'd better not wander around. I don't have absolute authority in this village. After saying this, Yagura himself was stunned. How had he unknowingly sided with the Leaf? On how the village Mizukage was bought over by the Leaf. Yagura was telling the truth. Because the Blood Mist Village's policies had led to a severely distorted development of the entire village. It was perfectly normal for comrades who had lived together day and night to stab each other the next moment. This also caused some of the more powerful ninjas in the village to harbor resentment toward Yagura, constantly scheming to kill him. Yagura had lost count of how many assassination attempts he had survived. In his lucid moments, he thought death might be a relief, no longer being the masked man's puppet. Yet he stubbornly clung to life. If he lived, others had to die. After each assassination attempt, his loyal subordinates would purge another wave of village ninjas. Then the ninjas grew even more resentful and struck again. It had become a vicious cycle. Eiji patted Yagura's shoulder. You should worry more about yourself. Over half of those ninjas outside are after you. Yagura looked up and indeed saw many ninjas from the window. Whether they had come to rescue him or protect him, he couldn't tell. Outside the Mizukage building, Qing bowed slightly. My deepest apologies, Elder Yuan Shi. I failed to rescue the Mizukage. This is not your fault, Qing. Elder Yuan Shi gazed thoughtfully at the building. Who would have thought these three ninjas possessed such skill? Then what should we do? Qing activated his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings. Aside from the Mizuki's followers, there are unknown forces lurking, likely here to assassinate him. Do not let them approach the Mizuki's building. I will continue negotiations. Just as he finished, Eiji leaned out from the window. Send some food over. The Mizuki is hungry. A vein bulged on Elder Yuan Shi's forehead. This bastard was here on vacation. Even though Yuan Shi was somewhat angered, he still issued the order for the sake of the greater good. Qing was injured, so this heavy responsibility fell upon Zhao Meiming's shoulders. She was rather astute. Zhao Meiming, carrying a lunchbox, slowly entered the Mizuki's building. With a creak, she pushed open the office door. She placed the lunchbox on the spacious desk cluttered with documents, her voice cool and clear. Please partake. As she spoke, her sharp gaze swept across the entire room. Two ninjas were frantically scribbling something in their notebooks. The Mizuki Yagura sat in his seat in a daze like a statue that had lost its soul. Finally, the Uchiha brat who made her grit her teeth in hatred was seated in a chair, leisurely flipping through the top-secret archives of Kirigakure village. Zhao Meiming suddenly roared. You damned brat, these are our village's classified documents. Who allowed you to read them? Eiji then slowly lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at her with his crimson eyes. Then, as if nothing had happened, he came before her and took the lunchbox from the desk. The food is here. Come eat first. Let's talk after we've eaten. He acted as if he hadn't heard Zhao Meiming's questioning at all, taking the lunchbox and distributing it to the others in the room. Brat, are you even listening to me? Zhao Meiming barely restrained the urge to strike. This brat kept pushing her limits. If not for the Mizuki being in their hands, she would make these damned invaders pay dearly. Eiji finally spoke unhurriedly. We have the Mizuki's permission to look through these materials, don't we? Yagura slowly nodded. Zhao Meiming's mind buzzed. What had she just heard? The Mizuki-sama had actually disclosed top-secret information to Konohagakure. That was too absurd. No, the Mizuki-sama was being controlled by the Uchiha's Jinjutsu. The Uchiha clan truly was inherently evil. With this thought, Zhao Meiming's anxiety grew. She had to rescue the Mizuki-sama as soon as possible, even if it meant paying a price. Zhao Meiming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rage in her heart. Brat, returned the Mizuki-sama. Before Zhao Meiming could finish, Eiji rudely interrupted her. Enough. You can leave now. If there's anything, I'll call you again. Zhao Meiming's voice suddenly rose. I said return the Mizuki-sama to me. I said you should leave quickly, or I'll detain you too. Do you think this is a market where you can bargain? The three Tomo and Engsei's eyes slowly rotated. Yagura, who had been silent, coughed softly. Go back. I'm fine. Zhao Meiming bit her lip fiercely. Just a moment ago, she seemed to have lost control of her body. She glared fiercely at Engsei. Brat, I'll be watching you. With that, she turned abruptly, slamming the office door shut with a thunderous bang. After Zhao Meiming left, the group quickly finished their meal. Engsei and the others huddled together, whispering, Senior, what do you think? Kakashi and Tenzu had just quickly scanned the office's documents, and they found it beyond ridiculous. The actual number of ninjas on the roster, the resource consumption, and the mission lists don't match at all. The logic is chaotic and contradictory. It seems like several completely unrelated systems are running simultaneously. These materials are worthless. Tenzu nodded. The one controlling the Mizuki doesn't seem to be aiming to take over the village. It's more like deliberate sabotage, using this insane method to completely disrupt Kirigakure's administrative system. He must have an irreconcilable blood feud with Kirigakure. Controlling the Mizuki isn't his ultimate goal, using the Mizuki's identity to act recklessly. Destroying the foundation of Kirigakure is how he vents his hatred. Engsei stroked his chin. Perhaps the masked man hadn't intentionally messed up these materials. Could it be incompetence? The degree of chaos had surpassed the scope of mismanagement. It was more like an outsider with no concept of governance, acting on whims and malice, deliberately smashing a precision machine into scrap metal. If the perpetrator was the masked man, it was quite plausible. Kakashi carefully tucked two small scrolls which recorded specific locations and a list of suspicious individuals into his ninja tool pouch. It's not entirely without gain. At least it proves that this place is indeed as dangerous as the legends say. Engsei stood up. Understood. Seniors, prepare yourselves. We need to take a stroll around the village. Tenzu and Kakashi were silent for a moment before nodding. Since they were already in the wolf's den, they might as well act like utter fools. Kirigakure village still held many unknowns waiting for them to explore. This might be their last chance to enter this village. Upon hearing this request, Yagura refused. Don't wander off. Many ninjas in the village are beyond even my control. Stay here, and I'll have them find the people you're looking for. Engsei picked up the small scroll. We'll handle this ourselves. Let's go. Yagura sighed. He couldn't understand why this ninja insisted on seeking death. What kind of education was Konohagakure implementing? As the four of them stepped out of the building, they were immediately surrounded by a group of Kirigakure ninjas with hostile expressions and wary eyes, moving in silently. The air was thick with enmity and killing intent. The Mizuki-sama is going to show us around the village's architecture and let us experience the local customs. Please do not follow us, or else I cannot guarantee what I might do. With that, Eiji and the other two flanked Yagura in a tight, triangular formation. Ignoring the almost flaming glares of the surrounding Kirigakure ninjas, they strode straight into the depths of the fog-shrouded street ahead. Zhao Meiming and the others wanted to follow, but were stopped by Yuan Shi, his murky eyes fixed on the figures disappearing into the thick fog. Don't follow too closely. I've dealt with Uchiha ninjas before and I know what they're like. They are monsters on the battlefield who don't care about their lives. Eiji and the others slowly walked toward their intended direction. He looked around at the dilapidated scenery. Mizuki-sama, look what you've done to this once fine village. It's like a huge ghost town. After this matter is settled, I think you should go to Konohagakure for some training and learn proper village governance. Yagura felt somewhat embarrassed. In the past, when each Mizukage was in power, Kirigakure, though modest in conditions, was still strong. Now, through his relentless efforts, the village was on the verge of paralysis. Be serious, Eiji. Don't forget our objective. Tenzu and Kakashi wore solemn expressions. Years of combat experience had sharpened their senses to danger. Sure enough, after just a few steps, the scraping sound of a blade against its scabbard came from the depths of the fog, followed by rapid footsteps converging from different directions. Mizukage-sama, do you think they've come to rescue you, or to kill you? Yagura remained silent. Tisk, it seems they're here to kill you. Engsei's slender fingers rested upon the hilt of his blade, but before he could draw it, 3 heavy thuds echoed through the dense fog. The tearing sound of sharp weapons slicing through flesh was accompanied by waves of anguished wails. The battle erupted swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. Soon an eerie silence descended, broken only by a faint coppery scent of blood. Terumi Mei emerged with several elite subordinates. Upon seeing the several corpses on the ground, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. We made it in time. Clearly her subordinates had intercepted those frenzied assassins. However, when Terumi Mei looked up toward the location where Eiji and the others had been, they were already gone. She cursed under her breath. Those Konoha bastards were truly disgusting. Meanwhile, Eiji and his companions navigated through a series of twists and turns, eventually coming to a halt before a dead-end alley. Let's head to the next location, Water Shadow. Where in the Mist Village do you think would be suitable for hiding? Yagura pondered for a moment. He also wished to find the so-called Konoha rogue ninja as soon as possible to put an end to this farce. There is an abandoned school ahead. Let's check it out. Eiji nodded. Fine. As they turned around and took only a few steps out of the dead-end alley, they saw a towering figure blocking their path in the center. The newcomer's face was wrapped entirely in bandages, revealing only a pair of eyes like those of a beast. Yagura recognized him instantly, Zabuza Momochi. Years ago, he had single-handedly slaughtered all his fellow students, forcing the Mist Village to abandon its cruel training methods. Eiji scrutinized this legendary figure. Mr. Bandages, may I ask if you are here to rescue the Water Shadow, or to kill him? Zabuza slowly drew his ninja sword. Konoha ninja, you should not have set foot on this land. Yagura stared at Zabuza and shouted sternly, Zabuza, leave this place immediately. That is an order from the Water Shadow. Zabuza sneered coldly. A useless piece of trash who is manipulated like a puppet by foreign ninja, unable to even save himself. A coward who brought unparalleled shame upon the Mist Village. You have no right to command me. You. Silence. Zabuza began forming hand seals. I will kill these 3 weaklings first, and then I will kill you, the disgrace of this village. Ninja Art Mist Concealment Jutsu. As he completed his final seal, a thick, white fog spread outward from Zabuza's center. The fog expanded rapidly, instantly swallowing everything within a radius of dozens of meters. Zabuza's figure slowly vanished into the mist. What a boring technique. Eiji yawned and slowly drew his ninja sword. Eiji, take this seriously. Kakashi revealed his Sharingan eye. Zabuza is not an ordinary ninja, he is. Bang. A heavy muffled impact exploded suddenly, as if something had collided with a wall at tremendous speed. A bandage-wrapped figure flew backward like a kite, with a severed string hurtling at an astonishing speed. It crashed heavily into the wall of an abandoned house nearby. In an instant, rubble flew and dust filled the air. Eiji retracted his fist. Senior, what were you saying? The wind was too loud just now. I didn't catch that. Nothing. Zabuza struggled to his feet, his rough hand clutching his agonizing abdomen. That single punch from the white-haired brat had nearly cost him half his life. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The plan had changed: eliminate the vulnerable Water Shadow first, and deal with the rest later. Water-style water clone jutsu. Zabuza formed 2 seals, creating several water clones that silently merged into the dense fog. As an accomplished assassin, Zabuza knew how to eliminate the most enemies for the least cost. Of course, he was also skilled in tactics where the weak overcome the strong. First, use clones to lure the enemy and test their strength. Then it would be bang. Before he could react, he felt a massive force smash violently into his back. He was launched uncontrollably, crashing heavily several meters away. Zabuza spat up another mouthful of blood. Struggling to look up, he gazed in disbelief at the figure growing ever closer. That white-haired Uchiha brat. How could he accurately locate him in dense fog that completely blocked visibility? This was absolutely beyond the capabilities of the Sharingan. What exactly was this brat? Damn it, he kicked and broke 3 of my ribs. Before Zabuza had time to react, Eiji appeared again, blade raised. The cold edge descended from above with a piercing shriek. Zabuza gritted his teeth and, relying on years of life-and-death combat instincts, rolled to the side while drawing the ninja's sword from his back to block. Clang, clang, clang. In the thick fog, a series of piercing metallic clashes rang out. Thwack! Zabuza grunted, feeling a drilling pain throughout his body. Zabuza went mad. This brat did not resemble a rookie ninja at all. Rather, he resembled a god of death who had crawled through battlefields for a lifetime. Would release silent killing bind jutsu. Just as Zabuza's movement slowed slightly due to the intense pain, tough wooden vines sprang from the fog-covered ground like living creatures. At an astonishing speed, they wrapped around his limbs and torso. The ninja sword flew from his grasp, and Zabuza completely lost the ability to resist. Eiji walked up to Zabuza. It seems the water shadow indeed lacks popular support. Everyone in the village from top to bottom seems to wish for his death. Yagura did not defend himself. For whatever reason, he had ultimately caused the current situation. As Water Shadow, he should bear the responsibility. Thank you for saving me. Yagura looked at the Konoha ninja. Could you hand Zabuza over to me? After all, he is a ninja of the Mist Village. Eiji glanced at Kakashi. Of course. Tenzu released Zabuza. Only then did a commotion of footsteps approach from the distance, accompanied by anxious shouts. Protect the Water Shadow. A squad of Mist Umbu finally arrived at the scene. Seeing Zabuza severely injured on the ground, they looked at the Konoha group and were momentarily stunned. Eiji berated them mercilessly. What are you good for? The fight is already over, and only now have you arrived. If it weren't for us disregarding our personal safety to protect the Water Shadow, you would already be attending a funeral feast. I really don't know why the Water Shadow keeps you around. Are you just decorations for the village? This group of Mist Ninja were left dumbfounded by the scolding. Their faces flushed red and then pale white. Even more frustrating was that they had no way to refute him. It was indeed they who had saved the combat-incapable Water Shadow. As for why the Water Shadow lacked combat capability, that was none of their business. After scolding them for quite some time, Eiji finally kicked Zabuza toward them. Go back and reflect properly. We have other matters to attend to. Water Shadow, let's go. Oh. In the following days, the Konoha team and Yagura visited every accessible corner of the village. Ostensibly, they were searching for Orochimaru's whereabouts, but anyone with a bit of sense could tell it was merely a pretext. When they stormed into the hidden mist village, the masked man had already fled. If Orochimaru had been there, he would have escaped too. These 3 bastards weren't just stealing intel from the mist. They were conducting an outright investigation. Yet the Mist Ninja couldn't do anything to these people. Whenever they ventured even a bit closer, a water needle would pierce their chests. At night, these loyal subordinates had to stand guard for them, fearing that rebels might harm the Mizukage. Over the course of a few days, Eiji and his group were fine, but they had several fights among themselves. 5 days later, the Konoha team felt it was about time and discussed how to retreat. So they summoned Elder Yuanshi and others from the hidden mist village. Since the village doesn't have the person we're looking for, we should withdraw. Hearing this, the mist side felt a great weight lifted from their hearts. Finally, they're leaving. Just wait, on the way back I'll deal with you. Unexpectedly, Eiji once again displayed his inhuman trait. Next, let's talk about compensation. What? Compensation? Kid, do you know what you're saying? Elder Yuanshi really couldn't handle Eiji. He had fought all his life. He had never seen such a capricious, impulsive brat. What exactly do you mean by compensation? Eiji cleared his throat and spoke with righteous indignation. 5 days ago, our Konoha envoy arrived in the Land of Water with the goodwill of peaceful exchange and hunting down rogue ninja. Your village, without distinguishing right from wrong, launched a brazen attack. This act not only caused severe physical and mental trauma to our 3 members. Moreover, it alerted the enemy, directly causing the targets, the masked man and Orochimaru, to flee, thus ruining our crucial pursuit mission. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the faces twisted with rage. With such rude and grave misconduct, should your village not make proper compensation to Konoha and to us, the traumatized envoys? After hearing this, the Mist representatives were grinding their teeth in anger. Who exactly had suffered immense losses? Which of you 3 was injured? Have you no shame? Elder Yuanshi suppressed his inner fury and squeezed out words through gritted teeth. What do you want? Just some money. 1,220,000 ryo. The 1,200,000 was the money Eiji lost to Tsunade. The remaining 20,000 was a bonus for Kakashi and Tenzo. It wasn't easy coming out on this trip, so he gave them some pocket money. Fine. Elder Yuanshi had prepared for a huge loss, but didn't expect Engsei's demand wasn't too high. Over 1,000,000 ryo was still affordable for the hidden mist village. He turned to look at Terumi, who pulled out a stack of banknotes and stuffed them into Inksee's hand. Thank you seniors for your hospitality these past few days. When you have time, visit the Land of Fire. I'll treat you to ramen. Terumi shot Inkse a glare. The next time she went to the Land of Fire, the first thing she'd do was chop off that bastard's head. We've given you the money. I'll also give you a boat. Return the Mizukage to us, and you can leave. Inkse looked astonished. Who said we were going to give the Mizukage back to you? In response, the Mist Ninjas' faces grew even more astonished. Elder Yuanshi felt like he was about to have a stroke. Didn't you just take the silver? That's interest. Interest, you understand. Inkse waved his hand. It's happily decided. For now, we'll invite the Mizukage-sama to be our guest. Once you find the person we're looking for, we'll send him back. Terumi naturally wouldn't believe Inkse's nonsense. Devious brat, even if we hand over the person you want, the Mizukage won't return so easily. Inkse was displeased. What kind of talk was that? Did he really look like someone who didn't keep his word? He was spot on. After a round of back-and-forth negotiations, the Mist Village finally procured a boat. Mizukage-sama, say a few words to your subordinates. Barring any surprises, you'll be staying in the Land of Fire for a while. Yagura pondered for a moment. Elder Yuanshi, during my absence from the Mist Village, please manage the village affairs on my behalf. The first thing you must do is abolish the Blood Mist policy. Also, the masked man is extremely dangerous. Be careful. After speaking, Yagura boarded the ship voluntarily. Inkse stood on the deck waving to the Mist Ninja. Goodbye, everyone. Rest assured we'll take good care of the Mizukage and won't let him go hungry. Looking at the beaming Inkse, Terumi was furious. Elder Yuanshi, are we really not going to take action? Elder Yuanshi shook his head. According to the original plan, they would have many ninja bind explosive tags and launch a suicide attack. Even if they couldn't blow them all up, they'd leave one or two as hostages to threaten Konoha. But who could have imagined Inkse would take the Mizukage along with him? This rendered their efforts futile. Elder Yuanshi believed that they were absolutely capable of the shameless act of using the Mizukage as a human shield. We should think about how to get the Mizukage-sama back. Who is that damned masked man? Inkse, are we really going to bring the Mizukage back? This is going to cause too much of a stir. Inkse didn't speak, but stood up and pointed in several directions. Here, and there are chakra fluctuations. Without the Mizukage as a protective charm, they would have charged already. But it's Kakashi-senpai. Or would you like to take him back? Kakashi rolled his eyes and pretended not to hear. Inkse counted out 20,000 ryo in bills and handed them to Kakashi and Tenzo. Hard work. Go back and eat something good to replenish yourselves. Kakashi looked at the money, then at Inkse. Never had he seen such a brazenly shameless person. Back in Konoha, word of Inkse and his team had been absent for a long time, and some were happy while others were worried. The most anxious was Naruto. He only knew that Inkse had gone on a mission, but he hadn't come back for so long. Could he have run into danger? He often heard stories of ninja getting injured or even dying on missions. Fugaka was also worried. Inkse still lacked combat experience. Was it too much to send him on such a dangerous mission? Of course, the happiest was Danzo. Ever since Inkse left, he dreamed of Inkse being severely injured by the Mist's madman. He dreamed of Inkse being killed by Orochimaru during his escape and of the Sharingan being delivered to him. Then he would pin the blame on the Mist Village. Let those Uchiha madmen take revenge if they dared. Now quite some time had passed with no news of Inkse. Danzo had reason to believe that this Uchiha prodigy had fallen. Lord Danzo, we have news of Uchiha Inkse. Danzo quickly asked, where did he die? Is his body intact? The subordinate's expression shifted slightly. He didn't know how to respond to that. All three of them have returned alive. TCH, Danzo was displeased. He managed to come back alive. A bunch of useless mist ninja. Not only that they brought back someone, the current Mizukage Yagura of the Bloody Mist. Danzo's eyes widened instantly. Who did you say? This is what happened. After listening to his subordinate's report, Danzo remained silent. He knew the Mizukage had not returned with him because he was moved by Eiji, nor did he intend to negotiate with Konoha. The man must have been captured. Even though this speculation was hard to believe, it was the most likely possibility. Without wasting time feeling regret that Eiji and the others had returned alive, Danzo conceived a new scheme. Kirigakure had always been isolated, and the outside world knew little about it. If war were to break out, it could spell great trouble for Konoha. Danzo reasoned that since they were already here, Konoha's intelligence division should interrogate him thoroughly. After draining every last drop of value from his mind, they could extract the tailed beast. Then they could simply pick any ninja to become the new Three Tails Jinchuriki. Of course, it would be best if that ninja were one of his own subordinates. That way they could better protect Konoha. Let's go, time to receive our guest. Danzo quickly arrived at the dock to greet them. But he was already too late. There he saw Hiruzen. A sense of dread surged in his heart. Damn it, Hiruzen had beaten him to it. At the same moment, Hiruzen spotted Danzo and immediately deduced his intentions. Danzo, perfect timing. I have a very important mission for you. Danzo asked, what mission now? The arrival of the Mizukage will surely attract attention from all sides. Take your men personally to the Land of Fire's border and prevent enemy spies from infiltrating. Danzo shook his head. I'd rather stay in the village to protect. Danzo, Konoha needs you. The Land of Fire needs you. Go. Danzo wanted to protest further, but seeing Hiruzen's expression harden, he dropped the thought. He knew Hiruzen was about to utter those words. I am the Hokage. Danzo ground his teeth and said, Understood, Hokage-sama. Watching Danzo's retreating figure, a smile spread across Hiruzen's face. During previous meetings, Danzo had repeatedly proposed strategies to control other villages' tailed beasts to weaken their strength. Now that the Three Tails Jinchuriki had barely set foot on shore, he came running. Any fool could see what he was after. But Hiruzen thought differently. He believed that since the war had finally ended, peaceful coexistence was the best outcome. Since the Mizukage was already here, they might as well sign a cooperation agreement before he left. In the Hokage's office, the two exchanged pleasantries for a while. Then Hiruzen got to the point. Mizukage-sama, I wish to establish an alliance with Kirigakure. What do you think? Peace is hard won. For the sake of both our futures, I humbly ask you to consider this seriously. This caught Yagura by surprise. By all logic, the Hokage should have exploited the situation, demanding Kirigakure's secret techniques or resources as concessions. He never expected the Hokage to be so amicable. Was this what they called vision? With that thought, Yagura's mood improved slightly. From his perspective, cooperating with Konoha was a favorable prospect. Kirigakure was now half crippled. If they established a cooperative relationship with Konoha, the village would surely have to lend a hand. So Yagura spoke earnestly. Kirigakure is equally eager to establish a closer strategic partnership with Konoha. Hiruzen nodded with a beaming smile. Kirigakure's strength was nothing formidable. They were the ideal partner for cooperation. Even if they were to betray them in the future, it wouldn't cause much of a stir. In that case, please stay in the village for a while longer, Mizukage-sama. There are many details we still need to discuss. Very well. Yagura understood that since he had come, he wouldn't be leaving so easily. With his chakra sealed, the Hokage had no fear of him causing trouble. After finishing that topic, they moved on to others. The masked man once invaded Kirigakure as well. Yagura's face flushed. He caused great destruction to our village, and now his whereabouts are unknown. I see. Hiruzen had obtained what he wanted and didn't press further. He dismissed Yagura, citing the long journey and the need for rest. Of course, he was accompanied by elite Umbu operatives. After Yagura left, Hiruzen summoned the Konoha team from the mission. Kakashi placed 2 scrolls on the desk and gave a detailed report of the entire operation. I apologize, Hokage-sama. We searched extensively in the Land of Water, but found no trace of the masked man or Orochimaru. Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe. I know Orochimaru well. He's highly cautious. He likely slipped away while you were negotiating at the door. What surprises me is that the masked man was also in Kirigakure. It seems there must be a close connection between the masked man and Orochimaru. I'll make a bold speculation: the invasion of Kirigakure was also orchestrated by Orochimaru. The more Hiruzen thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. At the same time, his anger grew. His most prized student had now become the most detestable rogue ninja in the shinobi world. You may go rest for now. We'll reconvene later for a debriefing. Submit all the overlooked details. Yes, Hokage-sama. By the time the 3 stepped out of the office, night had fallen. Eiji was in good spirits after receiving his compensation, so he treated his 2 seniors to ramen. Time to head home. Eiji strolled lazily back to the Uchiha compound. His clansmen saw him return and came forward one after another to greet him. Ever since the police force had expanded its recruitment, they had taken in quite a few temporary workers who bore the blame. No, wait. Comrades willing to shed blood and sacrifice for Konoha. They appeared in every corner of the village. They resolved many problems. As a result, Inabi and the others had a bit more breathing room. But this was by no means negligence. A brief rest was to serve Konoha even better. Inabi, who had been training hard at the training grounds, immediately grabbed him and asked about the mission. Eiji figured that since the mission was over, it should be fine to talk about it now. Honored seniors, I never expected this mission to be so dangerous. I nearly didn't make it back. Not long after we boarded the ship, a horde of masked ninjas swarmed us. My 2 teammates and I cut through them left and right, charging in and out 7 times. After we finally dealt with them, we encountered their strongest ninja. I fought him for 300 rounds, battling until the sky turned dark and the earth dimmed, at one point falling into disadvantage. At the critical moment, I remembered, I am a member of the Uchiha clan. How could I lose to such a monster? So I shouted friendship and bonds and charged forward. Eiji narrated with grand gestures, leaving Sasuke, who was eavesdropping nearby, utterly bewildered. So cool. No, wait, my brother is the strongest. Everyone turned around to see Sasuke pumping his fist vigorously. You only defeated 1 ninja. My brother could take down an entire clan single-handedly. After a brief silence, Eiji said seriously, Itachi actually could. Hearing this, Sasuke was utterly bewildered. He had merely been boasting. Why was Eiji agreeing with him? Could his brother truly be a prodigy among prodigies? Had he been concealing his strength in previous competitions? Sasuke's mood improved slightly. Hey, even though you admit your brother is excellent, he will absolutely show you no mercy when he beats you in the future. Eiji patted Sasuke's head. With those words I am at ease. Next time we cross paths, I will not hold back either. Don't touch my head. Sasuke huffed and stormed back home. Brother, when are you going to seek revenge on that white-haired bastard? He circled the compound, but couldn't find Itachi anywhere. Instead, he summoned Fugaku. Fugaku explained, Itachi has had many missions lately, he won't be returning for a few days. Oh well then. Sasuke slumped onto the sofa looking thoroughly displeased. Since brother joined the Umbu, he barely comes home. I have no one to teach me Shuriken Jutsu. When he does return, he locks himself in his room, without saying a word, looking deeply troubled. Father, is brother under a lot of pressure these days? No one answered Sasuke's question. The atmosphere grew awkward. Mikoto suddenly smiled, and said, then you can ask Eiji for help. He is universally recognized as a genius. I don't wanna. Brother is forever the strongest. Saying this, Sasuke stormed back to his room and slammed the door with a bang. He wrestled with his pillow, muttering things like how he would defeat his brother sooner or later. In the living room, Fugaku and Mikoto exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. This child of ours clearly has only Itachi in his heart. We should find an opportunity to tell Itachi to spend more time playing with Sasuke when he's free. Understood. Just then Mikoto's smile vanished. She lowered her voice and leaned closer to Fugaku. Tonight, I dined with a few other clan matrons. They casually mentioned Itachi's situation. Fugaku raised an eyebrow. What about Itachi? Mikoto's voice dropped even lower. Itachi has missed the clan gathering twice in a row, and the elders are quite displeased. Fugaku understood immediately. This was hardly an accidental remark. They clearly wanted Mikoto to deliver the message. They chose her to convey it precisely to avoid making things too ugly. Ever since Fugaku assigned Itachi to the Umbu, some radical elders had voiced their opposition. They believed this was a sign of allegiance to the Hokage, contradicting the Uchiha's original intent to sever ties. Fortunately, Fugaku had used the pretext of gathering intelligence to placate them. However, he hadn't expected peace to last long before other voices arose again. Sai, being the clan head is no easy task. Fugaku, I think you must speak with Itachi. As the clan head's son, he must be mindful of his reputation within the clan. I understand. Let me think about how to handle this. Fugaku felt frustrated. What was he to do? There was no easy way out. He couldn't very well have Itachi interrupt a mission halfway, tell the Hokage he needed to return home for a meeting, and then come back 2 hours later. That would make the Hokage furious. It might even result in Itachi being transferred out of the Umbu. Fugaku had previously felt as if he were walking on thin ice, but now he suddenly realized he had already sunk in. Late at night, Kakashi stood before the memorial stone. Obito, I almost thought I wouldn't make it back. Do all you Uchiha brats love causing trouble? Back when we went on missions together, you never followed the rules. Now Eiji is doing the same. He had the audacity to kidnap the Mizukage. Fortunately, we returned from Kirigakure alive. Kakashi fell silent for a moment. Actually, it wouldn't have mattered if we hadn't returned. You and the others were waiting for me there. By tradition, a masked man would eavesdrop from the shadows whenever Kakashi visited the grave. He would then berate Kakashi relentlessly for being useless. But today was an exception. The masked man was preoccupied with figuring out how to deal with the Orochimaru problem. Because of Orochimaru, his plans had been disrupted, leaving him in a foul mood. Moreover, Konoha likely now believed he was Orochimaru's subordinate. Otherwise, why was Orochimaru's name listed first on the wanted poster? He was clearly the darkest mastermind in this ninja world. Any news on Orochimaru? Why do Konoha ninja insist he is in Kirigakure? Zetsu replied, I can confirm Orochimaru never entered the village. Otherwise, I would have detected him immediately. The masked man's mood deteriorated further. These Konoha ninja were all idiots, lacking even the basic ability to discern false intelligence. They would never catch Orochimaru in their lifetimes. However, if they couldn't catch Orochimaru, they would surely not give up. Who knew if they wouldn't sniff out his new hideout next time? Forget it, I'll do Konoha's idiots a favor. Find Orochimaru's whereabouts as soon as possible and have Kabi eliminate him. Zetsu slowly sank into the ground. Understood. 2 days later, Danzo was still at the border of the Land of Fire. As for when he would return, he awaited Hiruzen's orders. Danzo raged within the camp. To call him a jerk would be an insult. He was simply unbearable. How could major negotiations proceed without him? Hiruzen knew nothing of negotiation. It had been a perfect opportunity for extortion, a chance to make a fortune. But with Hiruzen taking charge, they wouldn't even get a substantial sum of money. Without him, the right-hand man. He was no longer just an aide. Danzo grew even angrier. In his fury, he smashed a teacup, inadvertently spotting the small white snake in the corner. What is that bastard Orochimaru up to now? That evening, Danzo crept to a cave entrance like a thief. Orochimaru had been waiting there for some time. Orochimaru, how could you let them return alive? Where are your subordinates? Orochimaru was also frustrated internally. His subordinates were fine for banditry, but against a full-strength Konoha team, they were wiped out in 3 minutes. An unexpected issue arose. I didn't anticipate they could defeat the Mizukage nor that they would remain unscathed. Danzo snorted coldly. Do you have any idea how many resources I expended to cooperate with your plan? Orochimaru licked his lips, paying no heed to Danzo's words. In his eyes, Danzo was merely a tool. Who cares if a tool is comfortable? Still, he offered a perfunctory consolation. The wood release experiments have made new progress. I believe that in the near future. Danzo interrupted ruthlessly. I don't want to hear that. You said 3 years back then, and 3 years later again. Seeing Danzo on the verge of losing his temper, Orochimaru threw out another bait. I will secretly assist you in capturing the masked man. Once successful, I will hand him over to you immediately. Danzo's mood instantly improved. The masked man's Sharingan and the wood release on his body were valuable assets. Let's go. We should minimize our meetings. He turned and left the cave, cursing Orochimaru's stupidity. Once he ascended to the position of Hokage, his first act would be to kill this Renin who knew too many of his secrets. Orochimaru sneered. Once he mastered the secret of immortality, this sinister aid would no longer be necessary. The two parted ways, and Orochimaru chose the opposite path. He traveled alone through the forest path, his snake-like pupils fixed on an inconspicuous spot deep within the dense woods. There, hidden away, lay a secret base he had abandoned years ago, one that even Jiraiya, who had pursued him for so long, had never discovered. Inside, some useful materials were still stored. Just as he was about to step over a large boulder and continue forward, he suddenly halted. A few meters ahead stood a towering figure. Like a sculpture solidified from the shadows, it stood there in utter silence. The figure was cloaked in a voluminous black robe, revealing only a pair of green eyes that burned with a murderous intent, so pure it was suffocating. This pressure caused every muscle in Orochimaru's body to tense instantly. Such a dangerous sensation, such an unprecedented, overwhelming presence. A name surfaced in his mind. The man who, according to legend, had fought against the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and survived. The ceiling of bounty hunters, the rogue ninja from Takigakure, Kakuzu. Orochimaru asked in a low voice, Lord Kakuzu, are you here for me? Someone wants your life. Kakuzu replied, his voice as calm as if he were discussing something as trivial as eating or drinking. And they paid handsomely. TSK. Orochimaru knew he had countless enemies in the shinobi world, but he never imagined anyone could actually afford to hire Kakuzu. Who could it be? His whereabouts were always secret. Unless he appeared voluntarily, no one could possibly find him. It couldn't be Danzo, whom he had just met, could it? That would be utterly lacking in collaborative spirit. Orochimaru's golden pupils flickered faintly in the shadows, and he took an almost imperceptible half-step back. He didn't want to get entangled with this man, lest the brats from Konoha catch his scent. Lord Kakuzu, he deliberately slowed his speech, making himself appear less suspicious. Perhaps I could also offer some money. To buy my own life. He attempted to negotiate with Kakuzu in this manner. A glimmer of light appeared in Kakuzu's green eyes, and his stagnant voice, finally, showed a ripple of emotion. You're rich, A little, but I can get you even more. Kakuzu's voice suddenly rose. Then why are you wasting my time? He casually tossed his black robe aside, revealing the tall figure hidden beneath. A strange mask was slowly crawling up his body. Fire-style head severing. The gap in the mask abruptly widened, and the next moment a massive fireball erupted. With a devastating force, it surged straight toward Orochimaru. The air was distorted by the intense heat, and the surrounding trees turned to ash before they could even catch fire. A pungent smell of scorched earth filled the air, leaving only a blinding blaze and billowing smoke in its wake. Kakuzu stood still, his green eyes coldly watching the inferno. After a long while, the flames reluctantly subsided, revealing a charred crater on the ground. And at the center of the pit lay a thoroughly dried snake, shed exuding of burnt odor. What a detestable technique. Another 20 million slips away. He had gathered some intelligence on Orochimaru before coming, knowing he was hard to kill. But who could have imagined he would be this difficult to eliminate? Kakuzu glanced disdainfully at the snake's skin, then picked up his coat and put it back on. Just as he was about to leave, a faint snap, like a dry twig breaking, came from the nearby bushes. Kakuzu's excitement spiked. Let me see if these little bugs can make up for the loss. The leading ninja cursed inwardly, realizing they had been discovered. With no other choice, they had to brace themselves. Attack! The moment the order was given, a barrage of shuriken and kunai was hurled at Kakuzu with reckless abandon. Yet Kakuzu, standing at the epicenter of destruction, didn't even raise an eyebrow. Clang, clang, clang. Countless kunai thrown from blind spots slammed into his dark body, but failed to leave even a scratch. The ambushing ninjas gasped in shock. Kakuzu's defense was terrifying beyond imagination. Now it's my turn. Kakuzu's figure vanished in an instant. Schlick. Two elite squads, fragile as paper before absolute power, were annihilated in the blink of an eye. Only one ninja who had been lagging behind on perimeter watch was fortunate enough to witness the horrific spectacle of his comrades being slaughtered in an instant. He scrambled to his feet and turned sprinting with all his might toward the camp. He stumbled into the encampment and crashed to the ground before Danzo. Lord Danzo, something terrible has happened. Danzo kicked the injured subordinate aside. What kind of disgraceful panic is this? With me here, nothing can throw the outside world into chaos. Yes, Lord Danzo. We were attacked, and the casualties are heavy. Danzo rose abruptly, his single eye blazing with cold fury. What insolent wretch dares to run wild on the soil of the land of fire? He clenched his fist, a violent, murderous intent mingling with his pent-up rage, instantly igniting his killing drive. Good you bastard. He was just in need of a fierce battle to vent the foul mood festering in his chest. Danzo lifted the tent flap and caught the scent of blood in the air. It seems an impressive figure has arrived. Danzo's voice was hoarse, carrying a hint of excitement. Have you identified him? The kneeling subordinate trembled, forcing out the words with difficulty. The intruder is the rogue ninja from Takigate here. Kuku. What did you say? Danzo actually shouted. The flame of anger that had just kindled in his eyes was doused in an instant, as if by a bucket of ice water at the mere mention of that name. Kakuzu is here. Kakuzu is here. The monster who fought the first Hokage and survived. The natural disaster whose arrival meant someone was about to die. Why was he here? Danzo knew Kakuzu never did a losing deal. Who had hired him, and whom had he come to kill? Surely not me. A chill surged to his head and Danzo was momentarily speechless. Lord Danzo, what should we do next? Danzo snapped back to reality, forcibly suppressing the terror in his heart. When he spoke again, his voice was icy. Notify everyone. We will face the enemy head-on. Target the bounty hunter Kuku. He swept his hand, emphatically, a look of resolve on his face. The time has come to give our all for Konoha. I will personally lead the elite guard and strike a fatal blow from the flank. Remember, everything is for Konoha. Cries erupted from within and outside the tent. All for Konoha. Charge. They charged out without hesitation, their figures quickly disappearing from sight. In an instant, only Danzo remained in the camp. He waited until the footsteps faded completely, then let out a heavy breath and collapsed into a chair. Only then did he realize his back was drenched in cold sweat. A few minutes later, Danzo stood up again. After confirming no one was around, he bolted without hesitation in the opposite direction. Only one thought consumed his mind: run back to Konoha. There he had more subordinates who could protect his life. Danzo had not anticipated that he could run so fast. In merely a few minutes, he had put a considerable distance between himself and his pursuers. Yet Danzo did not cease his flight. He harbored but a single thought: run and never cease running. He had not yet ascended to the position of Hokage. He absolutely could not perish in such a wretched place. For the first time, Danzo was forced to unleash his body's latent potential under such bizarre and desperate circumstances. Through the endless hours, day and night, sleepless and unwavering, he finally caught sight of Konoha's main gates. Danzo was moved to the brink of tears. I shall not die after all. Kazekage, aren't you so mighty? I may be insignificant, but if you have the courage, go ahead and spar with the tens of thousands of ninja in our hidden leaf village. Just as Danzo was about to enter the village, he halted. Pondering for a moment, he deliberated on how to fabricate a story that would prevent him from appearing as a coward terrified of death. I shall say this first, and then that. Danzo was exceptionally skilled at spinning tales. Within mere minutes, he had devised exactly how to deceive Hiruzen. At this hour, the sky was just beginning to lighten and the streets of Konoha were nearly empty. However, the cautious Danzo still opted for the rear entrance, wishing to avoid anyone witnessing his disheveled and wretched state. He feared it might tarnish his image of being cold and ruthless in the eyes of the villagers. As Danzo approached the gate, a questioning voice rang out from behind him. The password. Password. Since when does Konoha have a password? The moment Danzo finished speaking, a fist the size of a sandbag smashed into his face. This was followed by a torrential barrage of punches and kicks. Someone had apparently thrown a sack over his head. Danzo could not see their faces, only vaguely hearing curses. Such audacity. How dare you behave so presumptuously before your Uchiha grandfather? If you do not know the password, you are an intruder. And intruders must die. Then came even fiercer attacks. Danzo screamed in pain. You bastards, I don't care who the hell you are. I'll beat you until you're dead. I am Danzo. Silence. Dead silence. Inahi and Tetsuya exchanged bewildered glances. This was bad. They had botched it. Would this old man seek revenge at the first opportunity? Should they just finish him off and be done with it? Danzo, that fool, why did he take the back door? People might think he was a deserter, too cowardly to face others. Just then, Eiji approached on tiptoe and signaled for silence. He first gave Danzo a few hard kicks while he was down, then shouted aloud. Stop! Spare him beneath your fists. Danzo crawled up cursing and heard the insincere greetings. Lord Danzo, are you unharmed? Furious Danzo tore off the sack, desperate to tear apart these evil Uchiha. Who was it that struck your elder just now? Step forward. The one who struck you was a temporary worker. He has already fled. Rest assured, I will promptly. Enough, Danzo waved his hand dismissively. I wonder what possessed you bastards to invent such passwords. What? Eiji nearly gave Danzo a concussion. You say that Lord Tobirama who established this code was a lunatic who was bored. It is not merely bold, it is sheer audacity. I will report this to the Hokage immediately and have him punish you for this act of irreverence. Danzo wished for death itself. Go to hell. You. Lord Tobirama did so many things in his lifetime. How was I to know? With matters reaching this point, Danzo chose not to argue further with Eiji and the others, who knew what other false accusations this wretched man might heap upon him. He ran directly to Hiruzen's residence and pounded on the door. Hiruzen, trouble has struck. The sleepily-eyed Hiruzen instantly woke upon seeing Danzo's state. Danzo, what on earth is wrong with you? Come in quickly, or let me fetch some bandages to stop the bleeding. In the living room, Danzo tended to his own wounds while recounting the fabricated story he had just devised. We were attacked by Kazekage. To protect the villagers, we fought to the very last breath. Although we successfully repelled him, the cost was devastating. The entire unit was annihilated, EY and the sole survivor. Hiruzen's hand trembled slightly as he held his cigarette. Were the elite all wiped out? Of course, he also suspected the authenticity of this tale. The elites perished, and only you returned. Stop lying. However, Hiruzen did not rush to expose Danzo. The pressing matter was to ascertain Kazekage's true objective. Kazekage never acts without profit in mind, as someone must have hired him. Then who is this person? And who is his actual target? Hiruzen glanced at Danzo. There was no need to say it. Kazekage was certainly not interested in Danzo. Otherwise, he would have already selected a successor for the root organization by now. Hiruzen suddenly considered a possibility. Perhaps as before, the mastermind behind the scenes does not wish to see us cooperate with the Hidden Mist Village. The two exchanged glances as if transported back to the battlefield decades ago. Back then, during the negotiations, Konoha and Kiri were interrupted halfway by the sudden appearance of Kenjutsu and Ginkaku, who prevented the signing of the peace treaty. Now, only a few days after the Mizuki Jigura arrived in Konoha, Kazekage launched his attack. There may be a connection between the two events. Let us go to the Hokage Tower and discuss this with Hamura and Koharu. Hokage Tower conference room. The four sat around the table, and after hearing the full account, Hamura voiced her opposition. I find this logic flawed. If the intention was to halt the negotiations, why not strike when the Mizukage disembarked? Moreover, if he wished to kill the Mizukage, why attack you and reveal his purpose? With utter shamelessness, Danzo stated, perhaps Kazekage harbors fear of me, believing my methods are too sophisticated, and thus felt compelled to eliminate me first. Before he could finish, the other three could barely contain themselves. What is wrong with Danzo today? He dares to tell any lie. Kazekage is afraid of you. Do you think you are Lord Hashirama? Enough. Hiruzen tapped the table. There is another issue: who might be the mastermind behind this? A name had already formed in the minds of all four. Orochimaru. Hiruzen felt as though his head would explode. Orochimaru, and still Orochimaru. Why does every disastrous event involve him? What does he want? A masked man wielding wood release was not enough. Now a formidable adversary like Kazekage has appeared. Hiruzen dared not imagine who might strike Konoha in the future. If these individuals were to gather, how immense would the pressure on Konoha become? More terrifying still was what trump cards the mastermind possessed to keep them all firmly under control. Hiruzen felt a profound sense of powerlessness. Let us conclude for today. I will dispatch other ninja to investigate the scene of the ambush. Dismissed. There is one more matter, Danzo said. The root ninja suffered heavy casualties. Do I require reinforcements? Hearing this, Hiruzen displayed a look of difficulty. This is somewhat problematic. Many qualified ninja have joined the security force. There are no suitable candidates available at the moment. Danzo paused. The security force. He suddenly recalled the earlier recruitment drive for the security force. Danzo had not paid it much mind, thinking a mob of amateurs could not stir up any real trouble. Who could have predicted it would turn out this way today? Danzo still refused to yield. In that case, select a few personnel from the Umbu. For instance, Itachi Tenzu Kakashi. Hiruzen tapped the table. The workload for the Umbu is also substantial. Danzo, you must endure this for now. That's all for today, Danzo. You should also go see a medical ninja quickly to avoid any lingering aftereffects. Danzo only then felt the intense pain radiating from his body. He had been beaten so severely that he felt his waist might break. Without a doubt, he would be bedridden for some time. He forced himself to walk out of the Hokage's office, slowly shuffling to the root organization. After circling a few times, he returned to the restroom and collapsed onto the bed with a thud. The exhaustion of the past few days surged over him like a tide, draining all his strength. He closed his eyes, carefully reflecting on everything that had happened when he encountered Kakuzu. Of course, Danzo was not thinking about who had hired Kakuzu. He was worried that someone might survive and return to Konoha revealing the whole story. Then where would he put his face? For the greater good, your deaths are not in vain. Danzo summoned several subordinates and gave them orders to eliminate the witnesses. As it turned out, Danzo was worrying too much. None of those ninjas returned alive, they were all killed by Kakuzu. He also packed up the bodies and took them to the bounty exchange. Aren't there any valuable ones among these prey? The bald man looked disdainfully at the bodies on the ground. Don't bring these worthless things here anymore. This is not a garbage dump. Kakuzu was enraged. Damn it. He hadn't earned the 20 million, and the bodies he had worked so hard to bring back were worthless. This was almost worse than death. Kakuzu was furious. Kakuzu wanted to kill. Burdened with all sorts of anger, he left the bounty exchange. In a secluded corner, he encountered Zetsu. Kakuzu said quietly, "The mission failed, Orochimaru escaped. Don't worry too much, Kakuzu-san. I believe next time you meet Orochimaru, you will kill him thoroughly. Of course I was just careless." He clenched his fist. "Since the target is in the land of fire, I'll kill a few more prey along the way. They're worth a lot." In the dark, damp base, Orochimaru emerged from some unknown corner. He was alive again. What a rude fellow, wanting to kill at the drop of a hat. Orochimaru licked his lips, his words dripping with sarcasm. What a pity. A fool with courage, but no strategy. Does he think such methods can kill me for good? A mere daydream. After mocking Kaku, Orochimaru felt a wave of irritation. More and more people in the ninja world wanted to kill him. He had no idea why these fools had lost their minds, blaming him for everything. Couldn't they think of his old friend who was guilty of countless crimes? Speaking of Danzo, Orochimaru licked his lips again. His friend was becoming less reliable. He needed to find a new partner. The land of fire had been unsettled lately. The bounty hunter Kakuzu was killing like a madman, and many elite ninjas had fallen to his hands. This also enraged the daimyo. How dare such a thing run wild in the land of fire? He entrusted the mission of killing Kakuzu to Konoha village. On the rooftop, Hiruzen looked at the gathered ninjas. Kakuzu is extremely dangerous. Do not act rashly when encountering him. Signal quickly and wait for reinforcements. Understood. Understood. Dismissed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The elite jonin of Konoha disappeared in an instant. Itachi, how is the Mizukage? Fine, as instructed. We have a 24-hour rotation of protection, minimizing his outings. Understood. Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe, his gaze falling on the masked genius ninja. He was quite satisfied with Itachi's performance during this period. Also, peace is hard won, we must cherish it. I understand, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen waved his hand, and Itachi disappeared into the shadows. The Uchiha clan has produced so many geniuses over the years. Shursue Itachi Eishi. If only they would all stand with Konoha, then I could rest easy. Outside Konoha village. Asuma held a cigarette in his mouth, taking a deep drag. He exhaled a long smoke ring, the gray-white, smoke twisting upward. Cough cough. Kurenai frowned, waving away the choking smoke around her. Cut down on smoking, Asuma. I feel like I'm standing next to a chimney. Her crimson eyes scanned the deep forest around them, a hint of barely perceptible vigilance flickering in her gaze. Asuma twitched the corner of his mouth. Tomorrow I'll quit, starting tomorrow. Kurenai glared at him. She had heard those words of quitting for years. He hadn't learned any other skills from the Hokage, but he had picked up smoking quickly. Kurenai's lips moved, ready to complain again. The next second her pupils suddenly contracted. Her body tensed instantly, her gaze fixed on the deep shadows of the forest behind Asuma's side. Asuma sensed the anomaly almost simultaneously. He furrowed his brow and spun around abruptly. Following Kurenai's alarmed gaze, he saw a figure wrapped in a wide black cloak standing beside an ancient tree. Recognizing the green eyes, Asuma identified him. Kakuzu. Kakuzu spoke slowly. The Hokage's son, Sarutobi Asuma. It seems my luck is quite good. Your head is worth 35 million ryo in the underground exchange. Asuma subtly stepped forward half a step, shielding Kurenai behind him. He lowered his voice deliberately. I'll handle this. Before the words faded, Asuma flung the burning cigarette, but straight at Kakuzu's face. Simultaneously, his hands formed seals rapidly. Wind released dust storm technique. A fierce gust of wind burst from Asuma's mouth, instantly sweeping up thick layers of dead leaves and dust. Forming a gray sandstorm with burning particles, it charged straight at Kakuzu's face. Trivial trick. Beneath Kakuzu's wide black robe, his arm shot up. His skin swelled and split grotesquely, countless tentacles entwined with chakra shot out like black snakes. They pierced through the dust curtain with screeching, air-tearing sounds, lunging straight at Asuma's vital points. Asuma's eyes sharpened, chakra instantly flooding his legs, his body turning into a blur. He narrowly dodged the eerie black hands. Asuma gripped his chakra blades tightly, pouring a massive amount of chakra into them, instantly forming two glowing blue chakra short swords. The chakra blade carved a fierce blue arc, slashing viciously at Kakuzu's neck. Clang. Kakuzu raised his arm to block. The moment the blade touched his skin, it turned as hard as rock. The strike left only a shallow white mark. Earth release, earth spear. Asuma's heart tightened. Such formidable defense. Is this all the Hokage's son has? A flicker of mockery gleamed in Kakuzu's eyes. Another tentacle lurking beneath the ground shot up like a viper straight for Asuma's back. At the critical moment, Asuma twisted and leaped sideways. The tip of the tentacle grazed his ribs. Before Asuma could catch his breath, Kakuzu's hoarse voice rang out again. Fire release, head hardening. Kakuzu's raspy voice sounded and a monster head adorned with a bizarre mask emerged. The mask bore twisted flame patterns. The monster head opened its mouth wide, unleashing an unimaginable torrent of blazing heat. Carrying the terrifying aura of burning everything like a lava cannon, it blasted toward the unsteady Asuma. At the same time, tentacles from nowhere coiled tightly around Asuma, locking him in place. TCH troublesome. Boom. Amidst the lingering smoke and flames, a figure hurtled backward from the explosion's edge like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. It was Asuma. He slammed heavily into a burning tree trunk, barely managing to halt his momentum. A sweet coppery taste rose in his throat, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The arm gripping his blade trembled slightly, a clear sign he had endured a ferocious assault. At that moment, a muffled groan thick with pain echoed from the distance. It was Kurenai. Let's deal with this troublesome woman first. She had no chance to retreat, ensnared tightly by Kakuzu's earth grudge fear. A cold, slithering tendril, like an iron band, coiled around her slender neck, constricting with relentless pressure. Strangled and racked with agony, her face flushed crimson. Her hands clawed futilely at the pitch-black tendril around her throat, her scarlet eyes wide with the torment of suffocation. 35 million plus, a worthless ninja. This trip wasn't in vain. He stepped out from the smoke, one fully intact earth grudge fear tendril raised high. Its tip sharp as a spear glinted with a cold, eerie light aimed directly at Kurenai's exposed heart. Kurenai! Asuma roared, sprinting towards her with every ounce of strength he possessed. Just a second before the black spear could pierce Kurenai's heart, a piercing shriek tore through the air. It was like a silver flash that rent the very space itself. Thud! The pitch-black tendril poised to impale Kurenai's heart was pierced clean through by a ninja blade wreathed in frigid cold and pinned viciously into the ground. Kakuzu snapped his head towards the direction of the attack. A white-haired youth strolled forward, his crimson, three-tomo Sharingan spinning slowly. I'm not too late, am I? Sharingan. Kakuzu's raspy voice held a note of surprise, quickly supplanted by deeper greed. His sickly green eyes were locked onto Eiji's spinning pupils. Kakuzu knew what this meant. It was a substantial payday. He could almost feel his earth grudge fear writhing with excitement. His mind raced with calculations. Selling this brat wouldn't just cover Orochimaru's escape, it would turn a handsome profit. He'd kill a few more people on the way back to commemorate this lucky day. Meanwhile, Sarutobi, Asuma, battered and bruised, forced his aching body upright. A kid from the Uchiha clan. Thank you. He then cautioned Eiji, be careful, Kakuzu isn't an ordinary ninja. Eiji flashed a grin. I know Kakuzu. He's the old fossil who pissed his pants running from Lord Hashirama and barely escaped with his life. So this Kakuzu who my big brother Hashirama let live dares to invade Konoha today? New mission: completely eliminate Kakuzu, insolent brat. Kakuzu instantly flushed with rage, as if Eiji had struck a raw nerve, dredging up his most painful memory. That was Hashirama, the god of shinobi, who could crush the Nine Tails like a tiny chick. If you've got a problem, take it up with him. Kakuzu glared at Eiji, vowing to slowly torture this arrogant Uchiha brat to death. I'll kill you, you impertinent little whelp. Fire-style head hardening. A torrent of flame even more violent than the one Asuma had faced surged straight towards Eiji. Wherever the flames passed, the ground was scorched black and cracked, and trees were instantly carbonized. The terrifying heat made even Asuma and Kurenai at a distance feel their skin prickle. The Tomo in Eiji's eyes spun at a breakneck speed. He clapped his hands together, and the chakra within him surged forth like water bursting from a dam. Water-style water wall. A colossal, dense wall of water erupted from the ground. Boom. The raging flames slammed into the watery barrier, producing a thunderous, hissing roar. Massive clouds of white steam billowed into the sky, instantly shrouding the entire battlefield in a blinding haze. An Uchiha brat using water jutsu of this caliber. Kakuzu's raspy voice cut through the thick mist. After a brief flicker of surprise, his excitement grew. This kind of skill at his age, plus the Sharingan. This was a massive jackpot. What a truly delightful day. His voice was laced with barely contained excitement, Orochimaru's escape momentarily forgotten. His mind was filled only with mountains of cash. However, in that instant of distraction, several faint crimson glows flickered to life on the ground beneath his feet. Kakuzu glanced down only to see countless explosive tags that had been silently affixed to the dirt and tree trunks around him. Art is an explosion. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions instantly engulfed the spot where Kakuzu stood. Flames shot into the sky, and the intense shockwaves kicked up clouds of dust. Did we get him, Mai? Asuma's heart tightened. An explosion of this scale should have blasted him to bits. But the next moment, a raspy laugh cut through the lingering blast. Don't bother bringing out children's toys like that. The smoke was blown away by a powerful gust revealing Kakuzu's figure. A layer of grayish-brown rock armor cracked and fractured had heartily absorbed the explosive impact. The armor was covered in scorch marks and fissures, but the man himself seemed largely unharmed. Simultaneously, a blue mask emblazoned with a lightning pattern emerged on his other shoulder. Lightning-style false darkness. Dazzling lightning coalesced in the mask's mouth. A thick blue-white spear of lightning rent the air, its terrifying crackle making one's skin crawl as it shot towards Eiji with incredible speed. Just as the deadly lightning was about to touch Eiji, his figure eerily vanished into thin air. What? Kakuzu's pupils contracted sharply. He felt a lethal chill from behind. Flying Thunder God Slash. Schlick. The sharp ninja blade precisely pierced the heart in his chest, revealing a bloody tip. Some immortal ninja. You think you're fit to challenge Lord Hashirama? Eiji kicked Kakuzu's body away, flicking the blood from his blade. Is it over? Asuma and Kurenai exchanged glances. The fight had started fast, and ended even faster. They hadn't even seen how Eiji dodged the lightning, or how he appeared behind Kakuzu. This is an 11-year-old kid. Regardless, thank you. Asuma lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. Let's take his body back. Before he could finish, Asuma's pupils suddenly constricted, and the cigarette nearly fell from his lips. Watch out. He witnessed the most unbelievable sight of his life. The body impaled through the heart, and kicked away, was silently standing up again. From the gaps in his stitched body, several pitch-black tendrils shot out, like venomous snakes emerging from their lair. With a sharp, piercing whistle, they struck like lightning towards the unsuspecting back of Eiji, who had just landed. Eiji seemed to have anticipated this. He didn't even turn his head, merely twitching his fingers in a seemingly casual gesture. In the next instant, he reappeared beside the still-stunned Kakuzu, who was frozen in the aftermath of his sneak attack. What gave you the illusion that I didn't know you were still alive? He raised his right hand high, his vast and boundless chakra frantically converging and compressing. Water-style hard vortex water blade. The moment the words died away, the compressed water-natured chakra to the extreme instantly coalesced into a high-speed, rotating javelin. Ingxi's arm swung down like a battering ram, and the water javelin, with a piercing shriek, plunged fiercely into Jiao Du's chest. The instant it made contact with his body, the compressed water javelin exploded. Boom. A violent water tornado completely engulfed Jiao Du's entire upper body. The high-speed rotating cutting water currents were like billions of the sharpest blades. They rampaged, sliced, and disintegrated Jiao Du's earth-release defense and his flesh. Jiao Du let out a heart-rending scream. He could clearly feel that another of his hearts had been completely shredded by that force in an instant. Monsters, both of them are monsters. Asuma could not believe what had happened. One was an old monster who had died and come back to life. The other was a young monster who seemed to see through everything. Old man, times have changed. Maybe you should retire. After a long while, the water tornado slowly dissipated. This time Asuma did not pop the champagne again. He fixed his gaze ahead. Through the mist, a staggering figure struggled to its feet. He was indeed not dead yet. Two shattered masks, entwined with broken black threads, lay quietly in the muddy water. Damn brat. Jiao Du let out a hysterical roar. Don't you know how much effort I've put into collecting these hearts? The plan had completely changed. To forget the bounty. He only wanted one thing now, to rip out that young heart of the Uchiha brat as his new most precious collection. Fisk. Ingxi grimaced at the writhing black threads, and the two ferocious masks on Jiao Du couldn't help but take a half step back in disgust, his brows furrowed. Isn't there a cooler way to fight? Like this. Ingxi closed his eyes, then slowly opened them. A golden eye shadow gradually appeared over his brows and eyes, and a vast surge of natural energy soared into the sky. Sage Art Water Dragon Bite. A violent vortex engulfed Jiao Du with irresistible force. Terrifying water blades slashed every part of his body. Splat! Splat! Two cracking sounds rang out. Jiao Du's remaining hearts shattered like fragile glass under the terrifying impact of natural energy. Jiao Du's body, like a puppet with its strings cut, was slammed viciously into the ground by the raging water, forming a massive crater. In the crater, only Jiao Du's broken shell, utterly devoid of life, remained. 600 million. With this thing, why bother with close combat? Just send a clone over and blast it all away. This time he should be dead, right? Ingxi let out a sigh of relief, and the golden eye shadow slowly faded. Senior, are you both alright? After giving each mask 2 more slashes, Ingxi returned to them. I am fine, not a fatal wound. Asuma stood up with Kurenai's support. Ingxi, you are truly a genius among geniuses. Ingxi scratched his head shyly. Don't say that. I'm just an ordinary chunin who wants to protect his comrades. Can I leave this to you? I need to take Asuma back for a checkup. Ingsi nodded quickly. Of course. After Asuma and Kurenai left, Ingsi collected Jiao Du's corpse. Such a good tool shouldn't be wasted, it would be useful later. News of Jiao Du's defeat quickly spread back to my village, sparking some discussion. The initial version was that the village's excellent ninjas Asuma and Kurenai, along with the rising star of the Uchiha clan Ingsi, had joined forces to barely defeat Jiao Du. But upon hearing this, Asuma's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly denied the claim. He said that he and Kurenai were injured, and at the critical moment, it was Ingsi who came to the rescue. Hearing this, the entire my village buzzed with even louder discussion. An 11-year-old child had defeated Jiao Du, who had fought against Lord Hashirama and escaped unscathed. This left no doubt about Ingsi's caliber. The undisputed #1 genius of Mai. Of course, there were also many beautiful nurses who cared about Ingsi's health and wanted to give him a thorough checkup. But Ingsi knew nothing of this. He finished 2 big bowls of ramen and slept for a whole day at home. After waking up, he began to study Jiao Du's body structure. Too disgusting, no. Before Ingsi could test the effect, he was taken by Rizhan to the Huang building. Knock, knock, knock. He pushed the door open and saw a familiar figure. Even though the other person wore a mask, Ingsi recognized him at a glance. You looked up at Ingsi and said nothing. You may leave first, do I have something to discuss with Ingsi? Yes, Lord Huang. Click. You gently closed the office door. Ingsi, well done. The mission reward is 1 million Rio, you can collect it later. Rizhan pointed to the chair in front of him. Sit down and talk. After Ingsi sat down, Rizhan poured him a cup of tea. Recently the village has been praising you, saying you are the guardian of my village. Rest assured, Lord Huang, whoever dares to threaten I will personally deal with them. Rizhan was taken aback. Those words really sounded like something Lord Fei Jian would say. It seemed Ingsi had indeed learned a lot. He took out a painting and showed it to Ingsi. This is a painting done by an artist when we first became Lord Fei Jian's guard squad. This young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes is Jing. Senior Jing. Rizhan lit his pipe as if lost in memory. Jing was deeply trusted by Lord Fei Jian, who believed he possessed a strong will of fire, loved the village more than anyone, and was an excellent ninja who would take practical action. With that, Rizhan gave Ingsi a deep look. Ingsi, I believe you have inherited Jing's will, and will naturally do your utmost to maintain the hard-won peace. Ingsi grew more and more uneasy. Based on his experience, once the words, will of fire, appeared, things were about to get troublesome. Could it be that the Huang wanted him to take sides? First Shui, then you, and now himself. Lord Rizhan really was. Ingsi couldn't find the right adjective. Even so, Ingsi did not show any emotion. Rest assured, I will protect my village well. Having said that, Ingsi stood up and left. After pushing open the door, he found you standing guard at the entrance. Their eyes met. I'll come to your place for dinner tonight. Are you going back? You looked at Ingsi in surprise. How come it felt like he was the one being the guest? The sun was setting. Ingsi bought some gifts from the store and knocked on the door of Uchiha Fugaku's residence. Knock, knock, knock. The door swung open, revealing Uchiha Mikoto's gentle smile. Oh, it's Ingsi. You didn't have to bring anything, how formal. Come in, come in. Mikoto took the gifts with a smile and led Ingsi to the dining table. The meal was already laid out on the table with Fugaku seated at the head. Sasuke sat to one side, looking rather displeased. Let's eat first. The 4 of them gathered around the table, exchanging pleasantries from time to time. Casual remarks like, how have you been? Not bad, and you? Same as usual. The atmosphere was generally harmonious except for Sasuke. Ever since Ingsi entered, he had been staring at him, looking as if he wanted to land a couple of punches to avenge his beloved brother. Sasuke, why are you staring at me? Oomph. Sasuke slammed down his chopsticks, the chair screeching harshly against the floor. I'm full. He rushed back to his room, the door slamming shut with a bang. The smile on Mikoto's face froze for a moment, then turned into a helpless wry grin. Sasuke hasn't been in a good mood lately. I'm sorry, I'll go check on him. Only Fugaku and Ingsi remained at the table. Naturally, they steered the conversation toward more serious topics. Fugaku set down his teacup and spoke slowly. You defeated Kakuzu. Well, in terms of results, Kakuzu is indeed dead. Fugaku shot Ingsi a surprised glance. Of course, with the help of Asuma and Kurenai as well. Fugaku let out an oh. If they hadn't been there, I would have finished it faster. I was mainly worried about accidentally blowing them up together. Fugaku's eyes nearly bulged out. Ingsi scratched his head. Well, I was just trying to lighten the tense atmosphere. Impressive. Ingsi, among the young people I know, I dare call you the strongest. Your strength and potential far exceed my imagination. The future of the Uchiha clan needs such formidable power. Fugaku stood up, his expression turning exceptionally solemn. Ingsi, come with me. The two walked toward the shrine dedicated to the Uchiha ancestors. Pushing open the heavy wooden door under the dim light, the portraits of past Uchiha powerhouses were faintly visible on the walls. Uchiha Tejima, who founded the clan's legacy, Uchiha Madara, who shook the ninja world, and the brilliant, yet short-lived Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Kagami, who dedicated himself to the village, Uchiha Setsuna, with his radical ideals. As Eiji gazed at Izuna's portrait, he suddenly felt his blood boil and his heart pound wildly. So this was the bond between Tobirama and Izuna. Many years ago, the ninja world was engulfed in endless war. Comrades who fought side by side today could become cold corpses tomorrow. Such days continued for generations, until Lord Madara led us to join forces with the Senju clan, ending the chaos and establishing Konohagakure. He turned and looked at Eiji seriously. I have experienced war and know its cruelty well. As the clan head, my greatest wish is for every Uchiha to live a peaceful life free from unnecessary sacrifice. He stepped forward, lowering his voice. Eiji, tell me, no matter what happens in the future, no matter what situation the Uchiha clan faces, will you stand unwaveringly by the Uchiha's side? Eiji blinked. During the day Hiruzen had tried to win him over. Tonight Fugaku was asking him to pick a side again. You two really have a tacit understanding. Lord Fugaku, no matter what happens, I will always be loyal to the Uchiha. Fugaku's tense face finally broke into a smile, and he clapped Eiji firmly on the shoulder. A long dormant thought, like a spark dropped into dry tinder, blazed up fiercely in his heart, never to be extinguished. If Eiji could truly grow to that level, if he could also awaken that legendary power, then the Uchiha clan might indeed possess the strength to stand against the village's leadership. Know the power to reshape Konoha's very structure. Once this notion took root, it spread like wild grass. Fugaku's heart, once resigned to compromise under the weight of reality, stirred with inexplicable excitement. With those words, I am reassured. Fugaku patted Eiji's shoulder gently. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. I will do my best to fulfill your requests. Thank you, Lord Fugaku. Eiji scratched his head. Actually, there is one small favor. Fugaku's smile widened. He wasn't afraid of Eiji asking for help, but rather of him being too reserved. Go ahead. Earlier Lady Tsunade gave me a house, but I've been too busy to clean it up. Could I ask 2 seniors to help me out tomorrow? Fugaku agreed without hesitation. I thought it was something serious, just cleaning. Lady Tsunade is indeed generous. Wait, who? He suddenly felt something was off. The Tsunade you mentioned, is that the same Tsunade? Eiji blinked. Yes, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, student of the third Hokage, relative of the daimyo. Fugaku's head was spinning. How close must their relationship be for her to casually gift a house? Fugaku couldn't help but wonder whether this was Tsunade's own idea or the Hokage's. Lord Fugaku, are you listening? Fugaku snapped back to reality. Alright, I'll give them the day off tomorrow. Thank you, Lord Fugaku. I'll take my leave then. After Eiji left, Fugaku kept muttering to himself. When did Eiji get so close to the Hokage's faction? Was the Hokage really planning to groom him as a successor to Kagami? At night, Eiji carefully polished shower in his room. He also checked his own status panel. Name Uchiha Eiji Template Senju Tobirama passive. All abilities increase when fighting against the Uchiha passive ninja world scientist. Easily master and create scientifically plausible ninjutsu, supplementary ninjutsu chakra sensing. No hand signs, precise insight range of any target's life force and chakra intensity within 1,000 miles. Ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, space-time ninjutsu, and forbidden techniques. Water release mastery, flying thunder god technique, summoning technique 4. Red yang formation, darkness, Jinjutsu, impure world reincarnation, intermolecular explosive tag technique, soul imprisonment technique, Kekkei Genkai. 3 Tomo Sharingan tool shower, Izuna's blade, 600 million explosive tags. There were also some tasks that were temporarily difficult to complete. Orochimaru was not easy to kill. Every time you thought he was finished, he would resurrect in some bizarre way after a while. He might even undergo a sex change for fun. Whatever, I'll deal with it later. There's still a busy day ahead tomorrow. Early the next morning, Eiji and several clan members arrived at the Chinsho clan compound. They sought out a senior steward and handed over the note written by Gangsho. A property under my name is to be gifted to Yuzhibo Eiji. After reading it aloud, he was utterly dumbfounded. His eyes widened as he repeatedly checked the signature and handwriting on the note. He initially suspected that Eiji had used the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. After punching himself twice, he finally dared to believe what he saw. He muttered, "Follow me." As they walked along the street, they attracted murmurs from curious onlookers. Yuzhibo, why are they here? The white-haired one leading them seems to be from the police force. According to Lord Jujian's arrangements, the Chinsho clan had gradually integrated into the village. By this generation, few openly claimed descent from the Chinsho clan. Yet everyone knew in their hearts whose territory this was. Thus few outsiders came here, and all maintained a tacit understanding. Today Eiji's arrival shocked them profoundly. After all, while Gangsho was wealthy, she was not a fool who gave away money indiscriminately. Gifting her property to a Yuzhibo who had used harsh methods to reform the police force and was polarizing in reputation. The implications behind this were enough to set the clan members' keen instincts racing. Unfathomable. Truly unfathomable. The note did not specify which property. Ingsi, fully embracing the principle of not letting a bargain slip away, directly chose the largest one. A standalone house with a spacious courtyard. Exactly the kind of villa he had always dreamed of. The elder in charge of registration couldn't be bothered to intervene. With a blank expression, his eyes conveyed an air of utter indifference. There were plenty of vacant properties in the clan compound. Who lived in them didn't matter. Besides, this was a personal appointment by Lady Gangsho. He had no intention of inviting trouble. He swiftly completed the paperwork and slapped the key into Ingsi's hand. This property is yours now. Don't come to me with issues. Even if you do, I can't solve them. That's it. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and ambled away. Ingsi raised an eyebrow. Tisk, that old fellow's tone and manner had a certain rogue flair. The group worked quickly, spending most of the day cleaning the long vacant house. Only the purchase of furniture remained before they could move in. After lunch, Daohua and Tiahua left, first citing patrol duties for the police force. Ingsi went straight to find Mingren. He hadn't seen him in a while, and Mingren had grown quite a bit. Spotting Ingsi from a distance, Mingren's eyes lit up, instantly shining like a little sun. Good afternoon, Ingsi-sensei. The first thing Mingren did upon seeing Ingsi was pull out his wallet and shake it. My living allowance came in. Let me treat you to some snacks, Ingsi-nizen. Ingsi patted Mingren's head. Sure. The two walked side by side down the street. Mingren was like a curious child, touching everything he saw. Wow. It's the manga by Anban Chisher. Finally in stock. The bookstore owner instinctively waved him away. Shoo shoo. If you're not buying, don't touch. Can you afford to replace it if you damage it? Mid-sentence, he caught sight of the youth beside Mingren. Stark white hair, crimson eyes, and the Yuzibo clan emblem embroidered on his coat. Ingsi smiled warmly at the owner. Uncle, what did you just say? I didn't catch it. The bookstore owner nearly wet himself in terror. He recognized that white-haired man. That slick old fishing tackle seller next door had been arrested personally by this vice-captain of the police force for fraud. Rumor had it that the man was beaten to a pulp in the interrogation room, wailing for his parents, and was sentenced harshly. He never showed his face on the street again. Whispers in the market claimed that the madman had beaten him to death. And nothing. Take whatever you like. There's a special promotion today. The yellow-haired kid gets everything for free. Sweat poured down the owner's face as he feared uttering a single wrong word, only to be stabbed to death by the madman from the police force. Mingren blinked in confusion, looking from the nervous owner to the manga in the window. Free? Really? The bookstore owner nodded frantically. Yes, free. Take whatever you want. Mingren tilted his head, staring at the manga he had been longing for, a bit pricey. He glanced down at his wallet, then after a moment of thought, placed a handful of coins on the counter. Thanks, boss, but I always pay for what I buy. He grinned widely, showing his teeth. Ingsi had no idea what he was laughing about. He could only sigh that the genes of Ashura were truly overpowering. Let's go check out the other shops. They left the bookstore. The owner collapsed to the floor with a thud. Close call. My life is spared. Meanwhile, at the other end of the street. Brother, do you want some tricolor rice balls? You looked down at his younger brother's sparkling eyes, and a rare gentle smile softened his stern face. Today was a hard-earned day off from the heavy duties of the Umbu, and he had specially kept his promise to take Suiju out to play. He had been in a relatively light-hearted mood, infected by his brother's joy. But he keenly noticed that some vendors who had previously been friendly toward him now displayed unconscious fear. After a few probing attempts, he realized that the source of this fear was the Yuzibo clan emblem embroidered on his clothes. He was deeply perplexed. How had things come to this? He quickened his pace without a change in expression, pulling Suiju into a relatively secluded alley. From outside the alley, the hushed discussions of the shopkeepers they had passed reached his ears clearly. That guy doesn't seem to be from the police force. Why are you so scared? Chill. The police force are all unreasonable murderers. Can the other clan members be any better? Exactly. Better to keep your distance. You slowly lowered his head. It was hard to imagine that during his short time in the Umbu the clan had become like this. No, in truth it had always been this way. But today it was laid bare before his eyes. Brother, here you go. Suiju handed you his favorite sweet treat, his eyes crinkling into crescents. Indeed, as long as the two brothers were together, everything was joyful. You took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions surging within him. Let's go see what's ahead. Okay. The brothers walked out of the alley and continued along the street. At the next corner, four people, two pairs, met unexpectedly face to face. Ingsi and Mingren had just exited a ninja tool shop. Mingren was enthusiastically fiddling with a pair of goggles. You, holding Suiju's hand, had just bitten into a tricolor rice ball. Both Ingsi and you stopped in their tracks. What a coincidence, young clan leader. Ingsi greeted him with a distinct lack of sincerity. Ingsi. You had many questions for Ingsi. Why, despite his own devotion to the will of fire, had he turned the police force into a terror that made villagers tremble? You shouldn't solve problems this way. Ingsi sighed. Here we go. You was sinking into obsession. He couldn't be bothered to engage with this arrogant fool who didn't even recognize his own haughtiness. The two stood there in silence until little Mingren broke the tension. He poked his head out from behind Ingsi, curiously examining the aloof Yu and the cool-looking little boy beside him. Ingsi-sensei, is this your friend? If so, I can treat them to snacks. With that, Mingren pulled out a bag of chips and stuffed it into Zuoju's arms. Hey, what's your name? I'm Xuanwo Mingren, and I'm gonna be Hokage. Zuoju looked at the chips, then at Mingren. Why was this little yellow-haired kid grinning all the time? Do I even know you? Zuoju. Yuzibo Zuoju. The gears of destiny turned silently in an unnoticed corner. Two youths destined to meet had learned each other's names for the first time. Under Naruto's invitation, the four of them actually sat down at a table to eat. Apart from him, the other three looked quite awkward. The thick-skinned Naruto naturally wouldn't think in that direction. Don't worry, he patted his wallet. I can afford to pay. After saying that, he got up to find the owner to settle the bill. But from his expression, he seemed a bit embarrassed. Oh, what a foolish guy. Sasuke put down the chips in his hand and walked over slowly. How much? I'll pay. Naruto was startled, then smiled happily. Sasuke, you're really a good person. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Sasuke, where do you live? I won't tell you. Sasuke, want to go fishing with me? No, I want to practice shuriken with my brother. Sasuke. Sasuke's head was buzzing. Why was there such a talkative kid? Itachi watched everything, a faint curve unconsciously lifting at the corner of his mouth. His adorable little brother. Eiji leisurely remarked, you seem to have a good relationship with your family. Hearing this, Itachi turned to look at Eiji. For my brother, I can give everything. Eiji raised an eyebrow. For Konoha, I can also give everything. The atmosphere grew tense. As they spoke, Naruto grinning foolishly and Sasuke, who was verbally disdainful, but actually in a good mood, returned. Eiji stroked Naruto's yellow hair. Let's go. Teacher Eiji, aren't we going with them? No, we're not on the same path. Got it. Naruto obviously didn't understand what Eiji meant. But Itachi's expression turned a bit grim. He patted Sasuke's head. Sasuke, no matter what happens, I will protect you. Sasuke was a bit confused to why bring this up out of the blue. In the evening, after finishing their training, Sasuke and Naruto each returned home. Itachi put Sasuke to bed, then quietly walked into the living room and sat down before his father Fugaku. Itachi, Fugaku asked in a low voice, what's the latest from the Konoha high-ranking officials? He gently placed a teacup in front of Itachi. Itachi accepted the cup with both hands and said, Danzo is injured and resting at home. The Root organization is secretly recruiting members, but it's not going smoothly. The two advisors and the Hokage are formulating a cooperation plan with the Hidden Mist Village. Also, the Hokage has sent letters to several villages proposing a joint plan to capture the Masked Man and Orochimaru. However, when mentioning the Masked Man, a hint of unnatural expression flickered across Itachi's face. Fortunately, Fugaku was busy brewing tea and didn't notice. Fugaku finally lifted his gaze. Most importantly, are there any new moves against the Uchiha? That was what he truly cared about. The sword of Damocles hanging over the clan. None. Itachi's answer was resolute, as if loosening a taut string just a little. The third Hokage clearly stated that this is a critical period of internal and external troubles, and any actions that consume internal strength or cause turmoil must be avoided. Hearing this, the stone in Fugaku's heart finally dropped. Regardless of the future, at least he could relax a bit for now. Since becoming clan leader, Fugaku had felt immense pressure every day. Fortunately, Itachi had successfully joined the Umbu, becoming his spy station beside the Hokage. This was almost the only light in the darkness. A rare trace of relaxation crept into Fugaku's voice. I understand. Go back and rest early. After saying that, Fugaku stood up to leave, but Itachi called him back. Father. Itachi's voice sounded from behind. Moi. Fugaku stopped in his tracks. Scenes of what he had seen in the village today flashed through Itachi's mind. He wanted to ask his father if he knew, but in the end he swallowed his words. As the clan leader, his father naturally knew. Since he chose to remain silent, he must have his reasons. And his own questioning at this moment might only add to his worries. It's nothing. Itachi lowered his head. Please rest early as well. Fugaku gave his son a deep look, but in the end he said nothing. Watching the direction his father had disappeared, he rubbed his brow. He let out a long sigh. Itachi went alone to the back mountain and quietly gazed at the moon in the sky. He suddenly recalled the year he was 4 when Fugaku first took him to the battlefield. The sight of corpses everywhere had a tremendous impact on his young mind. It was from that time that Itachi began to ponder the meaning of life. Of course, he couldn't figure it out at all. What will become of Konoha and the clan? The clan's honor, the village's safety, the vision of peace. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind Itachi. Without turning around, he knew it was Shursui. Shursui, you're still awake. Shursui sat down beside Itachi. I heard you were back, so I thought I'd come talk to you. The clan members said they saw you leave alone, so I knew you'd be here. Shursui glanced at Itachi. Something on your mind? Itachi nodded. Shursui was not only his friend, but also his teacher. In front of Shursui, Itachi could say many things he usually couldn't. Shursui, is there really a possibility of reconciliation between the clan and the village? Hearing this, Shursui's expression also turned serious. Under Shirsue's persistent questioning, Itachi told him what he had seen in the village today. If the villagers are so afraid of, even hateful towards our clan members, how can we integrate into them? Shirsue, you once said that Eiji shares the will of fire like us, but why did he turn the police force into this? Shirsue asked back this. I think the police force shouldn't use force to solve problems, even though I haven't thought of the right way. But there is always a way. Shirsue was silent for a moment. I'll think of something. Give me some time. Trust me. Itachi nodded heavily. I naturally trust you, Shirsue. The two young Uchiha talked all night on the back mountain. In the minds of the two prodigies, they seemed to have already glimpsed a bright future for the Uchiha. A week passed in the blink of an eye. No strange incidents occurred in Konoha. Everyone was doing their own jobs. The masked man and Orochimaru had gone quiet, and the investigation had hit a dead end. Then one morning the Mizukage Yagura knocked vigorously on the door. Is anyone there? I have an important matter to see the Hokage. Lord Mizukage, what can I do for you? The door was quickly pulled open. I remember now. Yagura said urgently. Something very important. About that masked man who controlled me. Itachi's eyes sharpened, and he immediately led Yagura to the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, I remember. The masked man is not alone, he has companions. I remember two people in black robes came with red cloud patterns on the robes. Sarutobi pressed further. Any more information? Their appearance features. I can't remember their faces clearly. I only recall one had orange hair, and the other had blue or purple hair. Yagura knocked his head in pain. I'm truly sorry, Lord Hokage, these memories are too chaotic. Sarutobi nodded, and gestured for Yagura to sit down and wait. These are all key clues. Please sit down, Lord Mizukage. Sarutobi said in a deep voice, signaling Yagura to calm down. He then quickly stood up, walked to the large filing cabinet behind him, and began searching with swift movements. Scrolls were quickly unrolled, and intelligence documents spread across the wide desk. His gaze swept over the lines of text like a hawk, finally settling on several top-secret reports about the rogue ninja Kakuzu of the Hidden Waterfall. Black robes, red clouds. Risen murmured to himself, his fingertip pressing heavily on the paragraph in the intelligence report about Jiaodu's attire. The same description, Jiaodu and these two unidentified individuals. A clear thread rapidly formed in his mind. This was no coincidence. Dashuin had established a mysterious organization with formidable members and unknown objectives. This organization had recruited dangerous rogue ninjas like Jiaodu and the Masked Man. The shadow of this mysterious organization posed a threat far greater than that of any single rogue ninja. Effective immediately investigating the mysterious organization is designated an S-rank priority. Mobilize all available resources and pursue this with full force. Simultaneously relay the intelligence provided by the Water Shadow as a top-secret annex to the allied ninja villages that have agreed to joint pursuit. Risen distributed this information to the village's ninjas and assigned them tasks. Ingsi was naturally among them. Ingsi, besides seeking aid from the Sand Hidden Village, there is another task I need you to perform. Saying this, Risen brought out a box and handed it to Ingsi. The Wind Shadow has written me many letters all saying funds are tight, and hoping I could lend him some money. Deliver this to him along with the letter. Ingsi scratched his head. Given the financial state of the Sand Hidden Village, will they ever repay this loan? Risen coughed a few times. Ingsi was still too young. Whether they repay or not is not your concern. Hurry up and go. The Sand Hidden Village dares to borrow money without repaying. Where do they get the nerve? New quest drive home the lesson to the Sand Hidden Village about who rules the ninja world. Stepping out of the fire shadow building, a smile spread across Ingsi's face. See, all of you witnessed it. The system wouldn't let me give it. After returning home, Ingsi lifted the floorboards and hid the money inside. He greeted Fuyu and then set off. Ingsi knew that the economic conditions of the Wind Country were dire. The Sand Hidden Village, its heart, was naturally dirt poor. The fourth Wind Shadow, besides handling the village's affairs, also moonlighted as a gold miner. Working by day, panning for gold by night, striving to fill the ever-present fiscal void. And after he was slain, this inglorious, yet arduous task fell upon the fourth Wind Shadow, Luosha. Ingsi had reason to believe that half of Luosha's successful rise to power was due to his Kekkei Genkai. At this moment, Ingsi stepped alone onto this sun-scorched land. The harsh weather of the Wind Country was even more severe than he had imagined. The dry, scorching wind scoured his skin like sandpaper. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but undulating dunes, almost devoid of color. Food and water here were strategic resources more precious than gold. Along the way, Ingsi had already witnessed many Wind Country natives fighting fiercely over water sources. They even set their sights on Ingsi, demanding a toll. So Ingsi directly took down their leader and found half a piece of stream gold on him. Ingsi kicked at the sand out of boredom, trying to find some amusement to pass the grueling journey. Finally, at the horizon, the gate of the Sand Hidden Village, built from massive rocks, came into view. Finally, at the Wind Shadow building. Lord Wind Shadow, an envoy from the Leaf Village, has arrived. Maki reported respectfully. Luosha nodded faintly. Go receive him. I have matters to handle here. Understood. Today was the day he had meticulously planned to once again send assassins after his own son Gaara. He needed to personally verify the results and confirm with his own eyes whether that dangerous existence was under control. He set down the scroll rose and walked to the window. Luosha believed he bore a burden unimaginable to ordinary people. Look at other ninja villages. They all had methods to some degree to control their Jinchuriki, ensuring they wouldn't lose control and cause harm under normal circumstances. Only the Sand Village could never tame the one-tailed Shikaku within, and his son Gaara was that dangerous vessel. Gaara's birth had directly caused the death of his wife Karura, which twisted Luosha's emotions toward him into something grotesque. Thus Luosha repeatedly made a series of absurd decisions. He dispatched various people to assassinate his own son. Standing behind the window, his gaze fell coldly upon the solitary red figure at the edge of the training ground. Not a trace of paternal warmth could be found in his eyes. The little red-haired Gaara bore heavy dark circles with the character Love carved on his forehead. Prolonged terror had nearly robbed him of the ability to sleep. Once a brief lapse of sleep had caused Shikaku to rampage, bringing immense disaster and casualties to the village. Now he yawned again, wanting to move elsewhere to space out. Just as he turned, a murderous whistle of wind sliced through the air from behind. A Sand Village ANBU dispatched as an assassin materialized like a specter. The kunai in his hand glinted coldly, aimed precisely and ruthlessly at Gaara's unprotected back. But just as the kunai was about to touch his clothes, the yellow sand beneath his feet seemed to come alive, coiling around the assailant like a giant python, trapping him in midair. Only then did Gaara slowly raise his head, his hollow eyes revealing no emotion. Sand binding coffin. The moment the words fell, the sand sphere encasing the ANBU suddenly contracted inward with brutal force. Accompanied by the sickening crunch of breaking bones and a short shrill scream, the sand ball violently compressed. Then it scattered to the ground with a soft thud, leaving only a pool of glaring red residue. Gaara released his grip expressionlessly, as if he had just crushed an insignificant insect. Boring. Behind the window, Luosha took in the entire scene. Expressionless, he turned and returned to his desk. Meanwhile, some distance from the Sand Village gate, Ingxi's steps abruptly halted. He distinctly sensed a violent burst of chakra erupting from some corner of the village. Combining that with his knowledge of Sand Village intel, he instantly understood what had just happened. Tisk. Ingxi shook his head. Another abstract father. They say members of the Uchiha clan are madmen, but now it seems there are hardly any normal people in the ninja world. The pot calling the kettle black. At the gate Sand Village, Jonin Maki had been waiting. After exchanging insincere pleasantries, he led Ingxi to the Wind Shadow building. He directly handed over the personal letter from the third Fire Shadow, Hiruzen Sarutobi. On the way, he had rewritten it, in imitation of Rizen's handwriting, deleting the part about the money. Lord Wind Shadow, Ingxi presented Rizen's letter. We may need a small favor from your village. Luosha took the letter, his eyes scanning it quickly. A moment later, he set down the letter and replied in a steady tone. Since we are allies of the Leaf Village, the Sand Hidden Village will naturally do its utmost. Then I thank you, Lord Wind Shadow. After saying this, Ingxi sipped the hard-won plain water. Luosha smiled at Ingxi, his eyes carrying a hint of expectation. Lord Ingxi, did the Fire Shadow say anything else? No, he didn't. Luosha's expression immediately soured. Fine, Fire Shadow, you promised to lend money, and now you pretend not to know. Besides, a mere 50 million is nothing to your Leaf Village. We are allies. Why not help out? It seems your Leaf Village has no sincerity in cooperation. So he changed his tune. But then again, searching for Dashuin and the Masked Man in the Wind Country will incur substantial costs. This matter is not easy to handle. Ingxi scratched his head. What did he mean? The cost of this favor was considerable. Not pretending anymore, directly asking for benefits. You little brat, what strength do you have to act so arrogant with the Leaf Village? Though the Sand Village is dirt poor, every ninja from top to bottom is insolent beyond belief. This is what they call being poor and arrogant. If the first two Fire Shadows were still alive, you'd be boasting today, and they'd tear down your village tomorrow. Seeing Ingxi silent, Luosha grew more restless. Had the Fire Shadow not properly instructed this kid? According to the script, it should go like this. Ingxi, a favor. Luosha, fine, but it's difficult. Ingxi, don't worry, you won't do it for free. There's money. Luosha, done. Let's do it now. Full mobilization. But this white-haired kid wouldn't say a word. Was he really stupid or faking it? Of course Ingxi knew. Any ordinary ninja would have followed Rizen's instructions, putting the mission first. But Ingxi was a madman of the Uchiha clan. How could he do such a thing? Fine, since it's so difficult, then don't do it. Ingxi packed his bag. I'm going back to the Leaf Village. Goodbye. With that, Ingxi made to leave. I'll go tell the Hokage right now that Mangekyō finds it too troublesome to lend us a hand. This move left both Raza and Baki utterly dumbfounded. What kind of person did Hiruzen send? Where was the negotiation between two villages? Giving up and going home at the first disagreement. This was pure insanity. So-called cooperation was essentially a game of back-and-forth negotiation. Negotiation, damn it, you had to actually talk. Sky-high demands and counteroffers on the ground. That was the basic procedure. Yet Eiji knew nothing about negotiation. But he had bought clothes at the night market. As soon as he heard the price was off, he would leave immediately. He was sure the vendor would stop him before he counted to 3. Raza indeed called out to Eiji. Lord Eiji, please stay. He knew that if Eiji went back and exaggerated the matter, it would certainly damage the relationship between the two villages. Despite his tough exterior, Raza was desperately eager to latch onto the Hokage's powerful thigh. At this point, Raza no longer cared about the loan. He first settled Eiji, telling him to rest well for the night, and that they would dispatch elite troops together in the morning. Lord Kazekage, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you. Raza's heart skipped a beat, fearing he might stir up some new trouble. Speak. As long as it's not too excessive, I can agree. I have a habit of taking walks. After dinner tonight, is it all right if I wander around the village? Raza pondered for a moment. Would it be inappropriate for a foreign ninja to roam the village? What if he used this pretext to probe the village's secrets? But then he thought, if so, all the better. He could then accuse Eiji of violating the spirit of cooperation. Thus he could use this as leverage against Hiruzen. After weighing the pros and cons, Raza agreed. Of course, but please watch your safety. Thank you. I'm off. After Eiji left, Raza pinched the bridge of his nose. That Uchiha brat is really troublesome. He believed that since Eiji had come alone, the Hokage must have immense trust in his loyalty and strength. Yet precisely this young brat's conduct was so unpredictable. Lord Kazekage, Baki began cautiously, but according to our intelligence, the Uchiha clan isn't faring well in the village. That is indeed odd. Could our intelligence be wrong? Raza thought for a moment, then someone brought in some documents. Lord Kazekage, these are the projected expenses for next month. Please take a look. I understand. You may withdraw. Raza pinched his brow. Money, 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 always money. I had hoped Konoha would lend us 50 million to tide us over, but the Hokage didn't mention a word. Baki, notify me if anything comes up. I need to clear my head in the desert. Raza left the office, leaving only a worried Baki behind. That evening, Eiji finished eating a few rock-hard flatbreads at the lodging provided by Mangekyō. Then he silently climbed a rocky cliff at the edge of the village. The spot offered a wide view, a perfect place to enjoy the scenery. He sat cross-legged, precisely catching a bright deep in the desert. That was the 4th Kazekage, gold miner Mangekyō's #1 model worker, Raza, currently using magnet release to extract gold from the endless desert. Seeing this, a bold idea took shape in his mind. After Raza was killed by Orochimaru, he would snatch Raza's corpse and make him mine gold in the desert 24 hours a day. It should fetch a pretty penny. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, accompanied by an icy voice. Get lost. This is my spot. Eiji turned around. The speaker was a little red-haired kid, only 6 or 7 years old, with pure hatred and murderous intent in his eyes. Who are you? How can a kid be so rude? Gaara's face twisted with murderous intent. I said get lost. Should go play somewhere else. I don't have time for you. Rage kindled in Gaara's heart. He was certain this strange man had come to kill him. They had done this more than once. Arranged a stranger to approach him, attract his attention with various actions, then strike to assassinate him. Today Gaara was especially irritable. They had already made a move earlier. Couldn't they leave him alone, even at night? Do you want to die? He suddenly raised his hand, and the surrounding sand, like sharks scenting blood, instantly converged into a massive sand claw. With a dull roar, it swept down at Eiji like a tidal wave. He would suffocate this detestable white-haired man to death in the sand, making him feel the despair of being smothered. Gaara's eyes narrowed. The sand claw closed, but there was no sensation of enveloping flesh and blood, no pressure. The sand had missed. Impossible. A freezing chill pressed against the nape of Gaara's neck without warning. He hadn't even seen how the man moved. Eiji's ghostly figure appeared behind Gaara. His right hand rested casually on Gaara's small shoulder, his tone laced with amusement. Someone from Mangekyō wants to kill me. Whatever I do now is perfectly reasonable. Before he finished, Gaara felt an irresistible force from behind. He couldn't even summon his sand to defend. He was like a sandbag viciously swatted away. With a thunderous bang, Eiji slapped him, flying over a dozen meters. He crashed heavily into a soft dune below, sending up a cloud of dust. Pain. Intense pain. Gaara lay in the sand pit, his mind ringing blank. What happened? Where was his proud absolute defense sand? Why couldn't it keep up with that white-haired man's speed? Why couldn't he even see how the man moved? A sense of unprecedented defeat and humiliating crushing surged within him, followed by a more violent, all-consuming rage. After a brief dizziness, Gaara struggled to his feet. His small body trembled with extreme fury. I will kill you. He growled, and the surrounding sand began to churn violently, more sand rising like living things from the ground. He would grind this man who dared humiliate him into pulp, inch by inch. At that critical moment, a figure rushed over at high speed. Gaara, stop. Baki darted forward, placing himself between the two. Ingsi narrowed his eyes. You're here to kill me too? Two. Why two? Baki had a bad feeling. Senior Baki, whose kid is this? Why does everyone want to kill me at the drop of a hat? Wait, he called him Gaara. He's the Kazekage's son. Baki's body froze. He already knew what Ingsi was about to say. The Kazekage's son tried to kill Konoha's envoy. Sure enough, Ingsi looked at Baki and said, the son of Tsunagekyou's Kazekage actively attacked the envoy sent by Konoha with intent to murder. With each word, Baki's face grew paler. Senior Baki, does this count as Tsunagekyou unilaterally breaking the alliance treaty between our two great ninja villages? This? Baki was flustered. Ingsi's accusation was heavy, and he couldn't refute it easily. Gaara is just a child who doesn't understand. Ingsi cut him off mercilessly. What you call a child has already mastered a very dangerous jutsu. By Konoha's standards, he's already an excellent ninja. Since we are shinobi, every action we take represents the village's decision. Moreover, Gaara is still the son of the Kazekage. Baki wanted to argue further, but Gaara behind him was on the verge of berserking. Shut up. I can kill whoever I want. Gaara let out a hysterical scream, completely ignoring Baki. With a sudden swing of his hands, a sand wave condensing all his chakra came crashing down with a might that could crush everything, aiming directly at the heads of Ingsi and Baki. He would bury both of these people who caused him pain and humiliation. The next second, Ingsi's figure vanished like a teleportation, leaving only an afterimage in place. When he reappeared, he had ghostly bypassed the frontal assault of the sand wave and directly closed in to less than half a meter from Gaara. His speed was so fast that even the sand that automatically defended Gaara's body had no time to react. Bang! A loud noise like a strike on a sandbag rang out. Gaara's small body went limp like a kite, with a broken string collapsing softly. His consciousness sank into darkness in an instant. The raging sand around him lost control, scattering with a rustle to the ground. The world fell silent in an instant. Gaara's unconsciousness did not relax Baki, instead it filled him with terror. This is bad. Without time to explain, Baki shouted directly to the crowd below. Scatter quickly. Get to safety. Don't ask why. Run if you don't want to die. The villagers of Tsunagekyou looked confused, wondering what was happening in the middle of the night. Was an enemy attacking? They looked around in panic, and a commotion stirred among the crowd. However, an even greater disaster was just beginning. The unconscious Gaara's body suddenly began to convulse violently. A vast, terrifying chakra erupted explosively. A sharp voice like the friction of countless sandpapers echoed through the night sky of the entire Tsunagekyou village. I'm finally out for some air again. The great Shikaku makes his entrance. The chakra expanded rapidly, coalescing in an instant into a monster resembling a tanuki. It locked its gaze onto Ingsi, burning with a mad fury that sought to annihilate everything. You little brat. Those damned eyes again. Die, you bastard. Shikaku recognized the Sharingan that had brought him endless humiliation. Back then, a spiky-haired guy with a similar pair of eyes had given him a brutal one-sided beating. Old grudges and new hatred surged in its heart, and it let out a deafening roar. Its massive claws, with a might that could crush everything, slammed down fiercely toward Ingsi's position. TCH, it never ends. Ingsi clapped his hands together. Ninja art summoning technique. Far away at Mount Myaboku. The dozing toad, Bunta, the weapon-polishing toad, Kin, the meditative toad, Hiro, the muscle-training iron-arm toad. All the named combat toads simultaneously felt a powerful, familiar summoning contract force descending. Bang, 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 bang. A series of huge white smoke clouds exploded violently over Tsunagekyou. Amidst the billowing dust, several massive figures like small mountains suddenly appeared. As the smoke cleared slightly, Bunta was smoking a huge pipe. He glanced at the roaring Shikaku, then at Ingsi on his head, and the chaos in Tsunagekyou. It's you again, troublesome brat. Didn't I say don't call us unless it's important? Ingsi stood on the broad head of Toad Bunta, spreading his hands innocently. Why don't you guys go back first and send the great Toad Sage instead, eh? Bunta gritted his teeth in frustration. What kind of karma had Jiraiya accumulated to get such an eccentric student? Just this once, never again. Ingsi grinned widely. Actually, it's not my fault. I was just strolling around when this tanuki tried to kill me, so I had to call you guys. Bunta was so angry he nearly bit through his pipe. How did this brat get involved with a tailed beast again? He took a deep drag on his pipe, forcing himself to calm down. Since he was already here, he might as well have a hearty battle. He knew that with Ingsi's nature, if he didn't take down this tanuki, he would definitely summon the great Toad Sage again. Everyone, let's go. The toad gave a battle cry. Let's do it. The toads surrounded Shikaku and delivered a brutal one-sided beating. Boom, boom, boom. Water-style water gun. Wind-style air bullet. Shikaku and the toads clashed, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. The already battered Tsunagekyou was reduced to rubble. Toadkin circled behind Shikaku and kicked it down. They vented all their fury on Shikaku. Each strike was crueler than the last, as if they wanted to tear it apart with their bare hands. Hey kid, think of a way to finish it off quickly. A golden eyeshadow appeared again on Ingxi's face. Sage Art Water Dragon Bite Explosion. Two massive water dragons formed from highly compressed sage chakra materialized out of thin air, biting fiercely into Shikaku's enormous body. The raging water instantly suppressed Shikaku's sand body, binding it heavily. Soon after, Shikaku's power slowly faded. Only an unconscious boy remained. The power of a Jinchuriki is too dangerous, it must be completely sealed. Perhaps we can take him back to Konoha and have the village control him. After the mission ended, the toads of Mount Mayaboku departed one by one. Before leaving, they repeated once more, don't call them out again for anything important or not. Ninja World scientists activated during the battle with the one-tailed Shikakuyu have comprehended the method of controlling tailed beast power. After refinement, it can be used to control or beat up Kurama. At that moment, a man flew over riding on gold dust. Perfect timing. Lord Kazekage, are you trying to use the tailed beast to kill Konoha's shinobi? Do you intend to break our alliance and start a war? Ingxi skillfully pinned a big hat on Raza. Because such an act from Sunagakure was not surprising, they had a history of it. Baki quickly explained. Lord Ingxi, this is truly a misunderstanding. Gaara did not intend to harm you. Ingxi shook his head. Your so-called misunderstanding is that the Kazekage's son clamored to kill me and even used a weapon of the level of a Jinchuriki. Raza realized the trouble. Because he had constantly used various methods to provoke Gaara, turning him into a monster obsessed with killing. But he never expected that today Gaara would target a Konoha shinobi. If it were an ordinary civilian ninja, it might be manageable, but he happened to be an Uchiha. Lord Ingxi, I can explain. Ingxi waved his hand. There's nothing to explain. I heard it clearly. Gaara said he can kill whoever he wants. This. Gaara dares to kill me today. Tomorrow he will dare to break into Konoha and kill our great Hokage. Is there no law in the ninja world? Is there no justice? Raza felt for the first time that a minor could give him such a headache. Naturally, there was no law or justice in the ninja world. In the end, it all came down to who had the bigger fist. If Ingxi were a ninja from a small village, Raza would not only not apologize, but would also accuse him of stealing the tailed beast. But unfortunately, he was an Uchiha from Konoha. Obviously, Konoha's fist was a bit bigger. Plus, they were in the right, so there was no way around it. Raza thought for a moment, and said helplessly, Lord Ingxi, what do you think should be done? Ingxi showed a sincere smile. I want some local specialties from the village as compensation. That seems reasonable. Specialties? Rasha was confused by Ingxi's logic. Suna was a poor place, so what good things could they possibly have for him? Unlike your Leaf Village with its vast lands and abundant resources. As the Kazekage, he even had to dig for sand gold every day to subsidize the finances, yet it was still not enough. Wait, a flash of white light crossed Rasha's mind. Was this bastard after gold? Rasha's fist tightened. Gold was money and money was life. If Ingxi wanted money, he was asking for Rasha's life. Lord Ingxi, we work hard digging for sand gold every day. No matter what, we will not give it to you. That is our principle. Ingxi looked at Rasha as if he were an idiot. Did I say I wanted gold? Could I possibly do something with such low standards? Foolish. You hoard grain, I hoard guns. Your home is my granary. Huh. Rasha's rapidly processing CPU stuttered. Not gold then. The tailed beasts. Rasha raised his voice. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The one tail is Suna's protective charm. No matter. Ingxi couldn't hold back his laughter. Is the one tail so remarkable? Have you forgotten that our village has the 9 tails? If it releases even a fraction of its chakra, it could crush the one tail, so hard it wouldn't be able to lift its head. Rasha fell silent. Killing with words, killing with words. He suspected that Ingxi wasn't here to seek help at all, but simply to stir up trouble. Ingxi narrowed his eyes. I heard there is a ninja named Yura who possesses the Shangtan Scorch Release Kekkei Genkai. Rasha's expression darkened. Yura had died long ago. Was Ingxi subtly mocking them? He was getting annoyed. What exactly are you trying to say? I am very interested in Shangtan. Hand over the related manuals to me. Rasha snorted coldly. What an ignorant kid. Shangtan requires combining the fire and wind nature chakra within the body, achieving a perfect ratio. It is not as simple as you imagine, just fusing wind release and fire release. World of Ninja Scientist activated. You have understood the basic principles of Shangtan, and the chakra in your body now meets the conditions for the Shangtan Kekkei Genkai. You have mastered Shangtan and related ninjutsu. Ingxi waved his hand. Then never mind. Let's put it on credit for now. I'll come back for it when I've thought it through. Rasha. Damn it, this guy was playing him. Rasha wanted to tear Ingxi apart with his bare hands. Now, even a minor from Konohagakure dared to be so rude to him. Did they think Suna was a soft persimmon? For now he would endure. Ingxi yawned and kicked the sleeping Gaara toward Maki. I hope to see your action plan by tomorrow morning. Otherwise I will report tonight's assassination attempt to the Hokage in full detail. After saying this, Ingxi slowly disappeared around the corner of the street. Kazekage-sama, this kid is quite troublesome. Yes. Ingsee's performance today far exceeded their expectations. Although the entity inside Gaara was only the one tail, it was still a tailed beast. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse. But who would have thought that their powerful weapon was ruthlessly destroyed tonight, followed by some sarcastic remarks. Looking at his village reduced to ruins beneath his feet, Rasha felt a surge of anger. Naturally, he took it out on Gaara. If it weren't for you, cursed child, the village wouldn't be in this state. From today onward, Gaara is not allowed to leave his room without my order. Maki could only nod. Was it the fate of every generation of Jinchuriki to be imprisoned? After finishing this, Rasha and Maki returned to the office. Due to the huge commotion last night, it naturally attracted the attention of Ebisu and Advisor Chiyo. Both had rich combat experience and meticulous minds. They were much stronger than those two from the Leaf Village. Despite the harsh conditions, Suna was able to hold on, and these two played a very important role in it. Did Gaara lose control again? Yes. The ninja who summoned multiple toads and used powerful water release in the desert. Is he the envoy sent by the Leaf? Yes. Ebisu and Chiyo exchanged glances, reading something different in each other's eyes. They felt that something was off. Given the Leaf's strength, there was no need to travel thousands of miles to Suna to seek their help. The village was struggling just to survive on its own. In such a vast land as the Wind Country, finding two missing men from the Leaf was like looking for a needle in a haystack. They were already troubled by the matter of the masked man and Orochimaru's defection, because they also had a missing men named Sasori. He had been the village's genius puppeteer, but had vanished without a trace to this day. Is the Leaf truly seeking our help, or are they just showing off their power in front of us? Ebisu felt the latter was more likely. Recently, they had announced a long-term cooperative relationship with the Mist Village. At the same time, they expressed the Leaf's good wishes for peace in the ninja world. According to intelligence, the Mist Village's cooperation was merely superficial. However, Yagura was still being held hostage in the Leaf. From this perspective, the Mist Village was likely a vassal of the Leaf. And after being devastated in the Third Shinobi World War, the Sand Village had also signed an alliance treaty with the Leaf. It was somewhat similar to being a vassal village. However, the proud fourth Kazekage would never admit this. He always looked for soft targets to crush in order to strengthen his own power. So he had been making constant moves against neighboring small countries. Ebisu planned that perhaps the Leaf had caught wind of something but couldn't say it directly, so they sent Ingse to scare them. We are this fierce even as a minor. You Sand Village should give up any such thoughts. Hiruzen Sarutobi, as expected of Tobirama Senju's student, has such terrifying schemes. Chiyo gasped. If you hadn't said it, I almost forgot he was the student of the terrifying Tobirama Senju. With such a title, they suddenly felt Hiruzen was very dangerous. That was Tobirama's student. No matter how incompetent, how bad could he be? Rasha rubbed his temples. Both of you, what are your thoughts? Then let's cooperate with the investigation. Show them our sincerity. If we can't find the person they want, after a while that kid will naturally leave. Rasha nodded and followed their advice. Maki, starting tomorrow you will accompany Uchiha Ingse to investigate the whereabouts of the missing nin. Maki felt helpless. He had a bad feeling about this task. Years of experience told him this was not a good assignment. Facts proved that Ingse did not let him down. In less than a week, Maki lost 10 jin. It was not just the pressure of work. What was more terrifying was Ingse's skill at extracting information. This kid didn't know who he learned these techniques from, but he always managed to get information from Suna inadvertently. Before long, he even knew what color underwear Rasha wore. Realizing this too late, Maki was drenched in cold sweat. If the Kazekage found out, he would surely flay him alive. So he also tried to get Ingse to talk. To his surprise, Ingse spoke freely. Lord Ingse, is it hard work for you in the Leaf? It's okay, Ingse said, swallowing a large flatbread. Recently there have been quite a few things. Something happened in the village. Ingse suddenly covered his mouth, acting as if it were real. Does this count as leaking village secrets? Senior Maki, can I trust you? Maki's face was about to split from smiling. Of course, why not? The Leaf and we are like family brothers. Yes, exactly. Indeed. A sharp glint flashed in Maki's eyes. The bait had finally been taken. After all, Isamu was merely a child who had never experienced the intricate political scheming between villages. Though his heart raced with excitement, he maintained a composed expression and asked, is this regarding the missing nin? If you have any needs, inform me. The entire Sunage here will do its utmost to assist. Isamu, thinking about what he was about to say, felt an urge to laugh as unrestrained as Lee Sang-hyuk during the S13 finals. He struggled to maintain his serious demeanor. A senior from my clan, Anahi, is getting married next month. I've been helping him out and haven't had much sleep these past few days. The muscles on Maki's face twitched almost imperceptibly. In the ninja world where war raged constantly and life was precarious, marriage was a trivial matter. It wasn't as if the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku was marrying Tsunade Haim for a second time. Isamu spoke casually. Inahi's wife is named Sun knows something I can't quite remember. Cough, cough, cough. Maki couldn't help but cough. The Uchiha and Sun clan intermarrying. Yes, isn't that a rare occurrence? Duh, of course it is. Back then your legendary clan leader Uchiha Madara invaded Konoha by stepping on the Nine-Tails' head, turning the ninja world upside down. Subsequent intelligence indicated that the Uchiha's days in Konoha were far from smooth, their position precarious. Many villages had even secretly sent agents to Konoha to try and win over the Uchiha clan, but what happened to them? Those spies vanished without a trace, never to return. And now you casually tell me that the Uchiha and Sun clans are intermarrying. Are you taking me for a fool? Maki angrily drained the last of his cold water. Damn it, he had been played by a minor. Disgraceful. Senior Maki, where are you going? To investigate the missing Nin. I swear I'll skin them alive myself. Offending the Konoha village was one thing, but could he really not handle a bunch of missing Nin? At the same time, in a certain cave, Zetsu slowly emerged. We should reduce our outings recently to avoid unnecessary trouble. Sasori glanced at the always mysterious figure and asked, what's wrong? The Konoha ninja that Uchiha Isamu has arrived at Sunigakure. Zetsu said slowly. He has received full assistance from Sunigakure and is now searching day and night for Orochimaru's whereabouts. Sunigakure's Umbu and puppet forces have almost been deployed in their entirety, turning the border of the Wind Country upside down. Sunigakure. Sasori paused, letting out an ambiguous sigh. I almost forgot. Zetsu's tone carried a hint of mockery. That is your hometown. Sasori sneered. I have no interest in that corrupt place filled with lies. All that matters to me is eternal art. After a brief silence, Sasori's voice sounded again. If not for that scourge Orochimaru, we wouldn't be in such a passive position. When I meet him, I will kill him with my own hands. Zetsu shook his head. Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin after all. He is not so easy to deal with. Back then, if he hadn't wanted to avoid entanglement with Haiden might have been killed by him. Hearing this, Sasori's interest in Orochimaru deepened. If I were to turn the legendary Sannin into puppets, that would undoubtedly be a magnificent work of art. Zetsu didn't want to speak anymore. What kind of organization is this? First, the masked man used would release to kill Ryoma and frame the Uchiha, but the plan was exposed. In a desperate move, he invaded Konoha and failed again. Then there was Haiden, who strutted boldly through the Fire Country alone, only to have 5 of his hearts extracted and his body taken away, dead as a doornail. Now Sasori wants to kill Orochimaru to make a puppet, though he hasn't acted yet. This organization is truly a bunch of eccentrics. Zetsu raised his voice. Sasori, without the leader's order, absolutely no action is to be taken. I understand. Sasori slowly shuffled back to his territory. Fear of that person forced him to suppress his desires. That man truly was a monster among monsters. Just thinking of those eyes made him feel uncomfortable. Meanwhile, deep in the Rain Country, within a cave shrouded by powerful barriers, Conan walked through the dim passage and found the figure seated high above. Pain the ninja from the Wind Country have been quite active recently, showing trends of searching into the Rain Country. Since the end of the Ninja World War, they haven't conducted such large-scale operations. She paused, her brows slightly furrowing. If this continues, we risk exposure. Pain looked at Conan, his voice cold. Have we not already been exposed? Ever since that fool Haiden acted recklessly within the Fire Country and ultimately died at the hands of that white-haired Uchiha. Conan frowned, detecting dissatisfaction in Pain's words. Although he is untrustworthy, we still greatly need his power. Pain interrupted her. I just feel like I handled this matter poorly. Haiden's actions were worthless and only brought us trouble. Conan fell silent as she agreed with this view. Haiden's strength was indeed formidable, but he was nowhere near strong enough to act as he pleased in the Fire Country. If not for Orochimaru choosing to avoid confrontation, if not for Danzo being a coward who fled back to Konoha in terror, he might have died long ago. Of course he is dead now, killed by that white-haired Uchiha. Pain repeated, his cold tone laced with mockery. Haiden shouldn't have died like this. Actually, Pain didn't care whether Haiden lived or died. In his view, in this terminally ill world, many people could die, and many deserved to. It was just that with Haiden gone, he had one less person to do his dirty work. This was uncomfortable for the Akatsuki, which was still in its developmental stage. After all, Haiden was different from others. He was a true model worker, diligent and tireless. Whether killing or on the way to kill, he contributed 47 million ryo to the Akatsuki this year. Thinking of this number, Pain felt a surge of irritability. Meanwhile, Sasori, who had been dragged into the Akatsuki, remained obsessed with eternal art. He spent all day muttering to those broken puppets, acting like a lunatic. Doesn't he know how much those things cost? Today, Pain seemed unusually talkative, perhaps stimulated by Haiden's death and the ensuing financial pressure. These great nations, under the guise of searching for missing Nin, are actually pursuing other agendas. Since the end of the Third Ninja World War, the Wind Country has been eager to expand its power. And the fastest way to do so is by plundering small nations like ours which have suffered so much. Conan nodded, agreeing with Pain's viewpoint. Although war had ostensibly ended, small-scale skirmishes persisted across the ninja world. Places like the Rain country situated at the border of three nations were especially restless. Previously, Mangekyō often entered the Rain country under the pretext of executing missions. Conflicts had erupted between them several times. Pain's voice sounded again. If they dare enter the Rain country again, I will make them feel pain. He understood the ways of these so-called great powers all too well. Greedy, hypocritical, and always adept at exploiting a pretext. Though it was the small nations like his that suffered the most, the five great powers never failed to play the victim the loudest. Hypocrisy. The movements of the Sand Village aligned precisely with his predictions. After spending considerable effort and failing to find any trace of the rogue ninja, they naturally turned their accusations toward the Rain country. The fourth Kazakage Luo Sha had long coveted this rain-soaked land. In his eyes, the Rain country could not only alleviate the drought of the Wind country, but also serve as a crucial stepping stone for the Sand Village to regain its former glory. In recent years, small-scale attacks by the Sand Village against the Rain country had never ceased. Yet they were always much ado about nothing ending hastily. There was no alternative. Whenever they escalated the situation, the Leaf Village would step in to mediate. Luo Sha firmly believed that the mastermind behind it all was the inherently evil Jitsuin Tuanzang. This old fox could always precisely seize the Sand Village by the throat, using both overt and covert means to thwart their expansionist ambitions time and again. Tuanzang's existence was like a poisonous thorn deeply embedded in the hearts of the Sand Village's shinobi. Damn those leaf ninjas. They were deliberately trying to prevent their rise. Now, however, was a golden opportunity. Entering the Rain country under the pretext of hunting rogue ninjas. Surely the Leaf Village could not object to that. After all, this was also serving their interests. Luo Sha swiftly summoned a few high-ranking officials. After a brief exchange, they reached a consensus: use this chance to penetrate deep into the heart of the Rain country, assess the situation, and pave the way for potential future actions. After the meeting, Luo Sha brought up the white-haired nuisance that annoyed him. That little bastard always reminded him of the shinobi who had inflicted massive losses on them during the Second Great Ninja War, the White Fang of the Leaf Chimu Shimao. He had killed their village's shinobi back then, and now Eiji was causing trouble for them. Damn it, no white-haired person was any good, especially those from the Leaf. Maji, make it clear to that Leaf ninja. This is after all a mission led by the Sand Village. He should follow our orders and avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Also, that white hair of his is too conspicuous. Have him cover it up. Maji nodded lightly. Understood. He relayed Luo Sha's words to Eiji. He also spouted some nonsense about the greater good, everyone needing to obey the team, and how everyone was the same. Eiji agreed without hesitation. He had been wondering where to find a scapegoat. He put on a mask, pulled down his forehead protector to cover one eye, and swapped out his blade for a short sword which he slung over his back. He changed his coat. Then, glancing in the mirror, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Damn, it was a cosplay of Kakashi. That guy was even more famous than him. After a moment's thought, Eiji changed into a Sand Village uniform and blended into the group. The team consisted of only a dozen or so ninjas, and they dispersed after stepping into the Rain country's territory. Such was Luo Sha's audacity. Look at us. Despite having few ninjas, each one is an elite. Well, alright. The truth was that when the Sand Village had once mobilized its entire national strength, they were routed by the Leaf Village's ninjas, screaming in agony, almost draining the Sand Village's lifeblood. Countless Prime-Age ninjas were killed or wounded, and young ninjas were captured by the Leaf. This led to a subsequent shortage of talent in the Sand Village. Even now, they had not yet recovered their breath. A couple of days ago, their village had been wrecked by Shoha and a few giant toads. Many ninjas were busy rebuilding their homes and simply couldn't spare the time. But that was fine. This was just the first wave of probing. It was small number, didn't matter. If it wasn't enough, they could always throw out the village's ultimate weapon, AI Luo. Couldn't beat the Leaf's ninjas, but they could certainly beat the weaklings of the Rain country. With such thoughts, they stepped onto the soil of the Rain country. Unlike the arid Wind country, it seemed to rain constantly in the Rain country. Maji licked his slightly chapped lips as rainwater trickled down his forehead protector. So this was the legendary long drought meets a sudden downpour. Now their task was to gather as much intelligence on the Rain country as possible. Later they would dispatch a large number of the village's elites to eliminate Shangio Banzang. With no leader, they could reap the harvest wildly, acquiring vast spoils. He could already envision the Sand Village growing stronger, thriving, and even becoming the strongest village in the ninja world. It was like being caught in the infinite Tsukuyami. Unfortunately, his beautiful fantasy was soon shattered. Not long after venturing deep into the Rain country, Ma-ji sensed something amiss. He could no longer contact his scattered comrades. A powerful sense of foreboding gripped him instantly. Something had gone wrong. After a brief moment of lament, Ma-ji took a deep breath. He calculated his bearings and swiftly headed toward the prearranged rendezvous point. When he reached the forest clearing, his brow furrowed. Several bodies clad in sand village uniforms lay sprawled in pools of blood, the air faintly tainted with a metallic scent. The wounds were clean and precise. Each strike had been fatal. There were no obvious signs of a fierce struggle, as if they had been silently reaped. Not a single survivor left. Ma-ji swallowed hard. And the leaf brat who was with them, he's gone too. He scanned the area and spotted a bloodstained hat not far away. He walked over and carefully lifted it with a kunai. Inside the hat were a few glaring white hairs. Ma-ji felt a surge of irritation. This is troublesome. Not only was he left as a commander without soldiers, but the white-haired leaf brat had also vanished. Though Ma-ji considered Eiji a bastard, he didn't think he was a pushover. From what he knew of the Yuzhibo clan, they were all stubborn bastards who feared nothing, not even death. As long as they had a breath left, they would never easily surrender or submit. Now the hat was here. Had the brat been ambushed and captured? Or had he taken the opportunity to slip away from the Sand Village's surveillance to carry out some sinister plan? For some reason he felt a chill down his spine. Better leave it to the Kazekage to decide. Whatever the reason, Ma-ji's retreat was far swifter than his advance. In no time he was out of sight. At that moment Eiji emerged from some unknown corner. He knew Luo Sha's character well. Even though they had been the ones attempting to invade the Rain Country, now that several of his subordinates were dead, it would ignite his inner fury. He would then pin a label on the Rain Country. Sand Village ninjas on a mission were maliciously killed by the Rain Country, intending to provoke war. Then a massive army would descend. Don't ask how Eiji knew. Because he was pretty good at pinning labels himself. Things unfolded much as he had anticipated. In the Sand Village, Ma-ji knelt on one knee and reported what had happened in the Rain Country. When he heard that the squad was nearly wiped out, Luo Sha slammed his palm onto the table. Has the strength of our village's ninjas fallen to such a level? We've adopted an elite education system. We've poured countless resources, manpower, and finances into every single ninja. Useless, all of you, useless. A group of people can't even keep an eye on a brat. Ma-ji bowed his head, even lower, not daring to make a sound, afraid that Luo Sha would blame him for the deaths due to poor leadership. Luo Sha sighed. And that brat, was he dead or alive? He didn't want any trouble, but he certainly didn't want him to die right under their noses. That would be hard to explain to the Leaf Village. Forget it, I'll go see for myself. What kind of demons and monsters is the Rain Country hiding? Ma-ji hastily tried to stop him. Lord Kazekage, the village needs you to oversee the overall situation. You absolutely must not risk your person. Luo Sha gave a cold laugh. What experts could the Rain Country possibly have? Nothing more than that Banzang, who has lost his edge. As for his salamander venom, Chio has already developed an antidote. Muster the village's elite and prepare to depart at any moment. Ma-ji slowly nodded. Yes. Under the cover of heavy rain, a seemingly ordinary merchant caravan, treading along the muddy paths, quietly slipped into this land soaked with pain and rain. Leading them was the disguised 4th Kazekage Raza. The elites behind him suppressed their shinobi aura, trying to appear inconspicuous. This time they had learned their lesson, never acting alone. Surprisingly, they ventured deep into the heart of the Rain Country without encountering any interception or inspection. A hint of arrogance swelled in Raza's cautious heart. A small nation is after all a small nation. Neither its intelligence network nor its border defenses can match the solidity of my Wind Country. It seems Hanzo's so-called title of demigod has long since rotted away with the passage of time. After boasting, Raza pulled out a map and marked several locations. Once we find Hanzo, we'll swarm him and kill him on sight. Understood. Just as Raza gave the order atop the highest tower of the hidden Rain Village. In the sky, sheets of paper flew together, converging into a beautiful girl with flowing blue hair. She wore the black robe adorned with clouds, and on her hand was a ring. Pain, they've come. Conan's voice was calm. The Kazekage of the hidden Sand Village, Raza, along with a number of so-called elites. Pain closed his eyes, sensing the feedback from the Rain Tiger Atwell technique. This was a unique ability of the Rinnegan, infusing chakra into the rain to monitor the entire village. A few minutes later, Pain slowly opened his eyes. The greed and arrogance of the hidden sand have made them forget reverence. It seems the last lesson was not enough to make them taste true pain. Conan tilted her head slightly. Shall I go this time? Pain shook his head. I'll go myself. Though Madara had urged them to minimize action, Pain was no longer willing to tolerate this. The repeated provocations from the hidden sand were blasphemy against the divine. Besides, Madara himself wasn't exactly laying low either. Meanwhile, Raza's group was moving stealthily. Suddenly, a bone-chilling coldness surged without warning, as if they were being watched by something terrifying. Raza's hair stood on end, and he snapped his head upward. Not far ahead, a man with yellow hair clad in the same black robe appeared, as if from nowhere, like a specter. Beside him, hovering silently, was Conan, who had just been on the tower. We've been spotted. Raza's gaze swept over the familiar robe style, instantly recalling that troublesome Kakazu, a thought flashing through his mind. The same attire as Kaku. You two are also Orochimaru's lackeys. Pain's face remained expressionless, his eerie purple eyes looking down upon Raza, as if he were examining an insignificant ant. He spoke slowly. Orochimaru. He dares to think he can command. A god. Raza sneered. God indeed. Before you stands the supreme leader of the hidden sand village, one of the 5 great villages, and its strongest shinobi, the Kazekage. He swiftly formed hand signs, and the ground beneath him roared. A torrent of gold dust surged like golden wrath, erupting skyward, and crashing down upon Pain and Conan with world-destroying force. The sand elites behind him struck simultaneously, wind-style poisoned sand projectiles, raining down like a storm. Pain, facing the roaring golden serpent and the barrage of ninjutsu, merely raised a single hand with indifference. Shinra Tensei. An irresistible, terrifying, repulsive force erupted from him. The mighty gold dust, as if colliding with an invisible wall of size, was instantly shattered and dispersed. Wind blades and projectiles were repelled violently by that overwhelming power. The sand shinobi bore the brunt, struck by their own attacks and the surging counterwave of gold dust. Cries of agony rang out one after another. The solid rocky ground was plowed into deep ravines by the repulsive force, and surrounding trees were uprooted. How is this possible? Raza's pupils contracted. He frantically shaped his gold dust into a shield, barely managing to withstand the backlash. A mere wave of his hand, and such cataclysmic power. Bansho Tenin. Pain's cold voice echoed once more. An opposing, overwhelming, irresistible attraction instantly enveloped Raza. He felt as if an invisible giant hand had seized his throat, his entire body uncontrollably lifting off the ground and hurtling toward Pain. He struggled desperately, using his gold dust to anchor himself. But against that terrifying gravitational force, all efforts were futile. A black rod pierced through Raza's body, yet it brought no familiar sensation. A clone. Pain slowly raised his right hand. Troublesome insect. A few minutes later. A black rod pierced through Raza's throat. The 4th Kazekage went still, and only then did the sand shinobi let out hysterical roars. Dance of the paper shikigami. Thud, thud, thud. Countless paper spears struck down the sand shinobi one by one. Take Raza's corpse to Sasori. While Raza's group clashed with Pain and Conan in a fierce battle, Eiji had already returned to his lodgings using the flying thunder god mark. It was past midnight. Apart from the poor workers frantically repairing collapsed houses and broken streets, hardly anyone was around. Occasionally one could hear hushed curses against the damned leaf shinobi, wishing they'd be captured and sent to mine gold in the desert around the clock. Most villagers had long since taken refuge indoors, still shaken. The sand village's defensive strength after successive strikes and troop withdrawals was indeed at an unprecedented low. This extreme vulnerability presented the mischievous Eiji with a perfect opportunity. After using his Sharingan to extract the location of the treasure vault from a sand umbu, Eiji quietly made his way there. At the entrance stood several vigilant guards. The 3-tomo Sharingan in Eiji's eyes spun silently. A powerful genjutsu instantly invaded their fatigued minds. The two stiffened, their eyes glazing over, and they collapsed limply to the ground. Eiji pushed open the heavy door and stepped inside. Your gold dust is quite nice. It's mine now. He picked up a handful of gold dust, gently squeezing it. Shadow clone technique. Poof, poof, poof. Dozens of identical Eiji clones appeared within the vault. Pack like your life depends on it. Use every scroll available, stash as much as you can carry. The clones scurried about, frantically stuffing scrolls until they were nearly full. At that moment, Eiji's attention was drawn to an inconspicuous hidden door in the corner at the back of the vault. One curious clone opened it, revealing a cache of sealed scrolls. They were marked with complex puppet design schematics and early studies on the sealing formula of Shikaku. These aren't bad. I'll take them back for research. Only when he could not stuff in a single item more did Eiji stop with satisfaction. Before leaving, Eiji pulled a snakeskin from his pocket and tossed it into a corner. He also tore off a piece of the hem of his counterfeit robe and stuffed it into the guard's hand. Then, using the Sharingan's genjutsu, he altered parts of their memories. He carefully crafted a fragment, a blurry figure in a black robe with red clouds swiftly attacking them. During the scuffle, one of the guards managed to tear off a piece of the attacker's robe. With that done, Eiji let out a long, relieved sigh. When he reappeared, Eiji was in the most unremarkable inn in a remote border town of the Wind Country. He rented a room and settled in. What came next was a waiting game. He needed to find an opportunity to cause trouble for the masked man. But before that, he had to prepare. Ninja World Scientist activated, transformation technique upgrading. Through Lord Tobirama's tireless efforts through the night, a disguise technique surpassing transformation technique has been developed. Even the Sharingan cannot see through your disguise. The next morning, when the ninjas of Mangekyō changed shifts, they discovered a momentous incident. The gold had been stolen. The news was delivered at the fastest speed to the village's highest decision-making body, the two advisors Chiyo and Ebizo. The moment they heard it, they nearly suffered a stroke. They rushed to the treasury entrance at top speed. Staring at the empty vault, their minds buzzed. Bastard. Which bastard did this? Chiyo's shrill voice made everyone's ears ring. Ebizo carefully tried to calm her down. Ultsis, calm down. At your age, getting angry all the time will only hasten your death. Get lost. Chiyo gritted her teeth. Where are yesterday's guards? Summon them. The two guards fell to their knees before Chiyo, their faces pale with terror. They knew that losing the sand gold right under their noses likely meant their lives were forfeit. And this Lady Chiyo was also a master of poison. Would she in a fit of rage poison them, leaving them wishing for death, but unable to die? The torture would be absolute. The mere thought was terrifying. At that moment Chiyo spoke. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to execute these two incompetents on the spot. Tell me everything that happened last night, from beginning to end. One guard began to speak, trembling. My lady, he was too fast. I didn't see his face clearly. I only remember he wore a black robe, just like Kakuzu's. He fumbled a palm-sized piece of black cloth from his robe and raised it high above his head. This is what I tore from his clothing. Chiyo took it, barely able to discern the red clouds on it. Black robe, red clouds. A thought suddenly struck her. Let's go. Search every inch inside. Leave no trace behind. Chiyo strode ahead, impatiently scanning every corner for a long time. After an unknown length of time, she finally found what she was looking for. Chiyo bent down to pick up the snake, shed a glint of killing intent flashing in her eyes. Orochimaru and that masked man. The two of you are behind all this. Chiyo believed she had pieced it together. All the clues instantly connected in her mind, forming a clear and terrifying conclusion. Taking advantage of the moment when the Kazekage Raza led the village's elite main force to invade the Land of Rain, leaving the rear vulnerable, these two had slipped in without a trace. How could they have timed it so perfectly? There was only one answer: someone inside the Land of Rain was colluding with them. No, not just colluding. The Land of Rain was likely the long-established lair of that organization. Before she could feel excited about her own cleverness, Chiyo's heart skipped a beat. Has there been any word from the Kazekage-sama since he entered the Land of Rain? None. The last contact was just as he crossed the border into the Land of Rain. After that complete silence, Chiyo suddenly had a premonition of doom. Damn it. Chiyo and Ebizo exchanged a glance. A terrible thought could not be suppressed. Could Lord Raza already be? Ebizo carefully calculated the combat strength. He found it impossible to calculate. They knew far too little about this organization. Ebizo let out a long breath. The more critical the moment, the more necessary it was to remain calm. Investigate further and report back. Also, the theft of the treasury must never be leaked. Understood. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Chiyo and Ebizo had no choice but to take charge, temporarily managing all affairs of Sunagakure. The villagers had not thought much of the prolonged silence from the Kazekage. After all, as a diligent miner, it was normal for Raza to be away from the village for 10 days to half a month. However, the villagers soon sensed something was wrong. The village advocated increasing revenue and reducing expenditure to weather the crisis. Expenditure reduction was pushed to the extreme, but revenue increase showed no sign whatsoever. Supplies were clearly tightened. Even the training equipment at the Ninja Academy was rumored to face budget cuts. Life grew harder by the day. Forced into a corner, Ebizo sent another letter of aid to Konohagakure, which likewise disappeared without a trace. That was not the worst of it. Poverty was nothing new. The village had grown accustomed to it over the years. The most critical issue was that Sunagakure had dispatched 5 squads in succession and not a single one returned alive. This made the two elders even more uneasy. Lord Kazekage had likely met with misfortune. The village had only just barely recovered from the wounds of the Third Great Ninja War. If they lost the 4th Kazekage and a batch of elites, the consequences would be unimaginable. Panic slowly spread. As time passed, the villagers gradually realized that something was amiss. It had been so long. If the man wasn't coming back, at least the money should have been sent. Then more and more rumors reached the villagers' ears. I heard the Kazekage led the army to attack the Land of Rain, but failed. Alas, I also heard the entire army was wiped out, not a single survivor. Should keep your voice down. If the ninjas hear that, you'll lose your head. These rumors, as if they had grown wings, quickly burrowed into every villager's ears. Anyone with a shred of sense knew what was going on. No movement meant either capture or death. In an instant, the land was filled with an air of anxiety. Chiyo had lost count of how many bowls she had smashed. She had exhausted all efforts to keep the treasury theft a secret. Why did the rumors of the Kazekage's peril spread like wildfire, impossible to extinguish? Behind this, there was definitely a malicious hand at work. That hand aimed to utterly destroy the Land of Wind and Sunagakure. Achoo! In a hidden stronghold, Eiji sneezed and patted Little Black's colorful black fur. Well done, he said, tossing a piece of meat over. Between his fingers was a secret letter that had just been intercepted. The Sunagakure summoning beast carrying the message to Konoha for aid had been devoured by Little Black before it could even leave the territory of the Land of Wind. He knew that once this letter fell into Hiruzen's hands, given his character, he would rather let the villagers of Konoha suffer than fail to fully aid Sunagakure. What a pure fool. This village would one day be his. Hiruzen was spending his money without his consent. As for the rumors within the Land of Wind about Raza being in dire straits and Sunagakure's defeat, of course these were also his doing. Manipulating public opinion and spreading panic were always crucial steps. Although this was costly, luckily he had recently and very diligently borrowed a considerable amount of sand gold from Sunagakure's treasury. It perfectly solved the urgent need. Now not only was the Land of Wind in chaos, but they also knew that Raza had been killed by that mysterious organization. Whoever became Kazekage made no difference to them. The death of Raza was inconsequential. But damn it, with Raza dead, who would solve their food problem? Sunagakure, which had originally been watching from the sidelines, now probably wanted to tear the masked man apart. Meanwhile, the heavy news of the large-scale war in the Land of Rain and the mysterious disappearance of the Kazekage Raza also reached Konohagakure. Inside the Hokage's office, Danzo leaned on his cane, letting out a dismissive snort. I've said it all along, those greedy hyenas of Sunagakure cannot be trusted. They've coveted the Land of Rain for a long time now, and finally, they couldn't contain themselves, baring their fangs. I just didn't expect Raza to be so arrogant as to lead the charge himself, ending up missing and presumed dead. Utterly foolish. Hiruzen smoked his pipe in agitation. Skirmishes had never ceased in the shinobi world, he was well aware of that. Often he felt powerless to intervene and could only turn a blind eye. But this time Sunagakure had caused too great a stir. The Kazekage personally leading troops across the border was nearly an act of war. Furthermore, there was another matter weighing heavily on his mind. Eiji's last letter arrived before he entered the Land of Rain. Now a large number of Suna shinobi along with their Kazekage have mysteriously vanished within the Land of Rain with no word at all. Eiji is likely in grave danger. Hiruzen sighed. Not only because Eiji was a promising young man he had his eye on, but more importantly, according to Itachi's reports, Eiji was highly popular within the Uchiha clan. Many clan members saw him as the hope and symbol for the revival of the Uchiha. If news of Eiji's misfortune in the Land of Rain were to reach the clan grounds, Hiruzen dreaded to imagine the fierce reaction of those fervent Uchiha. Would they completely disregard the Hokage's orders? Blinded by rage, would they charge into the Land of Rain with their swords? Would it turn into a situation where wind and fire were jointly attacking rain? This was utterly absurd. Hiruzen was filled with worry while Danzo struggled to suppress the smile, pulling at his lips, almost laughing out loud. That inherently evil Uchiha brat, good riddance. And Orochimaru has been keeping an eye on him too. Maybe he could even get his eyes for himself. Thinking of using Uchiha eyes against the Uchiha to realize his own ideals, Danzo felt a twisted sense of excitement surge within him. Danzo. Hiruzen's icy voice cut through Danzo's fantasies, laced with obvious displeasure and warning. You seem to be in a good mood. Danzo quickly composed his expression. It's nothing, I just thought of something pleasant. Hiruzen Sarutobi cast a sharp, piercing glance at his old partner. He knew Danzo too well. Such joy at a time like this was inevitably linked to the Uchiha, not the stability of the village. This old friend's prejudice against the Uchiha truly lacked any sense of the bigger picture. Just then hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. A shinobi rushed in. Reporting Lord Hokage. A confidential letter from Uchiha Eiji has arrived. Danzo's eyes darkened instantly. Those useless fools in the Land of Rain couldn't even kill a minor. Serves them right for being trampled upon. While Danzo was seething inwardly, Hiruzen had already finished reading Eiji's letter. The contents were roughly as follows: Lord Hokage, I'm still alive, please be assured. The Kazekage Raza and his elite forces are all dead. Sunagakure is in turmoil and reportedly was attacked by a masked man and Orochimaru, who stole a large amount of gold dust. The Land of Rain is extremely dangerous, likely hiding a mysterious organization unknown to us. I am currently at the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain in a safe place. Do not send reinforcements, it would be pointless. I will secretly return to Konoha in a while. Those people from Sunagakure have gone mad, keep your distance from them. That was all. After reading the letter, Hiruzen was silent for a moment. Despite Eiji's casual tone, Hiruzen felt a sense of unease. Eiji was still too young, perhaps unable to devise the best solutions for such complex situations. He dismissed Danzo and summoned Kakashi and Tenzo. Go to the Land of Wind, support Eiji, and bring him back alive. Also check on Sunagakure, they might need some assistance. Kakashi nodded. Rest assured, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen waved a hand. Go. Having received the Hokage's orders, Kakashi and Tenzo rushed towards the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind without pause. Just as Eiji had said, skirmishes were frequent, and many had already died. The two were caught in the crossfire. Blood-crazed shinobi attacked anyone who wasn't a comrade. They were forced into several fights. The constant travel, compounded by the strain of the Sharingan, left Kakashi utterly exhausted. Tenzo wasn't much better off as his chosen shortcuts were treacherous, not only difficult to traverse, but also swarming with enemies. Both felt on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Eiji gently placed his finger on the ground. This familiar chakra. It's Kakashi and Tenzo-senpai. A brand new plan dawned on him. By constantly provoking the masked man, he could overheat his already dim mind until it completely shut down. Then he would start doing all sorts of absurd things. Unexpectedly, the masked man had been behaving himself lately. Perhaps his intelligence had increased from a 2 to a 2.5. He hadn't been seen causing trouble in the ninja world. This was quite frustrating for Eiji. If you don't lose your mask, I can't sleep well. Who would have thought a weakened Kakashi would show up today? He saw it as a golden opportunity. This time he would create a huge problem for the masked man. Transformation Jutsu. Eiji's figure vanished instantly. The masked man sought to plunge Eiji into darkness, making him a pawn. Eiji aimed to unmask the masked man and hit the jackpot. He knew Zetsu was secretly watching him. However, thanks to his powerful passive ability, he also knew Zetsu wasn't nearby right now. This was a perfect chance. The masked man would never suspect that Eiji had been recklessly scattering his marks. Completely unnoticed, he found Kakashi. Deep in the forest, Kakashi slowly opened his eyes only to see a familiar face, the masked man who had invaded Konoha. Kakashi clenched his fist. With his current chakra levels, he couldn't even use a second Chidori, let alone capture this scourge of the ninja world. Unexpectedly, the masked man didn't attack him. Instead, he sneered. Back then I couldn't even get near you. Now I've stood before you for so long, and you slept like a log. Kakashi abruptly assumed a battle stance. What was this guy talking about? Back then, who is this? I don't recognize him at all. Who are you? Kakashi lifted his headband, his right hand gathering crackling lightning. The masked man's voice turned somber. You killed Rin with your Chidori back then. Now you'd use it against me. Kakashi's body froze. Vivid memories of the short-haired girl who died by his hand flooded back. Who are you? The masked man slowly shook his head. What a pity you didn't recognize me, Kakashi. The masked man placed his hand on his mask and slowly removed it, revealing a face half intact, half covered in scars. Kakashi's eyes widened, his entire body frozen in place. You? Obito. The masked man disguised as Obito let out a hoarse manic laugh. Ha ha ha. What a rare occasion. The famed copy ninja, the hero of Konoha, Kakashi Hatake, still remembers my name. Kakashi seemed as if all his strength had been drained by that laughter. Even supporting his own body became extraordinarily difficult. Even with the man confessing in person, he still couldn't reconcile the mask-wearing troublemaker who had plunged the ninja world into chaos with the companion who used to laugh foolishly back in the day. Kakashi's voice was low and raspy. Obito, is it really you? It was impossible. Obito was clearly dead. He had died protecting Kakashi at the Canopy Bridge. So why had he come back to life? What had he endured over these years? Kakashi struggled to lift his head, staring fixedly at Obito. You are the hero of Konoha. How could you become like this? He took a deep breath as if summoning every ounce of his remaining strength. Since you're not dead, why haven't you returned to the village? Not just me, but Sensei Annie Rin and everyone else were all. He suddenly paused. Wait a minute. You are the culprit who invaded Konoha and killed Sensei and Auntie Rin. The man disguised as Obito nodded gently. That's right. I was the one who released the Nine Tails. Kakashi's face was twisted in agony, his heart feeling as though it were being consumed by fire. He felt as if he could barely breathe. Why did you do this? Obito sneered. I want to personally destroy this fake, ugly world full of lies. Kakashi looked at Obito in disbelief. What are you talking about, Obito? Let it end here, Kakashi. Obito put his mask back on. Just wait. I will create a world with Rin. Stop. He could not let Obito escape. He had to bring him back. Even if he had to tie him up, even if he had to break his limbs, he would drag him back. His body erupted with its remaining strength, and like a wounded beast he lunged forward. Obito kicked Kakashi away with one foot. A vine appeared in time, catching Kakashi steadily. Bye-bye. Next time we meet, I hope you'll be a little stronger. He waved his hand. Before Kakashi could react, his figure vanished. How could Kakashi so easily let Obito leave? Wait, Obito. Kakashi gritted his teeth and unleashed his final reserves of power. His toes pushed against the ground, and his entire body shot forward like an arrow, leaving the string aiming for the fading figure. However, his body had long reached its limit. The momentum of his jump stopped abruptly in midair, and like a puppet with its strings cut, he fell heavily onto the cold, hard ground. Sharp pain spread from the impact site, but the pain in his despairing heart was far greater. Senpai, are you okay? Tenzu was somewhat conflicted, having suddenly learned such a monumental fact. His mind was momentarily dazed. Kakashi closed his eyes in agony, his vision rapidly swallowed by darkness. His consciousness grew increasingly blurry. Before losing consciousness completely, he only heard a vague, yet familiar voice. Senpai Kakashi, what happened to you? You look quite disheveled. After an indeterminate amount of time, he suddenly opened his eyes. Obito. Kakashi almost shouted it. The yell startled Eiji, who was eating instant noodles. He put down his bowl and came over. Senpai, you're awake. Are you alright? Kakashi breathed heavily and grabbed Enji's arm. Eiji, I know who that masked man is. It's Obito. Uchiha Obito. Enji's body stiffened visibly and an expression of extreme shock flashed across his face. What? Senpai, do you know what you're saying? Uchiha Obito. Didn't he? During the Third Shinobi World War. Kakashi's voice was resolute. I wouldn't be mistaken. It is Obito. Even if his appearance has changed, I know it is him. Eiji looked at Tenzu beside him. Tenzu hesitated slightly. Since Senpai Kakashi says, so it must be true. Mission progress updated. Through unremitting effort, you have finally discovered the true identity of the masked man. Mission reward: to counter the power of the Sharingan, Lord Tobirama's resistance to Genjutsu has been greatly enhanced. Huh. Eiji scratched his head. It seemed he had triggered a bug. Kakashi slumped back against the headboard, his gaze empty and fixed ahead, as if seeing that spiral-patterned mask once again. Countless times before the Memorial Stone, and on lonely nights, he had fantasized about reuniting with Obito. Obito would be grinning broadly, striking that silly pose. What's wrong, Kakashi? I'm not going to die. I'm the genius who will become Hokage. He had never imagined. Obito was the murderer who killed the fourth Hokage, his most revered teacher, Minato Namikaze. Kakashi whispered, we need to find Obito as soon as possible and pull him out of that organization. He took a deep breath, suppressing the double agony of spirit and flesh. In a low, exhausted voice, he recounted every detail of the encounter with the masked man, every word of their conversation. How Obito had admitted to the Nine-Tails attack, how he had proclaimed his intent to destroy the world. Finally, he asked tiredly, how did you find me? Then he asked again, how did you find me? It was Kuro. It found you. I see. Thank you. No matter who it is, as long as they threaten the safety of Konoha, they will not be spared. New mission: find Uchiha Obito's whereabouts and stop his dangerous plans along with his organization. Hearing this, Eiji immediately put on a thoughtful expression. Rubbing his chin, he asked tentatively, Senpai means that Obito was bewitched by that organization. For example, Orochimaru. Kakashi nodded. I know Obito very well. Based on his abilities alone, he could not have accomplished these things. Moreover, he wants to revive Rin. Perhaps Orochimaru used this as bait, forcing or tricking Obito into becoming his tool for killing. Speaking of this, Kakashi's voice grew even lower. Perhaps Obito has always wanted to kill me. After all, it was my hand that. For the last few words, he ultimately could not bring himself to say them completely. Eiji. Yes. Write a secret letter and deliver it to the Hokage as soon as possible. Understood. And Kakashi struggled to stand up. There are still missions waiting for me to complete. He had barely gotten out of bed when Eiji picked him up and put him back down. You're earning a few $100 a month. Oh, why are you risking your life? Since you're this weak, stop pretending. You're struggling just to climb back into bed. But before Kakashi could finish, Eiji interrupted him again. Senpai Tenzu said that the Hokage assigned the two of you to assist me. That means I have the final say on how to execute this mission. Kakashi turned to look at Tenzu. Damn it, why are you being so honest? Don't you know that when Eiji goes crazy, no one can control him? Last time he almost killed the Mizukage, and this time he might steal the Sand Village's gold to supplement Konoha's military funds. Feeling Kakashi's murderous glare, Tenzu shrank his neck. None of my business. Why did you faint? Kakashi sighed helplessly. One Obito, one Eiji. One gave him a headache. The other gave him an even worse one. Do Uchiha members automatically activate crazy genes once they reach a certain age? He steeled himself and simply lay back down on the bed. Eiji was right, his physical condition was extremely poor. He needed to recover as quickly as possible. Then he would catch Obito with his own hands. While Kakashi was resting, Xiaohei delivered the second secret letter back to Konoha. Hiruzen was shocked to learn the true identity of the masked man. The masked man's true identity is actually Obito, who should have died. After a brief shock, Hiruzen updated the wanted poster and spread the news. As the main subject of the wanted poster, Obito soon received the news. He was about to go mad. Who could tell him why those fools in Konoha knew his true identity? Could there be a spy beside him? No, the only one who knew his identity was Zetsu. He wouldn't do something so absurd. Obito had another idea to stop the spread of this news. Later, Zetsu told him that the wanted poster had already spread throughout the Land of Fire. It wouldn't be long before the entire ninja world knew his true identity. Obito was dumbfounded. He knew that his identity could not be leaked to others, especially his subordinates Nagato and Konan. The reason they obeyed his orders was because he assumed the title of the ninja world's Azura Uchiha Madara. But they would not obey the orders of an ordinary Uchiha ninja. Not only Obito was dumbfounded, but Zetsu was also speechless. Damn it, he just wanted to revive his mother. Why was it so difficult? He had planned this for over 1,000 years. He finally tricked the big fool Madara. But the heir Madara chose was an even bigger fool than him. And these two big fools both thought they were unparalleled geniuses, the masterminds behind the ninja world. This gave Zetsu hope. Everything was developing as he had envisioned. But who could have guessed that Obito would be exposed at this moment? Kakashi, it must be Kakashi. And that white-haired Uchiha. It's them who have been searching for my whereabouts. Obito suddenly raised his voice. Zetsu, find Kakashi and find out who is scheming behind my back. Zetsu asked, then kill Kakashi. He always ruins our plans. No, Obito shook his head. Kakashi doesn't even deserve to die. Black Zetsu, the other half of Zetsu, gnashed his teeth in hatred. What kind of genius was he partnering with? After venting, Black Zetsu began to comfort himself. You can do it. This is just a small obstacle on the road to resurrecting Mother. With a little thought, you can fool these big fools of the ninja world completely. So what else could be done? Black Zetsu had a thought. Should he replace the executor of the Great Moon Eye plan? He thought Eiji was not bad, except that he was a bit smart and hard to deceive. Moreover, this kid was annoyingly righteous, always talking about for Konoha, and so on. Find a chance to test him. Also, since Obito's identity was exposed, controlling the Akatsuki would become more difficult. He also needed to recruit more subordinates. What about Orochimaru, who coveted would release, or Danzo? Black Zetsu was thinking while Danzo was filing a complaint. After confirming that the masked man was Konoha's rogue ninja Obito, Danzo excitedly flipped the table. Finally, he had found a weapon to attack the Uchiha. Back then, without knowing the masked man's identity, he could already marginalize the Uchiha. Now that it was confirmed that the masked man was an Uchiha ninja, couldn't he just kill them all? He went straight to the Hokage's office and said bluntly, Hiruzen, we have been too merciful to the Uchiha. Hiruzen sighed. He knew that Danzo would show up at this moment. We have been wholeheartedly devoted to the Uchiha, and look what they have done. How many rogue ninjas have the Uchiha produced? Danzo rattled off, reciting the history of Uchiha rebellion from memory. Back then, Madara controlled the Nine Tails to attack Konoha. Later, Setsuna assassinated Lord Tobirama. On the night of the Nine Tails, Obito controlled the Nine Tails to attack Konoha again. Hiruzen threw his pipe on the table and glanced at Danzo. Was his old friend insane? He kept picking on the Uchiha every few days. So what if the masked man's identity was confirmed? Back then we didn't know who he was, but we still handled it, as if it was the Uchiha's doing. Danzo, we have finally eased the relationship with the Uchiha. This is a good opportunity to break the ice. We should seize this opportunity, not aggravate the conflict. Hiruzen actually had more to say. He knew Danzo wanted to destroy the Uchiha, but had he thought about the consequences? Even if they could defeat the Uchiha, how many would die? Then when Eiji returned home, he would find that his clan had been wiped out while he was away. Under such tremendous stimulation, who knew what Eiji would do? For example, awakening the ultimate power of the Uchiha. Blinded by rage and then brainwashed by Obito, he might join forces to attack Konoha. Hiruzen felt immense pressure just thinking about it. In the end, he rejected Danzo's suggestion. I will handle the Uchiha matter myself, Danzo. You should focus on recovering from your injuries. Danzo snorted. Coward. Weakling. Lord Tobirama's worst decision was choosing an indecisive monkey as Hokage. With a bang, Danzo slammed the door and left. Change the door to an iron one tomorrow, and put the bill on Danzo. Yes. In a certain laboratory. A small white snake spat out a sticky wanted poster. Uchiha Obito. Orochimaru searched the archives for a long time before finding his file in the far corner. I thought some great figure had emerged in the ninja world, but it's just a loser. Orochimaru's days had not been easy lately either. Being hunted from all sides made his experiments unstable. Earlier, Orochimaru had thought of joining if he couldn't defeat them. But now hearing it was Obito, he lost interest. What earth-shattering thing could a loser do? He threw the file aside and picked up a sharp scalpel. Just as he was about to start, he suddenly thought of something. He was buried under a boulder and didn't die, and even mastered would release. What gave him such immense power? Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Perhaps he could cooperate with Obito and maybe get what he wanted. For example, immortality. The Land of Rain. Pain finally learned the true identity of the masked man. They had thought they were cooperating with the famous ninja world's Azura, but now you tell me his true identity is an ordinary Uchiha. Do they really take us for fools? Konan was not very surprised, as she had always suspected the masked man's true identity. What should we do? Should we go find Obito and ask for clarification? No. No matter who he is just a tool for me to achieve my goal. I'm afraid he thinks the same. Pain resumed his usual cold demeanor. Without him, I am still the leader of the Akatsuki. I will still make this false world feel true pain. He then asked Konan, has Mangekyō made any new moves recently? No, after their last failure they are scared like quails. Their ally Konoha hasn't provided them any help and the entire village is in chaos. This puzzled Pain. Wasn't Konoha always friendly to its allies? There really is no such thing as an alliance. The Hokage is just a hypocritical old man. A week later, Kakashi was meticulously completing a set of rehabilitation stretches. He let out a breath. Eiji, I've recovered considerably thanks to you and Tenzo's care during this time. Eiji was still eating instant noodles into which he had added half a gene of beef. Without even lifting his head, he said, You should be saying that to Tenzo-senpai. I think he's about to collapse. Kakashi paused mid-motion following Eiji's pointed chin and finally noticed Tenzo curled up in a chair in the corner. Deep dark circles hung under his eyes, and his complexion was sallow. His head bobbed as he dozed off, clearly having overdrawn his life force through consecutive sleepless nights. Tenzo, are you alright? It took several calls before Tenzo snapped back to reality. He looked up dazedly, then couldn't help but let out a long yawn. He stared at Kakashi with an expression of profound complexity. Eiji said, "Senpai, you call Obito's name about 30 times a night and fall out of bed 7 or 8 times. Tenzo-senpai spends his days gathering intel outside and his nights watching over you. If it weren't for him, we'd probably be attending your funeral feast by now." Kakashi's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly changed the subject. "Let's get moving. We'll head to the Hidden Sand Village first." As he spoke, Kakashi began to pack his things, but Eiji remained unmoved, as if he hadn't heard. "What's the rush? What does it matter to us if the Hidden Sand Village lives or dies? It's their own fault for picking a fight in the Land of Rain when they had nothing better to do. They brought this on themselves. If you ask me, we should turn right around and head back to Konoha. The waters here run too deep, and we might just drown in them." Kakashi's hands stopped what they were doing. Some words were hard to ponder too deeply, because the moment you did, you realized they were absolutely true. If the intel was accurate, it was indeed the Hidden Sand Village that had initiated the trouble. One could even levy the heavy accusation of instigating war against them. But this was after all the Hokage's mission. How would he explain returning without completing it? Wait a minute, Kakashi realized Eiji had managed to sway his thinking. This kid had a knack for persuasion. "Eiji," Kakashi said seriously, "Obito might be in the Land of Rain." Eiji finished the last of his noodles and shrugged helplessly. "Fine, you win. But before we go, I need to prepare properly." Without further word, the three quickly gathered their belongings, carefully erasing every trace of their presence there. At midnight, 3 figures departed from the temporary hideout, silent and unseen. The vast desert of the Land of Wind appeared especially desolate under the night sky, with only the wind howling past their ears. After trudging through the sandstorm for a long while, they finally reached the outskirts of the Hidden Sand Village. By now, the Hidden Sand Village was in complete chaos. The news of the Kazekage Raza's disappearance could no longer be contained, and the villagers were gripped by panic. The ensuing chain reaction was devastating. The village's primary source of income from gold dust production plummeted. Their already strained treasury was then burglarized by intruders. Under this double blow, the Hidden Sand Village's economy was on the verge of collapse. Chiyo and Ebizo were crunching the numbers. "Sister, at our current rate of consumption, we may not even last until the end of the year." "I know. Let me think of something." Just as they were at their wits' end, an Umbu operative came to report. "My lord's reinforcements from Konohagakure have arrived." "What?" Ebizo shot up from his chair. "Quick, show them in." The 3 entered the room and took their seats at the conference table. Chiyo wasted no time with pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Lord Eiji, do you have any news of the Kazekage?" Eiji said, "Based on the intel I've gathered, the entire sand force sent to the Land of Rain has been wiped out." Upon hearing this, the last glimmer of hope in Chiyo and Ebizo's hearts was extinguished. They forced themselves to stay composed. With the Kazekage dead, they were now the highest authorities in the village. Their top priority was to find Orochimaru and Obito, who had stolen the gold dust. Of course, they refrained from mentioning the theft of the gold dust. They only said that some scrolls were lost containing records on the tailed beasts and the formulas for the poisons Chiyo had developed over the years. Chiyo said, "We must locate them quickly. Judging by their actions, they may be very interested in the tailed beasts." Eiji then presented his own request. He had declined the specialty earlier, but he wasn't about to forget this before leaving. "I need to borrow the one tail for a while. It won't be for free, of course. Perhaps I can even find a way to control it." Eiji's plan was to accumulate experience fighting tailed beasts by thoroughly thrashing Shikaku. As for his talk of sealing the beast, that was pure fabrication. He couldn't be bothered to expend such effort. Upon hearing his request, Chiyo and Ebizo reluctantly agreed. Besides, unlike Konoha, the Hidden Sand Village lacked a complete tradition of sealing jutsu. With Raza gone, they indeed needed a new method to suppress the beast. The next day, Gaara arrived at the deep desert as promised. Tenzo and Kakashi worried tagged along as well. Tenzo's would release could suppress tailed beasts to a certain extent, allowing him to assist Eiji if necessary. Kakashi asked, "Are you experimenting on the one tail for Naruto's sake?" Knowing the two were close, he offered a word of caution. "Besides, your method of simply beating it up might not be effective. Even if it works on the one tail, it doesn't mean it can be applied to the 9 tails." Eiji nodded. "I know. The gap between them is immense, much like the difference between Tenzo-senpai's would release and Lord Hashirama's." Tenzo was disheartened by Eiji's blunt truth and went to sulk in a corner. Kakashi, of course, had a point. The difference between the one tail and the 9 tails was indeed vast. Even if the one tail frantically tried to learn and close the gap, the difference remained staggering. Eiji didn't elaborate further, instead following up on Kakashi's line of thought. For an experiment, it's best to start with a weaker subject, right? These words falling on the ears of Chiyo and Ebizo nearly broke their spirits as well. Even if the one tail wasn't the strongest, it was still their village's ultimate weapon. That was a bit insulting, wasn't it? Shikaku had overheard Eiji's words too. It raged and thrashed within its ceiling space, bellowing that it would break out and challenge Eiji to a one-on-one fight. Let Shikaku-sama out. How dare you say I'm inferior to that damned stinky fox? Shikaku-sama will tear this bastard apart. As Shikaku grew increasingly agitated, Gaara's expression turned grim. He could feel the beast within him slipping out of control. Eiji beckoned with his finger. Let him out. You wanted to kill, didn't you? Come on, try and kill me. You said it. The seal within Gaara loosened instantly, and a violent torrent of chakra surged forth. Shikaku's roar shook the very sand dunes. Brat, Shikaku-sama will kill you today. Last time he had lost, due to being surrounded by those toads. This time he wouldn't lose again. Half an hour later, the raging sandstorm gradually subsided. Deep in the desert, a massive lake had appeared, utterly incongruous with its surroundings. It was a colossal volume of water forcibly condensed and maintained by sage art chakra. At the lake's center, a giant spherical water prison formed from flowing currents held captive a plump tanuki, which was struggling relentlessly. Every time Shikaku tried to gather chakra or sand, the violent currents would mercilessly disperse it. Eiji stood on the water's surface, breathing slightly heavily, his golden eyeshadow slowly fading away. Work's done. See you tomorrow. The figures of the Leaf Squad faded from sight, leaving only two gray-haired elders behind. Chiyo and Ebizo gazed at the spring water, a sense of melancholy stirring within them. If only they had a powerful water release ninja. At least it could alleviate part of the drought. Or perhaps they could divert the rain from the land of rain. Ingsi's tailed beast operation plan was still underway. The shinobi scientist continues to initiate the next day. Tobirama-sama's mind began to race at high speed. How to inflict maximum effective damage on the tailed beast's massive, resilient body with limited chakra output. The fifth day, facing the tailed beast ball released by the simulated Shikaku, Tobirama-sama fell into deep thought. The destructive core of the tailed beast ball was the extreme compression and shape transformation of chakra. The sixth day, Tobirama-sama combined the principle of extreme rotation and compression of the Rasengan with his unparalleled mastery of water release, naming it Water Release Rasengan. The extremely compressed water sphere generated astonishing internal pressure, possessing unmatched penetrating power, highly effective against high defense targets such as the Susanu's armor, the Cloud's lightning release armor, and Shikaku's proud absolute defense. Throwable. The ninth day, while Tobirama-sama was bombarding with exploding tags, he developed a new technique, mutual multiplication explosive water tag. Each explosion summons more water spheres containing a rotating water core, forming an infinite chain of explosions as long as chakra allows. It is an upgraded version of the mutual multiplication explosive tag. The 13th day, through the power of the Sharingan, Ingsi entered the seal space and saw Shikaku sitting on the ground sulking. Hey Shikaku. Shikaku's enormous body stiffened abruptly, and it turned its head in disbelief. When it recognized the visitor as the evil white-haired one who had beaten it senseless, its round eyes instantly widened in sheer terror. How did you get in here? And how do you know Lord Shikaku's name? Ingsi, however, acted as if nothing had happened, plopping down on the ground. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to beat you today. These words were like pouring oil on fire. Shikaku instantly flew into a rage, sand and stones swirling around it. If it weren't for Gaara not being able to fully use its power, it wouldn't have been beaten like this. Get out, brat, or Lord Shikaku will show you what true cruelty means. Ingsi sneered. You're just like Kurama, two hot-tempered bastards. Shikaku was immediately displeased. Don't compare me to that stinky fox. Shikaku roared, beginning to gather a massive wind sphere filled with immense chakra. Wind release, sandstorm. Sage art Rasengan. Pure energy clashed within the seal space. The result was inevitable. Shikaku's massive body was blasted away once again. After being beaten, Shikaku became noticeably more docile. It knew it was no match for this evil white-haired one, so it stopped struggling. Instead, it asked about Kurama. You little brat, you mentioned that stinky fox earlier, didn't you? How is it now? Is it as miserable as me? Ingsi recalled Naruto's current situation. Well, it's also sealed inside a kid now. Closely watched by many people every day. Your situation is about the same, equally miserable. Ha ha ha. Shikaku burst into hearty laughter, its body trembling with amusement. Serves it right. Knowing that Stinky Fox is doing badly, Lord Shikaku is relieved. Seeing Shikaku like this, Ingsi's crimson Sharingan spun slightly, and a brilliant idea formed in his mind. He leaned in closer. Hey Shikaku, do you want to kick its ass yourself? Yes. Shikaku roared almost without thinking, its huge tail thrashing excitedly against the sand, eyes gleaming. I've dreamed of it. Lord Shikaku will tear off all 9 of its stinky tails. The thought of beating Kurama filled it with overwhelming excitement. However, after the brief excitement, Shikaku's eyes quickly dimmed. Its massive head drooped again. What's the use of wanting? I'm destined to be locked up in this damn place forever. When that red-haired brat dies, there will be another vessel. I'll probably never see that stinky fox in this lifetime. Just then C's voice rang out again. Simple. Lend me some of your chakra. Next time I see Kurama, I'll use your chakra to beat it up. That's as good as you beating it yourself, isn't it? My. Shikaku tilted its enormous head, pondering. Lend chakra. He uses my chakra to hit the stinky fox. Equals me hitting it. That sort of makes sense. But something feels off. This kid is probably like those greedy, foolish humans who want to steal my chakra and turn it into a weapon. Hey, you little brat, don't think you can fool Lord Shikaku. Lord Shikaku is incredibly smart, not so easily tricked. C shrugged indifferently, making as if to get up. Suit yourself then. I'll take my leave. It seems Kurama's behind will have to be kicked by someone else. Wait. The gullible Shikaku immediately panicked, calling him back. It hesitantly lifted its huge claw, extending a relatively small finger. I'll only lend you a tiny bit. If you dare to deceive me, Lord Shikaku will risk everything to. Enough. C directly reached out his hand, forming a fist. Shikaku hesitated, then finally used its tiny finger to carefully touch C's fist. A unique, tailed beast chakra flowed into C's body. As if burned, Shikaku quickly retracted its claw, still adding a fierce warning. Remember, kick hard with the greatest force right on its fattest ass. Don't worry. C indeed intended to see the nine tails. How else could he have a proper conversation without a fight? The taming of Shikaku thus concluded. The Leaf Squad left Sunagakure. Ebizo and Shio promised a handsome reward once they found the Kazekage. But C didn't care at all. What he carried on his back was far more than what Sunagakure could offer. Stepping out of Sunagakure's dry, scorching environment, Kakashi's brow remained furrowed. While C was beating Shikaku, Kakashi and Yamato had not been idle. They had been oscillating back and forth along the border between the land of wind and the land of rain. Based on past experience, such places had many eyes and ears, making them ideal for gathering intelligence. The Leaf had also stationed several intelligence agents there. Through cross-referencing and analysis of various intelligence sources, an increasingly clear conclusion emerged. That mysterious and dangerous organization's core base was likely hidden in the Land of Rain. Kakashi tapped on the map. The Rain Village in the Land of Rain. Its nominal leader is Hanzo. As one of the former pinnacles of the shinobi world, even if he has retired from the front lines, he must know many secrets unknown to others. C scratched his head. How did they end up talking about Hanzo again? Upon hearing Hanzo's name, Tenzo and Kakashi grew serious. Seniors, is this Hanzo truly that formidable? Kakashi nodded and began recounting the feats of Hanzo at his peak. During the Second Shinobi World War, the three seniors, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, joined forces, yet were still defeated by him. Later, Hanzo spared their lives and bestowed upon them the title of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. His summon Nudaibara was also highly dangerous. If it were not for Chiyo of the Sand Village who deciphered its poison, many more ninja would have perished. Eiji suddenly understood. So the title legendary Sannin is not necessarily a compliment, rather it resembles a brand imposed upon the defeated. This old man is quite vicious. Killing people isn't enough, he has to crush their pride as well. Hearing this, Kakashi and Tenzo simultaneously raised their hands to their foreheads, their movements strikingly synchronized, as if wearing an invisible mask of pain. Was this the time to discuss Hanzo's psychological cruelty? What they were discussing now was Hanzo's formidable strength. Infiltrating his territory was dangerous, and they needed to be careful. Careful, and extra careful. However, Eiji's thoughts were like a runaway horse following this thread of reasoning to pin another accusation on Hanzo. He stroked his chin, adopting an air of serious deduction. Given that, could Hanzo be the leader of this mysterious organization? And perhaps he recruited these subordinates to expand his territory, swallow the Land of Wind, and replace it as the fifth great nation. Eiji stroked his chin. But then again, doesn't Hanzo's intellect seem a bit lacking? That Land of Wind is covered in endless yellow sand, and is incredibly poor. What could he possibly do after conquering it besides eating sand? Kakashi pinched the bridge of his nose, and ignored the lunatic like Eiji. He exchanged a glance with Tenzo, and signaled, "Let's go." Eiji hurriedly caught up. "Wait for me, you two." Just as the Konoha team stepped into the border of the Land of Rain, high within the depths of the Rain Village, Pain issued orders to Konan beside him. "I will personally go recruit a new companion. During this time, try not to act rashly. However, if anyone finds the perimeter of the base, kill them without mercy." Understood. Conan's figure dissolved into the rain like a paper sheet. Soon after, the three disguised entered the Land of Rain. The civil war here had by no means ended. Along the roadsides, corpses could be seen from time to time. Some wore tattered ninja uniforms, while others were dressed as common civilians. Even the pouring rain could not mask the scent of blood in the air. War is indeed cruel, Kakashi said, pointing to a corpse. A ninja from the Sand Village. Eiji, however, felt little sympathy. Those ninja from the Sand Village were all like that. Whenever they couldn't hold out, they attacked Konoha. When they couldn't win, they surrendered, yet still expected to gain something. So it was only reasonable for Eiji to take their sand gold. That was Konoha's money anyway. Let's head to the Rain Village and find relevant clues as soon as possible. The Rain Village was a heavily guarded settlement resembling a massive steel fortress. More troublesome was its internal structure, a labyrinthine network of sewers stretching in all directions. In theory, it could lead anywhere, but for intruders, it was a natural trap. Without a familiar ninja to guide them, they could easily get lost or stumble into the Rain Ninja headquarters and be killed. Kakashi gazed at the tall tower of the Rain Village from a distance. We need to figure out a way to slip inside without alerting the guards. They shrank back and took out the rain-soaked map. While Kakashi and Tenzo planned their route, Eiji clapped his hands together. Ninja art summoning jutsu. Boom. Accompanied by a thick cloud of white smoke, a gigantic toad appeared out of nowhere. It looked half asleep, none other than the toad sage he hadn't seen in a long time. Where's this? Little brat, what's your name? I feel like I've seen you somewhere. With white hair, just like Jiraiya's, are you his son? Eiji flushed with embarrassment. When had he acquired such an unreliable father figure? Eiji pointed toward the faint outline of the Rain Village in the distance. Toad Sage, I need to get inside without alerting anyone. Help me think of a way. Also, where is Hanzo? I have something I want to ask him. The cold rain poured over its head, sobering it up slightly. However, it still seemed a bit dazed. It had been many years since anyone had summoned it for such trivial matters. After pondering for a moment, it took out a crystal ball. Wait a moment, let me see. This was the tool the Toad Sage used to observe the shinobi world. Not only could it track movements across the shinobi world, but finding a specific person was naturally no problem. A few minutes later. Go straight from here, then turn left, and then right. Do you see that three-way intersection? Take the middle path, and about 15 meters ahead, there is an alley. Go into the alley, and you'll find an abandoned ninja tool shop. Enter through the back door, and then... The Konoha team felt their heads about to explode. Who on earth could remember that? Thus Eiji made another request. Why not just send the three of us inside? I'm sure the Toad Sage can handle such a small task. As easy as pie. Somewhere hidden within the Rain Village. Let's go, Uchiha. What was his name again? Never mind, it's not important. The Toad Sage dissipated into smoke. Only then did Kakashi snap back to reality. As a fan of Jiraiya, he had heard some stories about Mount Myaboku from him. For instance, how formidable the Toad Sage was. There was nothing in the entire shinobi world he didn't know. Under Jiraiya's influence, Kakashi actually held a slight admiration for this Toad Sage, albeit not much. Who would have thought that today Eiji had actually summoned it, and made the thousands of years old Toad Sage act as both navigator and teleporter? He lowered his voice. Eiji, if you keep treating the Toad Sage this way, won't the toads of Mount Myaboku curse you? Eiji looked entirely unconcerned. It's fine. I don't visit often anyway. After a long time they'll forget. Even if they don't forget, they'll only blame Lord Jiraiya. The honest Tenzo quietly stepped back half a pace. In the future, when executing missions with Eiji, he must maintain a safe distance. He should speak as little as possible. Who knows when he might end up bearing an unjust blame out of nowhere. Eiji suddenly sighed and gently patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Senior, if it weren't to help you find Obito as soon as possible, I wouldn't have summoned the Toad Sage from seclusion. Hearing this, Kakashi was overwhelmed with emotion. Eiji was truly a good person. Under the impact of the name, Obito, Kakashi's IQ temporarily dropped as well. Thank you. Let's go. Eiji put on his mask. Let's find some isolated ninja and ask around. Soon 2 unfortunate Rain Ninja Patrol soldiers were targeted by them. Using the sound of the rain as cover, they efficiently dragged them deep into a dark alley nearby. Eiji drew his sword, pressing it against one ninja's throat. Answer whatever I ask. If you dare tell a single lie, I will skin you alive. Why, yes, my lord. What would you like to ask? Do you know about an organization wearing black robes embroidered with auspicious clouds? The Rain Ninja nodded cautiously. That organization is called Akatsuki. They have caused Lord Hanzo considerable trouble. Oh, Eiji asked knowingly, aren't they Hanzo's subordinates? Lord Hanzo hates them with a passion. Recently, he has been strictly ordering us to search for their members everywhere. Our squad is out looking for clues. On the other side, Tenzo used wood release to restrain the other Rain Ninja. Kakashi's interrogation also yielded almost the exact same answer. The three regrouped, and the information was consistent. The Akatsuki organization is actually in opposition to Hanzo. After discussing for a while, the three decided they still needed to find a way to extract information from Hanzo himself. Eiji volunteered. I'm good at this. I'll go. Tenzo and Kakashi remained hesitant. Neither of them had any idea what kind of person Hanzo truly was. If he were to fly into a rage and poison Eiji, that would spell disaster. Sensing their doubts, Eiji pulled several vials of reagents from his pocket and handed one to each of them. Back in the hidden sand village, Chiyo voluntarily handed over the formula for the antidote. Voluntarily handed over. Had they not known Eiji's methods, well, they might have actually believed that. More than likely he had stolen it again. Let's go. The entrance to this base was extremely well concealed. Without highly precise intelligence discovering, it would be nearly impossible. Most of the time Hanzo would be hiding here. Elite bodyguard ninjas stood guard like phantoms at every critical junction, preventing enemies from storming in for revenge. Deep within in the main chamber the light was dim. Hanzo of the Salamander, the demigod who had once made the entire shinobi world tremble, was now seated in a spacious chair. He had aged considerably, and the killing intent that once burned in his eyes was nowhere to be seen. The previous night Hanzo had a dream. He dreamt of that red-haired youth with the Rinnegan. The boy had charged at him with a roar, summoning the demonic statue of the outer path to kill him. After waking with a start, he couldn't fall back asleep. Hanzo found himself recalling the events of the past once more. Many years ago, the filthy bargain he had struck with Danzo Shimura, the leader of the root division of Konoha, became the source of his lifelong nightmare. They had launched a surprise attack on the Akatsuki, which was still led by Yahiko, and had yet to turn dark. They not only forced Yahiko to take his own life, but also crippled Nagato's legs in the explosion. Konan was caught in the blast as well. Driven by the bonds of friendship, Nagato unleashed the power of the Rinnegan, for the first time summoning the colossal demonic statue of the outer path. It nearly killed the two old men who had ambushed him. And it was precisely because of this that Hanzo lived in constant fear every single day. He dreaded that one day Nagato would track him down and use the demonic statue of the outer path to slay him. So Hanzo moved out of the Hidden Rain village and took up residence within this secret base. No one but his personal guards could enter. Only in such an environment could he feel even a semblance of safety. Outside the base, behind a ruined wall, three faces peered out. According to the plan, I'll go meet Hanzo alone. You two seniors wait here for me. Don't worry about him escaping. I've already planted numerous flying thunder god markers. Getting the two of you out will be easy. They both nodded. Be careful. Got it. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Hanzo instinctively tightened his grip on his Kusarigama. Who is it? Outside the door, Eiji, using a disguise technique, said, Lord Hanzo, I have important intelligence. Hanzo relaxed his grip on the weapon slightly. Come in. The door was pushed open and a masked ninja stepped inside. Hanzo's pupils contracted. Something was wrong. He didn't have a subordinate like this. Had the Akatsuki already found this place? Was he here to kill him to avenge his fallen comrades? Hanzo grew tense. The fact that this man had slipped in silently meant his personal guards had already been dealt with. Who are you? Eiji said softly. Lord Hanzo, have you forgotten your ally from the Hidden Leaf? Hidden Leaf? An ally? Hanzo found it strange. What friends could someone like him possibly have? Eiji let out a sigh. Lord Danzo would surely be grieved to know his former partner has forgotten him, wouldn't he? Hanzo's voice suddenly sharpened. You're Danzo's man. How could Hanzo ever forget Danzo? If anything, Hanzo believed he had been the one swindled by Danzo. Back then he had fallen for the old scoundrel's tricks. Danzo had said that the existence of the Akatsuki would threaten Lord Hanzo's rule. For the sake of a brighter future, let us eliminate them together. The Hidden Leaf Village can offer its full support, but as a price the Land of Rain must pledge allegiance to Konoha after it's done. Of course, there was one thing Danzo had gotten right. The Akatsuki had grown larger and larger, becoming the largest civilian organization in the Land of Rain. This did threaten his rule. Moreover, Hanzo didn't trust that despicable man Danzo either. The so-called Pledge of Allegiance from the Land of Rain was never brought up again. It was a mutual deception. Hanzo still firmly gripped his sharp Kusarigama. You say you're Danzo's man. Give me proof. Eiji removed his mask, revealing a disguised face. Then he showed a forged curse seal of tongue confusion on his tongue. Only then did Hanzo relax. After all, only a madman like Danzo would devise such a method of secrecy. What did Danzo send you here for? If he wants my allegiance, he should at least come in person. No, Eiji shook his head. The Akatsuki isn't just a threat to you, my lord. They are now posing a danger to the Hidden Leaf as well. We are mobilizing our elite forces to eradicate this organization. Hanzo's eyes flickered slightly. Had the Akatsuki grown strong enough to threaten the security of Konoha? Did that mean he could be killed at any moment? This old man who had lost his will to fight felt an uncontrollable panic rising within him. Eiji precisely captured the change in Hanzo's expression. He continued, in the matter of capturing Akatsuki members, we share a common goal. Lord Danzo suggests we might cooperate once more. Hanzo remained silent. He wasn't particularly keen on cooperating with that despicable old man again. But Eiji's next words changed Hanzo's mind. Lord Hanzo, how long do you wish to endure this life? Living in constant dread, jumping at shadows, not even daring to return to your own village. Hanzo set down his Kusarigama. Before his eyes, the terrifying maw of the demonic statue of the outer path and its boundless aura of death seemed to materialize once more. Tell me, how do you propose we cooperate? We need complete dossiers on all Akatsuki members. Hanzo retrieved some yellowed portraits from a cabinet. Their current leader is called Pain. No one knows what he looks like. Among the members is Sasori, a missing nin from the hidden sand. That yellow-haired Yahiko is dead. The blue-haired girl is Konan. The red-haired one is Nagato. He possesses a pair of terrifying eyes. I nearly died at his hands back then. At this point Hanzo couldn't help but complain about Danzo again. Originally I intended to recruit them into my service. If it weren't for your Lord Danzo threatening and cajoling me into ambushing them, things wouldn't have come to this. Eiji scratched his head. Hanzo truly had grown old. The demigod who once commanded respect was now just a grumbling old man. After venting his frustrations, Hanzo asked again, since we're going to suppress the Akatsuki, when will the main force of the Hidden Leaf arrive? The Akatsuki's strength is growing. A few ordinary ninjas like you can't possibly deal with them. The last time the Sand Ninjas entered the Land of Rain, not one of them made it back alive. Eiji put on a suitably surprised expression. So the Kazekage wasn't killed by you? Hanzo shook his head. It is said the leader of the Akatsuki acted personally, but still no one knows what he looks like. Eiji stroked his chin, making things up as he went. In that case, Lord Hanzo, why not lure out their leader under the guise of negotiation, and then we can all swarm in. Negotiation? He now had a psychological scar from the word negotiation. I will not take any action for you until I see with my own eyes a sufficient number of leaf ninjas, especially that old bastard Danzo himself, appear in the Land of Rain. Understood, Eiji said, pocketing the Akatsuki member portraits. Thank you, Lord Hanzo. Rest assured, better days are still ahead for you. Ing-Si swiftly returned to the temporary base, finding Kakashi pacing anxiously and Tenzu standing vigilant. He repeated the intelligence Hanzo had provided. The girl named Konan should be the one the Mizukage mentioned. But who is that orange-haired man? Yahiko fits the description, but he died long ago. It doesn't match. As the two were pondering, Ing-Si spoke again. Is it possible that Yahiko died, but was resurrected in some strange way, eh? Don't look at me like that. In the shinobi world, nothing should be surprising. Take Obito, for example. Everyone thought he was dead, but he wasn't, and he even ended up working with Orochimaru. Ing-Si cleared his throat and continued. Even if Yahiko truly died, couldn't he be resurrected? I've heard that the second Hokage, renowned for developing forbidden techniques, left behind a jutsu called Impure World Reincarnation, which can summon the dead back from the underworld. Impure World Reincarnation. Kakashi had heard a little about that forbidden technique from his father. He just hadn't expected Ing-Si to know about it too. How was he so well informed about the second Hokage? It couldn't be that he was a diehard fan. Ing-Si, you yourself said it was a forbidden technique. Does Orochimaru care about that? Has he ever done anything that didn't violate Konoha's rules? That makes sense. Thus the black cloud of forbidden technique abuse once again fell precisely on the unsuspecting Orochimaru thousands of miles away. They reached a preliminary consensus. The orange-haired man was either Yahiko or the deceased Yahiko. Mission progress updated. Confirmed the mysterious organization as the Akatsuki. Investigate key members list. Investigating the identity of the orange-haired man in progress. Investigating the identity of the blue-haired woman complete. Partial mission reward settlement intelligence. Master Tobirama-sama's intelligence analysis ability has been improved. This was nice. Don't give me this again next time. I hope you'll give me a Mangekyō. Ing-Si, there's no information about Obito here. Hanzo didn't mention Obito's name. Maybe he joined the Akatsuki as a trainee and hasn't been officially inducted. Kakashi was deeply frustrated. The trail had gone cold again. Obito, where are you? After sorting through the Akatsuki members' information, the Konoha team began investigating their base location. But days passed, and they didn't even catch a glimpse of the Akatsuki. It was as if they already knew someone was investigating them and had gone into hiding. Fortunately, one evening, while the Konoha team was having dinner, they overheard a young woman at a neighboring table mention a trivial matter. She was a technical worker who worked night shifts. She often entertained wealthy aristocrats. Yesterday, a drunken noble let slip the name of the Akatsuki. It seemed the Akatsuki was short on money. A blue-haired girl had taken a 10 million ryo deal to kill his enemy. Now he could finally sleep well at night. This immediately piqued their interest. It seemed like a good plan. Use this noble as a stepping stone to contact Konan again. Pretend to commission a high-difficulty mission. When she appears to make contact, capture her in one fell swoop. Then, using the means of the umbu, pry open her mouth to obtain information about Obito and the orange-haired man. But there was still a problem. They had to find a way to locate that noble. Obviously, this matter required the help of the technical worker. The three exchanged glances. Another question: who would go? I'm a minor. Tenzu-senpai, you go. Tenzu looked embarrassed. I'm not good at handling these situations. Both pairs of eyes turned to Kakashi. Kakashi was taken aback. Me? That's right. You often read Jiraiya-sama's little novels, so you're definitely more experienced than us. I agree with Ing-Si. All right. That evening, Kakashi went to a street, found a door with a small red light, and slowly entered. However, nothing unmentionable happened. He used his Sharingan to control her. Calmly, he inquired about the noble's identity and his usual visiting hours. When that drunken noble stepped into the pleasure district again, he was greeted by a pair of cold Sharingan eyes. Under Genjutsu control, the noble, like a puppet on strings, followed Kakashi's instructions and sent a new commission to the Akatsuki. Several days later, in the dead of night, the meeting point was changed to an abandoned courtyard on the edge of town. Suddenly, sheets of origami flew in from the sky, converging into a blue-haired girl. As the Akatsuki's liaison, Konan understood the principle that the customer is God. So whenever possible, she handled matters personally. A different meeting point. How cautious you are. Konan slowly approached the gate, seeing through the dim yellow light the blurry figure sitting at the table. Who do you want me to kill this time? One of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. Who? Konan's brow furrowed slightly. She didn't want to hear that name. Don't you know that Jiraiya is a formidable opponent? It'll cost extra. Konan hesitated. From the Akatsuki's perspective, if Pain personally acted, killing a Sannin should be no problem. And they could make a lot of money. But from her personal perspective, Jiraiya was the teacher who had given warmth and strength to the 3 orphans in the Cold Rain village. She couldn't bring herself to do it, so she decided to go back and discuss it with Pain. This mission is too difficult. I need to consult with the leader. In that moment of distraction, who's there? Wooden vines rose from the ground, forming a wooden cage that trapped Konan. Tenzu was somewhat smug. Konan of the Akatsuki, capture successful. Well done, Tenzu. He had always been told his wood style was vastly inferior to the first Hokage's. But he had caught Konan. If the first Hokage had acted, he would have just crushed her to death. How would they have gotten intelligence? So this time he had won. The next moment, Tenzu's eyes widened. Konan turned into a flurry of paper scraps, easily slipping through the gaps in the wooden vines, and swiftly reassembled into human form a short distance away. Tenzu Konan hovered in the air, looking down at the 2 strangers. She immediately realized it was a trap. Hanzo's methods were getting more sophisticated, actually managing to find their clients who contacted them through a single line. Just then the door was pushed open from inside. A white-haired man emerged. Senior Sister Konan, so you're alive after all. A flicker of surprise crossed Konan's eyes. She suddenly remembered that a long time ago Zetsu had shared some intelligence. Jiraiya had taken on a new student. Of course, after a few days of teaching, he had gone off wandering the world again. Senior Sister Konan, Teacher Jiraiya said you all died long ago. Why did you join such a dangerous organization? And Senior Brother Nagato. Did you like Obito fall under Orochimaru's influence and become his tools for murder? Konan didn't speak. She felt no attachment to this junior brother she had never met who had killed an Akatsuki member. As for the idea that they, like Obito, had become Orochimaru's tools, it was utterly preposterous. This junior brother didn't seem very bright. Tenzu recovered from the shock and launched another attack. His arm transformed into thick wooden branches, whistling as they coiled toward Konan in the air. Konan's body silently disintegrated again into a cloud of paper scraps. They drifted lightly in all directions, skillfully evading all the attacks. Finally, she merged completely into the night and vanished. Ingsi narrowed his eyes. She is indeed Konan. Jiraiya-sama once showed me a photo of them as children. That despicable Orochimaru. He even corrupted the students of a close friend. He is utterly unforgivable. Kakashi and Tenzu stepped forward. This operation failed. It will be hard to find them again. On the contrary, Ingsi closed his eyes, sensing the chakra around him. Auxiliary ninjutsu chakra sensing. I've already located the Akatsuki's base. Konan's white wings sliced through the dim moonlight as she descended silently at the entrance of the Akatsuki's hidden and sinister base. That troublesome Uchiha brat had left her uneasy. If they could track down that nobleman, who's to say they couldn't find the base's location? And with Pain still away, the base's defenses were vulnerable. She wound through twisting corridors and opened a concealed door. At the center of the secret chamber sat a red-haired ninja, gaunt and haggard, as if drained by some sordid indulgence. What's wrong, Konan? You seem tense. Jiraiya-sensei's new student found this place. Pain hasn't returned yet. I'm moving you to safety. Nagato nodded slowly. His existence, too, was a secret that must not be exposed. If that brat uncovered even a hint of it, the consequences would be dire. Very well. Konan steadied herself and sought out Sasori. Sasori intercepted the leaf brats. It was time to put the one absorbed in his latest art to work. Having acquired a new puppet, Sasori had grown considerably arrogant. No matter how troublesome that kid Eiji was, could he possibly stand against the combined might of 2 Kazakages? A low, raspy voice echoed from the depths of the corridor. Leave it to me. Both parties moved swiftly. Konan's silhouette vanished into the shadows, leading to the emergency escape route. Eiji's path was blocked by Sasori. Leaf brats, I didn't expect you to find this place. This is... The Leaf team recognized the black cloak of the Akatsuki and immediately identified its wearer. The rogue ninja from Sunagakure, Sasori of the Red Sand. Sasori sneered at the 3 ninjas before him. He had always savored collecting the bodies of powerful shinobi and fashioning them into puppets. Uchiha Eiji was a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. He coveted that body. As for Hatake Kakashi, he was the son of the White Fang. His father had slain his own parents, so killing the son in retribution seemed only fitting. As for that Tenzo, merely an afterthought. Suffice to say, with his new puppet Sasori had grown overconfident. With an abrupt clatter of mechanisms, the grotesque visage of Hiriko split open into a massive maw. Poisoned Sunban shot forth with a shrill whistle, blanketing the three-leaf ninjas in a deadly storm. Eiji clapped his hands together. A towering wall of water surged up from the ground, standing before them like a barrier of size. Countless Sunban struck the water wall, merely stirring faint ripples before losing all momentum, clattering harmlessly to the ground. A brat who needs no hand seals. Interesting. Sasori's astonishment grew as he saw the figure raise his palm. Within that palm, a chakra-infused water sphere, spinning and compressing at terrifying speed, materialized in an instant. The moment it left his hand, it tore through the air. Boom. A deafening roar echoed through the confined corridor. The iron-hard head of the Hiriko puppet was pierced clean through by the tiny sphere without resistance. The devastating energy erupted within its core, blasting the meticulously crafted puppet into a hail of scattered fragments. Is it over? From Kakashi's perspective, Sasori had been killed in a single strike. Wait a moment. That jutsu bore a striking resemblance to the sensei's Rasengan. Except it had incorporated water release elements. That Eiji fellow never ceased to surprise him. A grating, teeth-chilling screech arose from the shattered remnants of the puppet. Hiriko was not Sasori's true body, merely the puppet he used to conceal his form. Forced out of hiding, Sasori's real self emerged from the wreckage. A red-haired figure stared in disbelief at the one who had so effortlessly flushed him out. He had crafted Hiriko specifically to address the puppet master's inherent vulnerability in close combat. Its defenses were top tier. Yet who could have imagined Eiji would shatter it so easily? What an interesting brat. Very well then. Allow me to show you what true art really is. Sasori produced 2 scrolls and slowly unfurled them. As the smoke cleared, 2 human puppets stood revealed. One was the third Kazekage, famed as the strongest Kazekage of all. Sasori had once been his bodyguard, and many believed he had fled the village out of guilt for failing to protect him. None ever suspected he was the true murderer. The other was the gold dust miner, the 4th Kazekage Raza. This one, well, he had simply walked straight into his own demise. Iron sand, great dense spears. Sasori manipulated the 3rd Kazekage, unleashing countless spear-like projectiles forged from black iron sand. With a howl that tore through everything, they converged upon Eiji in a dense barrage. Another indestructible wall of water rose up like a bulwark of the deep. The heavy iron sand spears crashed against it, producing only larger splashes and spray, unable to dent it in the slightest. Still water release. Sasori sensed something amiss. The defensive power and resilience of this water far exceeded his understanding. In that moment of hesitation, the seemingly defensive water wall dissolved without warning. A colossal surge of water, like an awakened leviathan of the deep, burst forth and swallowed the 3rd Kazekage puppet whole. Powerful vortexes spun within the water, generating countless razor-sharp blades invisible to the naked eye. The 3rd Kazekage's sturdy frame, reinforced with magnet-release chakra, was savagely ground into countless broken pieces. The remnants clattered to the ground. You damned brat. You've destroyed my most precious work of art. Sasori manipulated chakra threads, frantically gathering the treasured fragments. He would find a way to repair it after killing this white-haired pest. But he utterly failed to notice the flying thunder god mark concealed among the debris. The next instant, Uchiha Eiji's form materialized like a phantom behind Sasori's true body. Golden eye shadow reappeared on his face as a massive surge of chakra erupted from him. You, Sage Art hard vortex water spear. His right hand fingers pressed together formed a razor-sharp water javelin from hypercompressed sage chakra. Before Sasori could react or defend, the water javelin pierced through his heart with devastating precision. Thud. Sasori's body convulsed violently, all motion freezing instantly. Sasori was dead. Eiji let out a long, slow breath, retracting his hand and dispelling the sage chakra. Let's go. Just as they prepared to depart, a piercing cry slashed through the base's deathly silence. From above, a jet-black ninja hawked dove like a dark bolt of lightning, landing steadily on Eiji's outstretched arm. It fluttered its wings twice, somewhat urgently, carrying a small scroll in its beak, stamped with the unique crest of the Uchiha clan. It bore a letter from Fugaku. Urgent matters require your counsel. Return at once. It had been so long since Fuyue had contacted him. Ingsi could roughly guess what it was about. 10 to 1, it was that inherently evil Danzo stirring up more trouble behind the scenes. He had pushed the already strained Uchiha clan to the brink of eruption. Yet Fuyue always hesitated, torn between suppressing the clan's increasingly radical voices and resisting the relentless pressure from the higher-ups. That was why he wanted to call Eiji back. Though only 12 years old, his strength had long surpassed most of the clan's ninja. Perhaps all of them. Kakashi keenly sensed the change in Eiji. What's wrong, Eiji? Eiji remained impassive and spoke without hesitation. The village seems to be under attack by unknown intruders. The situation is critical and I must return immediately. He swiftly pulled a detailed map from his chest and pressed it into Kakashi's hands. We've marked all the places we've searched. Senior Kakashi, I'll leave the mission to find Obito to you and Senior Tianzong. The moment he finished speaking, Eiji vanished in an instant. Homeward bound, Eiji activate. Eiji was right. The tension between the Uchiha and the village had not eased. Instead, it had grown even more strained due to the masked man's identity being exposed. At a recent high-level meeting in the village, Danzo had once again put forward his views. Uchiha Obito. Danzo slammed the table hard. A dead last nobody everyone looked down on. It was he who successfully controlled the Nine Tails and nearly destroyed the village's foundation. Danzo's face was grim and ugly. Controlling the Nine Tails doesn't require the world-shattering power of the legendary shinobi of the Six Paths, Madara Uchiha. A resentful Uchiha failure is more than enough. He swept his gaze over the solemn faces of Koharu and Hamura, finally settling on the smoking Hiruzen. Think about it. What if another dropout like Obito appears in the Uchiha clan? What if that dropout is a fanatical admirer of Madara obsessed with overthrowing the village? If the Nine Tails rampages through the village again, can Konoha survive? The two advisors exchanged glances. Koharu coughed lightly. Hiruzen, Danzo does have a point. Hamura added, there are still voices of rebellion within the Uchiha clan growing louder, and Itachi's intelligence has confirmed this. We can no longer afford to hold on to wishful thinking. Hiruzen took a deep drag of his pipe, smoke curling around his deeply furrowed brow. He had harbored a faint hope that Fuyue could control the situation. Yet, as the three of them continued to speak, Hiruzen's thoughts began to shift. Allowing the Uchiha to grow too powerful would be detrimental to governance. A little punishment might not be out of order. Very well, proceed as you see fit. But be cautious. Thus the root organization, dormant for a time, was mobilized again. They coordinated with the Umbu, keeping a tight watch on every Uchiha member. Even Sasuke, coming back from school, was monitored to see where he went. Danzo went even further, interrogating Uchiha clansmen. He insinuated that Obito had infiltrated the village so smoothly because there was a mole within the Uchiha clan. This move directly infuriated the Uchiha. They felt Danzo was just looking for trouble. Not long ago they had praised Eiji as the hero who repelled the invaders, and the police force had done well in that incident. How long had it been? Now the Uchiha were traitors again. What bullshit. Clan leader Fuyue naturally hoped they would stay calm and endure. He would go see the Hokage and ask for justice. Unfortunately, they didn't see it that way. Every time Fuyue said the same thing. And what was the result? The Uchiha's situation only worsened. The benefits the clan leader brought them were even less than what Eiji had achieved. Eishi's growing power filled the Uchiha with confidence. If they couldn't awaken the legendary power, the ultimate strength of the Uchiha, Susanoo, then they would pave a path with their own blood, letting Eiji climb over their corpses. Even death was preferable to suffering such humiliation. Shisui, who advocated peace, stepped forward at the meeting, but was brutally scolded by the clansmen. Get out of the way. Don't block our fight for the Uchiha's dignity. Eiji will surely stand with us. Shisui the teleporter. He's just a lackey of Konoha. Both of you are geniuses, but Eiji has won us so many benefits while all you do is tell us to endure. They firmly believed that if they rebelled, Eiji would be on their side. However, Fuyue felt that Eiji seemed to have no desire for rebellion. At previous gatherings, the radical clansmen would shout themselves hoarse, while Eiji acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. No one knew what he was pondering. According to Shisui, Eiji had even expressed a blazing will of fire. If that were true, then Eiji, like Shisui, was a pacifist, making it even less likely he would support them. What Fuyue didn't know was that everything Eiji did was for Itachi's benefit. The dutiful son Itachi had been brainwashed by the Hokage, becoming a full-fledged double agent. Hiruzen knew exactly who in the clan advocated rebellion and who urged restraint. Nevertheless, Fuyue still wanted Eiji to return. He now held great prestige in the clan. If he could persuade the clansmen to endure for a while, maybe they would listen. So after the meeting, Fuyue wrote a secret letter to Eiji. At the same time, Itachi and Shisui, the two talents, met. Itachi frowned deeply, hoping his close friend and mentor could offer a solution. Shisui, is there no way out? Or perhaps we can stall for time and work together to slowly change the clan's views. Shisui gazed at the sky, his face etched with profound pain and helplessness. Right now the clansmen believe Eiji can lead a coup. Since he hasn't returned, yet they haven't taken action. But what if he does come back and is blinded by a moment of rage, forgetting the will of fire that guides him? Shisui did not finish. Itachi suddenly understood. He looked up sharply. Shursui, you mean we have to resolve this before Ingsi returns? Itachi had only one thought: find a way to break the deadlock before Ingsi came back, and the situation spiraled completely out of control. Otherwise things could get even worse. Clearly reality always proves crueler than the worst expectations. That evening a fuse was lit. Several root members bearing Danzo's writ arrived. Claiming to have received top-secret intelligence that a hostile spy might be hiding in the police force prison, they demanded a thorough search of the core Uchiha detention facility. This was tantamount to pointing a finger at the Uchiha and calling them a bunch of ingrates. Root's arrogance and this baseless accusation were like oil poured onto a blazing fire. Instantly, it ignited the towering fury of the radical faction led by Daohua and Tiehua. If they had wanted to leave, they would have done so long ago instead of enduring years of humiliation. Did they even know how many other villages begged the Uchiha to join them, yet they stayed? A fierce clash erupted. Roars, the clang of metal, and the explosion of jutsu echoed through the police force building. The news spread rapidly through the entire Uchiha district. When Fuyue arrived at the scene, he saw chaos and the uncontrollable murderous glare in his clansmen's eyes. He knew that this time he could no longer hold them back. That very night, the Uchiha clan made their final decision. Tomorrow, under the pretext of paying respects to their ancestors, the entire clan would secretly gather at the Naka shrine. They would no longer wait for Ingsi. A military coup could not be delayed. Even without Ingsi, the clan still had the genius Itachi. They believed that with Itachi's strength and their inside cooperation, the scales of victory would still tip in the Uchiha's favor. Late at night, Shursui and Itachi met again at the cliff, the atmosphere heavier than before. In the end, we couldn't change the clan's minds. Shursui gazed at the flowing river and whispered, "Actually, I've thought of a way." Itachi looked up at him. A faint glimmer of hope flickered in his dim eyes. "Really? Tell me what you're going to do, and I can help you." Shursui slowly turned around. He reached out and gently tapped Itachi's forehead as he used to when they were children. "Forgive me, Itachi, not this time." With that, he patted Itachi's shoulder firmly, then turned and walked away, his figure melting into the deep night. Watching Shursui's back, Itachi felt a sense of foreboding. In the early morning, Shursui entered the Hokage's office alone. Facing the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, he reported without reservation the top-secret intelligence that the Uchiha clan was about to launch a coup that day. He hoped the village would change its policy toward the Uchiha. If a coup actually occurred, he would use his ocular jutsu to alter Fuyue's will, making him absolutely loyal to Konoha. Hiruzen puffed his pipe silent for a long moment before speaking slowly. "If you can truly do that, we will certainly change our policy toward the Uchiha. After all, no one wants war." Shursui murmured, "I understand, Hokage-sama." After Shursui left, Danzo approached Hiruzen. He noticed something unusual about the Uchiha recently and demanded that Hiruzen order the full force of the village to eliminate the evil Uchiha clan. Unexpectedly, Hiruzen said, "No need, I already have a solution." He then laid out Shursui's plan, including the Kodoamatsukami ocular jutsu. After hearing this, Danzo was utterly dumbfounded. In such a critical moment of life and death, an Uchiha genius ninja had voluntarily exposed his ultimate trump card, a battlefield-changing ocular jutsu, without any reservation. He didn't even bother to hide the smirk at the corner of his mouth. This kind of intelligence. Forget it, he wasn't even worthy of being mocked. If Hiruzen hadn't been absolutely certain, he might have thought it was a trap set by Shursui. After a brief sense of absurdity, Danzo's heart, twisted by power and ambition, was instantly ignited by the flames of greed. The Mangekyō that could boost his strength, and the Kodoamatsukami that could alter others' wills. The value of these eyes was simply incalculable. This ocular jutsu could be used on Uchiha Ingsi, then have him control the Nine Tails, or even directly force Hiruzen to pass the title of Hokage to him. In short, these eyes held an immense attraction for him. Hiruzen was still explaining his plan. Things like, if Fuyue stabilized the Uchiha, they could also make concessions. A real war would benefit no one, and so on. But Danzo didn't hear a word. He had already formulated 9 plans to seize Shursui's eyes. Deep in the dense forest, Danzo and Shursui were talking. A group of elite root operatives were hidden nearby. This was an operation no one knew about except Danzo's men. Even if you use Kodoamatsukami to change Fuyue's will, the rest of the village won't stop suspecting you. Perhaps your clansmen would even depose him as leader. At that point, wouldn't you use Kodoamatsukami on us and directly seize the position of Hokage? Faced with Danzo's relentless pressure, Shursui didn't know how to answer. In theory, once the Kodoamatsukami's cooldown period passed, it could be used again. But he had no intention of using this jutsu to steal the Hokage's seat. If he wanted to, he could have just controlled the Hokage directly. While Shursui was thinking, Danzo suddenly twisted his face into a vicious expression and reached for Shursui's eye. Shursui's Sharingan spun rapidly, gleaming with a crimson light. In an instant, he cast a Jinjutsu on Danzo, freezing him in place. "Danzo-sama, please calm down." The next moment, a sudden change occurred. As Shursui turned to leave, Danzo's figure appeared before him again. A sharp kunai pierced his lower abdomen, and the other hand tore out his eye. Shursui stared at Danzo in disbelief. Danzo unwrapped the bandage that had always covered his face. It was a Sharingan now turned white. This was the Uchiha forbidden technique Izanagi. After using it, one could reverse unfavorable circumstances for a certain period at the cost of losing one Sharingan. Shursui never dreamed that Danzo possessed a Sharingan. Hand over your other eye as well. As he spoke, a group of root ninja rushed out. Shursui tried to form hand seals, but suddenly felt dizzy. The kunai was coated with poison. You're as good as dead. Shursui, enduring the pain, vanished in an instant. Danzo waved his hand, signaling the ninja to follow. He himself simply looked at the Sharingan in his hand, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Finally, at that same moment, a sharp water spear pierced through his chest. Old man, you should have died long ago. Danzo stared at Eiji in disbelief. How had he returned in such a short time? His subordinates had said he was still in the land of rain. Inherently evil Uchiha brat. If Lord Tobirama had chosen me back then, I would have killed you all long ago. Eiji sneered. If you had stepped forward, Lord Tobirama would only have told you to stay behind as a rearguard. But even so, at least you would have been the village's war hero. With that, Eiji withdrew the spike. Danzo slumped to the ground powerless. Eiji sealed his body into a scroll, then turned and left. On the edge of the cliff, Shursui eliminated the last of the root ninja. His vision was growing increasingly blurred. With the last of his chakra, he sent a covert signal to the coordinate he trusted most, urging him to meet as soon as possible. When Itachi arrived at the appointed place, the sight before him struck him like a thunderbolt. He saw not the spirited friend he knew, but a blood-soaked frail figure with nothing but a hollow socket where his right eye should have been. Didn't Shursui find a solution? How did it come to this? Shursui, what happened to you? Shursui raised his hand with difficulty, pressing it firmly against the agonizing empty socket. His voice was hoarse, yet carried a strange calm. I had intended to use Kodo Amatsukami to change the coup. Danzo didn't trust me, he took my right eye. He wants to solve things his own way. I'm afraid he won't spare my other eye either. Rather than let him defile this power. Shursui's left hand shot up, fingers hooked like claws, and without hesitation, he plunged them toward his remaining left eye. I entrust this eye to you. I also entrust to you the heavy responsibility of protecting the leaf and protecting the Uchiha. Trembling, he extended the eyeball toward Itachi. Blood from his fingertips trickled down his arm, dripping onto the cold rock. Itachi was almost on the verge of tears. A jet-black crow descended from the sky and landed on Shursui's hand. In the instant it grasped the eye, it dissolved into a cascade of feathers. Shursui, you're giving me the eye. What will you do? Shursui slowly backed toward the cliff's edge. Perhaps my death can change some things. He continued retreating, and with one step into empty air he fell. Itachi, I leave it to you. The calm voice still echoed on the cliff top, but his figure was like a broken kite plunging straight into the roaring black river below, instantly swallowed by the rapids. Shursui, the death of his closest friend nearly shattered Itachi. An unprecedented wave of grief crashed through every shred of his sanity. A violent chakra born from the depths of his bloodline raged like a bursting dam within his body. Itachi clutched his eyes in agony and fell to his knees. Under the stimulation of that raging power, the three tomo in his Sharingan spun at an unprecedented speed. When Itachi raised his head again, his opened eyes no longer held tomo. Instead, an unfamiliar pinwheel pattern appeared, Itachi's Mangekyō Sharingan. He rushed to the cliff's edge. The Mangekyō's vision pierced the night, frantically scanning the raging river. But he could no longer catch even a trace of familiar presence. Shursui, along with his serene smile, had vanished completely. The turbulent river carried Shursui's lifeless body, drifting for an unknown time, until a current pushed it onto a bank somewhere. A figure appeared silently. He crouched down to examine. Shursui had long since lost all signs of life. That inherently evil Shimura Danzo dared to kill my clansman. Shinlon, allocate points. Ninja Scientist activated meets conditions for intense emotional fluctuation. Lord Tobirama's 3-tomo Sharingan upgraded to Mangekyō Sharingan. Eiji felt a tearing pain in his eyes far beyond any previous boost in dojutsu power. The 3-tomo in his eyes blurred instantly, then seemed to be crushed by an invisible force outlining a new pattern. Several sharp black diamonds surrounding a deep core. Left eye, Kumano no Kami. Based on all currently acquired information, it performs massive probability calculations in an extremely short time, deriving the optimal solution to the target's next move. Combined with Ninja Scientist, it can quickly deduce subsequent changes or possible improvements to a technique. Right eye, Takamikazuchi no Makoto. Once the gaze locks onto a target, it instantly anchors their spatial coordinates, preventing them from moving or changing form. Intensity related to dojutsu power and target strength. Feeling the surging dojutsu, Eiji let out a wild laugh. Ha ha ha. At Nanga Shrine. Due to the death of the clan's prodigy ninja, Shursui, the Uchiha clan found themselves in an extremely awkward situation. Having lost this key combat strength and spiritual pillar, the radicals' fervor seemed somewhat dampened. Some clan members even felt a flicker of faint hope. Perhaps this coup destined to be soaked in blood could be postponed or even cancelled. However, things were far from that simple. The conflict between the Leaf and the Uchiha grew increasingly fierce. The Uchiha clan lost an outstanding ninja, Uchiha Shisui. The Leaf lost Shimura Danzo, who had just been reinstated only to receive a coffin. Both sides blamed each other for the death or disappearance of their comrades. The Uchiha's fury burned even higher. They throw every shit pot at us. If we Uchiha wanted to kill Danzo, that bastard would have had grass 2 meters tall on his grave by now. The Leaf side also refused to admit that Danzo killed Shisui. Shisui was on the village's side. Why would they eliminate their own strength? The two sides went back and forth, neither giving an inch. Faced with the raging party's clan leader, Fugaku completely gave up, hoping only for a miracle to save the Uchiha from the fire. Just then a familiar voice came from behind Fugaku. "Clan leader, good evening. Have you eaten?" Fugaku shuddered, saw Eiji, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, and his excitement was beyond words. "Eiji, now only you can stop the clan's coup. They trust you far more than me. The inherently evil Uchiha clan really intends to start a coup. New mission: resolve this incident with minimal cost. Stop the clan." Eiji glanced at Fugaku. "You still think about that at this point?" Fugaku nodded as if it were natural. "War will kill many people." Eiji merely shook his head gently. "Clan leader, wake up." Fugaku's face turned deathly pale. He sat back in his chair, head bowed in silence. Eiji had already left his home. The sound of sharpening blades came faintly from some corner of the clan compound. Eiji's words clearly reached the ears of Itachi, who had just returned. In his ears still echoed Danzo's final ultimatum: "Itachi, choose. Will you stand with the doomed Uchiha, go to hell with them, and watch Sasuke turn to ashes? Or stand with the Leaf and with your own hands by a path of survival for your beloved little brother? If you don't do this, I guarantee not a single Uchiha will be left alive." Itachi's frantic footsteps startled the dazed Fugaku. The father and son locked eyes. They said nothing, yet everything was said. "Father, where is Sasuke? He went to sleep long ago. He seems to be under a lot of pressure lately." Fugaku glanced at Itachi. "Just like you." Itachi's forehead broke out in cold sweat. "Father, is there really no room for compromise between the clan and the Leaf?" "None. Perhaps Shisui's death drove Eiji mad, and he stands against the Leaf. He can't solve this situation anymore." Hearing this, the last hope in Itachi's heart died. "Eiji, he couldn't handle that guy. Only if that person came, there might still be a small chance. I'm going to sleep." Fugaku watched Itachi's departing back silent for a long time. The next day in the forest, Master Tobito and Itachi met again. "I want to ask you for a favor. What have you finally decided to join my organization?" Itachi clenched his fist and forced out the words, "Help me wipe out the Uchiha clan." Obito sneered. "You're close to the Leaf's higher-ups and are also rejected by the Uchiha. Now you've finally decided to kill them all." Itachi lowered his head, trying to sound righteous. "They're going to start a coup. Many people will die. Perhaps all the Uchiha must die." Obito looked at the younger ninja. "Fine. But what about that white-haired kid? How will you deal with him?" This time Itachi did not mention Kotoame Tsukumi. "I have a way." A cold smile curled beneath Obito's mask. He didn't press further. The struggle between pawns, no matter who wins, ultimately benefits only the puppeteer behind the scenes. "Excellent." With that, Obito's figure twisted and vanished into the air. After the conversation, Itachi found Eiji fishing by the river. "Eiji, it's not too late to turn back now." Eiji didn't even look back. The clan never had a chance to turn back. Itachi sighed. Things had indeed come to this. "I understand." At the same time, his hand hidden in his sleeve performed a very subtle hand sign. A jet-black crow silently emerged from the shadows of the trees on the opposite bank. In that instant, a complex, eerie pattern flared in the crow's scarlet eyes. Eiji's body stiffened suddenly, and his fishing rod fell into the water. Then his entire body slumped backward, thudding onto the grass by the riverbank, motionless. Itachi stood there expressionless, watching Eiji. A few minutes later, he disappeared into the shadows. That night, the bright moon hung high. Fugaku and Mikoto knelt in the living room, their faces full of pain. "Fugaku, has it really come to this? Sasuke, he won't get hurt, will he?" "Don't worry. Even if everyone else is hurt, he won't be." Fugaku closed his eyes, tightly gripping his wife's hand. It was cold and stiff. "I'm sorry, Mikoto." Mikoto said nothing, only clutched her husband's cold hand in return. She slowly closed her eyes, 2 streaks of clear tears silently falling. Itachi crouched atop a power pole, his eyes a bloody scarlet. The next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. This Uchiha prodigy finally turned his ninja blade against his own clan. The owner of the pancake shop, Uncle Shoshao, was busy late into the night when he suddenly heard wailing outside. Shoshao gasped. Who would dare to kill on the police force's turf? Had they lost their minds? He was about to get up and shut the door when he was kicked inside. "Damn it, who's there?" Shou cursed and looked up. To his horror, the intruder was the young clan leader Itachi, holding a blood-stained ninja blade. His mind went blank. Shou collapsed to the floor, unable to believe that the future clan leader would harm his own people. He was a regular customer who bought his pancakes. Don't move. My blade is fast. Itachi slashed down fiercely. But instead of the expected scream, there was only the harsh clash of metal. Itachi couldn't believe his eyes. I already used Kodo Amatsukami to alter your will. Eiji punched Itachi square in the face. What gave you the illusion that I was under a Jinjutsu? Passive activated when confronting an Uchiha, all of your abilities are enhanced. Fists wreathed in chakra slammed into Uchiha Itachi's body one after another, each impact sending dull bone-grinding thuds through the air. The blows staggered his frail frame, and the stone slabs beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. Why didn't Kodo Amatsukami control you? Before my blazing will of fire, no Jinjutsu can ever take effect. Bang! Another heavy punch carrying the force of wind and thunder struck precisely into Itachi's abdomen. The immense power hurled him violently against the crumbling wall behind him. With a deafening roar, the solid stone wall instantly became riddled with web-like cracks. Itachi's body was deeply embedded in the indentation, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth and dripping down his chin. Before he could be shocked by Eiji's sarcastic remark, he discovered something even more unbelievable. He had clearly seen the trajectory of Eiji's fist condensed with terrifying chakra. Yet at the critical moment his body seemed bound by invisible chains. Eiji's figure slowly emerged from the swirling dust. Itachi raised his head with difficulty, his pupils suddenly contracting. In Eiji's crimson eyes, the familiar three tomo had vanished. In their place was a pattern he had never seen before. Mangekyō Sharingan. Mangekyō. You also. A chilling cold surged through his entire body. He instantly understood. Just like himself, a tremendous shock had elevated Eiji to unprecedented heights. Regardless of the cause, the appearance of these eyes meant only one outcome: a fight to the death. Facing this rival who had once defeated him in the Chunin exams, and now awakened the Mangekyō, as well, the complex emotions surging in Itachi's chest erupted into a nearly manic laugh. Ha ha ha! Uchiha Eiji, come, let me see what kind of capacity these newborn eyes of yours truly hold. Eiji was stunned. What on earth was this bastard talking about? A fool like this dares to speak of capacity. Indeed, all who awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan are madmen. But he was not. He was the guardian of Konoha, inheriting the will of the Second Hokage Tobirama Senju. No more words were needed. After a fateful exchange of gazes, the two figures shot toward each other like arrows from a bow. Clang, clang, clang. The silent Uchiha street was instantly filled with piercing metallic clashes. Uchiha Eiji, this time I absolutely will not lose. Itachi roared, his Mangekyō spinning wildly as he tried to catch Eiji's opening. In response, Eiji's attacks grew even more ferocious. The blade precisely shattered the kunai Itachi used to block, recreating the decisive moment from the Chunin exams. A powerful side kick slammed hard into Itachi's chest. Itachi's figure flew backward like a broken kite, crashing through another wall amid flying debris. Water release, water dragon bite explosion. Vast water-natured chakra instantly coalesced, and a colossal water dragon materialized out of thin air. With a crushing momentum, it lunged toward Itachi amid the rubble. At that moment, the pinwheel-shaped pattern in Itachi's eyes accelerated its spin. Pitch-black flames ignited out of nowhere, instantly engulfing Eiji's form. Amaterasu. The inextinguishable black flames licked the air with destructive heat. Itachi panted, staring intently at the churning black fire, awaiting the outcome of Eiji reduced to ash. Splash. The harsh sound of rushing water tore through the silence. At the center of the blazing black flames, a high-speed, rotating water vortex materialized. The violent current securely wrapped around Eiji. The so-called all-consuming Amaterasu flames clung uselessly to the outer barrier of water, unable to penetrate even a fraction. What? Itachi's shock was beyond measure. He knew all too well the horror of Amaterasu. Just how many trump cards did this man Eiji have? Surrounded by the water vortex, Eiji stepped out of the black flames and scathed his cold Mangekyō Sharingan, locking onto Itachi. Inextinguishable black flames. Against his cheat, they were nothing but trash. If that's the case, then what? The ultimate shock instantly transformed into even more complete madness. The chakra within Itachi erupted without restraint, like a volcanic explosion. The ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. Susanoo. A crimson light shot into the sky. Enormous skeletal ribs rose from the ground, quickly covered with muscle fibers and tendons as a cloak of chakra swiftly formed. A half-body crimson giant stood atop the ruins. Eiji slightly raised his head, his hands slowly coming together. In an instant, the natural energy of heaven and earth surged madly into his body. Beneath his eyelids, two golden eyeshadow patterns quietly emerged. A colossal power rippled around him. Sage chakra condensed and compressed crazily in his palm, emitting a dazzling azure glow. Sage Art Rasengan. Itachi was already completely mad. Ha ha ha. Any attack is futile against the absolute defense of Susanoo. Itachi was now wholly consumed by the frenzy of power and obsession with his rival. It's useless. Struggle. Then turned to dust in despair. Before the words faded, Eiji's figure moved. With speed at its peak under Sage mode, he left behind an afterimage. His true body appeared like a phantom in front of Susanoo's massive head. He raised the Rasengan brimming with destructive Sage chakra, and with overwhelming force slammed it against Susanoo's seemingly impenetrable chakra armor. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Crack. In the instant, even Itachi's Sharingan couldn't track where the Rasengan touched the chakra cloak of Susanoo, claimed to be absolute defense, immediately spread with cracks. Boom. Then the entire half-body giant shattered from the head downward. Crimson chakra fragments scattered like a collapsing mountain. Itachi was struck as if by a heavy hammer, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body fell helplessly from the crumbling giant's remains, crashing heavily into the rubble. Why? Itachi let out a hysterical roar. The ultimate power of the Uchiha clan had been utterly crushed once again by this youth, in such a brutal manner. Itachi struggled to his feet. He refused to give up. He still had Sasuke. With the last of his strength, he shouted, "Fire release Great Fire Dragon Technique. Water release Water Dragon Bullet Technique." A snarling fire dragon and a roaring water dragon collided violently. Boom. In the deafening explosion, water and fire clashed, instantly generating a blinding sky-covering white steam mist that shrouded the core of the battlefield, cutting off all sight from within and without. Clutching the fatal wound on his chest, Itachi breathed rapidly. He stared at the edge of the mist, waiting for the figure with the swirling orange mask to appear, his final trump card. But the expected spatial vortex did not appear. Eiji's right hand slowly reached behind his waist. A crisp blade song rang out as Shao air was drawn. On the edge of the blade, faint water-like chakra flowed. All he received was a figure that tore through the mist, moving faster than the eye could follow. Flying Thunder God Slash. Itachi's eyes reflected the cold blade. Eiji's motion didn't pause for an instant. His arm became a blur, and Shao air pierced precisely through Itachi's heart. Thud. The sound of a weapon piercing flesh was exceptionally clear. Itachi's body stiffened, his eyes freezing with madness, unwillingness, and pain, then rapidly dimming. Blood poured out, staining the broken stones beneath him. Itachi, this is the last time. You don't need to forgive me. Itachi dead. Watching from the shadows, Zetsu's face was filled with shock and bewilderment. According to Obito's plan tonight, he and Itachi were supposed to eliminate all Uchiha clan members except Sasuke. As for this Uchiha Eiji, Itachi had confidently said he could handle him. Black Zetsu really wanted to curse. He had no plan whatsoever. As for the will of fire resisting Jinjut, that was sheer nonsense. Even burned to ashes, it wouldn't do a damn thing. At that moment, not far from the battlefield, a swirling ripple silently twisted open in space. A figure wearing an orange spiral mask showing only one crimson Sharingan had just stepped out of Kamui's space. Too late. Retreat, Black Zetsu decided without hesitation. Once a pawn loses its value, it must be discarded. After speaking, he quickly sank back into the ground. Obito took a deep look at the figure standing in the darkness, and space twisted again. His figure silently vanished from the spot. As the battle came to an end, countless members of the Uchiha clan surged forward. Uchiha Eiji, what have you done? You killed the young clan leader. They stared at Itachi lying in a pool of blood, then turned their shocked and furious gazes to Eiji, who stood with his blade drawn. Waves of accusations and curses crashed over him like a tide. The air was instantly thick with tension. Eiji flicked the blood off his short blade. He slowly surveyed the enraged clansman, his gaze sharp as a blade. His voice was not loud, yet it cut through the clamor with unmistakable clarity. Itachi, son of clan leader Fugaku, has been seduced by Danzo and others among the Leaf's higher-ups, and has conspired with the rogue ninja Uchiha Obito. They intended to slaughter every man, woman, and child of the Uchiha clan. At these words, the entire gathering fell into a deathly silence. The revelation exploded in the minds of every Uchiha present. Slaughter the entire clan, carried out by the young clan leader himself. If that were true, then Shirsue's death must also be tied to Itachi. They looked at Itachi's corpse on the ground, then at Eiji's cold expression, and for a moment they knew not whom to believe. Just then Uncle Shoshao dragged himself over, accompanied by several gravely wounded clansmen barely clinging to life. We can bear witness. If not for Eiji, none of us would be alive today. At that moment the crowd parted as if cleaved by an invisible force. Fugaku stepped forward. The usually imposing clan leader now looked haggard, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. He gazed at his son's lifeless body, then turned to Eiji, who stood with his blade. His lips moved several times, but in the end no words escaped. His eyes held unspeakable grief and a profound sense of helplessness. Clan leader Fugaku, do you have anything to say? Fugaku felt his head spin, darkness clouding his vision. He had envisioned many possible outcomes, being ousted from his position by the enraged clansman, or being cast out of the leaf, losing his life amidst the infighting. What he never expected was to have to expose the crimes of his own eldest son. With things having come to this, Fugaku had no way back. If the plans within Itachi's mind were ever extracted, his young second son Sasuke would be torn apart by the furious clansmen. Fugaku shut his eyes in pain. When he opened them again, only exhaustion and resignation remained. He raised his head with difficulty, facing all the clansmen, and announced in a hoarse voice, using every ounce of his strength. I resign as clan leader of the Uchiha. Eiji will take my place temporarily. Lord Tobirama actually became the leader of the Uchiha clan. After a brief silence, the Uchiha clansmen once again raised the matter of rebellion. Eiji, lead us in revolt. That's right. Those bastards in the leaf have gone mad, pinning every black pot on us. Seeing this, Fugaku grew frantic. Eiji was young and impulsive, completely unaware of the stakes involved. But at that moment, Eiji shouted, silence. Revolt. Don't talk nonsense. The leaf is a village founded by the first Hokage Hashirama and Madara-sama together. This is our home. The leaf is theirs and the leaf is also ours. The situation we face today is not because the leaf is wrong, nor because the Hokage-sama is wrong. It is because treacherous villains lurk beside the Hokage-sama. They have blinded our wise third Hokage, sowed discord, and sought to destroy us Uchiha. Our duty is not to destroy our home, but to set things right. What we must do is purge those cancers, aid the great third Hokage-sama in cleansing the petty schemers around him, and restore a fair and clear world to the leaf. Hearing this, Fugaku was stunned. This brat. Eiji was speaking with hidden meaning. In just a few words, he had twisted an impending bloody rebellion into a loyal act of righteous purification. In an instant, their stance shifted from treason to protecting the master, minimizing the risk. But some clansmen didn't quite grasp it. They were still pondering why they were suddenly working for the Hokage again. Had Eiji been bought off too? Only after hearing the hushed discussions around them did they finally understand. Awesome. At the same time, a question lingered in their minds. How could Eiji at such a young age have so many schemes? Who taught him? As they murmured amongst themselves, a small figure came into their view. Sasuke returned home to find no one there. He searched everywhere for his parents and clansmen. Father, why are you here? Bro. Before Sasuke could finish, he caught a glimpse of a figure kneeling on the ground. It was his brother Itachi. Brother. Sasuke rushed over without a second thought, only to find that Itachi had long since lost all signs of life. Overwhelmed by the shock, he let out a hysterical scream. Aunt. Accompanying that roar of boundless anguish, a glimmer of crimson suddenly ignited within Sasuke's once pitch-black, innocent eyes. It swiftly coalesced into a clear, eerie black tomo, slowly spinning. Driven by the ultimate agony of his brother's death, 7-year-old Uchiha Sasuke awakened his single tomo Sharingan in fury. Father, who killed my brother? I will avenge him. Sasuke snapped his head up, his bloodshot single tomo Sharingan locked onto Fugaku. His small frame trembled violently with sheer hatred. Fugaku held back Sasuke, who was on the verge of losing control, remaining silent. Avenge. The former clan leader's eldest son had just betrayed the clan, and now his youngest son wanted to assassinate the new clan leader. At this rate, not only would their entire family be killed, but their ancestors' graves might well be dug up and tossed out. Sasuke's frantic struggles gradually weakened. The immense mental shock and chakra exhaustion made his vision blur, and his consciousness sank swiftly into boundless darkness. What puzzled the clansmen was that despite all the commotion they had caused, the village showed no reaction. In the past, the Umbu would have come knocking for questioning long ago. Perhaps they would have even dragged the clan leader in for hours of interrogation. It wasn't until the next day that Hiruzen sent someone to request a meeting with the leader of the Uchiha clan. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen had smoked who knows how many cigarettes. The entire room was thick with smoke like a wonderland. He was well aware of the violent chakra fluctuations and disturbances that had erupted in the Uchiha compound last night. There had even been a Susanoo, something out of legend. But the subsequent developments had completely deviated from his worst expectations. He sent for the Uchiha clan leader, intending to probe the situation personally. To his surprise, it was Eiji who pushed open the door and entered. The moment he laid eyes on him, Hiruzen faltered. He could have sworn he saw a faint phantom behind him. He really must be getting old, starting to see things. After a brief lapse, Hiruzen asked, "Where is clan leader Fugaku?" Eiji replied, "Clan leader Fugaku is bedridden with illness and has sent me in his place to report." Hiruzen finally set down his pipe, looking at Eiji with astonishment and a flood of emotions. During the Chunin exams, he had only seen Eiji as a gifted ninja, but now he was speaking on behalf of the clan leader. Did he truly hold such weight within the Uchiha clan? Still, it was for the better. At the very least, Eiji inherited Kagami's will and surely wouldn't go to extreme lengths. "Come sit down and talk. Let me brew you some fine tea." Hiruzen poured hot water as he spoke, saying, "This was sent over by Inoki. Even Koharu and the others haven't had a taste. Good thing Fugaka didn't come today. He would have died of anger. In the past, whenever he visited, he wasn't even offered a cup of cold water, let alone tea. Truly a case of treating people according to their station." Hiruzen was shrewd and didn't bring up the Uchiha's planned coup. Instead, he asked about Ingxi's experiences outside and offered a few words of appreciation, telling him to rest well during this time. Ingxi followed his lead, briefly summarizing his mission. Finally, Hiruzen subtly steered the conversation toward the core issue. As they chatted, they finally got to the heart of the matter. Danzo's whereabouts are unknown. He's dead. Who killed him? Itachi. And Itachi. He's dead too. And his body. Cremated. His ashes are in the cemetery. Hiruzen's mouth twitched. That knack of Aisuk's for making up stories out of thin air and pinning them on the dead. Where in the world did he learn that? Why did Itachi kill Danzo? Internal strife. Explain. From the very beginning, Danzo, Itachi, Obito, and Orochimaru were all in league together. They appeared to cooperate on the surface, but each harbored their own ulterior motives. Four men came together for different purposes, each shouldering a different role in this affair. Danzo was responsible for providing vast sums of money and test subjects. Itachi infiltrated the Umbu and kept long-term surveillance while leaking intelligence on the Uchiha police force's deployments and movements to them. This was precisely the key to their repeated escapes from pursuit. Orochimaru meanwhile carried out those heinous experiments. As for Obito, he kept stirring up trouble across the ninja world to divert Konoha's attention. Their ultimate ambition was to overthrow the Hokage's regime, install Danzo, or a puppet of their choosing in power, and then carve up the entire ninja world among themselves. Hiruzen listened in silence. He felt the whole affair growing stranger and stranger, and yet all the pieces seemed to fit together. "I need evidence." Aisuk unsealed the scroll and laid out Danzo's corpse. With a flick, he swept aside the bandages covering its face, revealing that blind Sharingan. Then the arm with Hashirama's cells grafted onto it. Shimura Danzo stole the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan and even dared to defile Lord Hashirama's remains. Lord Hokage, is this evidence enough? A flicker of emotion crossed Hiruzen's face. The entire village Uchiha included held Lord Hashirama in the deepest reverence. And this fool Danzo had the audacity to do such a thing. How dare he? Danzo committed such an outrageous act of treason. Whether Hiruzen had known all along or not, he had to distance himself from it now. Hiruzen added, "I will get to the bottom of this, but I need some time." Aisuk's face likewise burned with indignation. How despicable. The Hokage exhausts himself day and night for the village, yet this scoundrel would harm Konoha for his own selfish gains. There are traitors lurking around the Hokage. Hiruzen glanced at Aisuk. That face of righteous conviction was oddly reassuring. "Aisuk, rest assured. Give me some time, and I will uncover the full truth of this matter." But Aisuk heaved a sigh. "Lord Hokage, I trust you, of course. But my clansmen are growing restless. In this matter, the Uchiha clan stands ready to share the burden for the Hokage." Hiruzen swallowed hard. This was putting him on the fire. Hiruzen closed his eyes, then opened them again as if a decision had been made. "Let me hear your plan. Establish the Konoha Investigation Division directly under the Hokage's command. I will serve as its head. This division will focus on 3 tasks first. First, lift the Umbu's surveillance on the Uchiha as a show of trust in the clan. Since Danzo conspired with Orochimaru, the route is clearly not clean either, and the police force has a duty to investigate to the bottom. But the village's affairs are numerous, and the position of advisor is likewise crucial. Perhaps I should temporarily fill it." Hiruzen drew in a sharp breath. With one flippant sentence, Aisuk had made himself an advisor. When had the Uchiha clan ever held such a high position? Combined with the Uchiha's ever-expanding police force, Hiruzen felt he was no different from Yagura of the Hidden Mist, nothing but a puppet. The one silver lining was that the man in question was Aisuk. Hiruzen even entertained the thought, let Aisuk try. If he truly carried on Kagami's will, he was by extension a disciple of Lord Tobirama. Should he one day inherit the position of Hokage, that would be acceptable too. "Aisuk, I want to know, what does Konoha mean to you exactly?" Aisuk looked at Hiruzen and spoke slowly. "Whoever threatens this village, I will never let them go." Hiruzen's pupils contracted. For some reason, he saw a familiar senior in this young man. Wait. Only now did he notice that Aisuk's eyes had turned red without even activating his Sharingan. Toby. While he was overthinking it. Still, if the teacher really did come back, that would be fine too. Hiruzen had long wanted to retire. The seat of Hokage was no easy one to fill. "I understand, Aisuk. You and I are the same. All for Konoha." Hiruzen moved fast. No sooner had Aisuk left his office than Hiruzen issued the order to lift surveillance on the Uchiha. Umbu members were recalled to standby, and further orders began to flow out. These measures left his 2 old friends and fellow village advisors, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatain, deeply perplexed. Late at night they arrived at the Hokage's office, displeasure written plainly on their faces. Hiruzen, Hamura spoke first, habitually adjusting the glasses on his nose. He recalled all the Umbu watching the Uchiha. Hiruzen sat behind his wide desk, nodding wearily, gesturing for them to take a seat. That's right. But Hamura frowned deeply. Isn't this too rash? In his deeply ingrained beliefs, keeping the Uchiha under tight surveillance was a necessary measure for maintaining village stability, nothing more than standard protocol. Now with Itachi, that crucial spy, dead, and Danzo, who controlled the route, also dead, their grasp on Uchiha movements had already fallen into unprecedented difficulty. And now pulling back the last set of eyes was somewhat reckless, to say the least. Hiruzen sighed. And what would surveillance accomplish? Drive them to rebel again. Hamura pressed on. The Uchiha have lost two geniuses in Shursui and Itachi. Do they even still have the strength for a coup? Hiruzen shot him a look, wondering what the two of them did all day. Could they not bother to check the intelligence and keep up with the latest Uchiha developments? Shursui and Itachi were old news now. The fiercest one right now was that 12-13-year-old white-haired brat Uchiha Isuke. When Hiruzen grimly described how Isuke had shattered the Susanoo that was hailed as an absolute defense, both of them instinctively drew in sharp breaths. Uchiha Isuke, so terrifyingly powerful. Thankfully, the one who awakened this power is Isuke, not some fanatical worshipper of Madara Uchiha. Otherwise, Konoha as it stands now would have already. A brief silence fell, then Hamura piped up again. But the teacher once said that the Uchiha are an inherently evil clan that must be kept in check. Hiruzen rubbed his brow in irritation. That line, Lord Tobirama said it at least 8 times a day. His ears were about to grow calluses from it. But did he have Tobirama's skill and resolve? Under Lord Tobirama's governance, the village thrived, and the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha was at least passable. How do we keep them in check? Danzo's corpse bears the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. That single fact alone is enough to stoke the flames of their rage. At these words, the two advisors fell silent, having nothing to say. They had dealt with the Uchiha for many years and knew exactly what kind of people they were. They could accept their clansmen dying on the battlefield, but having their eyes gouged out and their bodies desecrated, that was an unforgivable mortal insult. After a moment, Koharu asked cautiously, Danzo is dead. Will this end here? Hiruzen shook his head. I'm afraid it's only just begun. According to Isuke, Danzo was a mole who colluded with the rogue ninja Orochimaru. In the name of protecting Konoha, he will not spare anyone involved. To prove his point, he even killed Fugaku's eldest son Itachi. There was nothing wrong with the statement itself, but coming from an Uchiha's mouth, it sounded strangely unsettling. The last person to act so decisively against the Uchiha was indeed Lord Tobirama. The two of them bore a rather striking resemblance in their methods, didn't they? Hiruzen seemed to read their confusion. Isuke's father was a student of Kagami, and Kagami was the Uchiha that Lord Tobirama held in high regard. Perhaps certain aspects of Isuke's style were shaped by Kagami, or indirectly by Lord Tobirama's philosophy. Kagami, I failed to protect your people, and your will, it seems, has saved the entire village. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Uchiha clansmen had gathered anxiously, awaiting Isuke's return. Why is he taking so long? Did something happen? The village elders kidnapped Isuke. Damn them. Let's go surround the Hokage building. Think positive. What if Isuke killed the Hokage and is just cleaning up? Makes sense. How about we go kill those two advisors too, for good measure? Fugaku sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed in worry. It felt like a thorn in his back, a fishbone stuck in his throat, and pins and needles under his skin. He wanted to say something, but then closed his mouth again. What right did he have to speak? Yesterday Fugaku had already offered to step down, but to his surprise Hisashi rejected the proposal. He claimed he was still young and lacked experience, needing the clan leader's guidance. He would only take over after coming of age. The implication was clear: Fugaku should remain as a figurehead for now and stay put. Like the puppet Mizukage in the neighboring village. In reality, what could he possibly guide? Under his leadership, the Uchiha clan had nearly been wiped out. As for his eldest son's matter, Itachi was dead, and that was that. The Uchiha did not practice the concept of execution by 9 generations. Just as Fugaku was suffering, looking for an excuse to retreat, the tightly closed door creaked open, and Hisashi's figure appeared in the doorway. The moment he entered, he was immediately surrounded by clansmen. Hisashi, the Yanbu monitoring us have all withdrawn. Well, when are we going to rebel? Hisashi cleared his throat. The same goes as before, no more talk of rebellion within the clan. As I have said, this village was founded together by Lord Madara and Lord Hashirama. The Uchiha are also one of the owners of this village. What we have always sought is to reclaim our rightful rights. This viewpoint immediately won the approval of Hamura and Koharu. After getting along with him for so long, the two had reached a conclusion that rascal Hisashi had plenty of schemes. Listening to him was definitely the right choice. Next, Hisashi briefly explained to the clansmen the preliminary consensus he had reached with the Hokage and the direction of subsequent plans. The meeting then concluded. After the meeting, Hisashi walked out together with the clansmen. Suddenly a child's scream, filled with resentment, broke the temporary peace. You killed my brother. From the shadows, Sasuke rushed out his small hand, tightly gripping a gleaming kunai. He had somehow learned the truth. Hisashi had personally killed his brother Itachi. What traitor? Young Sasuke could not understand, nor was he willing to believe it. All that remained in his heart was bone-deep hatred. Sasuke, like a fully enraged beast, roared recklessly. He poured all his strength into the kunai and stabbed fiercely at Hisashi. Facing this sudden attack, Hisashi didn't even frown. He merely waved his hand casually. Slap. Sasuke, along with his kunai, was struck hard by an invisible massive force. He flew backward without any resistance and landed heavily on the ground several meters away. Live on with this hatred, Sasuke. Fugaku stepped forward and helped Sasuke up. Sasuke calmed down. He said no more, and with a strong pull of his arm he hoisted his struggling son onto his shoulder. Sasuke's punches and kicks fell uselessly on his back. Let me go. I'm going to kill that bastard. Fugaku pretended not to hear, quickly crossing the courtyard and heading straight for Sasuke's room. He roughly threw his son inside with a loud bang. The thick wooden door separated the inside from the outside world, cutting off Sasuke's hysterical roaring. Let me out. Let me out. Fugaku leaned his back against the cold door panel and sighed silently. Sasuke, think it over in there. I've taken a week off for you from school. Hearing the commotion outside, Mikoto walked out quickly from the bedroom, filled with worry. Fugaku, what's wrong with Sasuke? Is it because of... Her words stopped abruptly as the answer was already clear in her eyes. Fugaku turned around to face his wife, his voice dropping even lower. It's still because of Itachi. The child cannot accept this reality. Mikoto's gaze dimmed, and she sighed softly. I see. The couple exchanged a silent glance, their eyes reflecting deep helplessness. Let's stay home and keep Sasuke company for a while. Leave the clan affairs to the other elders. To be honest, after Fugaku stepped down, he felt much lighter. Back then, when he took the fan, symbolizing the clan leader's authority, how high-spirited he had been. His mind was full of thoughts on how to lead the Uchiha clan to regain its former glory. But the various incidents that followed put Fugaku under immense pressure every day. Sometimes he even regretted why he had taken on the responsibility of clan leader back then. Being an ordinary middle-aged man fishing every day, wouldn't that be nice? Now, he had finally gotten his wish, but at a great cost. A cost so heavy he couldn't bear it. Fugaku pinched the bridge of his nose. Sasuke hasn't eaten for a day. I'll go fry him an egg. The next day, in front of the root base gate, Hisashi stood at the front of the line with over a dozen elite Uchiha in police uniforms behind him. If you asked what the Uchiha hated the most, it was definitely Root. In the past, Danzo had found various excuses to bring them in. Interrogations, blood sampling, and extracting body cells. Their methods were endless. It was said that there were also several cases of stolen corpses, which were likely Danzo's doing. However, the Uchiha clansmen dared not complain, because their clan leader was truly too weak. All day long, it was about the big picture with constant talk of endurance. Taking a step back widens the horizon. For so many years, they had kept retreating until there was nowhere left to retreat to. But 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Today, the Uchiha clansmen had returned. This time, they were no longer the prey to be slaughtered, nor the suspects to be questioned. They came by order of the Hokage, holding search warrants to interrogate you scum who operate in the shadows. Those clansmen who had suffered humiliation here even felt their eyes growing hot, their chakra surging uncontrollably within their bodies. Crimson light flickered faintly in their eyes, almost breaking through the bonds of reason to awaken the Sharingan. One could only say that the Uchiha bloodline was too overpowered. Let's go. Hisashi knocked on the door politely. Excuse me. Before he could finish, Hamura kicked open the dark iron door. Hisashi, why bother talking to them? Arrest them all, and I'll interrogate them one by one. Hisashi scratched his head. Not following procedure was a bad habit. They needed to be more careful about this in the future. Besides, how could you just kick down a door? These were all his property. The cost of the door will be deducted from your salary. Hamura. Hisashi waved his hand, and a dozen clansmen followed him inside. The sound of the broken door had already alerted the Root members within the base. This was Root, not the home of some villager you could barge into at will. They gathered together, gripping their ninja swords tightly. A leading Root member shouted harshly, trying to intimidate the intruders with his aura. How arrogant, who dares to break in? Before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped away, embedded in the wall, and couldn't be pried out. The remaining Root members froze in place, their hands trembling slightly as they gripped their ninja blades. Over a dozen pairs of Sharingan eyes radiating chilling murderous intent and formidable ocular power locked onto them. The police department, by order of the Hokage, is to conduct a thorough investigation of all Root personnel and archives. Everyone put your hands on your heads, squat against the wall. From now on, without my permission, no one is to speak. The remaining Root members, as if their spines had been extracted, obediently followed the instructions. They squatted down, heads pressed against the cold wall, not daring to take a deep breath. The ninja who had been shouting earlier was in all likelihood already dead. Ingsy, this guy has no pulse. How do we write it up? Inaho scratched his head. They had killed one before even starting the investigation. Hard to justify. This root member, burdened by the weight of his sins, committed suicide. Despite the full efforts of the on-site police department personnel, he was pronounced dead. Huh. No changes at all. No changes. The facts are clear and the logic is sound. Alright. You book-smart people sure have more tricks up your sleeves. Upon hearing this, the members squatting in the corner grew even more panicked. Most of them had been tricked, coerced, or intimidated into joining by Danzo. Having witnessed his methods, they both hated and feared Danzo. But this white-haired guy didn't seem like a good person either. He might even be darker than Danzo. Ingsy lifted the tongue curse seal that Danzo had placed on them. Question them separately and record their statements. Be careful, don't cause any deaths. After giving his orders, Ingsy strolled slowly toward the depths of the root headquarters. From what he knew, Danzo had set up numerous secret bases inside. They were used for conducting various experiments in secret or for storing the precious ninjutsu scrolls and classified intelligence he had amassed over the years. There might even be some reserve funds for rebellion. Ingsy meticulously examined every subtle trace. He stopped in front of a seemingly ordinary archive room wall, and without hesitation raised his foot. With a crash, the seemingly solid stone wall collapsed inward, revealing the entrance to a hidden chamber. Wow, this old man was this rich. Ingsy roughly counted, probably worth 4 or 5 asumas. He took out his little notebook and began recording. Discovered embezzled public funds and funds of unknown origin, preliminary estimate. Well, let's note it as 300,000 ryo for now. He would move the rest to the house Tsunade had given him and count them slowly. That place was bigger and could fit it all. Seized a large number of ninjutsu scrolls of unknown origin, experimental records, and classified documents. Except for the scrolls related to wood release and the results of Hashirama cell experiments, everything else was to be turned in. This stuff was useless to the Hokage, no need to burden him with reading. Also all sorts of miscellaneous evidence of crimes. Forget it, I won't bother investigating. I'll just make some up. Charge 1, long-term abuse of power, embezzlement, and misappropriation of various Konoha public funds with irrefutable evidence. Charge 2, unauthorized human experimentation, using war orphans from Konoha's orphanage as test subjects with extremely cruel methods. Charge 3, secret collusion with rogue ninjas selling Konoha intelligence, conducting illegal forbidden jutsu research, endangering the village's safety. Charge for the suicide of Konoha's White Fang Tsukumo Hitaki was caused by Danzo's covert spread of rumors and manipulation of public opinion to eliminate a rival. Charge 5, the Ninetales attack on Konoha has ample evidence showing it was the result of collusion between Danzo and the rogue ninja Obito. His aim was to create chaos, weaken the Hokage's authority, frame the Uchiha clan, incite civil war, and seize power. And also, Ingsy wasn't particularly good at writing this kind of thing. After finishing, several hours had passed. By the time he emerged from the secret chamber, many members of the root organization had already been taken away. In addition, there were some children who needed to be dealt with. They were little ones Danzo had brought in who had not yet become his weapons. Make them his personal guards. Know then who would protect whom. Send them to the orphanage and return the funds Danzo embezzled from them. Understood. Before leaving, Ingsy noticed a young boy holding a picture book. What's your name? Sai. Got it. Deep within a hidden forest outside Konoha village, Kabuto contacted Orochimaru, who was watching from the shadows. Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru slowly stepped out from the darkness, his golden snake-like pupils glinting with a cold, sinister light in the dim light. It was clear that Orochimaru was not in a good mood, because a certain someone named Pain had found him and beaten him up. Thus he was forced to voluntarily join the Akatsuki. After joining, his mood worsened, because another someone named Obito also wanted to beat him up whenever possible. However, today Ingsy's dismantling of the root made him even more furious. Danzo was a crucial partner, providing him with extensive convenience within Konoha funds and precious experimental subjects. This had allowed his research on life, the soul, and bloodline limits to proceed smoothly. Now that Danzo was dead, this stable supply line was completely severed. Continuing to delve into the ultimate secrets of this world would become much more difficult. What a utterly detestable brat. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and continued his report. The Uchiha clan was planning a coup, but it was suppressed. Uchiha Ingsy killed Itachi, pinning all the crimes of rebellion, espionage, and collusion with Lord Orochimaru on him. And then he killed him. Orochimaru could no longer sit still. Invading Konoha was his doing. Tricking Obito was his doing. Now colluding with Itachi was also his doing. Damn it, how did he have so much time to deal with all these twists and turns? One day if the Hokage got killed, it would probably be his doing too. Is Danzo's death also being blamed on me? Ingsy reported to the Hokage that it was at Itachi's hands. Orochimaru's mood improved slightly. Finally, there was something that wasn't his doing. Internal strife. Still, he couldn't be entirely separated from it. Orochimaru felt that it would be better to destroy Konoha. Go back. Report if anything comes up. And be careful of Uchiha Ingsi. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. A day later, Ingsi placed the compiled evidence on Hiruzen's desk. Faced with these charges, Hiruzen had nothing to say. As Hokage, he knew what Danzo had been doing all these years. For certain reasons, he had chosen to turn a blind eye. Now that everything was laid bare, he decided to make a clean break. I never imagined Danzo would do so many things to harm the village for his own gain. He is unworthy of being Lord Tobirama's student. Since things had come to this, Hiruzen no longer shielded him. He only wanted to make a quick decision to distance himself lest he ruin the persona he had built over a lifetime just before retirement. Moreover, too many things were involved. If he dug deeper, one thing would lead to another, and the impact could be unpredictable. Based on the evidence Ingsi provided, everything was still within controllable limits. Perfect, let's end it quickly. So 2 days later, Konoha publicly announced Danzo's various crimes. Danzo's reputation in the village was already poor, and this made it even more notorious. Some radical villagers had already picked up tools to demolish Danzo's house. But how could the police department allow such a thing to happen? They took the tools from the villagers and helped them demolish the house. The villagers watched the backs of the busy patrol members and for the first time gave them a thumbs up. Who said the patrol were all scoundrels? The patrol were all good people. You and I, heart to heart, dwelling together in Konoha village. Fueled by their indignation, the clansmen of the patrol erupted with unprecedented potential. After dismantling everything, they fished out a few trinkets from beneath the floorboards, from crevices in the walls, and from the legs of benches. The trip had not been wasted. Time to head back and write the report. News that Danzo's house had been dismantled spread quickly through Konoha. In Koharu's home, Hamura was sipping tea. Koharu's voice was dry, impossible to tell whether it was a statement or a sigh. Danzo's house has been dismantled. What? Hamura set down his teacup, his brows knitted tightly. What happened? Koharu said nothing, merely silently sliding a thick stack of documents before him. Hamura unrolled the scroll, his gaze sweeping over lines of small text. The more he read, the more his head throbbed. How could everything be Danzo's doing? How large a head must one have to bear such an enormous pot? As elder advisors of Konoha and the right and left hands of the Hokage, they naturally knew well that Shimura Danzo was no saint. They were all too aware of the darkness buried deep within the root and of the messes that he and Hiruzen Sarutobi had to clean up together. Therefore, for some of the incidents recorded in the documents, Koharu and Hamura could confirm that Danzo was indeed involved. But this was written far too absurdly. It nearly claimed that Hyuga Hisashi's death in place of his brother had been forced by Danzo colluding with foreign enemies. Truly evil-born Uchiha clan. What in the world are these bastards trying to do? Just then a leisurely yet strikingly clear knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Coming. Koharu shuffled over slowly and opened the door. As she slid open the wooden door, the sight outside made her expression turn even more unpleasant. At the lead was a striking white-haired man. Behind him stood several Uchiha clansmen clad in the uniforms of the Konoha military police force. What are you doing here? Konoha Investigation Department. Advisor Udatane Koharu, we now have sufficient reason to suspect that you are significantly connected to the accidental death of Uchiha Kagami all those years ago. Please come with us to cooperate with the investigation. Koharu nearly fainted from fury. Kagami had been dead for so many years. How could they still drag this out for interrogation? Are you Uchiha lunatics simply bored out of your minds? Don't spout groundless accusations. Kagami was our beloved kin, a brother in arms. His sacrifice back then was a loss for all of Konoha. This is slander. Yes, you're absolutely right. Eiji waved his hand, and Inabi and Tetsuka stepped forward to take Koharu away. At that moment, a sigh drifted from inside the house. Uchiha Eiji, don't you think you're reaching a little too far? Hamura slowly paced to the doorway, stood beside Koharu, and fixed Eiji with a piercing gaze. Don't you think you're overstepping your bounds? Someone of your rank has no authority to investigate us, let alone over matters from decades ago. Eiji blinked, then let out a laugh. Perfect, Lord Hamura should come along, as well, saving us another trip. Hamura and Koharu were locked inside an interrogation room. A single pale light hung overhead. The harsh interrogation they had imagined never came. Time slipped by second. Only silence spread endlessly, and this unknown waiting gnawed at their nerves far more than direct torture. After what seemed like an eternity, the small window in the iron door slid open. Tetsuka's cold face appeared at the opening, and he tossed in 2 notebooks stamped with the words "Statement of Self-Report," along with 2 pens. Right. Hamura's eyes blazed with fury. When had a distinguished Konoha advisor ever suffered such humiliation? Bastards. This is illegal detention. This is personal revenge. I demand to see the Hokage. Tetsuka cast him a cold glance through the small window. Then tell me, what personal grudge would we have against you? This. Hamura was instantly struck silent. At the same time, he felt that these Uchiha truly lacked sense. Who would ever air their personal grudges so openly? Anyone with an IQ above 2 would never do something so foolish. Then shut up, right? You're not leaving until it's done. With that, Tetsuka left the interrogation room, leaving the two old veterans staring at each other in bewilderment. Why? What right did these people have to treat them like this? What did Kagami's death have to do with them? If you want answers, go find Danzo. Huh? Why did they instinctively shift the blame to Danzo again? Perhaps it was simply a case of too many lice making one immune to itching. Suddenly Hamura let out a chuckle. Young man, after all, still too young. Koharu shot him a glare. At a time like this you can still laugh. Have you forgotten? Back then when Lord Tobirama interrogated enemy spies, you and I were both there watching. Every single time, he would first separate them to prevent them from colluding. At that, Koharu nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. It seems this brat still lacks experience. Hope rekindled in both of them. By keeping them together, wasn't he giving them a chance to coordinate? As long as their statements matched, what fault could he possibly find? Once the time was up with insufficient evidence, he would have no choice but to release them. And the moment they got out, they would go straight to Hiruzen. They would accuse the military police force of abusing their authority, illegally detaining advisors, and attempting to subvert Konoha's high command. This time, even if Hiruzen remained as weak-willed as ever, he would not be able to sit still. Perhaps they could even seize this opportunity to reclaim the power that had been carved away by the Uchiha. The two felt as if they had found a talisman against their predicament, and they began whispering over the details of their statements, striving for an airtight account. Hamura and Koharu's plan was sound, and things seemed to be proceeding exactly as they had anticipated. Indeed, things seemed to be moving in the direction they had hoped. 3 days later, the iron door opened again, and Tetsuka stood at the entrance expressionless. Time's up. Leave your statements behind. You may go. Hamura and Koharu exchanged a knowing glance, unable to suppress the cold sneers curling at the corners of their mouths. Foolish Uchiha. No matter how powerful the Sharingan, it could never compensate for a lack of intelligence. No wonder Lord Tobirama had been able to keep the Uchiha clan firmly pinned in the military police force, playing them right in the palm of his hand. The two straightened their collars and strode out of the gloomy interrogation room with their heads held high. But happiness never lasts long. No sooner had they stepped out of the interrogation room than a cold voice rang out once more. Stop! Hamura and Koharu froze, turning back in disbelief. There stood Tetsuka, still as a statue carved without emotion. According to the latest intelligence, we suspect you two are connected to the major incident 17 years ago, in which a spy infiltrated Konoha and caused the leak of classified information. Please cooperate with the investigation once again. What? What does that have to do with us? This is a frame-up. Tetsuka paid no heed to their protests, roughly shoving them back into that familiar interrogation room. The heavy iron door closed once more. In addition, Tetsuka was kind enough to remind them. All right, you two are honored advisors of noble status, so please do take good care of yourselves. This interrogation room may be crude, but at least it's safe. In case, just in case, you have a moment of despair and try to leave through some unconventional means. For instance, attempting to escape. On the run through dense mountain forests and along sheer cliffs if your foot should slip. And you tragically fall to your death, that would be such a pity. Konoha simply cannot afford such a loss. You? How dare you? Yin trembled with rage, his finger pointing at Inaho, shaking violently, yet he could only utter these few powerless words. Faced with such blatant threats, Yin and Koharu seethed with hatred, but were utterly helpless. After all, the security department did possess legislative and enforcement powers. Moreover, investigations fell under their jurisdiction. If they were to died from a fall off a cliff, no one could do anything about it. As Inaho departed the interrogation room, fell silent once more. This time Yin and Koharu were no longer at ease. After barely enduring until the third day, Inaho came back again. He concocted another excuse and threw them back into confinement. Yin and Koharu finally sensed something was amiss. An interrogation requires at least some questioning, doesn't it? The security department personnel did nothing but toss notebooks, issue orders, lock them up, release them, and then recapture them. Not a single person had ever come to ask a real question. There was no interrogation, no confrontation, no evidence presented, nothing at all. If this was merely a personal vendetta by the Uchiha clan, the method of retaliation was too bizarre and childish. There must be an even more massive and terrifying conspiracy lurking behind this. Their goal was far from simply imprisoning these two. While Yin and Koharu, the two old men, were being repeatedly shuffled in and out, Isuk had almost finished inventorying their assets. The Mitaman and Udatane clans were not deeply rooted noble families. Whatever prestige they had today came solely from their two highly influential elder advisors. Leveraging this connection, they entrenched themselves in key positions within the village, naturally taking over numerous lucrative enterprises. Where sunlight never reached, plump parasites bred. In the security department office, documents were piled like mountains. Isuk propped his chin, his head aching from auditing the accounts. This would all be his money someday. Not a single coin could be missed. Mitaman Subaro. A nameless low-level clerk with a meager salary, yet he managed to buy 3 properties in the prime commercial district at once. This bastard must have treated the public treasury as his own backyard. Such insane greed. And this one, visiting entertainment workers 7 days a week. Not only does he have plenty of money, but his stamina is impressive too. This one that one. Aisuk took out his notebook and recorded over 100 names. Senior Inaho, come here. The moment the words fell, the door swung open. Inaho's figure appeared before the desk, swift and agile. He strode over quickly. Aisuk, please speak. Bring these people to the security department for questioning. Inaho took the list and glanced at it. How many? Not many, just under 100 or so. You call that not many? In the past, the security department arrested maybe 10 or 8 a month. Was he trying to boost performance? No one had heard of any evaluation from above. Inaho hesitated. The detention cells are already packed to the brim. Even a fly would have to queue to get in. How about transferring them to the underground facility under route? It's spacious there and has good soundproofing. Aisuk put down his teacup, decisive. Fine, handle it as you see fit. Also, everyone has been working overtime lately. Prepare 8,800 Ryo as overtime pay for each person. Inform them to collect it from the finance office when they have time. Inaho was deeply moved. Understood. He strode out of the office. Stop wolfing down your food. We've got work. Grab your gear. Let's go make arrests. Coming. Wait for me. Outside, Tetsuka, who was devouring a lunchbox, finished it in 2 bites. He hastily wiped the grease from his mouth. I'm coming. Wait for me. He grabbed the sword leaning against the wall and hurried to catch up. Seeing this, other security department colleagues followed suit. In an instant, the clashing of scabbards and hurried footsteps echoed. A dozen elites wearing the Uchiha clan emblem, wielding gleaming ninja blades, stormed onto the streets like unleashed tigers, exuding a murderous aura. Pedestrians in the streets, seeing this formation from afar, turned pale as if they'd encountered a plague. They frantically scrambled to the roadside shop, doors slammed shut, and the streets instantly grew much quieter. Aisuk glanced through the window and clicked his tongue in exasperation. When the Uchiha endured, they truly endured. Oh, when they went mad, they were utterly insane. Security department on duty. Clear the way. Inaho's voice boomed like thunder before a mansion's gate. He pounded on the door without restraint, making the frame buzz. Is that Saburo fellow in? Come out. After a long pause, the door creaked open a crack. A middle-aged man with sleepy eyes poked his head out. What's the rush? It's not even noon. Can't whatever it is wait until I've had my sleep? Don't you know the rules? Hearing this, Inaho was nearly furious. Damn it, they'd already been working for 4 hours, and this lazybones was still in bed. Someone like that was definitely no good. Needed a heavy crackdown. Rules. Inaho laughed in anger. I'll teach you what rules mean today. You're Mightaman Saburo, right? We have questions for you. Come with us. With that, he reached for Saburo's collar. Saburo, used to bullying others with his connections, pointed at Inaho's nose and started cursing. The security department thinks it's so great. I've memorized the Konoha public security regulations. Without solid evidence, you have no right to arrest me. I want to see Elder Yin. Bam! Inaho punched him, knocking out 2 of his front teeth. Challenging the authority of the security department, 1-month detention fine of 10,000 Ryo. Go keep your Elder Yin company in jail. With that, the group rushed forward and gave him a thorough beating. Only then did they tie him up securely and throw him into the vehicle. Next, for the entire day, the settlements of the Mightaman and Uchiha clans, as well as their various business outposts throughout the village, knew no peace. One by one, the people on the list were dragged out. Except for a few stubborn ones like Saburo, who resisted and got beaten, most were already terrified at the mere sight of the Uchiha. Before the security department even arrived at their doors, they scurried to the department headquarters to surrender, hoping to avoid a few extra punches. Inaho instructed the other clan members to take them back for questioning, first leaving the rest for the next day. He then made a round to check for any omissions. As he approached the intersection near the village river, a familiar voice drifted over. Hey, uncle. The one with the ping-pong paddle on his back. Wait for me. Inaho stopped in his tracks, a vein throbbing uncontrollably on his forehead. Bastard. This is not a ping-pong paddle. It's... He drew his sword, intending to teach this challenger of Uchiha authority a lesson. But upon seeing the face of the approaching person, he sheathed it. Naruto. What is it? Uncle, do you still want some fish? Just caught, very fresh. Yes. I'll take as many as you have. Inaho pulled out several banknotes and stuffed them into Naruto's hands. He didn't like eating fish, but he loved fishing. However, he often caught nothing. Taking the big fish weighing over a dozen pounds, he was overjoyed. Hihi, Tetsuka, you never expected I'd have this trick up my sleeve, did you? Naruto carefully tucked the banknotes away. Great. Now I can buy more instant noodles. After greeting him, Naruto left. But after a few steps, he ran back. Uncle Sasuke hasn't come to school these past few days. Is he sick? Inaho paused for a moment, then said Sasuke is not feeling well. I see. Naruto was a bit troubled. Although Sasuke was usually arrogant and aloof, but it had been days since he had seen him, and it truly felt strange. Wait for me, uncle. Naruto hurried to a small shop nearby and bought several kimbap rice balls. Please deliver these to Sasuke for me. Tell him the genius bought them. I hope he gets well soon. I will be waiting for him at school. Next time we compete, I will definitely win. Alright. Let's go by? Inaho returned to the clan district and knocked on Fugaka's door. Although it was merely a formal courtesy, he still needed to show respect as the nominal head of the Uchiha clan. Mikoto opened the door, her complexion looking rather poor. Seeing Inaho, she forced a polite albeit faint smile. Inaho briefly explained Naruto's request and handed over the still warm kimbap rice balls. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Mikoto took the rice balls and softly thanked him. Inaho did not say more and turned to leave. Mikoto closed the heavy door and carried the rice balls to Sasuke's room. After hesitating for a moment, she gently pushed the door open. The curtains in the room were drawn tight, leaving the interior dim and dark. A small figure was curled up in the darkest corner of the room. Since the terrible news arrived, the child had completely shut himself off from the world within this darkness. Mikoto sighed and placed the rice balls on the small table. Your classmate. That boy named Naruto bought your favorite kimbap rice balls for you. Sasuke showed no reaction whatsoever. She silently exited the room and gently closed the door behind her. After a long while, he slowly raised his head, his gaze falling upon the few lonely rice balls on the small table. That idiot. You don't understand anything. You could never understand my pain. Early the next morning, Sasuke's bedroom door was shoved open forcefully. Mikoto and Fugaka looked at Sasuke, and both paused in surprise. Sasuke's eyes were bloodshot and bits of dried seaweed clung to the corners of his mouth. Sasuke, I'm going to practice ninjutsu. Before he finished speaking, he rushed out of the house without looking back. On the Uchiha clan's training ground, the sound of wind being cut and suppressed roars rose and fell continuously. Even as his chakra was on the verge of exhaustion and his body teetered on collapse, he continued to drain his last ounce of strength. Every hand seal he formed was like a life-or-death struggle against an invisible enemy. The onlookers from the clan watched in silence, tacitly clearing a large area around him so no one would disturb him. As long as the boy did not raise his blade against the clan like his traitor brother, nor commit such heinous acts as assassinating clan head Eiji, then let him do as he pleases. After all, the most important task for the entire Uchiha clan now was to eliminate those villains hiding behind the guise of companions. Early morning at the police force headquarters, Eiji was diligently working for Konohagakure. A sudden electronic voice echoed in his mind. Mission progress update. Thanks to Tobirama-sama's efforts, the Uchiha clan's rebellion has been resolved at an extremely low cost. You have even become the head of the Uchiha clan. Mission reward: using the Mangekyō Sharingan will have no side effects. Eiji drew in a sharp breath. Does this mean he could use Amaterasu on a stray dog by the roadside? Oh wait, he wouldn't do that. Then he took out a reagent bottle from his drawer inside, which floated a pair of Itachi's Sharingan eyes. He wondered if attaching them to his summon Xiaohei would yield any results. Before he could think further, the electronic voice sounded again. Thanks to the monkey and others' efforts, Konoha is deteriorating day by day. At such a critical moment, Tobirama-sama stepped forward. Who would have thought Konoha village still relies on you? Restoring Konoha's former glory is our duty. New mission: thoroughly investigate internal problems within Konoha and resolve external enemies who eye it with greed. Nay, you all saw it. It wasn't me who wanted to mess with you, it was them who struck first. Police force deploy. The Uchiha police force's arrests never ceased. In fact, with the experience from yesterday, their efficiency had improved significantly. Just as the clan members thought they could wrap things up quickly today, Eiji handed over another new list. It consisted of some obscure minor characters. Vegetable sellers, cobbler, clothing vendors. These unremarkable little people had actually played such an important role. The inherently evil Danzo Shimura. Was he trying to destroy Konoha? But this meant the police force now faced a shortage of personnel. They had to maintain daily patrols and public order, while also arresting the key targets on the list. With these random civilians added, even if they worked themselves to death, it would never be enough. Upon hearing this news, Eiji pondered for a while. It's just recruitment, there's a way. Konoha is full of ninja. The letter clearly outlined the immense pressure the police force faced due to the rude incident. The number of revealed traitors far exceeded expectations. The police force was fully deployed, working day and night without rest, yet still struggling to cope. To restore order and peace to the village as soon as possible, the police force urgently needs elite ninja dispatched by each clan for support. We are all serving the Hokage. I hope everyone does not refuse. Strike through, do not decline. Of course, the end of the letter also attached a detailed description of the police force's generous salary and benefits, ensuring this was not free labor. After finishing the letter, Eiji asked clan members to deliver it. He was not worried about a lack of applicants. They would support whoever won. Soon Eisai's letter reached the hands of various ninja clans. Aburame clan residents. The current head of the Aburame clan, Shibi Aburame, took the letter and let out a soft. His clan had always been low-key, and their presence in the village was not particularly strong. Why would the Uchiha write to them? After dismissing those around him, he opened the letter. Scanning the text quickly when he saw the phrase, "Do not decline," and the detailed benefits list, he fell silent for a few seconds, his fingers unconsciously adjusting his sunglasses. Finally, he summoned several steady and capable clan members. Report to the police force tomorrow. The few members looked at each other, unsure of what the clan head had in mind. Clan head, the police force's reputation is not very good, the villagers have strong objections to them. Exactly, didn't you say before that we should avoid getting too close to them? Shibi sighed. The wind is rising, the weather is about to change. What are you aying about? Just go when I tell you to. Be sharp after joining the police force and report any developments to me promptly. Understood, clan head. A similar situation occurred in other ninja clans. The smaller clans which lacked strong backing agreed without much hesitation. They raised their hands in agreement. Not that they were particularly happy about it. People die for profit, birds die for food, why not work for anyone? Besides, they would be righteous individuals serving Konoha. Let's see if I can finish you off. As for the other ninja clans, after communicating with each other, they also sent several ninja over. If everyone else went, and they didn't, it would make them seem self-righteous. The next day, the police force's recruitment office was crowded with applicants. Yashiro, who was responsible for processing the onboarding procedures, was sweating profusely. Everyone wait, there are many people joining today, so we need to process this one by one. Hey, you go apply to Eiji to see if we can expand the police force's space. We are about to start working in the open yard. Who do these puppies belong to? Oh, they were sent by the Inuzuka clan. Alright, from today on they are police dogs. After a full day of hard work, he finally managed to arrange for the newly arrived ninjas. The issue of office space was also easy to solve. The Uchiha clan had plenty of vacant land. Just a few hours earlier, Tenzo and Kakashi had also returned to the village. Eiji asked him to construct some buildings. Eiji, I think you're insulting me. Eiji chuckled. Come on, senior, get to work. The future of Konoha is in your hands. Wood-style multiple connected houses. One after another, wooden houses rose from the ground. The gathered onlookers applauded enthusiastically. Amazing. No wonder it's the jutsu left by Lord Hashirama. Was Konoha built like this back then, with a simple clap of the hands? Tenzo, you're all bullying me. I'm done. Before leaving, Eiji slipped him a thick red envelope. Thank you, senior. I'll be troubling you again in the future. Once the houses were built, office equipment was gradually moved in. Now Eiji had a bit of spare cash, so purchasing these items himself was no problem. What a benevolent leader. At the village ramen shop, a bowl-cut-haired man and a masked man were eating ramen. Kakashi was on the verge of a breakdown. How did Guy do it? Every single time, without fail. Whenever he stepped through Konoha's gates, within half a day at most, that green figure would always appear before him with pinpoint accuracy. He even suspected that the seemingly simple-minded Guy had bribed the gate guards. During this time, he had been traveling outside, but made no progress whatsoever. The two of them were always half a step behind Obito. Eventually, with no other choice, they decided to return to the village to regroup. They rushed back to Konoha exhausted from their journey and reported to the Hokage. Tenzo was unfortunately conscripted to help with the construction of the village's security division. Kakashi, on the other hand, slipped home thinking he could take a bath and get a good night's sleep. He had to report to the stuffy ANBU office early the next morning. However, before he could even take off his pants, a green whirlwind nearly leaped into his bathtub. To his surprise, Guy burst through the door, almost jumping into his bath. Kakashi, my eternal rival. Let's have a fiery, youthful challenge worthy of men. Kakashi gave in, worn down by Guy's persistence. He could only come out to eat some noodles first. Fine, he'd quickly eat a bowl of ramen with him, then find some random spot and fob him off with a game of rock, paper, scissors. At the ramen shop, Guy vigorously slapped Kakashi on the shoulder. Kakashi, cheer up. Facing life with a smile every day, that's what youth is all about. Yeah. Kakashi quit the ANBU. That place is too gloomy, but it's not suitable for you to burn your youth. Alright, got it. If you really don't want to quit, then think of a way to get me recruited in instead. How about that? Mom. I'll apply to the Hokage again tomorrow. Kakashi yawned, nearly face-planting into his bowl of noodles. Let's eat first. Guy sighed. Kakashi was still the same lifeless as ever. Ever since he first met Kakashi, he had considered him both a rival to challenge and a lifelong friend. Since their youth, he had watched the light in Kakashi's eyes slowly dim. One blow after another had turned him into a soulless machine, hollowed out by missions and self-blame. Guy was deeply worried and tried every means to ignite him with youth and challenges, but to no avail. Later, the masked man's true identity was revealed. It was his friend Obito. Although Kakashi never said a word, he had probably long since undergone a collapse of his Tao heart. Don't be like this, Kakashi. While you were away, there's something I need to tell you. Kakashi looked up. Speak. He pulled out the village's internal newspaper and pointed to an article. Take a look. Back then the suicide of Konoha's white Fong Tsukumo Hatake was orchestrated by Danzo. He spread rumors and manipulated public opinion to eliminate a rival. Boom. It was as if a silent thunderclap exploded inside Kakashi's mind. The tragic image of his father being driven to death by rumors flooded his thoughts. What? Kakashi shot to his feet. The sudden movement knocked over his ramen bowl, splattering broth everywhere and shattering the dish. His father's death had always been a lingering nightmare. According to what was written, was there something suspicious about his father's death? Kakashi's heart pounded wildly. His inner excitement was beyond words. Guy grabbed Kakashi and lowered his voice. Listen, here's what happened. Guy succinctly told Kakashi what he knew of the inside story. How Danzo had meticulously orchestrated the rumors, used public pressure, and finally drove the righteous white fan to his death through dirty means. After hearing it, Kakashi's head was buzzing. According to Guy, his father's death back then had been a conspiracy from start to finish. The mastermind behind it all was the already deceased Shimura Danzo. Guy, thank you. Kakashi knew that Guy had always been good to him. When his father committed suicide, many villagers gossiped about him. Back then Guy went berserk. Anyone who spoke ill of Tsukumo would be challenged to a fight. Of course, he got beaten badly, but he never backed down. I don't have the skill to investigate this thoroughly. All this stuff was dug up by that white-haired Uchiha kid. White-haired? Eiji. Kakashi suddenly remembered their first meeting. At that time Eiji had called him a hero's descendant. I need to see someone. Wait for me. Kakashi rushed out the door, leaving Guy shouting helplessly, I'll pay for the noodles. Don't forget to pay for the bowl when you come back. Tuchi's hard work isn't easy. Tuchi strained his eyes. Should I make you another bowl? With chili or without? Kakashi dashed to the Uchiha clan compound, finding Eiji enjoying a boxed dinner under the moonlight on the training ground. Eiji. Huh. Senior, you need something. Kakashi cut straight to the point. Thank you for my father's matter. Eiji was momentarily stunned, then understood what Kakashi meant. The Uchiha clan from top to bottom holds the utmost respect for Lord Tsukumo. Letting a hero rest in peace and allowing future generations to know the truth is only right. Kakashi sat down beside Eiji. He repeated, thank you. No need for thanks. But if you don't mind, could you do me a small favor? Name it. The security division is very short-staffed. I know you're on good terms with the former guards of Lord Minato. What do you think? Lord Minato's guards. Kakashi didn't think much. I'll ask around. I appreciate it. At that moment Kakashi hadn't yet realized what it meant for the 4th Hokage's personal guard to join the security division. Senior, after all this time away, any news of Obito? Kakashi shook his head in disappointment. Tenzo and I have been like headless flies, always half a step behind Obito. We can't even catch a glimpse of him. Every clue feels like a smoke screen. He deliberately left. Eiji said softly, don't worry, Senior. You'll find him sooner or later. They chatted a bit more, then Kakashi rose to leave. I need to go. I have to report to Yambiyu tomorrow. All right. Kakashi turned and dragged his weary steps away. Just as he took a few steps, Eiji's voice came from behind again. I've already proposed to the Hokage that his war hero status be restored as soon as possible. Kakashi froze in place. He stood with his back to Eiji long without turning around. If the security division needs me, I can come anytime. The security force's aggressive expansion naturally could not escape Hatake Danzo's notice. Their recruitment notices were practically plastered all over the Hokage Tower. Hatake Danzo did a rough calculation and estimated that the security force's manpower had more than tripled. They had never managed such a lavish expenditure in their entire lives. He took a drag from his cigarette, feeling that he still needed to discuss this with the two advisors. If things continued like this, it was feared that the village would truly fall into chaos. Where are In and Koharu? I haven't seen them for quite a few days. Hatake Danzo asked into the air. His voice was low yet clear enough for the shadows lurking in the darkness to hear. Shortly thereafter, a masked ANBU ninja appeared in the center of the Hokage's office like a phantom. Hokage-sama, the two advisors were taken away by the security forces several days ago. They have not returned yet. Hatake Danzo paused, surprised. Not returned yet. He was aware that the two advisors had been taken for questioning. The security forces had replied that it was a routine investigation. Because the matter was of such great significance, no one from top to bottom could be left out. It was even possible that they might need to invite the Hokage for a visit as well. All of this was done in the name of the will of fire passed down through generations in Konohagakure. Having said what they had, the security forces left Hatake Danzo no choice but to remain silent. Moreover, he felt it didn't matter much. They were only going in for questioning. Surely the security forces wouldn't be so reckless as to detain them as well. They were all serving the village of Konoha. Some decency should be observed. But it seemed they had actually been detained. Could it be that they also have issues? Hatake Danzo's heart sank. Could it be that even In and Koharu have problems? He suddenly realized that everyone around him seemed to be a bad person. Nowhere the hell is there anyone left. Leave? Yes. The office returned to dead silence. After a brief moment of silence, Hatake Danzo sighed. He pulled open the bottom drawer of his desk and carefully took out an old well-preserved portrait. The paper was slightly yellow, depicting several youthful and spirited faces. The handsome man with white hair and red eyes in the very center was none other than his teacher, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Surrounding his teacher were the elite of their generation. The young Hatake Danzu Kagami Torafa Danzo, in Enkoharu. Hatake Danzu's fingers gently brushed over each familiar, yet distant face in the portrait. It's a pity. Now only an old man like me remains. Kagami died young. Torafa sacrificed himself on the night of the Nine-Tails attack, and Danzo became a missing nin. Even In and Koharu have now been thrown into the security forces prison with no idea when they will return. An overwhelming sense of loneliness and the desolation of a changed world tightly wrapped around him. Just as Hatake Danzu was lost in melancholy, a clear rhythmic knocking sound broke the silence of the office. Come in. The door opened, and Kakashi entered. He looked extremely exhausted. Hatake Danzu's first reaction was that the mission intensity was too great, overwhelming this genius ninja. If you're too tired, go back and rest for a couple of days. Kakashi stood silently before the desk. I have indeed been very tired lately. Seeing him hesitate, Hatake Danzu asked curiously, do you have something to say? Hokage-sama, I would like to resign from ANBU. Hatake Danzu pinched the bridge of his nose. Have you decided, Oi? Yes, Hokage-sama. After a brief silence, Hatake Danzu nodded. Very well. He then asked, and what are your plans for after? To be an ordinary ninja, completing missions like everyone else. That's about it. Kakashi, even if you leave ANBU, the village still needs your strength. Hearing Hatake Danzu agree, Kakashi also felt a wave of relief. I will follow whatever arrangements the Hokage-sama makes. Hatake Danzu waved his hand. Go rest or go to the hospital for a checkup. I feel you are already overdrawn. It's not too late to come handle the paperwork tomorrow. Yes. Kakashi left the office. He did not go to rest as Hatake Danzu suggested, but instead sought out Gunma and the others again. He explained the situation regarding the security forces needing their help. They agreed without much hesitation. The group arrived at the security forces headquarters hoping to meet with Etsuji. Etsuji went to meet the Mizukijigura. I don't know when he'll be back. I see. Then let's wait for him to return. Kakashi and the others had not walked far when they heard a hurried sound of footsteps. Turning around, they saw a blond boy carrying two large fish, panting heavily as he ran over. I've brought the fish that weird uncle wanted. Where is he? Dode is not here. Put the fish down, and I'll have him send the money to you later. All right then. But you mustn't trick a kid. Don't worry, don't worry. We Uchiha wouldn't do something so unscrupulous. Naruto waved his hand. Tell me in advance next time you want fish, okay? In the corner, Kakashi and the others were dumbfounded. What the hell? When did Naruto get so close with the Uchiha? Isn't this kid a Jinchuriki? Naruto did quite like this place. The people here looked fierce and didn't seem like good people, but they were quite nice to him. That uncle who sold pancakes let him taste a piece just because he was a kid. Although they told him to scram and not to get in the way, it made Naruto feel warm inside. He made up his mind, if a limited edition pancake came out, he would definitely buy 2 boxes to taste. Naruto walked aimlessly down the street. He wanted to see how Sasuke was doing. It's been so long. I hope this guy hasn't gotten too sick. Asking along the way, he finally found Sasuke at a training ground. Sasuke. Naruto waved his hand. Finally found you. Hearing that familiar voice, Sasuke looked up. He was breathing heavily, and the arm gripping his kunai was trembling slightly, indicating he had been training for a long time. Protege, why are you here? What do you mean, protege? I'm only slightly worse at academics, but my combat skills are still strong, okay? Sasuke rolled his eyes. Slightly worse means you often score 0, doesn't it? Naruto leaned in closer. Sasuke, I heard you were sick. Is it serious? Sasuke shrank back, revealing a disgusted expression. Don't get so close, bastard. Naruto leaned in even closer. Have you been to the hospital? Sasuke completely broke down. Why is this blonde idiot so annoying? We aren't even that close. Why did he come running over like this? You're annoying, protege. Naruto also felt a surge of anger. Does this stone-faced guy not know kindness from rudeness? He had run all this way to see him, and instead of a thank you, he was getting complained at. Damn it, I'm not coming next time. He rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Hey, Naruto. Naruto growled back irritably, what? Let's fight. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then clenched his fists. He had wanted to beat up Sasuke for a long time as well. Fine. The two stood facing each other. I'm coming. In the training ground, the two figures collided. Occasionally the sound of flesh colliding could be heard. After a long while, the two collapsed on the ground exhausted. Sasuke, why do you always have such a sour face? Did something unhappy happen to you? Sasuke's heart tightened, and he turned his head away, remaining silent. Sasuke. Naruto struggled to his feet. You? He saw the genius of their class for the first time shed helpless tears. Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto didn't know how to comfort Sasuke. Sasuke stood up, wiped the tears from his eyes, and fled the training ground without looking back. Leaving Naruto standing alone, not knowing what to do. What's with that? Running away without even explaining. What a headache. Naruto muttered to himself for a while, then shook his head helplessly. Never mind. I'll forgive him this time. After all, he is a patient. It hurts. That bastard really hit hard. The alliance agreement between Konoha and Kirigakure has been formally concluded. The two villages now share a cordial cooperative relationship. To facilitate mutual development, it is advisable for Mizukage Yashiro to return to Kirigakure. Thanks to Tobirama's tireless efforts, Kirigakure has finally bowed its proud head and forged a solid alliance with Konoha. New mission: escort the 4th Mizukage Kabata Yashiro back to Kirigakure. Eiji scratched his head in confusion. Wasn't the agreement that Yashiro would only be returned after they located Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito? Sending him back so abruptly might make them appear untrustworthy. After a brief moment of contemplation, another thought struck Eiji. His own village seemed to possess certain valuable secrets. He had left in haste last time and hadn't had the opportunity to study them. This trip presented the perfect chance for a thorough investigation. Naturally, the escort duty was assigned to Eiji. Hiruzen had initially intended to dispatch a Konoha squad for protection. However, Eiji remarked that if he of all people couldn't safeguard Yashiro, the others would merely be adding to the casualties. Perhaps they should carve a few more memorial steels to save the village money. Hiruzen nearly choked on his breath. Eventually, Eiji did bring Tenzu along, as his skills proved useful. Tenzu was plagued by headaches. During their previous visit to Kirigakure, they had soundly beaten the Mizukage. Now that they were returning, who knew what mischief Eiji might concoct? On the journey back to the land of water, Eiji and Yashiro chatted idly on the deck. Gazing at the increasingly familiar route, Yashiro broke the silence. Lord Eiji, how long have I remained in Konoha? What's this? Is the Mizukage here to pay for meals or rent? Yashiro rubbed his face. He decided it was best not to expect civil conversation from Eiji. Word of the Mizukage's impending return reached the village beforehand. Yashiro's loyal subordinates were overjoyed, celebrating with the fervor of a festival. In stark contrast, the rogue ninjas lurking in the shadows grew agitated. Like sharks scenting blood, they sharpened their kunai and ninbotsu, seeking the perfect moment to assassinate the Mizukage. Over the sea surface, a dozen fast boats closed in. Lord Yashiro, it seems your popularity remains as poor as ever. Yashiro wore a pained expression. He knew these attackers were likely doomed. Yet upon spotting a white-haired figure on the ship, they did not hesitate for a moment. Instead, they turned tail and fled. Eiji's reputation had grown immensely. The ninja world knew of Konoha's excessively righteous Uchiha with white hair. Some even whispered whether he might rival the legendary shinobi war god Uchiha Madara of years past. For an Uchiha, this constituted the highest praise. As they drew nearer to Kirigakure, Yashiro's excitement intensified. During his stay in Konoha, beyond discussing cooperative matters, he had diligently studied and read numerous books. Chronicles of Konoha, from the great deeds of the first Hokage to the tragedy of the Nine Tails attack. On the Will of Fire. Essence of the thoughts of the first and second Hokage. A new compilation of the Will of Fire, the third Hokage's exclusive interpretation and extensions. The self-cultivation of a Konoha ninja. How to become an excellent leader. And other works. Yashiro had brought several volumes back, eager to study them with the village elders. Now he could hardly wait to share this precious knowledge with them, adapting the advanced concepts of the Will of Fire to Kirigakure's reforms. Likewise, Kirigakure's loyal subjects were thrilled. The hostage had returned. Nay, the Mizukage was coming home. As soon as the ship docked, they swarmed around him. My lord Mizukage, you have finally returned. We are sorry for the hardships you endured. Konoha did not treat you poorly, did they? The villagers miss you dearly. However, Yashiro knew this was pure nonsense. The villagers likely wished for his death rather than his return. After flattering the Mizukage, the shrewd citizens of Kirigakure did not forget to shower Eiji with excessive praise. First, Konoha and Kirigakure were now genuine allies. As an envoy of such high status, Eiji's opinion could potentially sway the Hokage's attitude toward Kirigakure. Second, they still remembered how this little rascal had covered Yashiro in explosive tags last time. If he replicated that stunt, could they withstand it? In such situations, the older, more experienced ninjas stepped forward to speak. Lord Eiji, thank you for personally escorting the Mizukage back to the village. Eiji waved his hand dismissively. It was a minor matter. I am rather hungry, though. Could you offer me some food? Certainly. Please follow me. Eiji strode confidently into Kirigakure. This time no rash rogue ninjas dared to ambush them. Eiji sniffed the air and detected a faint trace of blood. Tisk, now they truly seemed destined to perish. If Kirigakure did not have a transmigrator activating a prolific offspring system, it might take a decade or more for the village to recover. A lavish welcome banquet was held in the reception room of the Mizukage building. During the feast, the elders, led by Genshur, showed utmost hospitality. The conversation consistently revolved around thanking Konoha while subtly hinting at Kirigakure's current predicaments. They hoped Eiji would speak well of them to the Hokage, hastening the promotion of bilateral trade. Of course, if all else failed, a marriage alliance was an option. The village was quite safe now. After all their jonin Terumi, Mei was exceptionally excellent. Terumi Mei glared viciously at the tabletop, still harboring a desire to tear Eiji apart. After rounds of polite exchanges, Eiji laid his cards on the table. According to our agreement, Kirigakure was to capture Obito and Orochimaru before we returned the Mizukage. However, out of goodwill between our villages, the Hokage decided to return Lord Mizukage prematurely. This sufficiently demonstrates our sincerity in cooperation. Jinchur nodded. We have deeply felt Konoha's sincerity. We are endlessly grateful. Eiji smiled radiantly at the Kirigakure leadership. Since we have shown such great sincerity, could Kirigakure perhaps do us a small favor? Hearing this, the ninja present, including the Mizukage, changed expressions. Oh no, this kid was up to something again. They glanced at Mizukage Yashiro. Yashiro cleared his throat softly. Please speak. As long as it is within Kirigakure's capabilities, I will do my utmost. The secret manual left by the second Mizukage, Hozuki Jinjetsu. Let me take a look. I will only read it, I will not take it away. The moment Uchiha Eiji finished speaking, the air in the secret chamber seemed to freeze instantly. The Kirigakure ninja present visibly darkened in complexion. If this had been a ninja from a small nation, they would have swarmed him by now, slicing him into mincemeat. Did he not understand the dignity of the 5 great nations? However, the one speaking bore the name Uchiha. Furthermore, he stood backed by Konoha, which had forcibly abducted their Mizukage and forced a treaty upon them. They would have to carefully weigh the pros and cons. After years of dealing with Konoha, Kirigakure seemed never to have gained an advantage over the Uchiha. Amidst these various interferences, some elders had even begun brainwashing themselves. Eiji was the most proficient in water style after all. The water style secret arts left by the second Mizukage would naturally hold great appeal for someone equally skilled in water style. So his desire to view them was, well, quite reasonable, wasn't it? Besides, Eiji only said he wanted to look, not even to borrow, let alone take it. Wasn't this already giving Wuyin enough face, preserving the last shred of dignity? If they truly wanted a falling out, even if he wanted to forcibly take it, none of them combined could defeat him. It was time to face reality. However, they still wanted to struggle to see if they could extract some benefits. This arduous task, requiring enough weight and acting skill, naturally fell on the shoulders of the most senior and experienced Elder Yuan. Lord Eiji, this request is indeed a bit too much. This is, after all, the very foundation of Wuyin Village's heritage. Could you perhaps choose something else? Elder Yuan felt that even if he just wanted to look, Eiji shouldn't get it for free. Since he represented Mai, he would surely abide by Mai's rules. For example, not taking something for nothing, needing mutual assistance, and so on. A little material aid from Mai would make Wuyin Village comfortable for a while. However, they still treated Eiji too much like a normal person. He put down his chopsticks. Then I'll change my request. Elder Yuan smiled. See the art of reading people. The young still have much to learn. Then please extract the 3 tails from the Mizukage's body. A village raising 2-tailed beasts is far too dangerous, inviting disaster. It's better to let Mai help you share the burden. Elder Yuan's smile froze on his face. Extract it, like cleaning a sewer. This wasn't about taking the tailed beast, it was about taking the life of the 4th Mizukage Yagura. So sending the Mizukage back was just to let him die in his homeland. Falling leaves return to their roots, huh? You're oddly considerate. Elder Yuan suppressed his anger. Lord Eiji, please don't joke. If a tailed beast is extracted, the Jinchuriki will surely die. Unexpectedly, Eiji looked at him and said slowly, who told you that? Elder Yuan and all the Wuyin high-ranking officials present were stunned. Huh. I found a method to extract tailed beasts without harm from the secret scrolls left by the second Hokage Feijian. Hiss. As soon as the words fell, the ninjas drew in a sharp breath. Shinsho Feijian, the man renowned for developing forbidden techniques, hailed as the greatest forbidden technique master in the ninja world. He had even researched such a heaven-defying forbidden technique. Truly terrifying. Is this true? It's false. A dead silence. Absolute stillness. A herd of alpacas raged in their hearts. Damn it, he's messing with us again. Knowing this, they still couldn't lose their temper. They couldn't afford to offend Mai, nor could they afford to offend the Yuzhibo. That bastard's right hand had never left the sword handle. He even ate with his left hand. After weighing the pros and cons, Wuyin Village from top to bottom decided to endure once more. At the same time, they comforted themselves. After all, Mai was an ally. Letting him take a look should probably be fine. And if a powerful enemy were to attack someday, they might have to rely on Mai for protection. Besides those secret techniques, except for the Guiden clan, no one could master them anyway. They were just gathering dust in the secret chamber. Exchanging them for a favor, even if forced, didn't seem like a loss. It's fine. Sob. It's fine. Under Yagura's personal guidance, Eiji passed through layers of heavily guarded corridors deep into the most forbidden core of the Mizukage building. After many twists and turns, they finally stopped before a heavy stone door covered in ancient sealing runes. The stone door slid silently inward, revealing a small, dry chamber. Lord Ingsi, the secret technique scrolls are all here. Please take your time. Stay here for these few days. The training ground is free to use. Meals will be delivered to your door on time. Yagura mused that even if Ingsi were a genius, it would take at least 10 days or half a month to study a jutsu. Not to mention the steam danger explosion power, which wasn't something that could be learned through effort alone. It relied purely on bloodline. Your village's Sharingan isn't omnipotent. Ingsi shook his head. No need, it'll just take a moment. Ninja World scientist activated analyzing the core inherited secret technique scroll of Ghostlight, Phantom Moon Great Feijin-sama, has finally cracked the underlying logic of the Guideng clan's bloodline limit. You have mastered the water-style water gun technique, forming a pistol shape with your right hand and firing liquid bullets like bullets from your index finger. What if I combine this with the spiral sphere? Any potential? Water gun technique upgraded. Now can fire spiral spheres from fingertips, greatly increasing power and penetration. You have mastered the water-style water ball technique. You have mastered the steam danger explosion power, using oil and water to create an extremely unstable clone that expands and explodes upon heating and contracts upon cooling, enabling cyclical attacks. Under Feijin-sama's improvement, the appearance is synchronized to Chinsho, Feijin mode, done. Ingsi shoved the scroll back into Yagura's hands. I've learned it. Time for some afternoon tea. Yagura. He stiffly caught the thrown scroll, his mind blank. He had witnessed Ingsi merely flipping through it once without even a single basic hand seal attempt. And that was it. Yagura felt his worldview shattered as never before. This Yuzhibo before him seemed to have completely transcended the common sense of the ninja world. The two walked out and heard a rumbling sound not far away. Upon closer inspection, it was the hard-working Tianzong vigorously carrying out infrastructure work in Wuyin village. Of course it was for a fee. Wood-style multi-layered house. With his low shout, rows of structurally exquisite and sturdy wooden houses sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain. Wuyin village's massive construction was good for its rapid development. Very happy. Ingsi quoted a high price and took only a 70 cut. Very happy. The villagers had houses to live in so they wouldn't kill the Mizukage for a while. Very happy. Only Tianzong's world was finally complete with suffering. Because his chakra was limited, Tianzong couldn't finish building all the houses in one day. He would have to stay a few more days with Ingsi. It was also a good time to inventory the equipment and other building materials needed and order them from Mai. Of course, such an important matter had to be handled by the Yuzhibo. In case someone embezzled and substituted inferior goods, quoting 3500 for an item worth 700. While Wuyin village was undergoing massive construction, my village had also sent letters to all corners of the ninja world. The gist was as follows: Mai had formed an alliance with Wuyin village, working hand in hand to create a brilliant future. Additionally, they hoped everyone would set aside their hatred and jointly build a peaceful, beautiful ninja world. Peace was hard won to cherish it. The small villages receiving this letter were naturally moved to tears. Well said. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Please stop fighting. However, some villages thought Mai was extremely hypocritical. Mai had vast lands, abundant resources, and talented people. They surely never lacked food or drink. But they were dirt poor. What else could they do but rob others? Forget it, time to pack up and go loot the common folk. In the evening, Yagura was still working. Zhao Meiming entered carrying a thick stack of documents. Mizukage-sama, the work records for this period are all in the first cabinet. Understood, thank you. As a genius female ninja of Wuyin village, Zhao Meiming had garnered much attention. Not only was her water-style jutsu astounding, but she also possessed dual bloodline limits of lava-style and boil-style. During this period of acting as village administrator, her clear organization and decisive manner had greatly pleased Yagura. Mizukage-sama, can we truly coexist harmoniously with Mai? Yagura put down the scroll and looked at Zhao Meiming in surprise. What did she mean? Was she suggesting they imitate Mai's hostage-taking and kidnap Ingsi while they were at it? Do you have an opinion? No. Zhao Meiming lowered her head and quickly changed the subject. I was just thinking about that arrogant white-haired brat who dared to covet the second Mizukage secret techniques. It's utter wishful thinking. Yagura gave a bitter smile. Perhaps he has already learned them. Zhao Meiming. Yagura repeated the day's events. Though I also think it's impossible, my intuition tells me I'm wrong. After a brief silence, Zhao Meiming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her churning emotions. Understood. If there are no other orders, I'll take my leave. Go. After leaving, Zhao Meiming still felt uneasy. After all, that was Wuyin's heritage, so easily stolen by Mai. She couldn't resign herself to it. She walked aimlessly, not realizing when she had reached the village outskirts. Zhao Meiming bent down, playing with the cool seawater. Just then, an extremely faint sound of footsteps came from not far away. Zhao Meiming instantly became alert, suppressed her aura, and quietly approached the source. She saw that white-haired brat she hated to the bone standing alone, facing the pitch-black sea. He raised his right hand, forming a pistol shape, and pointed it at a huge, faintly visible reef far out on the sea. Water gun technique. The next moment, a water ball the size of a fist shimmering with a deep blue light shot out from his fingertip. A streak of water so fast it nearly tore through the vision, piercing through layers of sea fog, and struck the reef over 100 meters away with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. A dull impact followed by the grating sound of rock shattering. That hard reef instantly disintegrated into countless fragments. They crashed into the sea with a splash, stirring up huge waves. Zhao Meiming gasped, instinctively covering her mouth. Such a distance, such terrifying penetration and destructive power. This was not merely learning, it was mastery at the peak level. Was this kid surnamed Yuzhibo or Guidang? After a brief moment of shock, Zhao Meiming quietly retreated, wanting to leave this dangerous place. Senior spying on others isn't a good habit. She had been discovered. Alarm bells rang in Zhao Meiming's heart. She forced herself to stand up calmly. Spying? How can you slander my innocence? I was just passing by. Eiji slowly turned his head, his eerie scarlet Sharingan locking onto her precisely. I have a feeling you want to kidnap me and avenge your Massacre. Zhao Meiming rolled her eyes. Did this white-haired guy have persecution paranoia? Didn't he realize that if Wu Yin dared to touch her today, the Yuzhibo madmen would surround the Massacre building tomorrow? Boring. I'm leaving. Zhao Meiming tried to leave, but found she couldn't move a single finger. Eiji's scarlet Sharingan pierced through the mist as he walked step by step toward her. He stood before the paralyzed Zhao Meiming, looked down at her for a moment, then turned and strode away, his figure quickly vanishing into the thick fog. The moment his figure disappeared, the terrifying binding force abruptly vanished. Zhao Meiming's legs gave way, and as if all strength had been drained, she collapsed heavily onto the cold sand. Monster. A monster among monsters. A few days later, Eiji and Tianzong returned to Mai, continuing to handle Mai's internal affairs. Soon they sorted through the evidence against the relevant personnel inside Mai and showed it to Risen. The evidence is conclusive. Handle it as it should be. Yin and Xiaochun might have to spend 10 or 20 years inside. Risen had also given them a chance to earn merit. Once war broke out, throwing them onto the battlefield might give them an opportunity to redeem themselves through merit. Of course, what accidents might happen on the battlefield was another matter. Everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction. As for the Akatsuki organization, it seemed a bit lacking. The Land of Rain, the Akatsuki's secret base. The rogue ninjas gathered together, the atmosphere far from harmonious. Obito's plan had failed. He had intended to join forces with Itachi to massacre the Yuzhibo, making Itachi bear the guilt, then join the Akatsuki in despair, becoming his perfect pawn. Who could have imagined that Eiji would burst and kill Itachi with a few blows and leave a lingering chill in Obito's heart? For a moment, Obito felt he really could be killed by Eiji. This made him angry, and even more so, it filled him with the humiliation of being challenged by an ant. For the sake of the Great Moon Eye plan to create a world with Rin, he decided to heed Black Zetsu's advice. Find an opportunity to take Kakashi's Sharingan. Orochimaru was also in a bad mood. His experiments had not been progressing smoothly. The ninja in the organization who could use wood style wasn't very bright, and completely ignored his suggestions for scientific sacrifice. In fact, he had even knocked his head off twice. Utterly lacking in any sense of the bigger picture. Heavy footsteps sounded. Pain slowly walked to the center of the platform, overlooking the crowd. The Akatsuki's goal is to end this world full of hatred. To achieve that, everything we do is worth it. Even so, Pain's heart was not without ripples. To control this group and achieve that grand goal, he needed even greater power and better pawns. However, there was not a complete lack of good news. After some time, the Akatsuki welcomed a new member. Deidara, the disciple of the third Tsuchikage Inoki, a genius ninja from Yenin village who always chanted that art is an explosion. Actually, the recruitment process was not smooth. It was only after those black-robed men beat him up that he voluntarily joined this strange organization. Furthermore, they told Deidara that there was a brat in Mai who liked to play with explosive tags, also his enemy. Hearing this, Deidara immediately solidified his resolve to develop well in the Akatsuki. Explosive tags worthy of being called art. Huh, trash. Conan, what are you looking at me for? I wasn't talking about you. Ignoring the noisy newcomer, Conan and Pain departed from the base. The rest of the members went about their own business, taking on missions to earn bounties. Orochimaru mused that not only Konohagakure, but the Akatsuki organization as well should hasten to its ruin. He had initially believed this to be an organization comprised of S-rank rogue ninja, and joining it might have some merit. Yet he soon discovered that internally it was a chaotic mess. As a scientist with ideals and ambitions, Orochimaru began to harbor other intentions. He understood a fundamental truth: in the end one must rely on oneself. Thus, after some time, he bribed the daimyo of the Land of Fields. He established a small village known as Otogakure. Using this village's name, he recruited talented individuals. Naturally, his actions did not escape the watchful eyes of the Akatsuki. Pain regarded Orochimaru's behavior as a betrayal of the organization. So on a dark and windy night, Orochimaru once again defected. Now Orochimaru had truly become a hunted man across the entire shinobi world. Yet no amount of hardship could crush the determined Orochimaru who was focused on his ambitions. He not only succeeded in establishing his village, but also recruited talents such as Kimimaro. It was a pity that Kimimaro's health was poor, otherwise he would have been a perfect vessel for the dead soul reincarnation technique. One day while Orochimaru was conducting experiments in his laboratory, a small white snake arrived bearing a message. Moments later a shinobi wearing glasses entered. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto. Without turning around, Orochimaru's scalpel sliced through the skin of his test subject. I recall telling you not to come unless it was something important. Kabuto adjusted his glasses knowing that Orochimaru was concerned about his cover being blown. As a spy embedded in Konoha for many years, Kabuto was highly valuable. The fools in Konoha are too busy with their internal strife to pay any attention to me. Oh, Orochimaru paused his work. What's been happening in Konoha lately? After listening to Kabuto's report, Orochimaru fell silent for a moment. He set down his scalpel and carefully washed the blood from his hands. This world had finally twisted into something he could never have imagined. Hiruzen Sarutobi, a student of the illustrious Tobirama Senju, was being sidelined by a mere teenager. And now the entire village of Konoha was under the damn Uchiha's control. If he's this powerful now, will he become Hokage in a few years? Listening to Orochimaru's grumbling, Kabuto pushed up his glasses. Orochimaru-sama, there are indeed whispers in the village that Eiji is the most likely candidate to become the next Hokage. Before he could finish, a jet-black viper as dark as ink shot out from the shadows without warning. It instantly coiled around Kabuto's neck, its cold scales pressing against his skin. The immense constricting force caused him to choke, his face turning crimson. Kabuto struggled to squeeze out the words, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru stared intently at him. Did I ask for your opinion? Kabuto's pupils dilated from the lack of oxygen. Yes. It won't happen again. Only when Kabuto's struggles began to weaken did Orochimaru snort coldly and release him. Kabuto collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing violently. Get out. The laboratory, tinged with the scent of blood, returned to a deathly silence. Orochimaru let out a cold laugh. The most likely candidate for the next Hokage? That phrase sounds familiar. What a familiar tone, my beloved teacher. It seems time has not only eroded your strength, but also corroded your wisdom. Even though Orochimaru had long ceased to care about the position of Hokage, he still harbored resentment over past events. Back then, everyone in Konoha said he would inherit the title of Hokage. Yet he was directly rejected by his own teacher Hiruzen. It would be impossible to claim there was no resentment. And now he was going to pass the title to that detestable Uchiha brat. Absurd, since that's the case. In Orochimaru's mind, a maddening plan for the collapse of Konoha slowly began to take shape. Meanwhile, in Konohagakure, Kakashi had long resigned from the ANBU and become a regular jonin. When not on missions, he trained obsessively. His only goal was to be strong enough to bring Obito back to Konoha and settle everything between them. With a clear objective in mind, Kakashi had found purpose in his previously deadened heart. He even proactively sought out Guy multiple times to assist him in his training. There was, however, one condition: he absolutely refused to wear that hideous green spandex jumpsuit. Of course, Kakashi also consulted Eiji on how to harness the power of the Sharingan. Senpai, since Obito has awakened the Mangekyō, theoretically, you should be able to use it too. Is that so? Kakashi covered his left eye. But I don't feel anything. Eiji keenly noticed that Kakashi didn't seem to be in the best condition. Senpai, it looks like you've overexerted yourself again. Kakashi let out a long sigh. I can't deactivate the Sharingan, so my chakra is constantly draining. How about I gouge it out for you? Or maybe seal it? Kakashi took a step back. Goodbye. Eiji shrugged. He knew Kakashi would never give up what Obito had left him. Bonds, truly they're the strangest thing in the ninja world. The shinobi world seemed to have entered a period of peace. Compared to the era when Danzo was still alive, Konoha seemed to be a bit more comfortable now. This change was largely due to the emergence of a madman within the Uchiha clan who gave the intelligence divisions of every nation a massive headache. Intelligence operatives from the other four great nations, when undertaking missions to infiltrate the Land of Fire, now did so with extreme caution and anxiety. They dreaded that the moment they set foot in the Land of Fire, those red-eyed madmen would come knocking on their doors. The Akatsuki, lurking in the shadows, kept an exceptionally low profile during this time to further their grand scheme. For the most part, they only accepted bounty missions to sustain themselves or carefully recruited eligible new members. They also casually eliminated Hanzo, who had long lost his ambition. Trade with Kirigakure was also going quite well. Konohagakure earned a considerable profit, while Kirigakure's infrastructure developed rapidly. However, the proposed political marriage between the two villages never materialized, and likely never would. Everyone understood that so-called alliance treaties were nothing but flimsy scraps of paper when faced with true conflicts of interest. If war broke out, hesitation born from fighting one's own relatives would become a fatal weakness. Sunagakure. While this village struggling to survive amidst the wind and sand continued to exist stubbornly. It was said that Chiyo and Ebizo were leading the shinobi and racking their brains over new plans for poverty alleviation and wealth creation, trying to find a path to revitalization. As for Inoki of Awagakure and the fourth Raikage A of Kimogakure, faced with Konoha's rising momentum and the pressure it brought, they maintained a facade of alliance and camaraderie openly. But behind the scenes they were frantically competing, terrified of falling too far behind Konoha. Inside Konoha the children were doing relatively well. The orphans from the orphanage, upon reaching the appropriate age and meeting the requirements, attended the ninja academy. However, they would often see a blonde boy and a brooding boy constantly trading blows on the training ground. One would shout, "I will never let my comrades suffer alone," while the other would retort, "You don't understand my pain." And so on. Fueled by the power of his hatred, Sasuke frequently beat Naruto black and blue. Yet thanks to the Uzumaki clan's incredible vitality and the superhuman regenerative power granted by the nine-tailed fox within him, Naruto, who was often exhausted one day, would be raring to go the next. Then Naruto would go find Eiji and ask his teacher for special training. "Sensei, that Sasuke guy got stronger again. Teach me some new, more powerful moves. This time I'm definitely going to beat him." The next day Naruto would seek out Sasuke again. "Hey Sasuke, let's have another fight." And Sasuke noticed that the gap between them seemed to be closing. Stimulated by Naruto's persistence, Sasuke tapped into even greater potential. Their battles grew increasingly fierce and their destructive power increasingly astonishing. The teachers and students at the Ninja Academy could only watch as they fought with fierce intensity. Children, this is the bond between comrades. Within their eyes burns the blazing will of fire. Time flowed on. Uchiha Eiji finally welcomed his 18th birthday. In the shinobi world where death was a daily occurrence, an 18th birthday meant little. Yet for Eiji at this moment the circumstances were slightly different. He held at least a modicum of status in Mu Yi, which granted him slightly better treatment. On his birthday, he granted himself a day off. Eiji strolled leisurely, his destination the mansion that Tsunade had lost to him. Brewing a pot of tea, he leaned back comfortably in his chair, awaiting the arrival of his guests. Moreover, he discovered something. This house had previously belonged to Feijin. In a corner cabinet, he found the diary left behind by Feijin. That old fellow was hardly a man of propriety. Who keeps a diary if they're proper? From analyzing the characteristics of the Sharingan to methods of breaking Genjutsu, and how to effectively counterbalance the Uchiha clan without triggering a major conflict. Every detail was meticulously recorded, filling 7 or 8 notebooks. Pity he passed away rather early. But that didn't matter. The will of the great Shinsho Feijin shall be inherited by me, Yuzebo Eiji. To express this cross-clan respect, he even went out of his way to acquire a standard portrait of Feijin, hanging it squarely on the most prominent wall of the living room. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the first gift-giver arrived. Opening the door, he saw a smiling little yellow-haired boy carrying a box. "Hee, happy birthday, Teacher Eiji." He bustled into the living room and placed the box on the tea table. "This is my super ultra special gift for you. I ran all over Muye's shops to collect these limited edition instant noodles. I guarantee you won't have the same flavor for a month. Thanks, Mingren." Mingren grinned widely. "I'm going to look for a cat with Suiju. See you later, teacher." Under Engsei's training, Mingren had long met the conditions for graduating from the Ninja Academy. As for that fool who tried to trick Mingren into stealing the Scroll of Seals, he was beaten up and thrown into prison. Engsei couldn't help but curse him. When Mingren's teacher was at his level, did he even need to steal to learn techniques? Besides which forbidden technique on the Scroll of Seals did Engsei not know? Alright, feel free to visit often. After Mingren left, another knock came. It was the brothers Daohua and Tiahua. Daohua held a slender wooden box and presented it solemnly. Knowing Engsei's fondness for blades, they had made a special trip to the land of iron and commissioned the finest swordsmith to craft it. Engsei opened the wooden box and a chill metallic aura rushed toward him. Inside lay Itachi. The scabbard was a deep indigo blue and the tsuba was elegantly antiquated in design. He gently drew out half the blade. The cold light shimmered like water. "This sword is called Murasame. Legend says that after killing, the blade spontaneously forms dew like drizzling rain, washing away blood without a trace. How about it? Not bad, right?" Engsei accepted it with both hands. "Thank you, esteemed seniors." No. You are now the clan head of the Uchiha. You need not be so courteous with us." Huh. Sometimes Engsei felt that the Uchiha's thought processes were indeed abnormal. Just yesterday, Fuyu officially retired and handed over the position of clan head. Along with it came the role of police force captain. In other words, Engsei now possessed absolute authority within the Uchiha. It was precisely for this reason that these two fellows reminded him to maintain the dignity befitting a clan head. Not to end up like certain clan heads whose words went completely ignored. Ahem. Engsei placed the sword on the stand right next to Xiao'er. "That's enough. Oh, I'm not good at that sort of thing. Dignity, or not, anyone who disagrees can just fight it out. Look at Lord Hashirama. Didn't he beat people down before reasoning with them? Isn't that right, Lord Madara? Daohua and Tiahua exchanged glances, seemingly wanting to offer further advice on the importance of a clan head's demeanor. But just then another knock came. The two exchanged a look. Clan head, we take our leave. They swiftly turned and slipped out through the small door connecting the living room to the backyard with practiced ease. Only then did Eiji go to open the door. Kakashi lazily handed him a box. The complete edition of Make Out Paradise. Take your time. I'm off. Huh. Behind Kakashi, Kai popped out. This is Youth Kakashi. Today how about we compete on who can go longer without blinking? Farewell. After seeing off Kakashi, Eiji looked at the cover. He sure knows how to judge people. He had barely sat down and opened the first page when someone knocked. The same process repeated endlessly. A knock, an introduction, entry, gift placement. Drink a cup of Eiji's tea, then very tactfully exit through the back door. Then came the next knock. Within Muyi village, the ninja clans on good terms with the Uchiha, along with Eiji's friends, all sent him gifts. It was fortunate that Eiji's house was spacious, otherwise there would be no room. Of course what they gave and who came were details he could no longer recall. His brain automatically activated a more important function, recording those who did not show up. After the gifts were collected, an Umbu ninja delivered a message. The Fire Shadow wished to discuss the matters of the upcoming Chunin exam with Eiji. Indeed, at only 18, Eiji was now serving in an advisory capacity. Yet this stingy Fire Shadow refused to give him a raise. A capitalist so vile deserved to be hanged from a lamppost. Half a month from now, the 5 great nations will hold a joint Chunin exam with the venue set in Muyi. This is a golden opportunity to showcase Muyi's strength. There must be no carelessness whatsoever. New mission: ensure the smooth progress of the Chunin exam and show the world just how hard Muyi can punch. Rijan also dispatched the newly graduated genin of this year to directly participate in the Chunin exam. Eiji hummed in acknowledgement. The Chunin exam, how nostalgic. 7 years ago he had defeated Itachi and successfully advanced to become an excellent Chunin. He had made tremendous contributions to the development of Muyi. Now 7 years later, who would he defeat to display the blazing will of fire burning within his heart? Eiji slapped his forehead. He almost forgot. That fellow Orochimaru would probably show up, wouldn't he? The news of the Chunin exam in Muyi soon spread across the shinobi world. Each village dispatched its finest genin, hoping to put on a big show before the other villages. Before long, many unfamiliar ninjas appeared in the village. The police force kept their eyes wide open, patrolling the streets every day, afraid that spies might have slipped in among them. Stop! You brats from the hidden sand village, behave yourselves. Daohua and the others gave the order, and a dozen Uchiha emerged from nowhere, encircling the sand village ninjas tightly. The reason was simple: a ninja named Kanjuro had been bumped into by a few Muyi children. He tried to bully them only for Erjuzi to appear and make a grand show. Then a red-haired youth named Gaara appeared behind him, pulling off an even grander show. Then Ming Run let out a roar and charged forward. How dare someone like you bully Zuozhu? And then he got beaten up. Zuozhu's anger flared, shouting about bonds and friendship as he charged in. The brawl became quite lively, finally drawing the attention of the police force. According to Muyi's regulations, those who brawl in the streets are to be detained for 7 days. You 3 from the hidden sand village, come with us. Gaara's expression darkened considerably. After all, he was the son of the Wind Shadow. How could he be ordered around by a few guards from Muyi village? He raised his right hand, and sand slowly coalesced into the shape of a spear. Whoosh! A water bullet descended from the sky, sending him flying a dozen meters. He tumbled several times before stopping. A white-haired man yawned. Now it's 14 days, and a fine of 5,000 ryo per person. He instinctively reached for the crow puppet that was always strapped to his back. Yet his fingertips met only empty air. Kankuro spun around abruptly, his vision filled with nothingness. Damn it! Where's my puppet? It was huge and right on my back just a moment ago. Tisk looking for this. A lazy voice drawled. This is evidence of a crime. I'm confiscating it for now. Whether I return it depends on your behavior. Kankuro's throat went dry as he stared at Eiji, his mind a blank slate. How is this possible? This white-haired man, when and how did he? He hadn't even sensed the slightest fluctuation of chakra. Were the young ninjas of Konoha truly this formidable? Just then the defeated Gaara staggered to his feet from the ground. The moment he saw Eiji, an expression of fear surfaced on his face. He remembered this man. Years ago he had mercilessly beaten him up. Gaara silently drew back the scattered sand, which obediently flowed back into the gourd on his back. His voice was hoarse, low, and terrifying. I'll go with you. Kankuro couldn't believe his ears. Gaara was yielding. This was Gaara of the Sand Waterfall, the most powerful weapon of Sunigakure. And this white-haired man said one word, and he gave in. Gaara. Gaara snapped his head around. Shut up. Say one more word, and I'll kill you. Kankuro's throat tightened, all words choked back. Understood. Inabi snorted coldly, and with a few colleagues from the security department, they unceremoniously escorted the 3 Suna ninjas away. This disturbance provoked by Suna was once again suppressed by Konoha with absolute dominance. The other watching ninjas, seeing Konoha's strength, also became much more docile. They obediently dispersed and went about their own business. Naruto, Sasuke, good work. Not really. Naruto still had that goofy look. Sasuke, on the other hand, maintained his aloof, arrogant expression. With hands in his pockets, he turned away. Meddling. Over the years, he had come to understand the meaning of a rogue ninja. He also knew clearly that without Eiji intervention, the bloody night of the clan massacre would have ended even more tragically. Yet facing the killer of his brother, Sasuke's emotions remained tangled. Eiji seemed indifferent to Sasuke's awkwardness, casually waving his hand. I'm off now. Got work to do. Half a month later. The three young ones from Mangekyō obediently paid a fine of 15,000 ryo. Temari nearly fainted. These bastards actually took it. What are you looking at? Inabi glared at them. If it were up to me for street brawling, vandalizing public property, and attempting to attack Konoha ninjas, I'd have you detained for 3 months. Forget it, Inabi-senpai, spare them some face, a young ninja whispered beside him. Get lost. The first 2 exams went smoothly, eliminating a large number of participants. A few days later, the atmosphere in Konoha reached its peak. For the true great figures of the ninja world, the Kage of several villages had arrived one after another. Originally, some major nations were reluctant to come, but Eiji wrote another letter hoping they wouldn't refuse him. If they did, it would be a challenge to Konoha's authority. Konoha would not hesitate to ignite the 4th Great Ninja War. Thus, for the sake of peace, not out of cowardice, purely for peace, they declared they would attend punctually. Eiji's purpose in summoning them was to showcase Konoha's strength, to make them understand that Konoha remained the most powerful village in the ninja world. With the arrival of nobles from other nations and village leaders, the 3rd part of the Chunin exam was about to begin. Eiji took charge of the reception duties. He simply loved his work and was eager to ease the burden on the Hokage. The Mizukage of Kirigakure greeted him. Lord Eiji, I look forward to these young ones' performance. He spoke with genuine sincerity. For a few years ago, it was also a young one who had turned Kirigakure upside down. As for Mangekyō, they still hadn't found a suitable ninja to take on the role of Kazekage, so they had to send Chiyo again with her brother Ebizo as her advisor. However, though advanced in age, they were not yet senile. On the way, they had agreed that besides attending the Chunin exam, there was another crucial matter: borrowing money. Mangekyō's financial deficit was crushing the village, but they didn't even get to see the Hokage. The one they dealt with was still that detestable white-haired man. In the reception room, the 2 elders brought up the old issue. Lord Hokage, you know Mangekyō's situation. It's hard to describe. In truth, they were also conflicted. Although the 2 villages were nominally allies, the relationship was far from amicable, as evidenced by Konoha's repeated disregard for their requests. Another problem: Mangekyō had nothing of value to trade with Konoha. They couldn't just offer a few sand sculptures. As expected, Eiji on behalf of Konoha once again rejected their loan request. But this time he gave a reason. The joint Chunin exam had cost a fortune and the village was out of grain. With that, Eiji sauntered off. The 2 Suna elders were left staring at each other, faces pale with anger. Everyone knew that Konoha was now the wealthiest village in the ninja world. If your village can't even afford to cook, then we might as well go begging. They even began to feel that the alliance with Konoha was worthless. Perhaps it was time to huddle with Kumogakure and Iwagakure, uniting against the growing might of Konoha. That very night they sought out Inoki, and after some negotiation, they understood Mangekyō's intent. For certain reasons, the 2 Kages were in no hurry to commit. Honestly, they were deeply wary of Konoha. News of Danzo's death had spread across the ninja world. At first they were elated, thinking that without him Konoha's strength would plummet. But quite the opposite. Over the years, Konoha's overall power had grown immeasurably. The ninjas' equipment was visibly better, and their salaries were said to be more than double. Neighboring small nations had pledged allegiance, frequently visiting the Hokage to strengthen ties in various ways. And Konoha treated them well, fostering mutual development and progress. This puzzled them. Where did Konoha get so much money? I had never heard of any leaf ninjas being minors. At this critical moment, Kabuto added fuel to the fire. I heard that this young man named Uchiha Eiji has inherited the will of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Upon hearing this, and that Tsuchikage sucked in a breath of cold air. Senju Tobirama. This man had left a massive psychological shadow upon them. If he hadn't died a bit too early, who knows what state the ninja world would be in now. Let's talk about the cooperation matter instead. It didn't matter whether they ultimately cooperated or not, but they had to leave a fallback route for their village. The highly anticipated final selection officially began amidst the deafening cheers of the Konoha arena. The proctor for this session remained Gunma, and after announcing the competition rules, the first exam officially commenced. In the arena, the ninjas clashed in a chaotic melee. Bang bang bang. Dash dash dash. Boom boom boom. While Eiji was watching the battle, a colleague from the Umbu arrived to deliver a message. A patrol squad outside the village discovered several corpses at the edge of the dense forest 3 kilometers to the northwest. I'll go take a look. With a flash of his figure, Eiji disappeared from the noisy arena. Moments later, he appeared at the edge of that dark, dense forest outside the village. Several corpses lay among the dead branches and rotting leaves, their wounds clean and precise, fatal in a single strike. Eiji squatted down, his fingertips brushing over a strange wound that was deep enough to expose bone. Orochimaru, you've come to deliver your own death. High up on the platform, several Kage were intently staring at the fierce battles below, occasionally offering their critiques. The ninja from the Mist Village uses water style quite well. Just then a low and familiar voice intruded into his ears without warning. How does that compare to Sensei's? Hiruzen naturally took up the conversation. That certainly can't compare to Sensei's. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze. Wait, was this ninja talking about the same thing as him? Hiruzen turned his head and saw only a masked face. Who are you? The person removed his black robe and mask, revealing a familiar face. The Konoha missing mean, the deceased Hokage advisor and the dark leader of Root, Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen's pupils contracted. Danzo, didn't you die, eh? Wait, he wasn't Danzo, or rather not the living Danzo. The fine cracks on his skin, the ominous aura swirling around his body. A long-buried forbidden jutsu name suddenly slammed into his mind. Edo Tensei. He had personally witnessed his teacher, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, secretly performing this blasphemous forbidden jutsu once. And the Danzo before him had undoubtedly been revived through this ninja technique. As for who had revived Danzo, it must have been his once favorite disciple Orochimaru. Truly two troublesome individuals. Hiruzen sighed. I never expected you to appear before me in this manner. Danzo sneered. You foolish monkey. Do you think that by claiming I died and pinning all the blame on my head you have cleared your own hands? Hiruzen's voice suddenly rose. Danzo, you have done so many things harmful to the village, you deserve to die. Danzo had long since gone mad, determined to expose all the darkness of Konoha. Let everyone know what kind of person their revered Hokage truly was. He was indeed the dirty root, but Hiruzen was not the pure leaf either. Don't forget, monkey. It was you who gave the order back, then using the first Hokage cells for human experimentation. How is it that in the end, all the blame falls on me? Hiruzen's expression darkened. This matter involved Konoha's top secret. Could he really reveal it at a time like this? Moreover, it was true that he had ordered the wood release experiments, but it had been Danzo who initially proposed them. After seeing the massive losses from the experiments, he had immediately stopped them. In contrast, this old friend refused to give up, continuing to conduct secret experiments behind the scenes. He even colluded with the missing mean Orochimaru. Nonsense. I had long since ordered the experiments to be halted and all experimental data destroyed. And you, one of my best friends, Shimura Danzo, you have betrayed my trust. Feigning compliance while undermining from within, you have caused countless innocent ninjas to lose their lives. Danzo roared. Everything I did was for Konoha. Hiruzen's anger was completely ignited, decades of pent-up rage and disappointment erupting like a volcano. Is that what you call doing it for Konoha? You only did it for your own selfish desires. You did it for the position of Hokage. You are a bastard. With words spoken to this extent, the two had completely torn off their masks. Every word they hurled at each other struck directly at the heart. Hiruzen, Lord Tobirama had long since chosen me to be Hokage. It has nothing to do with you, Danzo. Danzo Orochimaru was actually the one suited to be Hokage, but you greedy monkey clung to power and forcefully elevated the rootless Minato to the position. All to ensure you could sideline him later, leaving Minato with only an empty title, while you, Hiruzen, remained the true ruler of the village. Hiruzen, back then, when you sent people to assassinate me, sparing your life was already the height of my benevolence. What more do you want? And as for Orochimaru, his heart was so dark, he was no match for Minato. Danzo, you hypocritical old man. On the surface you treat Naruto while sending him money every month. In reality, you didn't even arrange for a tutor. What does a little kid know about spending money? Once it's gone, he has to pick mushrooms and fish. The fact that the blonde brat wasn't poisoned to death or drowned in a river is purely due to his luck. That he grew up safely has nothing to do with you. Hiruzen, every day after eating your fill, you started targeting the Uchiha, nearly instigating a coup later on. If I hadn't cleaned up your mess, Konoha would have been wiped out long ago. Danzo, bullshit. The ones monitoring the Uchiha were your subordinates. Oh, what does that have to do with me? Am I really the one to take all the blame? You are the hypocrite hiding behind the scenes, wanting to use the Uchiha's power, yet fearing their threat. Hiruzen, all along you have secretly accumulated power, always flying the banner of, for the sake of Konoha. Yet you ruthlessly murdered villagers who opposed you within the village. Did Lord Tobirama teach you this? Danzo, you have the nerve to mention Sensei. Back then, during the incident where the Cloud Village envoy was attacked, who was it that for the so-called greater peace groveled and compromised, sacrificing fellow village ninjas and driving the innocent Hyuga clan head to a dead end? Your weakness caused Konoha to lose all face before powerful enemies. You are a coward, a weakling, a scum. Sensei was tough his entire life. How did he raise such a useless failure in you? The two of them cursed at each other for a long while, and Hiruzen was exhausted. Danzo asked one final question. Even now, do you still believe that everything is my fault? Hiruzen remained silent, his default agreement. Danzo sneered. If that's the case, then let us do one last thing. Monkey, I will send you to see Sensei, so he can judge whether you or I are right. Before the words had even faded, several figures clad in black robes and wearing masks at the edge of the platform simultaneously stepped back, their hands rapidly forming hand seals. Ninja Art 4 Purple Flame Formation. A blinding red light shot into the sky. For massive purple walls of light appeared out of thin air, closing together with unsurpassable speed above the platform, forming an indestructible cubic barrier. The dead should no longer disturb the peace of the ninja world. I will die in a few years, there is no need for you to rush me. On the platform, Hiruzen and Danzo engaged in fierce combat. Outside the barrier, the Konoha ninjas were extremely anxious. We must find a way to get in and help the Hokage. Do you trust the Hokage? But he is an old man after all. At this moment, atop the roof, shrouded by the immense 4 violet flames formation, the air was so thick it could almost be wrung out. Shimura Danzo's right arm, torn apart by a wind release technique, was crumbling into ashen, impure world fragments. Yet the scattered particles gathered once more toward the severed limb, a complete arm slowly regenerating. Ha ha ha. Sarutobi, you've truly aged. 30 years ago your chakra was far more abundant than now. TCH, Sarutobi clicked his tongue. To protect the village this time, he would once again personally kill Danzo. Ninja Art Summoning Technique. Poof. As the smoke cleared, a powerful ape appeared on the platform. He looked at Sarutobi, then at Danzo, sensing the tension in the air. You two. At your age, picking a fight. Afraid of throwing your backs out. Sarutobi was in no mood for jokes. Danzo is a rogue ninja of the village. I need you to join me and kill him again. Enma was clearly stunned. Danzo, a rogue ninja. Kill him again. He instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Oof. Annoying beast. Danzo leaped his gleaming ninja blade, slashing down fiercely. Enma. Sarutobi barked. No further words were needed. Enma transformed into a flash of golden light, coalescing into the legendary adamantine staff that had shaken the ninja world. Clang. The adamantine staff firmly blocked Danzo's slash. Gripping the staff, Sarutobi leveraged the impact and twisted his waist sharply. Hiya. The staff, tearing through the air with a terrifying howl, swept upward from below, tracing a deadly golden arc, and slammed, without any flourish, toward Danzo's midsection. Danzo hastily raised his freshly regenerated arm to block. Thud. A much heavier explosion than before. The arm of impure world, under the immense force of the adamantine staff, shattered like fragile pottery. Ashen fragments mixed with dust scattered in all directions. Yet despair followed. The scattered impure world pieces did not dissipate, but once again defied reason, converging toward Danzo's body. When the dust settled, Danzo stood before Sarutobi, once more unscathed, a twisted sneer on his face. TCH, Sarutobi clicked his tongue, his breathing heavier. Sensei, your forbidden technique has left me a great mess. Upon the platform, a long and brutal clash resumed. Danzo, relying on the endless chakra from impure world reincarnation, became a humanoid turret. Wind released vacuum great sphere. A barrage of various jutsu rained down on Sarutobi like a storm. Though weakened by the impure world technique, their power was far from his prime. The relentless bombardment still caused Sarutobi great trouble. Amid the fierce battle, Sarutobi thought of a solution. Only a sealing technique could permanently bind this undying impure world body. His hands flew through complex seals, the sealing formula nearly complete. At that critical moment, a sudden ominous premonition seized Sarutobi. His gaze shot like lightning into the shadows. Who's there? Accompanied by a cold hoarse chuckle, a figure in a loose kimono with golden snake-like eyes stepped out. That face. Sarutobi's heart sank. Sensei, how regrettable. Even you didn't recognize me at first. Sarutobi's heart ached with grief as he looked at Orochimaru's face. I should have known. If Danzo is here, you would come too. Orochimaru licked his lips. Getting close to you was indeed tricky, not just the Umbu, but that troublesome white-haired one. But I threw him plenty of bait. He won't be coming for a while. Sarutobi took a deep breath. He sensed the situation was becoming troublesome. Orochimaru, this wayward apprentice, had brought endless calamity to the ninja world. Even if Eiji was sharp, it would be difficult for him to see through Orochimaru's carefully laid chain of deceptions in time. It seemed he would have to rely on himself today. But this time, looking at his student who had fallen into the abyss of darkness, Sarutobi's aged eyes held no trace of hesitation. Orochimaru, this time I will personally end you and make up for the mistake of letting you go years ago. Orochimaru sneered. 30 years ago you could have done it, Sensei. But unfortunately you are far too old. Before the words faded, Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth wide. A tiny white streak shot out like lightning. That small white snake moved with incredible speed, instantly coiling around Sarutobi's neck, its fangs sinking deep. The bitten Sarutobi instantly turned into a clump of soft mud. Earth release, earth flow river. The real Sarutobi emerged from the side, hands slapping the ground. A surging torrent of mud erupted from nowhere, sweeping toward Orochimaru with immense force. It sent him stumbling backward, drenched and disheveled. Capitalizing on the moment, Sarutobi tore off his cumbersome Hokage robe, revealing the battle suit underneath. I have waited for you for many years, all for today. He had prepared for the worst, to die together with his student. Orochimaru steadied himself and quickly formed hand seals. Ninja art summoning technique. With a dull roar and billowing smoke, two massive coffins engraved with the characters first and second burst from the earth. The third coffin seemed to sense something rising a bit before sinking back down strangely. TCH still not working, huh? Orochimaru clicked his tongue in slight regret, then smirked coldly. But with these two lords it's enough. The heavy coffin lids crashed down. When Sarutobi saw the figures stepping out, he couldn't help but gasp. For the first time his hands trembled slightly. Hashirama looked around, his gaze finally settling on the aged Sarutobi. Monkey, you've become so old. Sarutobi's voice trembled with barely contained emotion. Lord Tobirama, Lord Hashirama. The two quickly understood their situation from Orochimaru's brief words. Controlled by their student's student with the aim of killing their own student, the current Hokage. Go, my lords, and Danzo. Kill our great Hokage. Sarutobi's heart sank. Danzo's battle had already consumed much of his chakra, and these two lords, even weakened, possessed terrifying power enough to reduce the entire leaf to rubble. No more hesitation. It was time to use that technique. Ninja art multiple shadow clone technique. Sarutobi's chakra was low, so he could only create 2 clones. Leave the rest to Eiji. He looked at Danzo, charging first, his eyes incredibly complex. That was a friend, enemy, and comrade entangled for a lifetime. Sealing technique, dead demon consuming seal. My teacher, my friend, my student. All grudges end today in the embrace of the death god. Behind Sarutobi, a grim death god apparition appeared. His 2 shadow clones rushed out, one grabbing Danzo, who was in the lead. The ghastly death god behind him, with a short sword in its mouth, suddenly extended its claws and devoured Danzo's soul into its body. That technique that once sealed the 9 tails. Orochimaru controlled the 2 Hokages, quickly dodging Sarutobi's clones. Huff, huff, 2 left. I need to think of something. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out outside the barrier. Water release, water dragon bite explosion. A colossal, savage water dragon with devastating force slammed into the 4 violet flames formation. The sturdy barrier shattered like fragile glass. The furious water dragon crashed into the barrier, scattering Hashirama, Tobirama, Orochimaru, and even Sarutobi in all directions. A figure landed on the platform like an arrow. Lord Hokage, I'm late. Sarutobi panted heavily, his consciousness growing hazy. Eiji, this time it's up to you. Eiji formed his right hand into a pistol shape, pointing it at the 2 Hokage who were about to move. Water iron cannon technique. A highly compressed azure water sphere instantly shot from his finger. Bang, bang. 2 muffled yet crisp explosions rang out almost simultaneously. The heads of the 2 Hokage, composed of impure world reincarnation, burst apart, scattering fragments like paper scraps. The headless bodies swayed stiffly for a moment, then, drawn by the power of the impure world reincarnation, countless paper scraps swarmed from the severed necks, rapidly reforming the heads in plain sight. Orochimaru snorted coldly. This damned Uchiha brat always ruined his plans. He formed a hand seal, driving them to attack again. Wood-style forest birth. First Hokage Hashirama Senju clapped his hands together. Surges of chakra plunged into the earth. The solid ground churned violently as countless trees thick as serpents burst forth. They surged toward Eiji in an overwhelming tide. The giant trees grew wildly, branches intertwining, instantly forming a terrifying forest that devoured life. Eiji clapped his hands as well. Water-style water, severing wave. A hyper-pressurized straight water jet shot from his mouth. The sturdy trees capable of withstanding tailed beast attacks were neatly severed at the waist by this high-pressure water line. Tobirama, who was about to use a water-style counterattack, displayed clear shock and disbelief on his stern face for the first time. Water-severing wave. Tobirama's sharp eyes locked onto Eiji. This was clearly his proud water-style technique. He had never taught this technique to any Uchiha. How could this white-haired brat possibly know it? Before Tobirama could recover from his shock, a long blade tore through the air, whistling toward him. Tobirama sidestepped. The long blade grazed his impure world body, sending paper scraps flying. In that fleeting moment of evasion, when his old force was spent and new force not yet born, Eiji vanished like a phantom, reappearing less than half a meter behind Tobirama. What? Slash. The blade struck down cleanly, cleaving the impure world body in 2. Orochimaru sensed the danger and immediately attempted to escape using Earth Style. However, he was horrified to find his body bound by invisible shackles. He couldn't move even a finger. A cold and powerful ocular power locked onto him completely. Takumi Kazuchi no Makoto, once the gaze locks onto a target, it instantly anchors their spatial coordinates, preventing movement or form alteration. Eiji had already teleported before him, his crimson Mangekyō Sharingan gleaming with an eerie, profound light. Damn it! Alarm bells rang in Orochimaru's mind, but he had no time to resist. In the instant their eyes met, Orochimaru felt an irresistible torrent of mental force shatter his will. His eyes became vacant like a puppet unplugged. Eiji placed his right hand on Orochimaru's shoulder. Simultaneously, the furious attacks from Hashirama and Tobirama ceased, leaving them standing silently. Lords, you are free. At that moment, Eiji forcibly severed part of the impure world reincarnation's binding. Second Hokage Tobirama Senju, having regained partial autonomy, instantly fixed his razor-sharp gaze on the conspicuous Uchiha fan crest on Eiji's back. Disgrace. This was a blatant desecration and plunder of his life's work. An Uchiha brat had not only stolen his water-style secrets, but even his signature space-time ninjutsu. Inherently evil Uchiha brat. I must personally. He was horrified to find that control over his body remained firmly in that white-haired brat's hands. Eiji formed a simple hand seal with one hand. Lord Tobirama, please calm down. I am not your enemy. Tobirama was going mad. An Uchiha brat, not only surpassing him in water-style power, but also mastering impure world reincarnation and controlling him, the developer. This was 1,000,000 times worse than death. And where did he get that blade? Appending the natural order, absolutely appending it. Tobirama, Hashirama, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. He looked at his brother, who was about to explode, then at the calming sea. He raised his hand and pressed gently. Don't move. Tobirama instantly deflated like a leaky balloon, managing only to squeeze out a few words. I understand, big brother. Hashirama looked at Eiji, then at his brother, who was fuming with rage. These two. How similar they are. Tobirama, are you? Are you sure you didn't leave any offspring behind? Tobirama whipped his head around, glaring at his brother as if he were an idiot. He was going insane. At this moment in this situation, what in the world was his big brother, who had a heart as vast as the forest of Konoha, thinking about? Big brother, do you have any idea what you're saying? Hashirama scratched the back of his head, awkwardly revealing his signature, good-natured smile. I was just asking casually. Don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. Tobirama was utterly exasperated with his brother. How could he be so carefree, gossiping at a critical moment like this? Cough, cough, cough. A weak cough broke the stalemate. Hiruzen, supporting himself, staggered to his feet. Lord Tobirama, Eiji is a good child. Tobirama's cold gaze shifted to his equally aged student, signaling him to continue. He knew that using the dead demon-consuming seal meant certain death. What Hiruzen said would be his final testament. He inherited the burning will of fire from Kagami and the many techniques you painstakingly developed. Kagami. Tobirama recalled that junior who stood out in the Uchiha clan with a pure will of fire. Hiruzen gasped, each word costing great effort. Eiji's father was Kagami's student. Over the years, he has made immense contributions to Konoha, always protecting the village except for being a bit radical. Tobirama fell silent. An Uchiha with the Sharingan, yet taking his techniques to such heights. This itself was a huge contradiction. My apologies, lords. I have failed your expectations. As the words fell, his last vestige of life force drained away. His body went limp, falling backward heavily onto the cold ground of the platform. Monkey! Monkey! Even Hashirama and Tobirama, who had witnessed countless deaths, were moved at this moment. Uchiha brat, what has happened over these years? Eiji recounted the entire story from beginning to end. As Eiji spoke, violent chakra uncontrollably erupted from his body, cracking the ground beneath his feet into fissures. Tobirama's impure world face twisted with extreme fury. He nearly flew off the ground. How could he have taken on such absurd students? Danzo, that traitor, instead of thinking how to assist the Hokage, spent his days scheming against his own. And he dared to collaborate with rogue ninja from outside the village. 10,000 deaths wouldn't be enough. The two advisors, mere figureheads, offered no good counsel. What pained him most was Hiruzen, the student he valued most. How had he become so indecisive and timid? To even condone the massacre of a clan. Damn it. When did he ever say to slaughter all Uchiha? He studied the Sharingan, and was wary of the Uchiha to guard against potential threats for the sake of the village's stability, not to commit genocide. What twisted interpretation had Hiruzen and the others made of his ideas? More ironic than anything after making such a colossal mess and plunging Konoha into chaos. The one who finally stepped up to clean up after these fools was an Uchiha brat. If that brat had any ulterior motives, wouldn't the entire Leaf Village fall into chaos? Hashirama, who had been silently listening, finally spoke again. Tobirama, if it weren't for your invention of the impure world reincarnation, how could Orochimaru have had the chance to defile the dead and invade the leaf? I warned you long ago not to research these strange and bizarre techniques. Tobirama glanced at his elder brother. Weren't they just talking about the third's mismanagement? Why was it now being turned on him? Brother, this has nothing to do with the technique. Evil lies in the human heart. Hashirama scratched his head irritably. The amount of information today was overwhelming. Just when the external problems were finally resolved, these younger generations began infighting. Peace. Is this the era of peace we fought so desperately for back then? It seems not much better than my time. What about the rogue ninja Obito? What's the situation there, said Eiji. Perhaps he was corrupted by Orochimaru. He wants to create a world with Rin, the girl he loves. Tobirama interrupted coldly. To achieve that, he didn't hesitate to personally kill his own teacher, the fourth Hokage, and his wife. He killed countless innocent ninja and civilians during the Ninetales rampage. He even dares to destroy the entire ninja world. The evil of his deeds, the twistedness of his heart. Even in the history of the Uchiha clan known for extreme emotions, he is probably unmatched. This time Hashirama did not stop Tobirama. He also felt that Obito was utterly despicable. And Itachi Uchiha, he actually wanted to slaughter his own clan. What the hell was he thinking day after day? What kind of garbage is in those two bastards' heads? Hashirama's gaze softened a bit. Speaking of which, why isn't Tsunade here? Tsunade-sama. Ever since Dan and Nawaki suffered successive tragedies, her heart has been deeply wounded. She left the village long ago and has been wandering outside. We couldn't bring her back. Hearing this, Hashirama's eyes instantly dimmed. War again and losing the ones she loved. Sighed this poor child. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had become resolute. She must be brought back. The leaf needs her, and the ninja world needs her even more. Facing the threat of the Akatsuki, she should not stay out of it. Understood. We'll find Tsunade as soon as possible. At this moment, Tobirama seemed to remember something and looked Eiji up and down. You're so barely passable. If you weren't an Uchiha, you'd be decent. Eiji secretly raised a middle finger. Naturally evil Senju Tobirama, I'll personally. Alright, Tobirama. Hashirama gestured for Tobirama to shut up. Leave the rest to you, younger generation. We the dead should not have appeared in this world again. Eiji released the jutsu. Eiji took a deep breath. I understand, Lord Hashirama. He controlled Orochimaru. Impure world reincarnation release. As his voice fell, Hashirama and Tobirama's bodies began to emit a soft white light. Countless tiny specks of light peeled away from their impure world bodies. Their silhouettes became blurred and transparent. Tobirama spoke again. Hey, that brat Eiji. I'm here. I'll be watching you from the Pure Land. Lord Hashirama, Lord Tobirama, I will protect my leaf village with my blazing will of fire. Hashirama looked thoughtful. The future of the leaf, perhaps. Before he could finish, his and Tobirama's figures completely vanished. As for Orochimaru's scorch release over steaming kill, he was quickly roasted into a dry snake. At that moment, more and more leaf ninja arrived at the platform. The Hokage has fallen in battle. I will take command here. Suspend the exams. Deal with the situation at the exam site immediately. Don't let innocent villagers get hurt. Leave the aftermath to them. Now let's discuss the matter of Orochimaru. At the back mountain of the Leaf Village, the funeral of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was held. Many Leaf Ninja came to see him off in black clothes, sorrow written on every face. Because the Hokage was like a kind old grandfather, having talked to every child in the village. Hiruzen's grandson Konohamaru was sobbing uncontrollably. He didn't know what his grandfather had done over the years. He only knew that his grandfather gave his life to protect the village. Jiraiya stood at the front. Dying in battle to protect the village might be the best ending for the old man, better than dying of illness in bed later. The Kage of other villages stood under the trees watching Hiruzen's tombstone from afar. I never expected the Hokage to die like this. Inoki spoke first, his voice betraying no emotion. But the other Kage seemed to catch a different meaning. Now the Leaf Village was in chaos, leaderless. It seemed like a good opportunity for them to develop rapidly and overtake. Not quite taking advantage of the chaos, but simply shameless. They were already considering whether to form a three-village alliance. If the next Hokage was as weak as Hiruzen, they wouldn't have to worry about diplomatic issues. Because Hiruzen always gave them some benefits in exchange for so-called peace. But now the situation was different. They noticed that Uchiha Eiji was very popular in the village, having become the Hokage assistant at 18. With this momentum, he was very likely to succeed the Hokage position. If an Uchiha became Hokage, it would be troublesome for them. At that moment, Eiji stood before the crowd. Death is never the end. The Hokages will always be with us. We have no time for grief. What we must do is give our all to find Orochimaru and the organization behind him. Destroy them and avenge the Hokage. Saying this, he paused for a moment. He glanced toward the Kage and deliberately raised his voice. Of course, I hope some people will put away their bold ideas. The Hokage has fallen, but the Leaf's ninja are still here. Hearing this, Inoki and sneered. Are you good at fighting? What's the use of being good at fighting? Can you surpass Hashirama and Madara from back then? Ridiculous. Let's go. After the funeral, at the Hokage's office, the heads of various ninja clans gathered. After a fair, just, and open vote, it was decided that Eiji would temporarily act as Hokage. After Tsunade returns, if she intends to take over, then another vote will be held. The proper procedures must be followed. The second matter was to thoroughly resolve the issue of the invaders as soon as possible. Was Orochimaru's attack on the Leaf his own idea, or was it the Akatsuki's plan? Jiraiya said, according to my information, Orochimaru currently has no connection with the Akatsuki and has even had several conflicts with them. Eiji, however, said, perhaps the news of Orochimaru leaving the Akatsuki is false, meant to confuse us. A despicable man like Orochimaru can come up with any sinister scheme. Hearing this, everyone pondered for a moment. It seemed to make some sense. The current Orochimaru was completely different from the Sannin everyone remembered. He exuded danger and malice from within and without. He even murdered his own teacher. Regardless of whether they are connected for the peace of the ninja world, we must eliminate him and the Akatsuki as soon as possible. Akatsuki. Jiraiya had received intelligence on the Akatsuki and knew that one of its members was his student Konan. Since Konan was in the Akatsuki, Nagato must be there too. What role did he play? Were they also corrupted by Orochimaru? Jiraiya pondered for a moment. I'm going to the Rain Village. Upon hearing this, a ninja immediately stepped forward to object. Lord Jiraiya, the Rain Village is far too dangerous. Raza of the Sand Village and a group of elites went there, and not a single one returned alive. Jiraiya let out a long sigh. I know, but I have reasons I must go. After speaking, he glanced around the room. Aside from me, who else is more suitable? Jiraiya's words held weight. In the current Leaf Village, he was undoubtedly the top-tier combat force. Except for that cheating freak from the Uchiha clan. Everyone cast their eyes toward Eiji, then silently withdrew their gazes. Eiji had been entrusted with managing the village's affairs temporarily. If he left, the village would fall into chaos. Moreover, the village was still in a state of panic. If something unexpected happened. In comparison, Jiraiya was a far better fit. He had extensive combat experience and was proficient in various ninjutsu. Even if he couldn't defeat the Akatsuki members, escaping shouldn't be a problem. I think I should go instead, Eiji said. I've been to the Land of Rain before, I'm familiar with the area, and I've dealt with core members of the Akatsuki. As for you, Lord Jiraiya, there's a more important mission, find Lady Tsunade. That's the first Hokage's order. Jiraiya shot Eiji a surprised glance. Wait until I bring Tsunade back. Fair enough. Jiraiya waved his hand and turned to leave the Hokage's office. Lord Jiraiya, don't spend your travel money on brothels this time. The Leaf won't reimburse you. Jiraiya, get lost. Everyone, Eiji cleared his throat. The future of the Leaf Village depends on your support. All right, you may leave. Soon only Eiji remained in the office. He reviewed the intelligence reports. Aside from the Mist Village, the other three villages had been in frequent contact recently. It seemed they were planning to form a tri-village alliance. Eiji speculated that they feared the Leaf Village's rapid development had disrupted the balance of power among the five great nations. Moreover, with the Leaf taking the Mist as a junior ally, its overall strength had increased further. Hence, they sought to establish this organization to contend with the Leaf in the future. In truth, this was pure nonsense. The Mist Village had a good relationship with the Leaf only because the Leaf had thoroughly beaten it into submission. But those three, each harbored their own ulterior motives. Take the Sand Village, for instance. That scoundrel was never a good sort. Every war began with its involvement. Unable to resolve internal conflicts, they turned them into external ones. They'd fight fiercely, but when they couldn't win, they'd surrender faster than anyone. Then they'd make demands. Our village is too poor, we need aid, blah blah blah. Aid your grandmother. Better find a way to transition into tourism. Eiji's speculation was correct. Their tri-village cooperation was not going smoothly. Among them, the Stone Village had the strongest overall power. Inoki not only lived long, but also had solid abilities, keeping the village well organized. Later, imitating the Leaf, he created something called the Will of Stone. United in purpose, they had many reliable ninjas. His granddaughter Kuratsuchi had long legs ahem. Her lava release was also formidable. Under Ei's leadership, the Cloud Village preferred to speak with fists, starting a fight at the slightest disagreement. He disagreed with many of Inoki's theories, leading to constant friction. As for the Sand Village, its position was awkward. It was there to fill the ranks, unable to contribute much, yet still wanting a share of the spoils. Thus, even before the alliance could be established, rifts had already appeared. If things continued this way, they might end up fighting among themselves. While they bickered and fought one day, then negotiated cooperation, the next the Leaf Village steadily developed internally. Hiruzen's death did not disrupt the village's normal operations. The two advisors imprisoned in the jail were devastated upon learning of Hiruzen's death. They insisted on leaving by any means, fearing the Leaf would become a one-man show under the Uchiha. But the security force was now fully staffed with personnel on duty around the clock. They had no chance to escape, and if they attempted a breakout, they'd be branded as rogue ninjas. On par with Orochimaru. The two of them heard this and decided to bide their time. The sun would rise again. Meanwhile, the Leaf Village announced the results of the Chunin exams. Only Naraluma had successfully advanced to Chunin. The others would have to retake the exam. Naruto also realized that there were always stronger people out there. Besides that arrogant jerk Sasuke, there were plenty of tough opponents among his peers like the equally cocky Eiji. For various reasons, Naruto went to the Senju clan compound and found Eiji tending the fields. "Sensei, can you teach me a powerful jutsu?" Eiji wiped his sweat and decided it was time for Naruto to inherit the skills of his father, the little son. Previously, Eiji had taught him the taijutsu of the Uchiha and Senju clans. Naruto's physique was well suited for it, and he improved rapidly. Now the technique I'm about to teach you comes from the great fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. It's called the Rasengan. Listen to me first, do this then that. Time slowly passed. Jiraiya brought Tsunade back. At the Hokage building in the conference room. "Jiraiya, I only agreed to return. When did I say I'd become Hokage?" Jiraiya shrugged indifferently. "Whether it's you or Eiji inheriting the position of 5th Hokage, I fully support it." "Then let Eiji do it. That kid inherited Kageme's will of fire and the 2nd Hokage's jutsu, didn't he? He's rendered great service to the village over the years. I have no objections." Jiraiya nodded. "I have no objections either." "Eiji, I also have no. Ahem. Let's follow the rules and take a vote." The thoughts of the clan leaders were simple. Eiji had rendered outstanding service to the Leaf and met every criterion. Moreover, he had received the approval of the 1st and 2nd Hokage. As for Tsunade, she was still in a state of idleness, but leaving the village to her was somewhat concerning. Thus, Eiji smoothly succeeded to the position of Hokage. He also became the first Uchiha in history to become Hokage. When the news reached the Uchiha clan, the members were moved to tears. How many years had it been? Do you know how many years the Uchiha had waited for this Hokage position? Celebrate. We must celebrate. The elders conferred and dispatched a large number of clan members to procure supplies. To celebrate Eiji becoming the first Uchiha to ascend to the Hokage seat. However, Eiji said, "Let's wait until the Akatsuki is completely wiped out before celebrating. Whether I'm Hokage or you're an ordinary ninja, we all serve the Leaf." The clan members were even more moved upon hearing this. See what true vision looks like. From an ordinary ninja to Hokage, Eiji never forgot his roots. He always thought of the villagers. This alone was enough to teach a lesson to that certain clan leader who only knew how to yield. However, despite Eiji's words to postpone, the Uchiha clan held a small, quiet celebration. While they celebrated, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Eiji gathered once more. "Tsunade, the village is in your hands for now. Eiji and I are going to the land of rain." Tsunade felt she had been deceived. The promise of not becoming Hokage turned out to be merely nominal, didn't it? That Jiraiya actually had some skills beyond peeping and writing smutty novels. Since things had come to this, Tsunade had no choice but to agree. "Stay safe." Jiraiya grinned. "Don't worry, I'll definitely." "Eiji, why are you covering my mouth?" Leaving the office, Jiraiya and Eiji went their separate ways to rest for the night before setting off. In the evening, Eiji gently wiped Xiao Air and see you at home. After a good night's sleep and a hearty meal, he arrived at the village entrance to meet Jiraiya. "Let's go, sensei." Several days later. The rain country was perpetually raining. Two white-haired figures walked in succession, silently entering this land. Gazing at the colossal village silhouette looming in the rain, Miss Jiraiya halted. "Eiji." He turned to look at the young man holding a huge black umbrella behind him. "How about you wait for me here?" Jiraiya hesitated, not because he feared Eiji would encounter danger. As he himself had said, he was exceptionally skilled at escaping. Jiraiya worried that at the first sight of an Akatsuki member, Eiji would cut them down without giving them a chance to explain. After all, Jiraiya still harbored a faint hope. He wanted to ask Konan to ask Nagato what had happened over the years that led them to this point. "What's wrong?" Eiji raised the large black umbrella. "Does Jiraiya-sama have a better plan?" Jiraiya pondered for a moment. "If we move together, the target is too big and the risk of exposure increases." Eiji thought for a moment. "If they find us, why not just kill them all? After all, our original goal is to completely eradicate this dangerous organization called Akatsuki. But you do have a point. Either wait for me here, and I'll come back to pick you up after I finish them off." That was exactly what Jiraiya feared. His student was far too aggressive, which made him somewhat uneasy. Jiraiya sighed and finally voiced his thoughts. "By the way, Konan is still your senior sister. When we meet them, could you let me say a few words first?" Eiji nodded. "Easy. Let's go, Jiraiya-sama. I've been here once before, and I've memorized the layout." With that, Eiji's figure was the first to vanish into the rain curtain. He led Jiraiya silently through the dark alleys. Relying on his powerful perception, he easily evaded the patrolling ninjas. Jiraiya asked curiously, "How did you get in last time?" I summoned the Great Toad Sage and asked him to send me in. Shall we trouble him again? Jiraiya's face turned pale. No, no, no. Let's handle such trivial matters ourselves. He's advanced in years, don't bother him. Oh, follow me, there's a shortcut here. Their figures moved swiftly, sneaking toward the core of the Akatsuki base. Meanwhile, deep within the base, sheets of paper coalesced, and Conan's form silently emerged before Pain. Pain, her voice was somewhat low. That Uchiha brat is here again. This time he's brought Jiraiya-sensei with him. Pain remained his cold expression. This time they're coming for us. He knew Jiraiya too well. On the surface he was carefree, but beneath that he could be terrifyingly stubborn. Coming to the Hidden Rain village today, he was likely carrying the resolve to admonish or even end things. Before Yahiko's death, Pain had also believed in the possibility of peace. But that faith had long been devoured by endless pain and despair. He had buried the past with his own hands. Now he would make the entire world taste this bitter agony. Conan was silent for a moment, then asked softly, "Are we going to oppose Jiraiya-sensei?" Pain didn't hesitate. This time no one can stand in the way of my plan. I understand. On the other side, Eiji and Jiraiya arrived at the Akatsuki base. As before, the path was unobstructed, as if no one had noticed their arrival. The silence is a bit off. Jiraiya stopped, signaling Eiji to be careful. Eiji, be cautious. I sense an ambush. Eiji didn't speak. He had already slowly drawn Shao air. His Sharingan rotated slowly, a crimson glow illuminating the dim corridor, locking onto the chilling aura hidden in the shadows. Come out. The Akatsuki member's skill at hiding is rather mediocre. Perhaps you should consider enrolling in Konoha's Ninja Academy. I'll give you a 20% discount. Umph. Arrogant brat. A cold snort echoed. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two figures emerged from the shadows, one after the other, completely blocking the corridor. One was tall and burly with bluish skin, carrying a massive bandaged sword on his back. The other was a golden-haired youth with a playful smile, a pouch of clay ninja tools at his waist. Jiraiya quickly glanced at Eiji. These two are yours. No problem. Easy. 3 minutes. Jiraiya nodded. Be careful. With that he leaped up, jumping over Kisame's head. Where do you think you're going? As Kisame raised Samehada, Eiji kicked him, flying. You two are mine. Don't look down on me. You artless brat. Deidara was instantly enraged, his cheeks flushing red. His hands plunged into the ninja tool pouch at his waist with lightning speed. The mouth in his palm chewed wildly, spitting out over a dozen palm-sized white clay birds. The dozen clay birds shot out like arrows, screeching as they lunged at Eiji from different angles. Art is an explosion. Kaboom. Boom. Boom. The deafening explosions instantly tore through the base's silent shockwaves, sweeping through the entire corridor. Scorching air blasts mixed with rubble and dust surged in all directions, twisting the steel walls out of shape. Thick smoke obscured vision. TCH boring. Deidara shrugged. It didn't even take 3 minutes. Indeed, not very interesting. The smoke was dispersed by a sudden surge of water. Eiji's figure slowly emerged from a rapidly spinning water vortex. The violent explosion had been completely blocked by this precisely defensive water style. Not a single hair was out of place. He casually dismissed the water vortex. Can't you stop playing these childish tricks? Are you still a 3-year-old? Besides, these things are really ugly. Ugly. You dare to insult my art. Deidara's face turned from red to purple, veins bulging on his forehead, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. Art was his lifelong belief and pursuit. Let me show you what true art is. As his words fell, Eiji's figure vanished instantly. The next second, wah! Deidara felt a chill run down his spine, an icy, killing intent pressing against his back. Eiji appeared behind Deidara, his left hand having quietly pressed a paper bomb inscribed with strange runes precisely onto Deidara's back. This is true art. Ninjutsu mutual multiplication exploding tag technique. The paper bomb attached to Deidara's back erupted with blinding light. But this was only the beginning. Within the light, countless new paper bombs multiplied wildly from the first one. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of paper bombs completely enveloped Deidara. Boom, boom, boom. This explosion was far beyond the clay birds. It was a chain detonation of tens of thousands of paper bombs within a confined space. Blinding white light instantly consumed everything in the corridor. The entire Akatsuki base trembled violently, the sturdy steel structure groaning and snapping under the strain. It was a technique with an extremely high upper limit. The only trouble was that paper bombs were expensive, a fight cost a lot of money. Eiji only had 600 million, so he had to use them sparingly. This time he used 10,000. In the light of the flames, Kisame's shark-like face showed a near-stunned expression for the first time. He instinctively took a step back, the massive Samehada writhing uneasily. That brat who always talked about art and loved making noise. Was he just gone like that? Not even a trace of resistance. An S-rank rogue ninja reduced to a toy crushed under his opponent's fingers. In the instant, Kisame's mind quaked with shocking. Eiji's figure appeared before him as if teleported. With a screech that tore through the air, Xiao Air came slashing down heavily against the blade of Samahata, its surface bristling with spikes. Clang! The blades clashed, sparks flying in all directions. Ugh! Kisame grunted, his arms trembling violently. His burly frame was forced back 7 or 8 steps before he barely managed to steady himself. Kisame shook his numb arms. TCH, this brat has incredible strength. He could feel the excitement and greed transmitted from Samahata. Ingxi's body contained a vast amount of chakra, but at this moment that greed was replaced by a deeper vigilance. Calm down, Kisame muttered, soothing the restless Samahata. A direct clash of strength would be unwise. He had to exploit the environment. Water-style great water wave. Kisame leaped into the air, spouting water like a giant whale. A surging torrent of water instantly filled the entire passage, spreading outward at an astonishing speed. Within mere breaths, a colossal spherical water prison formed, completely encasing both Ingxi and Kisame. Kisame's body underwent a bizarre transformation in the water. He merged fully with Samahata, taking on the ferocious form of a half-man, half-shark. Brat! Kisame let out a menacing laugh. What advantage can you still gain underwater? His tactic was simple: stall. Once the leader killed Jiraiya, he would come to reinforce him. Then he was hit by a punch. Kisame felt as if his head had been struck by a 10,000-ton hammer. The immense force sent him tumbling backward like a kite, with a broken string rolling through the water. Pain. So much pain. Even more agonizing than on land. Ingxi chuckled softly. Foolish Kisame, do you know what it means to be a man who has signed a contract with the sea? Bastard. What are you saying? Kisame, both shocked and enraged, manipulated the water to stabilize himself. He twisted and turned, trying to use Samahata's chakra-absorbing nature to close in on Ingxi and slow his assault. Yet he realized in despair that it was all futile. Ingxi's movements in the water were even more elusive and unpredictable than on land. Every powerful heavy strike from Kisame only cleaved through the cold currents, never even touching the hem of his opponent's clothes. Too slow. Your openings are too large. Ingxi's voice kept ringing in Kisame's ears. Xiao Air carved deadly arcs through the water, each swing stirring up rapid undercurrents, forcing Kisame to block and dodge in a flustered manner. The wounds on Kisame's body multiplied, trails of blood dissolving into the water. Time to end this. Ingxi's icy voice echoed once more. He appeared instantly beside Kisame, who had just parried a blow. The crimson Sharingan glowed with an eerie light in the water, locking onto Kisame's dilated pupils filled with terror. Ingxi slowly raised his right hand, extending his index finger and thumb straight, while curling the other three, forming a pose like aiming a pistol. The tip of his finger pressed against Kisame's temple. Water bullet technique. Boom. A torrent of blood burst into the water like stirred paint. Without the caster to maintain it, the massive body of water rapidly receded, leaving a scene of devastation. Samahata lay alone in the pool of blood and rubble, emitting a low, continuous whimper. He glanced at Samahata. Shut up, or I'll chop you into pieces. Fire-style fireball. A massive fireball roared forth, but Conan's figure scattered into countless fluttering papers the moment before the flames touched her. The papers dispersed into the air, then reassembled not far away. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, fixed on the blue-haired woman who had reformed. This was bait I laid to lure pain, but it turned out you took the hook. A faint smile curled at the corner of Jiraiya's lips, a smile tinged with bitterness, nostalgia, and other emotions too complex to name. Your technique execution has become sharper, and you've grown into a fine woman, Conan. He paused, his voice dropping low. So who is Pain? What happened to you two all these years? Conan slowly rose into the air, her paper wings fluttering faintly behind her, her expression indifferent. That's none of your concern. I am here to carry out God's orders, and then... She looked down at Jiraiya. Kill you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the words had faded, countless paper shards came raining down on Jiraiya from all directions. If fireballs can't stop you, try this. Jiraiya reacted swiftly. Toad oil bomb. A large mass of viscous dark brown oil accurately covered Conan's just-reformed body and paper wings, severely restricting her movement and transformation. At the same time, Jiraiya's iconic white hair grew wildly, instantly binding the sluggish Conan tightly, suspending her in midair. I taught you how to survive in this ninja world, and now you use that against me. It truly chills my heart. Jiraiya's heart was heavy. No matter what happened, that doesn't justify what you've become now, Akatsuki. Such extreme methods can never bring true peace. Conan shook her head. You are nothing but a weak mortal, utterly incapable of understanding God's thoughts. Only an existence as powerful as Pain can truly see the one correct path to peace. As Conan's voice slowly faded, a figure stepped out from the deeper shadows of the base. Tap. Tap, tap. The footsteps were exceptionally clear in the silence. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, recognizing those eyes. Tendo Pain stared coldly at Jiraiya. He needed to dispose of his teacher quickly, then kill that annoying white-haired man. This has nothing to do with you. After all, you are an outsider. He glanced at Conan, who understood his intent. A crab emerged and washed away the oil from Conan's body. She dispersed again into countless papers, deftly escaping the bind of oil and hair, and went to tend to the main body. Nagato was not in good condition. This battle might require activating the 6 paths of pain, and she was filled with worry. Jiraiya-sensei. Pain raised his palm, aiming it at the lone white-haired hero. Now it's just the two of us. An irresistible, terrifying force erupted. Universal pull. A powerful gravitational force instantly seized Jiraiya. Completely beyond his control, he was dragged by the force's feet, leaving the ground, hurtling toward Pain like a cannonball. Pain's left hand had already grasped a black rod aimed directly at Jiraiya's heart as he was pulled in. Rasengan. Yet a fierce fighting spirit blazed in Jiraiya's eyes. He used the powerful pull to accelerate a swirling blue sphere of energy, condensing instantly in his right palm. Leveraging the acceleration from the pull, he slammed the destructive sphere into Pain. The distance between them closed in a flash, the dazzling light of the Rasengan nearly touching Pain's chest. At that critical moment, a diametrically opposite repulsive force erupted from Pain. Almighty push. Boom. Jiraiya's Rasengan hit an invisible wall of despair. The immense repulsion not only nullified the Rasengan's power, but also sent his body flying back violently. Like a kite with a broken string, he tumbled through the air, finally crashing heavily into a distant hard rock wall. Rumble. The wall was cratered with a spiderweb of cracks, debris flying. He wiped the blood from his mouth, analyzing the bizarre scene. Attraction pulls objects close and repulsion can instantly repel attacks, huh? Two completely opposite forces. This guy's ability is indeed troublesome. Pain maintained his raised hand, ready to launch the next attack. His eternally frozen, indifferent expression suddenly showed an almost imperceptible flicker. Conan's mental message arrived that white-haired man had bypassed all defenses and was heading directly toward Nagato's location. Pain cast one last glance at Jiraiya. Without a hint of hesitation, he leaped away and vanished into the shadows in an instant, leaving a bewildered Jiraiya standing in place. Huh? Jiraiya blinked, utterly confused. What's going on here? He's going for the base. Indeed, Eiji had gone straight for the base. His target was the very heart of the Akatsuki's lair, the core orchestrating the 6 paths of Pain, Nagato's true body. The Deva path gave chase from behind, issuing commands through chakra receivers. Whatever it took, he had to stop Eiji. At a turn in the corridor, the Azura path extended blade-like weapons from its arms and swung them viciously at Eiji. Ninja art summoning jutsu. When the smoke cleared the iron wall, Toad stood in place, raising its arms to block the Azura path's attack. I'll leave this one to you. I'm heading for the main prize. Deep within the Akatsuki hideout, Nagato let out a sigh. What's wrong, Nagato? Uchiha Eiji is getting closer to us. Hearing this, Conan's face showed concern. At the same time, she felt something was off. Nagato's location was the most closely guarded secret, known only to him and Pain. How did that Konoha ninja manage to bypass all the decoys and find the exact correct route? Jiraiya-sensei never taught them that trick. It's alright, Conan reassured Nagato. With all 6 paths of Pain gathered, no matter how powerful that brat is, he stands no chance. Within the base, Eiji, whose advance had been stalled, was finally caught up with. Several figures radiating chilling pressure surrounded him, raising black rods and plunging them down toward Eiji at the center. Thud, 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 thud. Smoke burst out and debris flew everywhere. But what the Pains had struck was merely a shadow clone that instantly dissipated. Nagato asked, "Where's Eiji? I've lost track of him." "Don't worry," Conan said, carefully sensing the surroundings. "I've planted paper throughout the base. I'll find him soon." "Found him. He's close." Conan relayed the location to Nagato. Summoning jutsu. Nagato summoned the 6 paths of Pain before him. "Go, he's right ahead." "I'll help too." Nagato nodded. The 6 paths of Pain once again precisely blocked Eiji's path. Eiji performed a backflip, dodging the human path's grappling attempt. How troublesome. 6 old geezers picking on an 18-year-old kid like me. Have you no shame? Ninja art summoning jutsu. Boom, 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 boom. Enormous clouds of smoke erupted with thunderous landings. All the battle-ready toads of Mount Myaboku had arrived. Gamabunta, pipe in mouth, glanced sidelong at Eiji. "Kid, you sure know how to cause us trouble. Last time it was tailed beasts, now it's freaks with Rinnegan eyes." "Then I'll have the great toad." Eiji started, but Gamabunta cut him off irritably. "Boys, charge." He drew his massive blade. The toads swarmed forward, weapons raised, stabbing wildly at the 6 paths of Pain. Shinra Tensei. The Deva path, expressionless, thrust one hand forward. An invisible repulsive force erupted with devastating power. Gamabunta, leading the charge, was hurled back violently, slamming hard into the corridor wall as rubble rained down. The animal path seized the opening, swiftly forming hand signs and slamming the ground. Ninja art summoning jutsu. Centipedes split apart, dogs, rhinos, and bulls emerged. The toads and summoned beasts clashed fiercely, the sounds of impact deafening. Seeing this, Conan's body dissolved into sheets of paper once more. Save your chakra, I'll handle these. The next moment, countless sheets of paper flew toward the toads. Behind her wings made of paper unfolded, and one by one the sheets attached to the toads' bodies. Each paper transformed into an exploding tag and detonated the toads, letting out agonized cries. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless series of violent explosions ripped through the toad ranks. Damn it. Golden eyeshadow appeared around Eiji's eyes. Sage mode activated in an instant. Wielding dual blades, he carved through the summoned beasts 7 times, over-slaughtering with wild abandon. The last rhino tried to charge, but Eiji sent it flying with a powerful side kick, crashing heavily into the wall. Lion's main jutsu. Just then Jiraiya finally arrived. His hair shot out, and instantly ensnared the last summoned beast. Eiji moved in perfect sync, striking down with his blade to land the final blow. He stepped back a few paces, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiraiya. I'm not too late, am I? Perfect timing. Jiraiya studied the 6 paths of pain. Each had a distinct appearance, but all bore several black rods in their bodies. Moreover, some of them looked increasingly familiar, as if he'd seen them somewhere before. Pain. There are 6 of them. That's going to be troublesome. Let's end this quickly. Fukasaku Sage Shima Sage, I'm counting on you. Understood. The 2 toad sages landed on Jiraiya's shoulders, helping him gather Senjutsu chakra. Eiji, I need some time. No problem. Eiji closed his eyes, then opened them slowly, instantly entering sage mode. Jiraiya. Just as Jiraiya was focusing on preparing his Senjutsu, the Preta path, which had been biding its time, lunged out from the shadows behind Eiji like a ghost, its arms clamping around him like iron vices. For the first time, a twisted, smug smile spread across the Preta path's face. It began frantically devouring the chakra within Eiji's body. But Eiji smiled as well. Surging natural energy mixed with his own chakra poured into the Preta path, like an unstoppable torrent breaking through a dam. The Preta path convulsed violently. Its chakra-absorbing ability proved utterly useless against the flood of Senjutsu chakra. Its body rapidly petrified, eventually turning into a grotesque gray stone statue. Eiji spun around and delivered a thunderous roundhouse kick. With a sharp crack, the Preta path's stone head shattered like a watermelon. Eiji clasped his hands together, and vast Senjutsu chakra surged and converged. Sage Art, Great Fire Annihilation. This was no ordinary flame. It was a wave of crimson gold fire imbued with wild natural energy. The flames roiled like a tsunami, radiating terrifying heat and painting the entire corridor in fiery red and gold. They swept toward the remaining panes. Summoning Jutsu. A barrier barely managed to withstand the first wave of searing flames. But the fire's power exceeded all expectations. The barrier evaporated swiftly, and the raging flames licked at the crab's shell. Within seconds, the mighty summon let out a pained shriek as its body turned red under the immense heat, eventually reduced to a charred husk. But that brief window was enough for pain to act. The Azura path raised its arm, which split open, launching a volley of mini-missiles with fiery tails streaking toward Eiji. Eiji was mid-leap, about to form hand signs. Watch out! Jiraiya's roar rang out as his snow-white hair shot forth. It instantly wrapped around Eiji's waist and yanked him back to the ground. Bansho Tenin. Almost as soon as Eiji landed, the Deva path's cold, merciless gaze locked onto him. The Deva path raised a palm toward Eiji, and a tremendous gravitational force pulled Eiji's body toward him. The human path lurked nearby, ready to rip out his soul the moment he flew within reach. Eiji hastily pulled out a handful of kunai and hurled them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The kunai tore through the air with sharp whistles, embedding into the walls, the floor, and even shadowed corners of the ceiling. Just as the human path's icy fingers were about to touch Eiji's collar, whoosh. Eiji's figure vanished out of thin air. Howie. Then behind the Deva path, beside a kunai lodged in the rock wall, Eiji's form materialized like an apparition. He struck down hard at the Deva path's completely unprotected nape. Shinra Tensei. The Deva path reacted with lightning speed, almost instinctively unleashing a powerful repulsive field centered on itself. The moment Eiji landed, he formed hand signs again, targeting the Hell path, which had been hanging back to repair the other panes. Takumi Kazuchi no Mikoto, upon locking eyes with a target, instantly anchors their spatial coordinates, preventing movement or transformation. Sage Art, Water Dragon Bite Explosion. A ferocious water dragon formed from a torrent imbued with violent Senjutsu chakra, roaring deafeningly. It opened a maw made of countless razor-sharp, rapidly spinning water blades, and swallowed the unsuspecting Hell path whole. The Hell path's body was churned violently within the storm of water blades, reduced to a pile of broken fragments and chakra black rods. Smoke and mist slowly dispersed. At the center of the battlefield, 2 of the 6 paths of pain were gone. The Preta path and the Hell path, eliminated. Before Eiji could catch his breath, the grotesque figure of the Azura path lunged again. Its joints cracked audibly, and in an instant serrated blades of cold steel shot out from its back. With a piercing shriek, the blades thrust straight at Eiji's vital points. His eyes narrowed and Shower traced a sharp arc of light, precisely parrying the deadly strike. Simultaneously, his left hand moved, and Murasame was already in his grip. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around, using the momentum from the parry to close in. A surge of immense chakra condensed onto the blade, which he drove straight toward the Asura Path's head. Thud! The chakra-imbued edge cut through, effortlessly piercing the hardened skull. Mechanical fragments and an unknown liquid sprayed in all directions. Sage Art Gomen. Jiraiya's voice followed. Oil, wind, and fire merged perfectly, and a scorching torrent of flames roared, consuming the Asura Path's shattered body. The oil's fearsome temperature of thousands of degrees incinerated it instantly. Asura Path, neutralized. The Deva Path sensed something amiss. This brat Jiraiya brought was far stronger than anticipated. His combat style was terrifyingly precise, as if he knew every weakness of the 6 paths of pain. He couldn't be allowed to pick them off one by one. A black rod materialized in his hand, and he moved to thrust it into Eiji's body. He flickered, closing in on Eiji in an instant. A sinister black iron rod appeared in his hand, aimed straight at Eiji's torso. If it struck, it would disrupt his chakra. Before these eyes of mine, all your resistance is futile. However, what answered him was the intricate pattern that suddenly flared in Eiji's gaze. Eye of Omo Hikane no Kami. Based on all currently acquired information, it performs massive possibilities deductions in an extremely short time, providing the optimal solution to counter the target's next move. A torrent of information surged, deduced, and calculated within Eiji's mind. The Deva Path's movements, chakra flow, the rod's trajectory, even the subtle air disturbance behind him. It was as if he had foreseen everything the Deva Path would do, and he kicked the iron rod precisely at its side, deflecting it. At the same time, using the centrifugal force of his spin, Shower became a bleak moonlight arc, slashing fiercely at the Deva Path's neck. Shinra Tensei. A powerful invisible force field erupted from the Deva Path, forcing him backward and narrowly avoiding the deadly blade. But this retreat exposed the human path behind him. The human path lunged like a specter, its withered hands reaching for Eiji's head, attempting to devour his soul. Fire-style Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A fiery dragon shot toward the human path, buying a moment of time. Then the blade flashed again like 2 intersecting bolts of lightning. The human path's outstretched hands were severed at the wrists. Before it could react, a rapidly spinning blue sphere of chakra had already formed in Eiji's left palm. Rasengan. Without any wasted motion, the Rasengan slammed into the human path's defenseless head. Boom. The human path's head exploded like a melon, and its headless body crumpled to the ground. Human path, neutralized. Eiji's gaze swept the battlefield and instantly locked onto the animal path, which was preparing to summon a new giant beast in the distance. His body shot forward like an arrow from a bow, Sage Chakra compressing rapidly in his hand. A spear of spiraling water took shape in an instant. Eiji hurled it with all his might. The water spear tore through the air with a sharp howl. Sage Art Hard Whirlpool Waterblade. Thud. The spear pierced the animal path's head, pinning it to the rock wall behind with tremendous force. The water spear dissolved, and the animal path's body slid limply down. Animal path, neutralized. Thus only the Deva Path remained of the 6 paths of pain. In the distant, dark, damp cave, Nagato, who had retreated far, saw through the pain's eyes that things were spiraling out of control. This new student of Jiraiya Sensei's possessed abilities that were undeniably top tier in every aspect. What was more terrifying was that he seemed to have seen through the objective of every pain from the very start. When had he learned the secret of the 6 paths of pain? I must eliminate him. The Deva Path looked up. Shibaku Tensei. He thrust both hands upward. A devastating shockwave of immense chakra instantly blasted a huge hole through the sturdy ceiling of the base. Then a deep black sphere slowly rose from his palm. With an aura of annihilation, it shot straight toward Eiji. A terrifying gravitational force far beyond Bansho Tenon descended. The ground groaned under the strain. Massive rocks and twisted metal surged madly toward the tiny black sphere. Eiji's body was jerked downward, his feet leaving the ground, and he was irresistibly dragged by the gravity. He flew rapidly toward the ever-expanding, devouring core of the massive rock sphere in the sky. Is it over? The Deva Path hovered in midair, his Rinnegan watching impassively as Eiji's tiny figure was completely swallowed by countless boulders. A colossal stone sphere suspended in midair gradually took shape, radiating a deathly stillness. Is it over? But just as Pain thought it was settled. Crack! A fissure suddenly appeared on the stone sphere's surface. Then a second, a third. The cracks spread rapidly. Boom! The sphere exploded with a thunderous roar, and debris rained down like a storm. A white figure wreathed in raging sage chakra burst out from within. He landed steadily on a fragment of rock, his gaze piercing through the dust, and smoke locking onto the Deva Path hovering in the air. No matter who it is, if they harm the hidden leaf, I will never let them go. Now he said, bending his knees slightly as chakra boiled on his twin blades. Please die. Eiji's figure transformed into a lightning bolt of blue and white diving from the sky. Murasame in his right hand and Shower in his left crossed before him, the tips aimed at the Deva Path below. Shinra Tensei. The Deva Path's pupils contracted sharply, sensing the lethal threat, and he unleashed the full force of his accumulated repulsion without hesitation. The powerful invisible force field expanded instantly. The immense recoil forced the Deva Path back to the ground. What awaited him was the enraged Uchiha Eiji, now in a killing frenzy. The Deva Path raised his hand. Sage Art Frog Song. Pain fell into a brief Jinjutsu. The twin blades broke through the final barrier and drove deep into the Deva Path's chest. Sage Art Rasengan. Sage Art Needle Senbon. A violent explosion engulfed the Deva Path, the shockwave sending nearby debris flying once more. When the light faded, the Deva Path's remains hung like a broken puppet. With a massive wound pierced through it and the ravages of the Rasengan, it crashed heavily to the ground lifeless. Fukasaku took a deep breath. Little Jiraiya, this student of yours is a bit too strong, isn't he? He remembered how big a stir it had caused in Mount Mayaboku when Jiraiya first took Eiji as his disciple. Not only did he instantly enter Sage mode, but he also summoned the Great Toad Sage twice afterward. And the second time it wasn't for battle. It was to use him as a GPS. Today, he once again demonstrated his overwhelming combat prowess. Indeed, Jiraiya felt a swell of pride for his student. But the thought that they had killed his own students brought a tinge of sorrow. Jiraiya trudged with heavy steps to the remains of the Deva Path, the body of Yahiko, pierced by the twin blades. He knelt down, his fingers brushing the cold face. He understood now. This was merely a puppet being controlled. The real Nagato and Konan were still hidden in the shadows. Jiraiya-sensei, Eiji's voice sounded from behind as he slowly pulled Murasame from the Deva Path's chest. Let's go meet my senior brother and sister. Jiraiya-sensei seems to have taken on a very impressive junior disciple. Nagato gasped for breath as if his body had been drained completely. Nagato, we need to leave quickly. Nagato's withered hand gripped the wheelchair armrest tightly. No, I have to retrieve Yahiko's body first. I can't let it fall into someone else's hands. Konan bit her lip, a flicker of pain flashing in her eyes before vanishing instantly. She hesitated no longer. With both hands, she pushed the wheelchair, turning it toward the cave entrance. Let's retreat first. Once you're a little better, we'll come back. She no longer wavered, resolutely pushing the wheelchair forward. As Konan pushed Nagato out of the cave's entrance, they saw two familiar figures. Standing outside the cave was their former teacher Jiraiya and the junior disciple Uchiha Eiji. Jiraiya's gaze instantly froze on the emaciated figure in the wheelchair. It was him, Nagato. The child he had once placed so much hope in, the one he firmly believed was the child of prophecy. Nagato, so behind all this it really is you. Jiraiya's heart was filled with immense complexity. Those three children whose eyes once sparkled with hope in the Rain Village had now become the masterminds behind the bloodshed sweeping the ninja world. Nagato lifted his head, gazing coldly at Jiraiya, as if scrutinizing a stranger. Jiraiya-sensei, do you regret not listening to Orochimaru back then and killing all three of us? Jiraiya couldn't help recalling the scene when he first encountered his three students. It was during the Second Great Ninja War, when the Land of Rain had become a living hell. Corpses littered the land, and the people were destitute. Three helpless children, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, huddled together in despair, but unexpectedly crossed paths with the young and hot-blooded legendary Sannin. Orochimaru advocated eliminating them completely to prevent future trouble. But Jiraiya hesitated. Defying Orochimaru's opposition, he not only spared their lives. He also stayed in the Land of Rain, spending a warm period of time with them. He taught them many skills for survival in the ninja world. Later, Jiraiya eventually left, and the master-disciple bond faded without further contact. Only occasionally did he hear that the Akatsuki was becoming more famous and had pulled off some remarkable feats. Then later, the Akatsuki became the greatest threat plaguing the ninja world, to the point where he had to personally deal with these three students who once held dreams. Jiraiya took a deep breath. Don't say that. Nagato and Konan. Jiraiya's voice suddenly rose. You two know better than anyone the cruelty of war. This land has seen too much blood and buried too many lives. Why do you still inflict more pain and death with your own hands? Is this the peace you seek? Enough. Nagato cut Jiraiya off. Hypocritical righteousness and morality are meaningless. Jiraiya-sensei, we too once thought of solving problems through peaceful means, but what did we get? Nagato nearly shouted. We approached Hanzo with sincerity to negotiate, yet he threatened to kill Yahiko. When Yahiko died before my eyes, do you know how much pain I felt? Jiraiya's face was filled with sorrow. Nagato. That Nagato died long ago. He was forced to death by the very big nations who claim to be righteous, but are actually stained with filth. Nagato gasped heavily, glaring fiercely at Jiraiya and Eiji. We extracted the memories from Hanzo's corpse. It was Konoha's Danzo. He was the one who incited Hanzo. It was your Konoha that was the real murderer of Yahiko. Jiraiya was stunned. Danzo again. How many heinous deeds had that man done before his death? Nagato, Jiraiya spoke with difficulty, turned back. It's not too late. Nagato shook his head. I will change this twisted world. Create an eternal realm where there is no war, only peace. Just like when Yahiko was still here. Jiraiya's gaze fell on Nagato's legendary Rinnegan. The great Toad Sage's prophecy scroll seemed to slowly unfold before his eyes. The child of prophecy would shake the ninja world with a tremendous upheaval. Only he never expected that this upheaval would come at the cost of destruction. And as his teacher, Jiraiya had the responsibility to guide him onto the right path. Of course, from the current situation, guiding him was no longer possible. Jiraiya needed to personally kill this beloved student. His eyes gradually hardened with resolve. Eiji, let me handle this one. Eiji spread his hands. All right, Jiraiya-sensei. Conan pulled Nagato's wheelchair and quietly retreated a few steps. Fire style fire bullet. Nagato clasped his hands together. Conan, protect yourself. Shinra-tensei. Jiraiya's fire was scattered and the ground beneath his feet collapsed sharply into a circle, the shockwave, flinging debris into the air. Conan was prepared, her body instantly scattered into countless fluttering paper shards, gracefully evading the blast. She then reformed in midair, standing alertly in front of Nagato, countless paper, shuriken, poised to strike. Swiftly shuriken flew. Jiraiya dodged and weaved. Nagato raised his palm. Bansho Tenin. Caught off guard, Jiraiya was pulled close to Nagato. Nagato's right hand clamped onto Jiraiya's back, frantically absorbing the chakra within. Jiraiya gasped, feeling his chakra rapidly depleting. Jiraiya hastily retreated a few steps, breathing heavily. Nagato's complexion improved slightly, so he can absorb the opponent's chakra to replenish himself. The next moment, Nagato slapped his palm on the ground, summoning Outer Path statue. Boom. The entire earth trembled. A colossal creature appeared behind Nagato. The Outer Path statue was hideous in appearance. Its head bore a row of eyes, making it look like a dull brute. But that was only its surface. It was the empty shell of the Ten Tails' power. Unfortunately, it was merely a husk. Eiji and the others had acted too early, not even giving the Akatsuki enough time to collect all the tailed beasts. Nevertheless, this was Nagato's final trump card. In the past, Nagato had relied on the Outer Path statue's power to eliminate many of Danzo and Hanzo's subordinates. Years later, Nagato summoned the Outer Path statue once more. Go! The Outer Path statue opened its mouth and let out a hoarse roar. The next moment, the monster swung its hand toward Jiraiya. Eiji took a long breath. His chakra was still sufficient. He might as well use this chance to test his newest jutsu. The power of the Uchiha clan's ultimate Kekkei Genkai erupted. Susanoo. A colossal white giant rose from the ground, its height even surpassing the massive Outer Path statue. Chakra like flowing liquid metal coalesced into a majestic and heavy armor around the giant. The armor's surface shimmered with ripples as if forged from an unfathomable ocean. With the Susanoo's descent, the ground beneath it instantly transformed into a vast expanse of water. The Outer Path statue's attack, carrying the force of destruction, slammed heavily into the Susanoo's chest plate. The liquid armor upon contact dramatically dented and flowed. The immense impact was gradually buffered by the seemingly soft, yet infinitely resilient water currents, sending violent ripples across the water's surface. The Susanoo firmly absorbed the devastating blow. Then its colossal fist, wreathed in raging chakra, struck the Outer Path statue's ugly face with pinpoint precision. Roar! A deafening, agonized bellow tore through the curtain of rain. The colossal body was violently knocked askew by that ferocious punch. Like a felled giant tree, it crashed sideways onto the ground, sending up a towering wave of water. Earth released yellow spring swamp. In an instant, the vast expanse of water beneath and around the demonic statue of the Outer Path transformed into a viscous, deadly quagmire, attempting to further restrain the beast's movements. Shaonan also moved. Dance of the Shikigami. She gestured with both hands, and countless sharp paper strips infused with chakra swept toward Jiraiya like a storm. Ingsi waved his hand, conjuring a water wall over 10 meters high. Countless sharp paper strips embedded themselves deeply into the water wall, producing a dense series of dull thuds before their force was dissipated by the flowing current, and they sank helplessly. Seizing this moment, the demonic statue of the Outer Path struggled to rise, its eyes blazing with even more frenzied malice. However, the Susanoo's movements were swifter. The giant's deep blue right hand clenched in the void, and a massive spear entwined with flowing curse mark patterns materialized instantly. Bang! Accompanied by a piercing sound that made one's scalp tingle, the colossal chakra spear pierced the chest of the demonic statue of the Outer Path with pinpoint accuracy. It pinned the immense body to the water's surface like a specimen. The curse mark patterns on the spear spread rapidly like living things in the blink of an eye, covering the entire torso of the demonic statue of the Outer Path. They formed a giant sealing net, frenziedly suppressing its struggling strength. The pinned statue let out a roar of unwillingness and fury. Nagato, seated in his wheelchair, stared fixedly at the battle, bloodshot veins filling his Rinnegan. The pain of overdrawing his life made his body tremble violently. The demonic statue of the Outer Path's power is not limited to this. The next moment, the statue directly opened its massive mouth and spat a purple chakra blast toward the Susanoo. Then the chakra transformed into a purple dragon. This was the statue's unique technique capable of devouring the enemy's chakra. The dragon lunged straight toward the Susanoo's core. However, the instant the purple dragon was about to touch the white giant, the colossal Susanoo, along with Eiji inside it, vanished without a trace, like a bubble. The purple dragon devoured only a void of empty air. What? Eiji's figure had already appeared on the other side of the battlefield, standing steadily within the crystal at the Susanoo's forehead. You don't understand the value of the flying thunder god Susanoo, do you? Then he clapped his hands together. My turn. You always want to drain my chakra, so let me drain some of yours. Ninja scientist activated. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, devoted his life to studying tailed beast sealing control and absorption techniques. Calculation complete. Conclusion: in the Susanoo state, the ability to absorb chakra is available. The Susanoo's giant hand grabbed sharply in the void, conjuring two chakra longswords. The blades were covered in dense, intricate runes. Flying Thunder God Susanoo twin blade slash. Swish. Swish. The first blade silently severed the massive arm that the demonic statue of the Outer Path swung in desperation. The second blade, with an even sharper arc, precisely cut off the thick lower limbs supporting its body. The severed colossal limbs crashed into the water like collapsing mountain rocks, sending up towering water columns. That inherently clumsy and sluggish monster instantly lost all mobility. Only the pinned torso remained, writhing futilely, with chaotic chakra spilling from the wounds, greedily absorbed by the flickering runes on the twin blades. Huff, huff, huff. Nagato, already frail to the core, could barely breathe now. Lost. This time truly lost. Xiaonan's voice carried a desperate cry. Not yet. Countless paper strips burst from behind her, converging into enormous angelic wings. She soared into the sky, and the swirling paper strips instantly hardened. Transforming into tens of thousands of gleaming razor-sharp paper spears, they rained down like a tempest upon the white Susanoo giant. Yet such a dense assault landing on the Susanoo's flowing liquid armor was like a mud oxen entering the sea. The paper spears pierced the water current, merely stirring up tiny ripples. They were utterly swallowed by the chakra, imbued with immense resilience and cushioning force. The Susanoo casually waved a hand. A massive wave of chakra materialized out of thin air, sweeping through the airborne Xiaonan with overwhelming force. Ugh! Xiaonan grunted, her gathered paper wings instantly shattered. Like a kite with a broken string, she was violently sent flying, crashing into a distant cliff face. She could only watch helplessly as the giant slowly dissipated and approached Nagato. Xiaonan. Nagato let out a hysterical roar. It's not over yet. Super almighty push. Before Nagato could finish, a sharp pain pierced his heart. Looking down, he saw a long sword had inexplicably pierced his chest. Master Jiraiya once said you were the child of prophecy. Nagato raised his head with difficulty, gazing at the panting young junior brother before him. I don't believe in that nonsense. He withdrew the Murakumo from which dripped sparse rain. You want to make the world feel pain, but I want to protect my Konoha. Nagato. Xiaonan's heartrending cry pierced the rain. She stumbled forward, only to be pierced midair by a sharp kunai. With a thud, she fell before Nagato. Xiaonan. Nagato's gaze fell upon her pale face for the last time. His raised right hand, the hand symbolizing the power of a god, fell heavily to the ground. Nagato. An icy blade rested against her neck. Xiaonan closed her eyes. Fresh blood slowly dripped to the ground, staining her black robe. Beside them, Jiraiya let out a heavy, prolonged sigh. This world, after all, had not become what he hoped. Where was the so-called child of prophecy to change the ninja world? Nagato sought to overthrow it, and Minato died young. He fell into a long silence, water droplets sliding down his cheeks, indistinguishable from rain or tears. After a long silence, Jiraiya finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Find a place. Let them rest in peace. He crouched down swiftly, passing his hand over Nagato's eyelids. When he raised his hand again, the pair of Rinnegan lay quietly in his palm. Jiraiya's gaze lingered on Eiji's hand for a moment, his lips moving slightly. Yet in the end he said nothing. These eyes had brought too much disaster to the ninja world. Perhaps destroying them would be the best choice. On the ever-turbulent land of the Rain Country, in a quiet corner, 3 new graves were erected. They buried Yahiko among them. It's over, Jiraiya's voice trembled. Everything is over. After burying them, the two returned to the Akatsuki base in the Rain Country. Inside, they had pasted countless detonating tags. Huh. Boom. 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 Violent flames and thick smoke instantly devoured the entire base. The base, which symbolized the Akatsuki organization's ambition and power, was reduced to ashes in the blaze. Eiji and Jiraiya didn't even glance back, turning to walk into the torrential rain. Eiji, Jiraiya said, stopping after they had walked a long distance. You return to Konoha first. Eiji frowned. Lord Jiraiya, what about you? Jiraiya looked up, gazing into the distance. No matter how many years it takes or how many places I must travel, I will find the prophesied child of destiny. This is the key to fundamentally changing the shinobi world. Eiji wished he could pluck out Itachi's eyes and install them in his own head, then hit Jiraiya with an enhanced 720-hour Tsukuyami. Forget about your prophesied child. Why don't you go back to the village to see your students, big shot kid? Come back to Konoha with me. There are many things waiting for you to accomplish in the village. Jiraiya shook his head. Lord Jiraiya, I am the Hokage. But if we don't find the child of destiny, the future might. No matter what happens, I will never regret it. I understand. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, looking towards the direction of Konan and the others' graves. Before that, I need to make a trip to Mount Myaboku. Wait for me for a while. All right, Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya had come here once again. Seeing him, the toads greeted him. Gamabunta and the others were wrapped in bandages, black and blue, looking rather battered. Little Jiraiya, Gamabunta took a deep drag of his pipe. That fine student of yours sure likes finding tough opponents, doesn't he? In the past, Jiraiya might have cracked a few jokes with them. But today he remained silent, walking directly up to the great toad sage. The other toads also sensed the atmosphere was off and went about their own business. Toad sage, I have something I wish to ask you. The great toad sage opened his eyes. Little Jiraiya, what brings you here? Jiraiya sat down cross-legged and recounted the whole story from beginning to end. I want to know, where exactly is the child of destiny? Can you give me some clear guidance, great toad sage? I see. The great toad sage closed his eyes. Wait for a moment. It was unknown how many hours later that the great toad sage finally opened his eyes. The child of destiny is right by your side. Right by my side. Jiraiya suddenly felt like losing his temper. Damn it, there were too many people around him. Couldn't he just be more specific? Let's go. While Jiraiya was consulting the toad sage, Eiji found an abandoned small house to rest in. Mission progress update. Through the efforts of Lord Tobirama and Jiraiya, a large number of Akatsuki members have been eliminated. The core members of the terrorist organization Akatsuki have been successfully wiped out, heavily striking their effective strength and laying an important cornerstone for peace in the shinobi world. However, the shadow has not yet dispersed. The true mastermind is still lurking in the dark, and their conspiracy is far from over. Stage mission reward: the power of the Uchiha and Senju bloodlines within Lord Tobirama's body has begun to fuse. In the distant high sky, a gaze fell upon him. This chakra. Something is off. And at that moment, Jiraiya returned. Let's go. The two walked side by side, holding large black umbrellas. Jiraiya suddenly asked Eiji. Eiji, the great toad sage, said the child of destiny is right by my side. Who do you think it could be? Lord Jiraiya. I'm here. Let me buy you a flat cake. Thanks. Shortly after they left, a strange creature resembling a pitcher plant emerged from the ground. He had witnessed the entire battle and also seen the moment the Rinnegan was taken. Zetsu, or more precisely Black Zetsu, was extremely, exceptionally, and utterly furious. That bastard Uchiha Eiji moved way too fast. One moment Orochimaru the scapegoat was invading Konoha, and the next he was bringing Jiraiya to raid our base. Can't you guys just formulate a battle plan, first hold meetings and discuss it for a year or so? Don't you understand the concept of procedure? Black Zetsu couldn't care less about a few Akatsuki members dying. In his 1,000-year scheme, these so-called comrades were essentially pawns to be used and discarded. Whether they died sooner or later made little difference. But they couldn't die now. If they all died, who would collect the tailed beasts for them? The plan was just getting started. They hadn't even gotten the one tail yet. What was even more infuriating was that not only were the people all dead, but the important base had been blown to ruins. Now the entire organization, besides him, the millennial schemer. Only Uchiha Obito remained. That fool who was tricked by Madara, thinking he controlled everything while being played like a puppet. How could he revive his mother now? How the hell could he revive his damn mother? He just wanted to resurrect his mother. What sin was that? After cursing for a long while, suddenly a vortex appeared beside Black Zetsu. Obito, wearing a mask and draped in an Akatsuki robe, materialized. Zetsu, what's the situation? After hearing the full story from Black Zetsu, Obito's expression turned extremely grim. Damn it, the situation seemed to be spiraling out of his control. That Eiji guy, what a reckless brute. An amateur's luck beats a master's skill. But then Obito consoled himself. Nagato and the others dying didn't matter. The Rinnegan was still there. There was still a chance. However, Black Zetsu then doused him with cold water. Nagato's Rinnegan was taken by a Konoha shinobi. What did you say? Obito felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. Why didn't you stop him? Zetsu pointed at himself. Me, what could I do? charge and shouting about bonds and maternal love just to get myself killed. Obito gritted his teeth. No, I don't believe it. I'll go see for myself. Guided by Zetsu, the recently buried Nagato was dug up again. Just as Zetsu had said, Nagato's Rinnegan was gone. Bastard. Bastard. You absolute bastard. That reckless, shameless coward Uchiha Eiji. Is that even yours to take? After confirming the loss of the Rinnegan, Obito's spirits sank to rock bottom. The conditions required to execute the Moon Eye plan were now completely unattainable. Damn it all. Obito kicked Nagato's corpse away. Without the Rinnegan, what use are you? After a brief moment of madness, Obito forced himself to calm down. He was the most powerful mastermind in the entire shinobi world. He had just been playing around with them before. Now all he needed was a little trick to manipulate these foolish shinobi. He needed to think to calmly consider his next move. 5 minutes passed. Obito didn't move. 10 minutes passed. Obito's brow was furrowed deeply. An hour passed. Obito had no clue. 3 hours passed. Obito was completely losing his mind. Zetsu, Obito suddenly growled, it's too noisy. How am I supposed to think? Zetsu, I haven't even said a damn word. In the rain, Zetsu and Obito were silent for a long time. The plan needs to change. Perhaps we'll have to revive Madara ahead of schedule. Obito didn't really agree with Zetsu's proposal, but there was no choice. With the situation changed, they had to take it one step at a time. The two returned to the cave where Madara had once lived. Fortunately, Obito had learned many dangerous jutsu, such as the impure world reincarnation. Fortunately, Zetsu, having lived for over 1,000 years, had long ago noticed that things were gradually spiraling out of control and had prepared a special body for Madara. A body capable of greatly enhancing the power of an impure world vessel. Impure world reincarnation. A man clad in red armor slowly materialized before their eyes. The first thing Madara did upon awakening was glance at his own body, and his brow instinctively furrowed. This is the impure world reincarnation technique. Madara's expression was grim, clearly dissatisfied with this method of resurrection. Has something gone wrong? Our plan has encountered a small, unexpected complication. The situation is this: our plans have been thrown into disarray by that brat named Uchiha Eiji. Madara sat back down in his chair. When the name Uchiha Eiji was mentioned, a flicker of inscrutable interest crossed his eyes. An 18-year-old young Uchiha descendant capable of causing such waves. However, upon hearing that Eiji had mastered Tobirama's jutsu, he became incredibly enraged. The blood of the Uchiha defiled by the techniques of that inherently despicable Tobirama. It's an utter stain on the Uchiha honor. He believed he understood Tobirama deeply. Tobirama and Hashirama combined probably had about 10,000 schemes between them, of which Hashirama contributed less than 3. In terms of sheer world-destroying power, Tobirama was far from the strongest. But what made Madara wary was his utterly unscrupulous methods and his exceedingly brilliant mind. Back in the days of the brutal clan wars, the Senju's relentless advance owed much to Tobirama's endless stream of deadly schemes and underhanded tricks. Had it not been for his brother Izuna's assistance, the Uchiha's losses would have been even more devastating. Madara sank into deep thought. He knew that Tobirama had been wary of him from the very beginning. He knew better than anyone that Tobirama had viewed him as the #1 threat since their first meeting. All those forbidden techniques he researched so frantically in secret. Weren't they all aimed at countering the Uchiha Sharingan? Aren't they all attempts to completely eradicate the potential threat of the Uchiha clan? Madara also faced another major problem right now. Obito's cover was blown, meaning he couldn't use that identity to deceive people anymore. How about doing the opposite? He goes out personally disguised as Obito. This idea sounded so revolting to him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Eiji and Jiraiya returned to Konoha village. They brought back piece after piece of good news. Have you heard? Lord Hokage and Lord Jiraiya practically wiped out all the Akatsuki members. That's right. Even the leader who defeated Raza fell to him. Lord Hokage is amazing. Lord Jiraiya is also amazing. Jiraiya, standing among the crowd, blushed slightly. His involvement in this wasn't really that significant. To put it nicely, he was an assistant. In reality, he was just an extra attachment. In fact, Jiraiya even felt that even if Naruto had gone instead of him, Eiji would have managed just fine. Naruto providing the noise, Eiji doing the slaughter. Time to go. Nothing more for him to do here. Better get back to writing his books. There were still many loyal readers waiting for the next installment. When Uchiha Eiji initially assumed the position of Hokage, there were not without voices of dissent. They held long-standing stereotypes about the Uchiha, thinking they were too unstable and such. Now Eiji and Jiraiya, disregarding their own safety and risking great danger to infiltrate the land of rain, had changed their minds. Uchiha Eiji was indeed a shinobi who inherited the blazing will of fire. Soon this recognition was etched into the most prominent place in Konoha, the Hokage Rock. Naruto and Sasuke had just finished a mission and happened to pass by. Hey Sasuke. Naruto pointed excitedly at the brand new massive sculpture above. My teacher is the 5th Hokage. One day I'm going to become the 6th Hokage. Sasuke barely gave the giant stone carving a cold, indifferent glance. TCH. Boring position. Boring teacher and student. With that he waved his hand and walked off on his own. Sasuke, wait up. Sasuke kept walking ahead and Naruto trotted along behind him, not caring whether Sasuke acknowledged him or not. Soon the two found themselves in the Uchiha clan's territory. The busy people were momentarily taken aback at the sight of the blonde-haired kid, then went back to their own tasks. Uncle Shusho warmly waved him over. Come Naruto. Freshly baked flatcakes have a taste. In Shusho's words, if Eiji hadn't arrived in time, he would have been dead long ago. It was only right to be a bit kinder to Eiji's student now. Thanks, Uncle. Naruto happily took the flatcake and broke off half for Sasuke. Try it. No. Come on, just try it. I told you I don't want it. Why, you idiot Naruto, you just shoved it right into my mouth. Naruto grinned, showing his big teeth. Pretty good, right? It's okay. Don't do that again next time. Alright, I got it. Naruto slapped his forehead. Oh no, I promised to practice ninjutsu with teacher Eiji. Gotta go. See you tomorrow. Naruto rushed off in a hurry while Sasuke's face darkened at the mention of that name. That Naruto guy was closing the gap between them more and more. No, wait. Aside from academic subjects, he seemed to have already surpassed him. This was hard for Sasuke to accept. He had even learned some strange jutsu of spinning a ball of chakra in his hand. Did Eiji teach him that too? The academy had naturally assigned Sasuke a decent teacher, namely Kakashi. Kakashi was pretty good to Sasuke, even teaching him his most impressive jutsu, the Chidori. But Sasuke was still unsatisfied. His goal remained to defeat the current Hokage Uchiha Eiji. Relying on his current power alone was definitely far from enough. He needed to find a way to gain more power. Unknowingly, Sasuke found himself by a riverside. This was once his and Itachi's secret base. And there Sasuke saw a familiar figure. Father, what are you doing here? Fugaku had stepped down from his position some time ago and had fully settled into an ordinary life. He didn't meddle in clan affairs anymore, because even if he spoke no one would listen, and if he said too much he'd end up getting beaten. Fugaku sat on the grass. Sit. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, then sat down beside him. Feeling a bit down lately? Yes. Tell me about it. I need a stronger teacher to gain more power and then defeat him. Fugaku knew that the him Sasuke spoke of was the current clan leader, the newly appointed 5th Hokage. Fugaku gently patted Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke, let go of the obsession in your heart. Or rather, hatred. In truth, Fugaku knew it was all his fault. He had made Sasuke this way. He even felt a sense of relief, grateful that Sasuke was not as extreme as some of his clan members. At least now Sasuke thought of defeating him, not killing him. Sasuke lowered his head, remaining silent. Fugaku stood up, letting out a faint sigh. Let's go. We'll wait for you at home. After a few steps, Fugaku heard Sasuke's voice from behind. Father, I'll come home for dinner tonight. Fugaku paused for a moment, not turning back. But the taut corner of his mouth seemed to loosen into an almost imperceptible curve. That evening the three of them sat around the table for dinner. The atmosphere was unexpectedly harmonious. No accusations, no reproaches. Only the faint clatter of chopsticks and occasional ordinary remarks about the taste of the food. This brief tranquility was like a thin veil temporarily covering the sharp edges. At that moment, Konoha officially issued a notice to the entire shinobi world. The document proclaimed that under Ingxi's wise leadership, Konoha had not only thoroughly eliminated threats to its own safety, but had also conveniently resolved troubles for other villages plagued by the Akatsuki organization, earning the title of a great hero who maintained peace in the shinobi world. Konoha had always cherished friendship, and during this hard-won peaceful development period, it welcomed all factions to negotiate cooperation or establish alliances. The great 5th Hokage Uchiha Ingxi, who had inherited the blazing will of fire of the Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, was always ready to receive them. That was it. After boasting a bit, Ingxi happily left work. Off work. Time to go home and eat. In the Senju compound, Ingxi's courtyard. The campfire crackled, golden skewers of meat sizzled on the grill, and the aroma filled the air. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Ingxi sat around together. Cheers. Shizen, go get some more sake. Understood, Tsunade-sama. In the corner, Naruto was straining with a flushed face, a chakra sphere spinning wildly between his hands. Every uncontrolled burst left a scorched shallow pit on the ground, sending dirt and grass flying. Naruto. Ingxi shouted. I told you to practice jutsu, not to wreck my house. Naruto replied in a hurry. Granny Tsunade said she has lots of houses. If this one's destroyed, you can live in another. Then keep it up, aim to demolish the entire Senju compound within half a year. Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose. This brat was even more annoying than Jiraiya. Since you're back, this mess of a village is all yours from now on. She waved at Shizen. Shizen, let's go. Our work here is done. Jiraiya chuckled. Going to donate your fortune again, old big spender. Tsunade paused, throwing him a dangerous glance over her shoulder. Don't worry, once I lose it all, I'll come to your precious student to recoup. Oh. Jiraiya held Ingsy back. Easy, easy. We all have our struggles. She's old, why bother arguing with her? In the dead of night, Jiraiya was already snoring like thunder. Ingsy dragged a bamboo chair, lounging lazily in the yard, continuing to enjoy Naruto's demolition project. Clearly Naruto had reached his limit. But he still refused to give up. Naruto remembered that to become Hokage, one must do what others cannot. Like squeezing out the last trace of chakra within his body. Ingsy's originally languid eyes suddenly sharpened. He saw a streak of crimson chakra leaking uncontrollably from Naruto's body. No way. Paying rent so early. Ingsy sat up straight, carefully observing Naruto's changes. As the red chakra grew more pronounced, Ingsy stood up. The red light in his eyes slowly rotated, and he entered the space where Kurama was sealed. There he saw a ferocious giant fox. Ingsy greeted Kurama through the bars. Hello there, little fox. Naruto was still bewildered. How did Ingsy-sensei get in? And he seemed quite familiar with this strange creature. Before he could ask, Kurama's roar shook the entire space. Little fox. Show some respect, brat. Kurama scrutinized Ingsy. Those disgusting eyes. You're an Uchiha descendant. That's right. I am Uchiha Ingsy. Kurama snorted coldly. He loathed these Uchiha clan members deeply. Especially that giant mech guy who dragged him out and beat him up. Later, using a dojutsu to control him, he attacked Konoha only to get beaten up by a plant man. While hitting him, the plant man said, Kurama, your power is too dangerous. Listen, was that even human speech? Even the giant mech guy and I combined couldn't beat you, and you say I'm too dangerous. Are you trying to die? But the plant man didn't care. He directly sealed him into the body of a Jinchuriki. Passed down through generations, he never had a chance to escape. Kurama firmly believed that these two bastards from Konoha were no good. Likewise, shinobi were all no good. They coveted his power, while fearing he would threaten the village's safety. Talk about having it both ways. If he weren't sealed, he would have fired a tailed beast bomb long ago. Since he couldn't strike, Kurama didn't want to waste energy. He simply closed his eyes, out of sight, out of mind. Unexpectedly, Ingsy stepped closer and whispered, Shikaka asked me to do him a little favor. When I see you, I'm to give your but a good kick. So left cheek, or right? Kurama's eyes shot wide open. Damn Uchiha brat. Damn raccoon. Bastard. I'll kill you. He kept ramming against the seal, causing even more chakra to leak out. Feeling the immense chakra, Naruto was stunned. Though he sometimes borrowed a little of that power, not his own today, it was giving far too much. He even felt like he couldn't handle it. At that moment, Ingsy's voice rang out again. Want revenge? Revenge. Find a chance, and we'll give Madara a good beating. Kurama roared, but his ramming unconsciously weakened. That despicable wretch died long ago. Ingsy shook his head. Madara might be hiding in some corner planning to mess with you again. Maybe one day he'll return and rip you out of Naruto's body again. Kurama fell silent. He didn't know why this brat was telling him this. He didn't trust humans, so naturally he didn't trust this strange boy. But whenever he thought of that despicable man, besides rage, Kurama felt a hint of fear. That guy was truly terrifying. And this fool named Naruto honestly wasn't too bad to him. He even wanted to reconcile with him. Comparatively, Kurama preferred this silly blonde kid. Yet years of resentment and deep-seated distrust of humans made him finally let out only an impatient growl. He closed his eyes again, as if the conversation never happened. You think I'd believe you, you inherently deceitful Uchiha brat? Ingsy shrugged. I'm off. See ya. When he opened his eyes again, Naruto's whiskered face was right in front of him. Sensei, how did you get in? Sensei, who is it that's not dead yet? Is he very strong? Sensei, do you know why that little fox always looks so fierce? Does he really hate humans that much? Sensei. Ingsy's head was spinning. When you have time, go ask Kurama yourself. I'm going to sleep. Oh, Naruto yawned. Then I'll sleep too. Ever since moving here, Naruto often stayed over. There were plenty of rooms, just an extra pair of chopsticks. Sometimes he even helped with cleaning, which was nice. Naruto wobbled toward the bedroom. Kurama? What a weird name. A few days later, Naruto practiced chakra control at home. Don't slack off. Naruto. Ingsy called out a few times, but got no response. Ingsy peered into the empty room, frowning slightly. Where had that little blonde run off to? Off fishing or catching shrimp at dawn? Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached, and Naruto's voice reached Ingsy's ears. What's there to be shy about, Sasuke? Sensei is really nice. Get off me. Don't pull me. Oh, why do you blush like Hinata? You're like a girl. I'm not blushing. It's a sunburn. Ingsy rubbed his messy hair. What were these two best buddies up to? Naruto practically dragged Sasuke in front of Ingsy, beaming. Ingsy-sensei, please take Sasuke as your student. Cough, cough. Ingsy nearly choked. What did you say? Naruto leaned in, tiptoeing, and whispered mysteriously. Sasuke secretly asked me what jutsu you taught me, and if you could teach him too. Hiss. Did you teach him? I did. He gestured dramatically as he spoke. I said first you do this, then that spin control, and then, boom. Done. Inkse put on a pained expression. Damn it, you're really treating Sasuke like some Konohamaru. If he learned from that, it'd be a miracle. Hearing their conversation proud, Tsundere Sasuke's cheeks flushed. Inside, 10,000 alpacas were stampeding, cursing Naruto's big mouth. Blabbing everything. Did he even know what stood between him and Inkse? Forget it. Did he know that he saw Inkse as his greatest rival? Sasuke clicked his tongue. I still have to go find that old lady's 67-pound fat dog. I'm leaving. Sasuke, if you want to learn, I'll teach you. That sentence struck Sasuke like a thunderbolt. He spun around, eyes filled with suspicion and a suppressed, desperate longing he hadn't even noticed. He stared at Inkse, searching for any trace of mockery or ridicule on that lazy face. Inkse yawned. 7 o'clock tonight. Meet me here with Naruto and bring some dinner. Sasuke's jaw tightened. His Adam's apple bobbed, and finally he squeezed out a stubborn grunt. Who wants to learn from you? Evening 7 o'clock. In the courtyard, Sasuke stood before Inkse like a spear. In his hand, he held a cup of freshly brewed tea. He lowered his head slightly, his cheeks now as red as a ripe tomato. Almost dripping with blood, his voice barely audible. Why, Inkse-sensei, please have some tea. He wanted to gain enough strength from Inkse to defeat him in front of everyone. Time passed slowly, and Konoha returned to a rare calm. Every day after completing missions, the proud Tsundere Sasuke and the simpleton Naruto came to learn from Inkse. Sasuke challenged Inkse every day, only to get beaten and thrown into a tree. Then Naruto would carry him down, muttering, "Sensei, that's too cruel." Under this self-torturing training, Sasuke improved rapidly. But still he felt it wasn't enough, because that Naruto occasionally burst with terrifying chakra and sent him flying from one end of the yard to the other. Sometimes Hinata would peek in from outside, and the moment her eyes met Naruto's, she'd faint. So besides taking care of Sasuke, Naruto also had to look after Hinata. It was quite a handful for him. How could he concentrate on practicing his Rasengan like this? As for Sasuke's fangirl Sakura, she also sneaked in for a peek every now and then. She had become Tsunade's student and was actively learning medical ninjutsu. The villagers of Konoha seemed to be doing all right. But there was one exception. Kabuto. He stood alone at the entrance to his secret laboratory. He adjusted his round-rimmed glasses, the lenses reflected a bleak light, hiding all his emotions. His life had long been bound to Orochimaru-sama. As his most capable assistant and spy, he had infiltrated Konoha for years, constantly feeding Orochimaru valuable intelligence. However, ever since the spectacular Konoha Crush plan failed, Orochimaru had vanished without a trace. He tried every known method of contact, but Orochimaru seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Today, clinging to a last shred of hope, he stepped into this most remote, inconspicuous laboratory. He searched every corner, but found nothing. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto's voice was so low it was almost inaudible. Is he really dead? He slowly raised his head, the look behind his glasses no longer the usual docility and loyalty. The pillar that had long supported his life seemed to be crumbling. Just then a thought began to germinate. Why must I always depend on Orochimaru-sama? Why can I only be the assistant forever standing in the shadows? The power, knowledge, forbidden techniques that Orochimaru-sama spent his whole life pursuing. Why can't I, Yakushi Kabuto, inherit them, and even surpass them? Once this thought sprouted, it spread like wildfire, impossible to contain. It ignited the ambition and desperate craving for power that Kabuto had never acknowledged deep within. A few nights later, under a moonless, windy sky, Kabuto defected. He took with him all the materials he could find. His destination was the Sound Village in the land of rice fields. This was once Orochimaru's lair, filled with vast experimental data, forbidden jutsu scrolls, and precious cell samples, along with a large quantity of prepared yet purpose-unknown reagents. In a central laboratory immersed in various bizarre biological specimens, Kabuto stood before the operating table. Pale white light fell upon his face. He picked up a test tube, gently shaking it. The liquid refracted an eerie gleam under the illumination. Come on, he whispered to himself. Let us see what heights I can reach, relying on Lord Orochimaru's legacy and my own hands and wisdom. Those familiar with Naruto know that Kabuto is a ninja of considerable talent. Unfortunately, in certain aspects he falls slightly short of Orochimaru. For instance, when he transplanted Orochimaru's white snake shell onto himself, he was slowly corroded by Orochimaru's influence. Snake scales like patterns faintly emerged on half of his cheek, and occasionally they would twitch involuntarily, bringing tearing pain. However, this did not crush Kabuto's confidence. He remembered Orochimaru mentioning Ryuchi Cave. Legend has it that this is one of the 3 great sacred grounds renowned alongside Mount Myaboku and Shikatsu Forest, home to the snake Sannin, who possessed the secrets of sage art. Kabuto firmly believed that a ninja like himself could absolutely pass the trials. He would surely obtain power surpassing that of Orochimaru. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, revealing the half of his face that had already been corroded. Departure destination Ryuchi Cave. Before long, nearly 2 years had passed. During this time, Konoha village had also developed well, maintaining a dominant position over the other villages. His two students had grown considerably and were now capable of undertaking missions of some difficulty. For example, investigating the whereabouts of the rogue ninja Kabuto. Sasuke had also found a Kusanagi sword in one of Orochimaru's old hideouts. It was said that on several occasions Naruto or Sasuke had nearly died on their journey. At critical moments Naruto would tap into his inner strength, forcibly summoning the fourth tail. Or perhaps Sasuke would unleash the Kirin. Shouting about bonds, they would charge forward, taking on some of Orochimaru's former subordinates. It was precisely because of these experiences that their relationship had drawn much closer. Sometimes they could even share their innermost thoughts. Apart from one saying that teacher Eiji was very kind, and the other claiming he would eventually defeat him using his own ninjutsu. Lord Hokage, we have returned. Sasuke and Naruto arrived at the upper platform, finding Eiji enjoying the breeze. Naruto, Eiji pointed to the face on the Hokage rock, second only to his own in handsomeness. Do you know who this is? Naruto of course knew. That person was the great fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. When he was young he had not hesitated to scribble paint all over it. He still remembered that many years ago Eiji had said that Minato had sacrificed his life to protect Konoha, leaving his son alone in this world. Naruto, actually he is your father. At that time the village suffered the Nine Tails attack, and he sealed the Nine Tails inside your body. Naruto's head buzzed, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. I don't believe it. At the critical moment, it was Sasuke who caught him. Of course Sasuke was not faring much better either. All along, everyone had assumed Naruto was an orphan and his relationships with villagers were not very good. During school days few friends played with him, he was often alone. But who could have imagined that Naruto's father was the Hokage? The hero who saved the village, often mentioned by teachers. The fourth Hokage. I don't believe it. Naruto pushed Sasuke away and stormed off in anger. Eiji had told him about the entity inside his body, a tailed beast named Kurama. And Naruto knew that everything he had encountered these years was due to this terrifying monster. Simply because he was the Nine Tails he had been rejected by the villagers. People refused to play with him, would not sell him things, and some even threw trash at his doorstep. Kurama, the Nine Tails. Naruto could never have imagined that the one who sealed it within his body was his own biological father. Naruto, wait for me. Sasuke quickly ran toward the direction Naruto had left. He knew that for these years Naruto had silently accompanied him. With him there Sasuke had endured many painful times. And now it was his turn to save Naruto. At this moment Naruto had already run to the riverbank. This was a place he often visited as a child where he picked mushrooms and fished. It was also here that he met his teacher Eiji and came to know this fine senior. But now Naruto's mood was entirely different. Secret tears streamed down his face. In everyone's eyes Lord Minato was the hero who saved the village. But in Naruto's heart he meant nothing. Naruto hated him deeply. Why? Why did he seal the Nine Tails into his body? Didn't he know how many cold stares his child would have to endure? Damn it. What great Hokage, what hero. He was just an irresponsible father. As Naruto secretly shed tears, Sasuke also quietly crept over. Naruto, are you alright? What are you doing here? Sasuke realized that he seemed to have little skill in comforting others. In the past, it was always Naruto who would eagerly run over to comfort him. He hadn't expected that when roles were reversed he would feel somewhat unaccustomed. Comforting others was indeed a more complex matter than training. Sasuke struggled for a long time, unable to think of anything to say. He could only take a bento box from his backpack containing a few seaweed rice balls. Here for you. I don't want it. Have one, I just bought them. I said no. Sasuke almost wanted to punch Naruto repeatedly. What an annoying brat. Wait a moment. If current Naruto is so annoying, then what about himself back then? Ahem. Sasuke felt somewhat ashamed. As the two bantered back and forth, Eiji slowly approached. Naruto, I know you have suffered greatly, but Lord Minato believed in you that you could endure all of this. As a ninja, one must be able to endure what others cannot. Naruto wiped his tears carelessly. But, Eiji continued, actually Naruto, on the day you were born Obito lurked into Konoha intending to kill you. It was your parents who risked their lives to save you. They truly loved you very much. Having said this, Eiji gently patted Naruto's shoulder. A moment later Naruto nodded. I understand, but I still want to see my father and give him a punch. Eiji scratched his head, looking awkward. Actually, it wasn't that there was no chance that was coming soon. IWA Village. Tsunagakure, Kumobikure, and Awagakure were discussing their next plans. They had already established a policy of win-win cooperation to prevent Konoha from dominating alone. Based on this situation, the three villages banded together for mutual support. To prevent Tsunagakure from lagging too far behind, they even implemented some sort of water conservancy project diverting part of the water sources from the land of rain over there. This greatly solved Tsunagakure's drought problem. Of course, Tsunagakure also paid a price. For instance, receiving a small share of the profits, and sometimes working for free. There was no way around it. If you do not contribute something, why would others let you join in? On countless nights up and down Sunagakure, they were all calling out to the name of Raza. "O great fourth Kazakage, with your death the sky of our village seems to be collapsing." On the conference table, a stack of documents lay before each person. When opened, the first page displayed information regarding Uchiha, Eiji, the fifth fire shadow of my village. Over the years, Eiji had become increasingly renowned in the shinobi world. The fourth wind shadow Luo Sha had once led the village's elite into the Yu country, yet not a single one returned alive. This sufficiently demonstrated the terror of those rogue shinobi. More frightening still was that they were later slain by two shinobi from Mai. The three of them had a rough idea of Jiraiya's capabilities. This indicated that the Uchiha shinobi had played a crucial role in this operation. Frightening, truly frightening. Previously, they had all believed Eiji to be merely an ordinary genius. Now it seemed he was a genius among geniuses. Was there anyone left in the entire shinobi world who could match him? More critically, Mai claimed that he had inherited the will of Qian Shou Feijian. Yet they found that hard to believe. Inoki pondered a terrifying possibility. What if that Uchiha brat hasn't inherited Feijian's will at all, but rather the ambition of someone like Uchiha Ban? I was somewhat perplexed. He had only heard of Uchiha Ban's reputation, never witnessed his prowess. The legendary Ban. Is he strong? Inoki slowly nodded. Strong is an understatement. Inoki's intention was to advise the two of them that now they must unite if they were to stand against Mai. Unexpectedly, Ai the brute paid no heed. He waved his hand dismissively. "I think you're getting old. Ban died ages ago. If that brat were truly that strong, he would have sent us a challenge long ago." Inoki looked at him as if he were a fool. All that muscle must have packed his brain, leaving his thought process twisted. Inoki, too lazy to bother with this musclehead, turned to discuss with Hai Laozong. Inoki floated up. "Come, Lord Hai Laozong, let me take you around our village and introduce you to our village culture." Excellent, excellent, thank you for the trouble, Lord Inoki. My pleasure, my pleasure. Ai froze for a few seconds before suddenly realizing. These two old fogies were leaving him out. "Lord Inoki, I think we should convene the Five Shadows Conference to test my stance." The two walked slowly one after the other along the streets of Yanin Village. Five Shadows Conference. Inoki stroked his white beard. Not a bad idea. Having experienced much, Inoki had gained valuable wisdom. At the mention of this idea, he deemed it feasible. "First go communicate with that brute." I let him play the spear in the meeting and pretend we're not on good terms. Then, first do this then that. Excellent, excellent, will do as you say. My village soon received an invitation to the Five Shadows Conference. Jiraiya, the head of the intelligence department, handed the letter to Eiji, who read it and said, "Please, Lord Jiraiya, inform them that I will attend punctually." "All right," Jiraiya nodded. "Will you bring any guards?" "No need. If a fight breaks out, I'd have to protect them." Cough, cough. A week later, the perpetually snow-covered Tai country. Renowned for its iron mines, it was the largest supplier in the shinobi world. Many of the weapons used by shinobi were crafted here, including the murasame in Engsei's hand, forged by the finest blacksmith. Lord Sanchuan greeted him. "Lord Fire Shadow, we have received the order and will expedite production." In recent years, my village had maintained close ties with Tai country, frequently purchasing large quantities of shinobi tools. And they were generous with their spending. Tai country also procured substantial supplies from the Fire country, and through this mutual exchange their relationship had grown considerably closer. "My pleasure. Have the other shadows arrived?" "They are all here. Please follow me." In the meeting room, the representatives from the other villages had already gathered. They exchanged wary glances, their eyes filled with caution. Shirtsong spoke first. "I wonder what important matter prompted Inoki to propose this Five Shadows Conference. If there's something to discuss, please speak plainly." Inoki said, "It's nothing major, just an idea. If we hadn't fought separately, the Akatsuki organization wouldn't have taken so long to deal with. I propose forming a five-village alliance to jointly maintain long-term peace and prosperity in the shinobi world. Of course, it would be best if one village takes the lead, which would reduce many complications." Eiji scratched his head, understanding the little potato wanted to be the boss and absorb my village. This proposal received support from Shine Village and Yunin Village. Shirtsong glanced at Mai, his meaning clear. "Whatever the big brother says, I'll do." Seeing no opposition, Inoki continued. "I humbly recommend myself, let me. This is a tough job, better leave it to Mai." Before Eiji could finish, a thunderous roar erupted like a bolt of lightning. Mai takes the lead. Lord Fire Shadow seems to think rather highly of himself. Before Eiji could respond, Ai, like a lit powder keg, began to vehemently enumerate the origins of Akatsuki members. Orochimaru, a rogue shinobi from Mayodidera, a rogue shinobi from Iwa, Hoshigaki Kisame, a rogue shinobi from Kiri. Except for our Yunin village, which remains unsullied, every village present here has contributed talent to the Akatsuki organization. At these words, the faces of the shadows darkened considerably. Having rogue shinobi in a village was hardly a matter of pride. Now that the rogue shinobi had been dealt with, the matter should have been put to rest. But AI insisted on bringing it up again, slapping everyone in the face. Moreover, AI once again aimed his attack at Mai. The most dangerous member of the Akatsuki organization was also from Mai. Ingsi scratched his head. So if an alliance is to be formed, it should be led by the strongest and most upright village, Yunin village. Mid-sentencing, C couldn't hold back. What bullshit uprightness. Every one of these villages had done shady things. Back then, Yunin village tried to abduct Uzumaki Kushina from the Whirlpool clan to study the secrets of the Jinchuriki. They were only stopped by the little son Minato, who also managed to woo the lady under the moonlight. Later they attempted to kidnap Hyuga Hinata, the eldest daughter of the main branch. The clan head Hayashi killed one of them with a single palm strike, yet those bastards turned around and bit back. In the end, it took the sacrifice of Niji's father Hisashi to settle the matter. And as for rogue shinobi, hell, didn't Kinkaku and Ginkaku come from your village? No one here is a saint, yet they still put on airs. Ingsi thought Yunin village was actually quite greedy. Many in the shinobi world believed Yunin villagers were rough on the outside, but principled inside. That couldn't be further from the truth. Ingsi looked at AI. Is everyone in Yunin village as shameless as you? The brute AI instantly flew into a rage, a surge of powerful chakra erupting from his body. You bastard, what did you say? AI immediately entered the lightning release chakra mode, his entire body crackling with electricity. Like a bolt of blue lightning, he charged straight at Ingsi. Lightning fist. AI's arm transformed into a thunderous blade that tore through the air, descending with terrifying force toward Ingsi's head. He intended to utterly crush this brat who had dared to confront him publicly and expose his thoughts. Arrogance. The violent lightning hand blade rent space, halting mere half a meter from Ingsi's skull. Yet this strike was frozen in midair. Chakra radiance surged, and a colossal, white giant rose from the ground, shielding Ingsi securely within. He raised his middle finger. Feeling desperate, he raised another finger. Did being exposed make you furious? Bastard, you're asking for death. AI's chakra exploded once more, high-intensity currents crackling and dancing around him. No one in the ninja world had ever dared speak to him like that. Even the Hokage wouldn't dare. Before his death, Hiruzen Sarutobi had to tread carefully around him, fearing to offend the village and bring calamity to Konoha. Though Ingsi's words held some logic, but there was no but. Daring to contradict him openly was unacceptable. A single sentence from Ingsi drove him to madness, his other arm wreathed in blinding lightning, crashing down toward Ingsi once more. Boom. The raging lightning tore through the air, but struck only emptiness. Ingsi's figure, along with the colossal Susanoo, dissipated like a mirage. Behind, Darui's keen senses shouted a warning. AI reacted swiftly. Forcing his body against inertia, he twisted and swept his lightning-covered hand blade backward. And again it struck only air. The lightning release master was indeed formidable. AI roared in fury, lightning wildly ravaging the venue, yet failing to even touch Ingsi's robe. His vaunted absolute speed appeared clumsy and powerless against space-time ninjutsu. AI recalled a man. The fourth Hokage, known as the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. No, now it was the White Flash. White Fang of Konoha. Tobirama Senju. As AI's rage peaked from repeated missed attacks, his entire body crackling with imminent lightning, Ingsi's cold voice whispered in his ear. Water release Rasengan. The instant the words fell, a terrifyingly compressed, rotating mass of water pressure, carrying bone-chilling cold, slammed into AI's unprotected back. Boom. AI's body, encased in the strongest lightning release armor, launched like a cannonball from the ground. It crashed through the venue's sturdy wall, tumbling out amid a cloud of debris and smoke. Darui saw this and began forming hand seals rapidly. Water release Heaven's Tears. A water needle pierced Darui's wrist, and then Ingsi kicked him flying. He rolled several times on the ground. AI struggled to push himself up, unable to believe what had happened. How could the highly defensive lightning release armor be breached so easily? The venue fell into dead silence. Only the wind blowing through the broken wall and AI's heavy breathing were audible. As the dust settled, Ingsi appeared in the center of the hall, dismissing his Susanoo. See everyone. This hothead attacked first. I was just defending myself. Hardly a provocation. Yagura stared at Ingsi, suddenly recalling some unpleasant memories. Meanwhile, Inoki, hovering midair, fixed his gaze upon Ingsi, as if trying to see through him to another figure. Susanoo. Such power. The shadow that man cast caused this old veteran of the Warring States era to feel a pang of stress. Ingsi glanced at Mifune, who cleared his throat. Esteemed Kage, please remain calm. Let us return to our seats and continue discussing the alliance that concerns the safety of the entire ninja world. AI, his face dark, silently walked back to his seat. Ahem, then regarding the alliance proposal, I urge you all to give it serious consideration and respond promptly. Mifune pressed on with the agenda, once again yielding the floor to Inoki. Lord Mifune, there is another matter concerning the Land of Iron. Mifune was taken aback. Concerns me. Yes, Inoki floated closer. Our village ordered a batch of urgently needed strategic supplies, yet after months of waiting they have not been delivered. This has severely impacted our border defense rotations. Mifune felt wronged. The smiths of the Land of Iron worked day and night exhausted as dogs, but they simply couldn't keep up with Konoha's overwhelming demand. Moreover, Konoha had stationed several Uchiha members permanently near the Land of Iron's workshops, claiming it was for coordination and communication, but in truth, it was surveillance. Whenever a suitable weapon was produced, they immediately collected it, with a requisition slip bearing the Hokage seal and a payment receipt. Money and goods settled. Even if Mifune wished to prioritize other villages, there was no legitimate reason to refuse. Over time, the supply to other villages suffered somewhat. Furthermore, goods imported by the Land of Iron were delivered by the Land of Fire with astonishing speed. It seemed they had set up a warehouse near the border. As soon as the Land of Iron placed an order, the Land of Fire dispatched a merchant convoy escorted by Konoha. It was called something like Huahua Express. Compared to other villages, the speed was significantly faster. The prices were also fair. Over time, the Land of Iron no longer wished to purchase supplies from other nations. Losing such a customer naturally affected the interests of the other three nations. But they couldn't complain. Could they dictate whom others bought from? Well, Mifune weighed his words, finally hedging. There are indeed some difficulties in capacity allocation. We are doing our best to coordinate. Rest assured, Lord Tsuchikage, your village's order will be expedited as soon as possible. Inoki was clearly dissatisfied with this evasive answer. He redirected his accusation toward Eiji, who was sipping hot water. Also, food prices in the Land of Fire have skyrocketed. Is the Hokage aware of this? Eiji narrowed his eyes. This is normal market behavior, Lord Inoki. What are you getting at? There are voices saying that the Land of Fire is using its resource advantage to strangle other nations' lifelines. What does the Hokage think? I don't think. Next question. You. Inoki nearly fainted from anger. Who did you inherit this shamelessness from? Your village's previous leader was much easier to deal with. Eiji tapped the table. Enough talk. Let me say a few words. The Five Kage summit amid endless bickering dragged on for another 3 days. Mifune listened and sighed. Over the years he had attended countless meetings and seen this too many times. On the surface it was all for the ninja world and peace, but in reality it was about their own interests. No sooner had the Akatsuki crisis been resolved than the villages began tearing at each other. If this was how they sought peace, they might as well just fight it out. Eiji mostly listened, only speaking when Konoha's interests were involved. In short, one principle: Konoha must not suffer a loss. Who cares about your children? The other Kage gnashed their teeth. This bastard never gave an inch. He was like a rock in a latrine, stubborn and foul. 3 days later. Ultimately, the highly anticipated Five Kage summit ended hastily, with all parties nursing grudges. In brief, the core conflicts remained. The villages of Cloudstone and Sand joined forces to pressure Konoha, trying to squeeze some profit from this fat pig. Issues like resource shares, mission ratios, buffer zone borders, and cooperation rights with minor nations. Konoha's attitude was simply, I won't. If you're not satisfied, come at me. We've been fighting for decades, a little more won't hurt. At these words, AI flipped the table once again, sending a jolt of fright through the 3-ship delegation. You must not start a conflict in the Land of Iron. Should anything go wrong, the responsibility would inevitably fall upon me as the host. Not even mentioning how you, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, went so far as to summon the giant turtle. Yagura and his subordinates, displaying remarkable tact, declared their allegiance to follow Konoha's lead. No time like the present. After pledging their loyalty, Yagura departed with Meitarumi to rally their forces. Following a symbolic farewell ceremony, each representative set off homeward, harboring their own hidden motives and carrying agreements that could never truly be enforced. In a hidden valley far from the core region of the Land of Iron, AI of Kumogakure, Inoki of Awagakure, and a representative of Sunagakure secretly convened once again. Having witnessed every era of Konoha's development, Inoki had, for various reasons, always regarded the village as a menacing flood or ferocious beast. 2 years ago, Hiruzen had sacrificed himself, and Uchiha Eiji inherited the title of Hokage. In truth, he had assumed Konoha would not amount to anything more. An 18-year-old youth without any guidance from a senior mentor could hardly be expected to stir up much trouble. Even with the public proclamation that he had inherited Tobirama Senju's, Inoki remained skeptical. A ruthless, cunning, and extraordinarily gifted individual like Tobirama Senju was a rarity even across the entire shinobi world, let alone within a single village. However, through the direct confrontation today, Inoki had gained a new perspective on Eiji. That man was exceptionally troublesome. Far more troublesome than the soft-hearted Hiruzen. This made Inoki want to curse. Why did every advantage seem to fall into Konoha's lap? Ever since the Hashirama era, they had never seemed to lack remarkable talents. No sooner had he managed to outlast a few and watch generations grow old, than when they appeared to be at a low point, this white-haired kid emerged. And it wasn't just their talent. Konoha also occupied a strategically advantageous location possessing the most abundant resources. Just thinking about it was enough to make one grind their teeth in frustration. If that were all, perhaps it could be tolerated. Now with their tripartite alliance, they didn't have to fear a Konoha monopoly. Yet this very meeting had exposed Konoha's true ambitions. This man might genuinely aspire to control them, just as he had controlled the village hidden in the mist. Inoki disliked this feeling of being controlled by others. However, he was equally reluctant to ignite a war, for he was uncertain whether Konoha would, in the midst of a prolonged conflict, once again produce some unforeseen prodigy. But he also worried that the Land of Fire's ever-growing influence would continue to squeeze their living space. They had no desire to end up like Sunagakure, constantly at the mercy of being struck down and humiliated. Iwagakure and Kyomogakure absolutely must not follow in Sunagakure's footsteps. Finally, Inoki spoke slowly. "My friends, is it not time we undertook some action to rein Konoha in?" Inoki's suggestion naturally won the agreement of Ai and Ebizo. Ai believed in solving problems with fists, finding it a perfectly reasonable approach. If negotiations fail, then fight. Ebizo, for his part, reasoned that clinging to two powerful allies to take a jab at Konoha was a good idea. Their village was in such a dire state they would gladly scavenge any scraps they could from Konoha. Thus the three quickly reached a consensus and promptly devised a plan targeting Konoha. Unbeknownst to them, their scheme had not gone completely unnoticed. Upon returning to the village, Eiji had only cautioned that the three villages seemed amiss and advised everyone to exercise utmost caution in their actions. However, his words went largely unheeded by the two impetuous youths Naruto and Sasuke. A week later, they accepted an escort mission. As they crossed the border into the Land of Lightning, they were ambushed. Several masked shinobi surrounded them. What is the intention of Konoha shinobi trespassing into the Land of Lightning's territory? Naruto was stunned by the accusation. It wasn't wartime, and missions frequently required crossing into other nations' borders. Moreover, the very person they were escorting was a shinobi from the Land of Lightning. "Hey, you've got it wrong. We're just completing a mission, we have no other intentions." The leader, wearing a black mask, let out a cold snort. "You brats still trying to make excuses? I don't believe you're a Konoha shinobi at all. You must be spies from the Akatsuki organization. As for your so-called escort mission, I suspect you threatened a resident of the Land of Lightning and forced him to guide you here." At this, Naruto nearly ground his teeth to dust. What on earth was this guy saying? Him, Naruto Uzumaki, a member of the Akatsuki. Everyone knew there was only one publicly known Akatsuki member left, and that was Obito. And that bastard Obito was the very culprit responsible for his parents' deaths. How insane would he have to be to impersonate his own sworn enemy? Damn it, if Obito were here right now, he'd slam a Rasengan right onto his head and show him the true meaning of Naruto's murderous intent. Naruto clenched his fists. "You bastard. You're the one from the Akatsuki. Your whole family is from the Akatsuki." Hearing this, the man merely sneered. "Flustered and angry now that we've seen through you, are we?" With that, he waved his hand, and the masked men slowly closed in. "You..." Naruto was about to retort when Sasuke held him back. "Idiot, it's obvious these guys are deliberately setting us up." Huh. Naruto blinked, realizing the truth. But how had Sasuke discerned it? Their 2 years of partnership had fostered a strong sense of mutual understanding. Naruto lowered his voice. "So what do we do? Retreat? Or retreat?" Sasuke scoffed, his right hand already resting on the hilt of his Kusanagi blade. "While on duty, Konoha shinobi were obstructed by bandits. To protect the safety of those in our care, we were left with no choice but to act." Before the words even faded, the Tomo in Sasuke's eyes began to spin slowly. Sasuke too harbored a simmering anger. His goal in training under Eiji was to acquire enough strength to defeat him in front of everyone. Yet he was still far from that goal. Sasuke had challenged Eiji countless times, and each time he was thoroughly beaten. It was this extreme craving for power that had driven him to forcibly awaken his 3-Tomo Sharingan earlier. This had made him somewhat overconfident. If he couldn't beat that man, surely he could handle these rabble. Today, Uchiha Sasuke would use them to gain some experience. As for the repercussions, he'd let that man sort it out. "Let's go, Naruto." "Got it." Shadow clone technique. Naruto smoothly borrowed some rent from Kurama. 2 surges of violent wild chakra erupted skyward. Chidori. Rasengan. In the blink of an eye, Naruto and Sasuke efficiently dealt with the provocative attackers. Sasuke stepped forward, using his Kusanagi blade to flick away their masks. He saw the familiar headbands. These guys are Kyomogakure shinobi. Oh, isn't that a bit bad? I remember some of the village instructors saying we shouldn't attack shinobi from other villages carelessly, or it'll bring a heap of trouble. Naruto ran his hand through his messy blonde hair. Oh no, did we just cause a lot of trouble for the teacher? Sasuke merely gave a light chuckle and patted the escort's shoulder. "We'll escort you no further. We're leaving." With that, Sasuke turned and walked away. "Hurry up, you idiot. Waiting for Kyomogakure shinobi to come for revenge." Oh, Naruto quickly followed. "Let's take that small path, the one we used last year, when you almost got killed." "Shut up, don't bring that up." Although their words were light-hearted, Naruto and Sasuke ran with extraordinary speed. Upon arriving in Konohagakure, they immediately reported the incident to Eiji. Standing before the Hokage, Sasuke explained the encounter with the masked shinobi from Kumogakure. Naruto shifted his weight looking at the floor. Eiji listened, his expression unreadable, sharp eyes moving between the two young men. Sasuke lifted his head, meeting Eiji's gaze directly. This has nothing to do with Naruto. This has nothing to do with Naruto. Eiji sneered. The Cloud Village intends to seize the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. This is a heinous crime. Naruto. Sasuke. Alright, you two head back now. Eiji waved his hand. Huh. Naruto was baffled, glancing at Sasuke. Sasuke, being the sharper one, said, I understand. Leave it to me. Eiji set down the scroll. You are Konoha's ninja. Regardless of what happens, I will protect you. Hearing this, the proud Tsundere Sasuke shot a surprised glance at Eiji. When he noticed Eiji looking back, he quickly turned away. Come to my place for dinner tonight. Kakashi-senpai will be there too. Sasuke pulled Naruto along as they left, while Naruto quietly muttered to himself. Sasuke, what did you understand? I don't quite get it. You don't need to understand. Just charge forward headfirst when there's a fight. Are you mocking me? Watching the two youths leave the office, Shikaku, who had been standing in the shadows, finally stepped forward. Ever since Eiji assumed leadership, he had promoted many talented individuals from the clan. A mastermind like Shikaku was naturally not overlooked. Are you sure this won't cause problems? Shikaku, as cautious as ever, quickly envisioned several unfavorable outcomes. Eiji retorted, what problems could there be? I'm already doing them a favor by not slicing that brute in half. Are those bastards in the Cloud Village really bold enough to come demand someone? Shikaku's brow furrowed slightly. This was exactly what he feared. In the Hyuga clan's heiress kidnapping incident, wasn't Niji's father ultimately sacrificed? And this time the people involved were the Hokage's own two students. This was no less troublesome than that affair. While Shikaku habitually began calculating possibilities and strategies at lightning speed, Eiji had already efficiently tidied up the documents on his desk. That's it for today. We'll deal with tomorrow's problems tomorrow. Eiji once read a book which basically said that if you don't know how to delegate, you'll just end up exhausting yourself. So he delegated all the village's affairs, big and small. Regardless of clan status, positions went to the most capable. The ninja who received these assignments were overjoyed, feeling they had earned the trust of the Hokage. Eiji, content with his ability to slack off, was also happy to finally leave work on time. A win-win situation. In the Cloud Village, the Raikage's office. On the other side, the Raikage AI of the Cloud Village also witnessed his subordinate, who had been beaten so badly, even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. They took the bait. AI snorted coldly. He knew Anoki thought of him as a simple brute, but he believed he only looked like a simpleton while actually being quite cunning. Of course, this was also thanks to his strategist Dodai. This time he intentionally acted as the pawn to secure his own interests. If it truly came to war, the Cloud Village had the support of two other villages. Konoha was nothing to fear. Besides, this successor Hiruzen chose even fight. Sure, he might be somewhat capable, but what the hell is being capable in a fight? This is war. We can just drown him in sheer numbers. And besides, Eiji is all talk. If it actually came to a real fight, he'd probably turn out to be a coward just like Hiruzen. If he wins, we pay reparations. If he loses, we still pay reparations. It's a no-lose deal for the Cloud Village. AI took out the letter he had prepared long ago and handed it to the young ninja. C. Go. The negotiation is your responsibility. Remember our bottom line. Rest assured, Raikage-sama. 2 days later, C arrived at Konoha Village. At this time, the Konoha higher-ups were in the middle of a heated discussion about the next direction for development. An AMBU ninja appeared at the door. Hokage-sama, a ninja named C from the Cloud Village, is here. He specifically requested to see you. Upon hearing that someone from the Cloud Village had arrived, the smiles in the room faded. Raikage AI could be quite troublesome. The Hyuga heiress incident back then had already brought great shame to Konoha. Now that his subordinate shows up, it surely bodes no good. Understood. Let him wait. Now, everyone, let's continue. Eiji took out his little notebook and diligently recorded every word spoken. However, the meeting room fell into complete silence. The clan representatives, who were just passionately debating, now remained quiet. Moi. Eiji lifted his head and looked around. Are we done? Ahem, Hokage-sama, we have a guest. Perhaps we should. Alright. Eiji poured himself a cup of hot water. It was a bit hot, he'd drink it when he got back. In the Hokage's office, C had already been waiting for a long time. What's the matter? Eiji walked straight to his desk, sat down, and asked without preamble. C took out the letter and handed it to Eiji. He then recounted the incident of Naruto and Sasuke beating up their village's ninja. In the ninja world, friction between villages was commonplace. Every day, it's one beating the other. Yet in the Cloud Village's account, Naruto and Sasuke were painted as provocateurs and murderous thugs. They claimed the two disregarded the peace of the ninja world and severely trampled upon the Cloud Village's dignity. We demand that Konoha provide an explanation for this matter. An explanation? Scotch tape or double-sided tape? What does the Cloud Village want? C felt confident, thinking he had the negotiation under control. He stepped forward half a pace, his gaze fixed firmly on C. Hand over the murderers Naruto and Sasuke. They will be taken back to the Cloud Village for due punishment. What? Hearing this, Shikaku, who was nearby, stared at C in shock. These bastards must be insane. Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. Sasuke, a member of the Uchiha clan wielding the formidable Sharingan. Furthermore, both are students of the Hokage. This is literally grinding the Hokage's dignity into the dirt. His mind raced. Shikaku knew that the current Hokage was usually lazy, but deep down, he was a madman. C was so aggressive, if words got out of control between them, the consequences would be disastrous. He had to find a way to stabilize the situation and buy some time. Just as Shikaku was racking his brains for a way to smooth things over and temporarily placate the envoy. Scram. C was stunned. Did he hear that right? Shikaku was also shocked. Didn't C just tell him to scram? After a brief moment of shock, C regained his composure. Hokage-sama, please watch your words. I told you to scram. I don't want to repeat myself. C stared blankly at C. Damn, this young Hokage is truly tough. It was said that when the village leader negotiated with Hiruzen back, then he just gave a little scare and Hiruzen backed down. But this guy doesn't seem scared at all. What gives him the right? Hokage-sama, C stepped forward. On behalf of the Cloud Village, I formally demand you hand over. C moved. He body flickered right in front of C, and amidst the other's horrified gaze, kicked out. Bang. Crunch. Boom. C flew backwards, crashing heavily through the thick office wall and landing on the street outside. It hurts. As soon as C hit the ground, he was surrounded by a group of Uchiha clan members. C's figure appeared at the edge of the massive hole in the wall, looking down at the gathering crowd below. Detain him. He's paying for the wall repairs. Understood. Tetsuka and Inabi punched C twice. Where's the money? C was completely dumbfounded. The ninja world always said the Cloud Village was hot-tempered, but compared to Konoha, they were a bunch of angels. Since ancient times, who detains an envoy during negotiations? Does Konoha have no sense of decency at all? Hokage-sama, you will pay for your actions. Oh. Inabi drew a short blade and viciously stabbed it into C's thigh. Say one more word, and I'll skin you alive. Take him away. Watching C being dragged off, C returned to the meeting room. He sat down and took a sip of water. Still warm. Eiji put down his notebook. That's all from you. May I say a few words? The crowd exchanged glances. What are your instructions, Lord Hokage? I've devised a new plan. Let's call it the Cloud Village Collapse Operation. Eiji rubbed his hands together. Come, seniors, help me refine the details. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Mangekyō, the Raikage office. AI paced restlessly behind his massive desk. It had been a week and there was still no word from she. This was highly irregular. Given she's capabilities, even if negotiations had stalled or ended on bad terms, intelligence should have been reported back. Even if Konoha intended to delay, they should have at least sent a response. Had something gone wrong? Did they encounter an ambush by the Akatsuki along the way? It was unlikely that Konoha was bold enough to detain the Cloud Village's envoy. Wait. That bastard might actually pull off something like that. AI roared, Samuyatsu. The office door flew open. A tall, imposing woman and a short-haired blonde man entered. Raikage-sama. AI issued his command. Depart immediately and proceed secretly to the Land of Fire. Find out what happened to she. Yes. Halfway to the door, Doji's voice rang out. Konoha may not be the same as before. If the situation seems amiss, or if you face danger beyond your ability to resist, abandon the mission immediately. Samui nodded slightly. Understood, Raikage-sama. AI sat back in his chair. For some reason, he couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. Samui and Atsui's movements were highly covert. However, the moment they crossed the border into the Land of Fire, before they could even penetrate deeper into the interior, they were surrounded by a large contingent of Konoha's elite. Halt! Who goes there? How dare you trespass in the Land of Fire? Atsui attempted to explain. We are envoys from the Cloud Village acting on the orders of the Raikage. But before he could finish, he was brutally cut off. I say you're spies from the Akatsuki here to assassinate the Hokage. How can you baselessly slander our character? Samui instinctively gripped her short sword. Oh, you dare resist. This is no ordinary intrusion. We must strike hard. The battle erupted instantly. Outnumbered and outgunned, the Konoha Anbu unleashed a merciless barrage of attacks upon the two of them. In just a few exchanges, the two were battered and bruised by the storm of blows. Take them away. As the security force escorted them toward the prison, the villagers of Konoha cast curious glances their way. Why would they arrest Cloud Village ninjas for no reason? Were they going to war again? When they heard that the Cloud Village had made false accusations, first demanding Konoha hand over two murderers, and that the Hokage had ruthlessly refused and beaten them up instead, they began to praise the Hokage's toughness. That's right, why should one yield to the slightest threat? If everyone played like that, Konoha Village would have collapsed long ago. In short, the Hokage is awesome. Konoha Security Force Prison. Clang. The heavy iron door swung open and Samui and Atsui were thrown into a cramped cell. The iron door slammed shut behind them with only a sliver of weak light filtering through a small iron window. The two looked around, and through the dim light, they spotted a familiar companion in the adjacent cell. Why are you here? She struggled to open his eyes, and after recognizing the newcomers, he managed to speak with difficulty. Samui. A sharp reprimand interrupted their conversation. Who gave you permission to speak? Shut up. Inahi entered with members of the security force and tossed a notebook and pen toward them. Right. Samui, confused, asked coldly, right what? Right about when you became rogue ninjas of the Cloud Village and joined the Akatsuki, and who your accomplices are. The two blondes exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if this guy was insane. They were loyal subordinates of Lord Ai. How could they be rogue ninjas? Konoha ninjas, I tell you. Inahi struck him on the head with a baton. Go to hell. Listen up, you bastards. If you don't confess everything, you'll never see the light of day again. Of course, even if they confessed, they would still die here. After saying this, Inahi and the others stormed out, slamming the door. In the cell, the three ninjas stared at each other in silence. What should we do? She sighed. What could they do? Nothing. He considered himself somewhat intelligent. But after dealing with Konoha, he realized he was no different from a rookie. They were thrown in and beaten mercilessly, never bothering to listen to explanations. They were immediately branded as Akatsuki spies. As for what they wrote, they wouldn't even look at it. The confession had already been prepared for them. They just forced their hands to press fingerprints. Could you endure such treatment? Seeing his companions cursing under their breath, she spoke to comfort them. Conserve your strength. I believe Lord Ai will soon lead the Cloud Village army to rescue us. Then we can launch a coordinated attack from within and outside, wiping out Konoha completely. She's words greatly boosted their morale. Exactly. Since they were detained in Konoha, Lord Ai now had a reason to mobilize troops. For instance, my ninja went missing. I'm coming in to search. If you agree, don't blame us for being harsh. No matter how powerful Konoha was, it certainly couldn't match an alliance of 3 villages. As for Kirigakure, they were merely a side road. After this self-consolation, they seemed to see a bright future ahead. Cloud Village, the future is promising. A few days later, Kumogakure, the Raikage office. Ai's patience was finally exhausted. Scouts stationed at the border of the Land of Fire reported that the two had been captured as soon as they entered Konoha territory, as if they had been waiting for them all along. Ai frowned. How could Konoha have known their movements? Surely there wasn't a mole within the village. Shaking off these thoughts, and after communicating with Doji, Ai wrote another letter and sent it to Konoha via the fastest summoning beast. Konoha Village is hereby ordered to immediately and unconditionally release Samui and Atsui, 3 Cloud Village ninjas. Otherwise, Cloud Village will consider this an act of war against them. Here are the consequences. At the same time, he sent pre-prepared secret letters to Awagakure and Sunagakure notifying them. Konoha's attitude was arrogant. They had detained envoys. War was inevitable. Please complete wartime mobilization immediately and act according to plan. Konoha Village, the Hokage's office. When Konoha received Ai's letter, they immediately denied everything. We merely arrested a few Akatsuki spies. There are no so-called Cloud Village ninjas. If Lord Raikage does not believe us, he is welcome to come to Konoha and see for himself. Of course, please come yourself. We cannot accommodate too many guests. If you are too busy, send your strategist Doji. Upon receiving this news, Ai flew into a rage. Bastards. They were treating him like a complete fool. Although he was a hothead, he was not an idiot. Going to Konoha alone under these circumstances would be tantamount to delivering himself into their hands. After further discussion, the 3 villages issued a declaration of war to Konoha and Kirigakure. Since Konoha has provoked the war, don't blame us for ganging up on you. For the sake of peace in the ninja world, our 3-village alliance will pave over every inch of the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. This is called a just cause. Of course, if Konoha shows a good attitude, the Hokage and his 2 students can come to Cloud Village to beg for forgiveness with branches on their backs. After making appropriate compensation, we can pretend this never happened. Hokage's office. After the Konoha ninja clan representatives and high-ranking officials read the declaration of war, they turned their gaze toward the young Hokage. Whether to seek peace or go to war, they would follow this young Hokage's command. That brood is bragging. Do they really think a few rotten fish can stand against Konoha? And beg for forgiveness with branches on my back. Even if I die on the battlefield, I will never hand over a Konoha ninja. Fight them. Fight them. Just fight them. Damn it, the Hokage has gone mad. The Uchiha's insane bloodline is starting to kick in. The crowd exchanged glances, and already some pacifists were urging the Hokage to reconsider. They believed that peace was hard-won, and that negotiation was preferable to conflict. With a 3-village alliance, Konoha is under too much pressure on the main front. Perhaps we should temporarily avoid their onslaught. Before he could finish, C flipped the table over. Avoid their onslaught. Hashirama and Tobirama-sama, are watching me from above. If I yield now, I'd have no face to see them even in death. Hearing this, some were already stunned. Instead of thinking about meeting Madara in the afterlife, his mind was filled with another lord. Our young 5th Hokage is practically Tobirama reincarnated. Eiji sat back down. If they refuse to submit, then we fight them. The ninja world has always been ruled by strength. Didn't Hashirama-sama knock some sense into those rabble before he reasoned with them? Though I'm not even a tenth of Hashirama-sama, I won't resort to groveling either. Eiji pulled out a map and marked several locations. To show our resolve, I'll deploy the Uchiha clan across all battlefields. He looked at the clan leaders. I've said my piece. Who's with me and who's against? Those trash that Big Brother Hashirama crushed dare to challenge Konoha. Without Big Brother Hashirama, Tobirama Senju can still annihilate the enemy. New mission, crush them. Seeing no objections, Eiji began to deploy the tactics. First, they had to intercept the reinforcements from Sunagakure and Iwagakure, preventing them from making any moves. First, we take the land of grass at maximum speed. It sits at the throat between the land of fire and the land of earth, a strategic fulcrum every army must seize. And it's extremely close to the land of rain and the land of waterfalls. Among the small nations, these two forces are not to be underestimated. These small nations now claim friendship with Konoha, but in a real war, who knows where they'd stand? They'd side with whoever is winning. That being the case, we'll station ninja there directly. It'll serve as a deterrent and stir up trouble for the land of earth and the land of wind. The land of waterfalls has the seven tails. If war breaks out, they could play a significant role. As for the land of rain, Eiji knew that Sunagakure's water supply depended on its dealings with the land of rain. In that case, seize the land of rain's territory and cut off their water supply entirely. Without water, Sunagakure's ninja combat effectiveness would plummet. Therefore, Sunagakure would certainly dispatch heavy forces to protect their water sources. At which point we send ninja to harass them and prevent reinforcements from reaching the main battlefield. This task naturally fell to Kakashi. His father had once made Sunagakure scream in agony, so now letting the son carry on the family tradition was perfectly fitting. The land of lightning was similar, push hard. By the time the meeting ended, the sky had darkened. This concludes the meeting. Return and prepare. Eiji walked out of the meeting room with the others. He arrived at the Uchiha compound and gathered the clansmen who had already assembled at the shrine. The fourth great ninja war is about to begin. Prepare your weapons and make arrangements for your families and children. This time we're marching straight to those bastards' homeland. Hearing this, the clansmen froze. They looked at one another. What does this mean? Are we going to war? After receiving Eiji's confirmation, the clansmen went absolutely wild. Finally, we get to fight. The Uchiha howled with fervor, kill them all. Eiji waved his hand. Dismissed. The red-eyed warriors charged out, and Uchiha Yashiro knocked on Fugaku's door. Fugaku, war is coming. Pack your things and come with us. Fugaku's voice came from inside. I know. I'm coming. As he dressed, he urged Mikoto. He told her to protect Sasuke at all costs if he fell on the battlefield. They had only one son, and he couldn't afford any loss. Mikoto simply nodded, silently praying for Fugaku's safe return. Fugaku followed Yashiro out the door, taking his place at the rear of the column, while the three-village alliance was still planning their tactics. That very night, an elite strike force, composed of the Crimson Sharingan, the all-seeing Byakugan, and assorted other ninja, vanished from Konoha, heading straight for the border of the land of grass. The Hyuga and Uchiha, two clans hailed as the strongest in Konoha, had become close comrades in arms. Another deep night fell, and the Uchiha and Hyuga entered the land of grass. Byakugan activate. 2 ninja at 12 o'clock, 3 at 4 o'clock. Understood. The Uchiha elites dissolved into streaks of shadow, merging into the darkness. With a series of thuds, the scout ninja lost consciousness and were bound and strung up in the trees. Yashiro stood at the front, wiping the bloodstains from his hands with an enemy's coat. He had already retired, but when he heard war was brewing. How could Yashiro stand for that? Watch your grandpa come sort you out. Now standing before you is the successor to the legendary concept of Fugaku the Castrator. Yashiro the Reinstated. Yashiro made a hand signal, and the Hyuga clansmen emerged from the depths. Hayashi, all the sentries are eliminated. Hayashi offered a polite courtesy, as expected of the Uchiha clan, truly living up to your reputation. Who would have thought Yashiro wouldn't mince words, naturally. The Uchiha have always been the strongest clan in Konoha. You're not bad yourself, second only to the Uchiha. Hayashi's Byakugan rolled in an eye roll. Uchiha are all idiots. While the Hokage doesn't count. Let's go talk to the folks at Kusagakure. The Uchiha and Hyuga led the way while the medical ninja behind them marveled. So this is Konoha's true strength. Sensory assault medical. Everything you could ask for. Maxed out. Absolutely maxed out. Inside the building, the masked leader let out a sigh. He looked at the fierce men before him. Honored guests from Konoha visit late at night. What business do you have? Hayashi stepped forward and placed Eiji's personal letter on the table. Please read. The leader read the letter carefully, his heart sinking. Damn, they're forcing us to pick a side. As a small nation surviving in the chaotic ninja world meant playing both sides. But Konoha wasn't giving him the chance to sit on the fence. The Hokage made it clear either join them against Iwagakure and Kumogakure or be destroyed. After all, Konoha had plenty of enemies. One more or less wouldn't make a difference. He absolutely believed Konoha would do it. Look at who they sent. The craziest clan in the village, the Uchiha, was standing right here. The moment he said no, that square-jawed brute would chop him into mincemeat. In the end, he could only bend to Konoha's overwhelming might. From this day forth, Kusugakure is at Konoha's disposal. The Wagakure remained completely oblivious to all this. By the third day, Konoha still hadn't responded. The IWA High Command, following their original plan, decided to move first. Akatsuchi Inoki's bodyguard led a vanguard force toward the Land of Grass. Their objective coincided with Konoha's. Take control of the Land of Grass as a springboard and buffer for invading Konoha. However, no sooner had Akatsuchi and his men entered the Land of Grass than they were spotted by the Hyuga's Byakugan. IWA ninja spotted approximately 3 kilometers away. The information reached the Uchiha quickly. A pair of crimson Sharingan flared to life, their bodies trembling slightly with barely contained excitement. Charge! Tear them apart! Whoosh! 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 The Uchiha clansmen hurled bundles of explosive tags with reckless abandon, raining them down on the IWA unit from above and all sides. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions tore through the stillness of the Land of Grass. Flames shot skyward, smoke filled the air, and the shockwaves snapped trees in half. Earth release, earth flow wall. Several thick, sturdy earthen walls rose from the ground, narrowly shielding the majority of the IWA ninja. Stay calm. Konoha ninja got here before us. Prepare for battle. Earth release golem technique. A towering stone giant rose from the earth, using its hardened body to block the incoming projectiles. Charge. Take out the Konoha ninja. The answer came in the form of an even fiercer assault. Uchiha. Advance. Forget tactics. Attack. Attack. Attack, goddammit. The Uchiha charged out. The Hyuga, acting as scouts, also rushed forward. The medics, damn it, charged out too. What do you call a scout? The strongest one is the scout. Today we will prove that the Hyuga clan is the strongest. Brothers, don't let the Hyuga take all the credit. We'll count heads when we return. Under tremendous stimulation, the Uchiha unleashed combat prowess far beyond their usual limits. For every Uchiha who fell, 2 more crazed ones emerged. Kill those 2. Kill my ass, they've already killed us. Faced with the constantly powering up Uchiha, and the Kusugakure ninjas stabbing them from behind, Kitsuchi was utterly miserable. So this is the battlefield, Uchiha. Screw this fight. At the Iwagakure Command Center, Inoki, waiting anxiously, finally received news. Kitsuchi stumbled in, nearly kowtowing to Inoki. Inoki's heart sank. Kitsuchi's appearance foretold that the battle report from the Grass Country would be grim. He hastily asked, "How goes the battle in the Grass Country?" Kitsuchi caught his breath. "Lord Inoki, we were ambushed by Konoha shinobi. Our losses are heavy. At least 1/3 of the 1,000 ninja vanguard have fallen." Hearing this, Inoki's brow furrowed deeper. 1/3 meant over 300 ninjas. So many had died before the real battle even began. This would devastate the village's morale. Inoki took a deep breath and helped Kitsuchi up. They moved to the map. Take your time. The two shifted before the massive strategic map, and Kitsuchi pointed to the border between the Grass Country and the Earth Country. Not long after we entered the Grass Country, we were attacked by Konoha. They arrived faster than we expected. Inoki nodded, his respect and wariness for Konoha's command rising another notch. This meant Konoha's ninjas had set out several days earlier, clearly prepared for a desperate battle. And what were Konoha's casualties? They also suffered heavy losses, but... Inoki glanced at Kitsuchi. "Stop hesitating, just say it." Konoha seized the initiative and caught us off guard. But we quickly organized a counterattack and, relying on our numerical advantage, pushed them back for a time. But those Uchiha madmen aren't afraid of death. No, they practically throw themselves into it. Recalling the scene, Kitsuchi's face showed shock. Every Uchiha who fell gravely wounded, as long as they had a breath left, would cling tightly to the nearest enemy and detonate the explosive tags on their bodies. The remaining Uchiha grew more frenzied as they killed. I saw with my own eyes their Sharingan evolve amidst the bloodshed. The more they killed, the stronger they became. The stronger they became, the more insane they grew. From top to bottom, they simply didn't regard themselves as human. They broke 3 or 4 blades in the fight. Even with their legs broken, they still howled like madmen. Hearing this, Inoki let out a long sigh. The Uchiha were still the same Uchiha, unchanged from decades ago. There's one more thing. Kitsuchi wiped the sweat from his face. Kusugakure has sided with Konoha. While we were locked in battle with the Uchiha, they stabbed us in the back. Inoki nodded, his mood growing heavy. Konoha had moved too fast. If it wasn't exceptional adaptability, they must have run through the scenarios in their minds many times over. Thus they arranged everything meticulously, always one step ahead. If it was the latter, this wisdom of preparing for danger in times of safety was reminiscent of the Second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Inoki patted Kitsuchi's shoulder. Go rest and await my next orders. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Kitsuchi dragged his battered body step by step out of the command center. At the border of the Wind Country, the Wagakure had encountered trouble, and Sunagakure was no better off. Over 1,000 elite Konoha shinobi led by Kakashi and Guy had crossed the Rain Country overnight and entered the Wind Country. Their objective was clear and deadly: the water sources that Sunagakure depended on for survival. Once the water supply was cut, Sunagakure immediately fell into chaos. The fragile order that had barely been maintained due to war mobilization collapsed instantly. The Sunagakure High Command, frantic, was forced to urgently recall a portion of their precious frontline combat forces. Some to maintain order, others to form a pursuit force, vowing to eliminate this thorn of Konoha deep within their territory. This also eased the pressure on Konoha's main battlefield. But they were as slippery as eels, never engaging in a frontal battle. They just used explosive tags and large-scale ninjutsu to destroy the water sources, even killing a few guards at the village gates. This success was largely due to the commander Kakashi. For some reason, every time he killed these Sunagakure ninjas, it felt unusually smooth, as if his father were guiding him from beyond. Coupled with a chakra short sword he'd obtained from the land of iron, the older Sunagakure ninjas, who saw him, thought the White Fang of Konoha had returned. They had already lost half their fighting spirit before the battle began. Of course, Kakashi, due to his inability to close his Sharingan, was severely lacking in chakra. Often he would run out of steam mid-battle. At that moment, his good friend Guy would charge in, carrying Kakashi through 7 battles in and out, leaving only a green silhouette behind. Later, the Sunagakure ninjas learned that the son of Konoha's White Fang had a bowl-cut comrade who never tired. The war between Konoha and the alliance of the 3 villages continued. After the initial skirmishes, both sides deployed more and more shinobi to the battlefield. Such a large-scale operation was naturally detected by the ninja world's premier intelligence broker Zetsu. Inside a cave, Madara and Obito stared at each other, feeling that something was off. According to Obito's script, after collecting the tailed beasts, he would naturally start a war with the entire ninja world, triggering the 4th Great Ninja War. But not like this, with the nations already tearing each other apart. Obito scratched his head. The result was right, but the process was wrong. What now? Madara, who had been resurrected for a long time and had been patient, came up with a good idea. While the 5 great nations are fighting among themselves, let's collect the tailed beasts as much as possible. The demonic statue of the outer path hasn't been destroyed. It can still absorb the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts. As for the Rinnegan, when the time is right, I will personally retrieve it from Konoha. Madara tapped the armrest of his chair and glanced at Obito. My existence must not be exposed for now. The task of capturing the tailed beasts is yours, Obito. Obito nodded and vanished into the vortex. In the Rain Country, Raikiri, Kakashi took down the last Sunagakure ninja in front of him, panting heavily. He leaned against a tree and looked at Guy lying on the ground. Guy, you okay? Guy struggled to give a thumbs up. Still holding up. That morning, Sunagakure had sent out the candidate for the next Kazekage Gaara. He had stormed into the Rain Country, hoping to teach the Konoha ninjas who had humiliated him multiple times a lesson. Then he encountered Konoha's blue beast. Might Guy simply open the first few gates of the 8 gates and beat Gaara to a pulp? Had it not been for the support of a Wagakure's Kuratsuchi, Gaara might have been kicked to death by Guy. He retreated with his broken troops into the Wind Country, stopping to regroup in a relatively sheltered sand valley deep in the desert. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently. He wore an Akatsuki robe with a black background and red clouds and an orange spiral mask covering all but one eye. Gaara's pupils contracted sharply. Uchiha Obito. He raised his hand. Sand coffin. The sand beneath his feet erupted like a living thing, surging toward Obito. But the sand only struck empty air. Foolish brat. The battle erupted instantly. The weakened Gaara soon fell, his body pierced by several wooden spikes. It's over. A powerful vortex sucked the dying Gaara inside, and Obito also entered the Kemui dimension. The first probing exchange was cautious and restrained. The ninjas set up camp, tended to the wounded, and formulated their next steps. Deep in the night, within the command room of Sunagakure, Ebizo and Chiyo, 2 veteran comrades, were still burning the midnight oil. They had no choice. The village was already depleted of talent, and with Gaara abducted, the burden on their shoulders grew even heavier. On the long table lay several scrolls, the latest battle reports from the front lines. Sunagakure's plan to breach the Land of Fire's defense line had encountered a minor setback. The ninjas they had dispatched met fierce resistance from Konoha's forces, not only failing to gain any advantage, but also being led around by the nose. They had now retreated to the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire, awaiting new orders from the village. The one who abducted Gaara should be Obito of the Akatsuki. A ninja managed to survive and witnessed everything firsthand. Ebizo rubbed his temples. The Akatsuki again. This organization seemed to have a curse on them. 3 consecutive Kazekages had fallen at their hands. But why did Obito take Gaara? To blackmail Tsunegakure. What could Tsunegakure possibly have that he coveted now? For some reason they both felt an ominous premonition. Shaking off those thoughts, Chio pointed to the location of the Land of Lightning on the map. The brutes of Kumobikure still haven't moved. They promised a 2-pronged attack. What is that impulsive fool dawdling for? Big sister. Ebizo handed her an encrypted scroll. It says they were ambushed by Kirigakure, so they were delayed. Chio snorted coldly. Those idiots from Kirigakure could never match the brutes of Kumobikure. I might lack brains, but on the open battlefield Kirigakure's ninjas were absolutely no match for Kumobikure's overwhelming offensive. It should be soon. Chio calculated the time. We'll move once Kumobikure reaches the front line. Ebizo grunted in agreement. Inside Tsunegakure, a consensus had long been reached. In this war their goal was not to kill as many Konoha ninjas or seize resources as possible. Rather it was to preserve their fighting strength as much as they could. That way when the war ended they would have the leverage to negotiate with Inoki and over the spoils. Otherwise, even if Tsunegakure contributed the most, those 2 old foxes would see the village weakened and refuse to give them any benefits. They might even take advantage of the situation to devour Tsunegakure entirely. Such occurrences were common in the shinobi world. The 2 elders were not foolish enough to sacrifice themselves. Chio and Ebizo's speculation was correct. Following Konoha's orders, Kirigakure sent ninjas to clash head-on with the Kumobikure brutes. But it was clear that Kumobikure's overall strength was superior, and the 3 Tails Jinchuriki was not enough to tip the scales. A few days later, Kirigakure retreated and regrouped with the Konoha ninjas who had already arrived in the Land of Frost. The Land of Frost was a small country perpetually battered by snow and wind. There was almost no military presence there, and most of the land was uninhabited. However, bordering the sea, it was a necessary passage from the Land of Lightning to the Land of Fire. Its strategic importance was self-evident. Inside the main tent, Jiraiya took a sip of hot water, looking somewhat exhausted. Over the past few days, Kumobikure had launched several waves of attacks, all of which were repelled by Konoha without any gain. He had spent years wandering and had gathered some intelligence on Kumobikure. This place was militaristic to the extreme, raising ninjas with relentless fervor. The amount of rice they consumed daily was unimaginable, likely preparing for war at any moment. As the commander of this front, Jiraiya had to stay fully alert. What made Kumobikure particularly troublesome besides those screaming muscleheads were its 2 Jinchuriki. Among them, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B was known as a perfect Jinchuriki. If Kumobikure deployed him on the battlefield, the damage would be catastrophic. Even more headache-inducing was that Sasuke and Naruto, those 2 reckless brats, were also on this front line. Ever since they heard that Kumobikure was on this front, those 2 ignorant fools had been clamoring every day to teach that bastard a lesson. What a joke. Even together they couldn't hold a candle to him. What baffled Jiraiya even more was that Eiji didn't rein them in. He even said something about those 2 having cheat codes and not dying easily, which Jiraiya didn't understand. Jiraiya sighed. 3 troublesome kids. Naruto and Sasuke haven't returned from patrol. Reporting, Jiraiya-sama, no news yet. Suddenly a sense of dread crept over Jiraiya. Those 2 lawless little devils had better not cause any catastrophic trouble. At the same time, deep in the snowy mountains far from the main Konoha camp, Naruto lowered his voice. Hey Sasuke, haven't we gone too far? We're way beyond the patrol range. We should head back. Sasuke didn't answer, his gaze locked on a sheltered hollow up ahead. Faint figures moved there, and lights were blazing. It was clearly an important logistics outpost of Kumobikure. I'll take a look. If you're scared, go back first. Before the words faded, his figure blurred, and he silently vaulted over the outpost's outer wall. Hey, Sasuke, come back. Naruto muttered in annoyance, but had no choice but to follow. However, as soon as they landed, a dozen Kumobikure ninjas emerged from the surrounding shadows, encircling them. Look who's here, the Hokage's 2 students. A tall blonde older sister walked out slowly, looking down at Naruto and Sasuke. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yujito. Yujito, the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, essentially a big blue cat. Sasuke sneered, his hand resting on the Kusanagi blade. Is the 2 Tails so impressive? The blonde next to me is the 9 Tails. He might look like an idiot, but when he gets serious he can release a bit of chakra and kill you easily. Yujito stepped closer. Perfect timing. I'll take the Uchiha back to the village for breeding with Mabui, and as for this 9 Tails Jinchuriki, he's now property of Kumobikure. Clack clack. Big sister Mabui, the dark-skinned Darui, and other nameless ninjas blocked their escape route. Naruto clenched his fists. Sasuke, looks like they're underestimating us. Sasuke slowly drew the Kusanagi blade, its cold edge pointing at Yujito. The tomo in his eyes spun wildly. Take them down. Got it, let's go. Naruto roared, and his chakra erupted explosively. TCH, what a pain. Darui looked at Sasuke, still wearing that sleepy expression, but his movements were lightning fast. He drew the massive sword from his back, turning it into a blur of blade light that came crashing down towards Sasuke. Clang. The Kusanagi blade precisely blocked Darui's heavy slash. The immense force caused the snow beneath Sasuke's feet to cave in violently. Among Kumogakure's ninjas, Darui was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse. But the combat instincts and reflexes honed from years of being beaten in twisted ways by Eiji now manifested brilliantly. Sasuke didn't resist head-on, his body twisted oddly with the momentum of the blade. The Sharingan had already predicted the trajectory of Darui's power flow. As he redirected the force, he struck with his left hand, fingers together like a knife. Wreathed in blinding Chidori stream arcs, he aimed viciously at Darui's sword-wielding wrist. My! Darui's eyes flickered with surprise. This kid was trickier than he'd expected. He twisted his wrist, narrowly dodging the lightning. The laziness on Darui's face finally vanished. That was dangerous. Looks like I can't play house with you anymore. Darui formed hand seals rapidly. Black lightning. In an instant, a leopard of crackling lightning energy materialized and lunged toward Sasuke. His three-tomo Sharingan spun wildly as he channeled all his lightning-released chakra into his right hand. Chidori. The blue Chidori clashed violently with the black and white storm release leopard upon the frozen snow. A violent shockwave of energy erupted, blinding light, consuming everything, sending countless fragments of stone and ice flying in all directions. In the heart of that devastating light, Sasuke was sent hurtling back by the immense force. The tiger's mouth of his sword hand split open, and the Kusanagi blade nearly slipped from his grasp. Darui was also pushed back several steps, but he was clearly in much better shape. He beckoned to Sasuke. Come on. Omoi and Karui slowly approached Sasuke from behind. TCH, Sasuke sneered. That's all you've got. Meanwhile, the battle between Naruto and Ujito grew more intense. Vortex Naruto Whirlwind. Vortex Naruto Dynamic Prelude. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Vortex Naruto Barrage. Vortex Naruto Elbow Strike. Naruto roared, the golden beast of Konoha howling. Chakra-coated fists rained down on Ujito with savage fury. Retreating step by step, Ujito dropped her playful expression. She couldn't toy with him anymore. Blue cat-like chakra patterns emerged on her skin, her hair spiked, and her eyes turned white. Her abilities were greatly enhanced. Tailed beast chakra continuously healed her wounds, making her a formidable fighter. You're still too green, Ninetales brat. Ujito dodged a heavy uppercut from Naruto and counterattacked with a clawed strike to his chest. Bang! Naruto was sent flying backward, crashing through a towering stack of heavy wooden crates. Hiss! That hurts. Struggling to rise from the rubble, his chest burning with pain, Naruto wiped the blood from his lips. In that wretched moment, he caught a glimpse of Sasuke being overwhelmed by Cloud Ninja in the distance. There were even more elite shinobi besides those three. They launched a relentless assault on Sasuke. Thud, thud, thud. Strike after strike. Blood stained his coat, dripping slowly to the ground. Cough, cough. Sasuke leaned against the wall. Damn, these guys were tenacious. In that instant, a primal rage erupted from the depths of Naruto's soul. You bastards, how dare you hurt Sasuke? A roar exploded, the sealed cage trembling violently. Crimson chakra surged from every pore of Naruto's body, covering his skin in an eerie dark red cloak. His human features rapidly faded, his blue pupils turning into beast-like crimson slits. His lips curled back, revealing sharp, white fangs. The crimson chakra behind him coalesced furiously. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails. What? Ujito's expression froze. She could clearly sense that terrifying presence within that blonde-haired boy had awakened. Inside her, the 2 tails Matatabi let out an uneasy growl. Roar! The frenzied Naruto, with world-shattering force, tore through the air, conjuring a violent gale as he slammed his palm down toward the nearby Ujito. Ujito's pupils contracted. She dared not hold back any longer. She lashed out with her own claws, a cerulean chakra imbued with the 2 tails' power meeting Naruto's attack. Boom! The two forces collided, unleashing a storm of energy that swept through the entire cloud base. The warehouse walls were torn apart like paper, and mountains of supplies turned to dust in an instant. Roar! At the heart of the storm, the crimson chakra grew even more violent. Behind Naruto, the faint outline of a 5th tail flickered in and out of existence. Ujito was clearly losing in raw power. The massive fox claws tore through the cerulean flames, threatening to crush her completely. Whoosh! Several octopus tentacles shot out from the smoke to the side. They precisely wrapped around Ujito's partially transformed body and yanked her away. The massive fox claws slammed down just past Ujito's afterimage, leaving a bottomless crater in the ground. Yo, can't let you die here, you fool. Partially transformed Killer Bee appeared in the center of the battlefield. His 8 octopus tails instantly elongated, whistling through the air as they struck Naruto with brutal force. Naruto let out an enraged roar, having lost all reason. He dropped to all fours and began gathering terrifying chakra. It's a tailed beast ball. Us too. Tailed beast ball. The 2 hypercompressed chakra spheres collided, the immense shockwave hurling Sasuke and the others an unknown distance. After a brief stalemate, Naruto was caught in the aftermath of the tailed beast ball. Naruto! Sasuke screamed in desperation. As the dust settled, Naruto's form appeared in the deep crater. The chakra around him slowly receded. Killer Bee crept closer, then one of his thickest tentacles shot out like lightning, wrapping around Naruto's waist. With a burst of immense power leveraging Naruto's own momentum, he swung him like a sandbag and hurled him off the steep cliff outside the base. What a fool, you fool! Killer Bee slowly released his partial transformation and peered down the cliff. At that depth, if nothing went wrong, that brat who couldn't control his tailed beast's power would be crushed to death. Naruto! Sasuke watched helplessly as the figure cloaked in crimson chakra plunged into the abyss, an unprecedented fury consuming him. I'll kill you. Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan spun faster than ever before, and the hexagonal pattern in his eyes abruptly froze. Blood tears streamed from Sasuke's left eye. Amaterasu. Pitch black, inextinguishable flames erupted on Darui, eliciting screams of agony. Without sparing a glance at the writhing Darui, Sasuke raised his Kusanagi blade, pointing it directly at Killer Bee. I'll kill you. Sasuke charged at Killer Bee, his sword slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Yet his burning rage seemed pitifully insignificant before absolute power. Killer Bee's eyes sharpened. The seven swords strapped to his back shot out, slotting precisely into the joints of his body, his mouth, armpits, elbows, and knees. Acrobatic style. Clang, clang, clang. The Kusanagi blade clashed madly against Killer Bee's net of blades. But every strike from Sasuke was parried with precision, while Killer Bee's incoming blades left fresh wounds across Sasuke's body. He staggered backward, his body reaching its limit. A cold glint flashed in Killer Bee's eyes. All seven blades converged, poised to shred the tottering Sasuke completely. Clang! A flash of impossibly fast sword light deflected the blades aimed at Sasuke. Clink, clink, clink. Killer Bee's deadly blade net was scattered by that divine stroke. Huh! Killer Bee paused. A white-clad figure appeared in an instant, shielding Sasuke behind him. Eiji drew his short sword and beckoned to Killer Bee. Come. Hearing this, Killer Bee's expression darkened. Impudent brat. I'll kill you. With that, he swiftly drew his swords. He again assumed that bizarre seven-sword stance, the blades on his back, flying up to lock into his joints. Acrobatic style once more. The crimson glow in Eiji's eyes rotated slowly. The omniscient eye, based on all current information, it performs an immense number of probability simulations, in an instant deducing the optimal solution to the target's next move. Within the omniscient divine eye, torrents of data completed billions of calculations in an instant. The optimal counter-strategy and rebuttal plan materialized in a flash. Of all this, Killer Bee remained utterly oblivious. He still basked in his absolute confidence. I'll kill you, Brapiko. Seven gleaming blades twirled around him, weaving into a lethal web of steel. Leaning forward, Killer Bee charged with a grotesque posture that defied human limits, crashing forward like a battering ram. Clang, clang, clang. The piercing ring of colliding metal erupted in a relentless cascade. Eiji's form dissolved into a blur of white within the blade web. His right hand, wielding the diminutive Xiao Xiao, precisely parried the deadly slashes aimed at his throat and heart with surgical accuracy. Meanwhile, the Muramasa in his left hand erupted with the crushing weight of a mountain, descending with cataclysmic force upon the fleeting fragile gap within Killer Bee's seven-sword flow. What a... Killer Bee's prideful, flawless seven-sword style suddenly felt clumsy and awkward under the precise dual-blade assault. Every masterful connection was forcibly severed. A tremendous force vibrated through the crossing blades, forcing him to stagger backward, his once impregnable defense leaving him wide open. Thud, thud, thud. Blood blossomed across Killer Bee's body. Razor-sharp steel carved 7 or 8 gruesome bleeding holes into his robust frame. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Idiot, idiot, Bakairo. Killer Bee no longer dared to underestimate the white-haired man who had stabbed him repeatedly. He retracted his seven swords, ignored his gushing wounds, and tensed every muscle in his body. In the next instant, a feral roar exploded across the battlefield. Lariat. Dazzling lightning erupted violently. In an instant, Killer Bee's entire body was encased in a crackling lightning release armor. Savage chakra manifested as tangible blue arcs coiling around him. He transformed into a lightning bolt that tore through space itself, pushing his speed to the absolute limit, targeting the back of Eiji's head. He intended to use his immense brawler strength to deliver a decisive killing blow. However, his battle-ending thunderous strike met only the cold, empty air. His body, like an uncontrolled cannonball, slammed violently into a distant snowdrift. Huh. Killer Bee leaped to his feet, alarm bells screaming in his mind. In that instant, just before, he felt as if he had been bound in place by invisible shackles, unable to move. Immediately after, a colossal force struck him from behind, crashing into his spine. Pain. So much pain. No. If his opponent could hit him with a fist, why not use a blade? The next second, Yuki let out a startled cry. Behind Killer Bee, a strange mark had appeared resembling a swirling vortex of water. Art is an explosion. Wait. Boom, 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 boom. The first wave of blinding detonation like a ravenous maw swallowed Killer Bee whole. At that moment, a golden eye shadow appeared around Eiji's eyes. Sage Art Water Dragon Bite Crush. Two ferocious water dragons forged from highly compressed Sage Art Chakra bared terrifying fangs, formed from rapidly spinning torrents. They surged from left and right, slamming into Killer Bee with savage force. B. The bombarded Eight-Tails Gyuki issued a warning. His tailed beast cloak was already blown apart. That brat Sage Art is dangerous. Use that. Got it, Bakao. A violent surge of chakra exploded from Killer Bee's body. Blackish-red chakra instantly spread from the iron seal on his chest, engulfing his entire form. As the dark crimson-tailed beast cloak fully enveloped him, grotesque, white bones burst forth from his flesh. These bones connected across his semi-transformed body, forming a layer of white exoskeletal armor. The water dragons slammed solidly into Killer Bee's bone armor, a violent collision between raging water and unyielding bone. The high-speed spinning water fangs gnashed against the white bone armor, emitting a deafening shriek. The terrifying impact shattered the ground beneath Killer Bee, but the immense force of the water dragons was dispersed across the exoskeleton. Killer Bee let out a low, guttural roar, stubbornly resisting the water's erosion and strangulation. He could feel the terrifying energy within the dragons depleting, and inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, believing he had weathered this absolute killing blow. But then a sudden anomaly occurred. Amidst the lingering spray, countless infinitesimal points of light materialized. Silently, they adhered to Killer Bee's bone armor-tailed beast cloak, and even the surrounding water droplets in the air. Mutual multiplication, rotating water detonating tags. Each explosion summons more water orbs containing rotating water cores, creating an infinite chain reaction loop as long as chakra permits. Art is an explosion repeated over and over. Boom, boom, boom. A cataclysmic, endless chain of explosions erupted. The first blinding flash of detonation swallowed Killer Bee's form. Then came the second wave, the third. Gaia, his seemingly indestructible, ghastly white bone armor, finally let out a strained groan under the relentless, annihilating barrage. The ground was blasted into a bottomless pit by the successive explosions. When the final shockwave finally subsided, all that remained was a massive charred crater tens of meters in diameter. Killer Bee lay motionless at the bottom of the pit, his condition unknown. At that moment, a figure consumed by despair and fury staggered forward. His eyes were blood-red, tears of blood streaming down his pale cheeks. Sasuke glared at the charred, indistinct figure in the pit, as if he wanted to tear him apart limb from limb. How dare you kill Naruto? A heart-wrenching roar filled with bottomless grief and madness erupted. I'll burn you to ashes, you bastard. Amaterasu! 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 Sasuke plunged into hysterical madness, recklessly unleashing the power of his Mangekyō Sharingan. Eiji kicked Sasuke away. Stop that, you think you're Tien Shinhan. Almost the moment Sasuke was sent flying, a thunderous crash echoed from below the cliff. Gamabunta leaped up, landing heavily beside Sasuke, the impact shaking the ground again. Two figures were on his head. Naruto drenched in blood, but with a gently rising and falling chest, and Sakura desperately channeling her medical ninjutsu. Naruto is alive. That statement extinguished the fire of rage in Sasuke's heart. His taut body collapsed, the madness quickly fading from his eyes. He stared intently at the rise and fall of Naruto's chest, confirming it wasn't an illusion, and his frayed nerves finally snapped. His vision went black, and with a thud he lost consciousness, completely collapsing heavily to the ground. And in the deep crater, the charred Killer Bee had at some point strangely shrunk. Eventually it transformed into a massive, still twitching octopus tentacle. Eiji hoisted Sasuke onto his shoulder, then picked up the tentacle. Let's head back. After Eiji and the others departed, a masked man and a black and white creature slowly emerged. It seems our second plan has hit a slight snag. According to the mastermind Madara's plan, they were supposed to be the fisherman who profits from the fight between the snipe and the clam. While these 5 villages were locked in fierce battle, they would seize the opportunity to collect the crippled Jinchuriki. Unexpectedly, the Nine-Tails was rescued. And the Eight-Tails' little tail was also taken away. Can you Konoha ninja not be so exasperating? Give us a break, why don't you? It's not a total loss, Zetsu said, glancing at Yagura on Obito's shoulder. We still have time. When Sasuke woke up, he found himself lying inside a large tent. His body was wrapped in bandages, making him look like a mummy. A familiar voice sounded beside him. Sasuke, you're awake. Another mummy with a shock of yellow hair leaning on a crutch hopped over. A look of surprise flashed across Sasuke's face, but he forced it back. He struggled to maintain his usual cold expression. If I thought that idiot Deadlast had finally gotten himself killed. Naruto scratched his head, the movement tugging at his wounds and making him wince. Actually, I thought I was done for this time too. That octopus bastard hit me really hard. But it seemed that at the most dangerous moment, a terrifying surge of chakra suddenly erupted from within my body, barely withstanding that blow. He tried to recall, his eyes slightly confused. Maybe Kurama finally remembered to pay the rent this time. I don't know what happened after that. Sasuke nodded. You're all right. No matter how serious the injury, I'm usually fine after a good sleep. As he spoke, he clumsily used his free hand to carefully pick up a bowl of steaming soup beside him, intending to hand it to Sasuke. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke tried to push himself up to take it. That mere slight movement seemed to pull at every broken bone and torn muscle in his body. A heart-wrenching pain instantly swept through his entire body, blackening his vision, and cold sweat immediately soaked the bandages on his forehead. Eiji lifted the tent flap and walked in. His dark coat was stained with large patches of dull red, and a heavy smell of blood hit their noses. If you keep using the Sharingan without rest, you'll go blind soon. Sasuke bit his lower lip to endure the pain, but his gaze involuntarily fell on Eiji's blood-stained coat. He lifted his chin with effort, pointing at the glaring stains. Are you all right? Eiji waved a hand. I had nothing better to do, so I took a stroll around the Kumogakure defense line and killed a few ninjas who got in my way. He coughed violently. Just then the tent flap was suddenly yanked open with a swish. Jiraiya burst in his face, full of anger. He launched into a scathing reprimand at Naruto and Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, no discipline at all. This is a battlefield, a life and death situation. No one can clean up your mess every time. Do you have any idea? He then glanced at Eiji, only to find Eiji standing with his hands tucked watching him. It was as if he was saying, go on, I'm listening. After all, Naruto and Sasuke should call Jiraiya their grandmaster, so a few harsh words were only natural. And you, Hokage, could you at least notify us before you act? If you die, what will happen to the village? Eiji scratched his head. Alright, I'll notify Lord Jiraiya now. I'm going out for a while. Jiraiya looked at his Hokage student. What are you up to now? Eiji lifted his twin blades. I'm going to Kumogakure to pick up some local specialties. In the land of lightning, Kumogakure, the Raikage office. Can someone explain to me what it means when one person kills over 700 of our ninjas who entered the land of frost? What do you mean Yujito and B are missing and the logistics supplies are all cut off? What do you mean our operation might be compromised? What do you mean those cowards from Kirigakure took advantage and drove us out of the land of frost? Screw this. A loud crash. The sturdy heavy desk burst apart like paper sending with chips flying. Documents and scrolls on the table were torn into the air by the violent air current. In just one engagement, Kumogakure had suffered such heavy losses. How could they continue the war? Darui, who had narrowly escaped with his life, stood to the side, head bowed, not daring to breathe. If he hadn't been swept off a cliff by the blast wave and happened to get caught on a tree, he would probably have been killed by the Konoha ninja. Lord Ai, said Tutai, picking up the scroll from the floor and gently wiping off the bloodstains. The more critical the moment, the more we need to stay calm. He placed the scroll back in Ai's hands. Our opponent is as troublesome as Tobirama Senju. Ai snorted coldly, forcing down the rage in his heart. Map. Ai had just picked up a pen to mark something when he received a message. The Hokage of Konohagakure, Uchiha Eiji, had entered the heart of the land of lightning alone. Wielding his twin blades, he was on a killing spree, occasionally setting off bombs. This caused panic among the ranks, and the daimyo was as scared as a quail. He issued 12 consecutive orders to capture this dangerous ninja. Bastard. Ai, who had just calmed down a bit, went berserk again and punched through the whiteboard. This brat has some nerve, daring to barge into the land of lightning looking for death. We must keep him here, he must have secrets. Kumogakure had always been aggressively collecting secret techniques and bloodline limits from other villages, so they naturally coveted Uchiha Eiji's Sharingan. This young man in his 20s had performed astonishingly with no defeats since his appearance in the ninja world. He had even taken Jiraiya along as a sidekick to raid the Akatsuki's base. In their last battle, he had even slightly outmatched Ai. Such power made Ai extremely envious. Ai thought if he could unlock the secrets of the Uchiha. Forget it, just letting sea breed wildly in the village. There were plenty of young women and married ladies here anyway. In a few years, Kumogakure would become the village with the most Uchiha. Authentic Uchiha. But there was still one problem: how to keep him here. Ai thought seriously for a moment. Summon Inoki. We'll capture the Hokage together. His bloodline limit is extremely important to us. Tutai nodded with relief. The Raikage had finally deigned to use his brains. Go quickly. Understood. Several Kumogakure ninjas pushed open the door and went out only to come flying back in. They rolled on the ground countless times. A familiar figure appeared in the office. Seeing the assembled Kumogakure ninjas, he showed no sign of tension and even greeted them. The guest has arrived. Aren't you going to pour me some water? The ninjas present widened their eyes. How did this guy get in? An enemy who had been heavily guarded rampaging through the land of lightning just yesterday had now broken into the heavily fortified Kumogakure. And he had even sneaked into the office. And he was asking for water. You little punk, who do you think you are, the daimyo? How did you get in? Where are the guards? Ingsi pulled out a large handful of bloodstained headbands and threw them in Ai's face. They're all here. This ultimate humiliation completely ignited the last shred of Ai's reason. He instantly entered lightning release chakra mode, charging forward like a bolt of lightning. Lightning chop. Ingsi's chakra exploded violently, and a golden eye shadow appeared on his face. He raised his arm and forcefully blocked Ai's hand knife. Huh. Ingsi sidestepped and kicked, landing a heavy blow on Ai's chest and abdomen. Ai grunted the violent impact, forcing him to stagger back several steps and crash into the group of ninjas. Didn't you eat? I'm asking if you didn't eat. Lord Raikage, are you all right? Tutai got up, intending to help Ai. I'll kill you. Ai charged again. His speed, amplified by the lightning release chakra mode, was terrifying, only a fraction slower than the yellow flash of days past. However, the white flash was even faster. Ingsi and Ai collided in an instant. Behind Ingsi, a half-body Susanoo rose up. Boom. A visible distortion shockwave erupted from the epicenter of their collision. The air was compressed to its extreme, emitting a piercing, teeth-grinding shriek. The violent airwave, like an invisible colossal hammer, slammed fiercely in every direction. Solid walls shattered like paper, massive chunks of reinforced concrete mixed with sharp rubble and dust pouring down like a devastating storm. Ugh! The guards couldn't even form hand seals to defend before being brutally hurled away by the shockwave. Their backs slammed heavily against the remaining half-broken wall, searing pain darkening their vision. How is this possible? How can he match Lord Raikage evenly in raw strength? Is this guy even human? No, his power seems even greater than Lord Ice. At the center of the battlefield, Ice Fist, wreathed in violent lightning release chakra, had just torn through the air. Yet at the very instant the blow was about to land, Ingsi's figure vanished from the spot. What? The next moment, deadly chill assailed from Ice's flank. Ingsi raised his right arm and chopped directly onto Ice's neck. In the nick of time, I twisted his body to the extreme, enduring the blow with his shoulder and neck clad in the lightning release armor. A resounding, spine-crawling explosion echoed. The ground beneath Ice's feet burst apart, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly as the immense recoil forced his body to sink heavily. Die! The cold gleam in Ingsi's eyes intensified. With a low growl, his power surged once more. Riding the lingering momentum of his descending strike, he transformed his palm into a fist, and with the force to split mountains and crack stones, smashed it ferociously into the ground beneath Ice's feet. Die! The ground, as if struck by a meteor, shattered inch by inch, instantly forming a massive crater several meters wide. The support beneath Ice's feet vanished entirely, his body plummeting uncontrollably into the next level in freefall. Lord Raikage. Protect Lord Raikage. At that moment, the other guards finally rushed in. Shouting, they drew kunai and swung ninja swords, launching themselves at him recklessly. Smack! 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 Ingsi's arm blurred into streaks of phantom images, each strike pinpoint accurate. They were effortlessly sent flying by the sheer force. Their bodies crashed through the already fragile windows, screaming as they plummeted from the great height. Shriek! Darui's longsword had barely lifted halfway when the razor-sharp tip of Murasame pierced clean through his shoulder blade, pinning him to the crumbling wall. Ingsi clapped his hands together. Ninja art summoning jutsu. Space warped violently, and with a massive plume of white smoke, the hard-working toads of Mount Myaboku appeared one after another. Another tough battle was brewing. The giant toads of Mount Myaboku landed in the heart of Kumogakure. At the center of the smoke, a colossal shadow slowly materialized. Among them was none other than the great toad sage, who hadn't been seen in ages. He seemed still half asleep, his enormous eyelids drooping as he let out a faint snore. The toads looked at Ingsi. Kid, what's so important that you have to wake the great toad sage? Ingsi uttered two words: demolition. Huh. Oh, fine. Demolish. Toad sticker crush. Gamahiro descended from the sky, landing his massive rear squarely on the most densely built area. Centered on Gamahiro's landing spot, buildings within a radius of several hundred meters collapsed, instantly erupting into a towering cloud of dust. The shockwave swept outward, shaking and toppling even more distant structures. The other toads, wielding their weapons, viciously slashed at the buildings and shinobi below. In but a few moments, the entire Kumogakure, perched atop its lofty mountain, had transformed into Sunagakure. Rubble stretched everywhere. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I struggled to his feet from the debris. These foolish toads dared to destroy his village. Raging fury consumed his reason, searing every nerve. His mind was left with only one mad, pure thought. Kill them all. Start with that most ancient of fools. I forcibly wrung out the last dregs of chakra within him. The violent lightning release once again enveloped his body, shrieking harshly. He transformed into a blue lightning bolt that tore through space itself, ignoring all attacks from the toads along the way, his target fixed squarely upon the colossal great toad sage. He vowed to shatter that old thing's skull with a single punch. The toads cried out in alarm, "Toad Sage, wake up! Danger!" In their memory, this senior who had lived for over 1,000 years was nothing but a dreamer who could do nothing but sleep. The drowsy Toad Sage opened his eyes. Huh, what danger? He lifted his head and indeed saw a bolt of lightning growing ever closer. Oh dear, what do we do now? The Toad Sage remained dazed, his centuries of idleness having erased any memory of combat. As Ice Fist wreathed in annihilating lightning was about to crash into his face, a primal instinct buried deep within his bloodline was finally awakened by the breath of absolute death. He instinctively raised a foreleg, then swiped. In that instant, an inconceivable deluge of natural energy surged forth. Boom. I felt as though he had been struck head-on by a mountain of pure energy. His proud lightning release armor shattered inch by fragile inch like an eggshell. Unmatched colossal force penetrated his body, instantly dispersing all his chakra. Like a leaf in a gale, I was sent hurtling away by that irresistible power. His body tumbled uncontrollably through the air, the world spinning wildly in his vision. Finally, with a dull, thunderous impact, he was embedded deep into a solid cliff face far from the battlefield. Huh. The great Toad Sage glanced around the battlefield in bewilderment. Had something shiny just flown past? He smacked his lips, his massive head feeling drowsy again. What just happened? The corner of Ing Si's mouth twitched. Weren't they told the Toad Sage had no combat ability and was just a confused old frog who tricked Jiraiya? So his no compatibility meant compared to aliens. The toads of Mount Myaboku exchanged bewildered glances. Clearly the Toad Sage's performance had far exceeded their expectations. Most of them had never seen the Toad Sage fight, believing he was just a senile old sleeper. That's why they always surrounded him protectively, fearing he might get hurt. Now it seemed, who the hell was protecting whom? If you told us you could fight like that, we should have just had you raid their home base back in Mangekyō. We wouldn't have nearly been blown to bits by those paper bombs. Alright, we're out. Let the boss handle this himself. As for the Toad Sage, watching the toads one by one vanish, he waved a casual goodbye to Ing Si. You there, white-haired kid. I'm off as well. I don't have any combat ability either. You handle it yourself. Goodbye. On the other side, I, deeply embedded in the cliff rock, barely moved his fingers, his heart filled with sheer absurdity. What in the world is that great toad? He clearly looked like a senile old fool. How did one slap just send him flying? That seemingly casual swipe contained power beyond comprehension. Like a collapsing mountain and a surging tsunami, it swatted him away like a mosquito. Why? I've never heard of Konoha having a monster like this. How many tails is this thing? The thought barely crossed his mind when a lethal sense of danger struck. A piercing shriek of tearing air drew near as high-speed spinning water orbs tore through the atmosphere, slamming brutally into his not yet recovered lightning release armor. Boom, boom, boom. Ear-splitting explosions merged into a continuous roar. Violent torrents battered his body like high-pressure water jets. Ice-prized lightning release armor now felt as fragile as wet paper. The wild energy easily tore through the lightning's defense, flooding into his body. His vision was completely consumed by shock waves and splashing water, consciousness teetering at the edge of agony. After what felt like an eternity, the seemingly endless bombardment finally ceased. I collapsed into a muddy puddle, his body scorched, black blood streaming down limbs, numb almost beyond sensation. He slowly raised his head, his blurry vision gradually focusing. What? A towering white giant had risen, standing where the center of Kumogakure used to be. And at the giant's feet, as far as the eye could see, had become a vast lake. Floodwaters surged madly from every direction, mercilessly devouring what remained of buildings and streets. The Kumogakure that once stood upon steep, perilous peaks was now on the verge of complete submersion. The Susanoo giant slowly grasped its hand in the void. Vast chakra instantaneously condensed, forming a chakra longsword gleaming with cold, chilling light. The colossal blade descended with the force to tear the very sky asunder, cleaving straight through the waist of the towering Raikage headquarters. Boom. Like a hot knife through butter, the Raikage building emitted a sickening crack. The upper half of the structure slid and collapsed with a desperate groan, kicking up towering plumes of dust and spray. An emotion he had never felt before tightly coiled around Ice's heart. Despair. He had never imagined Kumogakure would be destroyed by his hands. The entire village combined still couldn't hold back a single person. One person. A cold current of water coiled around Ice's broken body, lifting him and carrying him before Uchiha Ing Si. Speak. When did Kumogakure become a lapdog of the Akatsuki? And where are the forbidden jutsu you've been collecting for them all these years? Uffed. I coughed up a mouthful of blood, roaring with the last shred of his strength. Bullshit. We of Kumogakure would never ally with those skulking bastards. He glared fiercely at Ing Si. You bastard. You dare destroy Kumogakure. As long as I draw breath, I will never ever forgive you. Not far away, the Kumogakure shinobi who had narrowly survived the flood and explosions washed their wreckage, unable to fight any longer, their eyes filled with terror and a profound sense of helplessness. Lord Wreckage. Someone sobbed, their voice swallowed by the rushing water. If even their strongest lord I had fallen, what could ordinary shinobi like them possibly do? To put it bluntly, the entire village of Kumogakure had fallen. It had been conquered with humiliating ease, trampled underfoot by Konoha's Hokage and the monstrous toads he had summoned. Despair spread in silence. Then amidst that suffocating hopelessness, several figures struggled out of the murky water. Nearly crawling, they scrambled to a stop not far from Engsei's feet. Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage, their voices trembled. Please stop. Perhaps we can talk. Talk. Talk my ass. That's not what you bastards said when you sent your declaration of war. Engsei's gaze slowly swept across these elders. Crimson light instantly flooded his entire vision. Overwhelming dojutsu force brutally invaded their mental worlds. Their consciousness instantly grew hazy. Who the hell wants to talk with you? Konoha is here to loot the house now. Under the control of the Sharingan, they revealed without reservation the location of Kumogakure's forbidden jutsu vault. Moments later, deep within a cave in the mountains behind Kumogakure, Engsei found a massive metal door protected by layers upon layers of sealing jutsu. Easily bypassing the barrier jutsu revealed by the manipulated elder, the heavy metal door slid open, revealing mountains of scrolls and peculiar ninja tools within. He casually grabbed the largest box he could find and swiftly stuffed the precious forbidden jutsu scrolls inside. At the same time, deep within the cloud lightning gorge far from the main battlefield, two immense and violent chakra signatures suddenly erupted. Killer Bee's personality was beyond eccentric. No one really knew what was going on in that head of his. When he'd encountered Engsei last time, neither he nor Gyuki had used their true strength. They just thought the guy's techniques were strange and troublesome, so they'd cleanly used the octopus leg substitution to escape. Over the years, he'd been confined by his older brother, Ai, to the Cloud Lightning Gorge under the pretext of training, ordered to behave. But this Jinchuriki had taken advantage of the time to sneak off for a stroll, just to find some inspiration for his rap. If I, currently half dead and soaking in a water prison, were to find out, he'd probably die of rage on the spot. Just moments ago, he'd slipped back from who knows where. Then Gyuki sensed something amiss. It felt the familiar chakra from the direction of Kumogakure, even more terrifying than last time. Also, ice energy was extremely faint. Gyuki roared within the mental world. Something huge is happening. That Uchiha is back. And I is in danger. Killer Bee rapped, destruction. Horror. Yo, big bros and need no time to bleed. Get serious. Killer Bee finally put away his little notebook and pencil, the flippant grin on his face replaced by unprecedented seriousness. Damn Uchiha bastard ya. Holding nothing back, he raced desperately back towards Kumogakure. When he returned to the village, the sight before him stunned even his usually carefree mind into stillness. The village, from his memories wreathed in thunderclouds, was gone. In its place was a vast expanse of water. And in the middle of that ruin, a massive water prison was glaringly conspicuous. His beloved older brother, I, was imprisoned within it like a dead fish, his energy faint. It couldn't possibly be worse. Brother. Violent dark red chakra instantly erupted into a boil. Splash. Several thick, massive octopus tentacles wreathed in dense-tailed beast chakra slammed viciously against the water prison. The highly compressed water was forcibly torn apart by the wild power. A surge of powerful chakra broke through the prison's confines, scooping out the unconscious Ai. A tentacle lashed out like lightning, snatching the severely wounded Ai and retreating swiftly. Suddenly, the colossal white giant rose, then vanished in an instant. The next moment, it appeared right behind Killer Bee. Its massive fist hurtled downward toward Killer Bee's back. Violent dark red chakra erupted like a volcano. A monstrous creature huge in size with a gigantic bull head and 8 octopus tentacles rose to its feet. But before it could react, the colossal fist slammed brutally into its body. Roar. Gyuki let out a pained roar, its enormous body lifted off the ground by the punch, crashing heavily into the last remaining half of a distant cliff. Before it could even get up, the Susanoo had already taken its giant strides. Crushing through the floodwaters it pursued. The giant gripped its twin chakra blades, seemingly capable of cutting space itself, and raised them high. It brought them down without mercy, straight at the head of the 8 tails, who had just scrambled to its feet. Dumbass, damn you. We're doomed. Swish. The colossal blade of chakra fell again, severing the last massive horn of the Gyuki. It tumbled into the water, sending up a towering geyser. Ow ow. Damn it, that blade was fast. The Gyuki's 8 huge tails thrashed wildly against the water. Gazing at the white giant, a flood of memories woven with fear and humiliation surged back. Many years ago, a spiky-haired man named Uchiha Madara appeared in Konoha. Like Hashirama, he was hailed as the pinnacle of the shinobi world. These two joined forces, leaving the other villages utterly powerless. Hashirama was a bit gentler. He'd ask if you submitted first, and if not, then he'd beat you. Madara was different. He'd punch you in the throat at first sight, not giving you a chance to surrender. After a barrage of destruction, he wouldn't even ask if you yielded. I don't care if you're convinced or not, you're about to die anyway. Once the Eight Tails had crossed swords with Madara, how to put it, he'd never been so humiliated in his life. Later Madara died. Hashirama died too. Even that annoying Tobirama was taken down by Kinkaku and Ginkaku leading a band of elites. The Eight Tails secretly rejoiced, thinking no one in the shinobi world could torment him like Madara anymore. Even the third Raikage later only fought him to a draw and even gave himself a chest wound like that. Yet, to his utter astonishment decades later upon this desolate ruin, he once again saw that damned Susanoo. Uchiha brat-born evil, we must destroy you. If we can't beat your ancestor, we'll try you. Baya. Kill him. Use all your strength. Coming. Killer Bee's voice echoed in his mind. The fully transformed Eight Tails Gyuki let out a roar that shook heaven and earth. Its 8 colossal tails like pillars holding up the sky plunged fiercely into the turbulent water below. Its gaping maw opened wide, wild chakra converging and compressing madly. In its throat a massive tailed beast ball radiated an aura of destruction. The space around the energy sphere warped slightly from the extreme power. Roar! With a deafening bellow, the Eight Tails swallowed the tailed beast ball, then spat it out again with even greater ferocity. The black orb of annihilation tore through the air, skimming across the water as a deadly torrent straight for the white Susanoo. Where it passed, the water was gouged into bottomless chasms. Even if your turtle shell is hard, let's see how you withstand this. Gyuki and Killer Bee roared in their hearts. If it could withstand it, they'd strike again. Consecutive tailed beast balls shatter it. Yet the expected cataclysmic explosion never came. The tailed beast ball, powerful enough to destroy mountains, passed straight through the Susanoo's massive form without any resistance. The beam of destruction slammed into the ruins far behind, triggering an even more terrifying explosion. It erased the last remnant of Kumobikure, reducing it to a desolate expanse of water. What? Killer Bee and Gyuki gasped. Damn it. Is he dodging like that? How are we supposed to fight this? The Eight Tails even felt that Madara back then wasn't as disgusting as this brat. Just as Gyuki was cursing wildly, the white Susanoo vanished like a phantom, then reappeared out of nowhere on the flank of its massive body. Those crimson Sharingan coldly looked down at the Eight Tails' vulnerable flank. Not good. Fierce slashes rained down like a violent storm. The Sharingan's dynamic vision caught every tiny twitch of the Eight Tails' limbs, predicting the trajectory of its muscle movements. Each clash of blade and limb burst with a thunderous boom. Gyuki's enormous body trembled violently under the continuous slashes, letting out pained groans. Its hard shell kept accumulating new wounds. If this continued, it would really become octopus sashimi. Under extreme pressure, Gyuki's sealed ferocity erupted completely. With a beastly roar, its 8 giant tentacles stopped defending. Instead, they danced crazily at superhuman speed, with a tragic momentum of mutual destruction. Ignoring the blades cutting into them, they endured the dense slashes and tightly coiled around the Susanoo's arms and torso. The enormous force tightened suddenly, temporarily restraining the giant's movements. Now, Gyuki roared in its mind, its gaping maw opening again. Destructive chakra converged wildly, and a second-tailed beast ball rapidly took shape right before the Susanoo's eyes. At such close range, even space-time ninjutsu couldn't dodge in time. Time seemed to freeze in the blinding light of the tailed beast ball. 1 second, 2 seconds. Gyuki realized with horror that the tailed beast ball forming in its mouth wasn't growing. It was shrinking. The chakra inside it was also draining at an alarming rate. No. Killer Bee suddenly understood. This guy is devouring chakra. Damn it. What kind of sinister dojutsu is this? Gyuki cursed and made a swift decision, releasing its grip on the Susanoo. Can't win time to run. But just as its freed body leaped back, another change occurred. The Susanoo clapped its hands together. The turbulent water around the battlefield suddenly boiled, and countless gigantic water swords dozens of meters long condensed instantly. In Gyuki's horrified gaze, they descended from the sky with piercing shrieks. Swish! Swish! 8 massive water swords pierced precisely through the roots of the Gyuki's 8 tentacles, pinning its enormous body to the water. Then the giant hand grasped in the air, and a massive chakra spear entwined with dense black curse marks materialized. Swish! The spear wreathed in curse marks pierced straight through the center of the Gyuki's massive body with unmatched power. Those black curse marks spread like living things, crawling over the entire Gyuki in an instant. A terrifying suction erupted, draining the Gyuki's chakra madly into the white Susanoo. Ugh! Damn it! Substitution jutsu. We still have the substitution jutsu. Killer Bee nodded. Things being what they were, they had to retreat first. Retreat, retreat, retreat. We can't retreat. Why did his substitution jutsu fail? In front of these eyes, all resistance is futile. The Gyuki's struggles visibly weakened, its enormous eyes gradually losing their luster. Finally, the massive Eight-Tails chakra body vanished completely. Only Killer Bee, bound by curse marks and unconscious, floated alone on the water. Tap tap tap. Just then, dense hurried footsteps and splashing sounds approached from afar. A large number of ninjas in standard Konoha flak jackets finally arrived at the core battlefield. The leading jonin, despite their battle-hardened experience, gasped and stared in shock at the scene before them. Is this Kumobikure? Nowhere was the huge Kumobikure village. As far as the eye could see, there was only endless water, floating debris of broken buildings, massive battle scars, and the unconscious Eight-Tails Jinchuriki at the center. No one had heard of a water park being built in the shinobi world. Ingsi's voice broke the Konoha ninja's shock. Sealing Squad immediately detained the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee and apply the highest level seal. Sensing Squad expand the perimeter and trace the whereabouts of other Kumobikure high-ups. Logistics Squad clear the battlefield and collect all valuable intelligence and supplies. Yes, Lord Hokage. All of this was observed clearly by Dodai, hidden in the shadows of the office building's ruins, peering through the gaps. He clutched the blood-stained secret letter in his embrace, his nails almost digging into his flesh. This was the letter requesting reinforcements that Dodai had forced A to write before the war, just in case. If problems arose, they could still get support from other villages. His heart pounded, cold sweat soaking his back. He knew Kumobikure was finished. I must get this message out. The only hope now is Inoki of Awagakure to rescue Lord A. Holding his breath, he ran desperately toward the land of Earth. The silhouette of the platform shrank into a blurry black that at the edge of the horizon, eventually vanishing completely behind the desolate rock wall. Ingsi slowly withdrew his gaze. Foolish little Kuriko, now feel the cruelty of the ninja world. Do you think that little potato can stand up for you? Ha, if he doesn't stab you in the back when you least expect it, that's already the best you can hope for. Naive. And of this Tutai, who was desperately fleeing, naturally knew nothing. In his heart, there was only the relief of having survived a calamity. Tutai thought he had hidden well, that with his exquisite skills he had shaken off the pursuers from Konoha. He clenched his teeth, carrying a firm conviction in his heart. He must bring back reinforcements. This conviction gave him boundless motivation, pushing him beyond his physical limits, squeezing out the last ounce of his potential. Tutai traveled without eating or drinking and managed to reach the gates of Awagakure just before collapsing from exhaustion. He fell to the ground with a thud, using his final strength to shout at the blurry figure of the guard. I am Tutai from Kumobikure. I seek an audience with Lord Inoki. After saying this, he fainted. Medical unit. A pair of long legs hurried over. Kuratsuchi crouched down, deftly pried the letter from Tutai's hand and quickly glanced at the seal on the envelope. Her expression immediately turned grave. Have the medical unit treat him. I will go see grandfather. Kuratsuchi stood up, her long legs striding like a gust of wind as she rushed toward the office. At that moment in the Awagakure office, Inoki and Kitsuchi were laying out the next phase of their strategic plan. On the map, the markers representing Konoha's forces were expanding at an alarming rate, while Kumobikure could only hold its ground, unable to advance even half a step. The reconnaissance abilities of the Aburame and Hyuga clans of Konoha are too strong. We need to create some smoke screens to confuse their vision. Also send a letter to Sunigakure. Tell them not to cling stubbornly to their own little patch of land. If they get the chance, they should stab Konoha in the back. We are risking our lives at the front, not so they can reap the benefits behind us. Kitsuchi and the others nodded repeatedly, earnestly recording every command from Inoki. The Fourth Great Ninja War was on an unprecedented scale. A single misjudgment could drag Awagakure into an abyss of eternal ruin. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. The door was pushed open abruptly, and Kuratsuchi strode in, handing the blood-stained letter to her grandfather Inoki. Grandfather, Lord Tsuchikage, a ninja from Kumobikure, has come seeking aid, bringing this letter of request. Who? Kumobikure. Hearing this, Inoki let out a surprised sound, a sense of unease rising in his heart. He took the letter, scanned it quickly, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Father, what's wrong? Kitsuchi felt a tightness in his chest when he saw his father's face. Take a look for yourself, Inoki said, handing the letter to Kitsuchi. He then floated over to the map, staring intently at the location of Kumobikure. Father, this. Inoki knew exactly what Kitsuchi was thinking. Given AI's stubborn nature, he would never send someone to ask for help unless absolutely necessary. He couldn't swallow his pride. In other words, Kumobikure's situation must be extremely critical, perhaps even on the verge of total annihilation. AI might have already fallen. Inoki couldn't help but gasp. How long had it been since the war started? Even if Kumobikure had sent out a large number of its ninja and been ambushed by the despicable Konoha shinobi, it shouldn't have happened this fast. Inoki exchanged a glance with Kitsuchi. Kitsuchi, what do you think? Should we help or not? Kitsuchi pondered for a moment. I understand the logic of if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Once Konoha catches its breath, the next target will be our Wagakure. Hearing this, Inoki nodded. He agreed with Kitsuchi's view. Before the rift was fully exposed, they could still play the neutral. Now it's difficult. However, Kitsuchi added, this is a matter of life and death for Kumogakure. Better wait until the Kumogakure ninja wakes up before making a decision. Inoki was very gratified. His son, though seemingly simple, was actually quite reliable. All these years of teaching him had not been in vain. Besides him, his granddaughter Kuratsuchi had also shown some talent. If they could survive this, a Wagakure would truly soar. Then we'll wait until he wakes up. Tutai remained unconscious for a long time, only waking up around noon on the third day. Lord Ai. Tutai jolted awake from a nightmare, shouting hoarsely. The violent motion pulled at his wounds, causing him to wince in pain. What met his eyes was an unfamiliar gray-white stone ceiling, and the air was thick with the strong smell of medicinal herbs. He found himself lying on a clean hospital bed with several burly IWA ninja standing by the bedside, and a pair of very long legs. Kuratsuchi-san. I'll go fetch my grandfather. Please wait a moment. Just a few minutes later, the diminutive figure floated into the ward. Seeing Inoki, Tutai was almost overwhelmed with excitement. Finally, he had found a savior. But he forcibly suppressed his surging emotions. The composure of a Kumogakure strategist came into play at this moment. He could not lose his composure nor show despair. He needed a Wagakure's reinforcements, not their sympathy. Lord Inoki, Kumogakure needs your help. Inoki grunted. Tell me everything that happened in detail. Not long ago, news came from the Land of Lightning. The Hokage single-handedly. No, he couldn't tell the truth. If this cunning old man Inoki of the two scales learned that Kumogakure had been nearly destroyed single-handedly by the Hokage Uchiha Eiji, and that even Lord Ai had been easily subdued, he would definitely be terrified and would never send troops. For the sake of Kumogakure, he had to drag a Wagakure and Sunagakure into this. If all three villages attacked together, they might not survive, but without them the entire Kumogakure would be doomed. Tutai stared with wide eyes, acting as if he were telling the truth. It wasn't an ordinary attack. The Hokage led tens of thousands of ninja in a flanking maneuver and struck Kumogakure. At that time, most of our village's elite had been deployed to various fronts, leaving the rear extremely vulnerable. That despicable Hokage used our villagers as hostages to force Lord Ai to negotiate. Lord Ai had no choice but to go for the sake of the innocent civilians. But it was a trap all along. On the surface it was a negotiation, but in reality he had already hidden countless ninja in ambush. The despicable Konoha ninja poisoned Lord Ai, then Jiraiya and the Hokage along with their elites swarmed in and subdued him. Later they used Lord Ai as a hostage and stormed into Kumogakure. Now I don't know what has become of Kumogakure. After hearing all this, Inoki was half convinced. Ai might seem like a brute on the surface, but he actually had some cunning. With the strategist Tutai and the other high-ranking officials, how could they have been so easily caught off guard? It was too absurd. Besides tens of thousands of ninja, how could they have invaded the Land of Lightning without anyone reporting? What was the point of fighting if the entire defense line of the Land of Lightning had been breached? Inoki remained silent for a few seconds, then slowly spoke. Tell me everything about Uchiha Eiji, every detail of the battle. Understood. Tutai's heart tightened. He knew the critical moment had arrived. He immediately snapped to full attention, recalling the battle with Eiji. He carefully exaggerated, deliberately downplaying Eiji's strength, making him seem not invincible. He emphasized the despicable nature of Konoha's human wave tactics and the Hokage's reliance on underhanded methods like ambushes, poison, and hostages. Tutai said that Susanoo was no match for Lord Inoki's particle style. Flying Thunder God was just a means of escape. Moreover, Konoha's front lines were stretched too thin, so supply issues were inevitable, and so on. In summary, if they all attacked together, he might not even be able to kill them all. Otherwise, if he was truly invincible, Inoki would never go to his death. This is the art of reading people. A true strategist should be like this. Half an hour later. You are still recovering from your injuries. Rest here for now. We will discuss the countermeasures. After saying this, Inoki exchanged a glance with Kitsuchi, and the two left the ward, arriving at a quiet corner outside. Inoki lowered his voice. Now what do you think? Huang Tu scratched his head and asked Inoki in return. Lord Tsuchikage, what do you think? Inoki frowned and knocked hard on Huang Tu's head, without hesitation producing a crisp bang sound. Let's observe first. Huang Tu held his head and nodded hurriedly. Right. That's what I was thinking too. Observe, we must observe carefully. Before he finished speaking, an even heavier bang came. Huang Tu was knocked dizzy, feeling the ground beneath his feet sway. My dear old man, go easy. How can anyone withstand your punch? Inoki stroked his beard and gave a cold laugh. That Dodai fellow didn't tell the truth. 1,000 ninja sneak attack with poison and gang up. If Kumogakure were that easy to fool, we'd have crushed them long ago. Inoki coughed a few times. Split into two groups, one secretly infiltrates the Land of Lightning to find out the real situation of Kumogakure. The other group contacts Ebizo and Shio of Sunagakure. No matter our next move, we must drag them into this. Huang Tu nodded vigorously. Understood, Lord Tsuchikage. Despite his simple appearance, Huang Tu had inherited Inoki's wisdom. Just at the moment he was hit on the head, his mind had been rapidly calculating. The previous 3-village alliance against 2 villages had now become a 2-on-2. Kirigakure was nothing to mention. Although not strong, they had been picking up scraps with Konoha over the years. They could probably beat Sunagakure with ease. Now it was just a Wagakure going solo against Konoha. Solo? No way. Konoha had deep foundations and many experts. They lost one Hokage, but an even stronger successor emerged. And those powerful elites at the top. If we really charged head-on, we'd be seeking our own doom. Go now. After dismissing Huang Tu, Inoki returned to the hospital room. Inoki stated that a Wagakure and Kimogakure had been allies for generations, and now they were part of a 3-village alliance. Your problems are our problems. Now that Kimogakure was in trouble, we would not stand by. The Wagakure had already sent people to contact Sunagakure. Once their troops arrived, we would attack together, flanking Konoha and wiping them out completely. In normal times, Dodai would have detected the insincerity in Inoki's words. But now, exhausted in body and mind, his mind was a blur. Dodai's brain was no longer functioning well. He just kept thanking Inoki for his willingness to help, promising that if they could destroy Konoha, they would definitely give a Wagakure more money and goods, and so on. Alright, rest now. Contact my guards if anything comes up. Thank you, Lord Inoki. You're welcome. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Inoki went alone to his office. He sat back at his desk and stayed there all night. The next morning, Kuratsuchi came to deliver intelligence and found her grandfather writing something. Lord Tsuchikage, please go rest. I know I'll go after I finish writing. Kuratsuchi curiously glanced at the unrolled scroll. The first few characters caught her eye. To the Hokage, her heart skipped a beat, but seeing her grandfather's grave expression, she didn't dare ask more. She put down the intelligence and quietly withdrew. After Kuratsuchi left, Inoki read through the scroll once more. After a long while, he let out a barely audible sigh. He carefully folded the scroll and tucked it into the inner pocket of his robe, hoping it won't come to that. Meanwhile, deep in the land of lightning, on a devastated battlefield, Kimogakure's interior had fallen, but resistance forces still existed within the land of lightning. Fortunately, with the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, the Aburame clan's insects, the Inazuka clan's hounds, and Eiji's extraordinary sensory abilities, these ninja had almost no place to hide. Amaterasu. The space seemed to ignite instantly. Eerie black flames burst out from nowhere, silently wrapping around the few ninja charging at the front. Piercing screams tore through the air. No matter how the enemies rolled or slapped, the black flames could not be extinguished. They spread greedily, leaving behind scorched, twisted marks of death. Huff, huff. After unleashing that devastating attack, Sasuke pressed his hand over his throbbing left eye. His body staggered, involuntarily gasping heavily, with fine cold sweat beading on his forehead. Hey, idiot Sasuke. Naruto dashed to his side and supported his unsteady body. Didn't the teacher tell you not to use Mangekyō techniques? Endlessly. Shut up, I know. Sasuke shook off Naruto's hand and forced himself to stand steady. He shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the lingering blur before his eyes. Not long ago, Sasuke, stimulated by Naruto's death, awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan and gained a huge boost in power. That was a good thing, and Sasuke felt thrilled. So 3 days ago, Sasuke sought out that man for another challenge. He was still ruthlessly crushed with no chance to fight back. Sasuke's proud Amaterasu couldn't even break through the defense of the water tornado. This dealt a heavy blow to his pride. The distance between him and that man seemed not to have shrunk at all. Not only that, Sasuke's gaze unconsciously drifted to Naruto beside him. The guy was pulling out an oil paper packet, taking out a steaming fried dough cake. He took a big bite, his cheeks puffed out full. Naruto noticed his gaze blinked and tore off half. You want some? No thanks. Oh. Not only that, Naruto had also gone to Mount Myaboku with Jiraiya a few days ago. According to Naruto, he met the Great Toads and began learning the sage arts of Mount Myaboku. Originally, Naruto could unleash powerful combat strength due to the monster inside him. If he learned sage arts on top of that, wouldn't the gap between them grow smaller and smaller? Could it be that he would be defeated by this fool? No way. He couldn't beat that white-haired one nor this yellow-haired one. What use is this Mangekyō Sharingan to me? While Sasuke was fuming, he suddenly heard Kuro's cry. It had detected in a Wagakure scouting squad. Good. I was just looking for a fight. Amaterasu. The Mangekyō pattern spun wildly. Even more ferocious than before, the dark flames roared forth from wherever his gaze fell. The IWA ninja didn't even have time to fully scream before being consumed instantly. Screams, crackling flames, and despairing curses intertwined. When the last wisp of black flame died out, the battlefield was left with only a few charred remains and a dead, scorched silence. Sasuke stood still, his body trembling violently with piercing pain shooting from both eyes. Ugh! He grunted, his legs gave way, and he fell straight backward. "Sai, I can't help you." Naruto, quick as lightning, flashed behind Sasuke and steadily carried him on his back. The movement was as practiced as if he had done it countless times. With the remaining half of the fried cake still in his mouth, he sprinted toward the direction of the Konoha frontline headquarters. Before long, Naruto brought Sasuke back. He deftly threw him onto the bed and asked a medical ninja to treat him. At that moment, Eiji walked in carrying a large scroll. "I found some secret techniques of Kyumogi. See which ones you want to learn." Naruto and Sasuke, check out this lightning release chakra mode. How about combining it with the lightning blade? Hell's stab. This seems a bit hard. Naruto interrupted Eiji. "Teacher Sasuke doesn't look too good." Eiji walked over, saw Sasuke's unfocused eyes, then extended his middle finger. "How many fingers is this?" "One. You can still see, so it's fine." Naruto's face darkened with exasperation as he glared at his teacher's utterly nonchalant demeanor. Why did his teacher have to be so unreliable at times? He was just like that perverted sage Jiraiya who loved writing cheap novels. "All right," Eiji said, finally ceasing to tease Naruto. "There will be a way. You go to Mount Myaboku for training in peace, and Sasuke can rest at home for the next few days." "I understand, sensei. I'll get some food for Sasuke." Eiji nodded. As he stepped out of the tent, a bespectacled man and a man with a pineapple-shaped hairstyle approached him. The clan head of the Aburame, Shibi Aburame, and Konoha's supreme strategist, Shikaka Nara. "Senior, what's the situation?" "The reconnaissance squads dispatched by Iwagakure are more numerous than anticipated, and their infiltration routes are far more cunning. Their objective is clear: to ascertain our true strength and troop deployment along the Land of Lightning front. But rest assured, we have apprehended them all." Eiji nodded. This was exactly what they had anticipated. During the most recent meeting, they had meticulously predicted Iwagakure's next move. Konoha's shinobi had deliberately let Dodai escape, allowing him to return to Iwagakure and request reinforcements. The plan was to dispatch elite ninja for a surprise attack when the enemy forces arrived at the battlefield. The shinobi who managed to reach Kyumogi would be exhausted and famished, their combat capabilities significantly diminished. At that moment, a coordinated assault would minimize casualties. However, several days had passed, and there was still no movement from Inoki. Could he be planning to turn traitor? Shikaka seemed to read the doubt in Eiji's eyes. He stepped forward, lowering his voice further. Iwagakure's recent actions are highly abnormal. Instead of reinforcing their front lines, they have withdrawn troops from the grass and rain countries, with their main forces clearly retreating toward their homeland. Inoki is likely weighing whether continuing this war remains advantageous for Iwagakure. He may even be considering actively seeking peace negotiations. Shibi nodded. Kyumogi has been silent all this time. The cunning Inoki will surely grow suspicious. At this, he exchanged a glance with Shikaku. If Iwagakure conceded, the war might end prematurely. After all, Tsunegakure alone could not stand against the might of Konoha's army. At this point, they had already begun considering post-war negotiations. After all, the sooner a war ended, the better. Every day not fought meant fewer lives lost. "Lord Hokage, should we send a letter of surrender to Iwagakure?" "No, we'll send them a declaration of war instead. Tell them Konoha is coming for them, and they should clean their necks and await death." "Huh?" Shikaku was bewildered. "If Inoki doesn't want to fight, we could." Eiji let out a cold laugh. "He wants to fight, so he fights. He doesn't want to fight, so he doesn't. Does he think the shinobi world revolves around him?" When those three villages allied, their goal was to destroy Konoha. Now that they've bitten off more than they can chew, they want to wave the white flag, dust off their hands, and pretend nothing happened. There's no such cheap deal in the world. Shikaku rubbed his brow. Some words, once you thought about them, struck a chord. He sighed. The Uchiha clan's traditions were indeed different. If it were the third was fine too. "I understand," Shikaku said, his expression turning serious. "I'll inform the troops immediately." After Shikaku issued the battle plan, the shinobi quickly fell silent. Do we have to keep fighting? Where there was war, there would be death. Where there was death, there would be tears. Though they had unwavering faith in their village, some young ones, having experienced the baptism of their first battle and witnessed their comrades fall beside them, were still gripped by fear. Choji crunched on his potato chips, looking extremely tense. Among the 12 rookies of his generation, his combat prowess was far from weak. Yet at times he instinctively wanted to back out. Asuma lit a cigarette. "Choji, you need to be braver. You've already become a shinobi capable of standing on your own, just like your father." "I understand, Asuma-sensei," Choji said, devouring chips with desperate intensity to alleviate his anxiety. As for Sasuke, lying on his sickbed, his expression was calm. War to him was merely a means to enhance his power. If he couldn't even defeat those rabble, how could he ever defeat that detestable man? And that fool devouring the oil cake over there. The oldest veterans in the village, however, were far more composed. They had heard from their fathers or grandfathers about the terrifying Warring States period. Compared to that era, the current war was hardly brutal. Back then, Lord Hashirama led them to end the chaos, giving Konoha a foothold and a home. Now could this young Hokage who inherited Lord Tobirama's legacy lead them to victory once more? Water Country Kirigakure. The shinobi guarding the village received orders from Hokage Eiji, full mobilization to jointly combat the Iwagakure-Sunagakure alliance. Mei Terumi rubbed her temples. This Hokage was truly aggressive. Just moments ago she had been discussing with Elder Yuan Shi whether the war's tide would shift with Kumogakure's defeat. Now it seemed it had indeed changed. It had become even fiercer. Notify everyone. Deploy in 1 hour. Elder Yuan paused. All shinobi with combat capabilities must head to the battlefield. Mei looked taken aback. Shouldn't we leave some forces to protect the village? What if an enemy launches a surprise attack? Elder Yuan rubbed his brow. We must demonstrate sufficient sincerity to Konoha in this war, or else. Mei understood his implication. Otherwise, if Konoha grew displeased after crushing the 3 villages, they would turn around and attack Kirigakure again. This Hokage who played by no rules was absolutely capable of such a move. The best decision we've made in recent years might have been establishing a peace treaty with Konoha. Mei rolled her eyes. Humph. The Wagakure Command Center. Kumogakure had completely lost contact. The liaison squads they'd sent vanished without a trace. Inoki, who had been waiting for a reply for a long time, felt mounting pressure. Kumogakure was surely finished, otherwise they wouldn't have been silent for so long. He had already begun to contemplate peace talks. In fact, he had secretly calculated the bottom line for negotiations: cede some resource points in the disputed border areas and pay a certain amount of war reparations. As for Sunagakure, their stance was clear: they would follow a Wagakure's lead. If they fought, they'd fight. If they surrendered, they'd surrender. If all else failed, they could shift the blame for starting the war onto Kumogakure and offer the detained Kumogakure strategist Dodai as a gesture of goodwill for peace. They could claim they were deceived by the Fourth Raikage's provocations. After all, backstabbing was a common practice. No one was in a position to point fingers. Inoki surmised that Konoha didn't want to fight either. In the end, it would be a mutual loss. As soon as they surrendered, Konoha would eagerly agree. It would just be a matter of losing a bit more territory and paying a bit more compensation on the negotiation table. Guided by the will of stone, Iwagakure would eventually rise again. Suddenly, a shinobi burst into the office. Lord Inoki, Sunagakure is requesting reinforcements. Konoha's main force has broken through the Wind Country's defenses and Sunagakure is in imminent danger. What? Another intelligence ninja rushed in almost simultaneously, his face etched with terror. Lord Tsuchikage, something terrible has happened. A massive number of Konoha ninja have appeared at the border of the Land of Earth. What? Inoki thought he had misheard. On one side the main force, on the other a multitude. Had Konoha been doing nothing but breeding ninjas every day for years? Where did they get so many people? Could it be? Could they have been secretly amassing power all along, waiting for this day? Inoki let out a long breath. The moment of life or death for the Hidden Stone Village had finally arrived. On the battlefield outside the village, countless eyes focused on the approaching white flash. Behind him. There was no one behind him. Indeed, because no one could keep pace with the white flash of Konoha. Whoosh. A scroll tore through the air, embedding itself precisely in the center of the stone formation. Given that the Hidden Stone and Sand villages have colluded with the Hidden Cloud village to launch a joint assault on the peace-loving Hidden Leaf village. To protect the innocent villagers, Konoha is left with no choice but to declare war on you once again. No. Akatsuchi's eyes widened. You can't be serious. At the very least, we should sit down and talk, and only fight if negotiations fail. Now, whatever terms Konoha proposes, we will find a way to accept them. Because even the neighboring village was crushed by you, we have to weigh the gravity of the situation. Even the late Tobirama would have sought negotiation first. But you, the newly appointed Hokage, have a hint of Madara about you. As Eiji's figure drew nearer, Akatsuchi bellowed. Alert! The cry was answered by the volcano-like roar of the Five Tails Jinchuriki Han. Whether we can withstand it or not, we have to try to find out. Han wore a crimson steam armor that through steam propulsion could unleash his monstrous strength to the fullest. As Eiji approached, Han's gaze suddenly sharpened. Boil release unrivaled monstrous strength. Jets of steam erupted from the red armor, propelling his body rapidly toward Eiji. His body appeared before Eiji, and he threw a punch at the latter's chest. Then it struck nothing but air. The next second, Han's body was sent flying backward, spinning 2.5 times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. It seems the famed Five Tails Jinchuriki isn't that strong after all. Han rose from the ground, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. He quickly realized he had made the grave error of underestimating his opponent. Time to get serious. Han gathered chakra again, pushing his speed to the limit. He lunged at Eiji and swung a fist at his head. The punch was heavy and powerful. Bang! Eiji caught Han's fist, applying slight pressure. Now that's a little more interesting. With that, he kicked Han flying, sending him tumbling across the ground before he finally managed to stop. Muwang, I can't take it anymore. No sooner had he spoken than a blood-red cloak of chakra enveloped his body. Wait, I think we should take him more seriously. You're hopeless. Moments later, a white beast, a fusion of a dolphin and a horse, emerged from the rubble. Eiji halted. The hidden stone village has mastered perfect tailed beast transformation. Too bad it's not a patch on that little fox with 9 tails. What an arrogant brat. Mu Wang, enraged by Eiji's words, burned with fury. Even if there was some gap between itself and the 9 tails, his words were too cutting. No sooner said than a flash of indescribable white light streaked by. Mu Wang felt a sharp pain and a crisp snap at the top of its head. Its horn had been broken. Mu Wang's massive body crashed into half a cliff face, burying itself deep in the rubble. Han sighed. With such overwhelming power, how could they even fight? The ninja, watching from afar, stood dumbfounded. How could this be? How could anyone sever Mu Wang's horn? Was this even humanly possible? This was a horn, not just any horn. Unforgivable. It struggled to raise its head, its massive jaws opening wide. Bastard. Mu Wang's mouth gaped open, and chakra of both yin and yang attributes began to converge. A tailed beast ball was about to form. The handsome white-haired man took a deep breath. In an instant, his figure appeared beside Mu Wang. This kick will hurt. The half-formed tailed beast ball was forcibly interrupted, and Mu Wang's enormous head was sent reeling backward by that unimaginable kick. The colossal body was briefly lifted off the ground, then crashed sideways with a thunderous impact, landing heavily. For a moment it could not rise, letting out a pained and humiliated roar. This single blow had temporarily incapacitated Mu Wang. Next, let's charge. Eiji hefted Murasame and Shoji and charged toward the stone army. He's coming. He's coming. The stone ninja widened their eyes, their faces grim, as they watched the white flash of a figure closing and swallowing hard. At the critical moment, someone shouted, "We have no retreat. Behind us is the hidden stone village. Kill him. Prepare earth-style wall." Countless palms slammed into the ground simultaneously, and a massive earth wall as thick as a fortress rose up. Water-style water, severing wave. Eiji spat out a sharp jet of water like a razor blade. In a single exchange, the seemingly indestructible thick earth wall was sliced open by that terrifying water blade. The cross-section was as smooth as a mirror. What? The stone ninja's pupils contracted, a chorus of gasps echoing as a chill shot up their spines. The destructive power of water style was this terrifying. In that moment of shock, Eiji had already broken away from the Konoha formation behind him. He charged alone, recklessly plunging into the dense stone army. Scatter! Don't group together. Don't look into his Sharingan. The warning cries rang out, but it was too late. Eiji's form became a white flash, impossible to track, weaving through the crowd at high speed. Each brief pause brought 2 lethal arcs of blade light. Where the blade passed, the stone ninja's earth-hardening jutsu shattered, like paper screams rising and merging into a chorus of despair. Where he passed, nothing grew. Bastard. Stop him. At any cost. The ninja of the hidden stone village will never yield. The stone ninja's eyes bulged with rage. Was their entire army to be slaughtered by a single man? As the stone ninja rushed him, Eiji clapped his hands together. Fire-style great fire annihilation. An endless terrifying sea of fire carrying the heat to destroy all surged like a raging tide toward the stone ninja ahead. The technique's range is huge. Earth-style Earth Mausoleum. In the nick of time, countless jonin worked together, slamming their palms against the ground. Several massive square stone pillars rose like shields, just barely managing to block the devouring wave of flames. At the crucial moment, a deep voice came from behind. Lord Inoki has arrived. The desperate Iwnin, as if grasping at a lifeline, looked up one after another. A small figure sped in from behind the chaotic battlefield. It was the third Tsuchikage Inoki of the 2 scales. Earth Release Rock Fist Technique. A colossal rock fist wrapped in thunderous momentum crashed down toward Eiji with a dull roar. Bang! A deafening explosion sent debris flying, and the ground was gouged into a massive crater. Yet Eiji's true form had already transformed into a blinding white flash. At a speed impossible for the naked eye to track, he effortlessly dodged the thunderous strike just before the rock fist landed. Instantly, he widened the distance from Inoki and landed steadily on a jagged rock pillar rising nearby. Having missed his target, Inoki frowned. TCH. This brat's speed was too fast. He had already used the lightweight rock technique to reduce his own weight. But in that instant, he hadn't even been able to see how the opponent moved. Only a blur before his eyes, and the target vanished. A troublesome little brat indeed. He needed to seal his movement, and then obliterate him with dust release. But first he had to corner him into an inescapable spot or restrict that damned space-time jutsu. However, Eiji gave him no chance. With his incredible speed and the all-seeing insight of his Sharingan, he weaved through the Iwnin army, charging in and out 7 times. Inoki's earth release restraints and the fearless encirclement of the Iwnin proved futile against him. Art is an endless, relentless explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Violent detonations raked the battlefield with fire and smoke. Damn you. Inoki, seething with rage, relied on his sensory perception to charge in a direction and hurled another rock fist. The fist struck only empty air. Meanwhile, Eiji appeared at Inoki's side rear, his chakra-clad foot slamming hard into the old man's iconic aching back. Ugh! It hurts, it hurts. Pain seared through him, causing Inoki to lurch and nearly tumble from the sky. He clutched his lower back, his aged face crumpling. This damn sneak attack. Young man without martial virtue. Attacking an old comrade like me. At that moment, Eiji's voice rang out again. How pathetic, Inoki. Can you no longer even dance? At these words, Inoki's head buzzed violently. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. The white flash before him blurred, and the arrogant tone, the bone-deep contempt, overlapped perfectly with the demonic figure from his deepest memories, Madara Uchiha. The decades-suppressed fear erupted like a dormant volcano. He was back on that hopeless battlefield, back in his youth, crushed by absolute power. That man merely standing there, exuding that mountain-like oppressive chakra, those eyes that looked down on ants. And that world-destroying blue giant. Had that man returned? No, he was long dead. What he faced now was merely a clumsy imitator. Calm down, Inoki of the two scales. You are the Tsuchikage, no longer the helpless boy of those days. Even if Madara himself stood before him for the village, he could not retreat a single step. He took a deep breath, clutched his aching back, and steadied himself in midair, his eyes blazing with unprecedented resolve. Don't underestimate me, you little brat. Who do you think you are? The sight before him choked off the rest of his words, turning them into deeper dread. Before he could finish, a white giant rose from the ground. Susanoo. Though the color differed from that blue in his memories, this pressure, this ocular power, symbolizing absolute strength. This feeling, this look. Exactly like Madara Uchiha. Come, Inoki. Let me see what you've learned from me all these years. Inoki swallowed hard, his hard-won confidence seeming to crumble in that moment. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. So many years had passed, and he knew this wasn't Madara Uchiha. But why was he still so terrified? Under immense pressure, Inoki let out a hysterical roar. Standing before you is the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, Inoki of the two scales. At the same time, a series of hand seals sounded behind him. Various chaotic jutsu slammed into the Susanoo. Inoki-sama will restrict his movements. Don't underestimate the bonds of Iwnin, you bastard. Tsuchikage-sama, have you forgotten the will of stone that once taught us? Earth release mountain earth technique. Lava release quicklime congealing technique. Each roar pierced Inoki's ears, and he finally found the man he used to be. He rapidly formed seals in front of his chest, palms facing each other, and a tiny, yet devastatingly powerful light point swelled instantly. Dust released detachment of the primitive world technique. A transparent white cubic barrier formed instantly, aimed at the towering white giant. Within the barrier lay the ultimate power that could erase even the basis of matter existence. This blow, even Madara Uchiha cannot block it. Disappear. Boom. A blinding light engulfed everything, and a colossal energy explosion unleashed a violent shockwave that annihilated all around. The light faded and smoke slowly settled. The towering white Susanoo finally vanished. Is it over? Father, watch out behind you. What? A fist the size of a sandbag slammed into Inoki, the tremendous force hurling his small body viciously into the ground. Uchiha Eiji descended from the sky, landing opposite him. How pathetic, Inoki. Can't even dance anymore. Bastard. Inoki glared fiercely at Eiji. Don't repeat that man's words. Huh. A burst of air pressure blasted the startled Inoki backward. In front of an opponent like me, you dare to lose focus. Inoki floated back into the air, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Continue, you little Uchiha brat. Meanwhile, Madara, watching the live broadcast, let out a curious, huh. This little old man had actually improved a bit. And that brat, why did he suddenly seem less annoying? Madara thought that if Eiji hadn't been brainwashed by that wicked Tobirama Senju, he might even have become an ally. Too bad. Hashirama's fool brother was full of schemes, fooling the young man completely. He became a pawn of the foolish leaf. A dance, truly a dance. Had he, after being clan head for so long, never gone to look at that stone tablet to learn the truth of the world? Madara sighed, his expression unreadable. Beside him, Black Zetsu quietly observed Madara. Having spent long days and nights with Madara, Black Zetsu believed he could deduce his thoughts from subtle facial expressions. From a few recent gestures, Madara was secretly mocking Eiji, perhaps thinking him a fool, swinging his sword day in and day out only to end up serving as a stepping stone. But what Madara didn't know was that Black Zetsu thought the same. From Madara Uchiha to Obito Uchiha, and now to this Eiji Uchiha. Three foolish Uchiha boys destined only to become tools for resurrecting his mother. Zetsu, any problems with Obito? Madara-sama, Obito has already defeated the Four Tails and is on his way back. Madara nodded in satisfaction. Good. Indeed, those two fools Obito and Zetsu still needed his clever external brain. After all these years of hard work, they'd still need him to clean up after them. Indeed, I, Madara, am the strongest in the shinobi world. Ha! Meanwhile, on the other side, Madara's enforcer Obito seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to capture Rashi the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. As he prepared to leave, he suddenly noticed a small white snake at his feet. Obito furrowed his brow. A small white snake. Was it that damned Orochimaru's doing? No, wasn't he long dead? Obito-san. Obito followed the voice, lifting his head to see a figure in a long robe approaching slowly. Who goes there? The figure pulled back his hood, revealing a familiar face. Obito recognized him, Kabuto Yakushi. You actually managed to track me down. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. I was once a member of the Akatsuki after all. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. Obito sealed Rashi away into his Kamui dimension. A former Akatsuki member, now a traitor to the organization. Obito had no qualms about eliminating one of Orochimaru's old subordinates while he was at it. He frowned, his not particularly brilliant mind beginning to churn. Kabuto's approach surely wasn't a declaration of war. Sure enough, Kabuto slowly spoke up. I wish to form an alliance with you. An alliance? What's in it for me? Every movement in the shinobi world is already within my plans. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk tugged at the corner of Kabuto's mouth, tinged with a hint of mockery. What a load of bull. Claiming to grasp the movements of the shinobi world. Wasn't that the same guy who broke down in Mangekyō? I know you're interested in the tailed beast hosts. I can help you capture them. To convince Obito, Kabuto revealed a portion of his body from which a cold, formidable aura faintly emanated. I have inherited the sage arts of Ryuchi Cave. I have long surpassed Orochimaru. Ryuchi Cave. Obito was aware of that place. One of the legendary 3 great sage regions where one could gain immense power by passing the trials of its serpents. But the price. The more perfect the sage mode of Ryuchi Cave, the less human one becomes. Obito looked at Kabuto. What do you want? Uchiha Eiji, that young body. I needed to complete my final research. Hearing this, Obito clicked his tongue in annoyance. Experiments. You're just like that madman Orochimaru. You'll end up destroying yourself with your experiments sooner or later. Even so, Obito agreed. Despite the ongoing war, judging by the current situation, the 4th Great Ninja War would be over before long. Then it would be hard for them to fish in troubled waters. They needed to strike amidst the chaos, ignite the 5th Great Ninja War, and gather all the tailed beasts. As for Kabuto, he was merely a sacrifice for the infinite Tsukuyomi. More critically, that Uchiha brat was a troublesome opponent. He still had to snatch back the Rinnegan from him. Perhaps Kabuto could be of some use in that regard. Fine. Obito pointed at Kabuto. But if I find out you're up to anything suspicious, I'll kill you. Kabuto pulled his hood back on and turned to leave. How foolish, Obito. And so their unreliable alliance was forged. Both Kabuto and Obito harbored their own ulterior motives, each viewing the other as a mere tool to achieve their goals. On the battlefield, Anoki was retreating in defeat, clutching his aching old back in agony. The Susanoo had drained far too much of his chakra. Even maintaining flight had become excruciatingly difficult. Kitsuchi waved his hand grandly. Charge. By the Tsuchikage-sama, time to recover his chakra. Within the Susanoo, Eiji looked down upon them from his lofty position. Now then, whether you survive or not depends entirely on your luck. What? The IWA shinobi were baffled, looking up in bewilderment. However, they soon understood Eiji's meaning. The lake beneath the Susanoo began to spread quickly, covering every corner of the battlefield. Then from the water's surface, countless tiny droplets rose slowly into the air, as if endowed with life. An IWA shinobi standing a bit closer instinctively leaned in, trying to get a better look at those crystal-clear droplets. But the very moment he approached, one droplet suddenly trembled violently. In an instant it transformed into a water dragon, as thin as a toothpick, yet swift as lightning. With a wet, piercing sound, it effortlessly bore through his throat. He barely managed to let out a cry of agony before collapsing into the knee-deep water. Everyone defend. Stay away from the water. Beware of every single droplet. The IWA shinobi snapped back to their senses and began forming hand seals frantically. The ground rumbled and rose, forming isolated earthen platforms, while thick walls of rock shot up desperately, trying to block out the deadly liquid. Eiji watched the rising water below, slowly bringing his hands together. Let's try out this jutsu. Water release, 1000 dragon bullet technique. Above the battlefield, the number of floating droplets multiplied explosively. Each one as if imbued with a soul, transformed into miniature, yet fiercely menacing water dragons. They sensed the chakra signatures with pinpoint accuracy and shot towards every nearby IWA shinobi in an overwhelming swarm. One IWA shinobi hastily formed hand seals. You've got to be kidding me, a jutsu of this level. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several water dragons instantly pierced through his hastily conjured earth armor, leaving multiple bloody holes in his body. His eyes widened in sheer disbelief. He toppled over with a dull thud. The Susanoo clutched Son Goku tightly, continuously siphoning its vast chakra reserves, using it as its own personal power bank. More and more tiny water dragon bullets appeared, plunging the entire village of Awagakure into utter chaos. Under the relentless assault, the IWA shinobi were forced to halt their offensive. They could only take cover behind the stone golems or use other jutsu to fend off these pesky little water dragons. But wait, the ordeal wasn't over yet. Every water dragon that collided with the rock walls emitted a dazzling flash of light upon shattering, then followed by relentless explosions. A continuous barrage of violent explosions blossomed wildly against the IWA shinobi's defensive fortifications. The sturdy rock walls rapidly disintegrated under the countless miniature yet high-frequency impacts. The screams, the explosions, and the sounds of shattering rock interwove into a symphony of apocalypse. The intense explosions rang out endlessly as if they would never cease. Every time they barely managed to withstand the first wave, the next wave would come crashing in. They simply had no strength left to counter. And even more terrifying, the floodwaters were already threatening to reach the village proper. Once the next attack came, every civilian in the village would perish. Anoki wore an expression of utter despair. He knew he had lost. Years ago, he had lost to the arrogant and domineering Uchiha Madara. Decades later, he found himself losing once more to Madara's descendant. Trembling, he used the last of his strength to pull out a pre-written scroll from a pocket nestled against his chest. Iwagakure surrenders unconditionally to Konohagakure. Anoki shouted, "Please don't harm the civilians of Iwagakure. We agree to surrender unconditionally to the Leaf." Not a negotiation, but a surrender. The words struck like a final death knell, crushing the fighting spirit of every IWA shinobi. One by one, they ceased their futile resistance, dropping their weapons with faces full of bewilderment and anguish. "We lost." Having said that, Anoki's vision went black, and he collapsed heavily. At the same time, the Konoha shinobi forces were still sprinting frantically towards Awagakure. "Hurry! We need to support the clan head. The Hokage-sama is far too impulsive, charging in all alone like that. Block the Suna shinobi, keep them from reinforcing IWA." The Suna shinobi didn't come. Well, we still need to hurry. By the time they finally reached the battlefield, all they found was a scene of utter devastation. Eiji was sitting cross-legged on the ground, his body splattered with blood. "Hokage-sama, slaughter all these IWA shinobi. Don't let those Byakugan bastards steal the credit. Charge. The Hyuga are still the strongest." Woof woof. Eiji scratched his head. Perfect timing. Let's head into the village and take a look. The Konoha ninja looked at one another at a loss for words. Even the Uchiha clan members stared with wide eyes. They knew their clan leader was formidable, but this was absurd. It must be true. "Look, the gates of Awagakure are wide open, as if waiting for us to enter." Shikaku, known as Pinecone, had felt his brain struggling to process the situation. If they had known their Hokage was this powerful, there would have been no need for complex tactics. They should have simply let him execute the beheading mission alone. Eiji stood up. "Let's go." The group marched into Awagakure as if returning home. Along the way, the IWA ninja said not a word, silently stepping back half a pace and watching helplessly as Eiji walked into the Tsuchikage's mansion. Here Hiruzen once again solemnly presented the surrender document. He also dragged over Dosu, the strategist of Kyumo, to use him as a scapegoat. He claimed they never intended to make enemies of Konoha, only to have been misled by those brutes from Kyumogakure. Now that the Kyumo strategist was right there, all it took was a single command, and he would be decapitated to show sincerity, and so on and so forth. Eiji listened, utterly bewildered. Truly, as an old hand who had seen the world, this man's ability to change faces surpassed Enji's by far. It seemed he still had much to learn. Dosu, bound tightly, looked from Hiruzen to the surrender document, and then back to Eiji. "Is this a joke? You're surrendering already? What about the promised troop support for Kyumo? Our great Lord Ai is still hanging at the village gate waiting for you to rescue him. Forget it. The river flows east for 30 years, then west. Do not bully the youth for being poor. As long as Kyumogakure still exists, there will always be a time to surpass Konoha. We must endure for now." Eiji waved his hand, signaling for Dosu to be locked up again. There was no point in killing everyone they encountered. That would turn this into the legend of Jianyuyen. Negotiations would be postponed until representatives from the other villages arrived. Eiji was quite interested in one thing. "Lord Anoki, how did you manage to fly?" Anoki thought for a moment, and then spoke the truth. "This is the super light and super heavy rock technique." "Explain it to me." "Very well. Because the Earth released super light and super heavy rock technique required not only extraordinary talent and understanding of Earth release, but also knowledge of weight and gravity, along with long-term research and practice. Thus Anoki was not worried that Eiji would steal the technique. Moreover, Anoki feared that if he angered Eiji, the latter might truly order the annihilation of everyone in Awagakure. It was said that the current Kyumogakure had already become the largest water park in the ninja world. This technique does not require Earth release chakra, rather it demands an understanding and control of the relationship between weight and the land. By using the technique to reduce body weight, I spent at least over 10 years learning this ninja art, and even a genius like you. Inoki's words came to an abrupt halt. That was true, ordinary geniuses could not master this technique quickly. Fortunately, Eiji was slightly different from ordinary geniuses. Ninja world scientist activated through unremitting effort, Lord Tobirama successfully mastered the earth release super light and super heavy rock technique. Now Lord Tobirama can fly freely in the sky. This technique is indeed somewhat difficult. Inoki snorted coldly. The old man had finally regained a bit of confidence in Eiji. The next moment Enji's body floated up without any warning. This technique is really not bad. I won't need to climb trees to pick peaches anymore. It is slightly slower though, unlike the flying thunder god technique researched by Lord Tobirama. Eiji rubbed his hands. Now let us begin learning the dust release. Inoki spat a mouthful of blood and fainted. Someone, your Tsuchikage has fainted, who will come save him? When Inoki woke up again, he found himself in a hospital room. Where is the Hokage? Lord Hokage is researching the dust release left by Lord Mu. Lord Inoki, why have you fainted again? A white-haired man was holding a scroll, looking extremely serious. Dust release, a bloodline limit superior to Kekkei Gunkai developed by the second Tsuchikage move formed by fusing wind, earth, and fire nature transformations. Its power is tremendous, leaving most people unable to catch up. Ninja world scientist activated through unremitting effort, Lord Tobirama has mastered the dust release and related ninja arts. Mangekyō, land of wind. The surviving Suna ninja were still struggling bitterly. Hold on a little longer, Iwa's reinforcements should arrive soon. Ebisu and Chiyo tried to encourage them, but they were uncertain themselves. In a one-on-one fight, the current Mangekyō was absolutely no match for Konoha. Of course, even in the past, Mangekyō was not strong. During every Ninja World War, Mangekyō would choose to attack the Land of Fire. After being breached, they would immediately sue for peace. Fortunately, they still had two elder brothers to rely on. Although the defeat of Kumo had a huge impact on the three villages' alliance, they roughly knew the strength of a Wagakure. Even if Konoha killed recklessly, they could not finish them all in one go. This gave them plenty of time to react. But the actual situation was much worse than they had imagined. A large number of Konoha ninja rushed into the Land of Wind, destroying their first line of defense. There was no way around it. The gap in strength between the two sides was simply too vast. One Konoha was already enough to give them a headache, and now Kirigakure was going crazy as well. Their young Mizukage was charging at the forefront with his cute little staff. While fighting, he even released the great turtle within his body. As if Konoha didn't know how loyal he was. Even more troubling was that a Wagakure like Kumo had completely disappeared from the radar. One might think they had also been defeated. What is that old man Inoki dawdling for? We are holding off Konoha's main force here, so why is there no movement from his side? Chiyo patched her puppet while complaining about Inoki. It's been days. If a Wagakure doesn't act soon, we will be eaten alive by Konoha. Does he want to wait until we are all dead before picking up the scraps? Ebisu remained silent, his expression equally grim. He already had a bad premonition. Sister, perhaps it's not that Inoki refuses to support us, perhaps he currently lacks the ability to even protect himself. Hearing this, Chiyo's hands paused abruptly. It shouldn't be this fast, should it? Ebisu frowned deeply. We should prepare an escape route. For a long time, Mangekyō's strategy had been to follow behind as a subordinate. As long as those two villages got the meat, giving them a bowl of soup would suffice. Mangekyō had experienced multiple wars and knew the difficulties of fighting on multiple fronts. Without concentrated strength, they would easily be exploited by the enemy and worn down to death. Unless the enemy produced a formidable figure like Madara or Hashirama, someone who could wipe out a nation single-handedly. Could this person be the Uchiha brat who inherited Tobirama's will? That was too ridiculous. Suddenly a ninja stationed outside rushed back to the village. Lord Chiyo, Lord Ebisu the Hokage is approaching the village rapidly. How many people did he bring? Only himself. What? Chiyo and Ebizu's hearts skipped a beat. Danger, danger, danger. The other high-ranking Suna officials also changed color, the air instantly freezing, oppressively suffocating. Years ago, a teenage Eiji had toyed with Shikaku like a plaything and had even blasted their already barren hidden sand village into ruins. Today he had come again, but daring to charge into the village alone. Wasn't he looking down on them? Despite our small numbers, we practice elite education. Quality matters. Stop him. At least don't let him be so arrogant. At the village's main gate, the solid fortifications, symbolizing Suna's last defense, crumbled like paper. A flash of blade light, and the barrier of rock and steel collapsed. The elite Suna guards, unable even to form hand signs, were trapped by a massive water prison. They could only watch that figure stagger into their village. How? How is this possible? Why can one person's chakra be so terrifying? Even from dozens of meters away, the Suna ninja felt Eiji's dangerous aura. They dared not meet the young Hokage's gaze, fearing he might chop them up like watermelons. Two lords, what should we do? Avoid his edge. Inside the village numerous traps were laid to prevent Kakashi and that bowl cut from sneaking in and stealing the village's secrets. With each step Eiji triggered many traps. He didn't even pause, merely lifting a finger casually. A violent water vortex erupted around him, its roaring spinning currents shattering all incoming attacks. The vortex seemed alive, greedily devouring the ground, spreading water across ever more territory. The villagers of Suna had always yearned for abundant water to solve their daily needs. But never had they detested spreading water as they did today. Let me go. Whips of condensed water lashed around Suna ninja who tried to resist or flee, hoisting them high into the air. I am Uchiha Eiji, 5th Hokage of Konoha. On behalf of all villagers I accept Suna's surrender. Damn it. The Suna ninja clenched their fists. Though they had lost to Konoha many times, barging in and declaring acceptance of surrender was simply bullying. Chiyo stared at Eiji, a nameless fury rising within her. What she hated most was white-haired fellows. She unrolled her puppet scroll, ready to fight to the last. Still want to fight, Chiyo? Eiji's slender fingers drew Murakumo, and pattering rain slowly dripped to the ground. Lord Tobirama once said, in war, if the enemy resists, kill them outright. That saves many unnecessary sacrifices. Chiyo's heart nearly gave out. Always going on about Tobirama. Had you even met him, brat? And yes, Tobirama also had white hair. Sis, Ebizo patted Chiyo's shoulder. If we fight here, the villagers will die. And we truly are no match for him. Ebizo knew very well that as Konoha's top combatant, Eiji should have been on the battlefield against IWA. His presence here meant IWA was already dealt with. With both IWA and Kumo resolved, there was no point in further struggle. Chiyo's bloodshot eyes locked onto Eiji, then painfully swept over the suspended ninja and the terrified villagers in the distance. Her arm went limp, dropping the scroll. Suna accepts negotiation. No negotiation. Suna must surrender unconditionally and await Konoha's judgment. Chiyo and Ebizo hadn't expected Eiji to be so unyielding, but at this point they had no choice. They could already hear the approaching footsteps of the Konoha army surging like a tide with the oppressive might of victors. The Konoha army had arrived. Suna surrenders unconditionally to Konoha. Konoha accepts Suna's surrender. Eiji sheathed Murakumo. Where are Suna's ninja? Konoha's blue beast is here. Outside the gate a dense army of ninjas stood. A green figure carrying a silver-white one shot to the front like a cannonball. The blazing Might Guy and the expressionless Kakashi tucked under his arm. Guy's eyes bulged. Even Kakashi's dead fish eyes showed rare surprise. Why were Suna's ninja all dejected, their weapons strewn like trash? Senpai, it's over. Konoha won. A brief silence. Then a thunderous roar burst from Guy's chest as he shot skyward like a lit rocket. We won. Victory belongs to Konoha. In his ecstasy, he casually hurled Kakashi high into the sky. Kakashi's scream pierced the air. Idiot. Put me down. Mission update: under Lord Tobirama's wise leadership, Konoha has won the 4th Great Ninja War. Mission reward: Lord Tobirama may now fuse Madara's Rinnegan with the Mangekyō Sharingan. He currently uses unknown origin, possibly Izuna's. This reward. Begin fusion now. Yes. Use it for now, swap later if better. The moment he thought it, a strange sensation arose deep in his eyes. He could clearly feel his ocular power undergoing a radical transformation. When he reopened his eyes, his iconic Mangekyō pattern was gone. In its place were Madara's Rinnegan. Lord Tobirama has successfully activated the Rinnegan Madara version. Rinnegan abilities: Sealing, Absorption Chakra, Absorption Chibaku, Tensei, Tengai Shinsei, Rinnegan Limbo, and other unawakened techniques. An unprecedented surge of power flooded his body. Eiji instinctively reached for his small sealing scroll, extracting the 2 well-preserved trophies, the Rinnegan he had taken from Nagato. But as the scroll unrolled, he froze. The purple eyes, once brimming with terrifying power, had become 2 plain white orbs like small stones. Eiji turned into a crooked-mouthed Dragon King. If Obito, Madara, or Black Zetsu found out, they'd die of rage on the spot. The powerful bloodline drove Eiji into an Uchiha laugh. Everyone turned, and upon seeing his strange eyes, inhaled sharply. The clan head Sharingan evolved again. Could it be that Mangekyō isn't the Uchiha limit? Our clan head truly is a man worthy of becoming Hokage. Truly terrifying. In a cave, Zetsu brought bad news. Madara-sama, our plan has hit a 3rd snag. What? Zetsu chose his words carefully. The Rinnegan you left with Nagato. Uchiha Eiji took it and implanted it in himself. What? Madara erupted in fury. That was his property. How dare you claim it? You evil Tobirama Senju, you've defiled my noble Uchiha blood. Madara gnashed his teeth. This Rinnegan was vital. Without it, the Great Moon Eye plan couldn't proceed. Had decades of effort truly been in vain? Black Zetsu was even angrier. Madara and Obito had only worked for a few years. He had waited a millennium to revive his mother Kaguya. Now that Plan 3.0 had failed, what was to be done? Fortunately, Madara was a proud man. He still believed that after Hashirama's death, no one in the ninja world was his match. Continue collecting tailed beasts. I'll find a chance to take those eyes back from that brat. Now it was Plan 4.0. Within Konohagakure, the logistics department remained in a flurry of preparation. A blonde Annie was overwhelmed with work. Hurry up. Ninja tools, food, and medical supplies must reach the front lines as soon as possible. Has there been any reply from the Hokage? None. Keep scouting and report back. The supply lines from the Land of Iron must not lag behind. If we lack manpower, we will go and help. Quick, quick, quick. This is war. Every second saved could mean the difference between life and death. As a survivor of the Shinobi World War, Tsunade understood the horrors of war all too well. Even now, she often dreamed of Dan and Reidu in her sleep. Since war was unavoidable, they would end it in the shortest time possible. Tsunade-sama, we are setting off. Go. Stay safe. Senpai Tsunade, I have returned. MMN, it is good that you are back. My. Tsunade turned her head and saw a ridiculously handsome white-haired man standing behind her without her noticing. Hiss. Tsunade rubbed her messy golden hair. Has something gone wrong at the front lines? Not really. It's just that the war has ended. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, it's just that the war has ended. I thought. Wait. Tsunade let out a startled cry. Ended. Eiji pulled out the surrender documents from a Wagakure Kumogakure and Sumigakure, waving them in front of Tsunade. Please inform everyone. We will sign a new peace agreement in a few days, and I need to review it. Your companions are on their way back. After saying this, Eiji turned and walked away. When Tsunade announced this news, the entire village of Konoha erupted in jubilant cheers. Konoha, under the leadership of the 5th Hokage Uchiha Eiji, had once again defeated those greedy invaders. A few days later, the Konoha ninja returned to the village to a thunderous ovation. Heroes, all of them, were Konoha's heroes. To achieve victory against 3 villages simultaneously, they must have endured untold hardships. Actually, achieving victory was entirely due to the Hokage's efforts. We did very little. In many cases, we were just cleaning up after him. You did very little, and I did nothing. Many ninja were at a loss. They even began to question what they had actually been doing. There were several times when they ran too slowly, by the time they charged and they found the enemies had already been defeated. Meanwhile, the reserves preparing for war back at the village stared at each other in bewilderment. Most of them were quite young, which is why they were assigned to this position. If they were needed on the battlefield, it meant Konoha was in a dire emergency, with every citizen called to arms. Just yesterday, seniors had recounted the cruelty of war to them. They had been told to write their last wills in advance, for once on the battlefield, one must be resolved to die. Fortunately, the war had ended. The shinobi world seemed to have ushered in an unprecedented era of peace. However, peace came at a cost. Konoha still had many ninja who had died in battle. In front of the memorial stone, a large crowd of villagers had gathered. The rain washed over the newly carved names. Behind every new inscription lay a vibrant life. The survivors stood in the rain, their black mourning clothes clinging to their bodies. Raindrops slid down their cheeks, indistinguishable from tears. After the sorrow, the living must eventually bear the will of the departed and move forward. In the heavy rain, Jiraiya walked back into the village from the outskirts, holding his large black umbrella. In a corner away from the crowd, he found Eiji holding a small white flower. The cleanup work is basically complete. You have worked hard, teacher Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked up, gazing at Eiji's Rinnegan, and remained silent for a long time. Teacher, those eyes of yours. Eiji donned his tragic mask and began his act once more. Jiraiya handed the large black umbrella to Eiji. I have something to attend to. Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya approached the Toad Sage. Toad Sage, I have a question for you. The Toad Sage slowly opened his eyes. It is little Jiraiya. What is it? Jiraiya looked up. It concerns the Child of Prophecy. You once said that the Child of Prophecy was once by my side. Just now he hesitated for a moment. I suddenly felt that Eiji might be the Child of Prophecy who can bring about tremendous change to the shinobi world. Eiji, who is that? The Toad Sage yawned. The name sounded familiar, but he could not quite recall. Uchiha Eiji, that white-haired youth, my newest student. The Toad Sage slapped his forehead. Oh, it's him. I remember helping him fight a battle not long ago. What did you say? That is not important. The Toad Sage seemed to have remembered something. In my dreams he has never appeared. Little Jiraiya, he is not the Child of Prophecy. Hearing this, Jiraiya sighed. Indeed, more than half of his life had been spent searching for the Child of Prophecy. Life had given him hope time and again only to dash it. How much longer would it take for him to find the true Child of Prophecy? I understand. Jiraiya waved his hand. I am leaving now. Child of Prophecy, where on earth are you? A few days later, back in the Land of Iron. Not much time had passed since the previous Kage summit, but the situation had changed drastically. Konohagakure and Kirigakure each sent their respective Kage Hokage Eiji and Mizuki Jigura. For Kumogakure, it was still bedridden, so his strategist Tsuchi came in his place. Before Iwagakure Inoki had lost his fighting spirit, and using back pain as an excuse sent his son Tsuchigomo. As for Sunagakure, the diligent Hibachi and Chiyo were there again. After the reshuffling of the 4th Shinobi World War, Yagura, who usually lacked presence, stood a bit taller. So you three were conspiring against me, huh? What happened? You got crushed by my big brother, didn't you? Sunagakure was blown apart, Kumogakure became a water park, and Iwagakure's troops were decimated. Only Kirigakure emerged as the biggest winner. As Yagura chuckled foolishly, Sambu cleared his throat. Everyone, the purpose of our gathering today is singular. To sign a brand new peace agreement. After some pleasantries, a complete agreement appeared on the conference table. Article 1. All secret techniques of Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure must be permanently open to Konohagakure. Article 2. The Kage of the 3 villages must be appointed by Konohagakure and must forever obey Konoha's commands. Article 3. When executing missions, if there is any conflict of interest with Konohagakure, the 3 villages must actively yield. Article 17982. The 3 villages shall and must pay a certain amount of war reparations. That is all I have to say. Who agrees and who objects? After reading these terms, not only the 3 villages, but even Sambu felt it was a bit ruthless. If someone had placed these conditions before the Land of Iron, he would likely have gone to great lengths to fight them. Last time they negotiated, they had literally blown up the conference room. In the end, not a single person paid compensation. If a fight broke out again today, who knew what chaos would ensue? Indeed, aside from other matters, the clause requiring Kage selection to be approved by Konoha alone sent the 3 villages into an uproar. The Kage selection must be approved by Konoha, and they must completely obey Konoha's commands. Is this a Kage? This is nothing but Konoha's puppet. If you put it that way, why not just have your Kage serve as our Kage directly? Fortunately, the representatives of the 3 villages appeared much calmer this time, and did not recklessly challenge Eiji to a duel. Eiji slammed the table. It is settled. I am not tired. We suddenly feel that obeying the orders of my village is not such a difficult thing. The defeated representative almost choked on his tears. Over the years they had grown increasingly weary of dealing with Mai. As for Ingsi, he was just speaking casually. He had no interest in managing that mess. Sanchuan rubbed his temples. For some reason, he had developed a condition where standing with Ingsi gave him a headache. Everyone, let's continue. Ingsi looked at Tutai. I know that Yunin village possesses a giant turtle beast. I am very interested in it. Tutai's eyes widened. How did Mai know about the existence of Turtle Island? Their intelligence-gathering abilities were far too strong. In front of them, Tutai felt as though his secrets had been laid bare. Turtle Island was of utmost importance to Yunin village. If it were the old days, Mai would have met with an immediate and fierce counterattack. But now they could not. They had no capital left to continue the war. Mai was now asking if they refused, stronger measures would be taken, and they would be powerless to resist. At that point, Yunin village might as well become an underground reservoir. Tutai nodded, speaking with a face full of humiliation. From now on, Turtle Island belongs to Mai. As for Iwagakure and Sunagakure, one was all sand, the other all rock, not worth taking. In the evening, the meeting finally concluded. The Land of Iron thoughtfully provided lodging, allowing everyone to set out at dawn. The representatives of the former 3-village alliance sighed, slowly, filled with regret. If we had not launched the attack on Mai, we would not have fallen to this state. Yunin village is completely destroyed, even more ruined than Sunagakure. It will take countless years to repair. Worse still, Killer Bee is being held in Mai. Tutai clenched his teeth, wishing he could tear apart this detestable Hokage. The Two Tails was missing. Killer Bee was detained. How could they continue to fight? As for Ebizo and Shio, they suddenly felt a bit more balanced. Before the war, among the 5 great ninja villages, they were the weakest. Now it seemed they had become second to last. Not bad, acceptable. The hell it was. They still hadn't determined their successors. They couldn't possibly let Temari or Kankuro take over. As for Yagura, he found Ingsi and had an in-depth discussion on cooperation between the 2 villages. Yagura expressed that Kirigakure's development could not proceed without Mai's assistance and support. In the future, Kirigakure would maintain friendly relations with Mai for generations. Furthermore, Kirigakure would issue a batch of permits allowing all residents of the Land of Fire to freely visit the Land of Water. Inspired by Yunin village, Kirigakure had developed a huge water park to boost tourism. I hope the friends from the Land of Fire will offer their support and progress together. Of course, Mai is always generous to its allies. After exchanging pleasantries, Ingsi set off on his journey back to the village. On the surface, the shinobi world had returned to peace, but the hidden mastermind behind the scenes had yet to be dealt with. To help Ming Rin confront his inner darkness, Ingsi sent him to Turtle Island. After some thought, he also dragged Zuozhu along. If those 2 close friends were together, who knew what sparks might fly? Time passed slowly. With the help of the residual chakra from his mother Kushina, Ming Rin subdued Kurama and successfully activated his golden mode. Unfortunately, he didn't get a chance to beat up his father. Instead, he was struck by his mother, which sobered him up. Zhuozhu activated his Susanoo, and his overall power increased significantly. But at what cost? Mingren, Zhuozhu looked up at the sky. It's getting dark very quickly today. Mingren blinked, thinking Zhuozhu had probably lost his mind. It was noon and the sun blazing down, making him drenched in sweat. What are you talking about? The sun is so bright it's blinding. Before he could finish, the smile on Mingren's face instantly froze. A chill shot up his spine. He thrust his hands in front of Zhuozhu's, eyes waving them vigorously. Zhuozhu's hollow gaze had no focus, completely unresponsive to the waving right in front of him. Zhuozhu, you. Mingren's voice trembled slightly. I can't see, Zhuozhu said with an unusually calm voice, tilting his head slightly to try to catch the source of the sound. I'll take you to see Xiaoing no Granny Tsunade, no let's finding C-sensei. He said he had a way. He hoisted Zhuozhu onto his shoulder and burst forth with the fastest speed he had ever mustered, like a golden streak of lightning charging recklessly toward the Hokage building. The heavy iron door was kicked into pieces. Mingren, carrying Zhuozhu, burst into the Hokage's office at his life's fastest speed, kicking the thick iron door right off its hinges. Boom. The huge iron block flew through the air toward the room. Eiji, who was reviewing documents, caught the heavy door with one hand, looking quite exasperated. Mingren, can't you take better care of public property? The cost of the door will be deducted from your mission reward. Mingren couldn't care less about that now. He put Zhuozhu down, pointed at his friend's empty eyes, and his voice choked with tears. Sensei, Zhuozhu has gone blind. Eiji paused, then held up his middle finger. How many fingers is this? Zhuozhu remained silent, giving no response. Well, it seemed that the second Uchiha had indeed blinded himself. Sigh. He turned around and carefully took out a glass jar submerged in a pale green solution from a special constant temperature container behind him. Inside the jar, a pair of crimson eyes floated silently. These are Itachi's eyes, the last thing he left for you. I'll have a medical ninja transplant them for you now. The surgery was a great success. When the bandages wrapped around his eyes were gently removed layer by layer, Zhuozhu slowly opened his eyelids. The world, now crystal clear, greeted his eyes. Not only that, but a more immense power surged within him. The second Uchiha had also undergone his own qualitative transformation. The skies cleared and Zhuozhu felt invincible once more. Zhuozhu tore off the remaining bandages, his crimson Mangekyō, with the six-pointed star pattern, slowly rotating his sharp gaze, piercing straight at Eiji. I challenge you. This is the 79th time. At that, Eiji casually took two bells from his ninja tool pouch and jingled them in his hand. Alright, let's have a three-way match. The classic bell-snatching game of my village. Great. Mingren was clearly excited. Zhuozhu, let's fight side by side again. Zhuozhu clicked his tongue. Boring. I'll defeat him with my own power. Then return Itachi's eyes to me. Zhuozhu's body froze instantly, his handsome face flushing red at a visible rate. Ha ha ha. Mingren doubled over with laughter, clutching his stomach. Zhuozhu, your face is red again. It's not. It is. I said it's not. At the training ground behind my village. If you snatch the bells, you win. The loser goes without lunch. Eiji hung the bells on his waist and beckoned to Mingren and Zhuozhu. Come on, but don't use those large-scale destructive ninjutsu, or Tenzo-senpai will complain, right? Tenzo, who was lounging nearby, felt a chill run down his spine as he recalled some not-so-pleasant experiences from the past. Let's go, Zhuozhu. Don't order me around. Zhuozhu charged ahead, swinging his Kusanagi sword. Clang. Did you skip breakfast? Zhuozhu frowned. This guy was a master at messing with people's minds. Just then the golden boy leaped into the air. Uzumaki Mingren's super whirlwind. The training ground echoed with booming sounds. Occasionally, a wisp of blue smoke rose. The villagers of Mai were bewildered. Was the village expanding? Tenzo looked like he might faint from worry. Stop fighting already. Afforestation is hard work too, you know. Half an hour later, the bell-snatching competition ended in an unsatisfactory manner. Because both bells were shattered by someone's chakra, its origin unknown. Now only two lonely red strings fluttered around Eiji's waist, looking rather eerie. Let's call it a day, Eiji said, brushing the dust off his clothes. All of you have made great progress. Now let's go eat ramen. Yage. At Ichiraku Ramen, the rich aroma of pork bone broth filled the air. The three sat at the table, slurping up the ultimate deluxe ramen. Speaking of which, Naruto said, his cheeks stuffed and eyes squinting into slits. When I was very, very young, the first time I met teacher Eiji, he treated me to ramen too. It feels like just yesterday, and yet in the blink of an eye so many years have whooshed by. Eiji felt a wave of nostalgia. Yes, time really did tick away like that. As for Sasuke, his first encounter with Eiji was watching him violently beat his own brother, the rogue ninja of Konoha. An ANBU ninja wearing a mask appeared beside the table as silently as a ghost, lowering his voice. Lord Hokage Terumi Mei of the Kirigakure seeks an audience. Understood. The words had barely left his mouth when with a soft swoosh the spot was empty. Only the gently trembling teacup remained on the table, leaving Naruto and Sasuke staring at each other in bewilderment. After a brief silence, Sasuke set down his chopsticks. Naruto. Let's find a quiet place later and continue training. I want to show you just how powerful I've become. Alright. The Hokage's office. Eiji sat behind the large desk, fingers interlaced on the surface, gazing at the travel-worn Terumi Mei. What happened? Terumi Mei took a deep breath, struggling to calm her rapid breathing, her voice trembling slightly. The Mizukage has been kidnapped. What? Eiji's brows instantly furrowed. Uchiha Obito. Terumi Mei shook her head vigorously, her bright red lips pressed into a thin line. When she spoke again, the name seemed to carry a weight of 1,000 June. No, the one who took him claims to be Uchiha Madara. The mere utterance of that name made the air in the office feel heavier. After all, that name represented a being who had matched the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju. Shikaku Nara, with his pineapple-shaped hair, drew a sharp breath at the words. Madara, a name that existed only in legends. Why had it reappeared in this world? Hadn't he died long ago? Shikaku asked instinctively. Is that bastard Obito acting under Madara's name? Terumi Mei shook her head. Though Obito is immensely powerful compared to Madara, the sense of oppression falls far short, not by a small margin. Shikaku was silent for a moment, then let out a heavy hum. How could Obito possibly compare to Madara? I understand. Go get some rest. I'll handle this. Everything is in your hands, Lord Hokage. Terumi Mei bowed deeply, her heart laden with worry, and turned to leave the office. Yet this was only the beginning of the storm. Afterward, intelligence from the major ninja villages poured in like snowflakes, urgent and relentless, each one striking the already taut nerves of Konoha's high command. The Jinchuriki, those vessels that served as the ultimate weapons of the villages, had fallen victim one after another in an astonishingly short span of time. Besides the self-proclaimed Madara and the known Obito, there was also a key figure in the operation. Survivors from a Wagakure sent a portrait. Yakushi Kabuto, a rogue ninja of Konoha. Ever since Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha failed, he vanished without a trace, as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. He's become more and more like Orochimaru. This is no coincidence. Could it be that Orochimaru himself is behind him? Are you suggesting Orochimaru has possessed Kabuto? Does such a forbidden technique to seize another's body even exist in the shinobi world? If it's Orochimaru, given his obsession with life-prolonging forbidden arts and his mastery of all those sinister techniques, it wouldn't be entirely impossible for him to create or master some reincarnation or possession technique we've never heard of. That actually makes a bit of sense. Thus a new rumor began to circulate among Konoha's upper echelons. In truth, Orochimaru had never died. He had only been stripped of his body. Though his original form was destroyed, he had long prepared a contingency. Using some forbidden art, he had successfully seized the body of his follower, Yakushi Kabuto, completing a soul reincarnation. Kabuto was Orochimaru, and Orochimaru was Kabuto. Now he had once again allied with Obito, all for his earth-shattering scheme. Most likely it was true immortality. Hiss. After all that roundabout, the one who truly wanted to overthrow the shinobi world was still Orochimaru. Even Madara might have been resurrected by him. After all, he had mastered the impure world reincarnation technique, and used that forbidden art to kill the great third Hokage. Damn it. Why does the shinobi world have such a despicable person? Also, how can this vile scumbag be killed for good? Orochimaru, the grand disciple, had now become the greatest mastermind behind the scenes in the shinobi world. Bounty notices for Kabuto, Orochimaru, and Obito soon spread across the shinobi world. Any reliable leads would be handsomely rewarded by Konoha. Hidden in some dark corner, Kabuto was about to explode with rage. He had put in so much effort, survived countless near-death experiences, all to become a being surpassing Orochimaru. And yet these foolish ninjas actually claimed he had been possessed by Orochimaru. A bunch of idiots, Kabuto said, pushing up his glasses. As if Orochimaru could ever possess me. How these people aren't even qualified to be lab specimens. On the other side, absolute nonsense. What kind of worthless Orochimaru could possibly control me? Madara overturned the table, wishing he could slaughter all these fools right now. The entire movement of the shinobi world has always been within my plan, Madara's plan. Black Zetsu quietly retreated to the corner, barely suppressing a laugh. Yes. You are the greatest mastermind of the shinobi world. Everything is under your control. With just a little cunning you can toy with these foolish mortals. In reality, though, you've become a tool to resurrect my mother. And that Obito with the white mask. You changed your mask, but what damn use is that? Oh, you've got 2 Sharingan now, right? Snatched from the Uchiha during the 4th Great Ninja War. With all that effort, why not just take back the one left with Kakashi? You've killed so many people already, and you're still pretending to be loyal and righteous. Hey, why is Madara standing up? Why is Madara picking up his war fan? Obito, prepare to attack Konoha. Land of Fire. Intelligence Department Chief Jiraiya had won all the wages Medical Department Chief Tsunade had just earned less than 2 days ago. The two were strolling aimlessly down the road. You won so much money from me, so why do you still look unhappy? Jiraiya sighed. You know the child of prophecy. Stop, stop, stop. Tsunade cut him off mercilessly. Talk about something else. Jiraiya shrugged. Where shall we go for a drink tonight? Let's go to. Suddenly Tsunade and Jiraiya looked up. They sensed a terrifying chakra rapidly approaching. Such horrifying chakra. Tsunade made a split-second decision, practically shouting. Shizen, go find the Hokage. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Jiraiya leaped to his feet. Tsunade, stay right here. I'll go check it out. Jiraiya. A figure clad in red armor stood directly atop the statue at the Valley of the End. Konoha. How nostalgic. A pity, Madara said, glancing down at Hashirama's statue. Such a pity. Konohagakure, now the true foremost village of the shinobi world. Whenever the shinobi world mentions this name, they must weigh its significance. But for Madara, it was merely a name he had casually thought up back then. Now Konoha is invincible under heaven, and in those days Konoha was equally invincible. This moment is exactly like that moment. On a distant high slope, Jiraiya stared intently at the figure emanating an ominous aura. That man is the legendary Uchiha Madara. His sharp gaze caught the fine cracks on Madara's face. Indeed, the impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru, you madman, how dare you desecrate the dead again? What exactly do you intend? This was the greatest crisis the village faced since Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha. Eiji was away and had not yet returned. It would also take some time to relay the message. After a brief silence, Jiraiya let out a long sigh. Since the student was not here, the teacher had to step up and take the lead, even if he might not be able to hold out. Whoosh. A white figure like an arrow from a bowstring instantly landed behind Madara. Uchiha Madara, did Orochimaru send you? Where is Orochimaru? Madara slowly turned around, letting out a contemptuous sneer. This white-haired fool actually dared to compare him to the rats in the snake pit's dark sewers. His eyes were filled with disdain, his voice icy. I have no interest in weaklings like you. Where is that junior of the Uchiha clan? That renegade does not belong to him. Jiraiya frowned. Was he after Eiji? He did not know what chance Eiji had against the legendary Madara. In that case, as the teacher, he would scout the path for his student. Konoha will never hand over those dangerous eyes to you. Madara sneered. I said that is mine. Before the words faded, a violent surge of chakra erupted from within Madara. The air was compressed, letting out a sharp explosion, and the gravel underfoot was instantly ground to dust. He no longer paid attention to the irritating insect before him. His target was Killer B, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, deep within the leaf prison. Madara's form blurred into a faint afterimage, shooting toward his target. Don't you dare! Jiraiya roared, his body flashing as he intercepted Madara's path once more. Fire-style fireball. His chest swelled, and a massive fireball several meters in diameter hurtled toward Madara. Just as the fireball was about to engulf him, he leaped effortlessly. His figure traced an elegant arc in the air, the scorching heat wave barely grazing his clothes, melting a charred crater into the ground behind him. Madara twisted his body, moving so fast, he left only a blur. A fierce roundhouse side kick struck precisely against Jiraiya's hastily raised arms. Bang! Jiraiya's arms throbbed with excruciating pain, and his entire body crashed into the river below, sending up a splash several meters high. Stupid insect. Cough, cough, cough. Drenched and disheveled, Jiraiya struggled to his feet from the river, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. So this was Madara, far more terrifying than any opponent he had faced before. Ninja Art Needle Jizo. Ignoring the pain, he formed hand seals. His white hair grew wildly, as if alive, spreading like a net toward Madara, instantly binding him. This relentless entanglement thoroughly provoked Madara. Rotten trash that doesn't know when to die. An even more powerful and terrifying chakra surged from his impure world body, and the white hair, binding him, creaked under the strain. Then with a piercing, tearing sound, it was ripped apart. Madara plummeted from the sky, right fist clenched, bringing a sharp whistle through the air, aimed directly at the tottering Jiraiya by the riverbank. Damn it! Jiraiya's pupils contracted. Boom. At the critical moment, a golden figure cut into the battlefield. Tsunade, her entire body enveloped in dense chakra, her pale fist carrying monstrous strength, collided solidly with Madara's descending heavy punch. At the point of impact of two terrifying forces, the air seemed to freeze for an instant, then erupted with a visible ring-shaped shockwave. A violent blast of air swept in all directions. My! A flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed Madara's eyes. This power faintly resembled that of Hashirama, but it was still far too lacking. He curled his lips into a smirk, then unleashed his strength again. Ugh! Tsunade grunted, hurled back by Madara's irresistible force. She smashed through several small trees before crashing heavily against the trunk of a large one. Madara did not pause. With a backhanded wave, a sharp palm of chakra precisely struck Jiraiya, who had just risen from the riverbank. Uffed! Jiraiya spat out another mouthful of blood, tumbling and slamming into a boulder beside Tsunade. Leaning against the tree, Tsunade gasped for breath. Her chest and abdomen churned with surging blood, and she anxiously looked at the battered Jiraiya beside her. Still alive. Jiraiya struggled, propping himself up with trembling arms, wiping the blood that kept oozing from his mouth, and forced a grin. Still holding up. Before the words, faded blood splattered on the ground before him, and also onto the back of Tsunade's hand. That glaring red blood instantly shattered Tsunade's composure. Her pupils contracted violently, the color drained from her face, leaving only a terrifying pallor. Cold sweat poured from her forehead like a waterfall, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Her teeth chattered, and even breathing became unbearably difficult. The world before her seemed veiled in a crimson filter as the horrific scenes of the battlefield from days past flooded her mind along with the thick smell of blood. Cold sweat streamed down her body, shaking incessantly. Blood. Blood. Tsunade's voice was barely a whisper, her body, as if drained of bones, sliding powerlessly down the tree trunk to sit on the ground. She curled up, clutching herself tightly. I'm so sorry, I can't help you. Jiraiya wiped the blood from his lips and gently comforted Tsunade. Just stalling for a bit is fine. Ninja art summoning jutsu. As the smoke cleared, Gamabunta, with a giant pipe in his mouth and a short sword at his waist, descended onto the battlefield. Gamabunta scanned the battlefield and the terrifying Madara, then glanced at his own head. Jiraiya stood atop his head, while on Jiraiya's shoulders sat Shima and Fukasaku. Little Jiraiya, you've brought us a huge trouble. This guy is far more troublesome than Pain back then. Jiraiya slowly brought his hands together. Everyone, I'm sorry for the trouble. We just need to hold out until Eiji arrives. Until then, please buy me some time. Gamabunta slowly drew his large blade. Can't help it. With a low roar, Gamabunta's massive body burst forth with astonishing speed. He swung his sword, aiming to cleave Madara down. Stupid beast. A blue skeletal giant constructed of chakra instantly rose from the ground, completely enveloping Madara. The giant skeleton raised its arm, meeting Gamabunta's descending short sword with an even more domineering counterslash. Clang! The thunderous clash of metal against metal was deafening. Bunta's massive frame shuddered violently, his eyes widening in shock as a terrifying recoil force surged up from his blade. It felt as though his short sword had struck not a mass of energy, but an entire mountain. Damn it! This power! Oomph! Madara let out a cold snort, and the might of Susanoo surged exponentially. A blinding radiance erupted as an overwhelming, irresistible force bore down mercilessly. Bunta felt an unstoppable force wrench at his sword hilt, his colossal body completely losing its balance. Frog and blade alike were sent flying like a toy swatted by a giant. He tumbled uncontrollably through the air for over a dozen rotations before crashing down dozens of meters away. The impact produced an earth-shattering boom, sending a plume of dust and debris skyward. Ow, ow, damn it. Bunta struggled to lift his head from the rubble, shouting at Jiraiya, who was some distance away, desperately trying to mold his sage chakra. Little Jiraiya, this guy's a tough one. Go summon the great toad sage, that old geezer. He had personally witnessed the terrifying power of that seemingly senile old toad when he struck. A single instinctive punch from him had nearly killed a. Whether or not he could defeat this monster before them, he would certainly be more than capable of buying them some time. Jiraiya heard Bunta's shout and wore an expression that looked more like a grimace than a smile. If I had that kind of power, do you think I'd be getting beaten this badly? What about that troublesome student of yours? How should I know? He said he had somewhere to be, and now I can't find him either. Damn it. He picks the worst possible time to disappear. Bunta clambered to his feet. For some reason, he suddenly found himself missing that mischievous white-haired brat. Here in Konoha, more and more shinobi were taking notice of the colossal blue giant that had risen from the earth. Some recognized what it was. Susanoo. That's the legendary Susanoo. Whoever it is, they're from the Uchiha clan. Members of the military police force drew their blades in unison. The Hokage isn't here. This is our moment to prove ourselves. Military police charge. Dressed in their police uniforms, the shinobi howled as they surged forward, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu that clattered and exploded against the Susanoo. A bunch of ants. With a single careless sweep of the giant's hand, they were sent tumbling and sprawling, their spirits shattered. Fall back. Fall back. This is not an enemy you can handle. Even so, the battle had to continue. Bunta wielded his short sword, clashing head-on with the Susanoo again and again, only to be sent flying each time. Cough, cough. Finally, Bunta collapsed into a massive crater. His short sword was knocked from his grip, his body covered in wounds, and he no longer had the strength even to rise. Sorry, Jiraiya. This is my limit. Jiraiya, still maintaining his hands-clasped pose, said, Thank you for your hard work, Boss Bunta. Puff. A cloud of smoke dispersed, and the battered Bunta vanished, returning to Mount Myaboku to recuperate. With Bunta's barrier gone, Madara's cold gaze locked onto Jiraiya once more. Madara didn't pause, the colossal heavy energy form slowly advancing. He glanced at the struggling shinobi and the surrounding ruins, a flicker of disgust passing through his eyes. He changed his mind. Since I'm here, I might as well take some time to crush these irritating insects first. Ninjutsu Water Severing Wave. The water column slammed against the Susanoo, having absolutely no effect. Little Jiraiya, I need half a minute. Pull back for now. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, his gaze sweeping over the severely injured comrades lying behind him. And Tsunade, who was curled up, her body still trembling slightly. Pull back. If I do, they'll all die. Tsunade. Jiraiya shouted in fury, get a grip on yourself. His roar seemed to carry a certain power, causing Tsunade to flinch violently and lift her head. That silhouette framed against the blue giant seemed so small, and yet so unbreakable. You are the granddaughter of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. You are one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Stop dilly-dallying and get on your feet. Look at all these people. Without your power, they are all going to die. What did Lord Hashirama say back then? Have you forgotten everything? His purpose in establishing Konoha was to protect his comrades. Look at what you've become now. Fight back. Stand up and fight back now. Every word out of Jiraiya's mouth was like a sledgehammer slamming against the closed barriers of Tsunade's heart. She bit her lip so hard it nearly drew blood. Her body trembled violently, her hands clenched into fists so tightly that her nails dug deep into her palms. Jiraiya. The shadow of the Susanoo loomed over them. Upon the colossal energy form, chakra was surging wildly. For even more ferocious arms materialized, raised high into the air. Hashirama's granddaughter can't even use wood release. Your medical ninjutsu isn't worth a single finger of his. And now you lack the courage to even fight back. A complete and utter waste. Waste. Tsunade murmured the words, sinking into a profound, deathly silence. Yet in the instant before those four massive chakra arms could descend, Tsunade moved. She slowly lifted her head. Deep within those brown eyes, which had been filled with fear and confusion, something seemed to ignite completely. A long-dormant pride and power belonging to the Senju clan was breaking free from its shackles. I am the descendant of the first Hokage, and it's true that I can't use wood release. And my medical ninjutsu is nothing compared to the first, who doesn't even need hand signs. That may be so, but I am not a weak woman. Tsunade stepped forward slowly, placing herself in front of Jiraiya to shield him, facing the suffocating indigo giant head-on. What I possess is not just raw strength. It is something I inherited from the first Hokage, a legacy that has been passed down through the ages. Do not underestimate the will of fire that burns fiercely within me. Her fists clenched. The diamond-shaped mark on her forehead was unleashed completely in an instant. A torrential surge of life force and chakra flooded through her limbs and throughout her body like a mighty river. Black, intricate patterns spread across her entire body as the strength of 100 technique was pushed to its absolute limit. Ninjutsu creation rebirth, strength of 100 technique. Don't you dare underestimate me, you bastard. With that battle cry that shook the entire field, Tsunade channeled all her fury, pride, and conviction into a single punch, driving it, without any reservation, into the Susanoo's supposedly absolute defense. Crack. A sound sharper and more distinct than any previous collision echoed through the air. For the first time, a faint ripple of disturbance crossed Madara's perpetually frozen face. On the Susanoo's indestructible chakra shell centered at the point Tsunade's fist had struck, cracks began to spread like a spider's web. Oh! A barely perceptible curve formed at the corner of Madara's mouth. Now this is getting a little interesting. The moment the words left his mouth, he brought his hands together in a sequence of seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A colossal wave of flames roared towards Tsunade. Tsunade, get out of the way. At that critical life or death moment, the sage markings on his face finally completed their formation. Sage Art Gomen. Two world-destroying torrents of flame collided in midair, erupting into blinding light, as terrifying energy shockwaves expanded wildly in rings. Even in Sage mode, Jiraiya was shaken by the immense recoil from the explosion. The legendary Madara, truly a troublesome opponent. Ninja Art Summoning Technique. With a massive puff of smoke, a giant slug appeared in the center of the battlefield. Lady Tsunade, the slug's soft, gentle voice sounded, it has been quite a while. No time for reminiscing. What you need to do now is heal the wounded as quickly as possible. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Without any hesitation, the slug's massive body instantly split into countless palm-sized individuals. They swiftly surged across the battlefield, precisely covering each wounded person's injuries. Please don't be nervous. I am here to treat you on Lady Tsunade's orders. A divided body of the slug climbed onto Jiraiya's shoulder, gently emitting soft chakra. Jiraiya's complexion gradually began to improve. Now this is the violent Tsunade I know. Madara sneered, watching his crumbling Susanoo, a hint of a smile still on his face. Child's play ends here. The half-body giant continuously grew, forming a lower body and legs, each hand gripping a long sword. What? It's still evolving. The next moment, the Susanoo expanded again. Not only did it become enormous, but it was also clad in heavy armor. Madara looked down from above, gazing at the ant-like crowd. I told you the only one who could stop me was Hashirama. Madara manipulated the Susanoo to draw a ninja blade, suddenly raising it high and slashing straight forward. Even before the slash was unleashed, Tsunade and Jiraiya realized its terrifying power. Who could withstand this? So this is the power of Uchiha Madara. Jiraiya frowned. Madara. At that critical moment, a white giant rose from the ground. It stood firm, swinging its massive chakra blade upward in a diagonal arc, blocking the descending destructive blade with immense force. Clang. The moment the two giant swords collided, the clang of metal echoed across the sky. A visible shockwave ring exploded once more violent than any before. You only dare to invade Konoha when I'm not here. Madara's smile turned somewhat crazed as if he saw another annoying figure overlapping with the white light before him. Arrogant brat. No one has dared speak to me like that except Hashirama. Inkzy was somewhat helpless. This old Uchiha senior really had Hashirama on his mind all the time. If not for the fact that you two are both men, Lady Mito would have been out of the picture. Lady Tsunade, Master Jiraiya, are you alright? I'm fine, Jiraiya sighed in relief. Why couldn't I contact you? The communication toad couldn't find your chakra at all. I went to Shigulin and consulted with the Slug Sage and also formed a contract along the way. By the way, the Slug Sage is much gentler than the toads. It was then that Tsunade and Jiraiya noticed a small slug resting on Inkzy's shoulder. To have signed contracts with both Myomushin and Shigulin at the same time. I've never heard of such a thing before. Inkzy raised his voice. You all retreat first. This is a battle you can't interfere in. Understood. Tsunade and Jiraiya hurriedly withdrew from the battlefield with the wounded. No one knew how great a storm this battle between the two pinnacles of the ninja world would stir. Uchiha Inkzy, I hope you can entertain me a little. Passive activated when fighting against Uchiha, all abilities are enhanced. Before the words faded, the blue and white giants had already collided fiercely again. Every clash of fists and feet, every exchange of swords erupted with deafening roars and visible shockwaves. The mere shockwaves from the giants' collisions could shatter the internal organs of onlookers. Madara's expression grew increasingly excited amidst the fierce clashes, his eyes revealing a maddened battle lust. His original plan to seize the Rinnegan seemed temporarily forgotten. At this moment, nothing could ignite the fighting spirit of the shinobi no Shura more than a full-on battle with this powerful junior. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Sizzle. Fire and water clashed, erupting with a deafening roar, and the center of the battlefield was instantly shrouded in thick, scalding white mist. All one could dimly see were the two colossal figures of blue and white wildly entwining, colliding, separating, and colliding again within the chaotic white. Each collision made the earth tremble, each exchange made the mist churn more violently. The Konoha ninjas watching from afar were already dumbfounded. This level of battle had completely surpassed their understanding of the word ninja. As for Tsunade and Jiraiya, they also felt a bit ridiculous. They had actually thought of stopping Madara. If he had been serious, just now the two of them would have been dead long ago. These two are just too strong. Was Lord Hashirama fighting against opponents like this back then? Could it be that Inkzy's power has now caught up to Lord Hashirama? Seeing his fire release suppressed by the water dragon, Madara showed no anger at all, though instead his excited and crazed smile grew even more intense. As expected of a descendant of the Uchiha. Continue, let me see where your limits truly lie. His movements did not pause for a moment. The massive arm of the perfect Susanoo suddenly swung up. Several giant Yasaka Magatama like falling blue comets hurtled toward the white Susanoo from tricky angles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the Magatama were about to strike, the massive body of the white Susanoo suddenly blurred. In the next second it appeared 100 meters away. With a speed completely incongruous with its massive size, it avoided all the fatal damage from the Magatama. The stray Yasaka Magatama slammed into distant mountain peaks. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions merged into one, shattering the hard mountain body into pieces. A massive mushroom cloud erupted skyward, carrying debris and dust, reducing the entire rear mountain area to an unrecognizable state in an instant. Oh! Madara stood within the crystal of the blue Susanoo, his eyes narrowing slightly. He clearly caught the momentary spatial fluctuation, and the admiration in his eyes deepened. To have so skillfully applied space-time ninjutsu to the movement of Susanoo, brat, you truly keep surprising me. The thick mist was partially dispersed by the explosion's impact, revealing Madara's excited face. Then let's end the warm-up here. He suddenly clapped his hands together, and a terrifying torrent of chakra burst from his body. The blue Susanoo underwent an earth-shattering transformation, its stature rising again, and a pair of enormous blue wings unfurled from its back. Two huge chakra samurai swords floated on either side of its body, their blades flowing with an ominous deep blue light. Brat! Madara stood within the crystal at the forehead of the towering giant, arms crossed over his chest. We should both get serious. Those childish games end here. The next moment, Madara manipulated the blue Susanoo to raise the two giant samurai swords and brought them down heavily. The towering white giant staggered backward half a step, shaken by the force of the blow. As expected of the strongest member of the Uchiha clan, Madara Uchiha. Huh. You foolish brat, your combat experience is still lacking far too much. You will never ever come close to Hashirama. Eiji nodded. I appreciate the lesson. Then let us end these childish antics. I will also get serious. The ninja watching from afar, including Tsunade and Jiraiya, turned pale with shock. The devastating clash just moments ago was merely a child's game in Madara's eyes. Now, let us begin a real battle. Let me see how much of the Uchiha bloodline you can truly wield. Eiji took a deep breath, slowly bringing his hands together before his chest and closing his eyes. When he opened them again, a dazzling golden light erupted instantly. Sage Mode activation. Golden light flowed rapidly, completely enveloping the 100-meter-tall, white Susanoo. Bathed in the golden infusion, the originally stern and majestic giant underwent a monumental transformation. A golden giant standing firm between heaven and earth descended upon the battlefield. At the same time, two massive long swords composed of highly concentrated Sage Mode chakra materialized in the golden giant's hands, humming with power. Sage Art Susanoo. From the outside, the golden giant appeared evenly matched with Madara's deep blue Susanoo, suggesting a 50-50 chance. However, Madara's expression revealed a completely different reality. Fusing Sage Mode with the capabilities of Susanoo was a path he had never considered. In history, no Uchiha had ever learned Sage Mode from Mount Myoboku. TCH. I underestimated this white-haired brat. But, in an instant, Madara regained his arrogant demeanor. Do you think you can defeat me? Keep dreaming. The towering blue Susanoo swung its chakra sword and charged forward. The golden giant countered with both swords, and golden and blue lights collided with a thunderous boom. Clang. Crack. To Madara's disbelief, his indestructible chakra katana was brutally severed by the two golden blades. The golden blade's momentum did not wane, carving a massive wound into the deep blue Susanoo's impenetrable chest armor. Madara gritted his teeth, staring fixedly at the golden dual blades before him. Something's wrong. This blade isn't ordinary. He glanced down, and black curses began to slowly spread outward from the Susanoo's armor wound. Although he still didn't understand what it was, Madara knew he could not continue like this. Would release Deep Forest Emergence. Madara unhesitatingly activated the power he had obtained from Hashirama's flesh and blood. As he formed the hand seals, countless thick vines burst from the ground, like pythons growing wildly and instantly weaving into a sky-covering green hell. They wrapped around the shining golden giant at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, huge and eerie purple-red flowers suddenly bloomed upon the vines. Dense yellow pollen erupted instantly, filling the entire battlefield. This was one of Hashirama's powerful wood release techniques, far more dangerous than the basic forest emergence. Even Madara himself would need to be cautious against this jutsu. Madara watched coldly as countless vines layered upon each other, wrapping around the golden giant. The highly toxic pollen seeped into every crevice, adhering to the golden armor. The brilliant golden light seemed to dim under the erosion of the poisonous mist. A cold voice echoed within Madara's mind. Is this the extent of your wood release, Hashirama-sama? What? The next moment, blinding golden light erupted from the gaps in the vines. The thick vines binding the giant groaned under the strain, shattering into pieces. The golden Susanoo, radiating divine light, broke through the obstacles and reappeared before Madara. Impossible. Madara gasped in shock. How could he have been trapped for so long without any reaction? Do you think you are Hashirama? Eiji seemed to have guessed his thoughts and kindly explained to Madara. As I mentioned earlier, I visited Ryuchi Cave, and the slug sage taught me a thing or two. He raised his hand slightly, a layer of vibrant green fluorescence flowing across his body. For instance, a powerful healing ability similar to Hashirama-sama's. The cost might consume some chakra, but fortunately I can borrow some from you, Madara-sama. Madara looked down sharply, finally noticing that the eerie black curses had already crawled over more than half of the deep blue Susanoo's chest. His immense chakra was indeed being slowly drained away. At the same time, Eiji clapped his hands together. Now it's my turn. Blinding white light gathered between the palms of the golden giant, forming a single point radiating apocalyptic energy. The point expanded rapidly, instantly transforming into a massive pure white cylindrical domain. The moment this domain appeared, it engulfed all surrounding vines. Sage Art Dust Release Boundary Separation Jutsu. There was no earth-shattering explosion where the white light touched. Whether it was the resilient vines, the toxic pollen, or the hard rock, all matter vanished silently and instantaneously, leaving no trace. Madara's reaction was godlike. At the critical instant the dust release lit up, he already maneuvered the deep blue Susanoo to skyrocket into the sky. The destructive white light barely grazed the soles of his feet. When did you learn Doton's dust release from Inoki? And you've amplified its power to this extent. Even Inoki couldn't achieve this. Faced with Madara's interrogation, Eiji at the core of the golden giant merely slowly raised his arm. The golden finger hooked teasingly toward Madara in the air. Mere sand not worth half my effort. Damn it. Madara, hovering in midair, was furious with rage. He had been humiliated by a junior. However, it was not over yet. The golden giant raised its palm again. Sage Art Dust Release Boundary Separation Jutsu. Madara's pupils contracted sharply. He absolutely could not be hit. He roared, attempting to control the Susanoo to dodge rapidly. But he suddenly found himself pinned in place, unable to move an inch. Inherited divine will. After locking onto a target with his gaze, it instantly anchors their spatial coordinates, rendering them unable to move or change form. A circular pillar of light struck the Susanoo. The 100-meter-tall giant simply vanished. At the last critical moment, Madara escaped the Susanoo, crashing heavily onto the ground. TCH seems like a slight miscalculation. Madara looked up at the golden giant. This white-haired kid he had initially looked down upon seemed even more troublesome than that guy Hashirama. His insults were sharper too. But so what? He was the Ashura of the shinobi world, Uchiha Madara. Aside from Hashirama, no one could be his match. This white-haired kid was no exception. Among the opponents I've faced aside from Hashirama, I declare you the strongest. Heavenly Calamity Meteor. A colossal meteorite descended from the sky. Then came the second one. The colossal shadow of the first meteor was eclipsed by its arrival, its volume a full 2 times larger. Once it fell, everything within several kilometers would be reduced to rubble. Fortunately, Madara possessed an undying reanimation body, immune to such concerns. Is this all? Eiji mused, lifting his gaze to the approaching meteor in the sky. How dull. TCH. Madara sneered. This brat certainly inherited his arrogant demeanor. In that regard, he wasn't entirely detestable. There was even a hint of fondness. Unfortunately, they had chosen vastly divergent paths. Therefore, Madara had to defeat him with his own hands and reclaim those eyes. As Madara's thoughts churned, a sudden biting chill enveloped him. His pupils contracted in shock as he witnessed the vast lake below, defying gravity, surging upwards. Countless colossal water droplets broke free from gravity's shackles, hurtling one after another towards the sky-obscuring meteor. This is... The instant the water droplets met the meteor. Boom, 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 boom. The violent water release chakra was detonated with pinpoint precision, transforming into countless invisible blades that viciously carved into the massive rock formation. The once hardened meteor proved as fragile as paper under the relentless explosions, instantly disintegrating into a torrential downpour of rock fragments. Immediately after, colossal waves surged from below, precisely enveloping every falling fragment. They crashed upwards in a monstrous torrent, sealing the destructive aftershocks firmly upon the lake's surface. Yet far from over. Chibaku Tensei. He raised his hand, grasping at the air. A core of dark gravitational void materialized high in the sky. The terrifying suction threatened to warp the very fabric of space itself. Eiji's colossal golden Susanoo bore the brunt of it. Its immense frame was yanked violently towards the high-altitude core. Simultaneously, the debris of the shattered meteor was pulled in a frenzy towards the black core. Amidst a thunderous world-shaking roar, a massive sphere of rock, even larger than the previous meteor, took shape in the heavens. Eiji, along with his radiant golden giant, was completely sealed within. Madara stood upon the water, gazing up at the sphere suspended in the sky. The Rinnegan granted him absolute dominion over the Chibaku Tensei. It obeyed his will like an extension of his own arm. A sealing art of this magnitude was sufficient to quell most formidable beings in the world. However, he never harbored the illusion that Chibaku Tensei could seal Eiji permanently. His aim was merely to disrupt his opponent's rhythm. It seems the plan is beginning to fall into place. Far away from the battlefield, Jiraiya was frantic. I have to help him. That Eiji brat is being far too reckless. Jiraiya going there won't help. Tsunade blocked his path. That inherently wicked Uchiha brat inherited the Second Hokage's techniques, and with them his otherworldly intellect. A brute like Madara is certainly no match for him. The Uchiha ninjas fell into a stunned silence. What does she mean by inherently wicked Uchiha? And what does she mean by a brute like Madara? Even if you are the first Hokage's granddaughter, Lady Tsunade, you should be mindful of your words. Once this is over, they most certainly would lodge a serious complaint. While they were lost in their tangled thoughts, the situation on the battlefield had already shifted. The very next moment, a faint yet distinctly clear cracking sound echoed from the sky. Then a beam of white light like a dawn blade piercing through darkness shot outwards from the colossal rock core. Crack, crack, crack. As if triggered by a chain reaction, a dense web of fissures centered on that white light instantly crawled across the entire Chibaku Tensei. Countless, equally sharp beams of white light erupted from the cracks. The monumental sphere of rock disintegrated rapidly under the assault of the light. What? So quickly? Madara watched the stone sphere dissipate in the sky, and also saw Eiji descending slowly from above. For someone who also possesses the Rinnegan, this is hardly a difficult feat. He dismissed his Susanoo standing before Madara. Now began the second phase of the battle. Madara had to admit that Eiji's power was proving to be a considerable headache. Still, this battle was far from concluded. Uchiha Eiji. Here I come. Eiji drew a deep breath, pushing his sensory perception of chakra to its absolute limit. The subtle vibrations in the air, the trajectories of chakra flow, the ripples of disturbed space. All this information flooded into his hyper-focused consciousness. All of Lord Tobirama's lifelong research and tactics against the Uchiha, especially against Uchiha Madara, finally pays off. Dance to your heart's content. Naruto Hokage of Konoha Senju Tobirama. The Murakumo and the short blade in his hands transformed into two streaks of lethal light, his body performing incredible evasions with minimal movements. The two blades wove an impenetrable net of death around him. He precisely blocked, parried, and countered each attack from the shadows and the void. Bansho Tenin. Madara spotted a fleeting opening and activated his Rinnegan's power. An irresistible, colossal gravitational force seized Eiji, violently tearing him from his intricate defensive sword net and off the ground. The instant Eiji was pulled from his position, Madara manifested black rods in his hands. From an incredibly cunning angle, he viciously thrust them towards Eiji's vital points. Just as the black rods were about to pierce his body, Eiji's figure vanished without a trace. In the next instant, he appeared directly behind Madara's physical body. Flying Raijin Slash. The razor-sharp blade light pierced through Madara's reanimated body without any resistance. Bastard. That damned Senju Tobirama's jutsu again. Madara roared. He could accept being wounded, but he could not tolerate being outmaneuvered by Tobirama's techniques. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A scorching vortex of flames erupted, instantly covering the area where Eiji might appear. Water release, water formation wall. A rising wall of water timely blocked the blaze, generating a massive cloud of steam. Damn it, that man's flying Raijin again. Madara frowned. That bastard Tobirama causing him trouble even from beyond the grave. Meanwhile, before the steam had even cleared, Eiji slammed his hands together sharply. Rinnegan Limbo Border Jail. Four identical shadows split from him, instantly appearing at 4 points on the battlefield, completely trapping Madara in the center. Perhaps one Eiji would need time to take down Madara. But what about 5? Against a senior of Madara-sama's caliber, I think 5 of us fighting one of you should be considered quite fair. Madara looked at the 4 shadows, then at Eiji's glaringly white hair. An unprecedented rage and frustration erupted within him like a volcano. These are his jutsu. These are his eyes. He takes back what he said earlier. He dislikes this junior with Tobirama's white hair immensely. Here we go. 5 figures sealed off every possible avenue of Madara's movement. At this moment, the Uchiha exclusive passive ability was triggered again. Passive specialized in fighting Uchiha Madara. Amid the storm of relentless assaults, the battle-hardened Azura finally tore a tiny gap in the impenetrable net of attacks. An opportunity. Ban's body suddenly leaped upward amidst the gaps in the attacks, his hands quickly forming seals, his chest heaving. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song technique. For massive roaring fire, dragons precisely lunged at the 4 Limbo clones. The 4 clones clapped their hands together. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet technique. For colossal water dragons surged upward, meeting the fire dragons head-on. Hiss! A deafening steam explosion sounded as water and fire collided violently. The huge fire dragons were instantly devoured by the raging water dragons. Just as the water and fire clashed, and white mist filled the air, obscuring vision. Water release, Water Formation Wave. A massive water tornado rose from the ground, roaring toward Ban. A mere trick. Ban's Rinnegan flashed with a purple light. Sealing technique, Absorption Seal. The massive water tornado, the moment it touched Ban's body, was swallowed by an invisible abyss, its energy rapidly absorbed until it dissipated into nothing. Ban smirked coldly and landed steadily. Kid, your combat experience is still far too. Before he could finish, bang! A heavy dull thud. Ban's body was sent flying backward, smashing violently into a huge rock. Amid the swirling dust, he looked up in shock, only to seeing C's figure had somehow appeared exactly where he had stood moments ago. His right fist was still extended in the striking posture, its surface glowing with a faint green natural energy. How dare you show off? Wood release, Wood Dragon technique. A ferocious wooden dragon covered in hard bark burst out of the ground, while its massive tail swept across, trying to crush the tiny ink sea below. Sage art, Water release, Water Severing Wave. The water column spun like a drill, instantly piercing the sturdy body of the wooden dragon, shredding it into pieces. Illusion technique, Dark Gathering technique. Just as the wooden dragon collapsed, Ing C's Rinnegan erupted with even greater pupil power. A darkness far more powerful and profound than the original technique of Shinsho like thick ink instantly devoured all light. It plunged the entire battlefield along with Ban in the air into a bottomless abyss of darkness. Ban's Rinnegan vision was completely deprived for the first time. Damn it, Shinsho, and you little brat, to have pushed his technique to this extent. Whoosh! A sharp sound of something cutting through the darkness. A cold black rod pierced through Ban's shoulder with pinpoint accuracy, and a powerful sealing force instantly invaded. Damn! He twisted his body forcibly trying to land and stabilize himself. But the moment his toes touched the ground, Eiji had somehow appeared behind him again. Whoosh! The second black rod mercilessly pierced through Ban's head. Drink! Eishi's powerful pupil technique was forcibly activated again. That desperate space-binding force descended abruptly. Ban's body locked, as if by invisible shackles. He was once again firmly pinned in place, unable to move. The clone seized this opportunity. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sounds of piercing air merged into a continuous stream. More black rods shot in from all directions. They precisely pierced through Ban's limb joints, pinning him tightly to the cold ground. Damn it! Ban shouted in fury. He had actually been ambushed by this despicable brat, locked to the ground, using his own Rinnegan's ability. Despicable. Shameless. A spitting image of the young Shinsho. It seems I have won this battle. I never thought that among the Uchiha there would appear a junior as powerful as you. However, Ban sneered, Konoha, the ninja world is not worth your protection. Ban, I have said before. If anyone tries to harm my Konoha, I will never forgive them. Ban sneered again. Foolish Uchiha descendant. I once had the same thoughts as you. But later I discovered that the peace I pursued with Zhu Jian all my life was nothing but an illusion. There is never peace in the ninja world. Darkness will constantly devour everyone's fragile heart, and the ninja world will eventually perish. Now that it's come to this, Ban decided to reveal his insane plan. Perhaps, just perhaps, this white-haired brat might change his mind. Kid, you cannot protect Konoha. Only the Great Moon Eye plan is the ultimate destination of the ninja world. Only the infinite Tsukuyomi is the true path to save the ninja world. Eiji showed a perfectly timed expression of confusion. Infinite Tsukuyomi. How pitiful. You have never deciphered the stone tablet that bears the ultimate answer of the world. The stone tablet beneath the Nanga shrine is engraved with the words left by the Six Paths sage. Only by immersing the entire ninja world under the glory of the infinite Tsukuyomi, allowing all people's desires to be fulfilled in the dream, can the chain of hatred be completely severed and eternal peace be achieved. Eiji looked straight into Ban's eyes. The illusory world is ultimately fake. And Ban, you have been deceived. The contents of the stone tablet were tampered with long ago. Ban's expression immediately darkened. Kid, what are you talking about? No one in this world can deceive me, not even Zhu Jian's despicable brother. Eiji let out a long sigh. I know that stone tablet. It is hidden deep beneath the Uchiha shrine, and as the power of the Sharingan evolves, one can decipher deeper truths. He suddenly shifted his tone, but the contents have been altered. These eyes of mine can already see traces of the tampering. Ban snorted coldly. What are you talking about? Those are my Rinnegan. Eiji shrugged. That's not important. What matters is what the truth really is. Truth. Ban suddenly felt a bit dazed. What nonsense was this white-haired brat talking about? He was just a 20-year-old kid, what would he know about the truth? But still, Ban decided to listen. Because he had no choice. He could also buy some time for Eiji, letting the foolish Dai Tu come to help. Eiji paused slightly, then spoke slowly. It all starts with Daitongyu Yui, also known as the Six Paths Sage. He defeated Daitongyu Yui, the incarnation of the Divine Tree, dispersed the vast and dangerous chakra of the Divine Tree into nine-tailed beasts, planted the seeds of chakra among the people, and founded the ninja sect. His lifelong wish was to create a world filled with understanding and love, hoping that chakra would become a bridge connecting people's hearts, not a weapon of conflict. Later he had offspring. His eldest son Yinshuayuo was exceptionally gifted, born with powerful pupil power and strength, and was the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. His second son Yashio Luo initially had mediocre talents, but possessed an incredible ability to influence and connect with others, and was the ancestor of the Senju clan. Eiji paused. The good part was about to begin. However, few people know, or rather it has been deliberately forgotten, that he had a third child. Ban's heart skipped a beat. Wait, could it be? The third child's name is Eiji. Ban's mind went completely blank, as if all thoughts had frozen. Eiji was clearly a tool he had created at the brink of death, fusing the chakra of the Weidao Maxiang with his own will to execute the plan. Why was he now the child of the Six Paths Sage? How could this be? This was too absurd. But besides him and Dai Tu, no one knew of Heiju's existence. Dai Tu, that young man blinded by hatred though foolish, would never betray him. He would never leak the secret of Eiji to this Uchiha Eiji. Could it be? For the first time, Madara felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Over the years he had concealed himself in the shadows, orchestrating numerous incidents. After his death, he dispatched Obito to carry out many tasks on his behalf. Even now forced to revive ahead of schedule, Madara believed everything was still within his grasp. But it seemed nothing was the same anymore. This junior named Eiji had actually uncovered so much information. After a brief moment of distraction, Madara ground out a few words through clenched teeth. "Why should I believe you?" Eiji said, "The evidence lies in Konoha. Deep beneath the courtyard of the Second Hokage Lord Senju Tobirama's former residence, another stone tablet is buried. It belongs to the Senju clan, passed down through the lineage of Azura, the younger son of the Sage of Six Paths, a stone of truth untouched by tampering. If you're interested, perhaps we could sit down and examine it together." Indeed, this stone tablet was a replica Eiji had crafted based on the Uchihas. It might pose a challenge to ordinary people, but to a scientific ninja, it was as easy as drinking water. Madara's pupils contracted violently as he stared fixedly at Eiji. "How do you know all this?" Eiji shrugged and said, "All credit goes to Lord Tobirama. In his later years he discovered this lost stone tablet. Unfortunately, he couldn't fully decipher its contents, and the outbreak of the Great Ninja War was too sudden. He had to bury it first, planning to retrieve it after the war ended, but he never returned." Hearing this, Madara, who had been half in doubt, was now 70 to 80% convinced. Indeed, he loathed the man who had killed his younger brother Izuna, but he would never deny Tobirama's wisdom. "Continue." Eiji sat down directly and began to spin his tale with utmost seriousness. The Sage of Six Paths placed great hopes on his three children. To select the true heir, he set forth a series of trials. Unexpectedly, Black Zetsu performed exceptionally well in the trials, surpassing both his elder brothers. He was meticulous in thought and efficient in action, always achieving his goals with minimal cost. Eiji's tone shifted, growing heavy. However, the Sage of Six Paths perceived that deep within Black Zetsu's heart lurked an absolute desire for control over power and a distorted understanding of love. His methods of solving problems were too cold-hearted. The Sage of Six Paths believed that if he were to inherit the ninja sect, the world would eventually be led down a dark path of control and oppression. Thus, after immense pain and struggle, the Sage of Six Paths ultimately chose the seemingly dull but compassionate younger son Azura as his successor. Yet this ignited Black Zetsu's fury completely. He believed that his father had denied everything about him, driving him to lose all reason. One night, consumed by jealousy and madness, Black Zetsu climbed the divine tree, which still held residual energy, and forcibly tore away its power, using his own body as a vessel. Having merged with the forbidden power, Black Zetsu went utterly insane. He unleashed an incomplete infinite Tsukuyomi, attempting to turn the entire world into his nutrient pool. The Sage of Six Paths, stricken with grief, united the strength of his two sons to engage in a brutal battle against Black Zetsu to resolve this catastrophe. In the end, by combining all three of their powers, they managed to seal the main body of Black Zetsu, which had transformed into a divine tree monster within the core of the distant moon. However, Black Zetsu was extremely cunning. Before the final battle, he had foreseen the possibility of failure. He had split off a portion of his will in advance and hidden it in an unknown corner. As time slowly passed, once the Sage of Six Paths departed from this world, he began his plan for resurrection. The key to reviving the main body sealed on the moon was to reassemble the source of the divine tree's power. That is the chakra of the nine-tailed beast scattered across the world, to be recondensed into the 10 tails. Only by gathering the power of the 10 tails could the moon seal be broken and complete resurrection achieved. Then to rule the ninja world once more. Eiji paused, observing Madara's reaction. The once overbearing hegemon, though striving to maintain composure on his face, gave away the tumultuous storm within through his violently contracting and dilating pupils. He seemed to be listening, yet also immersed in the maelstrom of his overturned beliefs. Of course, the Sage of Six Paths left a contingency before his death. He inscribed the information about Black Zetsu on a stone tablet to prevent any mishaps after his passing. One tablet was placed beneath the Uchiha shrine, guarded by the descendants of the elder son, Indra, hoping that the power of the Sharingan would unveil the truth. The other tablet was entrusted to the descendants of the younger son, Azura, and buried deep within the Senju clan's territory, as a final insurance. Sure enough, the lurking Black Zetsu discovered the Uchiha stone tablet. He spent a vast amount of time tampering with its contents. But he never expected that his father, after all, was one step ahead. The Sage of Six Paths had foreseen the possibility of tampering. Therefore, on the tablet left for Azura's descendants, he not only recorded the complete truth, but also left a special mark of true sight. Even Black Zetsu could not alter its contents. So Madara, do you understand? From the moment you first deciphered the tampered tablet beneath the Naka shrine, from the instant you believed the infinite Tsukuyomi was the path to salvation, you had already become a crucial pawn for Black Zetsu to revive his world-destroying main body. A pawn meticulously guided and manipulated for decades without your knowledge. Deep underground Black Zetsu, who had been watching the live broadcast, was dumbfounded. What had this inherently evil, shameless, and wild-talking white-haired Uchiha brat just said? I became the son of the Sage of Six Paths. Can someone explain what the hell it means that I am the son of the Sage of Six Paths? I thought I was his younger brother. No, that's not the point. The point is that Engsei's story was so abstract that even he almost believed it. What kind of bullshit history is this? Can't you stick to the basics when spinning tales? The most infuriating part was that this half-truth, half-falsehood story left him with no way to refute it. Engsei's storytelling skills were actually quite poor with many obvious flaws. But so what? In the ninja world, there was no one who could step forward to prove the truth of these tales. Even if some old-timer did appear, how could you prove that what they said was true? By having it come out and declare itself. Saying that he was lying, that I am not Hagoromo's son. I am his brother. The Moon's Eye plan was designed by me to resurrect my mother Kaguya. Isn't that self-exposure? Black Zetsu had always claimed to be Madara's will. How could a creature that had only existed for a few decades know the truth of events 1,000 years ago? But if he didn't come out, that fool Madara might actually believe it. Based on Engsei's understanding, he might have actually prepared another stone tablet. After all, if the Sage of Six Paths left a tablet for the Uchiha, why couldn't he leave one for the Senju? Black Zetsu found it quite reasonable. But then Madara would surely doubt the authenticity of the Uchiha tablet. What could he do to make Madara believe that the Uchiha tablet was the correct one? Say that he had lived for over 1,000 years and had never heard of such a thing. That would just bring them back to the first problem. He simply dared not step forward and say, I am the one involved, this white-haired brat is just spinning lies. Once that word reached Madara, making him realize he had been tricked for decades, the Great Moon's Eye plan for Zero would be ruined again. He couldn't very well say that Black Zetsu belonged to a clan of his own, that he was the last descendant of the Zetsu clan. Even Madara wouldn't believe that, let alone that fool Obito. More importantly, how could this Eiji possibly know of his existence? Black Zetsu was absolutely certain that no one in the shinobi world knew his true identity. Unless Uchiha Eiji had through some unfathomable means accessed the ultimate contingency left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. One so secret that even he didn't know of it. Or perhaps the Sage of Six Paths wasn't truly dead. He might have been hiding in some dimension all along, silently watching over the shinobi world. Uchiha Eiji, outwardly a clansman of the Uchiha, might in truth be a puppet chosen by the sage. In his existence, his sole purpose was to utterly destroy him. Black Zetsu broke out in a cold sweat. It sounded far-fetched, but why did it feel so terrifyingly plausible? Black Zetsu screamed inwardly. I just want to revive Mother. Why is it so damn hard? Hagoromo, can't you just stay dead for good? Black Zetsu knew he had to do something. But every option carried a risk so immense it made even him, a schemer who'd lived for 1,000 years, feel suffocated. While Black Zetsu was fuming, Eiji's clone had already tossed the forged stone tablet in front of Madara. See for yourself, my foolish senior. Madara lifted his head with effort and read the inscription carefully. He discovered that the content on the tablet was exactly as Eiji had said. A herd of 1,000 alpacas stampeded through Madara's heart. For the sake of the Great Moon Eye plan, he had gambled his entire life and stirred up countless conflicts. From the betrayal at the Valley of the End to feigning death and biding his time. Then covertly manipulating the shinobi world, pulling the strings behind 3 great shinobi wars. Day and night, he'd schemed on how to complete this grand undertaking, exhausted like a dog. But now he finally learned the truth. The noble goal he had devoted his life to was nothing but an utter fraud. And he himself was the monumental fool who'd been played for a fool. That big oaf Hashirama would surely mock him endlessly once he found out. Hashirama would probably say, "You all right there, Madara? Being deceived by someone is only natural." Natural, my ass. Black Zetsu, you inherently vile creature, I must kill you with my own hands. Yet after the raging inferno of fury subsided, all that remained was utter emptiness. Madara had always believed himself to be the ultimate shadow puppeteer of the shinobi world, overlooking mortals, controlling the grand scheme. In terms of raw power, he stood at the pinnacle. In terms of intellect, after Tobirama's death, he considered himself unmatched. But look at him now. In battle, utterly crushed by a kid in his 20s. Wisdom, he had none, a mere tool. How ironic. A wave of overwhelming regret surged within him. Sadly, Madara knew he was about to die for good. If not, he would have at least finished off Black Zetsu before going to reunite with Hashirama. Madara closed his eyes. Go ahead and do it. I've lost. HM. But before the last syllable had faded, he abruptly sensed something amiss. Madara suddenly noticed that Eiji was pulling out the black rods embedded in his body one by one. After causing so much chaos, killing so many people, throwing the entire world into turmoil, you think you can just pat your backside and go meet Hashirama. It's not that easy. He pulled out the final black rod and tossed it aside where it clattered against the ground. Go kill Black Zetsu, and then I'll seal you away. Madara was bewildered, not fully grasping this sudden turn. I trust the clan head of the Uchiha wouldn't stoop to the despicable act of feigning agreement, then joining forces with Obito and Black Zetsu to attack Konoha again. You couldn't bear the shame. That tone, that style of using everyone and everything to his advantage. It was just like that Tobirama Senju he had loathed so much in life. Humph. Madara slowly propped himself up. Fine then. Once I've killed that manipulator Black Zetsu, I'll come find you for a final reckoning. This promise was as much for Eiji as it was for his own pride. What? Hearing this, Black Zetsu, lurking deep underground, nearly pissed himself in fright. What the hell is going on? Is there not a single sane person in the Uchiha clan? Logically, Eiji should have sealed Madara away directly to prevent him from plaguing the shinobi world again. And Madara, for his part, should have taken this chance to gouge out Eiji's eyes. That was his original goal after all. But now the two mortal enemies had temporarily aligned on the same side. Madara is a complete moron. He actually said he'd come back to die after killing Black Zetsu. We went through all the trouble of bringing you back, and now you're just going to throw it away. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. And that stone tablet was obviously brand new, yet Madara bought it wholesale. He believes whatever he's told. Can you show even a shred of discernment? At this moment, Black Zetsu found himself longing for Obito. Sure, the kid often acted foolishly, but at least he was still under control. But these two Uchiha were a million times crazier than Obito. Madmen. They're all madmen. Paralyzed with terror, Black Zetsu dared not linger another moment. He channeled the Mayfly technique to its absolute limit and fled desperately into the deepest depths of the earth. So this is the situation. Madara has turned traitor. The Moon Eye plan would now have to be carried out by that fool Obito. There has to be a way. Thus the pact between Eiji and Madara was struck. Madara leapt to his feet and retreated into the distance. Before leaving, he cast one final glance in Tsunade's direction. Hashirama's granddaughter is indeed no match for my Uchiha descendants. The Konoha shinobi watched Madara retreat, practically flying off their heads. Didn't he just defeat him? Why let Madara go? What in the world is going on inside our Hokage's head? With Madara's departure, the Valley of the End fell silent once more. What happened? Tsunade and Jiraiya rushed over while the other shinobi returned to the village to seek medical treatment. Eiji turned and pointed at the waterfall. Aside from the statues being destroyed, no problem. Who's asking about that? Jiraiya was exasperated. Was his student even less reliable than him? Where's Madara? He left. No shit, I'm asking how he left. He just hopped away like that, like a red-haired rabbit. Jiraiya felt like spitting blood. Does Eiji have some kind of problem? That's the shinobi no Jashin, the demon of the shinobi world, on par with Hashirama himself. You let him go today. What if Orochimaru sends him back again someday? If we hadn't arrived in time today, all these shinobi would be dead. Jiraiya couldn't help but rebuke him. You should have. Jiraiya-sama, I am the Hokage. Eiji spread his hands. How about you take this seat? If you think you can do better, go ahead. Jiraiya was struck speechless. He couldn't do better, and he wasn't about to take the role. Tsunade asked, was it really Orochimaru who controlled Madara? Eiji thought for a moment, then casually pinned the blame on Orochimaru again. That's right. Orochimaru colluded with the Sage of Six Paths' third son Black Zetsu, intending to overthrow the shinobi world and achieve immortality. Whether it's Madara, Obito, or the deceased Akatsuki members, they were all merely his tools. Hearing this, Tsunade and Jiraiya gasped in shock. Why did every terrible scheme have to originate from Orochimaru? He was far more ambitious than Danzo. Jiraiya counted on his fingers. The Toad Sage had met the Six Path Sage and his brother when the Toads were still very young, but that was so many years ago. If the Six Path Sage's son had survived until now, wouldn't he be over 1,000 years old? How could he possibly live so long? Was it because he had mastered some method of immortality? If that were the case, there would be plenty of reason for Orochimaru to cooperate with him. Jiraiya knew that Orochimaru had been researching the secrets of immortality all these years. Sigh. Orochimaru. Just how many things have you done that we don't know about? How far do you intend to drag this world before you are satisfied? It's all that despicable Orochimaru. Tsunade, let's go. Tsunade paused, puzzled. What for? Obviously to go kill that bastard Orochimaru. I absolutely will not allow him to threaten the shinobi world. Tsunade sighed softly. Great, now instead of looking for that prophesied child, they were going straight for Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru was truly difficult to kill. They still hadn't managed to finish him off. How many lives did he even have? Shortly after, Madara returned to the cave where he had hidden for years. In the past, white Zetsu clones acting like foolish subordinates would obey his commands here. For some reason, however, it was terrifyingly quiet today. He looked at the ruined demonic statue of the outer path, his emotions a tangled mess. The goal he had strived for over decades turned out to be nothing but a lie. Suddenly, a spatial vortex twisted into existence silently nearby. My. Obito emerged slowly from his Kimui dimension, wearing his white mask. His scarlet Sharingan eyes locked intensely onto Madara through the mask's openings. For some reason, he felt that Madara was acting strangely today. According to the plan, Madara should have been causing chaos in Konoha while he dealt with the Nine Tails. Why had he suddenly returned? And where had Black Zetsu gone? He couldn't contact it either. I have located the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Execute the plan. Madara seemed not to hear him, continuing to stare at the damaged demonic statue. Obito had no choice but to repeat himself. Yet Madara remained motionless as if deaf. After a long while he spoke, "The operation is cancelled." Wait, what do you mean the operation is cancelled? Obito was stunned. Why cancel a perfectly fine operation? Had Black Zetsu contributed some magnificent 3 birds with 1 stone super explosive invincible awesome Moon's Eye Plan 5.0 this time? Have you come up with some new plan? Madara slowly turned around to look at Obito and said word by word, "Our plan has encountered an unexpected issue." Obito's face hidden beneath the mask instantly twisted in rage, a burst of fury shooting to the top of his head. Another unexpected issue. How could there be so many accidents every day? Obito fell silent, his mind racing. Madara must have been brutally beaten by Isuke, otherwise those Rinnegan should have already returned to Madara. But that didn't make sense either. If Madara had been defeated, how could the brat Isuke possibly have let him return? Overwhelmed by immense confusion and strong unease, Obito's voice suddenly rose. What is going on? I need an explanation. Madara remained silent for a moment. The plan is cancelled. Obito felt as though struck by lightning, freezing in place, his mind going blank. He suspected his ears were malfunctioning. What did you say? Obito felt the world must have gone mad. He knew Madara had lain low in this dark cave for years for the sake of this plan, only willing to die once he found a successor as supremely intelligent as himself. And now he was voluntarily proposing to cancel the Moon's Eye Plan. Was he the mad one, or was Obito? The Moon's Eye Plan is everything we have fought for. It is the only hope for creating a new world. No matter how colossal the circumstances, this matter could absolutely not be changed. Obito could not understand, nor could he accept that the initiator of the plan would say something like abandoning it. Could someone explain why Madara left in good spirits, but returned claiming the plan was cancelled? Had he been beaten so severely that his Tao heart shattered? Did Madara know how much Obito had sacrificed for this plan? For the Moon's Eye Plan, for creating a world with Rin. He had become a rogue ninja of Konoha, causing the deaths of his sensei and his sensei's wife. Obito couldn't even remember how many people he had killed, and now this old man wanted to cancel it all with a single sentence. Dream on. Madara looked at him with pity. Obito, we have both been deceived by Black Zetsu. The so-called Moon's Eye Plan is nothing but an outright lie. Obito roughly interrupted Madara. Shut up. He pointed angrily at Madara. We have already recovered 7-tailed beasts. The plan is half successful. You told me we could create a world with Rin. A perfect world without war, without pain, only peace and happiness. And now you're telling me it's all a lie. Obito had lost his mind. The sole pillars supporting his existence had been smashed apart by Madara's own hands. His mind, already twisted by extreme emotions, fell completely into a vortex of chaos. Immense feelings of betrayal and the void of losing his purpose instantly swallowed him. I will absolutely not allow the Moon's Eye Plan to stop. If you won't carry it out, then I will do it myself. Obito looked coldly at Madara. Whoever blocks me I will kill. Without any warning, Obito suddenly raised his palm, and a sharp wooden spike instantly condensed into shape, lunging toward Madara's heart. Want to ambush me? Madara snorted coldly and raised a finger. Just as the wooden spike was about to strike, Obito suddenly clutched his violently convulsing heart. An indescribable agony instantly drained all his strength and will, and his body crashed to the ground. Madara had long implanted a sealing tag within Obito's heart. With just a slight movement, he could kill this fool. Madara slowly walked forward, looking down at his former pawn. I will say it one last time, the Moon's Eye Plan is fake, and Infinite Tsukuyami is fake. We were both deceived by Black Zetsu. Having said this, Madara no longer glanced at him, and slowly walked toward the cave entrance. Madara, don't forget that it was I who revived you. I can let you live and I can let you die. Madara abruptly stopped in his tracks, and turned back to look at Obito with pity. The Edo Tensei Jutsu appears extremely powerful, but it has a fatal flaw. Madara began forming hand seals. If someone discovers its countermeasure, this ninja technique will lose its effect entirely. Edo Tensei release. Obito's eyes instantly widened. He suddenly realized he had lost his connection to Madara. He could no longer attempt to control Madara using this jutsu. Damn it. Obito suddenly felt a profound sense of powerlessness. When did? Madara slung the group shield over his shoulder and said coldly, what do you think I've been doing all these years? Don't forget who gave you the manual for this forbidden jutsu. Madara stepped on Obito's heart. Where is Black Zetsu? How should I know where he is? I was about to ask you the same thing. Not only is Black Zetsu missing, but those messenger white Zetsu are gone too. Madara's brows furrowed deeply. Black Zetsu had vanished silently, indicating it knew something. It was likely that this despicable creature had already overheard Inji's conversation with him. Now that the matter had been exposed, this detestable liar had no choice but to flee. Otherwise, why didn't he step forward for a face-to-face confrontation? At this point, Madara was 100% certain that Black Zetsu was suspicious. Perhaps Enji's words were not entirely truthful, but Black Zetsu was absolutely unworthy of trust. After pondering these matters, Madara made his decision. Madara looked at Obito coldly. The Eye of the Moon plan is cancelled. We are now executing a mission to capture Black Zetsu. Obito was still processing what Madara was saying. Capture Black Zetsu. Madara increased the pressure under his feet. Obito, did you hear me? Obito looked at Madara with a bewildered expression. No way is he actually serious. The situation had changed too rapidly, making his head feel itchy, as if something were trying to grow. Madara had no patience to explain further. Obito wouldn't understand anyway. Black Zetsu deceived us. What we must do now is kill this despicable creature. Having said that, Madara slung the fan over his shoulder and walked toward the cave entrance. He wanted to go out for a stroll and kill a few unfortunate fools who crossed his path to pass the time. Inside the cave, Obito, furious and humiliated, saw his intelligence plummet once again. What truth? What lies? On that rainy night when Rin died, the world had already rot to its core. Even if the sky of the entire shinobi world were to collapse today and shatter this hypocritical reality, he would carry out this damn infinite Tsukuyomi to the very end. This was the sole pillar supporting him, thus far the only straw he could grasp in this boundless hell. Obito staggered back to his feet. Stabilizing his stance, he refocused his gaze on the Gedo statue. Power. I need even greater power. He was forced to face the cruelest question: how could he reclaim the final two-tailed beasts and that crucial Rinnegan? Edo Tensei. It might suffice for clearing out some fodder, but against him I would have no chance of resistance. Furthermore, how could he break free from Madara's control? Time passed slowly. Obito's brows remained tightly knitted as his mind raced. One plan after another was proposed, only to be discarded. Every path he could conceive seemed to ultimately lead to the same dead end. Enji's power was simply too overwhelming. He had never felt his intellect so inadequate. This left him deeply frustrated. Finally, he glanced at the Gedo statue, which had merged into the whirlpool and disappeared. Obito climbed to the cliff edge where he could see the direction of Konoha. That foolish Madara actually talking about abandoning the infinite Tsukuyomi. How could I possibly allow such a thing to happen? Black Zetsu. Obito instinctively reached out to speak to Black Zetsu, only to find himself alone. Damn it, Black Zetsu was truly gone. Obito believed that even though Black Zetsu's wisdom paled in comparison to his own, it could still offer occasional valuable insights. Now that he was left entirely alone, he felt strangely unaccustomed. Forget it, I'll figure it out myself. 3 days later, Obito had gone mad. His brilliant mind seemed paralyzed, unable to devise a single suitable solution. Could Madara's suppression also lower one's intelligence? Fortunately, Obito still had Kabuto as an ally. Late at night, Kabuto arrived at the cave and saw Obito sitting alone on his seat. Why the urgency? What is it? Madara has betrayed our plan. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, wondering if the world had simply lost its mind. Madara had betrayed Konoha back then, and now he betrayed again. Was this guy addicted to being a turncoat? However, for Kabuto, this might actually be a good thing. Without Madara causing trouble nearby, it would be far easier for him to manipulate Obito. Kabuto licked his lips, his attention quickly drawn back to the Gedo statue. Truly a fascinating object. Obito glanced up at Kabuto. This guy was becoming less and less human with each passing day. It just standing beside him sent shivers down his spine. I will notify you when the time comes. Understood. Kabuto left the cave, and Obito had no desire to remain there either. He simply put on his mask and wandered slowly along a dark, secluded path. Damn Madara. He succeeded halfway, only to abandon it all. What nonsense is he spinning? Unbeknownst to him, every word fell squarely into Black Zetsu's ears. For the past few days it had been hiding in the darkness, constantly observing Obito's movements. As for that fool Madara, as long as it did not expose itself, it would never find it in this lifetime. Moreover, it could turn the tables and use Madara to monitor the Uchiha. After a while, Black Zetsu deemed the timing appropriate and emerged from the earth. Obito. Obito whirled around his scarlet Sharingan, locking onto Black Zetsu instantly. Black Zetsu. Obito stared at it, as if searching for some hidden meaning. Madara claims the Eye of the Moon plan is a lie. Black Zetsu shook its head. Obito, do you not understand? Madara is the one who has been deceived. He has betrayed our shared ideal and the lifelong aspiration of the Uchiha clan, becoming a lapdog for Konoha. Black Zetsu believed that manipulating Obito was far easier than manipulating Madara. Or rather, no manipulation was needed at all. Rin was Obito's core programming. As long as something was linked to Rin, Obito would blindly follow. Don't you want to resurrect Rin? Think of the moment she fell into your arms. Think of that dark hour filled with despair and pain. Tell me, do you have a second method to change this tragedy? Rin? Obito lowered his head. I must create a world where Rin exists. Then there you have it. For Rin, for that perfect world, we must never give up. Black Zetsu smiled triumphantly. This fool was so easy to deceive. However, Obito's voice turned cold once more. I need greater power. Have you forgotten the source of your own strength? Black Zetsu immediately interrupted him. Do not forget your other Mangekyō Sharingan, the eye housing the equally potent power of Kamui. Where is it? Obito's body stiffened suddenly. That other eye had been given to Kakashi before he appeared to die during the Third Shinobi World War. Kakashi. Obito seemed to be searching for an excuse. That waste has been hiding in Konoha. There has been no suitable opportunity. Who said he is in Konoha? Black Zetsu lowered its voice. I cast a false bait spreading rumors that you were in the land of grass. Calculating the timeline, he should have arrived by now. The opportunity to reclaim your power is right before your eyes. I understand. I'm sorry, Kakashi. All of this is for the sake of the grand Eye of the Moon plan. After Obito's identity was exposed, there was one person who dreamed of capturing him. That was Obito's best friend Kakashi. The shinobi world appeared peaceful on the surface, and everyone's spirits had relaxed slightly. Only Kakashi remained perpetually tense, his nerves on edge every day. He roamed the entire shinobi world alongside his other best friend Guy solely to track down Obito. Guy understood this was his obsession and did not try to stop him. Instead, he carried a small pack and trotted behind him, obeying every command. A few days prior, they had suddenly heard news that Obito was active in the land of grass. Kakashi was instantly electrified. Ignoring his physical exhaustion, he traveled day and night, without rest, racing toward the land of grass. Even the blue beast of Konoha was bewildered. He had been so frail just moments before, yet now he suddenly burst with vitality. Kakashi, Guy sat heavily on a rock. Let's rest for a moment. You haven't closed your eyes for 2 days. Kakashi swallowed a military ration pill. I can still hold on. I feel we are very close to Obito. Kakashi folded the map. Let's move. We need to hurry. That guy Obito is a real handful. Guy could only nod helplessly. Stay safe. Ninja art summoning technique. Pakin will stay by my side. I'll notify you if anything happens. Alright, Guy waved, and the two headed off in opposite directions. The land of grass was neither vast nor small. Kakashi trudged along exhausted for an entire day without catching even a single trace of Obito. Late at night, under a moonlit sky with sparse stars, Kakashi sat on the ground, munching on a hard bun, tossing a piece to Pakin. Kakashi, we should rendezvous with Guy? Even if you do run into Obito, now you can't handle him. Kakashi hesitated. Let's search a bit longer. It'll be more efficient. You're hopeless. Just as Pakin was about to complain, he twitched his nose. Kakashi, he's here. Before the words faded, a spatial distortion appeared, and Obito stepped out. You pathetic Kakashi, we meet again. Obito. Kakashi's chest heaved violently, his right eye locked onto the figure before him. A familiar, yet alien silhouette. His answer was a fierce kick laced with a gust of wind. Obito moved like a specter, his heavy foot smashing against Kakashi's crossed arms. Bang! Kakashi was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing violently into a jagged boulder, sending rubble cascading down. A metallic taste flooded his throat, and his vision darkened. Obito stood still, looking down at him from above. The only exposed crimson Sharingan stared at him, as if he were nothing but trash. Looking for me. Huff, 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 Kakashi gasped heavily. With trembling hands, he pushed himself off the ground and stood up again. The shrill roar of Chidori in his right hand grew louder, and wild blue-white lightning gathered once more in his palm. I told you, Kakashi's voice was hoarse, every word squeezed through clenched teeth. Even if I have to break your arms and legs, I'm dragging you back. Obito seemed frozen for a moment, then a burst of mocking laughter erupted, echoing across the empty battlefield. Huh, you pathetic Kakashi. You can't do a thing. You couldn't save Rin back then, and you can't beat me today. You'll always be the latecomer, the useless one. Black Zetsu's voice slowly rose. Obito, don't waste any more time. His yellow eye glanced at the tottering Kakashi. Retrieve the eye that belongs to you. The power of Kamui. You should know its value better than anyone. Obito was silent for a moment, his expression unreadable beneath the mask. I don't think it's that urgent. Don't forget our grand plan. Black Zetsu's voice suddenly turned shrill. The Moon's Eye plan. The dream of creating a perfect world. Have you forgotten Rin? Rin. That name struck Obito like a bolt of lightning, shattering all his hesitation. The Sharingan under his mask turned instantly abyssal, as if devouring all light. I understand. The moment Obito's words fell, Chidori. Kakashi let out a roar, his body transforming into a streak of resolute blue lightning, charging at Obito with speed beyond his limits. Yet the lightning that could pierce through rock without surprise passed straight through Obito's body, blasting a charred, deep crater into the ground behind him. A sickening sound of flesh being pierced rang out. A glinting kunai from behind Kakashi had shot out of a twisted spatial vortex with pinpoint precision, instantly piercing through the left side of his lower chest, completely unprotected. The searing agony drained all strength from Kakashi. The gathered lightning died abruptly, the light in his eyes fading fast. He collapsed forward, landing heavily in the cold dust. Blood quickly spread beneath him, staining the withered grass. Obito strolled slowly forward, each footstep eerily clear in the dead silence. He stopped beside Kakashi, devoid of any pity, and thrust his black-gloved hand fiercely toward Kakashi's Sharingan. A heart-wrenching scream involuntarily burst from Kakashi's throat. That Sharingan, which had witnessed their youthful bond and carried countless promises and regrets, was brutally gouged out by Obito. Obito flicked the blood droplets from his fingertips, stared at the blood-stained Sharingan in his palm, and without hesitation pressed it into his own empty eye socket. A surge of indescribably powerful dojutsu rippled outward from Obito. When he opened his eyes again, both gleamed with an eerie light. The power of dual Kimui now descended. Obito turned back. Kakashi writhed in pain, his remaining right eye struggling to look at Obito. It's not too late. Shut up, you failure. He raised his foot and kicked Kakashi viciously in the ribs, as if shoving aside an annoying stone. Cough. Kakashi was sent tumbling, crashing into a pile of rubble and losing consciousness completely. You don't understand anything. You'll never be able to do anything. Let's go. Black Zetsu hurried after him, whispering incitement. Obito, are you really not going to finish him off? This useless piece is worthless, but leaving him alive might cause trouble later. Obito didn't stop, didn't even turn his head. He doesn't even deserve to die by my hand. But, no buts. Obito glared fiercely at Black Zetsu. Say one more word, and I'll kill you. Black Zetsu fumed in silence, cursing inwardly 1,000 times. The Hokage of Konoha, Eiji, wanted to kill me. That fool Madara was also tricked by Eiji into wanting to kill me. And this fool Obito wanted to kill me too, just because I suggested killing Kakashi. I just don't get it. I only want to resurrect my mother, yet in the end, everyone wants to kill me. Is that fool Kabuto going to come after me with a knife next? Can't you show some respect for an old comrade who's lived over 1,000 years? I need some time to adapt to the power of dual Kimui. Obito clenched his fist. Behave yourself and don't do anything. Madam is searching the whole world for your whereabouts. I know, Black Zetsu pressed. When do we capture the two-tailed beasts and retrieve the Rinnegan? Soon. With that, Obito melted into a vortex. After one last glance at Kakashi and muttering, useless, Black Zetsu slowly sank into the ground. When Kakashi awoke, he found himself lying on a pile of straw. Beside him were Guy binding his wounds, and the two juniors Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi, what happened to your eye? Kakashi propped himself up. I ran into Obito. He took the Sharingan. No, it was always his. He could have killed me, but he didn't. He just kept calling me useless. Kakashi sighed. I really am useless. I can't do anything. In the silence, Guy suddenly stood up. What you can't do, let me, the blue beast of Konoha, and these two outstanding young men handle. Right, Naruto, Sasuke? Of course. Guy gave a thumbs up, flashing a bright white grin. Completing every mission the village assigns. That's what youth is all about. Observing Kakaxi's moribund state, Guy discussed with Naruto and Sasuke. They decided to first escort Kakashi back to the village, then search for Obito's whereabouts. Unanimous in their decision, youthful Guy hoisted the one-eyed Kakashi onto his back and sprinted at full speed back to Konoha. At the hospital, Tsunade meticulously treated Kakaxi's hollow eye socket, damaged nerves, and the various injuries inflicted by Obito's beating. After a long while, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no fatal wounds, but one eye. She paused, her gaze falling on Kakaxi's pale face. Future missions and daily life will be somewhat inconvenient. Kakaxi's remaining right eye crinkled, attempting its usual lazy smile. It's all right, Tsunade-sama, Kakashi said. Actually, I'm quite used to seeing the world with one eye. Besides, I won't have to worry about chakra deficiency anymore. That's a good thing. Nevertheless, a single-eye field of vision has blind spots, making missions significantly more challenging. It was precisely for this reason that back then he failed to dodge a falling boulder and was accidentally struck down. And then, Obito was buried beneath that boulder while trying to save him. Obito. He instinctively reached to touch his forehead protector, but the movement pulled at his wound, eliciting an involuntary hiss. That's it for now. Get some rest. At the Hokage's office, Guy and the others reported their encounter in the land of grass. Obito had reclaimed the Sharingan he had once gifted to Kakashi. Double Kamui. Sounds pretty formidable. Guy raised his voice. Regardless, we three have promised Kakashi to bring Obito back. No, Sasuke interjected coldly. I will kill him. He was the one who led Itachi down that path of no return. Eiji blinked. In truth, even without Obito, your brother might have. I will kill him too. Naruto clenched his fists. That bastard Obito caused my parents' deaths. I will never forgive him. I'll smash his head with my fists. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Sasuke stared intently at Naruto. It was the first time he had seen him so furious. Eiji tapped the table. No need to search for him. That guy will come on his own. Huh. Storming Konoha single-handedly. The last one who tried that, Madara, ended up skewered like a hedgehog. Eiji offered no explanation. He merely stood stretched and said, off duty. Time to buy some fruit and visit Kakashi-senpai. This counts as a work injury. Deep in the night, silence reigned. In a damp cave, only the crackling campfire illuminated Obito's face, twisted with excitement. The power of Kamui in both eyes surged through his veins, granting him an almost intoxicating sense of control. He spread a yellowed map using the dancing flames to scribble and sketch upon it, murmuring to himself. He was engaged in a grand undertaking, the Moon's Eye Plan version 5.0, Obito Custom Edition. Troop Strength Raid Routes Timeline. It sounded remarkably professional. When the first hint of dawn appeared at the cave's mouth, Obito slammed his hand on the map, his eyes blazing with brilliance. Done. I've done it. Obito's strategy was simple: lead Kabuto and all his subordinate forces to sneak into Konoha under cover of night. Swiftly seize the two-tailed beasts and pluck out Ing's Rinnegan. Kabuto's horde of cannon fodder would draw the enemy's fire while Obito used his Mangekyō's ocular jutsu to escape. After stuffing the demonic statue's outer shell, he would summon it with the summoning jutsu. Then he would cast the ultimate Jinjutsu, Infinite Tsukuyomi. At that moment he would be able to see Rinnegan. As for Black Zetsu, he would tear it to shreds with Kamui, who told it to keep urging him to kill Kakashi. That useless fool couldn't die now, could he? Idiot. Ha ha ha. I, Uchiha Obito, am the most powerful mastermind in this world. His voice echoed out of the cave, startling countless foraging birds into flight. A single white Zetsu observed for a while, then slowly burrowed into the ground. Before long it arrived at another hidden underground lair. There it found Black Zetsu, who was also designing the Moon's Eye Plan version 5.0, a Black Zetsu Revised Edition. After hearing the white Zetsu's report, Black Zetsu knew that Obito had completely lost his mind. In the past, though Obito was extreme, he at least operated within the framework of Madara's script. Now Madara was wandering the world with his gunbai, having abandoned the grand plan. This gave Obito the fatal delusion that he could do it, and even do it better. Obito fundamentally failed to understand how many of his seemingly smooth schemes, manipulating the mist, instigating war, founding the Akatsuki, were backed by decades of Madara's hidden machinations. Without Madara's foundation and foresight, relying solely on Obito's own impulsiveness and Kamui, it wouldn't be enough. Obito may become uncontrollable in the future. The backup plan must be accelerated. Black Zetsu swiftly assessed its own forces. Aside from Obito, this nominal collaborator, the only powerful pawn at hand was Kabuto Yakushi, who had mastered Impure World Reincarnation and Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode. This young man's power was indeed astonishing, even surpassing his former master Orochimaru. He was definitely a sharp blade worth exploiting. Yet for some reason Black Zetsu felt a sense of unease every time it observed Kabuto. It always sensed the shadow of another person within him. Could it be that Orochimaru isn't truly dead? That guy is ridiculously hard to kill. A sharp hawk's cry broke the morning silence. Madara, who was meditating with closed eyes under a towering ancient tree, opened his eyes impatiently. He saw a ninja hawk circling overhead, its claws seemingly clutching something. A noisy beast. The small black hawk, sensing that the red-armored figure was not to be trifled with, fluffed its feathers in terror. Without hesitation it released its claws, dropping the letter precisely toward Madara, then fled frantically toward Konoha without looking back. Its speed left only a blur, as if afraid the murderous figure would catch it and roast it. Madara casually caught the falling letter and glanced at the signature. Uchiha Ing. What does that brat want now? Madara frowned, opened the letter, and nearly twisted his nose in anger. The letter read roughly, "May I ask when you plan to kill Black Zetsu, and then go to the Pure Land to meet Hashirama-san? Could it be that you can't even find Black Zetsu? If so, does our agreement still stand? Well, in the spirit of mutual assistance, Konoha can provide you with crucial intelligence on Black Zetsu. But as a condition, you kill a few people for Konoha. That shouldn't be a problem for you, Madara-sama, should it? Come find me if you're interested. And don't climb over the wall. Konoha's ninja will treat you as an enemy." Damn it. Madara couldn't help but curse. This junior's way of speaking was truly infuriating. And climbing over the wall to return to Konoha. Back when he defected, he walked right through the main gate. Who did he think he was? Still, despite his anger, Madara had to admit that the cunning Black Zetsu had indeed vanished like smoke. Ever since Ing exposed its identity in Konoha, Black Zetsu, and all the white Zetsu under its control, had gone completely silent. Madara belatedly realized a troubling fact: he had no means to restrain Black Zetsu. All along he had mistaken Black Zetsu for his own will. Who would set restrictions on their own will? That would be too foolish. But after this incident, Madara realized he was the biggest fool. Even that seemingly simple-minded Hashirama was better than him. Damn it. Madara punched a nearby giant tree, shattering it. And that Ing, he was a descendant of the Uchiha clan, so why did he act like that annoying Tobirama? Always seizing my weaknesses and exploiting them ruthlessly. Despicable Uchiha Ing, once I deal with Black Zetsu, I'll pin you to the ground and beat you soundly. Carrying a tumult of emotions, Ban set off toward my village. At the My Village gate, a young intern freshly enlisted into my police force and clad in a crisp new uniform was handling registration duties. Gazing at the man before him adorned in ancient red armor and exuding an overwhelming aura, the intern forced himself to remain calm, striving to keep his voice from trembling. Please register. Ban furrowed his brow, his Luan Hui, I sweeping coldly over the intern. Name. The intern, his scalp tingling under that piercing gaze, reluctantly handed over the registration book. Uchiha Ban. Uchiha. Ban. The pen dropped from the intern's hand with a clatter. Alert. Uchiha Ban has returned. He's here for revenge. A sharp alarm whistle instantly tore through the air. In the very next second, countless figures emerged from the watchtowers flanking the gate, the nearby bushes, rooftops, and shadows. The cold gleam of Ku-Wu flashed, and various Rin-Shu techniques were readied. The well-trained my shinobi instantly surrounded Ban in layer upon layer, sealing him off completely, the atmosphere taut to the breaking point. Dao, the guard on duty at the gate today, felt fine beads of cold sweat break out on his forehead. What on earth was happening? Wasn't this esteemed person supposed to have been beaten by the Hokage and let go? Why was he here today? Surely he wasn't seeking revenge. But if he were, why would he come through the main gate? He'd just charge straight to the Hokage building and challenge the Hokage to a one-on-one duel. The crowd turned their eyes in unison to Dao, their meaning clear among them. You hold the highest rank, and you bear the surname Uchiha. This is your call to make. Dao swallowed hard. The last time they met, the residual shockwave from Shuzhua Nunghu had nearly rattled him to death. Even now he still limped when walking. Ban. My lord, may I ask what business brings you to my A? I'm looking for your Hokage. Hearing this, Dao cold sweat poured down. Trouble. He's come to fight again. Many unconsciously tightened their grip on their weapons, palms slick with sweat. According to the clan's unofficial history, back in the day, the two seniors, Ban and Zhu Jian, would fight each other at the drop of a hat. They threw the village into chaos and turmoil. Later, Fei Jian couldn't tolerate it any longer, so he slapped Ban with a charge of disturbing public order and fined him a hefty sum. Ban, who had never suffered such indignity, packed his bags and left home that very day. In the end, it was only after a friendly persuasion from Zhu Jian that Ban, battered and bruised from accidentally crashing into a boar, was carried back. Just then a commotion stirred through the crowd. The Hokage has arrived. The crowd parted to make way for Eiji, who wore the Hokage robe. Coming straight to the point, Ban said, I'll kill a few people for you. You find Heiju for me. Deal. With that, Ban shouldered his war fan and turned to leave. I'll be stationed outside the village. Call me if you need me. After Ban left, the shinobi of the police force stared at each other in bewilderment. Is this? Now Ban is Mai's enforcer. That's it. Huh. My lord Hokage, Dao lowered his voice. Isn't that a bit risky? Not at all. Si said, pointing at the clan emblem on Dao's uniform. He was once the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. He has his pride. Dao grumbled inwardly. Not every patriarch had that pride. Si smoothed his disheveled white hair. Stay alert these days. I have a feeling something's about to happen. Yes, Lord Hokage. A few days later. Training ground at the edge of my village. Naruto and Sasuke were already resting while Kai was still drilling his student Shaoli with push-ups. Keep going, Shaoli. Only 500 more. I hear you, teacher Kai. I can feel my youth blazing. Not bad, Shaoli. You're stronger than before. Pushing your limits over and over. That's what youth is all about. Kai, while pumping Shaoli up, urged Naruto and Sasuke. You've been resting for 30 seconds now. Aren't you going to continue practicing? Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance, then tacitly turned away, pretending not to hear. Here's a pancake from Uncle Shoshao's shop. Have a piece. Give me some water, I'm a bit choked. Just as Naruto took the cup, a familiar swirl appeared behind him. A figure in a white mask emerged and reached out to grab Naruto. Watch out. My leaf whirlwind. Boom. The green-clad figure passed through Obito's intangible body and swiftly pulled Naruto away. Kai assumed a battle stance. Uchiha Daitu, I've been waiting for you. At the same time, a roar drenched in boundless grief and hatred exploded. Uchiha Daitu. You're the one who killed my parents. I'll kill you with my own hands. Naruto glared at Obito, knowing that this despicable coward had attacked Mai while his mother was in labor, murdered his parents, and nearly destroyed the village. He had trained under his teacher for years, all for this moment. Naruto roared, Julama, lend me all your power. Julama let out a surprised grunt, knowing that this foolish kid had completely lost his mind today. Might as well lend it. If he didn't, what if his father or mother popped out and gave him another beating? More and more chakra spilled out from Naruto's body. Obito snorted coldly. A beast is a beast, fit only to be a shinobi's weapon. Hearing that voice dripping with control, Julama's colossal form shuddered violently within the sealed space. His crimson gold pupils contracted sharply, and his wild chakra surged uncontrollably. That familiar chakra, those loathsome Sharingan eyes. It's him. That was the man who had invaded my back, then ripped him out of the previous Jinchuriki Kushina. Used his evil eye technique to control him, and was only driven out of the village by the third Hokage's staff. Damnable Uchiha clan member. Your eyes are as sickening as bands. Hey Naruto. Startled from his fury at Obito's appearance, Naruto blinked. What? Hey, listen kid. I'm giving you all my power now. Take this bastard down. Right here, right now. I may not be fond of your foolish self, but I hate that Uchiha even more. Got it. Naruto nodded firmly, feeling the chakra surging wildly within him. Let's go, Gyolama. Naruto, still in his rage, was surprised. Usually when it came time to collect rent, Gyolama was always reluctant, so why was he offering to pay up today? I may not like you, you fool, but I hate that Uchiha even more. Understood. Naruto nodded firmly, feeling the chakra surging wildly within him. Let's move, Gyolama. On the other side, the Kusanagi sword slid silently from its sheath. Sasuke slowly raised the blade's tip toward Obito, his newly awakened eternal Mangekyō fixed on him. You led Itachi down that path of no return. You made me lose my brother forever. Today you must die. Kai solemnly produced a pair of nunchucks from his bag. Since Kakashi risked his life to stop you, then, as his lifelong rival and friend, I might Guy hereby declare you will not leave this place today. As for whether Obito could survive the onslaught from Naruto and Sasuke, that would be up to his own luck. The azure beast of my guy, Naruto, wielding the power of the Nine Tails, and Sasuke, ready to summon his Susanoo. They formed a stable, oppressive triangle, trapping Obito with his dual Kimui firmly in the center. Obito's gaze swept over the three, and a faint smirk seemed to curl at the corner of his mouth. You three? Almost qualified to let me stretch my limbs a little. Sasuke sneered. I alone can kill you, you bastard. Before his words faded, the Mangekyō in his eyes began spinning wildly, unleashing a violent surge of ocular power. The skeletal frame of Susanoo instantly solidified, massive ribs and arm bones shielding Sasuke securely. A colossal chakra bow materialized in his hand, its string drawn taut to the limit. Whoosh! The purple arrow tore through the air, shrieking as it shot toward Obito. Yet Obito's body seemed like a phantom. The arrow passed through him without resistance, detonating a massive rock wall far behind him. Pointless. Before these eyes of mine, all attacks are futile. Obito's voice rang out almost simultaneously with the arrow's piercing shriek. The very instant the arrow pierced his afterimage, his Mangekyō Sharingan, brimming with the power to distort space itself, had already locked onto Sasuke's position, hidden within Susanoo. Kamui. A space-devouring vortex materialized out of thin air, greedily reaching towards Susanoo. Its sole purpose to tear the Uchiha brat within to shreds. I'll kill while you bastard. But just as the Kamui vortex was about to take form, an immense surge of chakra came crashing down toward his head. Otama Rasengan. TCH troublesome brat. That momentary lapse gave Sasuke the opening to move, barely saving his head. The ground shook violently as dust and smoke erupted skyward. The Rasengan's savage energy blasted a crater several meters wide into the earth, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading madly in every direction. Damn it. So close. Naruto's attack missed, his body lurching slightly forward from the tremendous momentum. Got you. Obito's intangibility instantly solidified, his right hand shooting out like lightning, reaching straight for Naruto's completely unguarded back. If he so much as touched him, Kimui's spatial power would instantly suck Naruto into another dimension. Leaf Whirlwind, Dynamic Entry's fierce fist. At the critical moment, a green blur tore through the smoke. Guy appeared beside Obito, his leg crackling with potent chakra as it slammed viciously toward the arm reaching for Naruto. TCH. Obito let out an impatient grunt. Kamui Shuriken. A warped spatial vortex opened instantly before Obito, and countless high-speed spinning shuriken erupted from within, blanketing the space where Guy and Naruto stood in a dense storm of steel. A massive Susanoo skeletal arm interposed itself just in time before Guy and Naruto, blocking the lethal shuriken barrage. Fall back. Guy seized the moment, grabbing Naruto by the arm and slamming his feet into the ground. Using the recoil, the two leaped backward, putting over a dozen meters between themselves and Obito in an instant. Thanks for that, Uchiha brat. Sasuke clicked his tongue. You're nothing but a burden. Obito landed silently back on the ground, his crimson Mangekyō Sharingan sweeping once more over the three who surrounded him. Likewise, the three Konoha shinobi stared back at Obito. From just their initial skirmish, they could tell this man was a tough opponent. Through Kakashi, they knew the secret of Kamui, that the technique required a certain amount of time to activate. But something was off now. The time was clearly much shorter than Kakashi had described. Guy's eyes widened in realization. Could it be that when both Kamui exist together, the activation time is shortened? Then what about that technique he uses to avoid attacks? Would that be enhanced as well, eh? His control over the Sharingan is far superior to Kakashi's. Obito suddenly threw his head back and cackled wildly. The power of dual Kamui was even greater than he had imagined. Ha 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 ha. This is the true power of the Sharingan. Let's go. We have to keep Obito here. Three figures charged at Obito, who merely sneered, and called upon the power of his eyes. Beneath the ground, the watching Black Zetsu wore a smile unseen for ages. The power of dual Mangekyō had brought his strength to its peak. All that remained was to catch the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki off guard, and then suck him into Kimui's dimension. Once that was done, everything would be over. Black Zetsu rubbed his hand like appendages in excitement. Mother, I'm about to revive you. Hey Naruto, you holding up okay? Yeah, just a scratch. But despite his words, Naruto felt deeply frustrated. No matter how hard the three of them tried hurling one jutsu after another at Obito, nothing seemed to affect him. The eyes of the Uchiha clan have always been detestable. Kurama's voice rumbled. Kurama, you got any ideas? Call that Kakashi fellow. Have him serve as a shield up front. Obito won't bring himself to kill Kakashi. Seriously, Kakashi-senpai is still recovering from his injuries. Kurama shook his head. Humans. So fragile. While Naruto and Sasuke were pondering, Guy's aura climbed higher and higher. This technique was once reserved for Kakashi. Using it on his dear friend now seems only fitting. Sensing Guy's surging chakra, Lee immediately began to panic visibly. Sensei, you're not going to use THAT, are you? That's right. The ultimate taijutsu we've trained day and night to master. The 8 gates. The 8 gates. Guy's father Dai had once used this technique. A single kick had turned the legendary 7 ninja swordsman into a joke. The price had been his own life. Now Guy prepared to use it again. If he didn't need to open the 8th gate, the gate of death, all the better. But if he did, then let all of Konoha witness what it means to burn with the flames of youth. 8 gates gate of. Suddenly a flash of white light streaked across the battlefield, and a strikingly handsome silver-haired man appeared. Senpai, save that kick for Kakashi. Leave this rogue ninja to me. Guy blinked stunned before he could even speak. Damn it. Black Zetsu's small yellow eyes bulged. How is he not late this time? Sage Art Water Dragon Bite Explosion. With a colossal roar, a water dragon forged from pure sage chakra materialized from thin air. Its gaping maw seemed capable of devouring mountains wreathed in boundless natural energy, as it came crashing down upon Obito below, jaws snapping shut with murderous intent. Passive when fighting against Uchiha, all abilities are enhanced. Obito's laughter cut off abruptly. His cold Sharingan glanced toward the attacker. The flying Raijin user. Not late this time, I see. However, he sneered inwardly. Before the absolute power of dual Kimui, any attack is nothing but futility. Obito's look of disdain froze instantly. An indescribable sense of resistance surged from the depths of his body. Damn it. Why? Why couldn't his body phase into Kimui's dimension like it always did? Ah! Takame Kazuchi no Mikoto, upon locking eyes with a target, instantly anchors their spatial coordinates, preventing them from moving or altering their form. This is the ultimate ocular jutsu created specifically to counter space-time ninjutsu. Tobirama-sama, let's go. Staring at Obito, who stood frozen like a wooden statue, Black Zetsu couldn't help but curse aloud. You idiot, Obito. Move. Move. Are you addicted to getting hit? Obito's roar was instantly swallowed by the roaring torrent of the water dragon. The colossal sage art water dragon, like countless high-speed rotating water blades, crazily tore at Obito's flesh, which was forcibly pinned to the spot. Ugh! The screams continued without end. At the epicenter of the water dragon's rampage, a mist of blood and water vapor spread out. After an unknown length of time, the raging water dragon finally exhausted its energy, dissipating into countless droplets of water. The water mist parted, revealing a pitiful figure at the center. Obito was drenched, his clothes tattered. His mask had long been shattered, exposing the half-crushed face beneath. His body was covered in countless fine cuts, and he struggled to rise from the muddy ground. He gasped for breath, his Sharingan filled with disbelief and fury. During that terrifying cutting process, he had attempted countless times to slip into the Kamui space, only to despairingly find his body pinned in place by countless invisible nails, unable even to become intangible. He understood. It was that damned dojutsu of the white-haired boy. No, hadn't he used Madara's Rinnegan? Could it be that Eiji had fused the power of the Rinnegan with the Mangekyō? Obito spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring at Eishi's eyes. Those Rinnegan that once belonged to Madara. You're really lucky awakening such a powerful dojutsu. No, Eiji shook his head. It's not luck. It was specifically aimed at you. Obito's pupils contracted sharply, an unprecedented sense of absurdity washing over him. To specifically awaken a Mangekyō ability just to counter him, Uchiha Obito. This was unheard of. How could such a ridiculous technique exist in the ninja world? But Eiji no longer looked at him. His gaze shifted to Naruto, Sasuke, and Guy, and to Lee, who had been watching the fight. This guy, he said casually, pointing the tip of Murasame at the barely standing Obito. Leave him to me. You go protect the others in the village. Kabuto Yakushi has already infiltrated. He's approaching the police department's prison, targeting the 8-Tails Jinchuriki killer bee. A drop of cold liquid without warning fell onto Obito's neck. Was it rain? No. It was cold sweat trickling from his own brow. How did this guy know Kabuto was coming? And that he was targeting Killer B? Even the exact route. This intelligence was terrifyingly precise. You're wondering how I knew Kabuto was coming. Obito's body instantly stiffened, a chill unlike any before shooting from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Could the ability of his other eye be mind reading? If that were true, predicting actions, sealing space, reading thoughts, how could he possibly fight? No, it's just coincidence. Right. During the last invasion of Konoha, Eiji had been waiting for him at Naruto's house long before he arrived. No. If it were really like that, he wouldn't have survived. Oh right. At that time he hadn't yet unlocked the Mangekyō. No. Then how did he know I would be there? Oh. Enough of that. Just fight. If one eye is useless, then what about the other? Fire release, storm dance. He rapidly formed hand seals, his Mangekyō spinning wildly. A violent whirlwind of flame instantly took shape, fueled by the vortex created by Kamui's spatial distortion. It became a roaring, giant fire tornado charging at Eiji with destructive force. Sage art, water release, water formation wall. A thick wall of water rose instantly to meet the fire tornado. Water and fire collided, erupting into a vast mist of white steam. In the moment when the steam obscured vision, a blur of unimaginable speed tore through the mist. Eishi's figure appeared behind Obito like a teleport, moving faster than the eye could track. The Murasame in his hand, accompanied by a drizzling patter like rain, thrust forward silently. Flying Thunder God slash. Thud. The sharp blade pierced precisely through Obito's back. Ugh. Obito's body convulsed violently, his eyes filled with the humiliation of being dominated by the Flying Thunder God once again. Bam! Following the stab, a heavy side kick sent Obito flying dozens of meters, rolling across the muddy ground, leaving a long trail of blood before he barely stopped. Eiji flicked the blood off his blade, looking at Obito's pierced heart. He's still alive. The terrifying vitality from Hashirama cells was forcibly repairing the lethal wound. Obito struggled again, trying to prop himself up, but the movement was even more difficult than before. His expression grew darker. The first time they met in Konoha, it was this damned Flying Thunder God that had caused him such trouble. Now history repeated itself. Worse, his prized Kamui ability was completely useless against Eiji. As for the left eye he had retrieved from Kakashi, it was nothing but a pathetic decoration in the face of the Flying Thunder God's absolute speed. There was no way to fight. No way at all. But Eiji gave him no time to recover. He calmly raised Murasame, the cold blade glinting in the rain. Raindrops slid down the blade, dripping with a soft patter. Those Rinnegan gazed calmly at the battered Obito. Now it's my turn. Damn! Obito exclaimed, but before he could react, the sharp Murasame pierced his shoulder. The next second, Eiji pulled out a small knife and stabbed it through his throat. Ugh! Obito clutched his throat, red blood slowly seeping out. You? What answered him was an explosion that seemed never-ending. Ninja art, multiple detonating tag technique. Boom boom boom. The intense explosions echoed through all of Konoha. After an unknown time, the blasts finally subsided. From within the smoke of the explosion, Eiji walked out. A true man never looks back at an explosion. Is that all? I thought it would be something impressive. Trash. Eiji sheathed his twin blades, preparing to support the other ninjas in the village. He seemed not to notice that in the thick smoke, Obito quietly rose to his feet. One of his Sharingan had turned a ghastly white like stone, looking extremely terrifying. The Uchiha clan's forbidden technique is an Eiji. The caster sacrificed one Sharingan to turn a period of unfavorable events into something that never happened. Only the events favorable to the caster were made real. A smirk curled at the corner of Obito's mouth. With Eiji completely off guard, he was confident he could twist off his head. Earth flow wall. A wall of earth carved with a dog head rose up, blocking between Eiji and Obito. A figure in white leaped down, plunging a kunai fiercely into Obito. The sharp kunai sank into Obito's raised left arm. Obito stared in disbelief at Kakashi. Kakashi. Obito. Kakashi withdrew his right hand, the one that could never be washed clean. Last time that hand had killed Rin. Today it had gravely wounded his former friend Obito. And Eiji at some point had already jumped onto a high wall. Senior, if it weren't for you, I might have been killed. Kakashi looked at Eiji. This is a grudge between Obito and me. I must settle it myself. Alright. Thank you. Kakashi turned his gaze back to Obito, then raised his right hand and formed the seal of confrontation. After a brief silence, Obito straightened up and formed the same seal. Fight start. Two figures collided with devastating force. Kakashi Hitaki and Obito Uchiha, once brothers in blood and life, now bound only by bone-deep hatred and irreparable wounds, had finally arrived at their last decisive battle. Bang! Crash! Boom! Through ragged gasps, Kakashi's voice tore apart. Obito, why have you become like this? Why? Because you let Rin die. Kakashi, you were the one who killed her with your own hands. You destroyed everything I held dear. The name Rin struck Kakashi like a poisoned kunai, piercing the deepest wound in his heart. Seizing that fleeting moment of distraction, Obito gathered all his power in his right leg and kicked Kakashi squarely in the chest. Kakashi staggered back several steps, clutching his chest as he struggled to breathe. Rin, it was because... Shut up. It was you who killed Rin. Obito's roar drowned out all else. Another heavy punch smashed into Kakashi's face. The sharp pain only ignited Kakashi's fighting spirit. He did not fall. Using the momentum of his turn, he spun his body around. A side kick whistling through the wind swept fiercely toward Obito's waist. Obito blocked hastily, the dull impact sound echoing once more. It's time to end this, Obito. Kakashi steadied his stance, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes turned cold and resolute. He slowly raised his right hand. A piercing screech erupted suddenly, and blinding blue lightning gathered madly in his palm. As I intended. Sharp wooden spikes extended from Obito's arm. Without another word, the two figures shot forward like arrows from a bow, carrying their final obsessions and strength. Rushing toward each other toward the end, without hesitation. Thwack! Kakashi's arm, shrouded in lightning, pierced straight through Obito's chest. Yet the deadly wooden spike in Obito's hand deviated subtly at the last moment, narrowly missing Kakashi's vital organs. Cough, cough. Obito's body stiffened violently. The excruciating pain forced him to cough up a mouthful of blood, staining Kakashi's arm red. But the corner of his mouth curled into a bizarre arc as he stared deathly at Kakashi. Pathetic Kakashi, you're always one step behind me. Now I can finally go see Rin while you'll remain alone forever, living in this disgusting world. Ha ha ha. You don't even have the qualification to die by my hands. The laughter cut off abruptly, the light in Obito's eyes gradually fading. His body lost all support and slowly tipped forward. With a final thud, he crashed heavily onto the cold ground. Kakashi's arm remained in the piercing pose, warm blood flowing down his arm. Looking at the familiar yet strange face on the ground, a massive sense of emptiness and unspeakable sorrow instantly swallowed him. Obito, you could have killed me. Why did you hold back again? Beneath the ground, Black Zetsu writhed frantically within the cracks of the soil, roaring silently. Black Zetsu felt as though his heart would give out. Trash, trash, trash. It's one thing that you couldn't defeat Eiji, but now you're holding back against Kakashi. Who do you think you are? You're the supreme villain of the ninja world, a Konoha, missing mean the murderer who killed your master and mistress. Why are you pretending to be a good person now? What were you doing earlier? Spit. You garbage. After venting his anger, Black Zetsu quickly thought of a countermeasure. Forget it, don't think. Obito is dead, so just run fast. Where there is life, there is hope. Once he returned to regroup, he would simply wait another 70 or 80 years until these people grew old and died, then find a few more gullible youngsters from among the youth. The moment the thought arose, a cold black rod pierced through layers of soil, without warning, stabbing deeply into Black Zetsu's core. Oh no! Black Zetsu writhed frantically, trying to break free from the black rod's control. Why? Why would he know I'm here? However, more and more black rods struck, pinning him firmly in place, giving him a full-body acupuncture session. Then a furious roar was heard, and a massive force erupted suddenly. The earth within several meters around him was shattered by this force. Black Zetsu, who had been hiding in the darkness, was exposed to the sunlight in such a manner. A figure slowly strolled from the edge of the shattered pit, looking down at him from above. You're Black Zetsu, the third son of the Sage of Six Paths. You really don't look anything like him. Did you ever get a paternity test? Eiji squatted down and poked Black Zetsu's twisted body lightly with a black rod. What nonsense are you talking about? I am never that fool's son. I am. Oof. You are not worthy of knowing my identity. Unexpectedly, Eiji lowered his voice and slowly approached Black Zetsu. I know. Actually, you've been possessed by Orochimaru. The current you is no longer Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was on the verge of a breakdown. Go to hell. That's enough. This is simply absurd. Absurdity's mother opened the door, and absurdity came home. If you said I was Hagoromo's son, at least someone might believe it, since it happened in the same era. In terms of generation, I'm only one level lower. But you saying I was possessed by Orochimaru, that's too abstract. How much do you hate Orochimaru that you can pin everything on him? If his body were here, you'd anger him back to life on the spot. Just as Black Zetsu was roaring frantically inside his mental state on the verge of collapse, a long-lost electronic voice sounded in Enji's mind. Mission progress update. Core mission completed, eliminated the last member of Akatsuki, Uchiha Obito, and Black Zetsu, the third son of the Sage of Six Paths, who hid in the darkness. Lord Tobirama once again protected the foundation of Konoha with absolute power and wisdom. Mission reward: Uchiha and Senju bloodlines within the body upgraded to Indra and Azura bloodlines. The two supreme bloodlines have perfectly fused, giving birth to the power of all phenomena within the body. Lord Tobirama has successfully activated and controlled the Rinnegan. Eye power has evolved and upgraded. The 6-Tomo Rinnegan has manifested. Awakened exclusive Dojutsu Kumoko. Create a temporary conceptual vacuum or rule denial domain. Within this domain, one can designate the negation of a specific concept or rule's effectiveness. An unprecedented surge of power slowly flowed to every part of Inji's body, and his eyes underwent another subtle change. Such overwhelming power, Spiky black Zetsu watched with his own eyes as 6-Tomo slowly emerged within Inji's Rinnegan. How can his eyes evolve again? He's just an ordinary Uchiha brat, so why is he strong to this extent? And his chakra? Why does it make me feel so familiar? What kind of creature is this despicable Uchiha brat? Pierced like a porcupine, black Zetsu fell into unprecedented despair. How could the ninja world produce such an overpowered existence? An Uchiha with unmatched strength and intelligence. But, even in such dire circumstances, black Zetsu did not give up hope. It didn't matter if Obito died, it didn't matter if he himself was captured now. He still had Kabuto as his subordinate. There was still a chance. On the other side, amidst the shadows, Yakushi Kabuto silently infiltrated Konoha. Several guards merely felt a breeze at the back of their necks and collapsed before they could even sound an alarm. Their chakra was precisely disrupted, plunging them into deep unconsciousness. Kabuto easily pried open the heavy prison door. His target was right before him. Killer Bee, the 8-Tails Jinchuriki of Kimogakure. His eyes were tightly shut, bound by special sealing jutsu, chains, barely any fluctuation of chakra detectable. Konoha's prison is nothing special. A smirk curled at the corner of Kabuto's mouth. He effortlessly hoisted the unconscious Killer Bee onto his shoulder and melted back into the shadows. The route he chose was exceedingly clever. He avoided the dense patrol points of the security force, a net of over 2,000 ninjas. This abnormal smoothness, instead of bringing Kabuto delight, pierced his nerves like a cold needle. Something's wrong. The moment he stepped beyond Konoha's barrier, a foreboding sense rose in Kabuto's heart. How could the stronghold imprisoning the 8-Tails Jinchuriki have such weak defenses? How could Konoha's well-trained security force ninjas leave such a glaring gap on his critical escape path? It was as if someone had deliberately cleared the way for him. Bad. Conspiracy. Trap. Kabuto abruptly halted, gathered chakra at his fingertips, and stabbed viciously at the throat of the Killer Bee on his shoulder. With a soft sound, the heavy body of Killer Bee instantly dissipated, turning into a pool of muddy earth and chakra fragments falling with a rustle. A clone, Kabuto's pupils constricted, and he lost focus for a moment. The meticulously planned operation had fallen into the enemy's trap from the very beginning. So he was the prey all along. After a brief moment of disorientation, Kabuto quickly recomposed his thoughts. No matter, he had already escaped Konoha's range, and no one could catch him now. Now the entire village was busy dealing with Obito, as long as he wasn't entangled by a few top-tier Konoha monsters. However, a terrifying pressure descended. An icy voice came from the cliff top, not far behind him. Only you. How utterly boring. Kabuto turned his head. On the cliff stood a tall, straight figure. Arms crossed, Rinnegan, gazing down coldly at Kabuto below. The autumn wind ruffled his long hair, and red armor fluttering loudly. You are Uchiha Madara. Kabuto's mind raced. He knew Madara had abandoned the Moon Eye plan, so this Madara was definitely not an ally. That gaze filled with killing intent and scrutiny was aimed at him. Who would have thought that Konoha's rogue ninja Madara had become Konoha's enforcer? What despicable means had the Hokage used to control someone even Hashirama couldn't manage? TCH, this is quite troublesome. Not only did I fail to capture the 8-Tails, but I also fell into Konoha's trap. Fortunately, I have some preparations too. Impure world reincarnation. Bang, bang, bang. Several heavy coffins burst from the ground, their lids sliding off with a crash, kicking up dust. Figures with dangerous, deathly auras slowly stepped out of the coffins. Their bodies were covered in cracks, their consciousness gradually awakening. This is impure world reincarnation. The figure with half his body wrapped in bandages spoke first. It was the second Tsuchikage. This old man has been forcibly summoned from the Pure Land. A massively built man growled, lightning flickering faintly on his body. The second Mizukage Hozuki Jinjetsu stroked his little mustache. This is hardly a pleasant experience. And a bunch of miscellaneous cannon fodder, all gasping in shock. What kind of place have we been brought to? When they understood the situation and saw their opponent, the faces of the Kaga-level powerhouses turned extremely grim. Having finally been brought back to life only to have to fight Madara again. What was the point of that? Was the brat who summoned them insane? Madara's gaze swept over these impure world reincarnates with not a trace of emotion, only bone-deep contempt. He looked at them as if they were annoying insects. If I thought I could stretch my limbs. But all I get are worthless trash. Kabuto, is this all you have? This merciless assessment made the expressions of the Kaga-level powerhouses even more complicated. In life they had indeed ruled one side, but compared to the shinobi no shinobi Madara, they were far inferior. Kill him. Without hesitation, Kabuto issued the command using the impure world reincarnates to distract Madara's attention. At the same time, he kicked off the ground, turning into a blurry black shadow, sprinting away from Konoha and Madara. Trying to flee. Madara snorted, coldly clasped his hands together, and chakra exploded. Wood-style deep forest emergence. Rumble. The earth trembled violently, and countless massive trees burst forth instantly, turning the area into a sky-covering primeval forest. The giant trees not only blocked the attacks of the impure world reincarnates, but also severely restricted their movement. What? He can use Hashirama's wood style. Hell Stab Four-Finger Drive. The third Raikage's entire body blazed with lightning, pushing lightning release chakra mode to its limit. He transformed into a humanoid lightning bolt, forcibly breaking through the blockade of the giant trees. Opportunity. Dust-style detachment of the primitive world. Mu finally found his chance, formed hand signs, and a semi-transparent cubic barrier instantly enveloped Madara. Humph. Madara snorted his Rinnegan, turning again. Bansho Tenin. The dust-style barrier that could disintegrate everything was absorbed like a mud ox into the sea, swallowed by the vortex that appeared before Madara. Impossible. Horror showed on Mu's face for the first time. Back then, he and his student Inoki had been brutally beaten by Madara's Susanoo. After returning, the two of them reflected deeply and studied dust-style obsessively, all to blast apart this so-called absolute defense armor. But they hadn't even forced Madara to use his Susanoo. That's enough. Madara sneered. Let's get rid of you quickly so I can attend to my own matters. The ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, complete body Susanoo. A colossal blue giant rose from the ground, its armor slowly transforming into wings, each side bearing a massive sword. Mu, let me see if you've made any progress over the years. Mu clenched his fists. He had indeed grown much stronger over the years. But Madara seemed to have grown even stronger. What the hell were those eyes? Originally, he thought if they all attacked together, Madara might not be able to kill them all. But now, haha. Just then, three swift figures charged into the battlefield from the flanks. Daytime Tiger. Chidori Stream Sharp Spear. Wind-style Raisin Shuriken. What? Kabuto, who had already fled a considerable distance, sensed the terrifying chakra collision erupting behind him and couldn't help but look back. A Ninetales glowing with golden light, a massive purple giant. And Guy ready to unleash his ultimate move. What the hell was Konoha thinking? That Jonin being a bit strong was tolerable, but those two seemed to be genin, didn't they? The battle was a near-total massacre. The undying nature of the Edo Tensei merely prolonged their inevitable defeat against such overwhelming power. One by one, black rods pierced their heads, much like how Eiji had done to him. It was likely a personal grudge. The Sealing Squad ninjas who had rushed over watched in stunned disbelief as Madara brutally pummeled the former Kages of other villages. Two cataclysmic genin and one steaming watermelon-headed figure. Sealing Squad. Guy roared, seal them immediately. Yes, sir. The clinking of chains and the crackling of sealing jutsu intertwining with the enraged roars of the reanimated and the dull thuds of bodies being forcibly restrained echoed through the chaotic battlefield. Against overwhelming force and expert sealing techniques, the Edo Tensei's struggles quickly became futile. This army of reanimated Kage capable of toppling nations was sealed away like mere chickens and dogs under Madara's absolute power and the cooperation of Konoha's elite. Kabuto, having long sensed the rapid severance of the Edo Tensei connections, pushed his speed to the limit and vanished into the night without looking back. Plan failed. Time to run. As the dust settled, the Sealing Squad busied themselves with the final procedures. Madara, however, didn't spare the battlefield a single glance. He hefted his war fan and shot towards Konoha village with astonishing speed. Guy and his companions exchanged a look and swiftly followed. Amidst the ruins, Madara saw the bastard who had deceived him for decades. Black Zetsu, you are clearly the son of the Sage of Six Paths, yet you dare to impersonate my will and deceive me for decades with that altered stone tablet. Throughout the entire shinobi world from the Warring States period to now, no one has ever dared to toy with me, Madara Uchiha. Today I will grind you to dust with my own hands. Flump. Before he could even finish his sentence, a black chakra rod materialized out of thin air and brutally pierced Black Zetsu's head. Black Zetsu's inky body thrashed violently, trying to escape, but the immense power within the chakra rod held it in an unbreakable grip. It feared being sealed again, feared losing the chance to ever rescue its mother Kaguya. Madara, you've been tricked. I am not the son of the Sage of Six Paths. I am Kaguya's youngest son. That stone tablet was forged by Eiji. He's the one who deceived you. At this point, Black Zetsu didn't care about revealing its secrets. Even at death's door, it wanted to drag someone down with it. If it could pit these two terrifying Uchiha against each other, perhaps it could find a sliver of hope in the chaos. Unexpectedly, Madara only heard half of what it said. So you admit you are not my will. Black Zetsu's mind screamed in frustration. It was too exasperated to even curse. It was now 100% certain that not a single member of this Uchiha clan had a normal mind. Well, maybe that kid Sasuke seemed somewhat logical. But the others that had dealt with Obito, Madara, and Eiji, every single one of them had a mindset far removed from that of a normal human. Especially that damned white-haired Eiji. There he was, a perfectly good Uchiha, not bothering to learn his clan's traditional skills. Instead, he had gone off and learned a bag of cunning tricks from Tobirama Senju, managing to fool even an ancestor like Madara. Add that to his haphazard and unpredictable way of doing things, and you'd think he was some alien from outer space. Boom. Madara slammed his fist into Black Zetsu's face. This was followed by a storm of relentless blows. He didn't care if this could kill Black Zetsu, he just wanted to vent his rage in the most primal way possible. Boom, boom, boom. The Konoha training ground was pounded into a deep, bottomless pit, the immense noise drawing more and more attention. One brave ninja took a look. It seemed to be a spiky-haired guy in armor beating up a lump of black goo. Occasionally he'd pull out a black rod and stab it for good measure. After an indeterminate amount of time, Madara finally stopped. He extended his foot, kicking the thing up like a piece of trash. Then with a casual flick, he sent the formless black mass flying in a high arc, landing heavily at the feet of Eiji, who had been watching with his arms crossed. I don't think I can actually kill this thing, Madara said. It's yours. His gaze swept over Eiji, then fell upon the war fan that had accompanied him through countless battles. He was silent for a moment, as if bidding farewell to an old friend. Now it's yours too. After doing this, Madara closed his eyes. Hashirama, we're finally going to meet. If you dare to laugh at me, I'll give you another good beating. Eiji understood perfectly. He absent-mindedly formed a few hand seals. Then Madara's tall frame began to disintegrate, the characteristic dust of the Edo Tensei scattering uncontrollably, glowing with an increasingly bright soft white light. Tiny flakes of paper, like reversed fireflies, rose into the air. As the last of the dust faded into the night breeze, Madara's figure vanished completely from the world, as if he had never returned. Quest progress update successfully sealed the last member of the Akatsuki, the mastermind behind the shinobi world, and the one Tobirama-sama feared most, Madara Uchiha reward contract with the Ten-Tails. The moment the prompt sounded, the space within Eiji trembled violently. A colossal amount of chakra surged into existence from nowhere, rapidly solidifying into a form. It was the Ten-Tails in its initial shell state. It was incredibly ugly. Even more terrifyingly, this new Ten-Tails shell seemed to possess its own will and instinct. Through some unknown means, it began to frantically absorb the residual chakra left within the broken and battered demonic statue of the outer path. Subsequently, the chakra from Gyuki's tentacle that Eiji had within him was also pulled by an invisible force, swiftly flowing into his inner space and being devoured by the Ten-Tails shell. Eiji watched the rapidly swelling Ten-Tails shell in his inner space. Even with his cheats, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. If I had the Nine Tails, could I become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki? His gaze shifted to Naruto, who was watching him nervously from a distance. Naruto, can you ask Kurama if I can borrow a bit of his chakra? He held up his hand, making a pinching gesture with his fingers to indicate a tiny amount. Just a tiny bit. Naruto blinked, clearly taken aback by this sudden request. Wait, let me ask. Kurama says no. He says you're an evil Uchiha kid, and who knows what you're planning. TCH, what a stingy fox. Eiji pursed his lips. I guess I'll just have to borrow a little myself. Huh. Before he even finished speaking, Eiji's right hand was already on Naruto's back. Inside Naruto, the nine-tailed fox's roar seemed ready to shatter the seal. Evil Uchiha kid, what are you doing? I'm just borrowing a tiny bit. Calm down, Kurama. A surge of vibrant, life-filled chakra was forcibly extracted from Naruto's body. Flowing through Eiji's arm, it merged into the ten-tail's space within him. Soon Eiji retracted his hand, lest he drain Kurama dry. Kurama, seething with hatred, cursed Eiji tens of thousands of times over. Then he berated Naruto. He asks, and you just give it to him. Naruto looked at Kurama, then at Eiji. I only borrowed a tiny bit. Why are you being so stingy? You. Ugh. You're infuriating. At this moment, the scene within Eiji's inner space was breathtaking. The demonic statue of the outer path shell, having now gathered the chakra of all nine-tailed beasts, seemed to be granted new life under the influx of immense energy. Gradually, the form of a new life began to take shape. It was a small yet utterly destructive Ten-Tails. However, the ordeal was far from over. This new Ten-Tails did not remain docile. It seemed to feel a call from a higher plane. Its body twisted violently, once more undergoing a fundamental transformation. Finally, it shrank, impossibly transforming into a small divine tree seedling. Now that the divine tree has taken root, here the time is ripe. Appear Kagaya Otsutsuki. Eiji's mind screamed. The plot is moving too fast. However, the system, which didn't even bother to act, paid him no mind. A dazzling flash of white light erupted, nearly blinding Eiji's newly acquired Rinnegan. The light lasted for a few moments before fading away. There beside the divine tree seedling stood a figure looking around in confusion. A woman who looked young but was in reality an ancient granny over 1,000 years old, Kaguya Otsutsuki, had appeared in Ingxi's inner space. Where is this? Kaguya looked around blankly, but upon seeing the thriving little sapling, she completely lost her composure. She felt her own weakened state and the immense chakra stored within the divine tree. The chakra fruit is in there. The primal instinct for power overrode everything. She lunged for the divine tree only to be repelled by an invisible force. Then ripples spread through the space around her body. Clear, translucent, yet unbreakable walls of water materialized from nowhere and closed in rapidly. In the blink of an eye they formed a crystalline cubic water prison, trapping her inside. Kaguya stared in shock at this cage of pure energy. She tried to summon her power to break free, but found her own strength pathetically weak against this water prison. No, she didn't even have any strength left. A mere touch sent cursed seals crawling up her body. The immense drop in power sent her plummeting from ecstasy into an icy abyss. She had thought she'd escaped the Chibaku Tensei seal set by Hagoromo and Hamura, regaining her freedom. Instead, she had merely traded one cage for another far more despairing one. Clink, clink, clink. The sound of clear footsteps echoed in the silent space, startlingly distinct. Kaguya looked up, and upon seeing Ingxi's handsome, striking face, she froze in place. Who are you? I feel a familiar presence from you. Who I am, why you're here, and what exactly is going on? The explanation might be slightly troublesome, and well, you probably wouldn't like the answer anyway. Ingxi scratched his messy white hair. He had somehow become Kaguya's Jinchuriki. At the moment Kaguya descended into Ingxi's inner space, her unique chakra signature, like a boulder, thrown into a calm lake, sent powerful ripples through the void. Instantly, invisible shockwaves transcended the boundaries of time and space, reaching unknowable places. In the rift between the pure land and the living world, a pair of Rinnegan that could see through past and future snapped open. His gaze pierced the barrier between life and death, precisely locking onto a coordinate in the shinobi world, which was Ingxi's location. Sigh. A long, complex sigh echoed in the eternal silence. The sage of six paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, his residual consciousness, clearly sensed the familiar presence of his mother. He initially feared his mother Kaguya had broken free and was deeply worried. But upon closer inspection, how had she moved from the seal on the moon to inside Ingxi? The seal seemed quite sturdy. So what was he supposed to do now? On the moon. Tonari Otsutsuki, seated cross-legged, suddenly snapped his head up, his face etched with seriousness. He clearly perceived the upheaval in the shinobi world. The demonic statue of the outer path had been stolen, and a terrifying power belonging to the Otsutsuki, but not from his lineage, was awakening. Someone in the ninja world has stolen the power of the divine tree and imprisoned Kaguya. Tonari muttered, a cold light gleaming in his eyes. What is he planning? Such blasphemy against the Otsutsuki's great power will surely bring disaster to the world. He rose abruptly. It seems the time has come to fulfill our ancestral duty. We must take action to purify this defiled world. In a hidden dimension, Ishiki Otsutsuki, residing within the monk Jigen, his eyes shifted slightly. Though it was only for an instant, he acutely caught the sudden flare and disappearance of Kaguya's chakra. Oh, an interesting variable, that Uchiha kid Ingxi. He seems different from the native beings of these lowly planets. To think he could stir the scent of that foolish woman Kaguya. Interesting. The existence of Ingxi had for the first time truly entered Ishiki's lofty field of vision, becoming a variable worthy of slight attention. The moon wasn't broken, meaning Kaguya hadn't forcibly broken her seal. Instead, she might have been attempting to resurrect using a method like his own by taking over a host. If so, that meant Ingxi was a suitable vessel for the reincarnation of an Otsutsuki. Ishiki at his peak was unprecedentedly powerful, but he was betrayed by Kaguya's sneak attack. Ishiki considered this the ultimate shame of his life. Fortunately, Ishiki managed to survive. He resided within Jigen, living on in the ninja world for 1,000 years, continuously improving himself. All for the day he could reclaim what was lost. Now, an opportunity seemed to have arrived. Wait for my revenge, Kaguya. At Mount Miyaboku, the slumbering toad sage suddenly snapped his eyes open. Not good. The toad sage's sudden cry shattered the peaceful atmosphere that had lasted for centuries. The toads hurried over. What happened, toad sage? It was rare for the toad sage to be so agitated. I just had a dream. In short, the ninja world is about to face an unprecedented crisis. Gamabunta blinked. Isn't the ninja world protected by that kid Ingxi? I'm not particularly fond of him, but his strength is already unmatched. The toad sage raised his arm, pointing at the sky. Enemies from beyond the heavens. Within Ingxi's inner space, Kaguya was in a state of profound turmoil. Through the special connection she shared with Hagoromo and Hamura, even across a millennium, she could still faintly sense their presence. Just moments ago, Kaguya was startled to discover that the descendants of Hagoromo and Hamura were still watching her. How many years had passed? 1,000 years. Was she the only Otsutsuki in the ninja world? Why did they keep fixating on her? Moreover, at her peak possessing the Ten Tails and mastering the Kekkei Mora, she had been sealed within the moon's core by the combined efforts of her two sons. Now stripped of the Ten Tails, she could only watch helplessly as the god tree born from the Gedo statue stood before her. Kaguya conservatively estimated that she retained at most 30% of her power, likely even less. If they discovered her, would she be easily sealed again? No. Kaguya suddenly felt something was wrong. She had been moved from the moon and sealed within this strange space. Why? Had they discovered the secrets of the Otsutsuki clan and deemed the moon no longer safe? Deep confusion etched itself across Kaguya's pale face, countless questions swirling in her mind. As for the handsome youth before her, what was his purpose here? Was he a descendant of Hagoromo? Was he here to monitor her? Kaguya demanded loudly, "Who are you? What did Hagoromo send you to do?" I have no connection with that legendary figure." Kaguya's confusion deepened. If he had no relation to her son, why did he possess such similar power? The ninja world shouldn't have such a powerful shinobi. Inkse thought for a moment and spoke the plain truth. "Well, to be honest, I never truly belonged to the ninja world." "What?" Kaguya was stunned. Not belonging to the ninja world. Could he too be from the Otsutsuki clan? Had he imprisoned her here to await the god tree's maturation, then devour both her and the god tree, turning them into nourishment for his power? No. The Otsutsuki clan were far too proud and merciless. They would never speak to prey with such a calm tone nor offer explanations. The youth's attitude completely defied her understanding of her own kind. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Kaguya inexplicably regained her composure. She sat cross-legged, slowly closed her eyes, and fell silent, locking all emotions beneath that icy countenance. The youth before her was unfathomable, his intentions unclear. Whether on the moon or here, it was but a prison to her. It was merely a change of sealing location. As long as she was not devoured by other Otsutsuki, waiting for Black Zetsu was her only choice. If she held on, Black Zetsu would eventually break her seal and fully revive her. Seeing Kaguya silent, Inkse ignored her and walked over to the god tree, gently poking it. "When will the fruit on this be ready to eat?" "The chakra fruit is mine." Kaguya's tightly shut eyes snapped open, and for the first time a fierce possessiveness and fury blazed clearly in her pure white eyes. "The god tree is mine, and the fruit is mine." "Oh," Inkse waved a hand. "Then I'll eat it when it ripens. Keep an eye on it for me, don't let anyone sneak a bite." Veins bulged on Kaguya's forehead. Why did she have to deal with such an annoying brat? Once she revived, she would kill him first. Watching the furious Kaguya, Inkse said nothing. He simply raised his middle finger, then left the inner space. At that moment, the skewered Black Zetsu let out a hysterical roar. "You inherently despicable Uchiha brat. You actually summoned my mother into your body. You deserve to die." Inkse blinked. "You even know that? Pretty impressive." Black Zetsu gnashed his teeth at Inkse. He was a life form created by Kaguya, sharing a unique bond with her. Others might not know Kaguya's situation, but he, her youngest son, certainly did. Good news, Mother Kaguya escaped the moon's seal and returned to the ninja world. Bad news, Mother Kaguya, before she could catch her breath, was sealed again. Unbelievably catastrophic news, the inherently despicable white-haired Uchiha brat Yuzhibo Inkse had imprisoned Mother inside his inner space, like a tailed beast. This was unforgivable. Damn it. Mother Kaguya was so noble. How could she be treated like those lowly beasts? Yuzhibo Inkse, you truly deserve to die? Your head. You're so annoying. Inkse thrust a staff into Black Zetsu's mouth. MMPH. Black Zetsu cursed a torrent of words, but no one could understand. Inkse dug at his ear. Finally, peace. Black Zetsu fell silent and began to think. Moon's Eye Plan version 6.0, Emergency Protocol. He knew his mother too well. Kaguya possessed earth-shattering power, but was not particularly cunning in strategy or scheming. Otherwise, how could Hagoromo and Hamura alone have sealed her? He needed to find a way to contact his mother as soon as possible. Mother needed his superintelligence. Black Zetsu firmly believed that if he directed her, she might still have a chance to break out of Inkse's body, or even replace him. However, a new problem arose: how to contact his mother. After much deep thought, Black Zetsu finally hit upon a seemingly excellent idea. Since Inkse had sealed Mother inside him, could he somehow get Inkse to seal him inside as well? Once inside, he would reunite with Mother. With Mother's power as the core and his will as the guide, they would wreak havoc. Black Zetsu realized he was a genius. As for how to make Inkse willingly seal him in, it was simple. He would deliberately attack Inkse with the most venomous words, warning him never to seal him inside. Otherwise, he would use every treacherous means to erode Inkse's consciousness, seize his body, and turn him into a puppet. Based on his understanding of Inkse, the more he forbade something, the more Inkse would do it. Yes, a brilliant plan. Black Zetsu was thrilled, though deep down a sliver of worry about that old man Hagoromo lingered. But now that Mother's aura had shifted and Hagoromo had made no further move, it likely meant he was merely a residual consciousness or held back by something. Once he and Mother merged within Eiji, their power restored, even if Hagoromo did appear he might not be able to stop them. Hehehe, Black Zetsu barely stifled his laughter, fearing a beating. As he plotted how to provoke Eiji into losing his composure like a beetle, a sudden change occurred. Teacher, you. Lord Hokage. Eiji looked puzzled. What? He instinctively glanced down at himself. Before the words faded, a torrent of energy surged through every cell of his body. His originally neat white hair grew wildly, and 9 pitch-black truth-seeking balls silently emerged behind him. Yuzhibo Eiji Tentails Jinchuriki revealed. A bit uncomfortable. Maybe I should change back. Lord Tobirama is indeed so low-key. The ninja world scientist activates. Right, the truth-seeking balls can be put away, bring them out when fighting. Isn't this outfit a bit flashy? Switch to the one I usually wear. The 6-path staff doesn't feel right. Turn it into a sword. Should I call it Xiao Lu or Xiao Yu? Eiji played dress-up games over here. In the crevice between life and death, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, who had been silently observing everything, grew increasingly perplexed. Incomprehensible, utterly incomprehensible. Hagoromo's residual consciousness felt a severe logical dissonance, forcibly altering the Tentails Jinchuriki form. Wasn't that a bit unreasonable? Xiao Lu, Xiao Yu. He looked more like a little pig. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, he expended a bit more chakra to observe more closely. At that moment, something unexpected happened. Eiji sensed the observing force drawing nearer, and it seemed to be extending an invitation. So Eiji responded. Drip drip. Suddenly the scene before Eiji twisted. The next moment, he found himself in a mysterious space he had never entered. At the center of the space, an old man sat cross-legged, floating in midair. A circle of pitch-black spheres beneath him seemed to support his body, and he wore a long robe. May I ask, are you the legendary sage of 6 paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki? Hagoromo was visibly startled. This little fellow had actually come to this crevice between life and death. I didn't intend to summon you. How did you get in? And you're not even dead. After a brief shock, the sage of 6 paths resumed his aloof demeanor. Since you're here, have a seat and chat before you leave. I didn't expect you to know my name, and such an extraordinary power. Hagoromo turned around, revealing his true face. He had small pointed horns on his head, a crimson mark on his forehead, and a pair of Rinnegan eyes. Gazing at this legendary figure, Eiji was not particularly nervous. Instead, he asked a somewhat peculiar question. Is this the Pure Land? Did you kill me, sage of 6 paths? Hagoromo did not answer immediately, but instead examined Eiji once more. Long ago, in the distant land of rain, when the powers of Uchiha and Senju resonated subtly within this youth, that rare fusion had indeed piqued the interest of his residual consciousness in the world. But that was all. Who could have imagined that a few years later the bloodline within him would undergo another massive transformation? In him, Hagoromo clearly sensed 2 familiar chakras, those of his sons Azura and Indra. It was impossible. He was clearly neither Azura nor the current reincarnation of Indra. And those eyes of his. How had he achieved a transformation beyond the Rinnegan? This young man, named Yuzhibo Eiji, was in himself a mystery, defying the ninja world's logic and Hagoromo's understanding. He was woven with too many inexplicable anomalies. The fused and elevated bloodline, the transcendent dojutsu, the unclassifiable power system. The sheer magnitude of all these layers far exceeded the comprehension of the consciousness Hagoromo had left in the ninja world. Because of its sheer strangeness, it triggered violent fluctuations in this residual consciousness, an error that should never have occurred. This sliver of consciousness he left in the ninja world was the final safeguard from ancient times. Its sole purpose was to act as the last watcher dwelling in the crevice between life and death, silently observing the ninja world. Once it sensed the omen of Mother Kagaya's revival, this program would activate. It would channel part of his power, granting it to the current reincarnations of Azura and Indra, empowering them to oppose Mother. Yes, handing out cheats. Yet no matter how he calculated, he had never predicted this possibility. Mother Kagaya had not strictly escaped. Instead, she had been transferred into his body. And Eiji had somehow become the Tentails Jinchuriki. Then he had changed his own appearance. It all seemed like a joke. Hagoromo's silence stretched on. Seeing no response, Eiji feigned ignorance and repeated his earlier question. This is not the Pure Land, and you are not dead. Eiji pretended to suddenly understand, nodding seriously. He had known that when unprecedented power emerged in the ninja world, possibly involving Kagaya, Hagoromo would be unable to resist handing out cheats. Whether the recipient was himself or whether Hagoromo had come willingly, did it matter? Ninja world scientist ready to activate. For Hagoromo, however, it was a headache. This consciousness was a one-time precious resource. Once manifested, it would completely dissipate from the ninja world. Should he leave empty-handed? Ayua. Hagoromo threw caution to the wind. Fine, since I'm here. The program's core instructions were ultimately centered on the reincarnations of Asura and Indra. Since Eiji, this anomaly could not be parsed for now, he would follow the original process and first meet the sons of this generation. Perhaps he could find a breakthrough from them, or at least fulfill part of his mission. So with a wave of his hand, two familiar figures appeared abruptly in this strange space, their faces shocked. Naruto and Sasuke were equally stunned for a moment. Whoa, where's this? Naruto stumbled, steadied himself, and looked around warily. Spotting Eiji, his eyes lit up. Teacher, you're here too? Huh. His gaze then fell on Hagoromo. Who was this old man? Sasuke's eyes also held undisguised shock as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and the floating figure. Hagoromo looked at them and spoke gravely, answering their shared question. This is not the Pure Land, and you are not dead. I have guided your consciousness here. Who are you? I am Hagoromo Otsutsuki, known to many as the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto's eyes went wide, his mouth dropping open. The Sage of Six Paths. The legendary progenitor of ninja. Awesome. Sasuke, it's the Sage of Six Paths. A figure from legend. Sasuke clicked his tongue. What did the Sage of Six Paths have to do with him? Could he teach him a jutsu to defeat Eiji? Eiji's heart remained calm. He only wanted the process to finish quickly and the cheat to be handed out. At this point, the Sage of Six Paths had finally gained a sliver of initiative. He began to proceed with the formalities. I brought you here because you each bear the chakra of Asura and Indra. They are my two sons. Naruto, Sasuke, you are their reincarnations. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance. So that meant they were practically brothers. Naruto grinned widely, his joy evident. No wonder he felt so at ease with the other. They shared such a profound bond. Sasuke, on the other hand, furrowed his brow. That simpleton Naruto was his own brother. There was not a single resemblance between them. Just then, as if struck by a sudden crucial thought, Naruto smacked his own forehead. Turning to Hagoromo, he spoke rapidly. Sage of Six Paths, who is the reincarnation of your youngest son, Black Zetsu? Could it be Teacher Eiji? Huh. Who? The sage's floating form seemed to waver, and for the first time his normally placid face bore an expression of sheer bewilderment. Black Zetsu, that black, gooey thing with yellow eyes. Isn't he your son? Hagoromo was taken aback. What youngest son, Black Zetsu? By all accounts, Black Zetsu was his third brother. How had he become his youngest son? And what was this nonsense about Eiji being Black Zetsu's reincarnation? Black Zetsu wasn't even dead. How could he have a reincarnation? Hagoromo felt his mind struggling to keep up. Over 1,000 years and the history he left behind had undergone such an absurd distortion. Black Zetsu is the consciousness born from Mother Kaguya. To be precise, he is my brother. Huh. Naruto was completely baffled, his eyes wide as saucers. The stone tablet clearly stated that the Sage of Six Paths had 3 sons. Could it be? This sage was a fake. Naruto instinctively took a half-step back, eyeing Hagoromo warily, and whispered to Sasuke. He might be a fake Sage of Six Paths, maybe Orochimaru in disguise. Should we take him out? Sasuke looked at his buddy, as if he were an idiot. If Orochimaru had that kind of ability, the 3 of them would have been dead long ago. Though Naruto had lowered his voice, his words still reached Hagoromo's ears. He felt his blood pressure spike. In the entire shinobi world, no one would dare impersonate him, surely. And who was this Orochimaru? Was he so formidable? Could he possibly be more powerful than Mother Kaguya, who devoured the fruit of the god tree and could unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi? Hagoromo sighed inwardly. He suddenly regretted appearing now. Nevertheless, Hagoromo patiently explained, the inscription on the stone tablet contained some errors. It may have been tampered with by those with ulterior motives. Is that so? Naruto's alertness remained. Clearly, this explanation did not fully dispel his doubts about the sage's identity. But Black Zetsu's main body is sealed on the moon, right? That's what the tablet says. A long, profound silence followed. What main body did Black Zetsu have? Wasn't his mother sealed on the moon? Black Zetsu was at best a parasitic consciousness attached to Kaguya's vast chakra. Without even a proper physical form, what main body could he speak of? Hagoromo even began to wonder if this shinobi world was the real one, given how absurdly distorted the history of his own family had become. A dangerous thought crossed Hagoromo's mind. In another few thousand years, the history of the shinobi world would likely read like this. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, in order to seize his mother Kaguya's world-shattering power, had betrayed her, joining forces with his brother Himura to seal her away. But the cost was severe. He himself suffered grievous wounds, lost his immortal body, and was left with only a shattered soul wandering the shinobi world in solitude. What he called salvation was merely a quest for suitable, powerful reincarnation vessels, waiting 1,000 years to be reborn by taking over another's body. Kaguya's youngest son or his son Black Zetsu. It didn't matter as long as such a person existed. This Black Zetsu, in order to overthrow the evil rule of the Sage of Six Paths, had lurked in the shinobi world for a millennium, biding his time, gathering strength in secret, and seeking a way to kill the sage's soul before he could fully resurrect. Not only was Hagoromo caught in self-doubt, but even Sasuke and Naruto were full of question marks. Why was what their teacher said different from what the Sage of Six Paths told them? Could it be that their clever teacher had also been deceived? Who could possess such extraordinary wisdom? The answer seemed to emerge, a name flashing through Naruto and Sasuke's minds like lightning. That man who toyed with life, mastered forbidden techniques, and was already dead, Orochimaru. It had to be him. Teacher, you've been tricked. Eiji, who had been listening on the sidelines, was startled. What do you mean tricked? Who in the shinobi world could fool me? That stone tablet. It was probably forged by Orochimaru. Eiji stared at Naruto and Sasuke with a bewildered expression. He couldn't understand how they so easily pinned the blame on Orochimaru. Oh right, they were his students, so this habit was only natural. This was tradition. So Eiji also put on a look of shock. What? The despicable Orochimaru has committed such an outrageous act. He truly deserves to die. Yes, deserves to die. Indeed. The three of them, Eiji and his disciples, immediately launched into a session of convicting Orochimaru, talking one after another. They pinned the blame, so neatly evaluating Orochimaru's crimes from every angle. Their words were so fierce, and their imaginations so vivid that even Hagoromo, an onlooker, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. Can't you three focus on the main point? This isn't about Orochimaru. It's about Kaguya. Wait, this little one named Eiji is Naruto and Sasuke's teacher. Let me get this straight. The teacher possesses the combined bloodline of Ashura and Indra, while the students are the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra respectively. TSK. This scene feels familiar somehow. Hagoromo cleared his throat, interrupting the trio. Now let me tell you the true history of the shinobi world. This matter concerns the very survival of the world. It began long, long ago when the god tree descended upon the earth. Hagoromo recounted the story of the god tree Kaguya, the chakra fruit, the birth of himself, and Himura Kaguya's reign, and terror, the infinite Tsukuyomi, the brothers' decision, the sealing of Kaguya on the moon, and the truth behind Black Zetsu's creation. It was the will born from Kaguya's intense resentment and bitterness before she was sealed. Its sole purpose was to revive Mother Kaguya and once again shroud the world in the terror of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Hagoromo looked at the three young people who now wore expressions of understanding. Once Mother is resurrected through the Ten Tails, the entire shinobi world will face a crisis 1,000 times more terrible than the Warring States period. Now do you understand? Eiji scratched his head, feigning ignorance. So, Sage of Six Paths, you've been hiding in the shadows waiting for Kaguya to revive so you can appear and defeat her again. Hagoromo shook his head. Actually, I died long ago. What appears before you now is merely a residual chakra imprint carrying my final will. With that, he glanced at Naruto and Sasuke. What I can do now is grant you the last of my power. The Yin and Yang power. He opened his hands. Come here. Naruto and Sasuke slowly approached, and suddenly felt a strange power surge into their bodies. Sasuke's left eye, the newly awakened Rinnegan, burst forth with a violent purple light, its dojutsu power skyrocketing. Naruto's yang release was fully awakened, merging perfectly with his immense chakra. Such tremendous power, Sasuke clenched his fist. A feeling I've never known. He now had the confidence to defeat that man once and for all. Alright, time is almost up. Your mission has always been to protect the peace of the shinobi world. Whoever threatens it, you must eliminate them without mercy. He then looked at Eiji. If anyone still seeks to seize Kaguya's power or revive her, do not let them go. At that moment, Kaguya, watching the live broadcast from within her prison, burst out, Ungrateful child. Ungrateful child. Even dead, he leaves behind one last failsafe. Kaguya's mood plummeted to its lowest. After 1,000 years, not only did her enemies not diminish, but they seemed to multiply. Himura's descendants. The half-dead Otsutsuki Ishiki. The two little ones who inherited Hagoromo's Yin and Yang power. And that despicable white-haired man. All of them were bent on destroying her. This made Kaguya worry. Could Black Zetsu really stand against them? It seemed a little difficult. Naruto and Sasuke nodded silently. The Sage of Six Paths' words were quite similar to what their teacher had said. So did that mean their teacher had inherited the Sage's will? That sounded incredibly cool. Just then, Eiji suddenly stepped forward. He pointed at himself. Sage of Six Paths, what about me? How about giving me some power too, so I can protect the shinobi world? Hagoromo looked at Eiji, almost cursing out loud. You have the nerve to ask for more. Don't you have any idea what's inside your own body? I gave power to Naruto and Sasuke because they are the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. This one before me, though special in bloodline and truly unfathomable in strength, is not the same. And for some reason Hagoromo remained uneasy about Eiji. Your strength is already formidable. With your current power, you are fully capable and qualified to protect this shinobi world. Hagoromo made it clear, I won't be giving you a cheat. Eiji did not press for power, but instead shifted the topic like an inquisitive student. Very well, but I have a small question. What is the specific principle behind the yin and yang power you granted Naruto and Sasuke? Could you explain it to me? I'm simply curious. Hagoromo breathed a sigh of relief. Satisfying the curiosity of a younger generation was also a senior's duty. He nodded, his expression regaining some of the sage's inscrutability. What I granted Naruto is the yang power representing the pinnacle of life creation and physical energy. To Sasuke, I granted the yin power representing the pinnacle of spirit form and ocular power. These two forces complement each other, originating from the dawn of creation. And this. It goes like this. And that. It goes like that. The moment Hagoromo began to explain. Shinobi scientist activate. The subject of this study or research is the legendary sage of six paths. Through unremitting effort, Tobirama-sama has successfully analyzed and inherited the six paths power. So I became the reincarnation of the sage of six paths. Makes sense. Perfectly reasonable. Eiji found it very reasonable. Without stronger abilities, how could he protect Konoha and the comrades who silently supported him? But Hagoromo found it somewhat unreasonable. In just a few minutes he sensed that Eiji had undergone a tremendous change. Even though it wasn't visible externally, Hagoromo could feel that Eiji was becoming more and more like himself. Hagoromo could barely contain his emotions. What is all this? Who are you really? I am the one who inherited the first Hokage's ideal of founding the village, the second Hokage's wisdom of protecting it, setting aside the third, and the fourth Hokage's spirit of self-sacrifice. Uchiha Eiji, the fifth Hokage of Konohagakure. Everything I do is to protect my Konoha. Hagoromo frowned deeply. This kid was a master of playing dumb. Oh well. After all, he was already a dead man. If danger ever arose in the shinobi world, let the reincarnations of his two sons, Naruto and Sasuke, handle it. As for their teacher, they could deal with him too. He and his brother had sealed their mother. Naruto and Sasuke could probably seal their teacher in the future. Naruto, Sasuke, the task of protecting the shinobi world is entrusted to you two. Don't worry, old man. I'll protect the village together with Sasuke and our teacher. Thumbs up. I must go. With that, he cast a glance at Eiji. The sage of six paths took his leave, leaving the potential mess for Naruto and Sasuke to clean up. The three of them, Eiji, Naruto, and Sasuke, emerged from the mysterious space and returned to their familiar village. Next we'll deal with the problem of Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was instantly thrilled. Was it finally time for his performance? Listen, you naturally despicable Uchiha brat, don't you dare think of sealing me inside your body. I'll shred your internal organs piece by piece and devour you completely. Then I'll take over your body. In short, you'll regret this. Upon hearing this, Eiji fell silent for a moment. Black Zetsu sneered coldly. Here's the chance. Mother, I'm coming. In that case, let's seal Black Zetsu on the moon. Black Zetsu was dumbfounded. What was happening? Why was Eiji suddenly so agreeable to sealing him on the moon? No, Uchiha brat, listen to me. Shut up. Naruto, Sasuke, it's your turn. For the final step, sealing Black Zetsu, and that big thing is your task. Use the new power you just received. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance. Six paths Chibaku Tensei. Boom. A black dot appeared above Black Zetsu, unleashing a terrifying gravitational pull. The ground roared as countless massive rock fragments were torn from the earth and hurled toward the black dot in the sky. No, mother. I haven't yet. Black Zetsu let out a despairing, venomous shriek, and together with the ruined husk of the demonic statue of the outer path, was wrapped layer by layer in rock. Finally, the powerful sealing force propelled it into the sky toward the moon, where Mother Kaguya had lived for 1,000 years. Despicable Uchiha brat, I will return. Tonari, who had not yet acted, blinked in surprise. What just flew up here? A look of utter astonishment painted across Tonari's pale visage. Tonari Otsutsuki bore a purpose etched into his very bloodline to stand sentinel over Kaguya across the ages. Thus, when Kaguya was spirited away, Tonari's fury ignited. He swore to vanquish the insolent vermin and restore peace to the shinobi world. Yet before he could make his move, Black Zetsu was hurled back onto the scene. Tonari was baffled. Were they trading hostages now? Did they think such a distraction would sway him? A fool's dream. I am resolute in my path to the shinobi world, and not even Hagoromo himself could stop me. I swear it. And you, Black Zetsu, had best remain compliant. Your mother was sealed on our turf for a millennium without escape. You would be wise to follow suit, or you'll face the consequences. Deep within the seal, Black Zetsu struggled desperately, but found itself utterly immobilized. You loathsome, cunning Uchiha brat, can't you ever play by the rules? My Grand Moon, I Plan version 6.0 was a flawless scheme. How could you, a reckless brute, have brought it crashing down? Enveloped in darkness, Black Zetsu felt the urge to compose a poem. 1,000 years passed. I stood outside. Mother was within. 1,000 years hence. I am within. Mother is beyond. Black Zetsu, third son of Kaguya. While Black Zetsu was plotting the moon, I Plan version 7.0, Kaguya let out a roar of frustration. Her long silver hair flowed without a breeze. Damn you. Damn it all. Black Zetsu was her sole hope for liberation. Yet who could have foreseen it falling prey to those two detestable brats sealed upon the moon? No matter how resourceful Black Zetsu might be, escaping from that place seemed an impossible feat. Her hope fragile as a soap bubble burst with a resounding pop. She let her head fall in despair, her long white hair cascading down to shroud her pale, despondent face. Alas! The gloom that had hung over Konoha dispersed, swept away by the triumphant joy of the impure world army's rout and the sealing of the mastermind Black Zetsu upon the moon. Perhaps at long last peace could embrace the shinobi world. Or at the very least, as long as our Hokage draws breath, no external force will dare trespass here. And besides, the Konoha shinobi present cast a glance at the Hokage's two students Naruto and Sasuke. Forget the Hokage, even those two alone were now terrifyingly powerful. Sweep the battlefield, tally the casualties and losses, prioritize treating the wounded, and reassure the civilians. Also, have Tenzo prepare, but it's likely we'll need his expertise in reconstruction again. Off to the side, Tenzo, who was essentially idle, rolled his eyes and nearly fainted. Give me a break. Every time a fight ends, I'm called to build houses. My chakra reserves aren't infinite, you know. Money. Is this about money? Double pay. You really know how to see a man's worth. For the sake of Konoha, it is my duty. Tenzo tucked away a thick wad of banknotes and headed off with his colleagues from the construction division to survey the site. Amidst the flurry of activity, Eiji approached Kakashi, who was leaning against a large boulder. He extended his right hand, and a soft, gentle glow emanated from his palm. Moments later, Kakashi instinctively raised his hand, tentatively touching his left eye, then snapped it open. My eye. Is it healed? How does it feel? Never better, thank you. And so the shinobi world lost its famed copy ninja Kakashi and gained an assassin as relentless as the White Fang of Konoha. Alright, everyone, return to your duties. Let's get the village back in working order as quickly as possible. Understood, Hokage-sama. The clamor gradually faded, leaving only Eiji and his two most gifted students. Naruto was tugging at Sasuke's sleeve, their heads close together in hushed conspiratorial conversation. What troubled Eiji most, however, were the furtive glances they kept casting his way. A sudden chill ran down Eiji's spine. Surely those two weren't plotting to team up and challenge him, were they? Wouldn't that level the village? I wouldn't mind, but your senior brother Tenzo might not survive the fallout. After a long whispered discussion, Naruto, looking a bit sheepish as if given a nudge by Sasuke, stepped forward. Sensei. Moi. Sasuke and I were thinking of training abroad for a while to properly master this new power within us. Eiji nodded. Alright. And while you're at it, keep an ear to the ground for information across the shinobi world. If anything comes up, get in touch via your summoning beasts immediately. Will do. Let's hurry and pack up, Sasuke. They sped off like twin whirlwinds, disappearing into the ruins. True to their speed, they had their bags packed within half an hour. Just as they were about to exit the village gates, they were intercepted by two pretty young women. The gate guards suddenly perked up, eyes wide and bodies leaning forward ever so slightly. This looks promising, a juicy piece of youthful gossip. The next second, a white figure appeared before them. Hokage-sama. We were just checking the registration forms. Alright, Eiji said, pulling out a pouch. Want some sunflower seeds? Meanwhile, Hinata's fair face had flushed a deep crimson, her fingers nervously twisting together, her voice barely a whisper. Naruto-kun, are you going on another mission? Naruto patted his bulging pack. Oh, Hinata. Sasuke and I are heading out for some training. Hinata gathered her courage and looked up, her cheeks burning. Then, when will you be back? Naruto counted on his fingers. Maybe a year. Something like that. Hinata's voice dropped, her disappointment palpable, yet her heart raced uncontrollably, as if a wild deer were thrashing within her chest. That long. Watching her blush deepen, Naruto, as if struck by a sudden realization, reached out and pressed the back of his hand to her smooth forehead. Your forehead is really hot. Are you running a fever? This sudden, unexpected contact sent Hinata's mind into a blank, her blood rushing to her head, her heart pounding so violently it felt like it might leap from her throat. And Naruto was all she managed to stammer out before her vision darkened and her body went limp, falling backwards. Hinata, are you okay, Hinata? Naruto, startled, instinctively hoisted her onto his back with practiced ease. Sasuke, I'm taking Hinata to the hospital. Wait for me. Sasuke didn't reply because he found himself faced with a bit of a dilemma of his own. Unlike Hinata, Sakura was far more direct. She took a deep breath, her short pink hair swaying gently in the breeze. Sasuke, let's go on a date when you get back. Sasuke frowned. These girls were such a hassle, always wanting to date. Back when they were training at Eiji's place with Naruto, Sakura and Hinata used to sneak peeks at them. Hinata was too shy to give Naruto gifts directly, so she'd have Sakura pass them along. And after delivering the gift, Sakura would insist on dragging him out for sushi. Sasuke would always brush her off with excuses about his teacher's disapproval or not wanting to miss training. But that big dumb white-haired idiot would always chime in with nonsense like, that's enough for today. Don't keep your beloved girls waiting too long. What the hell, sensei? What beloved girls? Don't talk nonsense. He instinctively glanced at the distant figure, the culprit leisurely cracking sunflower seeds, clearly enjoying the spectacle. What he needed to do above all else was to return from training and defeat this man. Eiji looked up and locked eyes with Sasuke. What are you looking at me for? It's not like I'm the one going on a date with you. Sasuke, get lost. Sasuke-kun, did you hear me? Sakura persisted with her questions, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. When you come back, you must tell me in advance so I can plan. We could go to that new dessert shop in Tenzakagai, or watch the fireworks festival, or... Sasuke scratched his head. Alright, I got it. I'm heading out now. He practically fled, striding swiftly toward the silver-haired teacher, who riled him up. Standing before Eiji, he stared intently at the man who had pummeled him hundreds of times. 1 year from now, I'll return and defeat you. To his surprise, Eiji shrugged and tossed a few more seeds into his mouth. Come back and pass the Chunin exam first. Tisk, fine. Sasuke was about to say more when Naruto came bounding back. Sasuke, we're leaving. Is Hinata okay? Apparently she fainted from overwhelming excitement. Naruto scratched his head. Is it because peace finally came? I don't get it. Eiji's face darkened with exasperation. Naruto was truly dense in some ways. He should have put Hinata in Naruto and Sasuke's squad during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Just imagine the scene: Naruto gets blasted off a cliff by Killer Bee's tailed beast ball, and Hinata instantly flares her Byakugan, unleashing the full power of the gentle step twin lion fists. Then she declares, I love you, Naruto. And Naruto instantly powers up. That spectacle would make Killer Bee truly understand the meaning of cruelty. Hearing Naruto's talk of peace, Sasuke's lips twitched. Hinata might as well have Naruto-kun, let's date, plastered on her forehead, and he was still going on about peace in the ninja world. My foolish little brother, I wonder how you even managed to get married in that Asura incarnation. Don't tell me you just forced yourself on a girl. That would be just like you. Alright, let's get going. Naruto waved at Eiji. We're off, teacher. If you run into trouble out there, just drop my name. Got it. The gates of Konoha slowly closed behind them. Naruto and Sasuke, the pair bound by an unbreakable bond, ambled off onto the path of training. After walking a while, Naruto suddenly stopped, scratching his head and looking at Sasuke with a puzzled expression. Hey Sasuke, which way are we supposed to go? Sasuke paused, pulled out a map, drew a circle, and marked several locations. Let's follow this order. By the time we complete the loop, roughly a year will have passed. And then we go back and defeat that man. He folded the map and gazed toward Konoha. Naruto nodded. That man. He must be their teacher, Eiji. He had a rough idea of what had happened between Sasuke and Eiji. Sasuke's brother had become a rogue ninja, and the teacher had killed him to protect the clan. That had driven Sasuke into a rage. Later, when Naruto tried to check on him, the kid had ended up sparring with him at the training ground for a whole day, nearly beating his head in. Although as they grew older, Sasuke gradually stopped mentioning it and seemed to let go of his hatred. Naruto knew that Sasuke was still nursing his determination to defeat the teacher. It was probably one of his greatest desires. Now that they had received the power of the Sage of Six Paths, Sasuke's inner drive must have only grown stronger. He had said he wanted to pull off a big move and win in front of everyone upon his return. Otherwise, he wouldn't have passed up the abundant resources in Konoha just to drag Naruto out on a journey. But it was probably for the best. He wasn't too comfortable with Sasuke going alone. What if Orochimaru got to him? That guy was notoriously underhanded. The combined might of the entire ninja world couldn't fully destroy him. They arrived at a riverside and Naruto stretched comfortably. Our training starts with fishing. He pulled out fishing rods and handed one to Sasuke. Come on. Sasuke looked at the rod in his hand, then at Naruto's enthusiastic expression, and felt a throbbing pain at his temple. I should have just come alone. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. As Naruto and Sasuke finished their journey and headed home, Konoha was immersed in a grand yet tense atmosphere. The Five Great Nations joint Chunin exam was about to begin. During the last Chunin exam, Konoha had lost its great third Hokage to the despicable Orochimaru, leaving deep psychological scars on many. For that very reason, Konoha had prepared thoroughly this time. The entire village mobilized, crafting detailed and meticulous plans to prevent any unexpected incidents. As for the other four great nations, they didn't hesitate for a second upon receiving the invitation. They immediately replied to Konoha, confirming their participation. They were terrified that if they didn't show up, the Hokage of Konoha would come knocking in his giant mecha the very next day. Confirming participation was just the first step. Immediately after, the Kage and elders of each village held emergency meetings with a single core agenda. What gift should they bring to Konoha? How much? Who should they send to show enough respect without losing face? And also, Konoha said they'd cover room and board, but should they still offer to pay? That Hokage of theirs was notoriously petty. If they tried to use this against them later, it would be a real headache. A few days later, the forces of the four great villages arrived in full force at Konoha's gates. The sight was magnificent. Ninjas in varied attire laden with large bundles of luggage and gifts formed a long procession. Inabi and Tetsuka of the security department stood at the Konoha entrance directing the flow. Specialty gifts, please proceed straight along this road. At the end, you'll find the newly built dedicated warehouse. Please categorize and store them according to the signs. Personnel passage is the second road. Overall lodging and meals are arranged uniformly by Konoha. Of course, if your village insists on paying extra, we have no objection. The registration desk is set up at the intersection. The Kage on scene exchanged knowing glances. See, what did we say? Konoha isn't about to take a loss now. They even built the warehouse in advance, just waiting for us to deliver the goods. So the Kage checked into the ultra-luxurious 7-star Konoha Grand Hotel, personally constructed by Tenzu, while their underlings scurried over to the payment counter at the reception desk. Excuse me, where do I settle the accommodation and meal expenses? Huh, didn't we agree? Konoha covers all costs. No, it's hard to earn money these days. We should pay our share. No, these are the Hokage's orders. I've already spoken with the Hokage about it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made this special trip. Please make an exception. Alright then, just this once. The total is. Yes, we appreciate your hard work. Here's a little something for tea. Please enjoy a drink on us. You've been working so hard. What is this? Are you trying to test a Konoha ninja like this? We have rules. Just a small token of appreciation. Please accept it. We'll need your help plenty in the future. Fine, just this once. Don't let it happen again. Of course. You stay busy. We'll head off now. Go ahead. The Hokage is waiting in the reception room. Next, after enduring a veritable trial of tribulations, the Kage finally met the Hokage, who made them grit their teeth, Eiji. After the great ninja war, their leadership had seen some changes too. The Mizukage of the Hidden Mist was Mei Terumi. The Reikage of the Hidden Cloud was Darui. The Tsuchikage of the Hidden Stone was Kuratsuchi. And the Kazekage of the Hidden Sand was unexpectedly Temari, with Kankuro as her aide. It seemed that village was indeed running out of talent. After exchanging pleasantries, Eiji led them to the newly constructed Chunin exam arena. The stands were already packed with spectators eager for a show. Gama Shiranui stepped to the center. The 5 great nations joint Chunin exam now begins. First match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Sasuke Uchiha. On the VIP platform, the Kage had just taken a sip of tea when they heard those two names. Their hands trembled violently, and the scalding liquid nearly spilled out. Hand of the Sand pointed at the 2 figures in the arena, her voice laced with disbelief. The Genin from Konoha are at this level now. What the hell? Hokage Dano, aren't your village's Genin a bit too strong? It's not that bad. They can at least hold a fight against Madara. Isuke spread his hands, wearing an expression that clearly said, yes, our Konoha is that awesome. What are you going to do about it? The Kage from the other 4 villages could immediately tell what was happening. Is this a Chunin exam, or are they showing off their muscles? They had originally thought that if the Hokage turned out to be short-lived like Minato, they could wait it out and rise to power. But now, 2 more prodigies have appeared. Just you wait, the good days are yet to come. Gama lowered his voice and glanced at Naruto and Sasuke. The Hokage instructed us to just put on a show. This arena cost a fortune. Sasuke shot Gama a sharp look. Stop being so talkative. Since I'm fighting Naruto, I have to give it my all. That's only natural, Sasuke. I need everyone's recognition to become the 6th Hokage of Konoha. Gama felt helpless. He wanted to say something but decided against it. He had delivered the message, the rest was up to the Hokage to handle. With that, Genma waved his hand. Begin the match. Before the referee's words had even faded, 2 figures collided like arrows released from a bow. Boom. The shockwave generated by the pure clash of power swept through the entire arena instantly. The railings of the front row audience seats groaned under the unbearable pressure. Gama's eyes widened. Didn't these 2 understand? Why were they fighting so seriously? It was over. After this, he'd have to apply for funds to rebuild the arena again. In the center of the battlefield, shrouded in dust and debris, only 2 blurry shadows could be seen exchanging blows at speeds invisible to the naked eye. With every punch and kick, a dull roar erupted. The ground beneath their feet cracked inch by inch with spiderweb-like fissures spreading rapidly. This wasn't a Chunin exam, it looked more like a duel between 2 Kage. Naruto. Sasuke. It's time to get serious. Don't let the Kage from other villages laugh at us. I was thinking the same thing. Cough, cough, cough. Up on the stands, the Kage from the 4 villages were nearly choking on their anger. You haven't even started yet. Are you 2 mocking us? The Uchiha clan's ultimate power, Susanoo. Let's go, Kurama. Explosive power, devastating enough to shake the heavens, erupted from both of them. Crack. Isuke crushed the cup in his hand. Did these 2 conspire to do this together? Are you 2 fighting or destroying the house? Notify Senior Tenzu, we have work to do. Zabuza, who had been silent until now, remembered the words of Elder Genmai from the Mist Village. The most correct decision we've made in recent years is allying with Konoha. Only now did Mei Terumi realize the gap between their ninjas and those of Konoha. She pursed her lips. She really needed to think of a way to deepen the bond with Konoha. Perhaps she could find a beautiful girl from the Mist Village and introduce her as a girlfriend to the Hokage. Let me think. Who would be suitable? Esme counted on her fingers. Isuke suddenly furrowed his brow. Two extremely unfamiliar chakra signatures intruded upon his perception without warning. He looked up sharply, his gaze locked onto the sky. Two figures floated silently there. They wore white robes, one tall and thin, the other short and stout. Momoshiki sneered. Finally found them. Meanwhile, within the ceiling dimension, Kagaya's heart began to pound frantically after a long slumber. Panic was evident on her face. They found us. They actually found us. The two massive chakra signatures originating from the same source were heading straight for her location. The target was without a doubt herself. The sky. What is that? A perceptive ninja finally noticed the anomaly and screamed, pointing at the sky. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Quickly evacuate all spectators and villagers. Highest alert. Experienced security force ninjas reacted instantly, shouting loudly. The entire venue plunged into greater chaos. Don't worry. The Hokage Dano will protect us. Momoshiki looked down at the ants-like crowd fleeing in panic, his eyes filled with pure disgust. Troublesome lower life forms. There are quite a lot of them. Beside him, the short, stout kin with a gruff voice asked, should we clean up this trash first? Momoshiki ignored the chaos beneath his feet. His gaze remained firmly locked on the figure in the center of the VIP platform, wearing a white ceremonial robe embroidered with flame patterns and a fire character hat. Don't bother with the others. Kill him directly. Understood. Kin's massive body exploded with terrifying speed unmatched by his size. The red light ring on his back materialized instantly, condensing into a crimson blade. The blade's target was Isuke on the viewing platform. He intended to split both him and the entire platform in half. Boom. A loud roar echoed. However, it was not Isuke who was sent flying, nor was it the shattered platform. Kin's massive body was sent flying backward at even greater speed, crashing violently into the arena wall and creating a giant spiderweb-like crater. Standing before Isuke was Sasuke, who slowly retracted his leg. His Rinnegan coldly watched the thrown-back Kin as if looking at a pile of annoying trash. He is my prey. It's not your place, small fry, to touch him. Isuke opened his mouth, then closed it again. He thought, you little brat really deserves a beating. After all, I've been Hokage for several years. In front of so many people, can you show a bit of respect? Who did you learn this arrogance from? TCH. Momoshiki watched Kin get kicked away, his brows furrowing slightly. For the first time, an expression of irritation appeared on his face, as if he had been disturbed. Floating in midair, he scanned Sasuke standing before Isuke, and then Naruto below, who was also emitting astonishing chakra. Two slightly stronger bugs. He raised his hand. It seems I need to clean up these troublesome brats first. Isuke's voice sounded at that moment. Naruto, Sasuke, kill them. Understood. I am now the strongest in the world. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, their year of tacit training shining through vividly. Enormous heart-palpitating chakra surged from their bodies. Let's go. Here we go. The other Kage exchanged looks. It was time to show their loyalty. We'll help you. Isuke clapped his hands. Water release, water dragon jutsu. A massive arc-shaped water wall rose from the ground instantly, completely isolating the core battle zone from the audience stands. This provided a valuable barrier in time for the panicked civilians evacuating. Moreover, since the Chunin exam venue was located outside Konoha, surrounded by open space, it was suitable as a battlefield. It allowed Naruto and Sasuke to hold back nothing and thoroughly teach these arrogant aliens a lesson. A strong desire to fight originating from deep within their bloodline was ignited. It was the Uchiha's thirst for strong opponents. Seeing the unmasked killing intent and excitement in Sasuke's eyes, Naruto's inner Kurama also let out an excited growl. The two genin stacking buffs on each other saw their momentum rise steadily. That terrifying pressure mixed with yin and yang power actually caused a trace of nervousness to arise in the hearts of Momoshiki in the air and Kin, who had just broken free from the wall. They were supposed to be lower life forms. Oh, why were they so difficult to deal with? However, that was all. It would only take a little time to eliminate them and then deal with that man. Where did that guy who imprisoned Kagaya go? Meanwhile, at the edge of the forest near the outskirts of Konoha village, far from the main battlefield. Hey, isn't it a bit impolite to try to sneak into someone else's village without saying hello? Urashiki, who was about to accelerate his infiltration of the village, halted abruptly. He slowly turned around to face the figure that had appeared silently not far behind him. Eiji, clad in the Hokage's robe, had somehow maneuvered his way right behind him without being noticed. You despicable lower life form. Urashiki set a trademark flippant smile on his face as he leisurely drew his peculiar red fishing rod from behind his back. I'm quite interested in the being hidden inside you. Within the seal's inner dimension, Kagaya's heart leapt into her throat. She knew perfectly well that Urashiki was referring to her. A wave of overwhelming frustration and panic surged within her. Who could possibly understand her plight? She had been safely sealed on the moon for 1,000 years without incident, and now not long after being transferred into this strange individual, all this trouble began. First, Black Zetsu was tossed onto the moon, severing her hopes of resurrection. Now Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki were all ganging up on her doorstep. All Kaguya Otsutsuki wanted was to be resurrected. What wrong had she committed? Urashiki clearly sensed Kaguya's violently fluctuating chakra and let out a pleased chuckle. Kaguya-ha, you possess overwhelming battle power, but lack an equally formidable intellect. Urashiki's tone was filled with contempt. Having lost your noble Otsutsuki body, what are you doing hiding inside this fellow? Why not come out and reminisce about old times? Or could it be that being a member of the supreme Otsutsuki clan, you find it impossible to even take over the body of a lower creature? Tisk, simply unimaginable. Urashiki's smile twisted into a sinister and greedy grin. In that case, rather than letting you continue to defile the glory of the Otsutsuki, it's better if I just devour you. Use your chakra fruit to wash away this disgrace. Before he even finished speaking, Urashiki flicked his wrist. Swish. The bizarre red rod cut through the air with a piercing shriek, its hook transforming into a deadly red streak of light aimed venomously and precisely at Eiji's chest. If that hook found its mark, he could effortlessly reel away a vast amount of the target's chakra. However, the red light flashed and only struck a lingering afterimage. What? The flippancy on Urashiki's face instantly solidified, his pupils contracting slightly. Fast. He hadn't even seen how the opponent had moved. The next second, a chilling sensation of a blade came from behind him. Thud. Murasame pierced through Urashiki's chest without any resistance. Simultaneously, a fist wreathed in raging blue chakra slammed violently into the side of his face. Hua! Urashiki was sent tumbling through the air from the impact. The searing pain on his face combined with the piercing wound in his chest filled him with shock and fury. Eiji let out a scornful laugh, taunting Urashiki, this so-called angler. I have a student named Naruto who started fishing when he was 4. If you're no good at it, you might want to ask him for advice. No, this is impossible. Urashiki steadied himself, clutching his wound, his eyes wide with astonishment. At the moment of the attack, he could have sworn he could have activated Yamatsu Hirasaka or transformed into red light cranes to evade via space-time movement. But in that instant, he felt the space around him as if bound by invisible shackles. He could only watch helplessly as the blade pierced his body and the fist slammed into his face. This eerie sensation. What an annoying brat. Urashiki wiped the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his gaze turning dangerous and serious. But this makes things a bit more interesting. He glanced towards the direction of the Chunin exam arena, where the terrifying energy fluctuations erupting indicated the battle there had reached its peak. Tisk, I need to hurry. If that greedy Momoshiki over there finishes things and comes to claim Kaguya's fruit, I might not get a chance. Without a moment's further hesitation, Urashiki reached into his pocket and produced several glowing orbs of fluctuating chakra trophies he had previously reeled in from other powerful shinobi with his rod. He opened his mouth and greedily gulped down these precious chakra masses. Brat, our little game ends here. While Urashiki's presence swelled, Eiji didn't rush to attack him. Instead, he seemed to knock on a door. Kaguya. Inside the seal's dimension, sensing Urashiki's terrifying rising presence through the water prison, Kaguya tensed up. What do you want? Are you going to devour me like him and use my power to fight him? Eiji scratched his head. Was Grandma Kaguya suffering from paranoia? There was no tradition of cannibalism in the ninja world. At most, someone like Orochimaru would try to steal your body. Eiji shook his head. No, I don't want to. But that madman out there wants to very much, and it looks like he's gaining the ability to do so. Hey, you see the situation? He's getting tougher. Honestly, I'm not 100% sure I can handle him in his current state. Eiji paused, taking a moment to think of something sad to prevent himself from laughing. If, and I mean if, he ends up winning and kills me, then casually devouring you as a trophy would be as easy as snapping his fingers. Kaguya's expression darkened with each of Eiji's words. She knew perfectly well that every word Eiji spoke was the brutal truth. Facing this harsh reality, Kaguya couldn't help but speak up. So what's your plan? Pay your rent, Eiji said. It's not right to always freeload off me. A puzzled expression crossed Kaguya's face, but after brief consideration, she vaguely understood his meaning. Lend the landlord Eiji a little bit of chakra. However, Kaguya hesitated. What if he used her own power against her? Wouldn't that be cutting off her nose to spite her face? Just then Urashiki provided the necessary push. After Eiji had deliberately held back for quite some time, Urashiki finally entered his second stage. His Byakugan turned gold, a golden Rinnegan opened on his forehead, and black stripes appeared across his face. Horns sprouted from his head, his arms transformed into wings, and his legs became black talons. What a bird-brained freak. In his second stage, Urashiki's attacks became even more ferocious as his chakra grew. He swung his chakra staff, forcing the actor Eiji to retreat step by step. Hey, I can't hold on much longer. Have you decided yet? Seeing Eiji getting beaten up, Kagaya didn't hesitate anymore and called out loudly, "What do I do?" "Place your hand on the water wall and leave the rest to me." Hearing this, Kagaya stretched out her hand and placed it upon the transparent water wall. Instantly, a flood of black curse marks climbed up her fair palms, spreading across her entire right hand. Then more and more of Kagaya's chakra began to slowly flow into Eiji's body. Eiji couldn't hold back his smile any longer. "Finally, you took the bait. Ha ha ha. Moi." The bird-like form of Pu Shi hovered in midair, his eyes narrowing slightly, as he displayed a flicker of suspicion and uncertainty for the first time. The brat before him, clad in the Hokage's robe, was off, disturbingly off. Almost instinctively, Pu Shi beat his wings violently, shooting upward to widen the distance between him and Ing-Si, once more desperate to regain control of the battle's rhythm. Pu Shi racked his brain, utterly unable to fathom who he was facing. His mind raced as he glared down at the figure below, whose aura surged with each passing moment. Just what the hell are you? Ing-Si was momentarily speechless. How was he supposed to answer that? He had inherited the essence of Tobirama Senju's elusive space-time ninjutsu. He could instantly activate a flawless sage mode, wielding natural energy, as if it were an extension of his own will. He possessed a pair of 6 Tomo Rinnegan. Within him flowed the primordial power of yin-yang released from the Sage of 6 Paths. He was even the landlord of Kagaya Otsutsuki, able to forcibly command her power. And if he ever found himself outmatched, he could summon the 1,000-year-old Toad Sage to fight at any time. This ultimate cheetah fusion of the ninja world's peak legacies and forbidden powers. Uchiha Ing-Si himself. TCH. What a royal pain. Pu Shi cursed inwardly, his face stripped of any trace of cat and mouse composure, replaced by the vexation and savagery of a cornered beast. "Enough, you insect. Emitsuboshi no Nagaraboshi Ryugu." He roared, thrusting both palms forward. An enormous, suffocating tide of purple-black chakra erupted, instantly coalescing into a colossal, terrifying energy fish that blotted out the sky. The giant fish opened its abyssal maw, and within it a sphere of concentrated destructive chakra spun furiously, emitting a wave of terror capable of warping space itself. Its targeting sea below. Boom, boom, boom. Several devastating beams of purple-black chakra, like divine punishment, erupted from the fish's mouth, instantly blanketing the airspace where Ing-Si stood. The explosion's roar was deafening, and blinding light swallowed everything. Yet when the light faded, Pu Shi's pupils contracted sharply. Ing-Si's figure weaved and darted through the torrent of energy that could annihilate mountains, his speed so great it left afterimages. The attacks that could tear space itself were effortlessly evaded. Now, a sharp gleam flashed in Ing-Si's eyes as he pressed his palms together. Sage Art Water Dragon Bullet. A colossal sage water dragon, even larger than the fish Pu Shi had summoned, tore through the air. The dragon was wreathed in substantial natural energy, its roar shaking the heavens as it slammed into the energy fish in the sky. At the same time, Ing-Si's 6 Tomo Rinnegan blazed to life. Shinra Tensei. A terrifying, repulsive force that rejected all things erupted from Ing-Si, precisely targeting the massive body of the energy fish. Boom. Caught between the Sage Water Dragon's assault and the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, the Ryugu fish that Pu Shi prided himself on was crushed as if by 2 invisible mountains. It let out a pitiful groan, instantly torn apart, scattering into countless purple-black chakra fragments that fluttered down. "Kagaya, let's go." 80 God Vacuum Strike. Before the words died, Pu Shi was horrified to see a blurry phantom materialize behind Ing-Si. It was Kagaya Otsutsuki. Countless enormous fists rained down from the phantom like a storm, instantly filling Pu Shi's entire field of vision. Impossible. Pu Shi's shock reached its peak. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Not only had Kagaya failed to seize the power of this vessel, she was acting like a tamed power bank. Under the command of this lowly creature, she was unleashing the Otsutsuki clan's taijutsu against him. Faced with the overwhelming 80 God Vacuum Strike, Pu Shi flapped his wings with all his might, trying to escape the deadly rain of fists. But Ing-Si's assault came in an unending tide. Seizing the moment when Pu Shi was forced into awkward evasions and thrown off balance by the 80 God Vacuum Strike, Ing-Si executed an impossible sliding pivot in midair. The 6-path staff in his hand, infused with the power of yin-yang release, instantly transformed into a pitch-black ninja blade wreathed in 6 paths energy. Sage Chakra and ordinary ninjutsu were of limited effect against them. Only taijutsu imbued with 6 paths power could inflict real damage. Flying Thunder God Slash. Thwip. The black blade flashed like lightning, rending space. Pu Shi only saw a blur before a searing pain erupted in his chest. He looked down to find a gaping, blood-soaked hole clean through his body. He hadn't even seen how the blade struck. Another slash. Thwip. The second strike followed, instantly piercing his abdomen with precision. The agony made his vision go dark. Slash again and again. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Ingxi's form became a true death storm. The black blade wove a lethal net of steel around him. The sickening sound of blade meeting flesh was relentless. Pusher's once proud bird form was reduced to a tattered ragdoll. The most brutal blow came when his white wings, his means of flight, were hacked off by the black blade infused with Six Paths power. Agony racked his entire body, which trembled uncontrollably. Unable to maintain flight, he plummeted to the ground like a broken kite. The Cloud Sovereign instantly became a grounded chicken. Why? Pusher crashed to the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust, his face twisted in shock. His Rinnegan were still there, but his prized dojutsu had completely ceased to respond. How the hell am I supposed to fight this? You despicable lowlife, daring to steal the noble power of the Otsutsuki clan. I will never forgive you. Ignoring the agony, Pusher tried to channel chakra to regenerate his torn wings. But under the erosion of Six Paths power, all efforts were futile. That blade. It's no ordinary blade. Pusher finally realized that the pitch-black ninja blade was on a completely different level from the Murakumo that had ambushed him earlier. Having originally tried to buy time, Pusher now had no desire to fight. He just wanted to flee. This absurdly troublesome lowlife. Better to leave him to those idiots Momo and Kin, let them taste this monster's wrath. Pusher kicked a black rod toward Ingxi's face. As Ingxi dodged, he activated his life-saving dojutsu once more. Yomi no Kuni Hiriko, the ultimate space-time ninjutsu, opening a black portal that could traverse between different dimensions. See you later, brat. Huh. His smile froze on his face. The portal was right in front of him, mere centimeters away. Yet those few centimeters became an insurmountable chasm. A spatial anchoring force powerful enough to drive one to despair pinned him firmly in place. He couldn't even move a muscle, let alone leap into the portal. Now Ingxi's pupil power was pushed to its absolute peak. Enemies from the sky. In the sky he was still invincible. Ingxi slowly raised his right hand, and a grayish-white bone spike gradually grew from his palm. Farewell, despicable invader. All-killing ash bones. No. The bone spike pierced into Pusher's chest without resistance. Ugh. You. Pusher felt the struck area begin to rapidly disintegrate. This inescapable sense of annihilation plunged him into unprecedented terror. Bastard, you dare kill me. My clan will never let. Bang. A second all-killing ash bone pierced his throat with precision. So much chatter. Ingxi's figure flickered, instantly appearing before Pusher, whose body was rapidly disintegrating and annihilating. Seizing the moment before the Rinnegan brimming with immense pupil power vanished along with the body, Ingxi moved with lightning speed. Schluck. The Rinnegan was securely gripped in Ingxi's hand. Who should I give this to? Is it over? Is it really over? Imprisoned within the water dungeon, Kaguya rarely saw a flicker of bewilderment in her eyes. Although Ichiki appeared unreliable, he was a genuine member of the Otsutsuki clan, an existence far beyond the capability of ordinary ninjas of this world to resist. Yet he had truly been defeated, slain by the ash bones of co-killing. She lowered her head and spread her fair palm, gazing at the black curse marks covering her skin. Yes, she had indeed lent her precious chakra to Eiji, but her current strength was far weaker than before. Could such residual chakra truly achieve this? For some reason she felt deceived. As expected, handsome men cannot be trusted. But then again, even if deceived, Eiji had truly repelled Ichiki, which in a sense equated to saving her. Kaguya, swayed by Eiji's looks, saw her intelligence drop further. In truth, she had no moves left. She was now fish on a chopping board. What could she do? She would simply live one day at a time. What if Kurizutsuki could still emerge from the moon, right? At this moment, Eiji had already arrived at the Chunin exam arena. The Konoha invaders Kin and Momoshiki were being beaten so thoroughly by Naruto and Sasuke, accompanied by the allies from the 4 villages, that their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. They couldn't understand why the lower species in the eyes of the Otsutsuki clan were so tenacious. Eiji's figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the battlefield. I'm done over here. How about you? Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. These 2 enemies are far stronger than any we've faced before. Right, Sasuke? TCH, I was just warming up. Kin and Momoshiki retreated into the air, looking at Eiji in disbelief. Judging by the battle marks on him and his words, he had already dealt with Ichiki. This made them unable to believe it. Was Ichiki's combat power that strong? He wasn't particularly strong among the Otsutsuki clan, but he wasn't some fish to be slaughtered either. How could he have fallen in such a short time? Momoshiki's Byakugan scanned Eiji's body, attempting to probe further. Suddenly he drew in a sharp breath, because behind Eiji floated a blurry phantom. It's Kaguya. You've seized Kaguya's power. Eiji clearly possessed Kaguya's power, yet his appearance had not changed in the slightest, nor did he possess even a hint of Kaguya's traits. Not to mention the karma seal. This relationship, similar to a vessel, but not quite one, exceeded the knowledge of Kin and Momoshiki. Before Momoshiki could think further, Naruto's golden figure wrapped in Nine-Tails chakra crashed toward them like a cannonball, while Sasuke's Chidori sharp spear tore through the air, piercing straight for Kin. Following closely was Rock Lee's side kick, burning with blue steam, moving at an extreme speed. Momoshiki blocked hastily, but was kicked hard in the head by Lee's pure taijutsu power, staggering him. On the other side, Kin's massive body was bound by layers of ninja techniques, unable to move. Lord Momoshiki. Kin made a decision. It's time. Swallow my chakra. Lord Momoshiki, don't hesitate. A fierce look flashed in Momoshiki's eyes as he raised his palm, without hesitation, his Rinnegan pupil glowing with eerie light. Lower species, let me show you how our clan operates. The ninja techniques binding Kin were torn apart by an invisible force, his body suddenly transforming into a streak of red light, speeding toward Momoshiki. It contracted sharply in midair, eventually condensing into a crimson fruit, resembling coagulated blood. Momoshiki grabbed it firmly. Naturally, he then began to devour it greedily. What? He ate his own comrade. The ninjas attacking him drew in cold breaths. What had Momoshiki just done? He had actually eaten his own ally. Even during the Blood Mist Village policy back then, the Hidden Mist Village would kill and be done with it. They wouldn't slice and eat their victims. As Momoshiki swallowed each bite, the chakra fluctuations radiating from him grew increasingly intense. A dangerous aura spread like a tangible substance, pressing down until it was hard to breathe. A crack on the center of his forehead slowly opened, and the third Rinnegan was about to appear. Bad. Sasuke teleported instantly. Chidori stream sharp spear. Too late. Momoshiki didn't bother defending. Such an attack posed no threat to him, as he was about to enter his second stage. Kin willingly became my power. This is the tradition of our clan. He easily swatted away Sasuke's attack, feeling the surging mighty power within him. The crack on his forehead widened further, and the third eye, symbolizing higher dimensional power, was about to open completely. Fox Rinnegan, and that vessel of Kaguya. Looks like the game went too far. I'll end you now. He closed his eyes, waiting for the rebirth and world-domineering power transformation to complete. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time passed under the suffocating pressure. Moi. The earth-shattering aura he expected did not arrive. The crack on his forehead barely opened a thin slit. It seemed stuck with no further movement. Aside from a slight increase in total chakra, the qualitative change capable of altering the battle outcome did not occur at all. How is this possible? He frantically activated the power within him, but felt that the evolutionary force about to erupt was tightly sealed by an invisible shackle. Like transforming. From a distance, Eiji sat back in the spectator seats and took out sunflower seeds to snack on. Do you think you're a Super Saiyan? Take my Kazuchi no Mikoto. Once locking eyes on a target, it can instantly anchor their spatial coordinates, preventing them from moving or changing form. At this moment, a rare emotion of fear appeared in Momoshiki's heart. These despicable lower species had actually mastered such a sophisticated technique. Not only could they control the tailed beasts like this, but they could also prevent the Otsutsuki from entering their strongest form. Momoshiki even wanted to curse, oh, what was the point of fighting anymore? Suddenly Momoshiki felt a chill behind him. Eiji, who had been snacking on seeds moments ago, had appeared behind him without him noticing. Weak. You're truly too weak. With your level, you have the nerve to invade someone else's territory. When did you? Thrust. A dark ninja sword pierced through Momoshiki's heart, then a kick sent him crashing down. Bang. Momoshiki's body landed heavily in the center of the arena. In Eiji's hand were 2 Rinnegan pupils. After taking him down, Eiji scratched his head. What do you all think? Should we continue holding the Chunin exams? Huh. The ninjas present looked at each other, then glanced up at the Hokage floating in the sky. What was he talking about? Was the Chunin exam really that important? As for the Chunin exam and such, let's wait until we've dealt with the intruders first. The ninjas present felt increasingly bewildered by their Hokage. At a time like this, he was still thinking about the exam. The terrifying alien invader Momoshiki was still lying on the ground. Are you addicted to exams? Almost done, it's just a casual matter. With that, he gave Momoshiki another kick. A dull, heavy thud accompanied by a crisp sound like bones shattering sent Momoshiki's entire body embedding deep into the floor once again. This time he sank extremely deep, his entire upper body buried, leaving only his legs twitching futilely outside, making it a struggle to even pull him out. Bastard. A roar filled with humiliation and fury rose from beneath the ground. Struggling into a barely 1.5 stage, Momoshiki painfully lifted his twisted, deformed face. Presumptuous lower life form. How dare you defy the majesty of the Otsutsuki? Bang, bang, bang. Momoshiki's threats were brutally interrupted by a series of even more violent impacts. Eiji didn't give him the chance to finish his threats. Bending down, he grabbed Momoshiki by his white hair, swinging him like a heavy sandbag, smashing him against the ground again and again. Each impact was accompanied by the floor's wail and flying debris. I don't blame you for invading Konoha. You foolish Otsutsuki are all like this. But how dare you choose here? Do you have any idea how much money Konoha spent on this arena? Under Eiji's storm-like assault, the pit beneath Momoshiki visibly expanded and deepened. Soon from the perspective of the arena's surface, the two of them had completely vanished. Only a massive smoking crater with crumbling edges remained. Deep at the bottom of the pit, at first Momoshiki's cries mixed with groans and curses could still be heard, but gradually they grew faint, until only Eiji's continuous roar remained. Along with the dull thuds of fists and saws colliding with Momoshiki, each echo sent chills down the spine. The watching Kage drew in sharp breaths. Why was Eiji so furious? Did he need some cooling herbal tea? He hadn't been this fierce, even during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Who had angered him? Watching from the sidelines, Sasuke, also swallowed hard, with sudden fear crept over him. Sasuke knew the Uchiha reputation had not always been good, and many had called them madmen behind their backs. Now it seemed, indeed. He even thought about going to Tsunade for a full-body examination to see why he was so normal. It felt abnormal. If it were Sasuke, he would probably have stabbed Momoshiki twice, and then shown off a bit. Look at Eiji. He was making ninja meatballs from an alien. After an unknown time, amidst the sound of falling rubble, Eiji's figure leaped out of the deep pit and landed steadily on the ground. His Hokage robe was splattered with semi-congealed dark red bloodstains, impossible to tell if they were from the enemy or from his own cuts caused by flying debris. Lord Hokage, are you all right? I'm fine, said Eiji, wiping the blood from his face. Honorable Kage and esteemed representatives, today's sudden incident has alarmed you. The Chunin exam is postponed. Please go back and rest. Hearing this, the Kage and their subordinates retreated hastily, without a moment's hesitation. They were afraid of being caught in the crossfire and getting beaten up as well. Eiji looked back at the shattered arena, feeling deeply distressed. This would surely exhaust Senior Tenzo to death. Remember to add 2 chicken legs and a hot spring egg to Senior Tenzo's box lunch. Huh? What hot? Go do it quickly. While Tenzo, with a pained expression, went to repair the arena, Eiji arrived at the laboratory. He placed the several eyeballs into a special solution and sat on a small stool pondering. The Otsutsuki who invaded Konoha had information available, so dealing with them was relatively easy. But what if one day the legendary Otsutsuki god Shirbai came to invade the ninja world? That would be extremely troublesome. Was there a way to find where he was? If they couldn't defeat him, they could travel back to before he became a god and stab him twice. Under the efforts of Eiji and a few allies, they successfully repelled the Otsutsuki clan's invasion of the ninja world. However, this sudden attack also stirred a huge wave in the hearts of the 5 great nations' leaders. The existence of the Otsutsuki clan and their terrifying goal of devouring chakra completely overturned their understanding of the world. 3 days later, in Konoha's Hokage Tower meeting room. So besides us, there are these powerful Otsutsuki in the world. I never thought they would want to devour all the chakra in the ninja world. This is too terrifying. The ninjas in the room discussed among themselves. Today's events far exceeded their understanding. Lord Hokage, said Kuratsuchi, standing up. Besides the defeated Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki, are there other Otsutsuki who invaded the ninja world? Do they have any accomplices still in hiding? Eiji replied. According to information extracted from their brains, there is another Otsutsuki who invaded the ninja world alongside Kaguya. He has been hidden in the ninja world for 1,000 years, and no one knows where he is. 1,000 years. That old thing sure can live. Ahem, we're off track. Let's think about how to resolve the upcoming crisis. The conclusion was that Ishiki not only possessed terrifying power matching or even surpassing Momoshiki's, but more frighteningly, he had thoroughly understood the ninja world over these 1,000 years. He was familiar with ninja history, power systems, weaknesses, and might have even infiltrated certain organizations, accumulating unimaginable resources and intelligence. If anyone encountered a suspicious person, they should not fight him directly, but report to the Hokage immediately. After discussing the Otsutsuki matter, the conversation turned to the Chunin exam. Because the arena needed repairs, the exam was postponed to half a month later. During this time, the Kage and participants would rest in Konoha village, which would also help deepen their bonds. As for Naruto and Sasuke, they wouldn't participate. Let others have a chance to shine. So that afternoon, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, you are officially promoted to Chunin. This pair of best friends finally shed the title of Genin and became the strongest Chunin in the ninja world. Congratulations, congratulations. After the announcement, everyone went their separate ways. Naruto and Sasuke, the best friends, walked out cheerfully. Sasuke, how about we celebrate with a bowl of ramen? I've already eaten ramen with you for a week. Can we have something else? Then how about barbecue? Fine. As long as it was far away from that damn ramen shop, anything was fine. After barbecue, we'll have a bowl of ramen for a late-night snack. Sasuke let out a long sigh. 3 meals a day of ramen, and sometimes Naruto dragged him for a bowl at midnight. He was puzzled. Couldn't they eat something else? Sasuke now felt nauseous at the sight of ramen. Seeing Sasuke's expression, Naruto thought he was dissatisfied. Then how about we eat a bowl of ramen first, then go for barbecue? Sasuke was going crazy. Can't we just stay away from that ramen shop? Let Master Tsuchi have a break. Huh. Naruto blinked. But if no one goes, he'll have to close down. Sasuke was convinced. Naruto's combat IQ was 10,000, but now it was negative 500 million. He held his forehead in despair, racking his brain for an excuse to escape this ramen fanatic. The corner of his eye caught a familiar pink figure in the distance looking their way. Sakura. Yes. Sakura jolted, hardly believing her ears. Sasuke had called her voluntarily. Her heart raced like a deer, her cheeks flushed pink, and she immediately trotted over, eyes shining. What is it? Didn't we agree to go see a movie tonight? Did you forget? Sasuke stated with feigned seriousness, simultaneously brushing away Naruto's hand that had been resting on his shoulder. Huh. Sakura paused for a moment, then a sudden realization lit up her mind. Oh, she understood instantly. Sasuke-kun was actively asking her out. He was just too shy to say it directly, so he invented an excuse based on a prior agreement. A wave of immense happiness instantly overwhelmed her, her cheeks flushed red like a ripe tomato, and her voice trembled with sweetness. Then let's hurry. The movie is about to start. Sasuke nodded to Sakura, shot Naruto a look that said handle it yourself, and walked away side by side with Sakura. Left standing alone, Naruto watched the two figures recede into the distance and shrugged helplessly. What's the big deal about being in love anyway? Naruto sauntered slowly to Ichiraku Ramen, lifting the warm Norin curtains as a familiar aroma hit him. Alone today? Same as usual. Yes, same as usual. Sasuke and Sakura went on a date. The ramen was served quickly and Naruto began slurping it down heartily. The weather was cold, and the small ramen shop quickly filled with customers, creating a lively atmosphere. While eating, Naruto gazed listlessly out the window. Large snowflakes had silently begun falling, dyeing the streets outside in a layer of pure white. Naruto. A timid voice sounded in his ear. May I sit next to you? Naruto turned his head and saw Hyuga Hinata standing shyly beside him. It's Hinata. Come sit down. It's my treat today. Hinata sat down cautiously, her heart pounding wildly. She took several deep breaths to muster the greatest courage of her life, then took a carefully wrapped small box from her bag and held it out to Naruto with slightly trembling hands. This is for you. Thanks, Hinata. You're a really good person. He tore open the packaging in no time. When the contents of the box were fully revealed, Naruto froze completely. It was a red scarf. It was exactly the same as the one his mother had left him, only to be torn apart by those brats later. Hinata, thank you. I'm glad you like it, Naruto-kun. Hinata's cheeks were flushed crimson, a mix of overwhelming shyness and relief at Naruto's reaction. Yet the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upward into a shy, yet satisfied arc. Outside the village, hidden in the leaves, the snowstorm intensified. Tonari stood lonely in the heavy snow. Icy snowflakes fell on his pale skin and blue-white long hair, while his pure white robes rustled fiercely in the cold wind. The ninja world has become so distorted, far beyond my calculations and imagination. He muttered softly, his voice torn apart by the biting wind. Who would have thought that Konohagakure would breed such a monster? Uchiha Eiji. This man who had stolen the power of the god tree displayed terrifying strength that in Tonari's eyes had even surpassed the sealed Hagoromo's mother Kaguya. Originally, Tonari feared that once Kaguya revived, or rather broke her seal, she would bring immense disaster to the ninja world. But now it seems the greatest disaster facing the ninja world is not her. It is the Hokage Uchiha Eiji who obtained her power. His performance at the Chunin exams further solidified Tonari's conviction. The ninja world absolutely cannot tolerate such an uncontrollable existence. This kind of power itself is an original spark capable of igniting the entire world. If it is not strangled or controlled early on, allowing it to grow unchecked, the darkness within Eiji's heart will surely be completely swallowed by that infinite power. By then he will transform into an even more greedy god tree, turning the entire ninja world and all the ninja into nutrients to nourish his strength. The overture to destruction must be played by me. At the same time, in the Hyuga compound, the clan head Hayashi was still drinking tea. He put down his teacup and asked casually, hasn't Hinata returned yet? Father-sister went on a date with Naruto. Well, it counts as a date, I suppose. Hayashi's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Who? Naruto. The Hokage's student Naruto. Yeah, Hanabi nodded. She even brought a special gift. She had been preparing it mysteriously for a long time. She couldn't help but giggle, recalling a discovery from recent days. She often saw the light still on in her sister's room at night. Sneaking over to peek, she found Hinata clumsily, yet earnestly knitting something. After pressing her, Hinata finally blushed and haltingly recounted the story she had buried deep in her heart. Many years ago, young Hinata, mocked by villagers for her Byakugan as a monster, had shivered in a corner. It was then that Naruto, also young, bravely stepped forward. To protect her, he had gotten into a brawl with a group of bad kids. The cost. The red scarf left by Naruto's mother was torn to shreds by those bastards. Hinata had always kept this guilt and gratitude hidden deep in her heart. Finally today, she bravely offered this long-overdue compensation and heartfelt sentiment. Father, Hanabi poured tea for Hayashi. Are you listening? Hayashi only then snapped out of his thoughts. Naruto was the Hokage's student, and Hinata was a descendant of the main branch. A union between the two strong parties was a good thing. If the Hyuga clan forged such a close bond with the core power of the Hokage's faction, the Hyuga clan status in Konoha would be as solid as a rock. If we can't be the #1 ninja clan, being second isn't bad either. Hanabi, it's late. You should go rest. Hayashi's words abruptly stopped as a sharp killing intent suddenly erupted from his body. He rushed into the courtyard, his Byakugan instantly activating, scanning the darkness and falling snowflakes with a 360-degree field of view. The courtyard was empty, with only the cold wind swirling snowflakes. However, beneath his feet, lying quietly on the pristine white snow, was a letter. Hayashi's brows knitted tightly, his expression turning extremely grim. Someone had managed to completely bypass the Hyuga clan's proud Byakugan perception and silently deliver a letter to the courtyard of the main branch clan head's residence. He bent down to pick up the letter, quickly tore it open, and skimmed its contents under the light of the veranda. The more he read, the graver his expression became. Hanabi followed the noise and came out. Seeing her father's ashen face and the mysterious letter in his hand, she asked worriedly, "Father, what's wrong? What happened?" Hayashi shook his head. "Nothing. Go back and rest." "Yes, father." Although Hanabi was full of doubts, she obediently replied, and left, looking back every few steps. Late at night, Hayashi changed into dark casual clothes suitable for movement and silently left the heavily guarded Hyuga compound. Following the directions in the letter, he arrived at a remote back mountain on the edge of the village. Beneath a wind-sheltered cliff, he saw the figure he had been waiting for. "You wanted to see me, Oi?" According to the meticulous plan, Tonari was supposed to infiltrate Konoha immediately and quietly take both Hanabi and Hinata Hyuga. Their pure Byakugan would serve as the catalyst to ignite the supreme power of the Otsutsuki Himura lineage, the Tenseigan. This was to be a pivotal step in fulfilling the ancestors' will and reshaping the world. However, a small complication arose. The Otsutsuki invasion had plunged Konoha into a state of anxiety and unrest. With the leaders of the 4 villages still in Konoha, the bodyguards of each kage were vigilant, afraid that any harm might befall them. From the outer barrier to the core areas, the entire village was on its highest state of alert. Under such formidable security, Tonari was forced to abandon his initial straightforward plan. He instead sought like-minded allies such as the Hyuga clan, who shared his lineage. "It isn't fear," he whispered to the ancestors he felt existed in the void, as if trying to convince himself. "It's about finding a more efficient path. The Hyuga clan, these scattered descendants of our bloodline on Earth, they deserve a chance for redemption and opportunity to return to the righteous path." Hayashi watched the muttering Tonari, his Byakugan fully activated, locking onto him with wariness. In their previous correspondence, the man had revealed an almost unbelievable identity. A descendant of Otsutsuki Himura, the brother of the Sage of Six Paths. And the Hyuga clan, it turned out, were also descendants of Himura. Tonari slowly turned around. What our ancestor guarded was a failed, distorted world created by the Sage of Six Paths. Now, adhering to the true will of our ancestors, I will personally correct this mistake and destroy it. Hayashi concluded that this man named Tonari was quite simply insane. The war had just ended and peace was hard won. Under the Hokage's leadership, Konoha was displaying unprecedented strength and vitality. People were just beginning to see hope for rebuilding their homes and living in peace. And this so-called kin wanted to destroy all of it. He must be utterly mad. "For the sake of our shared ancestry with Himura, I won't make trouble for you," Hayashi said. "Return to the moon, or I will report everything to the Hokage immediately." Tonari let out a cold laugh. "The Hokage? That madman who has strayed further and further down the wrong path. How dare you? The Hokage is the hero who protected Konoha. I won't allow you to slander him here." Tonari merely shook his head slightly, as if lamenting the ignorance of mortals. No one can truly resist the allure of the divine tree's power. Its very essence is consumption and destruction. Your Hokage Uchiha Eiji's mind has long been eroded by that dark power, he just doesn't realize it. He lifted his head slightly. One day the darkness lurking within him will completely devour what little humanity he has left. When that time comes, he will no longer be a man, but a divine tree craving to consume everything. And you all of Konoha, the entire shinobi world, will all become sustenance for his power. Everyone will die. Tonari's words grew more and more absurd. By the end, Hayashi was completely stunned. In Tonari's narrative, Eiji was not a hero, but the ultimate villain scheming to overthrow the shinobi world, much like Orochimaru. Enough. If you keep spouting nonsense, even for the sake of our ancestors, I cannot guarantee your safety. Hayashi said, his face stern, regretting coming out in the middle of the night to meet this madman. But Tonari remained as nonchalant as ever, still speaking with the tone of a savior. To achieve his goal, he told a small lie. The shinobi world is doomed. But the Hyuga clan, as descendants of Himura, still have a chance for atonement and rebirth. If you're willing to turn from your wicked ways and find the right path, I can lead you to a new pure land. And there I will guide you to unlock the true power of the Byakugan. Remember, our mission is to uphold absolute justice in this world, not to rely on those mad Uchiha. Hearing this, Hayashi was taken aback. The true power of the Byakugan. But he was only taken aback for a moment. Can you even fight? What's the use of fighting ability? In this world, you need influence. The three invading Otsutsuki were powerful, weren't they? One was sliced into mincemeat, another smashed into a patty. Let alone you, Tonari, who looks pathetically weak. Just as the Hyuga clan is about to become a pillar of the Hokage's faction, you show up to stir up trouble. Don't we know whether the Hokage is a hero or not? I'll give you a day to think it over. Having said that, Tonari turned to leave. Hayashi instinctively raised his hand chakra, gathering at his fingertips, but in the end he slowly lowered it again. If anyone else had uttered such treasonous and world-destroying nonsense, he would have captured them without hesitation and handed them over to the ANBU. But this man was of his own clan. This bond of blood plunged Hayashi into unprecedented hesitation. On one hand, Tonari's people had been monitoring Kaguya on the moon for generations, though surely that counted for something. On the other hand, if he reported this to the Hokage, knowing his personality, he wouldn't just kill Tonari. He might march straight to the moon and slaughter the rest of the clan. Hayashi thought that perhaps he should try to convince Tonari otherwise. Maybe this was all just a misunderstanding. A little mediation might clear things up. But then again, wasn't withholding such information also a violation of Konoha's rules? With a heavy heart and conflicting emotions, Hayashi returned home. He shut himself in his room, agonizing over the dilemma. How foolish. I should never have gone to see that man. From outside the door his wife's voice came. What's wrong? Feeling too much pressure lately. Don't worry about it. I can handle it. Hayashi tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. Before dawn even broke, he threw on some clothes and headed out. Along the way, Hayashi's mind was in a fog. He didn't know what he was thinking. He didn't know how long he walked, how he ended up at the confectionery, or how he found himself walking back with bags of sweet treats. Only when he reached the main gate did Neji, the branch family member on guard duty that day, report in a low voice. Hayashi-sama, you're back. The Hokage has been waiting in the living room for some time. MMIC. Hayashi responded instinctively, not breaking stride. But the next second his body stiffened and a jolt of ice-cold electricity shot from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Wait, who did you say is here? The Hokage, Uchiha, Eiji-sama. He arrived at dawn saying he had important matters to discuss with you. He's been waiting in the living room. Hayashi's head spun. Damn it. Could it be that the Hokage already knows something? Is he here personally to interrogate me? He swallowed hard, forcing a composed expression. It must be about the security arrangements for the 5 Kage Summit aftermath or some other official business. Hayashi said, go prepare some fine tea and refreshments. Neji was confused. Hayashi-sama, aren't those in your hands? Cut the nonsense. Just go and get them. Yes, Hayashi-sama. With that, Hayashi steeled himself and walked towards his home, all the while reassuring himself. It's fine, the Hokage doesn't know anything. He stood at the door, took a long, deep breath. Only then did he push the door open and enter. I'm home. Uchiha Eiji sat leisurely in the seat of honor, slowly savoring his tea. He quickly shot a glance at his wife, standing nearby, signaling her to leave. His wife cast a worried look at her husband, but withdrew silently. What important matter requires the Hokage-sama to grace my humble home in person? Had you sent word, I would have hastened to the Hokage's office immediately. Eiji's gaze did not directly meet Hayashi's face, but instead, he looked with interest at the bag of pastries. He set down his teacup and gestured casually. Please let me have a piece of that pastry. I woke up late this morning and missed breakfast. Hayashi respectfully offered a few delicately crafted pastries. I picked these up on a whim on my way back. I'm not sure if they'll suit the Hokage-sama's taste. Quite delicious, pleasantly sweet. Just as Hayashi began to relax slightly, Eiji suddenly changed his tone, looking at Hayashi with a smile. But I recall that Hayashi-dano doesn't care for sweets. Hayashi's heart felt as if it were seized by an invisible hand. His aversion to sweets, while not a closely guarded secret, was certainly not common knowledge. How could the Hokage know this? Could it be that the Hokage had someone watching him in secret, knowing even such intimate details of his life? And last night's secret meeting. Terrifying thoughts slithered into his mind like venomous serpents. In an instant, cold sweat soaked his back and his fingers gripping the teacup turned pale. A barrage of questions swirled in Hayashi's mind, impossible to dismiss. Unexpectedly, Eiji suddenly slapped his forehead. My apologies, I misremembered. It's Jiraiya-sensei who has a toothache lately and isn't eating sweets. With so much happening recently, I've gotten quite muddled. Hayashi nodded and let out an awkward laugh. Sure, whatever you say. Eiji seemed to genuinely enjoy the pastries, eating several more before picking up his teacup and washing them down with a sip of hot tea. Delicious. Thank you for the hospitality, clan leader Hayashi. Think nothing of it, they are but a few pastries. If you like them, I'll have some sent to your office. Eiji shook his head. No need, no need. You're busy with clan affairs, I wouldn't want to trouble you with such trivialities. Do get some proper rest. Setting down his teacup, his gaze finally settled squarely on Hayashi's face, carrying a hint of scrutiny. His tone remained gentle, but it felt like an invisible blade. You look quite weary, clan leader. One might think you hadn't slept all night, perhaps out on the back mountain building snowmen in the dead of night. Crack. The teacup slipped from Hayashi's hand and shattered upon impact, hot tea splashing across a small area. The crisp sound of breaking porcelain was jarringly loud in the quiet room. Slipped, it slipped. Hayashi's voice trembled noticeably. He tried desperately to appear composed, but his right hand shook uncontrollably. He fumbled to fetch a new cup and carefully placed it on the table. The shinobi world remains turbulent. The Otsutsuki threat is far from neutralized, and the Kage from the 4 great villages are currently staying in the village. The Hyuga clan bears the heavy responsibility for security in the outer areas and parts of the core region. We dare not be the slightest bit negligent. The pressure is indeed immense, and I haven't been resting well. Hayashi spun his tail with a straight face. I see. Eiji nodded. Must be tough. Hayashi felt a slight wave of relief and quickly raised his own teacup. Not at all, not at all. It's my duty. Here, have some tea. Just as Hayashi brought the cup to his lips, Eiji spoke again. Clan leader, your dedication to Konoha is truly a blessing for its citizens. He paused. But it's precisely in times like these that you must pay extra attention to your own safety. You must never go to places you shouldn't. And it's best not to meet people you shouldn't. Safety first, Hayashi-senpai. Crack. A second teacup slipped from Hayashi's unsteady hand, shattering into pieces. Tea splashed again, leaving a mess. The last vestiges of color drained from Hayashi's face, leaving it as pale as paper. If the first instance was a warning, this was blatant confrontation. The Hokage didn't just know something, he knew everything. Eiji blinked innocently. Has your wife been refusing to let you get a new set of cups, clan leader? Hayashi's voice was barely steady, a momentary lapse, just a slip. He raised his head, his brow covered in cold sweat, and asked with a dry, raspy voice, May I ask what the Hokage-sama meant by his words just now? Eiji stared intently at Hayashi. We still don't know what Ishiki looks like. Perhaps he has been hiding among us all along, plotting to destroy the shinobi world. His power is too dangerous. I am only thinking of your safety. Hayashi wiped the sweat from his forehead. I understand, I understand. At this point, the two were essentially laying their cards on the table. Eiji stood up and declared, I'll say it again. No matter who it is, no matter where they come from, or what banner they rally under, if they threaten the safety of Konoha or endanger any of its citizens, I will not let them go. Hayashi slumped back, his body cold. This was no longer an insinuation, it was the most severe warning and an ultimatum. With that, Eiji turned and left. Just as Eiji was about to step out the door, Hayashi suddenly called out, Hokage-sama, please wait. With that, he prostrated himself before Eiji. It was a moment of foolishness on my part. Please forgive me, Hokage-sama. Eiji turned back, looking at Hayashi with a thoroughly bewildered expression. What's this all about, clan leader? It's not New Year's, and I didn't bring a red envelope for you. Besides, you have the generational hierarchy wrong. Faced with Eiji's teasing, Hayashi could not muster a smile. He knew that if he waited even a few more seconds and Eiji stepped through that door, the situation would take on a whole new meaning. This is all my fault. I acted on my own, my clansmen are innocent. Please, Hokage-sama, investigate this matter fairly, and do not punish the innocent members of the Hyuga clan. Eiji feigned confusion. What on earth are you talking about? Hayashi let out a deep sigh. The Hokage truly was a master of playing dumb. As expected of a shinobi who inherited the will of the second Hokage, Tobirama-sama. Hokage-sama, this is what happened. He pushed himself up from the ground and recounted without reservation the events of last night's meeting with Tonari's identity, his objective, his accusations against Eiji, and the tempting offer regarding the true power of the Byakugan and a new Pure Land. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding in all this. Misunderstanding. He's plotting to destroy the shinobi world, and you call it a misunderstanding. Eiji's voice suddenly rose. Him being a descendant of Hamura? I think he's Orochimaru in disguise. Huh. Hayashi nearly jumped out of his skin. Wait. How did he manage to connect this to Orochimaru? But Hayashi was a very intelligent man, and he quickly caught on. The Hokage was offering him, and by extension the entire Hyuga clan, a way out. A golden opportunity to disavow any connection and realign themselves. He immediately seized the chance. Indeed, his furtive behavior and raving words make it obvious he's that treacherous snake Orochimaru in disguise. This is all the machination of that vile Orochimaru. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, the Hyuga clan will do everything in its power to capture Orochimaru. Inkshi scratched his head. I have to go. There's still a lot of work unfinished. With that, he turned and left, and Hyuga Hayashi, not daring to lag behind, hurriedly followed in his footsteps. They had barely taken a few steps from the main house when they saw Neji hurrying towards the living room carrying an exquisite tray. Inkse suddenly stopped. Neji. Neji immediately halted respectfully. Yes, Hokage-sama. Inkse tapped Neji's forehead protector. This thing called the caged bird, it fundamentally goes against the very purpose of protection. It should have never existed in the first place. Don't you agree, Hayashi-dano? Hayashi's face turned pale. I understand, Hokage-sama. Inkse looked at Neji. Take off the forehead protector, Neji. Neji's body stiffened. He looked up at Inkse in shock, then quickly glanced at the clan leader Hayashi, whose face was also pale. After a moment's hesitation, Neji carefully removed his forehead protector, revealing the caged bird curse mark that was the source of his endless torment and rage. This curse mark was the root of all his suffering. Shinobi World Scientist activated. Lord Tobirama has successfully deciphered the caged bird curse mark. Inkse extended his right index finger, a wisp of chakra swirling around its tip, and gently touched it to Neji's forehead. Neji only felt a chill on his forehead, followed by a sensation of a shackle being violently ripped away, surging through his entire body. Under Hayashi's horrified gaze, the caged bird curse mark, that symbol of absolute control and cruel fate, rapidly faded in color and finally vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, Hayashi was struck speechless. Just a glance, and then a poke, and the caged bird curse mark passed down by the Hyuga clan for who knows how many generations was broken. Neji was even more stunned, standing frozen. He instinctively raised a hand and tremblingly touched his own forehead. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Inkse waved his hand. It's only right to be good to your own people. Save your strength for outsiders. For example, get rid of Orochimaru as soon as possible. After saying this, Inkse smiled and left. Neji looked at Hayashi, puzzled. Clan leader Hayashi, what does this have to do with Orochimaru? Wasn't he dead long ago? Hayashi finally snapped back to reality. What would you know? A despicable and shameless wretch like Orochimaru wouldn't just die so easily. He must have used some forbidden technique we don't know about to fake his death and escape. And now he's back, even daring to disguise himself as the descendant of Himura, intending to overthrow Konoha. His intentions are unforgivable. Hayashi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Prepare a meeting. We'll formulate a plan to capture Orochimaru. After the Hyuga clan's meeting, Inkse also convened an emergency meeting at the Hokage building titled Special Operation Capture Orochimaru. According to reliable intelligence, we encountered Tonari Otsutsuki. He claims to be a descendant of Himura Otsutsuki, the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths. He comes from the moon and intends to destroy the shinobi world. At these words, a wave of suppressed gasps and murmurs filled the meeting room. The Sage of Six Paths had only just faded away not long ago, and now his younger brother's descendant pops up. And he talks about destroying the shinobi world. It's simply too absurd. But everyone think calmly. Back then, Himura, in order to protect the shinobi world, willingly moved his entire clan to the desolate moon, watching over and sealing Kaguya for generations. This sacrifice and perseverance lasted over 1,000 years. Would a direct descendant of such a guardian really commit such a heinous act as destroying the shinobi world, betraying the will of their ancestors? So there are two possibilities before us. First, this Tonari is a fake. Someone skilled in disguise and plotting is impersonating him. Exactly. That person is Orochimaru. Second, Orochimaru, using some evil forbidden technique, successfully possessed the real Tonari, controlling his body and some of his abilities, then acted under the banner of Himura's descendant. In any case, this matter is definitely related to Orochimaru. He is the mastermind behind it all. After Inkse finished speaking, everyone in the meeting room exchanged glances. Orochimaru is truly a madman. He has to stick his nose into everything. Back then, he defied the third Hokage's orders, colluded with Danzo, and secretly conducted would-release experiments. After being discovered, he defected from Konoha. Not only did he not repent, but he also created the Akatsuki organization, throwing the shinobi world into chaos. Even worse, he dared to invade Konoha and cause the death of the great third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Afterwards, he survived by some despicable means and got mixed up with Black Zetsu. Even after Black Zetsu was sealed, his wicked ambitions didn't die. He even stole Tonari's body. He plots to sow discord between the Hyuga clan and Konoha, and even wants to destroy the shinobi world. Perhaps this Otsutsuki invasion of the shinobi world also involves Orochimaru somehow. All these crimes, one after another, are enough to execute Orochimaru 10,000 times over. Inkse tapped the table. Let's move out, everyone. Konoha is entering a state of first-level combat readiness. Seal off all entry and exit points. Scour every inch of the earth if you have to, but dig him out. Bring him in dead or alive. Yes, Hokage-sama. After saying this, everyone in the meeting room quickly dispersed. Because of Orochimaru's heinous crimes, the people of Konoha harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. They were determined to catch Orochimaru, kill him once and for all, and eliminate this threat to the shinobi world. Under the highest directive, Konoha immediately shifted into high gear. The The Umbu, the police force, and the elite of all major ninja clans were deployed in full force. Together with the Sensory Platoon and the Barrier Platoon, they launched an exhaustive dragnet-style search across the entire village of Konoha and its surrounding areas. In addition to Konoha's own forces, the 4 Kage from Suna, Kumo Iwa, and Kiri, who had not yet left, also reacted swiftly. Whether out of vigilance against their common enemy Orochimaru, or to demonstrate their cooperative spirit, to Konoha they immediately dispatched their elite escorts to assist in the search. For a time, panic pervaded Konoha inside and out. Countless figures appeared in every corner of the village. Due to the Fourth Great Ninja War, the 3 enemy villages were having a hard time. The village hidden in the mist, however, had managed to quietly grow stronger. A few days ago during a dinner, Meiterumi, having had a bit too much to drink, unintentionally let slip that the Hokage didn't have a girlfriend yet. She was thinking of introducing someone to him from the Mist Village. This also reminded the Kage of the other 3 villages. Right, why didn't they think of this? Darui counted. The Cloud Village had some great older women like Samui and Maboi. If Ingsi liked dark skin, there was also Karui. As for the Stone Village, would Kuratsuchi go herself? The Sand Village. They instructed their subordinates to fully assist in capturing Tonari, who was supposedly possessed by Orochimaru, while they themselves began to devise ways to naturally recommend the young women of their villages to the Hokage. Late at night, Inabi and Tokiwa trudged along the path leading to the forest outside the village, the snow nearly reaching their calves. The two glanced around warily. That damn Orochimaru deserves to die. Daring to possess Tonari, and even threatening Konoha, he's lived long enough. Tokiwa handed him a canteen. The water inside was freezing cold. The Hokage-sama said, if you see that guy with Tonari's face and confirm it's Orochimaru, no need for words, just kill him. Not far behind them, a figure almost perfectly blended with the snow was staring in utter bewilderment through a gap in the leaves at the 2 men passing below, listening to their murderous conversation. He was completely baffled. Just 1 day had passed. How had he gone from being the noble descendant of Himura to a poor wretch possessed by Orochimaru? The muscles on Tonari's pale face twitched, and he nearly choked on his breath. Confirmed. The ninja of Konoha, especially the Hokage, were all insane. A biting wind swept through the silent path, carrying fine snowflakes. Tonari stood in the shadow, his pale face appearing even colder under the moonlight. He gazed at the green orb of light coalescing in his palm, reflecting the profound disgust in his eyes. The Uchiha clan is truly beyond redemption. He slowly raised his right hand, the orb at his fingertips suddenly blazing with blinding light, aimed at the 2 who remained unaware. He would end this senseless conflict and cleanse this flawed world of one stain after another. Suddenly, woof, 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 woof. A flurry of urgent barking grew closer, crystal clear, followed by heavy panting. This way. Kiba Inuzuka, following Akamaru, swiftly rushed toward Tonari's direction. TCH, what a bother. A flicker of irritation passed through Tonari's eyes as he decisively withdrew the chakra gathered in his right hand. Without a moment's hesitation, his figure blurred and vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only faint traces in the snow. Kiba Inuzuka. Inabi asked curiously, what's wrong? Akamaru says he caught a very strange scent right nearby. Definitely not from the village. What? Inabi and Tetsu's eyes flew wide as they drew their kunai, their crimson Sharingan, scanning the surroundings. Where? Woof! Akamaru barked twice more in the direction Tonari had vanished, then let out a low, confused whimper. Akamaru says the scent has disappeared. Maybe this terrible weather, the heavy snow, has completely buried it, or the person possesses exceptional skill at concealing their presence. Inabi nodded. It's not safe here. Let's go ahead and meet up with the others. Konoha's search network for Orochimaru blanketed the entire village and continued to expand outward. Tonari, slipping through the gaps in this net with his extraordinary perception, evaded pursuit, while inadvertently capturing more and more fragments of information leaking from the ninja. What infuriated Tonari was that he had graciously offered the Hyuga clan a chance to mend their ways. And what did he get in return? Not gratitude, but sheer naked betrayal. The Hyuga clan, showing no remorse whatsoever, had instead turned around and reported their secret meeting to that Hokage who could destroy the ninja world at any moment. Somewhere along the line, his identity as an Otsutsuki descendant bearing a sacred mission had been twisted into that infamous scoundrel Orochimaru. What convinced him that this world was utterly beyond saving was that the entire village of Konoha actually believed this absurd, full of holes rumor without question. Now wanted posters for Otsutsuki Tonari the Snake were plastered across every corner of the Land of Fire. Even harsher than the hunt for a Beto back then. Back then, Kakashi had even considered bringing a Beto back alive. Not this time. Kill on sight, bring back the head, and collect a bounty. Indeed, Tonari, hidden in the shadows of an abandoned tower, clenched his fist. The world the Sage of Six Paths created was a colossal mistake from the very beginning. The ninja world of today is controlled by that despicable man, and the hearts of all are filled with wickedness. Tonari tightened his grip. He could wait no longer. He must hasten to awaken the Tenseigan, the eyes that would bring the final judgment. Then with its divine light he would utterly purify this rotten, defiled land, and every sinful being upon it. Tonari knew the key to activating the Tenseigan lay with the Hyuga clan leader's two daughters Hanabi and Hinata. He had long since planned to take Hanabi's eyes then abduct Hinata. The next evening Konoha's intelligence division reported finding traces that might belong to Tonari. The target was likely active on the periphery, seeking a way in. As a result, the majority of Konoha's ninja were deployed, conducting a sweeping search along those true and false leads, leaving the village's internal defenses suddenly hollow. Seizing this opportunity, Tonari slipped silently into Konoha and returned to Hayashi's residence. Hayashi Hyuga and most of the clan's elite had been dispatched participating in the outer perimeter search or guarding other key positions within the village. Now the Hyuga estate stood nearly empty with only the elderly women, children, and a few guards of mediocre skill. Hanabi murmured to herself, "Father and the others aren't back yet." She sat at the table holding a cup of hot water. For some reason, she had a foreboding feeling all night. Suddenly, an exceptionally fierce gust of wind howled past, slamming violently against the heavy door. Bang! Creak! The massive iron door shook violently under the force, emitting a grating, teeth-aching screech. Hanabi hated that sound. She set down her teacup and stood up, intending to secure the door tightly. But as she stepped into the courtyard through the inner hall door, her steps froze instantly. In the center of the courtyard, a figure stood silently. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Hanabi drew a kunai and assumed a defensive stance. Tonari said nothing, only slowly approached Hanabi. In his view, there was no need for words with a mere tool. A chill shot from the soles of Hanabi's feet to the crown of her head. She gripped her kunai, ready to fight for her life. At that critical moment, 8 trigrams air palm. A fierce blast of palm chi tore through the air and straight at Tonari. Though he easily sidestepped it, the sudden attack succeeded in halting his advance. Neji appeared in an instant, shielding Hanabi behind him. "Are you alright?" I'm fine. Find somewhere to hide. I'll handle this." Tonari let out a soft chuckle, beckoning with his hand. A host of puppets emerged from the shadows, instantly encircling Neji. 8 trigrams palms heavenly spin. Without a moment's hesitation, Neji spun like a top, unleashing the absolute defense the Hyuga clan prided itself on. Yet these puppets were far stronger than anticipated. Their materials were exceptionally hard, their attacks heavy and powerful, and they knew no fear, crashing against the barrier of the heavenly spin in wave after wave. Neji gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his chakra draining at an alarming rate. The heavenly spin could deflect most attacks, but it couldn't destroy these endless puppets, nor could it stop them from compressing his space. Foolish one. Tonari didn't spare Neji, locked in his desperate struggle a single glance. His gaze remained fixed on Hanabi, whose face had turned pale. "I gave you your chance long ago. You simply failed to cherish it." Hanabi took a deep breath. "Here goes nothing." At that moment of crisis, a lazy voice drifted down unexpectedly from the highest rooftop of the courtyard. "The fool is you, Orochimaru." "What?" Under the crisp moonlight, Eiji sat on the roof of the Hyuga estate, appearing as if out of nowhere. He even held a large steaming bowl, noisily slurping up noodles with a leisurely air. "You intruders are a real nuisance." Eiji took another huge slurp of noodles, complaining in a muffled voice that, though soft, carried clearly to everyone below. "Can't you have some manners and wait for me to finish my dinner in peace before causing trouble?" "Damn it," Tonari frowned. "So I've been discovered." "Enough with the so I've been." Eiji quickly finished his noodles and carefully set the bowl down on the rooftop. "Orochimaru, you've gotten considerably weaker since we last met. What's the matter? Is the new body too weak, or have you played the possession game too many times and crippled yourself?" The name Dashiwan struck like a branding iron, searing deeply into Shiren's sensitive nerves. "Bastard. I am Datong Mu, Shiren, the savior of the ninja world, not that." Boom. A deafening explosion shattered Shiren's furious declaration completely. Ingxi's figure vanished from the rooftop in an instant before his last word had even left his lips. The next second he appeared before Shiren. A single palm wreathed in a raging vortex of chakra struck Shiren across the cheek with the force of a thunderbolt. Shiren's battered form was deeply embedded in the rubble of a collapsed wall. Dust and smoke billowed, bricks and stones flying. Cough, cough, cough. He extricated himself bit by bit from the debris, every inch of his body aching, his bones feeling as if they had been shattered. He was in agony, utter agony. As a noble of the Datong Mu clan, he should have stood aloft, basking in the adoration of the ninja world. But ever since he set foot in this damned Konoha village, what had he endured? First, he was forcibly labeled with the despicable name of Shiwan, his spirit trampled upon. Now this monstrous being had swatted him into a wall like a fly, barely able to extricate himself. "Bastard. To purify this rotten ninja world for the glory of the Datong Mu, I must in the name of the gods personally slay you, this blasphemer." and that equally defiled Hui Yi within you. Shiren's aura surged steadily. Of course the fool was now half crippled. Even with his surge he was still a punching bag. Yet this very change in aura instantly alarmed Hui Yi within Yingxi. Since repelling the three invading Datong Mu, Yingxi had rarely spoken with the old lady Hui Yi. Hui Yi likewise ignored Yingxi, believing him no good person and fearing he might persecute her at any moment. The two coexisted peacefully, while Yingxi labored for the prosperity of Konoha. Hui Yi through the transparent water wall watched the ever-growing divine tree. And just now Shiren's appearance had tensed her already taut nerves once more. She instantly recognized that familiar, yet utterly detestable aura. It came from the other son who had sealed her away all those years ago. Hui Yi clenched her fists, her long nails nearly piercing her palms. One after another, never-ending, weren't they? That rebellious son Yu, restless even in death, leaving behind residual soul consciousness just to give his descendants cheats. Waiting for the day she broke free to reward her with another Chibaku Tensei package and send her to the moon for retirement. Yu Siyuan died cleanly, but what about his descendants? Bored out of their minds, they came down from the moon to pick a fight. Though this self-proclaimed Shiren's chakra fluctuation was pitifully weak in her perception, mostly bluster. But Hui Yi didn't know if Shiren had any tricks up his sleeve. What if Yu Siyuan had left him a cheat too? After a moment's hesitation, without waiting for Yingxi to knock for rent, she placed her right hand covered in black curse marks on the water wall. A torrent of immense chakra instantly surged through the water wall, pouring violently into Yingxi's body. Moi! Yingxi's form jerked, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. What was going on? Why was Hui Yi voluntarily paying rent? This was like using an anti-aircraft gun to shoot a mosquito. For some reason the rent's weight far exceeded previous times. As the power flowed in endlessly, Yingxi felt a qualitative change in his inner strength. An indescribable pressure radiated from him, sweeping across the area. His body seemed to establish a deeper connection with some ancient existence. Hui Yi Ji-Link forcibly activated. This is impossible. Shiren, still struggling on the rubble to power up and salvage a shred of dignity, was utterly dumbfounded. On his swollen pig-like face was written extreme shock and disbelief. What did he see? He was actually driving the chakra progenitor Hui Yi Ji like a tailed beast. How did he do it? The proud Shiren suddenly felt an emotion called unease. He seemed just a little reckless. Was it too late to retreat now? Clearly it was. He was sent flying like a torn sack, not even letting out a scream. Slap, slap, slap. One slap after another. Yingxi spun, Shiren like a top. Just then Yingxi's peripheral vision caught Yingxi, who was being besieged by a group of puppets in the distance. He casually flung the giant Uchiha fan, which whistled through the air, and precisely smashed the puppets surrounding Yingxi into a pile of parts. At this moment Konoha's ninjas finally arrived in haste. Gang Shou and Zilai Yi charged at the front, wanting to ask their former comrade face-to-face what exactly he was up to. Deshiwan! Gang Shou roared, dashing forward in a single stride. As Shiren stumbled to the ground again, she grabbed him roughly by his tattered collar and yanked him up from the ground. Looking at the face battered beyond recognition, Gang Shou's fury almost erupted. What exactly are you trying to do? Time and again haunting like a ghost. What do you want with Konoha this time? Shiren, beaten senseless, barely had the strength to posture, mumbling in a daze. I am not Deshiwan, I'm Datong Mu. Before he could finish, Gang Shou's fist, as big as a sandbag loaded with years of pent-up anger and the pain of a comrade's betrayal, slammed into his face. Bang! Shiren flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing dozens of meters away, knocking down half a crumbling wall and sinking into a larger pile of rubble. You? Shiren raised his head with difficulty. Foolish mortals, you will pay for your actions. After saying that, he fainted outright. Da-da-da, da-da-da. More and more ninjas arrived. They curiously surrounded Shiren, poking him with the scabbards of their ninja swords. Is he Deshiwan? Why doesn't he look like how I remember? Perhaps, Yingxi said. Shiren's soul is too powerful. Shiwan hasn't fully gained control of the body, causing confusion in both power and mind. This explanation was affirmed by the Rixiang clan. Yes, he had to be Deshiwan now. If he wasn't Deshiwan, things would get troublesome. How should we deal with him? Deshiwan is notoriously hard to kill. I remember when he invaded Konoha, the Hokage roasted him into a snake jerky, and yet he still survived. Could he have truly mastered the method of immortality? Was it taught to him by Heiju? Yingxi stroked his chin, pondering for a long time. Yingxi carried the unconscious Datong Mu, Shiren stroking his chin, as if deep in thought. Let's seal him on the moon. I'll go myself. It's also a good chance to check the seal on Heiju. The moon. Everyone looked up in unison, their gazes fixed on the moon. Was that even a place one could just go? Only Hui Yi at the word moon stiffened as if struck by an invisible electric current. Having spent over 1,000 years up there, hearing those two words now triggered a stress response. Everyone has worked hard these past few days. Go to the finance department tomorrow morning to collect overtime pay, 50,000 ryo each. It's not much, but it's a token of appreciation. Dao Hua and Tai Hor exchanged glances, then straightened their backs. Loyalty. The other ninjas followed suit, swiftly falling in line. Loyalty. Inaka asked quietly, do we need to give some to the other villages as well? I don't think that's necessary. At best, they're just contractors not entitled to the full benefits of Konoha's regular staff. A word of praise and a bowl of ramen should suffice. Clearly Inaka had no idea what contractor meant, but he got the gist. In short, no handouts. If it were up to him, he wouldn't even offer the ramen. Thinking about it, Konoha wasn't a charity, there was no reason to scatter money around. That would be plain foolish. Still, giving every ninja 50,000 was no small sum. It was enough to match several Asumas. Ever since Eiji ascended to the Hokage's seat, the treatment of Konoha's ninjas had skyrocketed like a rocket maxed out. The old-timers in the logistics department privately marveled that they had never fought such a wealthy war. The previous batch of supplies hadn't even been fully distributed, and the warehouse was already bursting at the seams. Yet another fresh wave of provisions kept flowing in cart after cart, piling up like small mountains. It was a good thing the other villages hadn't seen this, or they'd be fuming with rage. Have you any idea where that money came from? Not long ago, when the temperature dropped, Eiji had distributed cold weather subsidies to every household, telling everyone to buy padded coats and repair their homes. However, here came the problem again. Such lavish spending was bound to create economic strain. After the crowd dispersed, a senior official in the Hokage building quietly suggested, Lord Hokage, with such grand expenditures over time, we may face considerable fiscal pressure. Eiji glanced at him. Would you be willing to have it deducted from your salary? That's not what I meant. It's just about planning ahead. Oh, we need a long-term strategy. Eiji shot him a look. What a cheapskate. Their conversation fell upon the ears of Hayashi, who stood nearby. He knew this was his moment to shine. Stepping forward, Hayashi said, Lord Hokage, the Hyuga clan is willing to cover this expenditure. Eiji looked at Hayashi with feigned surprise. Elder, this is a considerable sum. Hayashi then mimicked the gestures of Tetsuka and Inaka from earlier. The Hyuga clan's loyalty to Konoha is eternal. Hayashi understood that the Tonari incident was inextricably linked to him. Although the Hokage hadn't issued an order, he was clearly waiting for Hayashi to volunteer. Better to part with some money than to risk his life. Of course, Hayashi knew this amount wouldn't resolve the issue. Sure enough, Eiji pondered for a moment and then spoke again. In the bitter cold of the far north, a rare mineral vein with astonishing reserves has been suspected. Once confirmed and mined, it will bring immeasurable long-term benefits to Konoha. Who would be willing to go and investigate? With that, Eiji scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on Hayashi. Hayashi understood immediately. I'll go. Eiji nodded. All right, you're the one. The assembled higher-ups exchanged bewildered looks. What was going on? A mineral vein in the far north. That was pure nonsense. How could one be so bold to say it, and the other so gullible to believe it? All right, you all may leave. I'm going to take a look at the moon. Yes, Lord Hokage. As night deepened, the camp fell silent. Eiji had already dragged Tonari to the moon, strolling about with a giant war fan on his shoulder. Look at this moon, fine as it was ruined by these people. Beneath his feet were shattered stone pillars, and in the distance the remnants of grand structures were faintly visible, bearing witness to the brutal civil war between the branch and main families. The glory of Hamura's descendants had long been devoured by obsession and the flames of war, leaving it beyond recognition. Many years ago, Hamura chose to move to the moon to monitor Kaguya and prevent her from causing harm. As time passed, his descendants gradually split into the main and branch families. These two factions held differing interpretations of their ancestors' final words. The main family advocated peace. The branch family, however, believed that the ninja world created by the Sage of Six Paths was plagued by endless wars and should have been destroyed long ago. Thus the two sides waged war. During the battle, the branch family pooled all their Byakugan into a single colossal Tensigan. With its power, they annihilated the peace-seeking main family. And Tonari, using this massive Tensigan, monitored every move in the ninja world. Then he went to pull off a big stunt only to get beaten to a pulp and thrown back. The moon was eerily quiet, so silent it made one's heart uneasy. In some obscure corner, the sealed black Zetsu suddenly stirred. Mother's chakra. It's mother. Ever since the 7th iteration of the Moon Eye plan had utterly collapsed, and he was tossed onto this desolate moon like garbage by that inherently wicked Uchiha brat, Black Zetsu had been racking his brains every day over the 8th iteration. He yearned ceaselessly to see his mother Kaguya Otsutsuki once more. Black Zetsu sensed Kaguya's arrival, and Kaguya in turn perceived Black Zetsu's presence. Black Zetsu. We seem to be very close. Closer now. Eiji, with the war fan on his shoulder, wandered through the rubble. Soon a mysterious ancient temple appeared in view. He twisted and turned, finally stopping before a stone chamber covered in strange runes with a powerful sealing force emanating from within. Hey Black Zetsu, you awake? Eiji knocked on the stone wall with the handle of his wharf fan. Long night, can't sleep. How about a chat for old time's sake? Hearing the familiar voice, Black Zetsu gnashed his teeth in fury. You inherently wicked Uchiha brat. What are you doing here? Eiji appearing on the moon in scathe could only mean one thing, that arrogant Otsutsuki Tonari had fallen. Black Zetsu internally cursed Tonari's stupidity. When he had first been tossed up here, he had tried to contact the self-proclaimed ruler of the moon, hinting at a possible alliance. And what had he gotten in return? Nothing but humiliation and contempt from Tonari. That fool was obsessed with his delusion of purifying the ninja world by crashing the moon into it, spouting nonsense like, you all must die except me. Black Zetsu knew all too well the kind of idiocy such self-righteous fanatics were capable of. And now, karma had caught up. A cold sense of satisfaction rippled through Black Zetsu's consciousness. Fool. If you had agreed to cooperate with me back, then you wouldn't have ended up like this. Serves you right. I've come to check on you, see if you're settling in up here. Need me to send you a blanket? Black Zetsu cursed him viciously, a barrage of verbal daggers aimed to wound. Seeing that Black Zetsu was ignoring him, Eiji didn't push his luck and looked up instead. Wow, that's big. Suspended high in the vault was a colossal radiant golden sphere, a giant Tensigen. This was what Tonari intended to use to destroy the ninja world. As Eiji examined the Tensigen, Tonari, who had been discarded in a corner, quietly opened his eyes. Watching Eiji draw closer to the Tensigen, both Black Zetsu and Tonari sneered coldly. A forbidden jutsu was laid upon it. Anyone not of Hamura's bloodline who dared to touch it would have their chakra instantly drained, becoming fuel for the Tensigen. Tonari believed this was the best way to eliminate Eiji. Black Zetsu believed this was the best chance for his mother's resurrection. Black Zetsu knew that Eiji was an extremely greedy fellow who would never let slip any opportunity to gain an advantage. True to expectation, Eiji stood beneath the revolving eye, examining with great interest this enormous eyeball resembling a miniature sun. He even reached out a finger, as if wanting to feel the flowing golden radiance. Black Zetsu's heart leaped into his throat, and a wild ecstatic shout nearly burst through the seal. It's done. The Moon's Eye Plan version 8.0. Just as Engsei's finger was about to touch the revolving eye, he suddenly withdrew his hand. Forget it, this thing is too big. It would take up too much space to take back. Tonari and Black Zetsu nearly fainted from rage. Are you deliberately trying to infuriate us? Just a little more, you almost touched it. Please just touch it. Engsei glanced down at Tonari. Awake. Tonari snorted coldly and turned his face away. Engsei shrugged. Not much ability, but quite the temper. He caressed the wall of the temple. This place is not bad. You just stay here obediently. What do you mean? Tonari struggled to rise, but found himself unable to move at all. He could only watch as Engsei walked out of the temple gate. Engsei clapped his hands together. 6 paths, planetary devastation. In some unknown corner of the ninja world, a monk with a long braid at the back of his head sat on a chair. Holding a glass of red wine, he even appeared somewhat elegant. He was Jigen, or rather Ishiki Otsutsuki, who dwelt within this vessel. He had lurked in the ninja world for over 1,000 years, priding himself on having long seen through the treachery of these lower beings. For this reason, he habitually gathered thorough intelligence before acting, ensuring no margin for error. His recent energy was devoted to analyzing the battles between Kinshiki, Momoshiki, Urashiki, and Tonari and Engsei. Momoshiki devoured Kinshiki, gaining immense chakra, yet was finished before even being able to activate that form. Ishiki drained the wine from his glass. Intelligence indicates he didn't even have time to display his true power. Could it be that this Uchiha Engsei possesses some bizarre ability to directly suppress, even prevent Momoshiki from undergoing his final ascension? He set down the empty glass, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the smooth tabletop. If that's the case, then it's troublesome. Ishiki's initial choice of Jigen's body was an act of desperation. But this body's quality was too poor to unleash his full power. I need to find another suitable body. That rogue ninja from Konoha Kabuto seems to have merged multiple powerful bloodlines and is quite knowledgeable about vessel modification. I wonder how much his body can withstand. Ishiki's efficiency far exceeded ordinary imagination. Locating Kabuto's whereabouts didn't take much time. Deep within the dark underground cavern, a thick smell of medicine and blood permeated the air. Kabuto adjusted his iconic round glasses. A flicker of astonishment passed through the snake eyes behind the lenses, quickly replaced by a fanatical thirst for knowledge. He had never dreamed that the one who came knocking would not be Uchiha Engsei, but the legendary Ishiki Otsutsuki. The body of the Otsutsuki clan. Kabuto's voice trembled with excitement as he licked his dry lips. I've never had the chance to conduct such a perfect dissection and modification experiment. Kabuto charged forward. Then, Kabuto was beaten to a cripple, his body impaled with black rods. Ishiki curled his lips. Truly a despicable lower being, unable even to make him break a sweat. Should he really choose this body? Ishiki walked slowly to Kabuto, looking down at this nearly unconscious failure. Just as he was about to imprint the decisive mark into Kabuto's body, he paused a rare hesitation. Kabuto's physical quality was indeed far superior to Jigen's, but still far from the ideal vessel that could perfectly bear the power of the Otsutsuki. After a brief internal struggle, Ishiki finally made up his mind. In the end, the fear of Inksee's unknown threat and the urgent need for greater power overwhelmed that trivial pickiness. "I'll choose you for now." Ishiki placed the karma mark on Kabuto. "Once that brat is dealt with, you'll be useless." The process of Ishiki's reincarnation through the karma mark went smoothly. After some time, he took control of the fairly decent vessel that was Kabuto. Though unable to perfectly bear Ishiki's vast power compared to Jigen's rotten husk, it was a qualitative leap. After a period with complete consciousness replacement, Ishiki slowly opened his eyes. He flexed his new fingers, feeling the power flowing within his body, and was fairly satisfied. But what he failed to notice was that when Kabuto's chakra was exhausted, a small white snake emerged from his body. Then it silently burrowed into the ground. Deep in some corner of the ninja world, utterly buried by time and oblivion, lay a long-abandoned ancient laboratory. This had once been a secret base of Orochimaru. Now only cold instruments and bottles and jars emitting strange odors remained. A sudden crisp sound shattered the silence that had reigned for who knows how many years. A dust-covered culture tank rolled from a rickety shelf, crashed to the ground, and shattered into pieces. After a moment of dead silence, a pale hand grasped the edge of a cabinet door. Then a figure slowly crawled out from a mountain of old experimental materials. Orochimaru leaned against the wall, looking extremely weak. "I never expected to see the light of day in such a manner." Indeed, our scapegoat Orochimaru had resurrected once again. In truth, Orochimaru had never truly died. He had been waiting for an opportunity to seize Kabuto's body, but had always been suppressed by Kabuto's chakra. Until not long ago, Ishiki sought out Kabuto, and the two engaged in battle. To resist Ishiki, Kabuto squeezed out every last drop of chakra within him. With all the remaining power, Orochimaru's consciousness broke through the final shackles. Indeed, you can defeat Orochimaru, you can seal Orochimaru, but you can never truly kill Orochimaru. Not only that, but through his pervasive information network, Orochimaru quickly pieced together the earth-shattering upheavals that had occurred in the ninja world during this period. Wait a moment. The expression of Orochimaru, who had always killed without mercy, and without any scruples, twisted like a pie chart. This damn Otsutsuki clan, and that brain-damaged Moon Man Tonari. What does any of this have to do with me, Orochimaru? That despicably born Uchiha brat, I will kill you. Eternal life. Eternal life. Eternal life. Within the vessel of Kabuto, or rather Ishiki, unconscious voices kept ringing out. "This perfect body is mine, you can't take it away. I will master all ninjutsu in the ninja world, I will achieve eternal life." Ishiki rubbed his temples hard. "What the hell are you anyway?" Ishiki was furious. He had clearly taken over Kabuto's body, yet why could Kabuto still maintain partial consciousness, occasionally letting out a shout? He didn't understand. Kabuto wasn't that Orochimaru they talked about, so why was he so hard to kill? Having dominated the world for over a millennium, Ishiki had only ever been betrayed twice. Once when Kaguya stabbed him in the back and nearly turned him into fertilizer. The other time was now, having chosen a body that seemed excellent and was indeed excellent, but whose owner was utterly insane. He was baffled. Where did this man, named Kabuto, possess such formidable spiritual energy that he simply could not crush it? Ishiki was driven to the brink of madness, and Orochimaru's mood had been foul lately as well. In the years since his death, the ninja world had undergone several major updates, and the strength of an old hero like him could no longer keep up with the times. Konohagakure had become the leader of the ninja world, and an Uchiha had ascended to the position of Hokage for the first time. None of these things had anything to do with him. What he yearned for above all was immortality. Orochimaru firmly believed that the human body was far too fragile. Forget explosive tags, even an ordinary-looking kunai could kill the leader of a village. Years ago, Orochimaru had coveted Eiji's flawless body, thinking it could last for decades. But now his interest had shifted to the legendary Otsutsuki. They represented a life form that truly transcended the mortal realm. Was it not possible that he could steal an Otsutsuki body from Konoha and uncover the secret of immortality from them? The more Orochimaru thought about it, the more excited he became, as if he could already see the glorious future. However, a problem arose. He had no spies within Konoha. The village was not an impenetrable fortress, but its defenses were rigorous. How could he possibly sneak in? In the dead of night, Orochimaru stood on the snow-covered ground, gazing up at the moon. "I need a solid plan." While Orochimaru was scheming, Ishiki had already infiltrated Tsunegakure, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure. Using his powerful ocular powers and jutsu formulas, he took control of the leaders of the three villages. As for Kirigakure, they were spared only because they were still negotiating a cooperation project with Konoha. Later, Ishiki couldn't be bothered to make the trip. Having one more weakling Mizukage was useless anyway. He was currently perched atop the tallest sand sculpture in Sunagakure reviewing information on the 3 villages. These lower life forms are each weaker than the last. Apart from providing some intel on Konoha, they are completely useless. As Ishiki had rightly said, the Kage of the ninja world were powerless when facing the might of an Otsutsuki. To put it in perspective, they were like the 4th Mizuki Jigura who had once been controlled by Obito. Time passed, and about a month went by. Correspondence between the villages grew frequent, and Konoha seemed to have found no opening. Ishiki concluded that the time was ripe. Following the plan, he decided to deal with Konoha's military strength in stages. The first troublesome targets were Naruto and Sasuke, who had inherited the powers of Yin and Yang. After eliminating them, he would find the right opportunity to duel the Hokage. To this, Sunagakure sent a letter. In essence, it stated that they had potentially spotted Ishiki's whereabouts and requested support, and so on. As Ishiki had predicted, Konoha dispatched their strongest ninja upon receiving the information. Naruto and Sasuke. Sunagakure. Just before stepping into the village's warning zone, Sasuke suddenly raised his hand, halting his best friend Naruto. Wait, something's off. Off? What's off? It's just off, Sasuke said, gripping the Kusanagi blade. Ever since we entered the Land of Wind, I've had a bad feeling. He pointed to several positions near the entrance. Even if Sunagakure has fallen on hard times, it's impossible for them not to have a single guard stationed. Naruto blinked. Maybe they were notified in advance, so they didn't need to bother with the formalities. Impossible, Sasuke shook his head. It's true that Sunagakure lost to Konoha, but they are not convinced of that defeat. They would never show such submissiveness in this matter. In a situation like this, they would deliberately showcase their strength. With that explanation, Naruto understood. Years ago, they had encountered similar situations on missions. Naruto looked around warily as his chakra flared violently, the golden chakra cloak of the Nine Tails flickering. Let's retreat. Inform Eiji-sensei. Right. However, the moment they began to move, a suffocating and terrifying pressure descended upon them. Both of them froze and looked up sharply at the sky. There, floating in the air, was a bizarre-looking man. So you are Otsutsuki Ishiki. Ishiki looked down at them. It seems even amongst lower life forms, a few possess some brains. Just as I thought. Sasuke let out a cold laugh. Let's go, Naruto. Yeah, we get to fight side by side again, Sasuke. Naruto's golden chakra erupted like a blazing inferno, and the spectral form of the nine-tailed fox roared to life behind him. It was at this moment that Kurama warned them. Be careful. This guy is tougher than any opponent we've faced before. Got it, Kurama. I'll lead the attack, you cover me. Rasengan. Naruto yelled, his figure shooting towards the sky. The rapidly rotating azure chakra sphere in his palm slammed towards Ishiki's seemingly defenseless head. However, Ishiki merely sneered. Without even forming a single hand seal, his left eye flickered. Naruto's Rasengan suddenly vanished. What? Bang. The next moment, a tremendous force slammed into his abdomen. Naruto was blasted into the sand below, kicking up a murky wave of sand. That hurt. Ninja art shadow clone technique. Dozens of Naruto clones appeared amidst puffs of white smoke, rushing at Ishiki from all directions, trying to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Sasuke, I've got him. One of the clones yelled, locking his arms tightly around Ishiki's waist. Nice work. The piercing cry of 1,000 birds tore through the sky. Chidori. Deikokutten. Several colossal black cubes inscribed with strange crimson patterns materialized out of thin air. They plummeted rapidly towards Naruto, his clones, and the temporarily restrained Ishiki. Damn it. Sasuke's pupils contracted. In the nick of time, he activated his Rinnegan ability Aminoto Jikara, swapping positions with one of the cubes. Boom. The deafening impact made the very earth tremble. Sand and dust shot into the sky like a tsunami as the heavy black cube embedded itself deep into the ground. Naruto. I'm fine. A roar erupted from the dust cloud. A golden figure burst forth with astonishing power, kicking the massive black cube off him with immense force. With a few quick bounds, he stood back to back with Sasuke, scanning the dust-filled sky with vigilance. Ishiki was gone. After that attack, his presence had completely vanished into the wind and sand. The two took a deep breath, and with incredible synchronicity called upon the yin-yang powers left by the Sage of Six Paths. I wonder how long this will last. It shouldn't be a one-time use, right? Now is not the time to think about that. Sasuke searched for Ishiki's whereabouts while formulating a strategy. We can assume that he can nullify our ninjutsu. Also, he summoned those strange boxes without forming hand seals. Which means he can use techniques without hand seals. Naruto nodded. His physical strength is immense, like when Eiji-sensei punches me, and we can't be sure that's even his full power. After a brief exchange, the two longtime comrades devised Plan A. Sasuke, I'll be the shield and take the hits. You find his weakness and take him down. The corner of Sasuke's mouth seemed to twitch almost imperceptibly. It's always you getting beaten up. That hardly seems fair. Naruto chuckled. Then buy me a bowl of ramen when we get back. He's coming. Uzumaki Naruto, elbow strike. Uzumaki Naruto, great whirlwind. Uzumaki Naruto barrage. The two figures collided, leaving only a dull, rapid series of booming impacts in the air, each shockwave shaking the very earth. Sasuke stood at a distance, his gaze locked intently on Ishiki's form, trying to dissect a single opening from his defenses and bizarre techniques. Ninjutsu vanishes without a trace, even the thrown kunai dissipate into nothingness. Then what about this? The Uchiha clan's ultimate power, Susanoo. A colossal purple giant erupted from the ground, bones covered in muscle chakra condensing into armor. The massive chakra blade in its hand tore across the sky, carrying the might to cleave mountains and rivers, descending upon Ishiki's head. The air itself was rent asunder, letting out a shrill cry. A faint contemptuous smirk curled at the corner of Ishiki's mouth. Without even turning back, he threw a punch that precisely struck Naruto, who had just closed the distance. Bang! Naruto was struck as if by a giant hammer, his golden form sent flying backward like a cannonball. Simultaneously, Ishiki tapped his foot lightly, and instead of retreating, he charged upward along the colossal body of the Susanoo. And then, he kicked Sasuke out with a single blow. Sasuke, along with part of the Susanoo's wreckage, was blasted away by the savage force, slamming heavily into a distant rock face and kicking up a cloud of dust. What? Sasuke exclaimed in shock. What kind of monster was this? Nearby, Naruto had just steadied himself, also drawing a sharp breath. Hey Sasuke, get serious. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm already using my full power. Huh? Naruto and Sasuke stood shoulder to shoulder once more. At this moment, Naruto clearly didn't grasp the severity of the situation. We agreed I'd be the tank and take the hits, but it looks like you're getting beaten up worse than me. Cough. Sasuke wiped the blood from his lip. That joke isn't funny. Naruto scratched his head, then suddenly spoke. Looks like our usual jutsu don't work on him. He lowered his voice, looking at Sasuke. Should we use that move? As he spoke, he raised his arm, mimicking an elbow strike. Sasuke understood instantly and nodded. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Konohagakure had conquered Kumogakure and acquired its secret techniques. Among them was the Lightning Release Yotama Raisin Shuriken. No, the Lightning Release Aburama. Wait, Lightning Release Kirai no Jutsu. It was in fact the Lightning Release Raikiri Double. No, the Lightning Release Zetsu. Let's be precise, it was the Lightning Release Yagai no Jutsu. That's not right either. It was the Lightning Release Raijin no Ken. No, it was the Lightning Release Kiko no Jutsu. My apologies, it was the Lightning Release Raiga. To be accurate, it was the Lightning Release Zantetsu. No, that's a sword. It was the Lightning Release Raimei. Ah yes, it was the Lightning Release Raijin. No, it was the Lightning Release Ryo. Damn it, it was the Lightning Release Raikiri. And no, that's Kakashi's. It was the Lightning Release Raiden Chidori. No, that's also Kakashi's. It was the Lightning Release Raiden John. No, that's Darui's. It was the Lightning Release Raiden Jabashi. No, it was the Lightning Release Raidon. Then viciously twist the opponent's head off. The two had secretly spent a considerable amount of time training this. During their excursions, they would often practice on large trees. As a result, they earned high praise from lumberjacks. They said that if the duo worked in a lumberyard, they would surely earn the title of labor model. At the end of the year, they'd get a medal and a bonus of 30,000 ryo. Given the current situation, it might not twist Ishiki's head off, but it would definitely deal him heavy damage. Let's go. Zap. Violent lightning release chakra burst from both of them, forming an impenetrable lightning release armor on their bodies. Their speed, stimulated by the lightning, was pushed to the absolute limit. Ishiki's perpetually indifferent face finally showed a flicker of genuine interest. He observed the two figures who had him perfectly locked in their attack vector, one in front and one behind. A combination technique. So lower life forms can unleash such energy. How intriguing. Let's go. Six Paths Lightning Release Yagai. Two figures wreathed in the power of the Six Paths, and violent lightning transformed into annihilating lightning that tore through space itself, converging on Ishiki from two impossible-to-dodge lethal angles. Ishiki's Byakugan observed the two surging chakra signatures and instantly realized he couldn't take this head-on. Then he would dodge. He had absolute confidence in his speed. He leaped up. His body remained completely motionless, as if pinned to the spot by invisible shackles. Get up, damn it. Why can't I move? Yeah. In the blink of an eye, with no other choice, Ishiki poured the vast Otsutsuki chakra within him without reservation into his arms. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a chakra shield of incredible density formed instantaneously. Boom. Everything before him was engulfed by blinding lightning. The point of impact erupted in a catastrophic energy storm, instantly reducing everything nearby to ash. A colossal ring-shaped crater collapsed around the trio, and the shockwaves swept outwards like a tsunami. Naruto gritted his teeth, feeling the terrifying recoil from his elbow. Is it over? Amidst the smoke and lightning, Ishiki's voice, laced with suppressed pain and fury, rang out. Not even close lower life forms. A vicious glint exploded in Ishiki's eyes, and he threw his arms outwards with a violent shudder. 2 chakra rods shot out from his palms aimed directly at the hearts of Naruto and Sasuke, who were right in front of him. At the last possible moment, 2 long blades pierced the sky, whistling as they arrived. They struck the 2 black chakra rods with pinpoint precision. The 2 took the opportunity to leap back, widening the distance from Ishiki. Those are Master's blades. Naruto looked back and indeed saw a figure so incredibly handsome, possessing 1% of a reader's charm, a truly magnificent sight. I'm not too late, am I? You're just on time. Sasuke rolled his eyes, habitually talking tough. So troublesome. Naruto, and I could have handled him alone. Eiji gave Sasuke a light smack on the head. Talking big. You 2 look like beaten pigs. You. Sasuke was about to argue, but Eiji had already picked up his blade Shoni and the ever-dripping Murasame. We can talk about your bragging later. Let's go together and finish this. The moment he finished speaking, a tremendous amount of chakra exploded from Eiji. It was a mix of the 6 Path Sage's Yin-Yang release, Kagaya's Otsutsuki chakra, and the perfect sage mode of Mount Myaboku. More importantly, it was the blazing will of fire of the second Hokage of Konohagakure, Lord Tobirama Senju. Don't underestimate the bond one share with the village. Omohikane no Kami, based on all currently available information, performs a massive amount of probability simulations in an extremely short time, calculating the optimal solution against the target's next move. Combined with a Ninja World Scientist, it can quickly deduce the subsequent changes of that technique or potential improvements. Ninja World Scientist passive upgraded. Why aren't Otsutsuki considered Uchiha? When fighting against Otsutsuki, all abilities are enhanced. Naruto, Sasuke, let's go. Follow my lead. Hit wherever I tell you to hit. Facing the reorganized siege of the 3, even the proud Otsutsuki Ishiki began to panic. His vaunted strength and speed were now completely suppressed by the opponent's terrifyingly accurate predictions and flawless coordination. Every attack struck empty air, every dodge fell into a preset trap. That gaze that saw through everything filled him with unprecedented fear. He made a snap decision: retreat. Ishiki swiped his right hand, opening a black-red circular portal in the air. Foolish lower life forms, until we meet again. Who's meeting you again? Your Uchiha grandpa is going to kill you today. Takamikazuchi no Kami, upon locking eyes with a target, instantly anchors their spatial coordinates, preventing them from moving or changing form. Ishiki's face was full of shock. Why couldn't he move again? Damn it, he's cheating. Flying Raijin slash. Squelch. Squelch. 2 arcs of blood suddenly shot out from Ishiki's chest and abdomen, followed by a kick imbued with monstrous strength, slamming into his back. Ishiki was slammed viciously back to the ground, carving another deep crater into the already devastated earth. Foolish invader. Invading the ninja world and bringing war and suffering to this land is the stupidest, most unforgivable decision you have made in 1,000 years. Ishiki's heart was bitter, but Ishiki couldn't speak it. Shame. Pure shame. Ishiki's gaze was fixed on the figure behind Eiji, where Kagaya's blurry silhouette was becoming clearer and clearer. 1,000 years ago, it was Kagaya who had ambushed him. 1,000 years later, Kagaya was apparently among those beating him now. If you're sealed, just stay put. What are you doing popping out all the time? Finish him. Use that jutsu with the really long name. But master his ability can nullify my jutsu and make it disappear. Trust me, no more words were needed. Naruto and Sasuke instantly erupted with their strongest chakra. The roar of wind release and the heat of fire release began to fuse with the 6 Path Sage's Yin-Yang release, swirling within. Scorching release, Halo Hurricane, Jet Black Arrow 0. Ishiki sneered. To do what is known to be impossible, lower life forms will always be lower life forms. He moved his eyes, activating Second Hokage in an attempt to shrink and nullify this devastating attack. However, it had no effect. Because at the same time, Eiji had used Takamikazuchi no Kami on it. In no way. Ishiki let out a cry of despair, forced to watch helplessly as that spiral arrow imbued with the power of finality rapidly grew larger in his pupils. Boom. A pillar of annihilation swallowed everything. The earth shattered layer by layer, creating a massive molten crater at the center of the battlefield, with searing hot air waves sweeping in all directions. The light faded. At the bottom of the crater, Ishiki's life force was at its faintest, his flame of life flickering like a candle in the wind. You think this is the end? Ishiki raised his head with difficulty, his unfocused gaze looking towards the sky obscured by smoke and dust. The more powerfully you perform, the more you attract the interest of certain beings. He tried to utter the name that made the universe tremble, attempting to leave a great and terrible shadow of fear in his final moments. However, before Ishiki could finish his sentence, Eiji beheaded him with a black blade formed from the 6 Path staff. Of course, he also took the opportunity to pluck out his eyeballs again. So much damn talk. The pitiful Ishiki couldn't even finish his grand final speech. The battlefield fell into a brief silence. But in an unnoticed corner, a small white snake was quietly observing everything. Suddenly, water release, heavens weep. A water needle pierced the small white snake. Its body twitched violently a few times before going completely still. Orochimaru seems to be making his move again. Eiji's gaze quickly shifted away, looking towards the sky torn by the aftershocks of battle, as if seeing through to a much darker place. However, he's not our target for now. Despite defeating the known Otsutsuki, the challenges are far from over. At the very apex of the Otsutsuki clan, transcending the concepts of life and death, time and space, exists the ultimate being regarded as a god, Otsutsuki Shirbai. His gaze may have already fallen upon this stubbornly resisting planet. Final mission commence.